Starting with a terrible hand, a high school dropout, socially withdrawn, and scorned by his neighbors. Just as he's about to be crushed by reality, a golden finger that looks just like a game panel appears, complete with a heaven-defying, infinitely upgradable divine skill, Infinite Pyroblast. While other players are still struggling for equipment and skills, he's already relying on this bug-level skill to embark on a godlike path of soloing higher-level monsters without taking damage, becoming a one-man army. Bang! Bang bang! In a luxurious private gym, a young man, Wang Chen, shattered a specially made sandbag with a single elbow strike. He was once the richest man in the Yin Kingdom, starting from nothing with a book of ancient medicinal recipes to build the immensely wealthy Dao San Shang Pharmaceutical Group. After taking revenge on all who had wronged him, he was overcome by an endless emptiness. Boxing, women, and slaughtering low-level players in the online game Four Seasons Rise became his only pleasures. However, his joy was short-lived. An accidental electrocution turned the legendary tycoon's life, along with his gaming cockpit, into ashes. Wang Chen stared at the modeled wall, dazed. He had been transmigrated into this world called Deep Blue for 7 days. The original owner of this body was also named Wang Chen, a 19-year-old high school dropout. He was timid and withdrawn, and after being maliciously prevented from taking his college entrance exams, he fell into a downward spiral, becoming a good-for-nothing in the eyes of his neighbors. What a terrible starting hand! Wang Chen lamented, holding his head. He was at the pinnacle in his past life, but now he was starting at the very bottom. Ding! A sudden sound interrupted his self-pity. A semi-transparent screen appeared before him, displaying his attributes. Name, Wang Chen. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Stamina, 5. Intelligence, 8. Spirit, 5. This familiar panel made his heart stir. It was just like the data panels from the online games of his past life. On the right side of the panel, a crystal orb filled with energy was shining brightly. A newbie gift package? With a thought, the orb shattered, and from a crystal lotus, a small golden-red fireball shot towards him, merging directly into his body. Infinite Pyroblast. A stream of profound information flooded his mind, and a new line of skill description appeared on his data panel. Infinite Pyroblast, after a 3.5-second cast, deals 100 plus 198% of spell power as true damage, and an additional 80% of spell power as continuous true damage over 10 seconds, stacks up to 5 times. Skill property, Infinite. When your attack crits or hits a vital spot, your next Pyroblast becomes instant and costs no mana. What kind of modified Pyroblast is this? Wang Chen was overjoyed. This skill was heaven-defying, but he soon discovered that he had no mana points. This golden finger couldn't be used in reality. His past life's business acumen was also useless in this technologically advanced world. How could he change his situation? His gaze fell upon a futuristic-looking box in the corner of the room, a B-grade gaming helmet, the very culprit that had caused the original owner to faint from mental distress. But now, it might be his only hope. Perhaps this data panel can be used in the game. A bold idea flashed in his mind. The game, Apocalypse World, was a massive virtual reality game heavily promoted by the Federation. Tonight at 6 p.m. was its official open beta. Wang Chen put on the helmet and entered the character creation screen. Nickname, Dao San Shang. He used the name of his former corporation, bidding farewell to the Four Seasons Rice, who was addicted to slaughtering low-level players. Class, Mage. Although his past life's martial arts skills made him more suited to be a warrior, the existence of Infinite Pyroblast made Mage his only choice. As the system scanned and generated his character data, a series of warnings flashed. Warning, abnormal data detected. Beginning adaptive adjustment. Character generation complete. We wish you a pleasant game. The countdown ended. Wang Chen strode into the light curtain and appeared in a newbie village of the Storm Empire. The village was packed with players, all crowded around the village chief, trying to get their first quest. Wang Chen didn't join the fray. He immediately opened his character data panel. Nickname, Dao San Shang. Level, 0. Class, Mage. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 3, Stamina 5, Intelligence 8, Spirit 5. Skill, Arcane Missiles. Talent skill, Infinite Pyroblast. Seeing that familiar, golden skill icon, Wang Chen finally broke into a genuine smile. His golden finger had perfectly synchronized with the game. Although his initial stats were pitifully low, and he couldn't even compete for mobs in the crowded level 1 monster area, by the time he finished casting Arcane Missiles, the monster would have already been hacked to pieces by warriors and rogues. He now possessed the greatest capital to rise in this world. He didn't get discouraged. He left the crowded area and headed deeper, arriving at the level 2 monster area, Green Grassland. Here, players were scarce, and the monsters were wolf-sized, giant-toothed rabbits. Wang Chen targeted a lone one and began casting Infinite Pyroblast from maximum range. After 5 seconds, a massive fireball whistled out and accurately hit the rabbit. -140. A huge true damage number floated up. The rabbit shrieked and charged at him frantically. Wang Chen calmly retreated while casting arcane missiles. -16, -15. After 2 arcane missiles, the rabbit was already upon him. Wang Chen was prepared. He swung his beginner's staff, and just as the rabbit's kick landed on his chest, he also smashed it on its head. -12. The giant-toothed rabbit's health was depleted, and it collapsed to the ground. Gained 40 EXP, killed a monster 2 levels higher, plus 100% EXP. Even though I got hit, this leveling speed is much faster than theirs. Wang Chen rubbed his sore chest and put the 5 free attribute points from the system into intelligence. With his increased spell power, he could now kill the rabbit solo without taking any damage. In this early stage where everyone had only one initial skill and was struggling to start, he was already on the fast track to leveling up. -161, -27, -25. Another giant-toothed rabbit fell. Just as Wang Chen was about to deliver the final blow, an arrow flew in from the side, stealing his kill. His kill was stolen. Wang Chen frowned and looked in the direction the arrow came from. A 5-person party was standing not far away. The leader, an archer named Wanderer Miao Renfeng, raised an eyebrow at him, his face full of disdain. Wang Chen immediately began to cast a spell, intending to teach them a lesson, but found that the system prompted that he couldn't attack. Newbie protection period. Boom! He angrily threw a fireball at the grass beside him, scorching a patch. He didn't bother to argue further. He just silently memorized the IDs of the 5 heroes of Xia and turned to leave. These people had no idea that the person they had just robbed was someone they could never afford to offend. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Right now, leveling up was the most important thing. After moving far away from the 5-man group of heroes, Wang Chen glanced back and was relieved to see they hadn't followed him. Realizing that he couldn't engage in PvP, he knew there was no need to waste time. Indeed, Wang Chen could use his high damage to steal monsters and drag out the fight with those 5, but that would only bring temporary satisfaction and waste precious early game time. A gentleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too late. Wang Chen decided to wait until after leaving the novice village to properly deal with those people. Of course, if he found a suitable opportunity in the novice village, he certainly wouldn't miss it. They were just a few insignificant pests. He estimated that once he rose to power, he could easily crush them. Wang Chen recalled the reason that had provoked their attack, likely because he had used 2 skills. Everyone else had only 1 skill and was struggling to fight monsters. Suddenly discovering that Wang Chen, at level 0, had 2 skills, one of which dealt such high damage, would naturally make them feel displeased and anticipate monster stealing. This is what they call not fearing scarcity but fearing inequality. If everyone has none and you have one, who else would they target? With this thought, Wang Chen prepared to continue forward, looking for a deserted area to grind monsters and level up. The grassland was vast, and there were more than just giant-toothed rabbits as monsters. As he passed through the spawn area of the giant-toothed rabbits, another type of monster appeared before him. Blade-horned sheep, level 3, ordinary monster, health 320 to 320. Here, he could no longer see other players, only numerous black sheep-like monsters with sharp large horns. The Blade-horned sheep was 3 levels higher than Wang Chen, and the monster's icon frame had turned a faint red. This indicated that the monster's strength far exceeded that of the player, and there was already a certain probability of miss on skills, though this probability was only about 10%. If a monster's level exceeds the player's by more than 10 levels, the player cannot see the monster's level and health, only a skull icon. With 320 health points, Wang Chen would need to cast Infinite Fireball twice to kill it. However, considering the maximum attack range of 30 yards, he could only cast Infinite Fireball once with a 3.5-second casting time. Still too few skills. If I had a control skill like Resist Fire Ring or a distance creating skill like Blink, it would be much easier. Shaking his head, after calculating for a while, Wang Chen decided against attacking the Blade-horned sheep. He didn't want to experience the monster's attack power at the cost of 50 health points. Continuing forward, Wang Chen saw a valley and could faintly hear the sound of a waterfall. System, you have discovered the Demon Snail Valley. As he approached, his eyes lit up as he saw a slow-moving monster appear in his view. Demonized Snail, level 4, ordinary. Monster, health 410/410. The icon frame of the demonized snail turned even redder in Wang Chen's eyes. Moreover, the monster's name was no longer the ordinary yellow of the giant-toothed rabbit or blade-horned sheep, but had turned red. This indicated that it was a monster that would Actively attack. Any player entering its aggro range would be attacked. However, that wasn't the main point. Wang Chen was delighted by the slow movement speed of the demonized snail. Its leisurely pace made one want to whip it from behind to speed it up. Finding the lone demonized snail, Wang Chen stood at the maximum distance and cast a magic missile. -28. After being attacked, the demonized snail immediately turned around and crawled towards Wang Chen. Although its movement speed increased slightly when entering combat mode compared to when it was free to move, the increase was not significant. After attacking, Wang Chen's eyes brightened, and he immediately turned to run. Once he was out of the demonized snail's aggro range, the snail turned back to continue wandering, and he finally stopped. Through his earlier probing, Wang Chen discovered that this type of monster had extremely low magical defense, almost none at all. Moreover, that slow movement speed was enough for him to cast one infinite flame explosion and 2 magic missiles. Plus, before entering combat, he could chant and unleash one infinite flame explosion in advance, so the damage was sufficient. Calculated, Wang Chen immediately began to act. To avoid attracting other monsters, he only sought out solitary demonic snails. Soon, by a cluster of bushes, a demonic snail basking in the sun was graced. Infinite flame explosion, infinite flame explosion, magic missile, -162, -3, -2, -163, -6, -27, -5, -6, -27. After a series of attacks, the demonic snail was left with 9 health points. Just as the demonic snail was about to charge at him, Wang Chen confidently swung his staff down onto the snail's shell. Bang! -8. Damn! Wang Chen was caught off guard, not expecting the demonic snail to have such low magical defense but such high physical defense. It's over. Free return trip. -3. Just as he was in despair, a burning damage appeared above the demonic snail's head, and it stopped moving. System, you gain 123 experience points. Killing a monster 4 levels higher grants a 200% experience bonus. Wang Chen felt invigorated and glanced at his character's leveling experience. Experience, 203/1000. Just 7 more demonic snails to kill, and he could level up. Compared to the large group still hunting redskin toads or the elite players teaming up to farm giant-toothed rabbits, Wang Chen's experience from killing a single demonic snail was equivalent to their half a day's work. Considering this, spending so much time looking for suitable monsters to level up was definitely a wise move. About a quarter of an hour later, a brilliant golden light suddenly rose from beneath Wang Chen's feet. System. You have leveled up, all attributes +1, gained 5 free attribute points, current level 1. Finally reaching level 1, Wang Chen wondered if he was the first. Even if he wasn't the first, he was definitely among the top, but there was no level leaderboard to check at the moment. Habitually reaching down to the corpse of the demonic snail, Wang Chen suddenly froze. The sensation in his hand felt different from before. It had always been a tattered quality snail shell. Could it be that my luck has exploded, and I got equipment? Wang Chen eagerly rummaged through the corpse to see what he had obtained. System, you have obtained heavy snail shell. Heavy snail shell, chest armor, normal. Durability, 96/100. Equipment requirement, level 4, strength greater than 10, physical class. Equipment position, chest. Attributes, stamina 8, strength 3, physical. Defense 4. Description, wearing it will give you a strong sense of security. Damn! Wang Chen had lost count of how many times he had cursed. Today, it was not easy to have his luck explode and get equipment. And it was a piece of chest armor with quite a few added attributes, yet he couldn't wear it. Although this chest armor looked a bit ugly, the attributes were really appealing. If Wang Chen could equip it, his health would instantly increase by 80, and his sense of security would rise to a whole new level. Unfortunately, he was a magic class, and this drool-worthy equipment was out of reach. Helplessly, he stored the heavy snail shell in his backpack and allocated the newly gained attribute points. This time, Wang Chen distributed 2 points to intelligence and 3 points to spirit, as he found his original mana a bit insufficient. After allocating the attribute points, his spell attack increased by another 4 points, reaching 35 to 37. Originally, his intelligence attribute was already high. And now this spell attack was definitely in a league of its own. Following the main text, after finishing the attribute allocation, Wang Chen continued his great endeavor of farming snails. Although he had leveled up to 1, the experience gained had decreased somewhat, but compared to other players struggling to grind monsters, it was still quite a lot. The experience required to level up from 1 to 2 had doubled, needing 2,000 experience points. In other words, Wang Chen only needs to kill about 20 demonized snails to level up again, which is still quite fast. He soon
found another lone demonized snail and began to prepare to cast infinite fireball. However, this time was different. When Wang Chen's spell was ready, the demonized snail suddenly turned to face him. Frowning slightly, he still threw the fireball. Previously, Wang Chen always attacked from behind the monsters, and when they were hit, they would turn around. This would give Wang Chen more time to respond calmly. Unexpectedly, this wandering demonized snail suddenly turned its head, disrupting his rhythm a bit. But it didn't matter, now that Wang Chen had leveled up. To level 1, his spell attack had increased by a total of 6 points after allocating his stats, allowing him to secure the kill. -237, -3, -3. When the fireball hit the demonized snail, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by the huge yellow damage value that suddenly appeared. Why did the damage from infinite fireball suddenly increase so much, and why is the damage value displayed in yellow? However, this was not the time to dwell on that. Seeing the demonized snail charging towards him, he needed to kill it first. With that thought, Wang Chen quickly prepared to chant magic missile, but the strange occurrence in his skill bar made him pause again. He saw a golden glow appear around the frame of infinite fireball, indicating that the skill was ready to be cast instantly. Without time to think too much, Wang Chen used the skill. In an instant, a massive fireball coalesced out of thin air and smashed down on the demonized snail again. -164. Adding the burning damage from the skill, the demonized snail's health was depleted, and it fell to the ground. System, gain 102 experience points. Killing a monster 3 levels higher grants a 150% experience bonus. As the monster fell, Wang Chen did not check for any loot but instead pulled up the battle log. When he saw the small text description following the 237 damage value, he finally understood what had happened. -237, critical hit, damage bonus 143%. Critical hit? So that means the previous infinite fireball inadvertently struck the demonized snail's weak point, triggering the skill's characteristic, infinite. The weak point, right? Wang Chen recalled that the demonized snail had suddenly turned, and the fireball seemed to have hit its head. It appeared that the head of the demonized snail was indeed a weak point, and the coincidence had allowed infinite fireball to deliver a critical hit. Understanding the reason, Wang Chen opened the skill bar again to review the description of infinite fireball, especially the explanation of the skill's characteristics. Infinite, when your attack deals a critical hit or strikes a weak point on the enemy, your next fireball will become instant cast and will not consume mana. It seems I misunderstood before. The infinite characteristic of infinite fireball is not just a late game ability. As long as I understand the weaknesses of monsters in this virtual game, I can trigger it infinitely even in the early stages. Wang Chen muttered to himself, planning to go online after logging off today to research the knowledge of virtual games in this world. Previously, he had only glanced at the infinite characteristic, thinking it required a very high critical hit rate to be useful, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now it seemed he had been superficial. The skill granted by the golden finger couldn't be that simple. Moreover, through his recent study of the infinite characteristic, he now had a hypothesis. The description said, when your attack deals a critical hit or strikes a weak point, does that mean not only spell attacks but physical attacks can also trigger this characteristic? Unfortunately, Wang Chen had chosen a fragile mage, otherwise, he could have verified it. He picked up the bodies of the 2 demonized snails he had just killed with infinite fireball, but still found nothing. However, Wang Chen didn't mind. He now had a more efficient way to farm monsters. Infinite fireball technique, infinite fireball technique. The joyful journey of monster hunting has begun, and experience points are rapidly increasing. As the number of monsters defeated grows, Wang Chen also discovers more tricks. First, when facing the demonic snail, it is easier to hit its head, resulting in critical hits that trigger the infinite characteristic. Secondly, the shorter casting time of the magic missile can also trigger the infinite characteristic more quickly. As long as the characteristic is triggered, the instant cast infinite fireball technique becomes a monster killing skill. Of course, one thing to note is that after the infinite state is triggered, the fireball must be thrown within a few seconds. Otherwise, the previously triggered instant fireball will disappear, and he will have to trigger it again. Once he figured out the pattern, Wang Chen's efficiency in monster hunting increased several times. While defeating the demonic snails, he imagined the scenes after his critical hit rate increased. Since the skill's projectile trajectory is controlled by the system, it cannot guarantee that he will hit the monster's vital points every time. Wang Chen is currently able to continuously trigger the infinite characteristic because he discovered the weakness of the demonic snail and chose his angle deliberately. But if the critical hit rate increases, wouldn't that mean he could trigger the characteristic continuously? At that time, it would be the true infinite fireball technique. Dreaming in his heart, Wang Chen's skills were not idle in his hands. Just a few minutes later, as golden light rose beneath his feet again, he leveled up to level 2. Since the infinite fireball technique triggered by the characteristic does not consume mana, Wang Chen adjusted his attribute allocation strategy. This time, he allocated his 5 free attribute points as 3 points in intelligence and 2 points in spirit. Now, Wang Chen's character data panel has changed to nickname, Daosan Shang race, human level, 2 class, mage. Attributes, strength 5, agility 5, stamina 7, intelligence 20, spirit 12 health, 70-70, 1 point of stamina equals 10 points of health. Mana, 120-120, 1 point of spirit equals 10 points of mana, experience, 15/4000 physical attack, 18-20, 1 point of strength equals 2 points of attack, spell attack, 43-45, 1 point of intelligence equals 2 points of spell attack, physical defense, 0, 10 points of armor equals 1 point of physical defense, equipment appears above level 15, spell defense, 0, 1 point of spell resistance equals 1 point of spell defense, effective only against corresponding attributes, such as fire, frost, shadow, arcane, nature, etc., equipment. Appears above level 20, maximum movement speed, 5, before reaching the 10-point threshold, 1 point of agility equals 1 point of movement speed, after that, 1 point of agility increases speed by 0.1, skill, magic missile, casts a missile towards the target. After 1.5 seconds, dealing 110% spell attack damage, talent skill, infinite fireball technique equipment, novice staff after leveling up to 2, the experience bonus for defeating monsters of a lower level decreased by 50%, so now defeating a demonic snail only grants 82 experience points. However, Wang Chen had no intention of changing his leveling location, at least not until he reached level 5. Because after reaching level 5, defeating level 4 demonic snails would yield a 50% reduction in experience, which would be somewhat counterproductive. Looking at the demonic snails scattered throughout the valley, they appeared to Wang Chen as dense experience points. Hee, little snails, daddy is here. Time passed, and over an hour went by in the blink of an eye. Wang Chen, who had been hunting monsters alone for so long, did not feel bored at all. Instead, he was somewhat immersed in the thrill of defeating monsters in an instant. It wasn't until golden light rose beneath his feet that he suddenly realized, I've leveled up to 3. Already? That was really fast, like a razor cutting paper. However, upon careful calculation, it was about right, as Wang Chen's damage was now quite exaggerated. While others dealt over 20 points of damage with a skill in the early game, his fireball was approaching 200 in true damage. Especially now, when fighting the demonized snails, Wang Chen, who has found the trick, can almost trigger critical hits every time. Once a critical hit is triggered, it results in over 200 damage, and with the infinite characteristic, it's almost a one-hit kill. On average, he can kill a demonized snail in less than 10 seconds, even accounting for the time spent finding a suitable position and adjusting his attack angle. He has already killed 40 to 50 demonized snails. After allocating the 5 free attribute points gained from leveling up, he still has 3 points in intelligence and 2 points in spirit. After finishing his points, Wang Chen's spell attack increased by another 6 points, reaching 47 to 49. He looked at his backpack. Apart from a few potions, there was still only a solitary item, the heavy snail shell. It seems that even this snail shell, which can only be seen and not worn, was a result of sheer luck. Closing the backpack, Wang Chen began searching for the next demonized snail. The experience needed to level up from level 3 to level 4 has increased by 2,000 points, and now he needs 6,000 points to level up. Additionally, since he can only gain 50% more experience from killing demonized snails, he needs to kill another 100 to level up, making it increasingly difficult. However, considering that the server has only been open for a few hours, he quickly felt at ease. Keep it up, and strive to reach level 5 before any players arrive here. Setting a goal for himself, Wang Chen's gaze once again locked onto a slow-moving demonized snail. 1, 2, 3. As more and more demonized snails fell to Wang Chen's hands, he discovered another trick. When his skills hit the antennae on the head of the demonized snail, the critical hit bonus triggered would significantly increase. A critical hit, in simple terms, is attacking the monster's weak point, with damage bonuses ranging from 110% to 200%. The reason for this range is that you cannot guarantee that every skill will hit the exact center of the weak point. So, the true weak point of the demonized snail is not on its head, but rather on the antennae that extend and retract on its head. To verify this guess, Wang Chen adjusted his angle and slightly raised the skill trajectory. Magic missile. -93. Just a single ordinary magic missile caused such terrifying damage, and Wang Chen was overjoyed, realizing his guess was correct. He then unleashed the triggered infinite characteristic of the fireball spell, dealing another terrifying amount of damage, instantly emptying the demonized snail's health bar. Checking the battle log, the damage bonus from the magic missile reached 187%, while the damage bonus from the infinite fireball reached 179%. So terrifying. Wang Chen grinned, knowing that his monster-killing efficiency had improved a bit. Unfortunately, this efficiency could only be demonstrated on demonized snails, whether it could be replicated on other monsters in the future remained uncertain. The probability of finding a target like the demonized snail, which has a very slow movement speed, almost zero magical defense, and whose weak points have been figured out, is too low. Shaking his head, Wang Chen didn't dwell on it. Finding such a monster early in the game could be considered a tremendous stroke of luck. Coupled with the infinite fireball, it was already enough for him to establish an advantage over other players. The subsequent monster-killing process was simple and dull, with only the yellow critical hit damage being somewhat pleasing to the eye. Magic Missile, Infinite Fireball. -96, -348. The two skills sent a demonized snail away, and Wang Chen glanced at his experience. He needed to kill 2 more to reach level 4. At this point, he was deep in the Demon Snail Valley, and quite a bit of time had passed. Just as Wang Chen was preparing to find 2 more demonized snails to kill and then level up to 4, a cave suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. A boss? Or perhaps a quest? In a flash, this thought crossed his mind. With this idea in mind, Wang Chen quickly approached the cave. Strangely enough, there was no sign of the magical snails within dozens of yards around the cave. Just then, a massive magical snail appeared in Wang Chen's line of sight. Summoning Snail, Level 5, Rare Monster, Health 5000 over 5000. Rare Monster? Wang Chen's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a treasure. In the world of Apocalypse, monsters are generally classified into ordinary monsters, elite monsters, boss monsters, lord monsters, legendary monsters, king monsters, and mythical monsters. Lord monsters are likely to drop epic level items, which is why they are also referred to as epic monsters. Correspondingly, legendary monsters relate to rare monsters, king monsters to legendary ones, and mythical monsters remain unchanged. Outside of these classifications, there is another type, rare monsters. Rare monsters are extremely rare, often only one will spawn in a map, or there may be none at all. Additionally, the respawn cooldown for rare monsters is quite long, ranging from 1 month to 3 months. However, the flip side is that the probability of rare monsters dropping good items is significantly increased. It is also because only Wang Chen has reached this point. At the current stage, otherwise, this rare monster would definitely not wait for a solo player like him to discover it. Discovering it is one thing, but being able to defeat it is another. Watching the blue snail wandering back and forth in the cave, Wang Chen quickly calculated in his mind. Based on the damage he currently dealt to ordinary magical snails, a critical hit from Infinite Flame Burst would average around 350 points of damage. The magical snail would take about a little over 6 seconds to approach him after being attacked. Assuming Wang Chen uses his Flame Burst for a critical hit first, then triggers the Infinite characteristic. In the next 6 seconds, he could unleash 6 Infinite Flame Bursts. That would total 1,400 points of damage, still leaving a gap of 2,100 points. Moreover, this was a boss, and its speed would definitely far exceed that of ordinary magical snails, not giving him 6 seconds of standing time. The damage gap was quite significant. Even if he tried to attack while retreating, he would likely be caught up quickly. Wang Chen felt a bit at a loss, but he couldn't think of a good method. Although he felt a rush of excitement looking at the rare monster in the cave, he couldn't just charge in. That would be tantamount to seeking death. It seems I still need reliable teammates. Sometimes, going solo can indeed be quite difficult. With Infinite Flame Burst, Wang Chen was already far beyond ordinary players, but at this stage, he still wasn't invincible on his own. For instance, if there was another player to help him withstand some attacks right now, even gaining an extra 5 or 6 seconds would allow him to kill this rare monster. Resisting the temptation to keep his gaze on the cave, Wang Chen continued to farm magical snails. After spending a few minutes killing 2 magical snails, he leveled up again, reaching level 4. He allocated all 5 free attribute points to intelligence, raising his spell attack to 59 to 61. This extreme allocation was solely because he was still unwilling to give up on this rare monster. Wang Chen just wanted to stack up damage quickly and take down this moving treasure before other players noticed. Little did he expect that fortune would come knocking. Just a few minutes later, things suddenly took a turn. This was a cliff near a small waterfall in the magical Snail Valley, not far from where Wang Chen had discovered the cave. There was a protruding rock on the cliff that bent down, forming A small door with the adjacent cliff. When the small door appeared in Wang Chen's view, he suddenly had a bold idea. If his speculation was correct, then he could kill that rare monster right now without waiting for his attributes to be high enough. After all, the magical snail was quite large, and its shell was about as wide as Wang Chen's body. The summoning snail, being a rare monster, was larger in size, and its blue shell was twice the size of an ordinary magical snail. Thus, in Wang Chen's eyes, this small door that he could pass through was definitely not something the summoning snail could get through. The method he thought of was precisely based on this small door, which could just block the summoning snail. Therefore, the summoning snail, unable to attack, would have to go around it, buying him a few seconds of time. With this, relying on the infinite fireball technique, he could ultimately achieve the kill. Rushing back to the cave entrance to observe carefully, Wang Chen confirmed the size of this blue treasure before starting his action. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. At worst, he would die once due to a miscalculation. But if he succeeded, it would be a huge profit. Infinite fireball technique. Infinite fireball technique. -367, -4, -372, -9. Timing it just right, when the summoning snail turned around, Wang Chen threw an infinite fireball technique at it. When the attack hit the summoning snail and triggered the infinite characteristic, he instantly threw another fireball. After that, Wang Chen didn't look at the damage from the second fireball but turned and ran. The summoning snail let out a shriek as it charged out of the cave after being attacked. 1 second, 2 seconds. Wang Chen didn't look back. The hate lock let him know the summoning snail was right behind him. Finally, when he reached that small door, he stopped to look back. At that moment, the summoning snail was very close to him, probably only enough for it to move for about 2 seconds. Sure enough, even the slow-moving snail was much faster than his few points of movement speed. Facing the monster, Wang Chen began to chant the spell Magic Missile. The previously triggered infinite characteristic could only last a few seconds, and now the icon for infinite fireball technique had dimmed, needing to be retriggered. -113. After a magic missile dealt over 100 points of damage, the infinite characteristic was triggered instantly. At this point, the summoning snail was already within arm's reach, its massive blue shell and soft body clearly visible. Adjusting his angle, he cast an instant fireball at the summoning snail's head. -380, -5. After throwing the fireball, Wang Chen turned and squeezed through the small door. Once on the other side of the small door, he immediately looked back, his face revealing an uncontrollable joy. He saw the summoning snail rush to the small door, visibly pausing for a moment before starting to circle around. I did it! Wang Chen clenched his fist tightly, standing still without moving. 2 seconds later, on the other side of the protruding rock, the summoning snail slowly revealed its body. Wang Chen, already prepared, sent another fireball flying over, then passed through the small door to reappear on the original side. The summoning snail took time to turn around, and aside from being hit by a large fireball, it didn't touch anything else. Its hate target had already appeared on the other side, and it could only helplessly return the way it came. Thus, the cycle continued, like King Qin circling the pillar. Whenever the summoning snail circled to the side of the rock, it thought it could attack the detestable human on the other side. But aside from being burned by the fireball, it couldn't touch a single hair. Finally, when the summoning snail's health approached 500 points, it could no longer endure the passive beating and went berserk. Wang Chen saw the summoning snail let out a shriek, and then 2 summoning magic circles appeared beside it. As the light from the magic circles faded, 2 translucent gray wolves appeared before him. Dest. With no time to think about why a snail would summon gray wolves, Wang Chen knew things had gotten serious. Spirit of the Grey Wolf, Level 4, Ordinary Monster, Health 450 to 450. Although compared to the summoning snail, the health of these ordinary Grey Wolves was insignificant at 450 points, Wang Chen's meager health of 90 points was even more pitiful. Now he understood why this blue treasure was called the summoning snail. There's no choice but to take a gamble. Thinking of the 2 bottles of small healing potion in his backpack, Wang Chen gritted his teeth and steeled himself. According to the summoning habits of monsters, as long as he killed the spirit summoning snail, the Grey Wolf spirits it summoned should also disappear. With this in mind, Wang Chen no longer tried to pass through the small door but stood still. Infinite fireball. -365, -22. With 1 fireball plus an additional 5 layers of burn damage, the spirit summoning snail was left with just over 100 health points. Watching the 2 Grey Wolf spirits about to bite him, Wang Chen cast one last fireball at the spirit summoning snail while pulling out a small healing potion to bite into. The fireball exploded on the spirit summoning snail, and its remaining health instantly vanished. With a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground, and the 2 Grey Wolf spirits suddenly disappeared. However, before they vanished, the sharp wolf fangs had already bitten into Wang Chen. -40, +50, -40. System, gained 750 experience points, 50% experience bonus for leveling up by killing monsters. System, killed a rare monster, gained 10 world reputation points. Server announcement, player Dao San Shang is the first to kill a rare level monster, rewarded with level 1, 10 gold coins, and a skill book for his profession. A familiar golden light of leveling up shone beneath his feet, and a series of system notifications rang out. No way, is this really a server announcement? And shouldn't they ask me first if I want to hide my name? Wang Chen had no time to reflect on the thrilling last scene, as this sudden server announcement threw him off balance. But this reward is really nice. Looking at the 10 extra gold coins in his backpack, along with that skill book, Wang Chen felt delighted. Skill: Malicious Transformation, Profession, Mage Description, chant for 1.5 seconds to transform the target into a small animal, causing it to wander around for 30 seconds, with no cooldown time, consuming 10 mana points. Small animals cannot attack or cast spells and will quickly recover health. This can only be cast on beasts, humanoid creatures, and small animals, and is ineffective against elite level monsters and above. Demons, dragons, etc., are immune to this effect and will return to normal upon taking damage. This skill does not generate hate value. After learning the skill, looking at the newly added Malicious Transformation in his skill bar, Wang Chen knew he finally had his first control skill. As for the 10 gold coins, it goes without saying that in this game, which had not yet opened currency exchange, it was definitely a fortune. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. If Wang Chen were willing to sell these 10 gold coins now, he could at least get around 150,000 credit points. Don't think that's little, the purchasing power of credit points is very high. In Wang Chen's memory, his mother worked long hours selling snacks, earning only about 5,000 credit points a month. The final world reputation points were temporarily unknown in their use, so he decided not to worry about them for now. Turning his gaze to the corpse of the spirit summoning snail, Wang Chen wanted to know what surprises this rare monster would bring him. Just as Wang Chen was about to loot the prize, other players in the game had already erupted in excitement. What the heck? What is a rare monster that can trigger a server announcement? It can't drop a divine artifact, right? A player who didn't understand the game data shouted. Find this player called Dao San Shang and bring him to our Dragon Rising family. Tell him that as long as he signs a contract, money and beauties will be at his disposal. A human male priest, hearing the announcement, instructed his subordinate beside him. Tell the sisters that if they find elite monsters or boss monsters, report immediately. This is a great opportunity to raise the profile of the Blood Rose. An elven warrior, tall and with an explosive figure, cleared the remaining health of a level 3 monster with a single sword strike and typed in the chat bar. Ha ha ha, this game is interesting. Dao San Shang, I wonder how long he can last under my hands. A small, slender rogue from the dark faction murmured to himself, his dagger swirling like a butterfly among flowers. Whether it was the bright faction where Wang Chen was or the dark faction on the other side of the apocalypse world, many forces immediately committed the name Dao San Shang to memory. From the server-wide announcement, it was clear that this rare monster was killed solo by Dao San Shang. To be able to solo a rare monster on the first day of the server launch, regardless of whether one is a professional player or not, all major gaming guilds dared not underestimate him. Without mentioning the reactions of other players in the apocalypse world, Wang Chen had already picked up the items dropped by the summoning snail. Is this it? Looking at the meager 2 items in his backpack, he reluctantly glanced at the corpse of the summoning snail. However, as he picked up the dropped items, the blue giant snail's body gradually began to disappear. Wang Chen helplessly redirected his attention to his backpack to check the attributes of the 2 items. Summoning ring, fine. Durability, 92/100. Equipment requirement, level 5, magic class. Equipment slot, finger. Attributes, stamina 8. Intelligence 8, spirit 8, spell attack 15. Summons 2 gray wolf spirits 1 level lower than you to attract enemies, lasting 60 seconds, cooldown time 2 minutes. Description, A mage's ring picked up by a snail, bringing it much joy. It comes with a skill, and it's a rare accessory. The gray wolf spirits can attract aggro and have pretty high attack power, not bad. After reading the first item, Wang Chen felt it was decent and looked at the last item. Princess's necklace, epic. Attributes, hidden, quest item. *****. Originally, seeing the word epic made Wang Chen's heart race with excitement. But when he saw the description of it being a quest item, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. A quest item is one thing, but why is there not a single hint about the quest? Shaking his head, he tossed the princess's necklace into a corner of his backpack and put on the summoning ring. He also had just leveled up and gained 5 free attribute points, which he directly allocated to intelligence. Nickname, Dao San Shang Race, Human Level, 5 Class, Mage Attributes. Strength 8, Agility 8, Stamina 10, plus 8, Intelligence 36, plus 8, Spirit 17, plus 8, Health 180 to 180, 1 point of Stamina equals 10 points of Health, Mana 250, 1 point of Spirit equals 10 points of Mana, Experience 784/10,000 Physical Attack 2426, 1 point of Strength equals 2 points of Attack, Spell Attack 106/108, 1 point of Intelligence equals 2 points of Spell Attack. Physical Defense 0, 10 points of Armor equals 1 point of Physical Defense, Equipment appears above level 15, Spell Defense 0, 1 point of Spell Resistance equals 1 point of Spell Defense, effective only against corresponding attributes, such as Fire, Frost, Shadow, Arcane, Nature, etc. Equipment appears above level 20, Maximum Movement Speed 8, before reaching the 10-point threshold. 1 point of Agility equals 1 point of movement speed. After that, 1 point of Agility increases movement speed by 0.1. Skill, Magic Missile, casts for 1.5 seconds. To launch a missile at the target, dealing 110% spell attack damage. Skill, Malicious Transformation, casts for 1.5 seconds to turn a target into a small animal, causing it to wander around for 30 seconds. Talent skill, Infinite Fireball Equipment skill, Summoning, summons 2 gray wolf spirits 1 level lower than you to attract enemies, lasting 60 seconds. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Equipment, Novice Staff, Summoning Ring. Just a fine quality ring significantly boosted Wang Chen's attributes, especially the spell attack, which reached a maximum of 108 points. If I go back to kill the redskin toads, a regular magic missile can take them out in an instant. This is just for good quality. If it were epic, rare, or even legendary, the added attribute values would be even more terrifying. No wonder in many games, brothers can become enemies over a piece of top-tier equipment, and lovers can turn against each other. Finding the settings, Wang Chen hid the blue glow of the summoning ring, and after a moment's thought, he also turned off the display of nicknames, levels, and the like. He had already gone through the system settings while adjusting the pain sensitivity earlier, so he knew these little tricks. After killing the rare monster, Wang Chen was now somewhat of a celebrity. Therefore, to avoid drawing attention wherever he went, he needed to hide a bit. Minus 518. A critical hit from the infinite flame explosion instantly killed the demonic snail, earning him 20 experience points. Glancing at the experience bar, leveling up from level 5 to level 6 now required 10,000 experience points. Although killing the level 4 demonic snail was quick, due to the level penalty, he would need to kill around 500 of them to level up. Looks like it's time to set off in search of new monsters. Since the demonic snail valley was no longer suitable for leveling up, Wang Chen didn't waste time and prepared to exit the valley. As he passed by the cave of the summoning snail, he instinctively glanced inside. This glance was not inconsequential. The faintly reflected metallic glimmer made Wang Chen stop in his tracks. Another treasure chest? He jogged a few steps into the cave and took a closer look. It was indeed a bronze treasure chest that he almost missed. Bronze treasure chests typically yield green excellent quality items, with a chance of yielding blue good quality items, which are quite precious for Wang Chen at this moment. May the system deity bless me. I hope it's not a locked chest. As a mage, he naturally lacked the lockpicking skills of a thief, so if the chest were locked, he would be at a loss. Perhaps Wang Chen's prayers were effective, as it turned out to be an unlocked bronze treasure chest. 1%, 2%, 90%, 100%. With a creak, the chest opened smoothly. Wang Chen reached in and pulled out a few items. System, you have obtained Agile Boots. System, you have obtained the recipe for the basic magic resonance potion. Agile Boots, shoes, excellent. Durability, 96/100. Equipment requirement, level 7, physical class. Equipment slot, feet. Attributes, stamina 6, agility 8. Agility, increases movement speed by 5 points. Description, wear them and experience the feeling of flying. Basic magic resonance potion. Recipe, excellent. Learning requirement, alchemy apprentice, level 5. Effect, increases spell attack by 5%, lasting for 1 hour. 2 green excellent quality items, one of which Wang Chen cannot use, and the other he probably won't need for now. Could it be that I have a basic attribute that is too low to display, with a luck value of 0? Wang Chen muttered to himself, caught in self-doubt, as he slowly walked out of the demonic snail valley. As he exited the valley, Wang Chen studied his system feature. System auction house. He had 2 pieces of equipment in his bag that he couldn't use, so it would be better to throw them into the auction house for some money. Although the system auction house charges a 10% fee, it can be displayed to all players in the faction. This way, with a large player base, as long as the equipment price isn't Too outrageous, it can always be sold. Opening the system auction house, he found many items being sold by other players. It was a mixed bag. Besides equipment, even the new player weapons given by the system were up for auction. Wang Chen even saw someone listing a broken rabbit fur with a price set at 2 gold coins. Amused yet exasperated, he filtered through the listings, and the truly useful items appeared before his eyes. However, Wang Chen was greatly disappointed to find that there were very few pieces of equipment listed, let alone blue equipment. Even green equipment was scarce. Moreover, the prices set are quite outrageous, leading one to suspect that they are intentionally listed to show off. For example, Wang Chen saw a green excellent quality bow, a level 3 weapon, which was priced at 250 gold coins. This can only be seen as a deliberate display, as no other reason comes to mind. The other items were somewhat more reasonable, but still had prices ranging from 3 to 10 gold coins. To be honest, even these slightly more normal prices are likely unaffordable for anyone other than Wang Chen at this stage. Currency exchange has not yet been liberalized, and every copper coin is extremely precious. Even those from large guilds or powerful factions can only gather funds through crowdfunding. But now, during the novice village period, the number of people in a novice village is limited, and they probably can't pool together that much gold. It seems that the market in this early stage of the game is still quite unregulated, and those listed pieces of equipment are likely from some lucky players. Wang Chen thought this way for good reason, as the drop rate for equipment in Apocalypse World is indeed too low. The fact that he had killed so many enchanted snails and only obtained one ordinary quality heavy snail shell speaks volumes. This was achieved by fighting monsters above his level, combined with a stroke of luck. After pondering for a while, Wang Chen decided to list the heavy snail shell and agile boots for sale. The starting price for the snail shell was 80 silver coins, with a fixed price of 10 gold coins, while the agile boots had a starting price of 1 gold coin and a fixed price of 12 gold coins. Since the snail shell is a chest piece and adds more attributes, even though its quality is one level lower than the agile boots, the price cannot be set too low. The fixed price was similar to other comparable equipment, but selling at that fixed price would likely be very difficult. After all, this is low-level equipment in the early stages of the game, and 10 gold coins is equivalent to over 100,000 credit points in reality. Therefore, in addition to setting this price, Wang Chen also left a special note stating that he would accept mage skill books or credit points in trade. Although Apocalypse World does not currently support direct exchange of real currency for in-game currency, there are still ways to convert in-game currency into credit points. As long as someone is willing to accept, the system can guarantee the transaction for free, which is also to promote the prosperity of the game. After listing the equipment, Wang Chen did not pay it any more mind. At the edge of his vision, a shadowy forest slowly emerged. Just as Wang Chen was heading towards the forest in search of new monsters, the 2 pieces of equipment he had listed in the auction house caught the attention of some players. Look, 2 pieces of equipment have appeared in the auction house again, both for physical classes, and the prices are quite reasonable. Dao San Shang, isn't that the one who was just announced server-wide? Turns out he's a mage. The starting prices for these 2 pieces of equipment are quite reasonable, especially that chest piece. Once obtained, the added defense and health can help level up against stronger monsters. While some were discussing these 2 pieces of equipment, a few keen observers noticed the message Wang Chen had set. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Wang Chen was about to step into the forest, a series of system notification sounds suddenly rang in his ears, and they seemed to keep going without stopping. He quickly turned off the notification sounds and realized they were coming from the chat channel of the system auction house. Are you selling the 2 pieces of equipment for 1,000 credit points? Hello, I'm from the Pantheon. You know our Pantheon, right? As long as you're willing to join our guild, we'll immediately give you an elite member contract. Great God, can I add you as a friend? There's a surprise. Filtering through numerous useless messages asking for sponsorship, making threats, or trying to haggle aggressively, Wang Chen found 2 who genuinely seemed interested in trading. For directions, well, brother, if you have good items, you can hand them over to our 4C's trading company. We guarantee it will be more efficient than listing them in the auction house, and the price won't be low either. Cutting off all ties, the current market price is 1 copper coin for a maximum exchange of 1.8 credit points. Together, I can offer at most 150,000 credit points for the snail shell and boots. The prices on the auction house are inflated. I think you understand that. Also, in the future, if you have any suitable equipment for warriors, just contact me directly, and I won't shortchange you. The first player, named Sifan Like I, looked like a game merchant just from his name. Wang Chen thought for a moment and typed a reply. Okay, but the current market price is still uncertain. How can you guarantee that? Sifan Like I seemed to have been waiting for the message and replied almost instantly. Brother, is this Your first time playing a virtual game?
You can check online. RC High Trading Company has always been engaged in equipment trading in the game and has a good
reputation.
If you're not at ease, you can send me the equipment attributes first and I'll help you find a buyer.
After reading the message, Wang Chen understood
that this player named Sifan Lai Kai was essentially a middleman. It's just that they have many channels and know some wealthy players, which allows them to make
a living this way.
As for the High Trading Company, Wang Chen really didn't know much about it. It felt like an organization formed by players like Sifan Lai Kai. With this in mind, he didn't directly refuse Sifan Lai Kai. If he had equipment that was hard to sell in the future, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let this game
merchant handle it. As long as it didn't harm Wang Chen's interests and he could sell it at his psychological price, he could accept it. Alright, if I need anything in the future, I'll contact you. After replying to Sifan Lai Kai, Wang Chen looked at the second message. After a moment's thought, he felt that the other party had a point. The prices on the auction house were indeed inflated, otherwise, those items would have been sold long ago. 150,000 isn't low, it might even be higher than the normal price. It would be good to sell it sooner. Wang Chen muttered to himself and immediately withdrew the equipment from the auction house, then initiated a trade request to Idao Liangduan on the system's guarantee interface.
The other party quickly agreed and immediately entered the price of 150,000 credit
points. When Wang Chen placed the two pieces of equipment up for trade, both parties clicked to confirm.
System, your personal account has received 150,000 credit
points, current balance, 150,100 credit points. No handling fee deducted, this is truly generous.
However, Wang Chen felt that this system guarantee feature wouldn't last long, it was probably just a temporary measure in the early stages of the game.
Receiving the personal account notification made Wang Chen a bit excited. He finally made a profit.
Although he had once possessed wealth that could rival nations in his past life, that was in a previous existence.
In this deep blue world, he was still just an ostrich hiding at home.
Looking at the soaring balance in his personal account, Wang Chen knew this was just the beginning.
Idao Liangduan. I've received the equipment. Brother, add me as a friend.
Your settings for allowing strangers to add friends are still off.
After adding each other, if I happen to miss your message, you can directly call me through the game voice chat. Seeing the message from the wealthy warrior Idao Liangduan, Wang Chen checked
his friend's settings. Sure enough, the button to allow strangers to add friends was grayed out. No wonder he only received messages without friend requests.
He sent a friend request to Idao Liangduan but chose not to enable the button.
After all, he was now somewhat of a celebrity and didn't want to be disturbed by countless
friend requests. Idao Liangduan quickly accepted the friend request, becoming the first player in Wang Chen's friend list. After sending a friend request to
Sifan Lai Kai as well, without checking if the other party had accepted, Wang Chen stepped into the lush forest ahead.
System, you have discovered Elwin Forest. Once inside the forest, Wang Chen quickly encountered the first type of monster.
Red-bellied forest spider, level 8, normal monster, health 850 over 850.
Looking at
the spider monster, which was the size of a basin, Wang Chen knew this type of monster would be tough to fight. Not to mention the 850 health points, just looking at those long spider legs indicates that its speed is not slow. But since he had come this far, he had to give it a try, especially since Wang Chen's attributes
were not low now.
Even if he couldn't find the monster's weak point, a single infinite fire blast could deal around 300 points of terrifying damage.
Moreover,
looking at his own 180 health points and the equipment skill Summon Spirit that could be released instantly, Wang Chen felt confident.
Infinite Fire Blast, Magic Missile. -317, -8, -95, -16.
The two skills took away over 400 health points from the red-bellied forest spider, and just as Wang Chen was about to cast the second magic missile, there was no
time left.
The red-bellied forest spider, with its 8 long legs, was very fast, and in just a little over 2 seconds, it would charge right in front of him.
Seeing this, Wang Chen had no choice but to use the equipment skill Summon Spirit, and instantly, 2 gray wolf spirits appeared. After the gray wolf spirits appeared,
one let out a howl, drawing the attention of the red-bellied forest spider. Then Wang Chen saw damage values appear above one of the gray wolf spirits.
-36, -1, -1.
This big spider has such high attack power, and it also has poison damage. Looking at the damage values above the gray wolf spirit, Wang Chen exclaimed how dangerous it was. The gray wolf spirit belonged to the ghost-type monsters, and the damage it took from physical attacks was only 50%. Coupled with its own physical defense, this meant that if the big spider hit Wang Chen, it would deal at least 80 points of damage.
Just 2 hits, plus the poison damage, and his originally decent 180 health points would vanish.
I wish I could learn a shield skill soon.
Wang Chen thought to himself, then began to chant the Fire Blast spell. With the Grey Wolf Spirit drawing aggro, he only needed to focus on dealing damage. And compared to Magic Missile, the real damage from Infinite Fire Blast was much more useful. Throwing out another Fire Blast, combined with the damage from the Grey Wolf Spirit, the red-bellied forest spider's health was instantly depleted. System, gained 212 experience points. Killing a monster 3 levels higher grants a 150% experience bonus. A single monster gave over 200 experience points, and seeing the experience bar move just a little, Wang Chen felt that leveling up by defeating higher-level monsters was indeed more rewarding. Without picking up the corpse of the red-bellied forest spider, Wang Chen was already chanting another infinite fire blast. Since the Grey Wolf spirits could only last for 60 seconds, he had to hurry. Moreover, it would be great if he could figure out where the red-bellied forest spider's weakness was. That way, 2 fire blasts could take down one monster. 60 seconds passed quickly, and Wang Chen had killed a total of 6 red-bellied forest spiders, gaining over 1,000 experience points. At this point, the health of the 2 Grey Wolf spirits was also nearly depleted. Everything was just right. Unfortunately, during the previous process, Wang Chen had not discovered where the red-bellied forest spiders' weakness lay. After picking up the corpses of the 6 red-bellied forest spiders and discarding the gray, tattered spider legs, he unexpectedly found an ordinary white quality item. Spider silk, ordinary, level none. Description, common material. Probably a material used for learning tailoring. Wang Chen stored the spider silk in his backpack, standing still to wait for his mana to slowly recover, while also waiting for the equipment skill Summon Spirit to cool down. Without the Grey Wolf spirits to block it, he couldn't take on the red-bellied forest spider now, unless he could find out the monster's weakness. And he wasn't too keen on searching for other monsters either. Because even if he found other monsters, they would likely be similar to the current situation. Unless he could find something like the mutated snail, a moving target with incredibly slow speed, there was no need to bother. In the time that followed, Wang Chen kept farming spiders with the help of the Grey Wolf spirits, waiting a bit during the cooldown of Summon Spirit. Time passed, and an hour went by. At this moment, his experience had reached 8023/10,000, and in another 20 minutes, he would level up to level 6. Just as Wang Chen was looking for his next target, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Server announcement: players Yixia Erguo, Xiaomihu, and Xian Rensilu are the first to kill an elite-level monster, each receiving 50% experience and 2 gold coins. Elite monsters? It seems they are a bit weaker than rare monsters, as can be seen from the rewards. Wang Chen realized that the system had set up this first kill reward to encourage player enthusiasm. He estimated that the first player to kill a boss monster, a lord, or even the first to leave the novice village would also receive rewards. I need to level up quickly. Bosses are hard to come by, but with Infinite Fireball, I will definitely be the first to leave the novice village. Encouraging himself, Wang Chen looked around. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he spotted a red-bellied forest spider hanging from a tree not far away. Hiding in the tree, thinking I wouldn't see you? Wang Chen sneered, and a large fireball flew over. -520, -9. A yellow, terrifying damage popped up, and the red-bellied forest spider screeched as it fell from the tree. -298, -19, -20. Another instant cast, Infinite Fireball, smashed down, and with 2 layers of burn damage stacked, the red-bellied forest spider's health bar emptied before it could even charge at him. So the weakness of this red-bellied forest spider is its abdomen. No wonder I couldn't figure it out before. Wang Chen had previously been fighting the red-bellied forest spiders running on the ground, which naturally couldn't attack the abdomen. However, even if he had discovered the weakness, there were too few red-bellied forest spiders hanging in the trees around. After more than 10 minutes, as Wang Chen reached level 6, he had cleared out all the red-bellied forest spiders hanging in the trees. With 3 points in intelligence and 2 points in spirit, he used up 5 points of free attributes and prepared to look for the next type of monster. The weakness of the red-bellied forest spider was not easy to attack, so he figured it was time to find other monsters. System, the game will shut down in 30 minutes. Please find a safe place and prepare to log off. Has time passed so quickly? Hearing the system notification, Wang Chen realized that it was already 5:30 a.m. in real life without him noticing. Meanwhile, the sun in the game was also about to set. It was definitely not safe to log off in a map with actively attacking monsters, so Wang Chen immediately walked towards the edge of the forest. After more than 20 minutes, he had returned to the green pasture, where level 4 Bladehorn sheep appeared in his sight. At this time, some players were already teaming up to farm Bladehorn sheep, with various skills flying around. A few level 2 elite players were cooperating, and with the addition of a healing class, they could farm the Bladehorn sheep at a higher level. Wang Chen found a spot to prepare to log off. The monsters here were yellow named and would not attack actively. So it was more suitable to log off here, as he wouldn't be attacked during the few seconds of stiffness when he logged back in. The Sword Rain Studio is doing business. Everyone, don't act recklessly, or you'll be stuck in the Novice Village forever. Just as Wang Chen was about to log off, he was taken aback and looked in the direction of the voice. Several familiar figures appeared before his eyes. It was the five-man team that had previously stolen the last hit on his monster. The archer named Lungzi Meirenfang was attacking while casting sharp glances around. The warning just now was issued by Lungzi Meirenfang, meaning to caution the surrounding players not to act rashly. Wang Chen also saw that Lungzi Meirenfang's target was a huge black bladehorn sheep. Black Wind, Level 4, Elite Monster, Health 2000. Level 5 Elite Monster. This must be the first elite monster in this Novice Village, right? Wang Chen watched from a distance as the elite bladehorned sheep's health dwindled, his eyes flickering. Isn't this the group of lowlifes from Holy Domain? I didn't expect them to come to Apocalypse World as well, and they're in the same Novice Village as us. At this moment, a young warrior watching the scene crossed his arms and chatted with the person next to him. Shoo! Lower your voice. If they hear you, they'll cling to you like rabid dogs. Are you still planning to leave the Novice Village? The speaker was a composed middle-aged knight. Humph. It's not like they're not backed by the Sword Rain Studio, otherwise, would they dare to be so arrogant? The young warrior was somewhat unconvinced, but his voice unconsciously lowered. The warning from the rogue Miao Run phone was quite effective. Upon hearing the name Sword Rain Studio, many players who were itching to land the final blow immediately abandoned their thoughts. As a studio ranked in the top 100 of the Deep Blue Federation, Sword Rain Studio's strength had already been demonstrated in many previous virtual games. Offending such a formidable enemy for a boss was a risk that these solo players were not willing to take. Wang Chen hid in the crowd of onlookers, with only 5 minutes left until the game shut down. Watching the boss with just a few hundred health points remaining, he knew that the five-man team could finish the kill before the game ended. However, since Wang Chen was here, he wouldn't let them kill the boss so easily. The elite Bladehorn sheep, known as Black Wind, had a high attack power, capable of taking away a small portion of the knight's health with a single hit. Although the knight and warrior took turns to hold the front line, the pressure on the priest, Li Masho from the border city, was also considerable. Observing this scene, Wang Chen suddenly had an idea. He looked at the skill bar and saw the skill, Malicious Transformation, a strange smile appearing on his lips. Previously, it was said that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, but that was when there were no good options. Now, however, a gentleman's revenge should never be delayed. On the other side, the rogue Miao Runfeng felt invigorated as he watched the boss's health dwindle, as if the bow and arrow in his hand had become lighter. Although it was a pity that this wasn't the first elite monster in Apocalypse World and wouldn't make it to the server-wide announcement, being able to kill an elite monster still proved his capability, giving him bragging rights in Sword Rain Studio. At the very least, the studio's main players, who were usually dismissive, would have to regard him with a bit more respect and wouldn't say he, Miao Runfeng, got into the studio through connections. Just as Miao Runfeng was lost in his daydream, he suddenly noticed that the boss icon he had locked onto had turned into a little turtle icon. Not only that, but the health bar above the little turtle's head visibly increased during his moment of distraction. Although a warrior strike quickly returned the boss to its original state, its health had already increased by several hundred points. Who the hell did that? Step forward. An exasperated Miao Runfeng stopped attacking the boss and shouted at the crowd of onlookers. As his sharp gaze swept over, the surrounding players quickly avoided him, revealing Wang Chen. It's you? Just because you got lucky and killed a rare monster, you think you're invincible? Do you believe that once you leave the Novice Village, I'll make you quit the game? Miao Runfeng recognized Wang Chen, knowing he was Dao San Shang. Although Wang Chen had hidden his nickname now, he had met the five-man team before. Hearing the threat, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of explaining himself, just like when Miao Runfeng had tried to steal his monster before. What's your problem? Didn't I just take one of your monsters? Do you know who my brother is? Li Macho from Border City, seeing Wang Chen provoke Miao Runfeng like this, was instantly furious and walked over with her hands on her hips, scolding him. And do you know who I am? Wang Chen, undeterred by Li Macho's reprimand, maintained a serious expression, as if he had complete confidence. Seeing this, Miao Runfeng's expression stiffened. He realized that the person before him was the player who had single-handedly killed the first rare monster in the game. Although he had previously tried to intimidate, he was actually a bit cowardly. Could it be that this Dao San Shang has some background? Is he a big player from some major guild? Meanwhile, Li Macho from Border City, noticing that Wang Chen's aura was not any weaker than hers, felt a bit uncertain. Glancing at Miao Runfeng's expression, she tentatively asked, "Who are you? Which faction are you from?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding onlookers turned their attention to the player. They had just heard clearly that the player who was challenging the five-man team was Dao San Shang, the first to kill a rare monster in the world of With everyone's gaze focused on him, Wang Chen subtly glanced at the boss and then slowly uttered 4 words. I am your dad. The players. Around? You're asking for death. The rogue Miao Runfeng and the border city Li Macho nearly spat blood, glaring at Wang Chen with murderous intent. Ah! Just as Miao Runfeng and Li Macho attempted to kill Wang Chen with their eyes, the surrounding players looked on with anticipation. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from not far away, instantly drawing everyone's attention. They saw that one of the two who had been holding off the boss had already fallen, leaving only the warrior struggling to hold on. It turned out that during that brief moment, the priestly Macho had been so focused on Wang Chen that she forgot to use healing light in time. After successfully blocking the knight named Yang Dingtian, the elite Bladehorn sheep let out an excited bleat, aiming its sharp horns at the warrior. The warrior, known as the great hero Guojing, turned pale and cried for help. Li Macho hurriedly began to chant healing light, but before she could cast the skill, another scream rang out. After killing the warrior, the elite Bladehorn sheep charged at Li Macho like a victorious general. The defeat was overwhelming. The elite horned sheep's chaotic attacks left Li Macho pale and gasping, and with a final scream, she followed the fate of the previous two. The remaining mage and archer, Miao Runfeng, were not spared either, being hunted down and killed one by one under the aggro lock. Just as Miao Runfeng fell, he saw a massive fireball flying towards the elite Bladehorn sheep. Dao San Shang, wait for me. Wang Chen, who had successfully eliminated the 5-man team, seemed not to hear, instead casting infinite fireball to draw the elite Bladehorn sheep's aggro. It was nothing more than a dog with a broken spine, barking wildly. When the boss charged over, 2 level 5 grey wolf spirits appeared instantly. With a howl, the grey wolf spirits attracted the aggro, and the outcome was inevitable. A few seconds later, the elite Bladehorn sheep, which had already been low on health, fell to the ground. System gained 100 experience points. At this moment, only a few seconds remained before the game closed, and Wang Chen hurriedly approached to loot the corpse of the elite Bladehorn sheep. Looking around, he noticed that the 5-man team had dropped a piece of equipment upon their demise, which he naturally did not let slip by. Even the smallest fly is still meat, and it would serve to deepen the memory of the 5-man team. He rushed over to collect the boot-like equipment into his backpack, just as the game closed. Wang Chen felt his vision darken, and when he opened his eyes again, he had exited. Removing the game helmet, Wang Chen looked through the window and saw the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. The house was silent. He knew his mother, Zhang Shirong, had already left. Wang Chen stood up, preparing to check the kitchen for any breakfast left behind. Buzz! Suddenly, he felt a tremor throughout his body, and he found himself unable to move at all. At the same time, a translucent light screen reappeared. Name, Wang Chen. Level, 6. Gender, male. Race, human. Strength, 3, in magical refinement, agility, 3, in magical refinement, stamina, 5, in magical refinement, intelligence, 8, in magical refinement, spirit, 28. Magic, 280 in magic conversion, skills, magic missile, malicious transformation talent skill, infinite fireball. Wang Chen noticed that the data displayed on the light screen was different from before, with several new lines of numbers immediately catching his eye. Not only did he gain an additional magic attribute, but the skills he learned in the apocalypse world also appeared on the screen. Does this mean I can use skills in the real world too? It seemed to respond to Wang Chen's thoughts. As soon as he had this idea, the screen changed again. He saw the magic value suddenly decrease by 10 points, while at the same time, all attributes except for spirit increased by 1 point. Magic refinement? Seeing the magic value drop, Wang Chen finally noticed the changes in the initial basic attributes and the small text that followed. Not only was the spirit value the same as in the apocalypse world, but other basic attributes like strength were also rapidly increasing. Every time the magic value decreased by 10 points, the basic attributes, except for spirit, increased by 1. Wang Chen slowly felt his body undergoing changes. With each fluctuation of the values, his body changed accordingly. His bones and muscles crackled, and a tingling sensation swept over him. At the same time, a cool breath lingered in his mind, and Wang Chen felt his thoughts speeding up significantly. When all the changes stopped, the data displayed on the screen underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Wang Chen. Level, 6. Gender, male. Race, human. Strength, 31. Agility, 31. Stamina, 33. Intelligence, 36. Spirit, 28. Magic, 0 of 280 skills, magic missile, malicious transformation talent skill, infinite fire explosion. Seeing the refreshed data on the screen, Wang Chen grasped the pattern of this golden fingers changes. First, it manifested the spirit, skills, and level from the apocalypse world, as well as the magic value converted from spirit. Then, it converted the magic value into other basic attributes. Could it be that this screen is a manifestation of spirit, allowing it to bring over the spirit value gained in the game? As for the conversion of magic value, is it because reality is a magicless world and magic cannot exist? Wang Chen's mind raced as he speculated, but he also found some aspects difficult to explain. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it any longer, thinking too much would only complicate things. After all, he had already experienced the unreasonable event of crossing over, and what lay before him was merely child's play. At that moment, Wang Chen realized he could move and felt the changes in his body. He practiced some moves, slashing, punching, and turning. After a bit of activity, he performed a few techniques from the martial arts he had learned in his past life before stopping. Wang Chen looked at the marks left on the floor and his slightly bulging muscles, and he couldn't help but smile. This body was stronger than the one he had in his past life, and it probably wasn't much worse than the martial artists in the boxing gyms of the Deep Blue world. With a thought, Wang Chen prepared to disperse his focus and cancel the screen. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the crystal orb on the right side of the screen had regained its glow. Although it hadn't reached the level he saw at first, it was no longer dull and lifeless. Could it be that leveling up in the apocalypse world charges the crystal orb? Does this mean that soon I can draw talent skills again? Thinking of the power of infinite fire explosion, Wang Chen felt a surge of anticipation. Dispersing the screen, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Wang Chen felt sticky and uncomfortable. He needed a shower. While showering, he noticed that not only had his body become stronger, but he had also grown taller without realizing it. The face that had once appeared timid and weak due to its delicate features had completely transformed. Now, his facial features were rugged and handsome, with deep, expressive black eyes. Due to the changes in his soul and physical quality, he felt like a different person. It's a pity those canaries I raised in my past life can't see this body, they would go absolutely crazy. After getting himself ready, Wang Chen went to the kitchen. Lifting the lid of the thermos, he found the breakfast left by his mother, Zhang Xiaorong. Since Wang Chen had been hiding at home during this time, every day before Zhang Xiaorong set up her stall, she would prepare his meals for the day. However, that would no longer be necessary, as Wang Chen's soul had already crossed over. Since I've taken over your body, let me protect this home from now on. Wang Chen clenched his fists and murmured to himself. After finishing breakfast, it was around 7 in the morning. He found a set of sportswear to put on, only to realize it was quite a bit smaller. Looks like I need to find time to buy some new clothes. He walked down the 5 flights of stairs, heading towards Qingyue Lake Park. His mother, Zhang Xiaorong, had rented a stall at the park entrance, selling snacks and breakfast items. Just as he stepped out of the building, Wang Chen encountered an old man carrying a birdcage, Mr. Chen from the 2nd floor. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Are you going out to walk your bird? Wang Chen greeted the old man with a smile, knowing from the original's memories that Mr. Chen had a good heart. Zhang Xiaorong had been living here as a single mother with Wang Chen, and Mr. Chen had provided a lot of help. However, although the old man was enthusiastic, he could be quite chatty, and the original, who was introverted and timid, had often been lectured by him. Mr. Chen was humming a tune, amusing his bird, when he suddenly heard someone greet him. Instinctively about to respond, he widened his eyes in surprise, recognizing Wang Chen. When did this kid start greeting people on his own? Mr. Chen, puzzled, stood there momentarily forgetting to reply. Seeing this, Wang Chen didn't mind. Instead, he smiled, nodded, and walked past him. It takes time to change the ingrained image in the minds of these neighbors. After exiting the community gate, Wang Chen began to jog slowly. However, even at a slow jog, his speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. At this time, there were many people out for their morning runs, most heading in the same direction as Wang Chen, towards Qingyue Lake Park. The park was beautiful, with fresh air, making it the best place for morning exercises nearby. As this young man in ordinary sportswear jogged past, there were no grand gestures. Yet his speed was impressive. The morning exercisers couldn't help but cast surprised glances, some confused by the situation. In fact, this was a reflection of Wang Chen's current agility score of 31. Even at a slow jog, his speed was not something an average person could compare to. Calculating based on the normal adult male's basic attributes maxing out at 10 points, 31 points in agility was already more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Even in the highly advanced biotechnology of the Deep Blue Federation, only those who had used gene optimization fluid could likely achieve such a feat. Wang Chen was in a good mood, the envious and admiring gazes from passers-by evoking memories of the past. However, when he arrived at the entrance of Qingyue Lake Park, the scene before him made his expression suddenly tense. Wang Chen immediately recognized his mother, Zhang Xiaorong. Her small stall had always been set up here. But at that moment, Zhang Xiaorong was sitting on the ground in distress, wiping her tears, with a visible red handprint on her face. Surrounding her were some onlookers pointing and whispering, and he could vaguely hear words like bullying and intimidation. Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the nearby stall, noticing that the steamed buns were scattered all over the ground, and the pot for dumplings and wontons had been overturned. Mom, who did this? Suppressing his anger, Wang Chen quickly walked up to Zhang Xiaorong. This was the first time. He called her after crossing over, and it felt completely natural. Zhang Xiaoron, lost in thought, slowly raised her head upon hearing someone call her. Although she was nearing 40, one could still see the beauty of her youth in her features. This was easy to understand. Despite the original's timid personality, his looks were certainly not inferior. Therefore, it was natural that Zhang Xiaoron, who gave birth to him, would also possess good looks. As Zhang Xiaoron lifted her head, she felt a shadow pass over her, revealing a handsome young man standing before her. Rubbing her eyes, she spoke in a tone of confirmation, "Xiao Dao? What are you doing here?" Xiao Dao was the nickname of Wang Chen's original self. Although the original personality had other factors, it was also closely related to Zhang Xiaoron's pampering. However, after digesting the memories of the original self, Wang Chen had no complaints at all. In fact, he felt a bit sorry for this unfortunate woman. Bending down carefully to help Zhang Xiaorong up, Wang Chen softly replied, "Mom, I figured it out now. I won't avoid it anymore." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaorong's eyes widened in surprise, and she reached out to touch Wang Chen's head, only to find that her precious son seemed to have suddenly grown taller, making it a bit difficult to reach. Seeing this, Wang Chen cooperatively lowered his head, allowing Zhang Xiaorong to successfully pat the top of his head. "Good, good. As long as you understand. Son, life is still long ahead. Not going to college doesn't mean you can't live, you have your mom here." Zhang Xiaorong was very happy with Wang Chen's change, her face full of affection. Suddenly thinking of something, she tentatively said, "Don't be sad about Xiaoro, maybe one day she'll suddenly change her mind." "Alright, Mom, don't mention that woman anymore. It's not like I can't find a wife, I'll definitely bring a few back for you to choose from." Wang Chen interrupted Zhang Xiaorong. He didn't want to hear that White Lotus's name. Although he didn't care, this body seemed to have a deep impression of her. Just hearing that woman's name would bring a stinging sensation. It really is unforgettable. One day when she kneels in front of you, this obsession of yours should dissipate, right? Wang Chen sneered coldly. Although the White Lotus in his memories did look quite good, to Wang Chen, who had seen a lot in his past life, it was just that. Seeing that Wang Chen was somewhat displeased, Zhang Xiaorong stopped talking about it and turned to tidy up the stall, while saying, alright, Mom won't say anymore. "Xiao Dao, have you had breakfast? If not, I can make you a bowl of dumplings." Wang Chen didn't answer Zhang Xiaorong's question but instead stared at the palm print still visible on her face. "Mom, who smashed this stall? You haven't told me yet." Zhang Xiaorong seemed to suddenly realize, extending a hand to cover her cheek as if to hide it. "What do you mean who smashed it?" "I accidentally bumped into a stone and knocked over the stall." Wang Chen saw that he couldn't get an answer and didn't press further. He knew Zhang Xiaorong was afraid he would get beaten because of it. In Zhang Xiaorong's impression, he was still that introverted and weak son. In fact, even without his mother saying it, Wang Chen could guess the general idea from the scene. It was likely that someone had a conflict with Zhang Xiaorong over breakfast and then bullied her, a woman, smashing the stall. Looking around, Wang Chen spoke loudly, "Neighbors, handsome guys and beautiful girls, can anyone tell me what happened?" The crowd that had been pointing and whispering suddenly fell silent, then began to disperse, avoiding Wang Chen's gaze. They preferred to stay out of it. "Handsome guy, I'll tell you, we saw what happened just now." Just as Wang Chen felt a bit disappointed, two young girls stepped out from the crowd. One had a round face with a bit of baby fat, dotted with a few freckles, looking youthful and lively. The other kept her head down, her hair covering half her face, making it hard to see her features. The one who spoke was the lively girl with freckles, who now pulled her companion's hand and stepped forward. A man and a woman came to buy breakfast. The woman was too hasty eating the soup dumplings and got burned, then the man smashed your mom's stall and even slapped her. The freckled girl spoke quickly, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen as if she were mesmerized. Until her companion pinched her hand, she finally reacted and added, "The girl wanted to stop, but she didn't have time. Later, she apologized to your mom and seemed to have transferred some money. You can ask your aunt if she received it," and then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she hurriedly took that guy into the park. As she spoke, the freckled girl pointed towards Qingyue Lake Park. "Okay, I understand. Thank you. Can you tell me what the guy and girl looked like, or what they were wearing?" Wang Chen smiled slightly at the freckled girl, making her momentarily dazed. The girl has dyed purple hair, so she should be easy to recognize. "Why don't you just call the police?" Suddenly, Wang Chen heard a soft, sweet voice, though it was very quiet, just audible. Looking in the direction of the voice, he realized it was the freckled girl's companion. Since the freckled girl was in a daze, she helped answer. Wang Chen turned his gaze and only saw a pair of clear starry eyes peeking out from behind her long hair. However, when she noticed Wang Chen's gaze, the girl immediately lowered her head like a startled deer. Wang Chen found it a bit strange. He had an inexplicable feeling that this girl, whose face he couldn't see clearly, seemed familiar. But he didn't have time to explore this now. He thanked the two girls and turned to walk towards Zhang Xiurong, who was watching him with concern. Mom, you pack up the stall and go home first. I'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiurong grabbed Wang Chen. Forget it, Mom is fine. You should go back with me. Knowing Zhang Xiurong's worry, Wang Chen pulled his hand away and reassured her, It's okay, Mom. I won't cause trouble. I just want to see what those two look like and then call the police. After saying that, he turned and walked into Qingyue Lake Park. Hey, handsome, can you give me your contact number? The freckled girl's voice called out from behind. You help my mom pack up the stall, and she'll tell you. Wang Chen didn't look back, responding loudly before he had already entered Qingyue Lake Park. The park was large, with many people exercising, but most of them were elderly. Young people only made up a small portion, probably still sleeping in. Wang Chen appeared to be an ordinary jogger, but his eyes were constantly searching for a figure with purple hair. Finally, deep in the park, under a large tree by the lake, he found his target. Two young men and women in training outfits were practicing in the morning, performing a martial art that Wang Chen had never seen before. The girl had her hair in a high ponytail, but her purple hair stood out like a spark in the night. Wang Chen quietly approached. Since they were facing away, the couple didn't notice him. Failing, I heard you also play Apocalypse World. What's your nickname? Let's team up. The boy spoke eagerly, full of flattery. Let's talk later. First, tell me how to properly exert force in the last move of the red leaf fist. The purple-haired girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, responding dismissively to the boy's question, as she wanted to ask about the martial art. But the boy didn't address the main point, continuing to talk about the game, trying to get the girl to join him. The red leaf fist is very simple, we can talk about it later. Failing, I'm telling you, in Apocalypse World, someone has to protect you so you can level up quickly. Just right, I play. Enough, Lu Tianhong. If you don't start teaching me the martial art, I'm going back to the dojo. The purple-haired girl interrupted impatiently, then muttered, If it weren't for the fact that the senior brother went to compete, and you happen to be good at the red leaf fist, do you think I would agree to come out for morning practice with you? Lu Tianhong noticed the purple-haired girl's displeasure and immediately stopped talking, starting to explain the techniques of exerting force to her. This young lady was the daughter of the dojo owner, and he couldn't afford to offend her. It was precisely because he was good at the red leaf fist that he had this opportunity. Just as Lu Tianhong was organizing his words to start instructing the purple-haired girl, a voice suddenly came from behind the two. Heart and will unite, will and energy. Unite, energy and strength unite, only then can one be invincible. Lu Tianhong and the other person were suddenly taken aback and turned around. They saw a young man in sportswear stepping out from behind a tree. Arms crossed, looking at them with a half-smile. The newcomer was Wang Chen, who, seeing that the two had not noticed him, could no longer hold back and interrupted. Which martial arts school are you from, and which master did you just quote? Lu Tianhong was cautious, the young man in front of him wore a cheap, ill-fitting tracksuit. However, his appearance was striking, with a dragon-like grace and extraordinary handsomeness that made Lu feel inferior. Additionally, his eyes sparkled like lightning, and the imposing aura he exuded made it hard to underestimate him. Lu Tianhong had only felt this kind of presence from their schoolmaster, who was a registered fighter in the Federation. I made it up myself, just messing with you. Just as the two were still speculating about Wang Chen's identity, he spoke again. However, what he said made Lu Tianhong's blood boil, and his inherent ferocity erupted instantly. You think you can show off in front of me, Lu? Let me see how tough you really are. Feeling embarrassed in front of the beautiful girl, Lu Tianhong kicked at Wang Chen without a second thought, thinking to himself, so what if you're better looking than me? Today, I'll beat you up so badly that your mother won't recognize you. Seeing the kick coming, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Lu Tianhong must have used some gene optimization liquid, the power behind that kick exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. But so what? Wang Chen was no longer the weakling he had been yesterday. He could fully unleash the strength from his past life, and even surpass it. Smack! Wang Chen lightly sidestepped Lu Tianhong's kick and slapped him across the face. The speed was so fast that Lu Tianhong didn't even have time to react. He felt a sharp pain in his cheek and fell to the ground. Dazed from the hit, Lu Tianhong felt something foreign in his mouth, and when he opened it to spit, several bloodied teeth flew out. I'll fight you to the end. The gap between his ideals and reality drove Lu Tianhong to lose his rationality, and he charged at Wang Chen again. At this moment, the purple-haired girl also reacted and shouted at the two. Stop fighting. However, despite her words, she made no move to intervene. Wang Chen maintained his stance, and when he saw Lu Tianhong charging at him again without any strategy, he couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Smack! This time, Wang Chen used his left hand. Lu Tianhong lay on the ground, spitting out a few more teeth, starting to regain some clarity. The person in front of him was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. He had never felt this powerless even when sparring with the senior brother of his martial arts school. The purple-haired girl finally ran over to help Lu Tianhong up. Although she wasn't particularly fond of him, they had come together after all. After delivering 2 slaps, Wang Chen felt much better, as if he had avenged his mother, Zhang Shirong. He had seen the imprint of the slap on his mother's face and guessed that Lu Tianhong hadn't dared to hit too hard. After all, he was a martial artist. If he had used his full strength, the injuries would have been far worse. Wang Chen had intentionally provoked Lu Tianhong to make the first move before delivering the 2 slaps as punishment. Although the Deep Blue Federation had a privileged class, the legal system was quite sound on the surface, providing good protection for ordinary people. After finishing with Lu Tianhong, Wang Chen prepared to leave but felt a bit uneasy. Although it was Lu who had struck first, his retaliation had indeed been somewhat heavy. Glancing at the 2 who looked fearful of him, Wang Chen walked over to a nearby large tree. Boom! The tree trembled as he punched it, leaving a deep imprint. To practice martial arts, one must first cultivate oneself. Those who oppress the weak without virtue will surely face backlash. Wang Chen pointed at the imprint and said lightly, "This punch contains 20 years of my power, can you withstand it?" After putting on a show, he didn't look back at the 2 who were pale with fear and quickly turned to leave. Until he saw the back of the boy in sportswear disappear, Lu Tianhong only managed to stand up with the support of the purple-haired girl. "Lu Tianhong, let's call the police, or go back to find my dad. He can't just leave you like this." The purple-haired girl was still in a daze, unable to understand why someone had suddenly appeared. After inexplicably beating Lu Tianhong, the person had left just as suddenly. However, Lu Tianhong shook his head at her suggestion, struggling to approach the large tree. The clear imprint of a fist made his heart tremble. This was an iron birch tree. "Forget it, after all, I was the one who started it, and I have no grounds to complain. Besides, this person's strength is probably at the level of a gym owner. I can't afford to provoke them." Lu Tianhong recalled what Wang Chen had said before leaving, and a thought flashed through his mind about the incident at the park entrance. Could that middle-aged woman be related to this boy? Damn it, I really am having a bad year, hitting a brick wall. Rejecting the purple-haired girl's suggestion, neither of them felt like continuing their morning exercise and decided to head home through another exit of the park. "You two, stop right there. I just received a report that someone is randomly damaging the park's trees, and it must be you." Just as Lu Tianhong and the girl were about to leave, an old man wearing a red armband approached them without them noticing. He grabbed them and insisted on investigating the damage to the trees, refusing to believe their explanations no matter what. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, who was doing good deeds anonymously, he had no idea how the 2 managed to extricate themselves. At that moment, he was nearing the park's entrance. As he walked, he thought about how to persuade Zhang Shirong to give up selling snacks here. Although the foot traffic was decent, the stall fees were simply too high. Plus, Zhang Shirong used quality ingredients, so even with her early mornings and late nights, she didn't earn much each month. Thinking about the 150,000 credit points he had just earned, Wang Chen planned to rent a storefront next to the community for Zhang Shirong. If he couldn't afford to buy it outright, he could at least rent it for now, so she wouldn't have to work so hard. However, before that, he needed to explain where the credit points had come from. With that thought, Wang Chen quickened his pace. It was already around 8 or 9 o'clock, and it was the height of summer, with temperatures gradually rising. Some early risers had already left the park, preparing to go home for breakfast before heading to work. One must say that people in this era were relatively happy with a slow pace of life. Office workers only had to work 4 days a week, and each day required just 4 hours of work. Some who didn't want to bother cooking at home would choose to have breakfast at the park entrance. Many people exercised on an empty stomach, so this was the busiest time for vendors like Zhang Shirong. When Wang Chen rushed back to the park entrance, he saw this scene. The stall that had been smashed was already cleaned up, and at a few simple tables, some customers were enjoying wontons and dumplings. Zhang Shirong was making jianbingwazi, with several waiting customers in front of her. She skillfully spread the batter while glancing towards the park entrance. When she saw Wang Chen's figure appear, she immediately sighed in relief. "Mom, didn't I tell you to clean up and go home first? Why are you still busy?" Wang Chen said in a somewhat complaining tone, naturally stepping forward to help. "I was planning to leave, but those 2 little girls helped out, and it was done quickly. Seeing that it was still early, I thought I could set up for a while longer." Zhang Shirong explained with a smile, while also asking the customers in front of her what extra toppings they needed. In reality, she wouldn't have left until she saw Wang Chen return. Wang Chen understood Zhang Shirong's mindset and didn't say more. With one more person helping, the snack stall began to operate at full speed. Originally, customers would leave If the tables weren't cleared in time, but with Wang Chen in charge of packing, Zhang Xiurong was no longer flustered. As for collecting payments, the Deep Blue Federation had long since eliminated physical currency and only accepted credit points. Unknowingly, more and more people gathered around the snack stall, and as Wang Chen was busy tidying up the table, he suddenly felt like he was being watched. When he lifted his head and looked around, he found that many young girls had come to the stall to buy breakfast. From the bold and shy glances, Wang Chen knew that these girls had ulterior motives. It seems that being too handsome is also a kind of trouble, but I know those readers might not share this pain, that's for sure. Knowing the reason, Wang Chen didn't mind the stares, a glance wouldn't cost him anything. Thanks to Wang Chen's presence, the business at the snack stall was exceptionally booming today, causing the surrounding stall owners to cast resentful glances in this direction. It wasn't until around 10 a.m. that Zhang Xiurong and Wang Chen finally closed up shop. Pushing the snack cart ahead, Wang Chen walked in front while Zhang Xiurong leisurely followed behind. She was still holding a bag containing the buns that had been knocked to the ground earlier. She couldn't bear to throw them away, saying she would take them back for the big black dog at Grandpa Chen's house, to avoid waste. On the way, Zhang Xiurong suddenly asked Wang Chen if he had grown taller, a question she had wanted to ask since they were at the park. Now noticing that Wang Chen's sweatpants were a bit short, she couldn't help but ask. Wang Chen had to explain that he didn't know what was going on, maybe it was a second growth spurt. Zhang Xiurong was half convinced but didn't press further. After all, he was her precious son, and she was just happy to see him grow taller. Upon returning to their lakeside community, Wang Chen parked the snack cart downstairs and then hoisted the ingredients onto his back. Startled, Zhang Xiurong hurried over, but when she saw Wang Chen's relaxed expression, she felt relieved. In disbelief, she pinched her son's bulging muscular arm, having to accept the fact that Wang Chen had become stronger. In Zhang Xiurong's memory, Wang Chen had always been quite frail. Not to mention carrying over 100 pounds of ingredients, even climbing 5 flights of stairs was a struggle. It seems my son has really changed, becoming a true man. As Zhang Xiurong thought of this, her eyes inexplicably turned red. Following Wang Chen, who was striding up the stairs, she quietly wiped away her tears. Once back in their familiar home on the 5th floor, after placing the ingredients down, Wang Chen noticed that Zhang Xiurong had been crying, which puzzled him. "Mom, why are you crying? Is your face still hurting from this morning?" Wang Chen wondered if Lu Tianhong had used some underhanded trick that was only now surfacing. But judging from today's encounter, Lu Tianhong didn't seem like that kind of expert, did he? "It doesn't hurt anymore, Mom is happy. There have been so many incidents before. And you've been hiding at home. Now that you've come to terms with things and made such a big change, Mom is very happy." With tears in her eyes, Zhang Xiurong smiled with relief. Understanding what was going on, Wang Chen handed her a tissue and then turned back to his room. Under Zhang Xiurong's puzzled gaze, he retrieved his antique smartphone. Nowadays, anyone with a bit of means used smartwatches that included phone functions, yet Wang Chen was still using this old smartphone. However, despite being outdated, it could still be linked to a personal account. Showing his account balance to Zhang Xiurong and seeing her shocked expression, Wang Chen calmly explained, "Mom, look, even without going to college, I can still make money, and this is just the beginning." "Where did you get this money, Xiao Dao? Haven't you been staying at home all this time?" Although Zhang Xiurong understood her son, she still needed to clarify the source of this money. Seeing his mother's somewhat serious expression, Wang Chen quickly detailed how he had earned these credit points. To prove it, he even pulled up the official transfer records from the Apocalypse world. "So you mean to say you plan to become a professional player and make money in this Apocalypse world?" After receiving Wang Chen's affirmative response, Zhang Xiurong nodded. "Alright, son, you can go ahead and do it. As long as you don't steal or rob and are self-reliant, Mom supports you." In the Deep Blue Federation, the virtual world has deeply integrated into people's lives. So Zhang Xiurong is aware of professional players in virtual games. Her son has been in a slump for so long, and now that he has discovered this talent, she naturally wants to support him. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving her affirmation, fearing that Zhang Xiurong might think he was avoiding reality and wanted to hide at home. After resolving this matter, Wang Chen took the opportunity to bring up the idea of renting a storefront, and to his surprise, he quickly received her approval. Zhang Xiurong also realized that going out early and returning late to set up a stall was not only hard work but also didn't earn much money. Moreover, the rent for stalls near Qinghua Lake Park was too high, with most of the earnings going towards rent, making it comparable to the rent for a storefront in the Linhu community over the course of a year. Previously, the rent for the Linhu community storefront had to be paid annually, while stall rent could be paid monthly. With little money on hand, Zhang Xiurong had no choice but to set up a stall to earn some hard-earned cash. Now that her son had earned a sum of credit points, she could consider opening a snack shop in the Linhu community. The mother and son quickly reached an agreement and planned to look for a storefront after lunch. By the way, son, do you know the two girls who helped out today? The one with the round face asked for your contact number. Zhang Xiurong suddenly remembered this during lunch. Hearing this, Wang Chen's mind flashed with the image of those clear starry eyes, but he still shook his head. I don't know them, just two infatuated girls eyeing your handsome son. Oh, come on. That's strange. When I was about to give your contact number, the girl who kept her head down suddenly said she had it and claimed she was your classmate, named Shin Miaoxin. Zhang Xiurong laughed and scolded, then looked puzzled. Is it her? The moment he heard that name, Wang Chen finally understood why he felt she was somewhat familiar. Shin Miaoxin was his high school classmate, and in a way, they shared a similar plight. During high school, Wang Chen consistently ranked first in his class. However, due to his timid personality and his handsome face that made other male classmates envious, he was often bullied and ostracized. Shen Miaoxin was also a top student, second only to Wang Chen. However, due to her family's poverty and a large red birthmark on her face, she was also not accepted by the other girls in the class. The two introverted individuals, who were not accepted by their peers, occasionally ran into each other in the school cafeteria. Since no one else would sit at the same table with them, they would sometimes end up sitting together. Because of this, others jokingly referred to them as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl, of course, in a derogatory sense. In reality, with today's biotechnology, that red birthmark could be easily resolved, but it required a significant amount of credit points. One can only say that being poor is an original sin. Without money, many things can only be longed for. I didn't expect her to live near Qingyue Lake. She should have gotten into a good university by now. Recalling his thoughts, Wang Chen didn't explain his relationship with Shin Miaoxin to Zhang Xiurong. He buried his head in his food, finishing all the leftovers after Zhang Xiurong had finished eating. Seeing Wang Chen still wanting more, Zhang Xiurong couldn't help but ask if he was full and if she should make some more. Already feeling about 80% full, Wang Chen shook his head in refusal, only asking Zhang Xiurong to prepare more meat next time she cooked. After all, with his current physical condition, he consumed a lot of energy every day. After lunch, Wang Chen followed Zhang Xiurong downstairs with his antique phone. He planned to get everything ready for the storefront and then get himself a smartwatch. Compared to the bulky smartphone, a smartwatch that could display a visual virtual screen was much more convenient. When the mother and son reached the second floor, Zhang Xiurong was about to knock on the door. She brought over the bag of dirty buns, intending to give them to Grandpa Chen's big black dog. Click. The door suddenly opened from the inside, and the old man Chen, whom Wang Chen had seen in the morning, came out with a large black dog. It was now afternoon, and he probably wanted to take the dog for a walk. Walking birds in the morning and walking dogs in the afternoon, old man Chen's retirement life was quite simple and unadorned. Xiurong? Dao Hua, what are you doing here? As soon as old man Chen opened the door and saw Zhang Xiurong and her son, he was taken aback. I got some buns dirty while setting up this morning, and I thought I wouldn't waste them, so I brought them for your big black dog to eat. Zhang Xiurong explained with a smile, her mood very good today. Old man Chen understood upon hearing this, reached out to take the buns from Zhang Xiurong's hand, saying, then I won't be polite. This dog is lucky to eat buns made by you. Xiurong. As he spoke, he shook the leash in his hand, and the big black dog wagged its tail in response. After some pleasantries, old man Chen placed the buns on a hook behind the door, then glanced at Wang Chen before turning to Zhang Xiurong. You two came together, is there something going on? Xiurong, your Dao Hua has changed a lot today, he even greeted me this morning. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen awkwardly but politely smiled back. Zhang Xiurong then shared their plans with old man Chen, including how Wang Chen was making money from the game. Old man Chen could be considered the neighborhood's know-it-all, and telling him might yield some valuable advice. Great. Xiurong, you're finally going to enjoy life. If Yang Hua can wake up and become a professional player, that's a good thing. Old man Chen said with a look of emotion after hearing this. He was no stranger to professional players and had even experienced some virtual worlds himself. After his moment of reflection, old man Chen suddenly slapped his thigh. You know, it's a coincidence. There's a fruit shop at the east gate of the community that's up for sublease, you can go take a look. After thinking for a moment, he added, that location is good, with your skills, Xiurong, you can definitely make it popular. Upon hearing this, the mother and son knew they had come to the right place. The following matters went smoothly because the shop owner was in a hurry to leave for another place, and the sublease fee was not high. Enthusiastic old man Chen also came along to help the mother and son negotiate. They finally settled on a sublease fee of 20,000 credit points, and the landlord present also stated that the rent would not increase. they would still charge rent at the rate of 60,000 credit points per year, which was quite reasonable in the area. Given the location and foot traffic, as long as the snack shop's taste wasn't too bad, making a net profit of around 100,000 credit points a year would be quite easy. After signing the contract, Wang Chen felt relieved about one matter. A simple renovation of the shop would allow them to officially open for business. The renovation funds wouldn't be much, and with Zhang Xiurong having some savings, it wasn't a problem. By the time everything was settled and the mother and son returned home, it was already around 4 o'clock. Knowing that Wang Chen needed to log into the game at 6 in the evening, Zhang Xiurong began to cook. With nothing to help with, Wang Chen returned to his room, opened the internet, and started browsing online information. He found that there were still many things he didn't understand about virtual reality games, even with the memories of his original self. The original self rarely played virtual games, and aside from a couple of times sneaking into an internet cafe out of curiosity, most of what he knew was hearsay. Although Wang Chen in his previous life played online games, he was just an amateur player who killed low-level characters every day. His accounts and equipment were all bought, and he had no real understanding of the game, not to mention that it was a completely different concept from the current type of virtual games. In fact, the virtual gaming industry of the Deep Blue Federation was highly developed, leading to many derived styles and techniques. For example, Wang Chen was currently engrossed in a post about micro-operations. It was posted by a blogger named Loves Eating Salty Fish, who was also a top figure in the Deep Blue Federation's Virtual Gaming Hall of Fame. This post explained what micro-operations were and their application in virtual games. In summary, virtual games are different from the operations completed with a mouse and keyboard 1,000 years ago. Now, they rely more on personal awareness. Especially in a game which is almost like another world. Some actions that are close to reality can also be reflected in the game. For example, dodging skills by rolling and using the terrain to kill monsters. Wang Chen has a deep understanding of using the terrain. The first rare monster he defeated in the game was thanks to his use of the terrain, and he felt a bit smug about it. He didn't expect this to be a technique known to many. It seems the virtual gaming world is quite profound. After a moment of reflection, Wang Chen continued to browse through some posts. Many tips about the virtual gaming world were incredibly beneficial to him, giving him a deeper understanding of critical elements like vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the game. Perhaps because his intelligence attribute was high now, his agility of thought, memory, and comprehension had all improved significantly. After just skimming through numerous posts, Wang Chen felt like he had undergone a transformation. Not only did he understand virtual games better, but he also recognized many areas where he needed to improve. At that moment, he caught a whiff of the delicious food coming from outside the room. He knew Zhang Xiurong had finished preparing dinner. Sure enough, just as Wang Chen disconnected from the internet, he heard Zhang Xiurong calling him to eat. He responded verbally and quickly made his way to the dining table. Dinner was quite lavish, with plenty of meat. It seemed Zhang Xiurong had taken Wang Chen's words from lunch to heart and was beginning to accept the fact that her son was getting stronger and had a larger appetite. After dinner, Wang Chen urged Zhang Xiurong to rest while he cleaned up the table and washed the dishes. Zhang Xiurong couldn't refuse and smiled as she watched Wang Chen busy himself. Once he finished tidying up, he called out to Zhang Xiurong and returned to his room. Time quickly reached 6 p.m., and Wang Chen put on his gaming helmet to re-enter. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the green grassland. It was morning in the game world, with a scene full of birds singing and flowers blooming. He looked around and noticed that the players he had seen yesterday were logging in small groups. Upon seeing Wang Chen, these players all wore expressions of deep admiration. If it weren't for the grudge held by the 5-member group from Sword Rain Studio, they might have approached him to chat. Wang Chen estimated that there shouldn't be as many people in the Novice village today, so he planned to go back and collect his quest. Since he hadn't accepted the Novice guide quest, he couldn't take on the subsequent main quests either. However, just as he took a step, Wang Chen suddenly felt something was different. His speed had increased, at least several times faster than before. Could it be? Wang Chen thought of a possibility, suppressing his excitement as he opened the character data panel. Nickname, Dao San Shang Race, Human. Level, 6 class, Mage attributes, Strength 37, Agility 37, Stamina 39, plus 8, Intelligence 68, plus 8, Spirit 20, plus 8, Health 470 of 470, 1 point of Stamina equals 10 points of Health, Mana, 280 of 280. 1 point of Spirit equals 10 points of Mana, Experience, 124/12,000 Physical Attack, 82/84, 1 point of Strength equals 2 points of Attack, Spell Attack, 171/72, 1 point of Intelligence. equals 2 points of spell attack, physical defense, 0 spell defense, 0 maximum movement speed, 12.7, before reaching the 10-point threshold, 1 point of agility equals 1 point of movement speed. Thereafter, 1 point of agility increases movement speed by 0.1. Skill, magic missile, casts a missile at the target after 1.5 seconds, dealing 110% spell attack damage. Skill, malicious transformation, casts for 1.5 seconds to turn a target into a small animal, causing it to wander around for 30 seconds. Talent skill, infinite fireball, equipment skill. Summon spirit, summons 2 spirit wolves 1 level lower than you to attract enemies, lasting 60 seconds, cooldown time 2 minutes. Equipment, novice staff, spirit summoning ring. Invincible. Wang Chen suddenly laughed loudly at the sky, his laughter echoing across the green plains. He knew that from this moment on, a perverse mage with the strength of a warrior, the agility of a rogue, and the stamina of a knight was born. Wang Chen began to understand the function of the light screen panel in reality, as well as the reason for his explosive attributes. In simple terms, the light screen manifested the representation of the mental attribute in the game mana, which includes the gains from leveling up and the inherent attributes of equipment. In the real world, mana was refined to convert it into other basic attributes aside from spirit. When Wang Chen logged back into Apocalypse World due to the fusion of data, the other basic attributes he gained in reality were reflected in the game. This meant that in the future, Wang Chen's pursuit in Apocalypse World would be equipment with a high spirit attribute. Moreover, after leveling up, he only needed to add one attribute, which was spirit. Adding a bit of spirit was equivalent to simultaneously increasing 5 basic attributes, including spirit. In other words, the free attribute points he gained from leveling up were equivalent to what others would gain at level 5. However, thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but want to slap himself. Because up until now, he had wasted 26 points of basic attributes, all added to intelligence. If he had added them all to spirit through the light screen conversion, his attributes could have doubled or more by now. But although it was a pity, Wang Chen did not lose his rationality. After all, he had no idea such a change would occur. His previous point allocation was just the normal way for a mage. I wonder if there will be a chance in the future to reset the free attribute points I allocated before? This thought flashed through his mind as Wang Chen quickly left amidst the strange gazes of the surrounding players. What's up with this Dao San Shang, acting all mysterious? I was planning to add him as a friend. I don't know, I thought he was a pro player, but it looks like he's just a lucky guy who happened to have some chance. Hey, Dahai, did you notice? How can a mage move so fast? He's quicker than me, a rogue focused on agility. Maybe it's because his base attributes were high when he entered Apocalypse World, but watching him toy with the 5 lowlifes is really satisfying. Wang Chen sped all the way back to the novice village. On the way, he took a moment to check his backpack, which contained items dropped by the elite Blade-Horned Goat. Black Wind Horn, excellent. Attributes, hidden, quest item. Description, a horn from a powerful blade-horned goat wandering on the green plains, the blacksmith at the east end of the village might need it. Another quest item, but thankfully this one has a quest prompt. Wang Chen looked at another item, which appeared to be a pair of pants. Swift. Leggings, pants, excellent. Durability, 88/100. Equipment requirement, level 4, physical class. Equipment slot, legs. Attributes, stamina 6, agility 5, hit +1. Description, these seem to be leather pants left behind by some hunter. An ordinary piece of green excellent gear, not something Wang Chen could use yet. Unwilling to give up, he turned to the last piece of equipment, which was the boots dropped by the 5-man group. Red leather soft shoes, common. Durability, 59/100. Equipment requirement, level 2, magic class. Equipment slot, feet. Attributes, stamina 3, intelligence 3. Description, very soft. With a pout, Wang Chen raised his hand to equip the red leather soft shoes. It was better than nothing. Looking around, he noticed that there were significantly fewer players in the novice village now, lacking the crowded feeling of the previous day. Wang Chen approached the village chief, who had a yellow exclamation mark above his head, to trigger a dialogue. Village chief, adventurer from another world, welcome. Are you willing to fight for the peace of the continent? Dao San Shang. Of course, as a member of the Light faction, it is my duty. Village chief, good, but at the start of your adventure, you need to prove your strength. System, prove strength, normal, the village chief of the novice village hopes you will kill 15 redskin toads contaminated by demonic energy. Will you accept? Naturally, he clicked to accept, and the yellow exclamation mark above the village chief's head instantly turned into a white question mark. Wang Chen turned and walked towards the village exit, knowing exactly where the task's target was. There. Were still many players farming redskin toads by the flowing river, but compared to before, the respawning redskin toads could survive for an extra 2 seconds. Magic Missile. -171.
After a redskin toad respawned, several newcomers surrounded it and launched a round of attacks, taking away half of its health.
Just as they were about to launch a second round of attacks, a magic missile shot towards the redskin toad.
When the damage exceeded 100 points, instantly clearing the toad's health, the new players were momentarily stunned.
Damn! Big shot, how can your damage be so high? Are you hacking? I want to report you. Are you kidding? Apocalypse World is completely managed by the intelligent brain Deep Blue. How could there be hacks?
A group of players who had come to their senses exclaimed, and the clever ones had already moved to another spot to farm monsters. With Wang Chen here, it was
impossible to land the final blow on the monsters.
Soon, a space cleared around Wang Chen, greatly speeding up his task completion.
Although some players approached Wang Chen to form a
team, he declined them all, citing that he wouldn't stay here long due to the task. With no one to interfere, he quickly killed the 15 redskin toads.
After looting the last corpse and
finding nothing again, he quickly left. Returning to find the village chief, the white exclamation mark above the chief's head turned yellow in Wang Chen's eyes, indicating that he had
completed his task. After submitting the task, he received 11 points of Storm Empire reputation and 200 experience points. The village chief then told Wang Chen to leave and come back. After reaching level 10.
Looks like next time I come back, it will be when I leave the novice village.
Wang Chen thought to himself.
With the novice guide task completed, several other
NPCs in the novice village also displayed tasks that could be accepted. Wang Chen walked around and accepted all the tasks.
They were mostly monster killing or material collecting tasks, most of which involved monsters he had seen before. Remembering that he still had a quest item in his backpack, the Black Windhorn, Wang Chen turned and walked towards the east side of
the novice village.
The blacksmith also had a task acceptance symbol above his head. If he hadn't come this way, he would have missed it. After talking to the blacksmith, he accepted
a task to obtain 10 pieces of freshwater iron tortoise shells. Then, Wang Chen took out the Black Windhorn and inquired with the blacksmith. Have you seen this Black Windhorn, master? The blacksmith's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, shouting in an exaggerated tone, by the gods of forging, what a perfect horn!
With it, I can forge even more powerful weapons. System, break the shackles. Hard, the blacksmith has been struggling without quality materials and has not been able to break through his forging realm.
The Black Windhorn you brought
him gives him a glimmer of hope. The blacksmith hopes you can help him collect more quality materials.
Would you like to accept the quest? Accept. A hard quest, it seems to be a weapon-related task.
Wang Chen naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to help this blacksmith. Helping others is the essence of happiness. After accepting the quest, the Black Windhorn disappeared from his hand, and Wang Chen's task list appeared with the items he needed to collect.
Black Windhorn, 1/1.
Old Blind Man's Treasure, 0/1.
Blood of the Iron Armored Crocodile, 0/1, can be ignored. Tail of the Blood Wolf, 0 out of 10.
The items to be collected seemed numerous. Aside from the already obtained Black Windhorn, the other items looked quite
challenging.
Wang Chen was not troubled by the number of items to collect, but rather by the fact that he had no idea where to obtain the other items. Only the Blood Wolf's tail seemed somewhat normal. It should be a type of Blood Wolf monster. Wang Chen also noticed that one of the items to be collected had the suffix "can be ignored" added to it.
That means only the
Old Blind Man's Treasure and the Blood Wolf's tail are essential. With everything ready, Wang Chen turned and left the novice village. There was no rush for the blacksmith's quest since he didn't even know where the quest items were. The ordinary quests in the taskbar still needed to be completed. Although the experience was minimal, reputation points were also quite important. Once again back in the green pastures, watching the hopping giant tooth rabbits, Wang Chen began to chant, Magic Missile.
-263.
The magic missile hit the giant tooth rabbit's head, triggering a critical hit, and it was instantly killed. At the same time, the infinite characteristic of Infinite Fire Blast activated, allowing him to cast Fire Blast at any moment.
Wang Chen spotted another giant tooth rabbit nearby and immediately adjusted his angle to throw a large fireball. -753. The fireball struck the giant tooth rabbit's head, and the infinite
characteristic of Infinite Fire Blast triggered again.
Boom! 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 Wang Chen found a giant tooth rabbit every few seconds, adjusted his angle, and cast an instant, infinite Fire Blast.
Each time a terrifying yellow damage value appeared, a giant tooth rabbit's health would drop to 0 and it would fall. Many players around stopped their actions, watching
Wang Chen perform alone. Is that damage of over 700 real? Has this mage already changed classes?
I know the yellow damage is a critical hit, but it shouldn't be possible to deal such
High damage, I can't figure it out. Does anyone know who this big shot is? Which giant from the Hall of Fame? Ignoring the players' exclamations around him, Wang Chen felt quite satisfied. He finally witnessed what infinite fire blast truly meant. It was indeed infinite. If it weren't for the 1-second cooldown, Wang Chen felt he could challenge the leader of the Dark Faction. Additionally, he validated a technique he learned today, which is how to find a monster's weak points to deal critical hits. Just as the guide said, many monsters have their weaknesses in the vulnerable areas like their heads. As long as he adjusted his angle properly, he could ensure a critical hit every time. However, Wang Chen noticed that the guide also mentioned that as monster levels increase, their movement speed would also rise. At that point, because ranged skills have a projectile travel time, hitting critical points would depend on personal awareness. In other words, unlike melee classes, ranged classes need to predict. Of course, this doesn't mean that ranged classes are weaker than melee ones, as there are many gigantic monsters in the game. For instance, when encountering particularly large humanoid monsters, even if you know their weak point is in the head, melee fighters can't reach it. At that moment, the advantages of ranged classes become apparent. After finishing off the giant-toothed rabbits and completing the quest, Wang Chen moved deeper into the grassy plains. There was also a task to collect 10 Bladehorn sheep horns, and once that was done, only the blacksmith's quest would remain. The grassland was still so refreshing, with a gentle breeze occasionally blowing, mixed with the scent of grass, making one feel as if they were in a real prairie. He still started with Magic Missile, then triggered the infinite characteristic to begin casting Fire Explosion. It was violent and mindless. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say it was mindless, as Wang Chen still needed to adjust the angle of his skills to ensure he hit the monster's weak points every time. The low-level monsters in the Novice village didn't move quickly, so he had no chance to try predicting their movements. Just as Wang Chen was taking down a Bladehorn sheep with each skill, he suddenly heard someone talking to him from the side. Great God, are you taking people to level up? The paid kind. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen turned his head to see a youthful boy standing before him. The boy, nicknamed Little Stone, was a level 0 knight holding a novice weapon. How did a new player just enter the game end up here? Wang Chen thought to himself as he turned back and ignored the boy. Although the boy looked like he had just turned 16, the age required by the Deep Blue Federation to play virtual games, it had nothing to do with Wang Chen. There were plenty of new players in Apocalypse World. As for the boy's mention of payment, Wang Chen completely disregarded it. Looking at the boy's timid demeanor, how much could he offer? 200 credit points for an hour? 300? Seeing that this seemingly powerful god ignored him, Little Stone gritted his teeth and mustered his courage. I can pay you the equivalent of one level first. Is 20,000 credit points for leveling up once okay? What? 20,000 credit points for one level. Wang Chen immediately stopped his actions, looking at Little Stone with suspicion. Isn't 20,000 too little? How about I add a bit more? The knight named Little Stone was startled by Wang Chen's gaze and took 2 steps back, adding, your attitude is so sincere, it's not impossible to take you leveling up. Wang Chen stroked his chin and pondered, realizing he had encountered the legendary rich kid. With a mindset of robbing the rich to help the poor, he chose to agree. It is a bit less, but let's go with that. Just so you know, do your parents know you're spending money on games? No, this is just my pocket money, besides, they won't care about me. Little Stone replied as if it were obvious, but a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes when he mentioned them. Upon hearing that it was just the boy's pocket money, Wang Chen decided not to say more. He sent a party invitation to Little Stone, and soon a level 0 knight appeared in the party list. As soon as Little Stone joined the party, he used the system guarantee to trade 20,000 credit points to Wang Chen. Perhaps it was because it was only his first day in the game, but Little Stone was not surprised to see Wang Chen's nickname. He was completely unaware that the person he considered a god was actually a celebrity in the game. However, Wang Chen's level did shock Little Stone, who thought to himself that he had found the right person. At this point, Wang Chen had completed the task of collecting Bladehorn sheep horns and immediately said to Little Stone, I'm going to look for monsters to do another quest, just follow me. He was preparing to take on the blacksmith's quest for the freshwater iron-spiked turtle while also searching for a new leveling spot. Now that Wang Chen was level 6, the experience gained from farming Bladehorn sheep was almost negligible. Little Stone naturally had no objections and quickly nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, in a place quite far to the west of the Novice village, Wang Chen and his companion finally found the freshwater iron-spiked turtle. The reason they found it so quickly was that they had overheard other players talking about it. Those 2 players were complaining about the difficulty of leveling up in the Apocalypse World, saying that the experience gained from defeating monsters of a higher level was too little. They also mentioned that they had seen a turtle monster by the lake, thinking they could easily bully it due to its slow speed. However, they were disheartened by its high defense, realizing they couldn't even scratch it. Hearing others discuss the turtle monster, Wang Chen naturally paid attention. After inquiring, he disregarded the two players' warnings and headed straight west from the Novice village with Xiao. Sure too. Pioling, why are you trying to advise those two? It's hard to give good advice to fools, they'll learn after dying twice. Isn't it to save them from running for nothing? That turtle monster not only has high defense but also high attack power. If they go over, it would just be a free meal for it. Unaware of how the two behind them were discussing them, Wang Chen was currently testing the weaknesses of the monster in front of him. Freshwater iron spiked turtle, level 8, normal monster, health 1000 over 1000. As expected of a turtle-type monster, its health had already reached the level of a level 10 monster. Moreover, looking at its menacing shell with barbs, it was clear that the freshwater iron spiked turtle had particularly high physical defense. However, this was not a problem for Wang Chen, he could completely ignore it. Not to mention physical defense, even if its magical defense was high, with the true damage of infinite fire blast, he had nothing to worry about. After some probing, Wang Chen figured out the monster's weaknesses. Additionally, the freshwater iron spiked turtle's movement speed was relatively slow. Compared to the previous demonic snail, it was a bit faster, but still limited. -753, -13, -746. After two fire blasts, the freshwater iron spiked turtle, which was still some distance away from Wang Chen, fell to the ground. System, gained 105 experience points, killed a monster 2 levels higher, received a 100% experience bonus, and a 10% team bonus. Wow! So much experience! Xiao Shi too, hiding behind, exclaimed. Indeed, having a master leading the way made a difference. Just 9 more kills, and he could level up. You go help clean up the battlefield and collect the monster's corpses. After glancing at the experience gained, Wang Chen instructed Xiao Shi too. With a free laborer around, why not take advantage of it? Wang Chen decided to grind monsters here until he reached level 8 before leaving. The freshwater iron spiked turtle's slow movement speed ensured that any of his skills could trigger the infinite characteristic. A little over 10 minutes later, a golden light flashed beneath Xiao Shi's feet and he successfully leveled up to level 1. He happily ran up to Wang Chen and asked how to allocate his points. As a mage, Wang Chen had no idea how a knight should allocate points, but seeing the eager look on Xiao Shi's face, he couldn't bear to refuse. After all, he was the financial backer, so helping him out was no big deal. He stood still and began to log onto the Apocalypse World official website to look for information. A few minutes later, after gaining a general understanding of the knight profession, Wang Chen asked Xiao Shi too, what do you plan to play as in the future, a tank, a damage dealer, or a healer? Indeed, after consulting the information, Wang Chen discovered that knights had 3 career paths after reaching level 10. They could specialize as a shield-wielding tank, a damage-dealing retribution knight, or a healing paladin. Without much thought, Xiao Shi too immediately expressed his desire to play as a shield-wielding tank. Seeing this, Wang Chen advised him to allocate points in a 3 stamina, 1 strength, and 1 agility manner, which was a strategy given by a famous player specializing in tank knights online. After allocating his points, Xiao Shi too immediately transferred 30,000 credit points to Wang Chen, saying it was a reward for leveling up to the next level. Wasn't it agreed that it would be 20,000 credit points for each level? Why is it 30,000 now? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. I thought the experience was the same for each level, but now I realize that the experience increases with each level, so naturally, the reward should increase too. Xiao Shi too replied nonchalantly. For him, an extra 10 or 20,000 credit points didn't matter. It seemed like they were not astonishing purchasing power but just a string of numbers. Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided to return the extra 10,000 to Little Stone, charging someone 2,000 for a level 1 was already a bit greedy, and since the experience difference at a low level wasn't significant, there was no need to charge more. During their time together, Wang Chen found that Little Stone was quite innocent. Through their conversation, he learned that Little Stone had just turned 16 not long ago. This was his first time playing a virtual game, so he didn't understand many things. Previously, when Little Stone realized he couldn't even defeat the lowest level red-skinned toad, he had the idea of spending money to find someone to help him. It was only when he found Wang Chen in the green grassland that the subsequent scene unfolded. When Little Stone saw the extra credit points returned, he didn't say anything. However, he felt a bit closer to Wang Chen. After all, he was simply innocent, not foolish. The old butler at home had told him that people who only wanted to take more money from him couldn't be friends. Wang Chen, who adhered to his initial principles, undoubtedly left a good impression on Little Stone as someone he could befriend. Time passed. The two continued to grind for freshwater iron-spiked turtles by the lake, and Wang Chen had already completed his shell collection task. Not long after Little Stone leveled up to level 2, a freshwater iron-spiked turtle fell, finally dropping equipment. Iron-spiked chestplate, normal. Durability, 92/100. Equipment requirement, level 8, physical class. Equipment slot. Chest. Attributes, stamina 12, strength 8, health 50. Description, when you wear it, do you feel like a hedgehog? Little Stone was thrilled to touch the equipment for the first time and immediately expressed his desire to buy it upon seeing the equipment requirements. Wang Chen had originally planned to contact the one who had previously offered a generous price. Seeing that Little Stone wanted to buy it, he didn't refuse. It was the same no matter who he sold it to. Because this chestplate was not like a snail shell, it had additional defensive attributes, so the price was considerably lower. In the end, Wang Chen sold it to Little Stone for 3 gold coins and showed him the previous transaction record with the one who had cut ties. Understanding that he wasn't being scammed, Little Stone promptly traded over 50,000 credit points and acquired the equipment. Don't think that an ordinary piece of equipment could sell for such a high price. It was simply because equipment in Apocalypse World was too rare. Many players, even now, had only seen a novice weapon and had no idea what other equipment looked like. Therefore, Wang Chen did not sell the chestplate at an inflated price, especially since it added an extra 50 health points. After this chestplate dropped, things went dark. Until Little Stone leveled up to 4, no second piece of equipment dropped. At this point, Wang Chen had also leveled up to just over level 7, allocating all 5 free attribute points to Spirit. Just as he was preparing to continue grinding until level 8, a sudden red font system prompt appeared. System, a large number of freshwater iron-spiked turtles have died, awakening the ironback crocodile hidden at the bottom of the lake. It is enraged by your endless slaughter and is about to appear. Ironback crocodile? Wang Chen was startled but then felt a surge of excitement. Looking at the line of red text that suddenly appeared in the battle log, he knew this had to be a boss. Moreover, Wang Chen remembered that one of the items he needed to collect for his difficult quest was called Ironback Crocodile Blood, which should, barring any accidents, be found on this soon-to-appear creature. Big shot, is there a boss? Little Stone asked excitedly, clearly having received the system prompt as a member of the team. Wang Chen nodded, threw out his infinite flame explosion technique, killed a freshwater iron-spiked turtle, and then spoke. When the boss comes out, stay back a bit, don't accidentally get killed, or I won't compensate you for losing a level. Little Stone quickly nodded in response and ran far away. He was only level 4, and here he couldn't even defeat ordinary monsters, so naturally, he wouldn't act recklessly. As the two were talking, Wang Chen suddenly noticed movement in the nearby lake. The calm surface of the lake suddenly formed a whirlpool, with large splashes of water surging. After a few seconds, a giant turtle the size of a small car poked its head out of the lake. Ironclad alligator turtle, level 9, boss monster, health 120,000. When the ironclad alligator turtle fully emerged from the water, Wang Chen was instantly stunned. 120,000 health. Is this really a boss monster? At just level 9, that thick health bar was utterly despairing. I can't beat it. Wang Chen didn't think too much and turned to leave. Are you kidding? How long would it take to whittle down that thick health? Even if his infinite fire blast ignored defenses, he wouldn't be able to land many hits before the boss got close. Wang Chen also couldn't use combat spells, otherwise, he could kite it with his current incredible speed. Kite it. Just as he was hesitating, this thought suddenly crossed his mind. Right, this kind of physical monster could definitely be kite. His activated infinite characteristic fire blast didn't require casting time. So as long as he kept his distance from the boss, with infinite fire blast firing once every second, he had a chance to secure a kill. Of course, the premise was that Wang Chen could ensure every skill hit the boss's weak point. At this moment, the fully emerged ironclad alligator turtle had locked onto Wang Chen and let out a roar. It then shook its body and quickly crawled over. As a boss monster, even a slow turtle species like the ironclad alligator turtle was quite fast. Wang Chen estimated the distance, fired a magic missile, and then turned to run. -236. Fortunately, the ironclad alligator turtle's weak point was also on its head, and the infinite characteristic was triggered instantly. Boom! Boom! The massive body of the ironclad alligator turtle stomped on the ground, making a huge noise with every step. Wang Chen adjusted his angle, seized the opportunity, and smashed in Fire Blast before turning to run again. Once he had created a suitable distance, he turned back for another infinite Fire Blast. Wang Chen's mind was highly focused at this moment, fearing that any skill might miss the boss's head. If the infinite characteristic was interrupted, he wouldn't have time to stop and continue casting. Infinite Fire Blast, Infinite Fire Blast. One after another, yellow damage numbers over 700 exploded on the ironclad alligator turtle, causing it to wail incessantly. As the boss's health continued to decrease, Wang Chen remained vigilant. In the distance, Little Stone was nervously watching, observing the chase between the man and the turtle, circling around the lake. Is this the power of a god-level player in a virtual game? I wish I could be that strong too. Little Stone clenched his fists, silently cheering for Wang Chen. Time passed second by second, and the thick health of the ironclad alligator turtle visibly decreased. Fortunately, the fire blast triggered by the infinite characteristic didn't consume mana, otherwise, with the boss's thick health, Wang Chen would run out of mana before he could kill it. Roar! When the ironclad alligator turtle's health dropped to 90%, it suddenly stopped moving. Then it let out a low growl twice, and two wandering freshwater iron-spiked turtles in the distance immediately crawled over as if summoned. How shameless! You said it would be a one-on-one fight, and now you're calling for help, no, calling for turtles. After a moment of sarcasm, Wang Chen didn't panic. After all, the ordinary freshwater iron-spiked turtles were very slow, he could just switch targets for the fire blast before they arrived. Sure enough, 4 fire blasts hit, and the little minions summoned by the boss instantly fell. From then on, every time the health decreased by 10%, the ironclad alligator turtle would summon again. 80%, 70%, 50%. When the health dropped to 50%, the situation changed. The ironclad crocodile turtle suddenly let out a roar towards the sky, and then a translucent, earthy yellow shield appeared around it. Wang Chen noticed that the damage he dealt was instantly reduced by 50%, even the burning damage from the 5-layered fire explosion spell was affected. It seemed similar to the shield wall skill of a shield warrior, forcibly reducing incoming damage. However, as long as it wasn't a ranged skill, Wang Chen wasn't afraid. It was just a matter of wasting a bit more time, making the boss run in circles. Besides, skills have a duration, and Wang Chen didn't believe the ironclad crocodile turtle could maintain the shield indefinitely. 45%, 40%, 30%. As the boss's health decreased, the rate of reduction slowed down, because as its health dropped, the frequency of its various skills increased. Fortunately, this big turtle doesn't attack from a distance, otherwise, it would be tough to deal with. Wang Chen thought to himself, his hands never stopping. He just didn't notice that the ironclad crocodile turtle's health was gradually dropping to 20%. Roar! Wang Chen threw a fire explosion spell and was about to turn and create distance again when the ironclad crocodile turtle suddenly let out a roar directed at him. -243. At the same time, a stun icon appeared above Wang Chen's head. He was controlled by the boss's skill. It's over. This thought flashed through Wang Chen's mind as he watched the massive ironclad crocodile turtle charge towards him. Just as he was about to be crushed by the boss, his mind raced. I seem to have forgotten something. In a flash, Wang Chen suddenly remembered what he had overlooked. Summon Spirit. This skill that came with his equipment had been ignored. Since logging in today, almost every monster had been killed in an instant, causing Wang Chen to overlook this divine skill. Ah, whoa. The moment the stun was lifted, Wang Chen activated the skill. With the appearance of 2 level 6 Grey Wolf spirits, the boss's attention was immediately diverted. That was close. Wang Chen had narrowly avoided being attacked by the ironclad crocodile turtle. It was clear that with just over 100 health points left, he couldn't withstand a single hit from the boss. Having narrowly escaped a fatal blow, Wang Chen quickly retreated to create distance. The Grey Wolf spirits, with only over 600 health points, couldn't withstand many hits, even with the 50% damage reduction from being ghost-type monsters. Activating another magic missile to trigger the infinite property, Wang Chen continued to deal damage. When the ironclad crocodile turtle killed the 2 Grey Wolf spirits, its health was down to just over 13,000 points. Wang Chen's heart sank. He didn't have another summon spirit left. He took out the last small healing potion from his bag and drank it, instantly recovering 50 health points. Looking at his remaining 200 health points, Wang Chen knew he might not survive a normal attack from the ironclad crocodile turtle. Drinking this healing potion was just a comfort to his mind, it didn't really help. In the distance, Little Stone was also anxious, knowing that the boss battle had reached a critical moment. -764. Although worried, Wang Chen couldn't stop his actions. As another fire explosion spell struck, the ironclad crocodile turtle's health officially dropped below 10%. Ah, whoa. Almost at the same time, after the ironclad crocodile turtle let out a furious roar, its body was enveloped in a bloody glow. It had gone berserk. After going berserk, the boss generally increased its damage by 50%, but its defense would also decrease. Unfortunately, for Wang Chen, who dealt all true damage, this reduction in defense was of no use. Oh no, this ironclad Crocodile Turtle's speed has increased a bit after going berserk. I must not let it use any skills. Wang Chen had experienced the boss's damage before. Another skill that caused stun would be dangerous. Roar. What he feared came true. After running a few steps, the ironclad crocodile turtle suddenly stood still and let out a low growl. -245. Wang Chen, who was running, froze in place, and a stun icon appeared above his head. Damn, it really is a case of thinking something into reality. Cursing his own bad luck in his heart, Wang Chen knew he was truly finished this time. Sure enough, wanting to take on a boss-level monster, even with his bug-like infinite fire explosion technique, was a gamble. One misstep, and it would all be over. As the ironclad crocodile turtle charged forward, its gaping maw clearly visible, he thought, looks like my virginity is going to be sacrificed to this big turtle. Reluctantly, Wang Chen tried to move his body, hoping to dodge at the last moment. Crusader strike. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side and smashed a hammer down on the ironclad crocodile turtle. -11. The insignificant damage value popped up, but Wang Chen had no intention of mocking. Knowing full well it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, the fact that Little Stone dared to step in at such a crucial moment touched him. After being toyed with for so long, the ironclad crocodile turtle, ready to take revenge, immediately charged at Little Stone in a fit of rage. -285. It was as if a train had hit him. Little Stone was sent flying, a damage value appearing above his head before he fell to the ground, unmoving. Watching the icon in the team list turn gray in an instant, Wang Chen knew that this knight he had just met was already killed in one hit. The ironclad crocodile turtle, having dispatched Little Stone, continued its relentless advance toward Wang Chen. Although it had attacked the knight who had just blocked its path, the ironclad crocodile turtle's primary target of hatred had not changed. The blow Little Stone took was more like the turtle casually clearing away an obstacle. However, that brief moment of interruption had still given the boss a pause, and that precious second brought a turning point. Just as the ironclad crocodile turtle was about to attack Wang Chen, he finally recovered from his daze. Faced with the monstrous jaws of revenge, Wang Chen had a moment of inspiration and rolled sideways. Like a lazy donkey. He quickly got back on his feet, and seeing that he still had a sliver of health left, he felt invigorated. It seemed the technical guide he had read earlier was not lying. In Apocalypse World, it was indeed possible to dodge projectile skills and normal attacks through movement. As Wang Chen quickly distanced himself from the ironclad crocodile turtle, his mind began to race. If he could continuously utilize the magical feedback attribute and reflect it in Apocalypse World, then even without the boost from equipment, his basic attributes like strength and agility wouldn't be low. This way, Wang Chen could showcase his real-world skills, no longer just a weak mage in close combat. Imagine, when the enemy breaks through his spell suppression, thinking they could slay him. Suddenly, Wang Chen displays impressive agility and strength, combined with his martial arts skills from reality, and with a swift move, he knocks the opponent off balance. That scene would surely drop their jaws in shock. The only pity is that such a scene would likely only occur in the early game. In the later stages, he would still rely on his golden finger. Because by then, the situation would be different, and a single piece of equipment could add dozens or even hundreds of attribute points. The basic attributes Wang Chen gained from magical feedback would be insufficient compared to other classes. Unless he could find many pieces of equipment with high mental attributes to offset that gap. Of course, that's a discussion for later. For now, relying on his agility, he had successfully dodged the ironclad crocodile turtle's attack. With over 10 points of movement speed, Wang Chen was faster than the boss, so he was now trying to create enough distance. Due to the earlier delay, the infinite characteristic had been interrupted and needed to be reactivated with a critical hit. Wang Chen ran out a good distance amidst the ironclad crocodile turtle's thunderous roar, stopping only when he felt the distance was sufficient. Magic missile. -252. A yellow damage value exploded above the ironclad crocodile turtle's head, instantly activating infinite fire explosion technique. -763, -60, -743, -62. A series of damage values caused the boss to howl in agony. 9%, 7%, 3%. The ironclad crocodile's health, as each fireball exploded, was slowly nearing its end. Wang Chen kept attacking while closely watching the enraged boss. As the last burning damage floated out, the ironclad crocodile let out a final unwilling roar before collapsing completely. Finally dead. Wang Chen sat down on the ground, feeling utterly exhausted. After such a long battle and numerous unexpected events, they had finally succeeded in killing this giant turtle. At the same time, golden light of leveling up rose beneath Wang Chen and Little Stone. Especially for Little Stone, who had already died. He had not released his soul due to concern for the battle outcome, so his body remained there. Because of this, he successfully gained experience. The massive Experience allowed Little Stone, who had just leveled up to 4, to level up again, now reaching level 5 with a good margin. Seeing a corpse lying there suddenly glowing with golden light brought an inexplicable urge to laugh. System, gain 12,600 experience points, killing a monster 2 levels higher grants a 100% experience bonus, team bonus 10%. System, killed a boss level monster, gained 50 world reputation points. Server announcement, players Dao San Shang and Little Stone are the first to kill a boss-level monster, each rewarded with 1 level, 10 gold, and a rare skill book for their profession. The system's notification sound kept ringing, and Wang Chen and Little Stone leveled up again out of nowhere. In the team chat, Little Stone was typing excitedly, "God, amazing. So powerful. God, did you hear? Server announcement, we're on TV now, we're famous. God." It was clear that Little Stone was a bit incoherent. However, for Wang Chen, who had been announced on the server for the second time, he could take it in stride. He casually allocated the 10 free attribute points gained from leveling up to spirit and then sent a message in the team chat channel. "Quickly release your corpse and come over, I need to prepare to loot the boss's body." The moment the server announcement rang out, countless players in Apocalypse World erupted in expletives. While most players were still around level 4, likely having nothing but novice weapons, some had already managed to kill a boss-level monster. Given the rarity of equipment in Apocalypse World, many players found it difficult to farm ordinary monsters. Even defeating a level 4 to 5 ordinary monster required several players to cooperate. Now, suddenly, someone was telling them that the first boss-level monster in the game had already fallen. The disparity and shock this caused undoubtedly broke the morale of the vast majority of players. Am I hallucinating? A boss-level monster has been killed. Report, this must be cheating. How can someone kill a boss-level monster without even leaving the novice village? Doesn't that mean they could kill a world boss as soon as they leave? This player Dao San Shang seems familiar, hasn't he been on TV more than once? The overwhelming first reaction of most players was disbelief, followed by suspicion that Wang Chen and his team were cheating. Previously, killing a rare-level monster could still be attributed to luck, because there was a significant power difference among rare-level monsters, it all depended on chance. Some rare-level monsters were only slightly stronger than elite-level ones, while others were even more powerful than lord-level monsters. Therefore, the first kills of elite and rare-level monsters, while shocking, were just that, shocking. Now, however, the first kill of a boss-level monster had occurred on the second day of the game. It was only natural for these players to suspect cheating. Just at this moment, as most of the doubts arose, a video quietly appeared on the Apocalypse World forum. The video has an eye-catching title, exclusive, watch how the first Apocalypse mage soloed a boss-level monster. This is a paid video, requiring 1 credit point to view. Within just a few minutes of being uploaded, the view count reached hundreds of thousands, and that number is rapidly climbing. Clicking on the video reveals that the person filming was not present from the very beginning of the battle. At the start of the video, the boss's health is not at full capacity. Additionally, the filming perspective is quite distant, and the image is not very clear. However, even through the video, one can see a massive turtle-like monster roaring, its long health bar indicating its boss status. The person battling the monster is a robed mage player, whose nickname and level are hidden, leaving viewers unsure of their identity. As the camera zooms in a bit, a knight named Little Stone appears in the background, and viewers immediately recognize that this mage is Dao San Shang. The footage shows the mage soloing the boss, using a movement speed comparable to or even surpassing that of a rogue to kite the boss continuously. The mage primarily uses a fireball spell, each dealing over 700 points of terrifying damage. Yet, despite the seemingly overpowered damage, the battle is not smooth sailing. The thrilling moments when the spirit of the Grey Wolf appears, and the crucial block by the knight who was just a bystander at the last moment, keep viewers gasping in excitement. In the end, as the boss lets out a low roar and crashes to the ground, the filming officially concludes. At the end of the video, there is a caption from the filmer, Yi Sanku, who claims to be a witness to this boss solo showdown. Yi Sanku highly praises Wang Chen, calling him the first Apocalypse mage in the game. Whether it's Wang Chen's awareness during the boss fight or his explosive damage, the filmer is thoroughly impressed. After the video was released, it seemed to provide many players who questioned the first kill of a boss-level monster with a breakthrough. They flocked to the forum to watch the video and investigate the matter. Once the video finished playing, comments began to flood in. Although the video revealed how the boss was defeated, many players raised doubts about the terrifying damage displayed by Wang Chen. Numerous players, driven by jealousy or other motives, reported Wang Chen, claiming that such damage early in the game was unreasonable and affected game fairness. Among them were the five-man group led by the rogue Miaoran Foam, who harbored deep resentment towards Wang Chan and naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Unfortunately, these reports fell on deaf ears, as the apocalypse world is entirely governed by the superintelligent brain Deep Blue. Wang Chen's character attributes in the game were generated by the brain scanning, which naturally wouldn't deny its own logic. Otherwise, it would lead to a chaotic breakdown of the brain's logic, resulting in catastrophic consequences. In the end, a comment from a Hall of Fame player gained widespread agreement. This Hall of Fame player, named Southern Country Bean, has always been a magic-type profession in the virtual game world. He has consistently ranked in the top 50 of the Hall of Fame, with sufficient strength and prestige. Southern Country Bean believes that the damage displayed by Wang Chen in the video may be due to acquiring a rare skill. This skill has high damage and can trigger instantly after landing a critical hit. He analyzes Wang Chen's performance in the video and concludes that this instant cast skill needs to be triggered first, and if not used within a few seconds after triggering, it must be retriggered. This indicates that the skill is not invincible and has many limitations. However, Southern Country Bean adds that although this skill is not perfect, possessing it makes it easy for Wang Chen to become a top player in the apocalypse world. Southern Country Bean's reply was pinned to the top and highlighted by the forum administrators. As many players accepted this explanation, they also speculated about the player named Dao San Shang. They wondered if he was an alternate account of some famous Hall of Fame player, which would explain such performance. Unbeknownst to the commotion on the forum, Wang Chen was currently checking the system rewards for the first kill. The 10 gold coins were undoubtedly useful, especially before the game had started exchanging for real currency. The key point was the skill book reward, and it was a rare skill. In the world of Apocalypse World, even after reaching level 10 and changing jobs, the skills that could be learned from the skill mentor were limited. Those powerful rare skills could only be obtained by players themselves, the skill mentor could not teach them. As for how players could acquire them, it was either through specific quests or dropped by bosses. In addition, there were also chances to obtain them from wild treasure chests, encounters, etc., but that relied purely on luck. So, looking at it this way, the rare skill book that the system rewarded Wang Chen was extremely precious. With excitement, he opened his backpack, and the rare mage skill appeared before his eyes. Skill, Magic Shield Profession, Mage Description, condenses magical power to immediately apply a shield to oneself, capable of absorbing 200 plus 150% spell attack damage, lasting for 60 seconds, with a cooldown time of 30 seconds, consuming 20 mana points. Clapping his hands together, Wang Chen eagerly used the skill book. Looking at the skill icon that resembled a transparent eggshell, he thought to himself, no wonder it's a rare professional skill, now my survival ability is even stronger. With a thought, Wang Chen was instantly enveloped by a shell-like transparent shield. This shield could only be seen by the caster. Others could not see it at all. Only when someone attacked would it indicate that damage was absorbed. Curiously, Wang Chen touched the shield with his hand, discovering it was incredibly tough. Yet did not hinder his breathing, and he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of magic. With this magic shield, he felt that sometimes he could play the role of a tank. According to the skill's description, as long as the shield was not broken, it could almost exist indefinitely. Since the cooldown time was shorter than the skill's duration, he just needed to use the skill again before the duration ended. Moreover, through testing, Wang Chen found that the mana cost of the skill was not high. Once his mental attribute increased a bit in the future, he could almost instantly recover the mana consumed by the magic shield. Not to mention, Wang Chen's golden finger determined that his main attribute would be mental, so the speed of mana recovery was easy to imagine. Just as Wang Chen was having a great time experimenting with the magic shield, the resurrected Little Stone finally rushed over. At this point, Little Stone was already a level 6 knight, which was definitely in the top tier of the current apocalypse world. Before he even reached Wang Chen, one could see Little Stone's delicate face flush, though it was unclear whether it was from running or excitement. Great God, did you hear the server-wide announcement? We're famous now, and there are so many rewards. Little Stone excitedly gestured, showing a childlike innocence. Wang Chen smiled and waved his hand, signaling him to calm down, then nodded towards the corpse of the iron-armored crocodile. Don't get too excited, let's see what good stuff the boss dropped. Upon hearing this, Little Stone was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that he would be asked to loot the boss's corpse. The temptation of the first boss level monster in Apocalypse World was evident. However, after thinking for a moment, Little Stone still suppressed the urge to loot the boss's corpse and shook his head in refusal. Great God! You should do it, you killed the boss all by yourself, so it should be you who loots it. Although he verbally declined, his eyes, which were fixed on the iron-armored crocodile's corpse, betrayed his thoughts. Wang Chen found it amusing. This Little Stone was indeed a bit naive. Thinking of his own dark hand, he advised again, go ahead. Stop dawdling. Without your slide tackle, I won't be able to buy time to dodge the boss's attacks and defeat it. Seeing that Wang Chen's expression was serious, Xiao Tu immediately became excited. He rubbed his hands together, pointed at the boss's corpse, and looked at Wang Chen for confirmation. Then I'm really going for it. After receiving Wang Chen's response, he ran excitedly towards the iron-armored crocodile turtle's corpse. Although he had a well-off family since childhood, he had never experienced such a thrill. As he touched the body of the iron-armored crocodile turtle, the dropped items immediately appeared in the team interface. Iron Thorn Crown, Helmet, Epic. Durability, 94/100. Equipment requirement, Level 9, Physical Class. Equipment slot, Head. Attributes, Stamina 67. Strength 40, Agility 7, Health 500. Intimidation, let out a roar that stuns targets within 5 yards for 2 seconds, dealing 100 plus 110% physical attack damage, cooldown 30 seconds, cannot be used on elite level or higher targets. Thorn's Fury, all attacks against you will reflect 10% damage back. Description, the glory of the Iron Thorn never fades, long live the Violet Empire. Tide Collar, accessory, fine. Durability, none. Equipment requirement, level 9. Attributes, Intelligence 8, Spirit 5. Tide Call, instantly restores 40% mana and increases your spell attack by 50 points for 30 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Description, tides rise and fall, there will be a day of return. Blood of the Iron-Armored Crocodile Turtle, Epic. Description, quest item. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence as Wang Chen and Xiao Tu exchanged glances. After 2 seconds of silence, 2 distinctly different exclamations rang out simultaneously. Big shot, it's an epic piece of equipment. Why the hell is it for a physical class again? Xiao Tu didn't think much of it. Seeing the purple epic gear, he was naturally thrilled. But Wang Chen wasn't as pleased, as he had already seen the equipment requirement for that physical class. Normally, a boss-level monster would drop 1 epic and 1 fine item, which could be considered a system miracle. Boss-level monsters typically only drop blue fine quality items, and the chance of getting a purple epic is almost zero. Moreover, the attributes of this Iron Thorn Crown were quite good, and it came with 1 active and 1 passive skill. Notably, it was likely the first purple item in the Apocalypse world, making it quite a collectible. What left Wang Chen feeling helpless was that this was a top-tier equipment for physical classes, which had nothing to do with him. He assigned the Tide Collar to himself, instantly adding a starfish-shaped accessory to his inventory. After equipping the accessory, his spell attack increased by 16 points. Looking at the last item radiating a mysterious purple glow, he turned his gaze to Xiao Tu. I'm a magic class, this epic equipment can only be sold for money. Do you want to consider it? It wasn't that Wang Chen was stingy, it was just that epic equipment held significant value. If it were a green item, he wouldn't mind giving it to Xiao Tu for helping him out. However, at this stage, Wang Chen was still poor and needed to accumulate capital to improve his life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tu was first taken aback, then pointed at himself in disbelief. Big shot, are you saying you want to sell it to me? I can't be hearing this wrong, he said, looking troubled. How many credit points would that be? I only have over 10 million in my account, and if I need more, I have to ask my mom for it, and then she'll start nagging me. Wang Chen. He pasted the attributes of the Iron Thorn Crown and sent messages to Idao Lujuan and Sifang Kai with the same content. Just picked up a piece of equipment, bro, what price do you think it can fetch? Since it was an epic item, Wang Chen was also unsure of its market value. To be fair to both him and Little Stone, it was necessary to find someone to understand the situation. Wang Chen naturally thought of the previous transaction with 1 cut, 2 breaks, and Sifang Kai could also be a channel. 1 cut, 2 breaks was the first to reply, probably not leveling up. 1 cut, 2 breaks, bro, are you joking? If someone could pick up epic gear, I bet everyone would be out there picking it up. That was just the announcement about the boss-level monster that just came out. Right? Before Wang Chen could respond, 1 cut, 2 breaks sent another message. 1 cut, 2 breaks, this Iron Thorn Crown is very suitable for warriors, and since it's the first epic gear in the game, I can offer 1.8 million credit points, which is equivalent to 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins? That's quite a bit. More than I expected. Wang Chen muttered to himself while stroking his chin. Although it was epic level, it was still a low-level piece of equipment. It was likely that 1 cut, 2 breaks was willing to offer such a high price to promote themselves. Through their conversation, it felt like 1 cut, 2 breaks was probably a high-ranking member of a large guild. Just as Wang Chen was about to share the chat record with Little Stone to ask for his opinion, the game merchant Sifang Kai sent 2 messages in quick succession. However, after reading Sifang Kai's messages, Wang Chen's brows furrowed immediately. Si Fong Kai. Kai, bro, the buyer is offering 450,000 credit points for this equipment. I negotiated for you and can get it to 500,000. What do you think? Not knowing if he was afraid Wang Chen would disagree, he quickly sent another message as if to explain. Si Fong Kai, although it's epic gear, it can only be used at low levels, so the buyer's offer isn't high. This second-hand dealer Si Fong Kai must be out of his mind, there are all kinds of people in the game. Wang Chen secretly complained, then shared the chat with one cut, 2 breaks with Little Stone. When Little Stone saw that the equipment price was far below his expectations, he was overjoyed. Big God, sell it to me. I'll offer 2 million credit points. He truly didn't think the price of 1.8 million credit points was high. Instead, he unhesitatingly added 200,000. For Little Stone, coming up with 100 gold coins was difficult. But for credit points, with over 10 million in pocket money, it was just a slightly larger number. Hearing Little Stone's offer, Wang Chen had no reason to refuse. He first allocated the Iron Thorn crown to himself, then completed the transaction with Little Stone through the system's guarantee. During the transaction, Little Stone also added the reward for leveling up to level 6. In addition, he gave Wang Chen the 10 gold coins rewarded by the system. Although Wang Chen declined, he ultimately couldn't refuse Little Stone. According to Little Stone, even though it was a system reward, without Wang Chen helping him level up, there wouldn't be this opportunity. He was able to obtain a rare skill as a system reward and even got a server-wide announcement that was already extra gain. Wang Chen had no choice but to accept the gold coins. However, he had already made plans to take Little Stone along again when the opportunity arose. At least through this incident, Wang Chen felt that Little Stone was a trustworthy person. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was a wealthy player. Who could refuse to be friends with a good-natured and simple, wealthy person? After the transaction was completed, Wang Chen didn't plan to stay here any longer. He had already reached level 9, and soon he might have to leave the Novice village. Meanwhile, the blacksmith's breakthrough task had only just collected 2 types. So before leaving the Novice village, he needed to quickly finish the tasks. Wang Chen shared his thoughts with Little Stone and asked for his opinion. Little Stone agreed without much thought, as he was now level 6 and could do many tasks. The two reached an agreement and immediately headed back, as it was still quite a distance from the Novice village. After a while, as they were on their way, a golden light suddenly burst forth from Little Stone. Wang Chen turned his head to take a look and saw a golden eggshell-like light shield enveloping Little Stone. After seeing the golden light shield last a full 15 seconds before disappearing, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this the rare skill you got? It looks pretty cool." Little Stone seemed like a child showing off a new toy, posting the skill attributes to the team interface while sounding quite pleased. "Yes, great God, take a look at the attributes. I think it's very strong, suitable for my future path as a defensive knight, and the skill looks really awesome." At this moment, Wang Chen also saw the skill description, and a thought began to form in his mind. Skill, Holy Shield Profession. Knight description, condenses the power of Holy Light to immediately generate a light shield around the body, lasting for 15 seconds. During the duration of the light shield, all attacks are immune while generating a large amount of threat. Cooldown time, 5 minutes, consumes 5% of mana. It was clear that this was an invincible skill, much more impressive than Wang Chen's magic shield. Especially the effect of generating threat was simply a tank's divine skill. Wang Chen thought about his purpose for entering this game, and the idea of forming a team became clear again. And this Little Stone was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a teammate. Both in terms of character and potential for development, he was very suitable. However, Little Stone came from a wealthy family, and Wang Chen wondered if he would be able to log in every day consistently. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen decided to test the waters first. Through their conversation, he got to know Little Stone better. It turned out that Little Stone had just turned 16, meeting the standard for playing virtual games. Moreover, he had already taken the college entrance examination, and now was the summer vacation, a time of leisure, with his parents busy with business and his only sister in the North American Federation. Little Stone felt particularly bored. Coincidentally, the Federation was promoting the popularization of Apocalypse World, and under the recommendation of his butler, he chose this virtual game. When Little Stone learned that Wang Chen wanted to form a team and recruit him as the first member, he was both surprised and delighted. "Great God! Are you really going to form a fixed team and add me to it?" He scratched his head unconsciously as he spoke. "I can guarantee to be online every day, but I've never played games before. Will I hold you back?" Hearing Little Stone's concerns only strengthened Wang Chen's resolve to include him in the team. "Don't worry, skills are developed gradually. You can look up guides on defensive knights online when you Have time to learn. Wang Chen didn't believe that a genius who entered university at 16 would have poor learning abilities. Even the best players in the Hall of Fame weren't that great from the start. Moreover, with the Holy Shield skill, Little Stone already had the foundation to become a qualified defensive knight. After a few encouraging words from Wang Chen, Little Stone immediately became full of confidence and formally agreed to become a member of the team. Once they left the novice village and could establish officially recognized organizations like guilds or mercenary groups, he could be added in. Wang Chen felt good about having a wealthy little brother. He took out the swift leggings from his backpack and handed them to Little Stone as a benefit for being the first member of his team. Little Stone didn't refuse and happily accepted them to equip. At this point, the two returned to the novice village and went their separate ways to take and complete quests. A few minutes later, Wang Chen submitted the completed quests and received 2 new ones. One was to kill 20 blood wolves, and the other was to collect 15 fishman eyeballs. Upon seeing the blood wolves mentioned in the quests, Wang Chen immediately recalled the blacksmith's task, which required 10 blood wolf tails. It seemed they were all in the same place, but he didn't know where the blood wolves were, nor did he know about the fishmen. After reuniting with Little Stone, the two discussed and decided to tackle their respective tasks. Wang Chen needed to find both blood wolves and fishmen, while Little Stone needed to complete some low-level tasks he had just received. Little Stone is now level 6, and it's enough for him to handle these tasks alone. Wang Chen asked Little Stone to keep an eye out for the blood wolf and fishman monsters while doing the tasks and to notify him promptly if he spots them. After Little Stone nodded, the two went their separate ways. Wang Chen had no particular destination in mind, but he thought of the Elwin forest from before. At that time, he had only farmed the red-bellied forest spider on the outskirts and hadn't ventured deep inside. The blood wolf, judging by its name, is not a low-level monster. He wondered if it was in the forest. The road to the Elwin forest is quite far, requiring passage through the flowing light river and the green pasture. As Wang Chen exited the village, he could still see many new players just entering the game, hunting the redskin toads. However, there were not as many players here as yesterday, and these newcomers no longer needed to compete for monsters. Checking the time, it was already close to midnight in real life, while it was noon in the game. As Wang Chen walked along the flowing light river and entered the green pasture, a light drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. He felt the cool, refreshing raindrops while planning his future development. Wang Chen knew that there was a chance to rise with the Apocalypse World, the future second world of the Federation. The actions of the Deep Blue Federation and the movements of so many large corporations indicated this. The opportunities in the Apocalypse World are limitless, and rewriting the power dynamics in reality is entirely possible. Wang Chen believed that as long as he continued to lead with his golden finger and gradually accumulate capital, he could eventually establish a force in the game and share a piece of the big cake from the second world. Half an hour later, he reached the edge of the Elwin forest. This was Wang Chen's second time entering the forest, carefully avoiding the red-bellied forest spiders along the way. Now at level 9, killing these level 8 spiders not only gave him half the experience but also wasted time. Unfortunately, as a proactive attacking red-named monster, he accidentally attracted a few. However, with the magic shield and his terrifying spell damage, he no longer needed to summon the spirit of the Grey Wolf to kill the red-bellied forest spiders. After equipping the accessory tie collar, Wang Chen's spell damage now approached 200. Moreover, his health had also reached over 500, higher than many tanks. Coupled with the rare skill Magic Shield, he could absorb over 500 points of damage just from the shield. After passing through the territory of the red-bellied forest spiders, Wang Chen discovered another type of monster. Azure Ape, level 9, ordinary monster, health 960. This is a tall ape-like monster, each one towering at 3 meters high. Wang Chen tentatively lured a few to kill, gaining 96 experience points for each. He noticed that despite their large size, these monsters were surprisingly quick. Just now, when he cast a spell at the Azure Ape's head, he missed several times. Finally, Wang Chen suddenly remembered a technical post he had seen earlier about the love for salted fish, which mentioned the concept of prediction. After several experiments, he finally grasped the trick. This prediction seemed simple, but it was actually difficult to execute. Players needed to calculate the monster's movement speed and the projectile speed of their skills. Even more subtly, the terrain around the monster's speed had to be considered. When these factors combined, along with the player adjusting the angle, they could ensure that their skills hit the desired target. Since he couldn't find the blood wolf for the moment, and the experience from the Azure Ape was decent, Wang Chen decided to farm monsters here for a while. He still needed quite a bit of experience to reach level 10. After a few minutes, as another Azure Ape fell heavily, a satisfied smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. He had to admit that after improving his intelligence in reality, his reaction and comprehension abilities had terrifyingly increased. After practicing for a while, he had become adept at the technique of prediction. The damage range for critical hits was between 110% and 200%, and now he could consistently trigger over 150% weakness damage with each attack. Oh, just as Wang Chen was preparing to grind that song Yuan a bit longer, a long wolf howl suddenly echoed from the right front. He immediately stopped his actions and moved towards the direction of the sound. Wang Chen had a premonition that the howler must be the blood wolf he was searching for. Sure enough, after he circled around a few towering trees, a group of blood-red wolf-like monsters appeared before him. Blood wolf, level 10, normal monster, health 1100. These blood wolves looked formidable, each one resembling a robust calf. Wang Chen noticed one blood wolf lying under a tree, licking its claws, and decided to test its strength. Infinite fireball. Minus 435, minus 13. A basketball-sized fireball sliced through the air and smashed onto the blood wolf's head, instantly eliciting a mournful howl. Damn, why isn't its head a weak point? Wang Chen wondered, puzzled about what went wrong. However, at that moment, the disturbed blood wolf had already pounced on him, biting into him. Minus 0, absorbed. The blood wolf's damage was absorbed by the magic shield, and Wang Chen quickly reacted, chanting a spell. A few seconds later, he finally managed to slay the blood wolf before the magic shield broke. System, gain 165 experience points. Killing monsters at level 1 grants a 50% experience bonus. 165 experience points for a blood wolf was quite good. Wang Chen saw the progress of his task to kill blood wolves change from 0/20 to January 20th. He stepped forward to collect the loot, but aside from a tattered pelt, he found nothing. Is there a chance for the blood wolf's tail to drop? But the tail isn't up there. Wang Chen couldn't help but complain as he began searching for another target. As the blood wolves fell one by one, he grew increasingly worried about his dwindling mana. Previously, relying on the infinite characteristic that consumes no mana, Wang Chen had always had enough mana to spare. Even with some consumption, the slow recovery from his mental attribute could quickly replenish it. But now, unable to find the blood wolf's weak point, he couldn't conserve mana. Moreover, Wang Chen needed to maintain the magic shield, which meant he had to reactivate it almost every time he killed a blood wolf, causing his mana to deplete even faster. If the weak point isn't in the head, then where could it be? Wang Chen pondered, looking down in thought. Suddenly, it was as if a lightning bolt illuminated his mind. He realized where the blood wolf's weak point was. Wang Chen recalled an old saying he had heard in his past life describing wolves: copper head, iron bones, tofu waist. If nothing unexpected happened, the blood wolf's weak point should also be around its waist. With that thought, he immediately found a leisurely strolling blood wolf. Aiming at the wolf's waist, he began to chant infinite fireball. Minus 783, minus 13, minus 434. As the fireball struck the wolf's waist, yellow damage values immediately popped up. Wang Chen casually threw out the fireball spell that triggered the infinite characteristic, instantly killing the charging blood wolf. Since the blood wolf wasn't facing him when it charged, the second fireball spell didn't trigger the characteristic. However, that was fine. This way, Wang Chen wouldn't need to maintain the magic shield. He only needed to expend the mana for one infinite fireball, and with the recovery from his mental attribute, it was sufficient. From then on, grinding monsters became simple, and Wang Chen's task progress was rapidly increasing. Aside from the low drop rate for the blood wolf's tail, the task of killing 20 blood wolves was completed quickly. By the time Wang Chen reached level 10, he had already collected 9 blood wolf tails, just one short of completing the task, after which he would need to look for the fishmen. Just as Wang Chen was preparing to continue grinding to obtain the last blood wolf tail, a massive giant wolf appeared in his line of sight. Fearclaw? This blood wolf had long mane on its neck, coupled with cold eyes and strong muscles, exuding a menacing aura and an overwhelming presence. Not only was its size more than twice that of an ordinary blood wolf, but its 4 thick, snow-white claws also indicated its extraordinary nature. At this moment, it seemed to be patrolling its territory, and the ordinary blood wolves scattered in its wake. Terror Claw, level 11, elite monster, health 5500. Looking at the opponent's avatar frame adorned with golden dragon patterns, Wang Chen easily confirmed its identity. Boss. Blood Wolf King? He didn't expect to encounter another boss, but of course, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. However, seeing that it had over 5,000 health points, Wang Chen felt a bit troubled. Given the speed of an 11-level boss, he estimated he could only strike its vital points once before being closed in on. Although Wang Chen currently had a thick health pool and a magic shield, he still couldn't act recklessly in front of a boss. Should I call Little Stone over? With his holy shield and my damage, taking down this boss would be a piece of cake. Wang Chen pondered, thinking of a solution. But it would take quite a while for Little Stone to arrive, and it would interrupt his quest. Weighing his options, Wang Chen decided against calling Little Stone and prepared to try it himself first. He remembered he had a special skill, the Spirit Ring's innate ability to summon spirits. As long as he had 2 Grey Wolf spirits to draw aggro, Wang Chen could stand at the side of the boss. This meant he could unleash a flurry of attacks on the giant wolf's kidneys. Thinking of this, Wang Chen followed the swaying Terror Claw from a distance. He waited for the Terror Claw to reach a relatively open area, ensuring it wouldn't attract other ordinary blood wolves, then he hurled a fireball at it. -799, -13. Ah! The Blood Wolf King Terror Claw suddenly let out a mournful howl, twisting its head to lock onto Wang Chen in an instant. Then, with a powerful push of its sturdy hind legs, the massive wolf body leaped into the air. In just one pounce, it covered nearly 20 yards. Even though Wang Chen was at the farthest attack distance, it was as if he were right next to the Terror Claw. Just as he was about to be bitten, another wolf howl rang out. 2 semi-transparent grey wolf spirits suddenly appeared, drawing the Terror Claw's aggro away. At this point, Wang Chen was already level 9, so the 2 grey wolf spirits he summoned had reached level 8. As ghost-type monsters, they had over 800 health points, which should allow them to last for a while. When the Terror Claw began attacking the grey wolf spirits, Wang Chen immediately ran to the side. In the last second before the infinite property was about to disappear, he unleashed the fire explosion spell at the Terror Claw's kidneys again. -779, -25, -802, -37. As basketball-sized fireballs struck the boss's kidneys with ferocity, its health bar visibly decreased. Wang Chen noticed that the Terror Claw's attack frequency was rapid, almost once per second. With each bite, the grey wolf spirits lost over 200 health points. This meant that if Wang Chen were to go up, a single attack from the Terror Claw could knock out his magic shield, and 2 attacks would send him back to the respawn point. With just the Spirit Ring's innate skill, the Spirit Ring could almost be used indefinitely. Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel at how useful the Spirit Ring was. Indeed, whether equipment was top tier depended on its additional attributes. For a lone player like him, especially as a mage with strong offense but weak defense, the timeless grey wolf spirits were undoubtedly equivalent to a portable tank, making them great partners for both leveling up and soloing bosses. 80%, 70%, 50%, 35%. The boss's health rapidly plummeted, nearing its end. Just as Wang Chen thought victory was assured and he was about to kill the Terror Claw, an unexpected event occurred. Whoa! When it still had 30% health left, the Terror Claw suddenly stopped attacking and let out a long howl into the sky. At the same time, the blood wolves within a 60-yard radius immediately responded. As if summoned, a dozen ordinary blood wolves immediately rushed towards Wang Chen's direction. Damn, I said it would be a one-on-one fight, why is it turning into a gang fight? Although he was just a few seconds away from killing the Terror Claw, he would also be sent back to the revival point by the other party's dozen little brothers. Wang Chen helplessly gave up the idea of continuing to cast the fire explosion spell and instead began to chant another skill, malicious transformation. After 1.5 seconds, the Terror Claw transformed into a small turtle, wandering around in confusion. At the same time, Wang Chen quickly cancelled the summoning skill, causing the last remaining grey wolf spirit, which still had a bit of health left, to dissipate. He was afraid that the grey wolf spirit would attack the transformed small turtle, and then there would be no escape. After doing all this, Wang Chen looked at the many ordinary blood wolves rapidly approaching and, without any hesitation, turned and ran. Fortunately, although his movement speed couldn't match the Terror Claw, he could still outrun the ordinary blood wolves. A minute later, Wang Chen had already run to the territory of the Tsang Yuan and had shaken off the aggro. Those blood wolves turned back to their original positions after killing at Tsang Yuan that he had accidentally aggroed. With a few skills, he sat down to recover. Watching his health and mana slowly regenerate, Wang Chen couldn't help but complain about the disgusting nature of the apocalypse world. The entire Novice village's supply items, aside from the 2 small potions sold at the potion shop, had nothing else. He really didn't know how those ordinary players with only 10 copper coins in starting funds managed to overcome difficulties and level up. A few minutes later, seeing his mana gradually recover, Wang Chen slowly stood up. He was preparing to go back and challenge the Terror Claw again, as he had a new idea. When the Terror Claw's health was at 30%, it would call for its subordinates, but there was more than 2 seconds of time before the ordinary blood wolves would catch up. As long as his damage was a bit higher, he could kill the Terror Claw and then escape. After that, he could wait for the aggro to drop and return to loot the corpse. As for how to increase his damage, Wang Chen had also thought of a way. He could stand a bit closer after the Grey Wolf spirit had drawn aggro, ensuring that each fire explosion spell had a better angle for weak point attacks. In addition, Wang Chen remembered the equipment he had just obtained not long ago, the Tide Collar. This accessory had a skill that increased magic damage by 50 points. With a 30-second buff, it was enough to kill the Terror Claw. With this in mind, Wang Chen returned to the spot where he had found the Terror Claw. The massive blood wolf had returned to its original form and was slowly patrolling its territory. Infinite fire. Explosion. -986, -18. Seizing the opportunity, he initiated with the fire explosion spell. This time, the damage dealt was significantly higher, directly taking away nearly 1/5 of the Terror Claw's health. Because at this moment, there was a ripple of water elemental power around Wang Chen. He activated the accessory skill, Tide Call. The scene replayed, the Terror Claw howled and lunged again, only to be intercepted by the Grey Wolf spirit. Wang Chen moved to within 10 yards of the Terror Claw, unleashing fire explosion spells at the wolf's waist as if they were free. A few seconds passed, and the boss's health plummeted to 30%. The Terror Claw howled again to call its minions, but this time Wang Chen did not move. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, he threw 2 more fire explosion spells, and the remaining 1,000+ health of the Terror Claw was instantly cleared. System, gained 1100 experience points, killing a monster 2 levels higher grants a 100% experience bonus. Wang Chen looked at the many ordinary blood wolves less than 5 yards away from him and quickly turned to run. Having successfully killed the boss, he was in a great mood. Once he shook off the aggro, he could return to loot the boss's corpse. He wondered what good items this giant wolf boss called the Terror Claw would drop. A few minutes later, Wang Chen returned to the blood wolf's territory. Looking at the massive wolf corpse, he knew it was time to test his luck. Unfortunately, Little Stone wasn't here, otherwise, it might have been better if he could touch it. Wang Chen felt that compared to him, Little Stone had a bit more luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continuously obtained several pieces of equipment, including an epic one. Casually taking a screenshot of the massive wolf corpse, Wang Chen stepped forward to touch the body, and the items dropped by the Fear Claw also entered his backpack. System, obtained blood wolf's tail. System, obtained wolf skin bracers. System, obtained evil wolf cloak. I didn't expect the last blood wolf's tail to be dropped by the boss. Let me see if this tail is thicker. Wang Chen thought with a mischievous grin, but unfortunately, this last blood wolf's tail stacked directly with the other 9, showing no difference. At this moment, the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the Fear Claw appeared before his eyes. Wolfskin bracers, normal. Durability, 99/100. Equipment requirement, level 10, physical class. Equipment position, wrist. Attributes, stamina 12, agility 8. Description, this is a perfect piece of leather gear that can protect your wrists. Well. Evil wolf cloak, excellent. Durability, 90/100. Equipment requirement, level 10. Equipment position, back. Attributes, stamina 15. Agility 10. Cruelty, increases critical hit chance by 1%. Description, the legend of the evil wolf in Elwin Forest has been passed down. A white ordinary bracer, limited to physical classes, can only be sold. However, the evil wolf cloak is not class restricted, can be equipped at level 10, and is a relatively rare cloak. Besides that, it was the first time Wang Chen saw a critical hit attribute. Although it was only a pitiful 1% chance, it was still valuable. Among the various equipment in Apocalypse World, the hardest to obtain are accessories, followed by rings and necklaces, and finally cloaks. Equipment for other body parts is relatively easier to acquire. As the dropped items were picked up, the Fear Claw's corpse gradually refreshed. Wang Chen opened the friend interface and casually sent the screenshot of the boss to Little Stone. As a newly acquainted little brother and future teammate, he naturally wanted to show off a bit. At that moment, he suddenly noticed there were 2 unread friend messages, and upon checking, they were from 1 cut 2 break in 4 directions come wealth. Since Wang Chen had not opened his friend list, he hadn't noticed their messages. After glancing at the content, he understood their intentions. 1 cut 2 break was reaching out because he hadn't received a response after giving a price. Plus, seeing the attributes of that iron thorn crown made him quite envious. So he sent a message asking Wang Chen if he was dissatisfied with the offer of 1.8 million credit points, stating he could raise it to 2 million, and if that didn't work, they could negotiate. As for 4 directions come wealth, Wang Chen found it a bit unpleasant because, after not receiving a reply, he had the audacity to threaten him in the message. 4 directions come wealth implied that he had put in effort to help find a buyer, and even if Wang Chen didn't sell, he should at least give him a fee for his trouble. Moreover, his words hinted that their Four-Seas trading company knew many big shots, and offending them would make it difficult to move in apocalypse world. After digesting the content of the messages, Wang Chen felt a bit irritated and immediately blacklisted Four Directions Commonwealth. He couldn't understand why this person had initially approached him, and now had such an attitude. What could Four-Seas Trading Company do? Could they force him to sell? Wang Chen was not one to tolerate such people. After pondering for a moment, he replied to one cut two break. Dao San Shang, sorry, I just saw the message. That piece of equipment has been dealt with. For a team member, I can only say sorry. After sending the message, Wang Chen prepared to leave the forest to look for mermen. Just by the name, he knew such monsters couldn't be in the forest, they were likely in maps with small rivers or lakes. At that moment, one cut two break surprisingly replied instantly, he didn't know if he had set up special notifications. One cut two break, did you sell it? What a pity. No worries, if you have any extra equipment in the future, remember to tell me. I am the president of Dawnwings, and we can discuss the price. Seeing the decisive response, Wang Chen couldn't help but regard this person with a bit more respect. Dawn's Wing clearly sounded like a guild name, and it was likely a fairly large one. As the leader of a guild, Decisive Cut not only failed to acquire equipment but still maintained a good attitude towards Wang Chen, a solo player, which indicated a commendable style of doing things. Wang Chen replied with a smile to show his understanding and then closed the friend list. At the same time, he set up message notifications so he could check messages from friends in a timely manner. After all, he only had 2 friends now, so it wouldn't be too noisy. After finishing these tasks, Wang Chen headed towards the direction of Elwin Forest. As he passed through the territories of the Tsong Yuan and the red-bellied forest spider again, he could vaguely see the distant green pastures through the gaps in the trees. Ding dong! Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ear, and Wang Chen realized that Little Stone had finally replied. Little Stone, wow! Did you solo another boss, big shot? That's amazing. Seeing the admiration from his little fan, Wang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and replied modestly, it's nothing much, just an 11-level elite boss, not comparable to the previous leader-level Ironback Crocodile. Little Stone quickly responded. That's still impressive. By the way, big shot, I found the spawn point of the Murlocs, but they are a bit tough to deal with. Hearing this, Wang Chen was instantly delighted, it was like a pillow arriving just as he was feeling sleepy. Little Stone was indeed a lucky star. Once he completed the task of collecting Murloc eyeballs and found that old blind man who was somewhere unknown, he could finally leave the Novice village. Wang Chen re-invited Little Stone into the team and asked him to wait for him at the Murloc spawn point. After Little Stone joined the team, he opened the map to confirm the location. Coincidentally, the small dot representing Little Stone's position on the map was not far from him. It seemed to be just downstream of the flowing light river, but Wang Chen had not followed the river downstream before, he had turned towards the green pastures. Following Little Stone's position, he arrived at the destination after about half an hour. System, you have discovered Flowing Light Lake. As Wang Chen expected, this was indeed the downstream location of the Flowing Light River. The terrain here was low-lying, and the river water slowly gathered to form a lake. Climbing up the high slope on the side led to the green pastures. Wang Chen saw Little Stone waving at him, standing by the edge of Flowing Light Lake. Looking in the direction Little Stone was facing, there were many grass huts about 2 meters high by the lake. Between these grass huts, there was a peculiar type of monster in the shallow waters of Flowing Light Lake, with various striped colors on their bodies. They mostly hunched over, wielding weapons like sticks and forks, and appeared to be just over a meter tall. As Wang Chen slowly approached, the attributes of these peculiar monsters appeared before his eyes. Flowing Light Murloc, Level 8, Normal Monster. Health 850. Big shot, you're here. Before Wang Chen could reach him, Little Stone greeted him with a smile. Wang Chen smiled back. I rushed over as soon as I heard you mention Murlocs. By the way, since we are all teammates now, please don't call me Big Shot, I'm just playing a virtual game for the first time. Little Stone was quite surprised to hear this. Big Shot, is this your first time playing a virtual game? I thought you were some player from the Hall of Fame. Wang Chen quickly shook his head in denial. What a joke, with several major regions in the Deep Blue Federation and billions of people, there were only 1,000 Hall of Fame players. Which Hall of Fame player wasn't worth over 100 million, a winner in life? And he, Wang Chen, was just an unemployed drifter living in an old apartment building, far from being a Hall of Fame player. However, Wang Chen didn't belittle himself, he believed that as he deepened his understanding of virtual games, he wouldn't be inferior to any Hall of Fame player. After Wang Chen's denial, Little Stone didn't say much more, he stubbornly believed that Wang Chen was just being modest. Otherwise, How could he solo a leader-level boss and even level up to a staggering level 9? Since this deity wants to keep a low profile, and he will be the leader of his future team, Little Stone decided to respect Wang Chen's wishes. However, he found it a bit difficult to figure out what to call the deity, and couldn't help but ask, "Deity, if I don't call you deity, what should I call you? Is Captain okay?" Wang Chen looked at the earnest Little Stone and couldn't help but facepalm, answering without hesitation. "Anything is fine, calling me Captain is okay, I'm a few years older than you can even call me Daogu." Little Stone nodded. "Alright, I'll call you Daogu from now on, huh?" As he spoke, he changed the subject. "So Daogu, shall we start farming murlocs now?" Wang Chen didn't respond, but the actions of his subordinates already indicated his thoughts. -789, -13. A fireball smashed down on a patrolling murloc's head, almost emptying its health bar. With just a sliver of health left, Wang Chen estimated that he could finish it off with a tap of his staff. Assuming that the burning damage from infinite fireball would be enough to kill this low-health murloc, he decided not to bother anymore. Holding the activated feature that could instantly cast fireball, Wang Chen searched for the next target. Wala la 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 woo la. Unexpectedly, before he could lock onto the next murloc, the situation changed. All the murlocs near the grass huts seemed to have received some information and stood up in unison. Shouting in an incomprehensible language, these murlocs brandished their weapons and charged towards Wang Chen with a united front. "Damn, how can these monsters not play fair?" With a startled cry, Wang Chen turned and ran. If there were only a few, he could summon the spirit of the Grey Wolf to fight. But what was going on with dozens rushing at him? It was unscientific. Little Stone had already started running before Wang Chen turned around, shouting as he ran, "Daogu, didn't I tell you? These murlocs are a bit tricky to deal with. I got into trouble before, and it was only after activating Holy Shield that I managed to escape." Wang Chen was much faster than Little Stone and quickly caught up, muttering, "You didn't explain clearly, I didn't know that the tricky part was this." Fortunately, they were at the edge of the map, and the two quickly broke free from the aggro. After stopping, Wang Chen and Little Stone returned to their original spot. Looking at the scattered murlocs in front of the grass huts, both felt a lingering fear. The murloc that Wang Chen had attacked earlier was already dead, its body shimmering with a pickup glow. Unfortunately, after what had just happened, Wang Chen didn't want to poke that hornet's nest again. "Little Stone, I remember your holy shield can last for 15 seconds, right?" After a moment of silence, Wang Chen suddenly turned to ask. Little Stone nodded, a bit puzzled. "Yes, it lasts for 15 seconds, during which it immunizes all damage and can attract aggro. But you can't kill all the murlocs drawn in that time, can you?" He thought Wang Chen wanted him to activate Holy Shield to draw aggro, and felt a bit guilty. Wang Chen didn't answer Little Stone but was quickly calculating the damage. In a flash of inspiration, he suddenly clenched his fist. "Let's do it this way." Turning to see Little Stone's confused expression, Wang Chen slowly explained. It was actually quite simple, it was a matter of coordination. Wang Chen's plan was to have the spirit of the Grey Wolf and Little Stone take turns tanking while he dealt damage from the side. Two Grey Wolf spirits with over 800 health could hold out for more than 10 seconds, and with Little Stone's Holy Shield lasting 15 seconds. That should be enough time. Even if they attracted 30 monsters, it would only take Wang Chen 30 seconds. Because one of his fireballs could almost one-shot a murloc, he just needed that little bit of extra damage. As long as Wang Chen activated the accessory skill Call of the Tide, he could one-shot a murloc with a single skill. Understanding the method, Little Stone was eager to try, patting his chest to indicate he was ready. Wang Chen didn't hesitate either, finding a spot where the murlocs weren't too dense and began to chant his skill. -779, -13. After a fireball smashed down, numerous mermen rushed towards him again. The first merman that was attacked was already low on health and was preparing to flee, but at this moment, it also charged in with its companions. Wang Chen held the fire explosion spell in his hand without making a move, waiting until the mermen were close before instantly summoning the spirit of the Grey Wolf. With a howl, the spirit of the Grey Wolf attracted the aggro of over 20 mermen. At this moment, Wang Chen activated his accessory skill, Tide Call, instantly increasing his spell attack by 50 points. -942, -964-927. As the instant cast infinite fire explosion struck the smooth heads of the mermen, terrifying yellow damage numbers appeared one after another. The mermen could only emit a series of incomprehensible cries before their health was completely drained and they fell to the ground. Because they were killed instantly, these mermen had no time to escape, preventing any chaos on the battlefield. The number of mermen attacking the spirit of the Grey Wolf gradually decreased, allowing it to hold on for A few more seconds. After about 10 seconds, the last spirit of the Grey Wolf died. Even though the merman's attacks weren't high, the combined damage from dozens of them was terrifying. Without Wang Chen needing to say anything, the little stone, already charged up, dashed into the group of monsters. A golden, eggshell-like light shield appeared, instantly blinding many of the mermen. As if facing a life-and-death enemy, clubs and forks were swung at the little stone. Even though a series of immunity prompts appeared for the mermen's attacks, they showed no signs of stopping. Wang Chen stood by, with each fire explosion taking down a little merman. When the duration of the little stone's holy shield ended, only 3 or 4 little mermen were left alive. Soon, under the combined assault of the two, they quickly met their end. After one wave, a total of 28 mermen were killed. Unfortunately, because Wang Chen's level was one higher than the merman, he faced a 50% experience penalty, with each merman only yielding a little over 40 experience points. Plus, with the little stone in the party, the final experience gained was very little. If it weren't for the quest, farming mermen would be of low cost effectiveness for Wang Chen. Looking at the many shiny merman corpses on the ground waiting to be looted, the two began to reach out to collect. System, obtained 8 merman eyeballs. System, obtained 3 copper coins. Finally encountered a monster that drops game currency, but the drop rate is a bit disappointing. Wang Chen looked at the 3 copper coins in his hand and couldn't help but complain about the game's stinginess. Killing so many mermen only yielded 3 copper coins per person, which shows how difficult it was. The quest required collecting 15 merman eyeballs, and this wave only produced 8, so they needed to do another round. A few minutes later, both of them had recovered their status, and the little stone's holy shield had also cooled down. Using the same tactic again, another wave of mermen fell. Seeing the quest prompt for collecting 15 merman eyeballs completed, Wang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he wouldn't have to farm these annoying little mermen anymore, their cries were just too catchy. Although they had only killed less than 60 luminous mermen in total, Wang Chen's mind was now filled with their chaotic cries. Little stone, I've completed my quest, how about you? Wang Chen turned to ask. The little stone was gazing deep into the lake shore and quickly replied upon hearing him. Me? I might not have enough levels or something, I haven't received the quest to collect merman eyeballs yet. Wang Chen nodded, recalling that he had also received this quest after killing the ironclad crocodile turtle and returning to the Novice village. I'm planning to head back to the village to turn in the quest and see if there are any other quests available. As Wang Chen spoke, he started walking back. Noticing that the little stone hadn't moved, he turned back to ask, if there are no quests, I'm going to farm blood wolves to level up. Are you coming with me or what? Only then did the little stone retract his gaze from the distance and turn to follow Wang Chen. Daoge, I'll go with you. Hey, Daoge, do you see that unusual grass hut deep in the lake shore? I wonder if there might be a boss inside. Oh, where is it? Show me. Wang Chen stopped in his tracks, intrigued by little stone's words. The boss represented potential equipment, and he certainly couldn't miss it. Seeing Wang Chen's interest, little stone turned and pointed towards the depths of the lakeshore. Daoge, look, that grass hut is nearly 3 meters tall, and it looks more exquisite than the others. Following his direction, Wang Chen carefully observed, and indeed, there was such a grass hut. Let's go take a look, if there really is a boss, we can't miss it. Calling out to little stone, Wang Chen led the way towards it. The two of them cautiously maneuvered around the numerous shimmering fishmen, and soon reached a spot closest to their target. This position was about 100 yards away from the intricately designed grass hut, and going any closer would attract monsters. At the same time, in front of the large grass hut, next to a big pot, a tall fishman came into view for the two. Old Blind Eye, level 10, elite monster, health 6000. Old Blind Eye was a tall fishman, nearly 2 meters high even with its hunched back. Its skin was grayish-white, with sharp spikes protruding from its back. At that moment, Old Blind Eye was stirring something in the big pot with a stick. Little stone really is my lucky star, I just need a treasure from Old Blind Eye for my blacksmithing quest. The moment Wang Chen saw the boss's name, he thought of the blacksmithing quest called Break the Shackles in his task list. Daoge, it really is a boss, but there are too many shimmering fishmen around, it's going to be tough. Little stone looked at Wang Chen, seeking his opinion. Everyone wanted to fight a boss, but the ordinary fishmen surrounding them were too dense. If this Old Blind Eye called out, all the fishmen would swarm over. Just thinking about that scene was terrifying. Wang Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. To be safe, let's clear out all the ordinary fishmen around first. That way, even if the boss calls for help, there won't be any fishmen nearby to assist. Little Stone thought this made a lot of sense, it was the safest approach. Although dying in the Novice village wouldn't cost them experience, running back from the resurrection point would still waste time. Following their previous method, Wang Chen and Little Stone began to lure and kill the surrounding fishmen in waves. After clearing 6 or 7 waves, they were now less than 40 yards from Old Blind Eye. They could clearly see it opening and closing its sharp teeth, speaking in an unintelligible fishman language. At the same time, its long upper limbs were gripping a short spear, with unknown chunks of meat hanging from it, fished out of the big pot. Wang Chen looked around and saw that there were no ordinary fishmen left, so he immediately activated Infinite Flame Explosion. Boom! A basketball-sized fireball struck Old Blind Eye, causing its head to tilt. And the chunk of meat it had just bitten fell to the ground. -802, -13. Mugola lalaha. Old Blind Eye let out a series of cries upon being attacked, brandishing its short spear and charging towards Wang Chen. At the same time, a few ordinary fishmen also rushed out from the 2 grass huts nearby. These ordinary fishmen had either been sleeping in the huts or hiding, and they had been overlooked during the previous clearing. Wang Chen summoned the spirit of the Grey Wolf to intercept the monsters. Secretly relieved. Thankfully, they had already killed off the vast majority of the ordinary fishmen in advance. Otherwise, they would now have to face both Old Blind Eye and numerous small monsters at the same time. Activating his accessory skill to increase spell damage by 50 points, Wang Chen stood still and began to unleash a barrage of attacks. In just a few seconds, Old Blind Eye's health plummeted dramatically, with massive yellow damage numbers causing Little Stone to stare in shock. When Old Blind Eye's health dropped below 30%, it let out a roar and suddenly turned red, growing larger. Enraged, Wang Chen didn't stop his movements, launching another large fireball straight into Old Blind Eye's open mouth. Boss had one eye that was completely white, which is probably why he was called Old Blind Eye. After going berserk, Old Blind Eye suddenly began to spin around with his short spear. Wang Chen recognized this as the skill of a level 10 warrior after class change, Whirlwind Slash. However, Old Blind Eye's Whirlwind Slash was somewhat perverse, spinning every 0.5 seconds and dealing high damage. The originally sturdy spirit of the Grey Wolf fell within 2 seconds, and at that moment, Old Blind Eye still had a few hundred health points left. Wang Chen didn't want to experience the attack power of a berserk boss, so he quickly had Little Stone go invincible and take the hit. After that, there were no more surprises. Old Blind Eye struggled in vain and finally fell. System, gained 480 experience points, killing a monster at level 1 grants a 50% experience bonus and a 10% team bonus. After Old Blind Eye fell, the remaining ordinary murlocs that had been ignored were quickly killed as well. Wang Chen signaled Little Stone to loot the boss's corpse, wanting to see what good items this Little Red Hand could find. Little Stone didn't refuse, smiling as he approached and reached under Old Blind Eye. Wang Chen saw the system prompt him to collect 50 copper coins, and at the same time, equipment appeared on the team interface. Old Blind Eye's eye patch, helmet, excellent. Durability, 96/100. Equipment requirement. Level 10, Magic Profession. Equipment position, head. Attributes, Stamina 10, Intelligence 8, Spirit 5. Description, look at me, don't I look like a one-eyed pirate? Is that it? Where's Old Blind Eye's treasure? Wang Chen approached in disbelief, but the boss's corpse was gradually disappearing, refreshed by the system. Feeling a bit unwilling, Wang Chen looked at the soon-to-disappear boss corpse and couldn't help but kick it twice. Could it be that Old Blind Eye's treasure, like the Murloc eyeballs, also has a chance to drop? Wang Chen wondered to himself. If that were the case, this difficult task of breaking through the shackles would really be impossible to complete. Because the respawn time for a boss like Old Blind Eye was at least a week, Wang Chen couldn't possibly stay in the novice village for that long. Dao Go, what's wrong? Is the dropped equipment not good? Little Stone, unaware that this was Wang Chen's task boss, thought he was dissatisfied with the attributes of the eye patch. Wang Chen shook his head and explained the reason to him. Could it be that the task item isn't on the boss, but was stolen by other ordinary murlocs? Little Stone joked. Wang Chen laughed heartily, stating that it was impossible, because they had previously farmed hundreds of glimmering murlocs and hadn't seen Old Blind Eye's treasure drop. Even if the chance was low, it couldn't be that low. Since there was no task item dropped, getting a piece of equipment was still acceptable. Wang Chen prepared to leave. It was fine if he didn't complete this task. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a large grass hut nearly 3 meters high nearby, which was Old Blind Eye's fish den. Wang Chen remembered that after killing the summoning snail, he had found a treasure chest in its cave. So, could there also be a treasure chest inside this grass hut? With this thought, Wang Chen walked into the grass hut, much to Little Stone's surprise. What came into view was a scene of bare walls, but a regular wooden box in the corner instantly caught his attention. Little Stone followed in and also spotted the box. Treasure chest? It's Was his first time seeing a treasure chest in Apocalypse World, even if it was just an ordinary one. Wang Chen nodded and approached to open the unlocked box. System. Obtained Old Blind Eye's treasure. System. Obtained crystal fragment. The task item is here. Wang Chen exclaimed in delight, seeing that the task to break through the shackles was now marked as complete. Ha, luckily Daogui, you were clever and didn't miss this grass hut. Little Stone stood by, also very happy for Wang Chen. Wang Chen held a blue crystal ball the size of a fist in his hand, examining it closely before placing it into his backpack. He didn't expect this to be the treasure of the old blind man. It had no attributes at all. It seemed the merman just loved shiny things like this. There was also a crystal shard that had attributes, and Wang Chen glanced at it before trading it to Little Stone. Crystal shard, necklace, common. Durability, 99/100. Equipment requirement, level 8, physical class. Equipment. Slot, neck. Attributes, stamina 9, strength 5. Description, extremely glamorous. Although it was a common piece of equipment, being a necklace made it quite decent. After receiving it, Little Stone wanted to give him some credit points, but Wang Chen refused. He told him that they were already teammates, so there was no need to be so formal. In the future, when they participated in activities together, they would distribute items as needed. When there were many team members in the future and conflicts arose, they could think of other ways. After finding the quest items, the two quickly left the vicinity of Radiant Lake. Wang Chen checked his experience points. He was not far from leveling up. Perhaps after turning in the quest, he would reach level 10 and meet the requirements to leave the Novice village. Half an hour later, the two returned to the Novice village and went their separate ways to turn in their quests. Wang Chen first submitted the quests for collecting merman eyeballs and killing 20 blood wolves, earning over 2,000 experience points and more than 20 reputation points in total. At this point, his experience had reached 17121/18,000. Just over 800 points short. Wang Chen estimated that, barring any accidents, he would be the first to reach level 10 and leave the Novice village. After circling the entire Novice village, he found there were no more quests available. Wang Chen decided not to delay any further and headed straight to the blacksmith's location on the east side of the village. When he arrived at the blacksmith shop, he noticed two players were repairing their equipment. It seemed that although the drop rate for equipment in Apocalypse World was extremely low, the vast player base meant there would always be some lucky ones. Wang Chen, who had hidden his nickname and level, did not attract the attention of these two players, and they left after finishing their repairs. The question mark above the blacksmith's head had turned yellow, indicating that the quest was complete and could be submitted. Wang Chen took out the quest items and approached to trigger a dialogue. Master, I have brought you what you need, I hope it can help you. The blacksmith had simple intelligence. Upon seeing the blood wolf tails and other quest items, he immediately stepped forward. Thank you, warrior. With these, I can attempt to forge more powerful weapons. System, please choose the type of weapon you wish. Looking at the three options, staff, one-handed sword, and dagger, Wang Chen naturally chose the staff. Among these three weapons, the staff had slightly higher physical attack, which he could use in emergencies at times. Wang Chen's golden finger would keep his strength attribute at a high level, so with the staff, his physical attack wouldn't be too low. Once he left the Novice village, there would be no more Novice protection, and players could PK freely in the wild. If a melee class attacked Wang Chen, the mage, his staff could bring some surprises. After Wang Chen made his choice, the blacksmith took the quest items and went to the anvil to start forging. He couldn't understand why making a staff required blood wolf tails and other items. He could only watch the blacksmith perform. 10 minutes later, Wang Chen heard the blacksmith let out a surprised shout, and he immediately knew the staff was ready. Sure enough, he saw the blacksmith walking over with a staff in hand, then speaking to him. By the gods of forging, warrior, thank you for your help. I have successfully advanced to an intermediate blacksmith. This staff is my most perfect creation. I hope you take it to protect the empire. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Chen took the staff, and at the same time, the quest officially completed, breaking the shackles. Golden light rose beneath his feet, and the experience reward from the quest directly leveled him up to 10. System, player level has reached level 10, please go to the village chief to receive the quest to leave the village. Wang Chen naturally heard the system prompt, but he did not move. Instead, he was checking the attributes of the staff. Shadow staff, fine. Durability, 100/100. Equipment requirement, level 10, magic class. Equipment position, main hand. Attributes, physical attack 90, spell attack 45, stamina 55, intelligence 37. Shadow attacks have a chance to trigger shadow effect, adding 20% shadow damage. A level 10 blue fine weapon. The attributes are simply worlds apart compared to the Novice staff. Moreover, the main attributes of this shadow staff are very high, almost comparable to that epic equipment. The Iron Thorn Crown. Finally, I can replace the novice staff. This new staff looks pretty good. Wang Chen eagerly equipped the shadow staff, along with the other equipment he had obtained earlier, and his overall attributes skyrocketed. Nickname, Daosan Shang Race, Human Level, 10 Class, Mage Attributes, Strength 41, Agility 41, plus 10, Stamina 43, plus 91, Intelligence 72, plus 64, Spirit 44, plus 18, Health 1340/1340 Mana, 620/620 Experience, 0/1000000 Physical Attack, 177 Spell Attack, 332 Critical Hit Chance, 1% Physical Defense, 0 Spell Defense, 0 Maximum Movement Speed, 14.1 Skills, Magic Missile, Malicious Transformation, Magic Shield Talent Skill. Infinite Fireball Equipment Skills, Summon Spirit, Tide Collar Equipment, Shadow Staff, Spirit Ring, Tide Collar, Red Leather Soft Shoes, Wolf Cloak, Old Blind Man's Eye Patch. Dao Gui, you've reached level 10. Are you going to leave the novice village next? Little Stone sent a message in the team channel. His team with Wang Chen had not disbanded, so he could see the level changes. Just one more quest to leave the village. If it's simple, I can leave the novice village today. Wang Chen was admiring his current appearance and casually replied to the message. After putting on all the equipment, his attributes had nearly doubled. Seeing the bluish-green glow shimmering on his body, Wang Chen hurriedly turned off the special effects of each piece of equipment. If they were all epic-level purple glows, that would be fine, but these blue-green pieces looked a bit shabby, didn't they? If other players knew Wang Chen's thoughts, they would probably want to challenge him to a real-life PK. Right now, the vast majority of players barely had any ordinary equipment, not even one piece. But Wang Chen already had several pieces of white quality equipment or above, and even a few blue fine items. The disparity was evident. Do you need my help, Dao Gu? I'm still in the novice village. Little Stone was curious about the quest to leave the village. Shouldn't one be able to leave directly upon reaching level 10? I'm not sure about the difficulty of the quest. Why don't you wait for me at the village chief? I'll be there soon. Wang Chen replied while quickly heading towards the village chief in the novice village. A few minutes later, he arrived next to the village chief and found that the chief indeed had a quest marker above his head. After greeting Little Stone, Wang Chen stepped forward to trigger the dialogue. Elder, I've reached level 10, can I go to a bigger city now? The village chief looked worried. Warrior, originally, once you reach level 10, you could use the teleportation array to reach farther places, but what? Wang Chen quickly inquired, not expecting this NPC to keep him in suspense. The village chief took out a box and opened it, revealing a diamond-shaped transparent crystal inside. He pointed at the crystal and explained, because the teleportation array hasn't been used for a long time, to save energy, this heart of teleportation has been stored away. Now that you adventurers have arrived, to restart the teleportation array, you need to place the heart of teleportation back into the array to activate it. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was even more confused. Then just activate the teleportation array, what's the difficulty? The village chief pointed into the distance and continued to explain, deep in the Elwin forest, there is a fierce and powerful azure ape. The energy from activating the teleportation array will attract it. Wang Chen understood a bit at this point, it meant they had to defeat a boss. Meanwhile, the system also issued a timely prompt. System, Kermok, Epic, the village chief of the novice village needs to reactivate the teleportation array. During the activation, it cannot be disturbed. Do you choose to help him? Note, failing the task will lead to unpredictable consequences, please choose carefully. Wang Chen. An epic level task, along with that last eye-catching prompt. Wang Chen hesitated, the unpredictable consequences made him uncertain. Dao Gu, is the task very difficult? Little Stone, seeing Wang Chen standing there, motionless with a hesitant expression, stepped forward to inquire about the reason. Wang Chen didn't speak but shared the task prompt with him. Isn't it just an epic task? What are you afraid of? Dao Gu, let's do it together. Little Stone, fearless and undaunted, patted his chest, indicating Wang Chen should just take the task. As he became more familiar with Wang Chen, his youthful nature gradually revealed itself, no longer so restrained. Wang Chen was spurred on by Little Stone and made up his mind to accept the task. Right, it's just an epic task, what's there to be afraid of? As he accepted the task, the old village chief also took the heart of teleportation to the teleportation array in the back. He placed the heart of teleportation in the center of the array, and the village chief pulled out a staff from somewhere, beginning to cast a spell on the array. The teleportation array slowly glowed with white light, and at the same time, a countdown timer of 60 minutes appeared. Regional announcement, player Dao San Shang has triggered the novice village exit task. Kermok will arrive near the novice village in 15 minutes. All players, please prepare to defend. Regional announcement: destroying the teleportation array will result in task failure. To trigger it again, a waiting period of 1 week is required. Please pay attention, players. Regional announcement: the first novice village to successfully activate the teleportation array will reward all players with a level increase. A series of red announcements appeared before every player. And the Human Storm Empire's novice village number 888 suddenly became lively. It's that Dao Sansheng again. Who exactly is he? At the spawn point of the freshwater iron spiked turtle, a level 6 archer player was kiting monsters, each arrow hitting the monster's head, dealing critical yellow damage. Looks like we need to go back and help, otherwise, we'll have to wait a week to leave the novice village. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? In a corner of the grassland, a rogue muttered to himself, the dagger in his hand glowing green. Bro, it's that kid again. Should we go back and help? Wang Chen's acquaintance, the 5-member group of the cheap guests, also saw the regional announcement, and the charmingly macho from the border city inquired sweetly. Players in various leveling areas were discussing animatedly. Many of them had already started heading towards the novice village. At this time, there were also many players in the novice village, including level 0 newbies and returning level 4 or 5 veterans. Upon seeing the regional announcement, these people quickly rushed to the teleportation array, and Little Stone and Wang Chen beside the village chief were also noticed. Is that guy with the eye patch showing only one eye Dao Sansheng? He doesn't seem that impressive. Are you an idiot? Can't you see all the gear on him? Plus, he triggered the exit task. He must be level 10 already. It's true. The Apocalypse World, just opened 2 days ago, we're only level 4 and he's level 10, that's ridiculous. It's simply absurd. Wang Chen and Little Stone, who were being watched, felt a bit awkward, as many players discussing them did not intentionally avoid their presence. Especially Wang Chen, who wore an eye patch over his blind eye, was identified by many players through Little Stone's guessing game. His eye patch, resembling a one-eyed dragon, indeed attracted a lot of attention. Fortunately, everyone maintained a sense of boundaries, and no one approached Wang Chen and Little Stone for a chat. Time passed second by second in the anticipation of the crowd, and more players gathered in the novice village. Many players chatted and laughed, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Kermok. Although the regional announcement described the consequences of failing the quest as severe, many players paid little attention. Since there was no experience penalty for dying in the novice village, they felt that with so many players around, there was no boss they couldn't defeat. After all, the resurrection point was right in the novice village. Dying meant just resurrecting and continuing on. Only a few players with a deeper understanding of the game realized that the key to this quest was not defeating the boss but preventing the teleportation array from being destroyed. Roar! After 15 minutes, a sudden roar echoed through the sky, clearly heard by all players in the novice village. Wang Chen's expression tightened. It's here. Not far from the teleportation array was the resurrection point, which suddenly lit up with numerous white lights. After these players resurrected, they immediately shouted out loud, "Monsters are attacking the city." A lot of level 9-8 monsters have appeared to the south outside the village. Upon hearing this, many players who had been waiting in anticipation surged out. Wang Chen also followed along with Little Stone, as he had a guess about these so-called ape monsters. When the players arrived at the south side of the novice village, countless gigantic ape monsters appeared before them. Just as Wang Chen had guessed, they were indeed the blue apes from the Elwin forest. At this moment, there were still many players farming redskin toads to the south of the novice village, and these level 1 or 0 newbies fell victim to the monsters. A rough glance revealed that there were at least several thousand blue apes, sending chills down their spines. However, at this moment, these monsters were still wandering around, seemingly with no intention to attack. Roar! Just as Wang Chen and the others felt puzzled and were preparing to attack, the massive roar sounded again. Following that, the blue apes seemed to receive some kind of command, turning their bodies to face the novice village. At the same time, at the back of the many blue apes, an enormous monster gradually revealed itself. Kermok, level 12, Lord Monster, health 500,000, cannot be attacked. Kermok, oh. No, the boss has appeared. 500,000 health is terrifying. Lord Monster, what level is this? Can it drop artifacts? Brothers, charge. A boss has come right to our doorstep, and the resurrection point is so close. What are we afraid of? Kermok looked to be 2 stories high, coldly gazing in the direction of the novice village's teleportation array. Wang Chen noticed the cannot be attacked label behind the boss and understood that they probably had to clear the small monsters first. Sure enough, at that moment, countless blue apes began to move, howling as they charged toward the novice village. The thousands of players present also rolled up their sleeves, ready to meet them. A great battle between players and monsters was about to unfold. Although it was somewhat chaotic, the scene looked incredibly grand. Warrior strike, magic missile, balanced shot, crusader strike. -1, -8, -24, -16.
Various skills flew through the air, and without the death penalty for experience levels, these players were truly fearless.
However, the damage dealt to the level 9 Blue Apes was pitifully low.
Many level 2 and 3 players could only deal a few points of damage with a single skill against the monsters.
Wang Chen glanced over and
saw that the highest damage dealt was only over 30 points. But the situation was different for the low-level players. A single pounce from a blue ape could reduce their health by more than half. Soon, large numbers of players had their health completely drained and fell, turning into white light as they returned to the
resurrection point.
Although the number of players is greater than that of the monsters, their overall levels are relatively low.
Coupled with the lack of leadership and cooperation among them, they are steadily retreating.
However, among the 10,000 players in the Novice village, there are still many skilled players.
Seeing the situation deteriorate, these elite players also began to take action. Balanced shot. -201. A player shot an arrow that hit the eye of Song Yuan, revealing a critical hit damage value in yellow.
The 3-digit damage stood out, causing nearby players to exclaim in surprise.
Warrior Strike, Shadow Strike, Heal Light. Wounds. -39, -64, +46.
A trio of rogue and priest easily held onto Song Yuan, working seamlessly together. Players who want to complete this mission and earn level
rewards, listen to my command. I am Woji, the scholar of the Immortal Dynasty.
Some players who could lead began to reveal their identities, unifying the chaotic
scene.
With these elite players taking action, the one-sided situation gradually stabilized. Although casualties were still significant, it was no longer a one-sided
massacre.
The Song Yuan also suffered losses, being surrounded and ultimately having its health depleted by numerous players.
Damn! This monster gives a lot of experience, nearly 400 for one. If I take down a few more, I'll level up. A level 3 warlock cast Shadow Arrow and, quite fortunately, landed the final blow.
Upon hearing this, the surrounding players became even more motivated, charging in fearlessly with loud cries. Those who had fallen in the first wave had already respawned and returned to join the fight against the Song Yuan.
Wang Chen noticed that those skilled players were not only attacking but also taking the time to watch him.
He couldn't tell if they were curious about what Dao San looked like or if they wanted to see him in action.
Dao Ge, let's join in. It looks like that boss over there won't be leaving the stage anytime soon.
Little Stone beside him observed for a while and also felt the urge to start attacking.
Wang Chen nodded, focusing on Song Yuan and beginning to chant Infinite Flame Explosion.
Since these people wanted to see him in action, he would oblige.
Wang Chen also wanted to complete the
mission and leave the Novice village soon, as the game would shut down in another hour or two. He wanted to figure out where the job change location was before the
game closed today.
The Song Yuan he targeted was attacking a little priest, chasing her around. Just as the Song Yuan was about to pounce on her, the priestess named Lost Star had already closed her eyes in fear.
Boom!
A fireball the size of a basketball sliced through the air and smashed down on the Song Yuan's head.
-1242. A massive yellow damage value appeared, and the Song Yuan let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. The players in the distance who had been watching Wang Chen's actions immediately widened their eyes, their movements pausing. It wasn't until the Song Yuan let out a roar before attacking that they snapped back to reality.
Undoubtedly, Wang Chen's slight action had inflicted damage nearly 10 times greater than theirs, deeply wounding their young hearts.
The rescued priestess
opened her eyes after a moment, realizing she was no longer under attack, and saw that the monster had fallen.
Looking around, she immediately understood that it was
Wang Chen who had saved her. She promptly expressed her gratitude, but her reserved demeanor clearly indicated she was a person of introverted character.
Wang Chen smiled in response, waving his hand to indicate no need for formality.
When he saw the priestess lift her head, he realized she was extremely beautiful. Her skin was like fine jade, her eyes like stars, and her long black hair framed her delicate face. The loose priest robe concealed her figure, but the hints of her shape were
nothing short of exquisite.
I didn't expect to heroically save a beauty once again. I wonder if this appearance is system optimized or if it's her real looks.
Wang
Chen muttered to himself, casually sending her a party invitation. After all, killing monsters wouldn't yield experience right now. It was better to team up with a few newbies to share the experience. Moreover, a full party of 5 would grant an additional 10% experience reward for each extra member added.
Anyway, Wang Chen would never admit that he invited the team just because he thought the other person was pretty. System, player Lost Star rejected your team invitation. Wang Chen.
Looking up, he saw Lost Star standing there in a daze, and he felt a bit hurt. He didn't expect it to be one-sided. The other person didn't want to team up with him at all.
Since that was the case, Wang Chen no longer hesitated and began to shift his gaze to the countless rampaging Song Yuan around him. Soon, countless fireballs shot from his hands. Every second, a fireball would fly out, and shortly after, a Song Yuan would let out a mournful cry and fall to the ground. Just as the battle between players and monsters was in full swing, a player in one corner of the battlefield started a live stream. This player was quite famous on the official forum of Apocalypse World, and his nickname was Yi Sanku. Lost Star Apocalypse World Official Forum. A live streaming post was pushed to the homepage. The poster was Yi Sanku, and the title he gave the post was as eye-catching as ever. Shocking, the first monster siege battle in Apocalypse World, Violent Law strikes again and takes the lead. Because he had previously posted a video of Wang Chen soloing a leader-level boss, the nickname Yi Sanku was very popular on the forum. So when he posted this live stream, countless players quickly clicked in. Through the live stream, the grand scene of the Human Storm Empire's 888th Novice Village's defense battle became known. Many players replied under the post, expressing that it was their first time knowing that there were such tasks to leave the Novice Village. Some professional players stated that this might be what sets Apocalypse World apart from other virtual games. Leaving the Novice Village wasn't just about reaching level 10, it required the entire Novice Village's players to work together to complete the task. Because although it was a task triggered by Dao San Shang, just looking at the scale of the monsters and the boss level made it clear that it couldn't be accomplished by an individual. Yi Sanku's live streaming was very skillful. Although his title attracted attention using Dao San Shang's name, the camera didn't stay locked on Wang Chen the whole time. The live stream would sometimes shift to ordinary players and sometimes to the massive Kulmok in the distance. The seamless cooperation of small teams and the players' fearless efforts were all captured by Yi Sanku. Everyone watching the livestream felt like they were watching a blockbuster, which caused the post's popularity to soar. In the end, this livestream post was pushed to the top of the forum, even manually pinned by the officials. Countless players flooded into the post's live room, eager to see the final outcome of this battle. As time passed, the number of Song Yuan gradually decreased. Indeed, players who could respawn infinitely were the most terrifying. Even though that Song Yuan's level was far higher than most players, it didn't matter. During the battle, many skilled players also emerged, gaining attention through the livestream. For example, there was a sharpshooter who mastered more than one skill and could hit the Song Yuan's eyes with every attack. Whether it was his incredibly precise shooting or his agile movements while kiting monsters, it was truly eye-opening. A player in the post's live room commented in the bullet screen, suspecting that this player was a shooting master in real life. Another example was a rogue captured by Yi Sanku's camera, moving incredibly fast, darting around every corner of the battlefield. He always managed to land a shadow strike to take the last bit of health from the monsters, thus claiming the experience. Even though some bullet screens mocked him as a kill stealer, one couldn't deny his exceptional combat awareness. There were many such examples. One had to admit that the 888th Novice Village was full of hidden talents. Besides these individual players, many seamlessly cooperating small teams also performed brilliantly. Among them was the five-man group led by the famous studio member Mao Runfeng, well-trained and skilled. Of course, among all the players, the one who attracted the most attention was still Wang Chen. His signature instant-cast fire explosion was strikingly eye-catching, and the 4-digit damage numbers it dealt caused a flurry of wow comments in the chat. The battle for the 888th Novice Village was in full swing, and countless players were enjoying the live stream on the forums. As time ticked by, the once dense crowd of common apes gradually thinned out. By now, many players had leveled up by killing the common apes. Being at a lower level had its advantages, as there were rewards for defeating monsters above their level. As long as they landed the final blow, the experience gained was quite substantial. Some lucky players even looted equipment, shouting with joy and drawing envious glances from others. Wang Chen was unaware that everything happening here was being streamed live. He was observing the changes in Kulmok. It was evident that as the number of common apes decreased, Kulmok became increasingly agitated. It would occasionally roar at the sky, pounding its broad, muscular chest with its arms, producing a dull thudding sound. Wang Chen estimated that if it weren't for the system's restrictions, this massive ape lord would have already descended to destroy everything. However, judging by Kulmok's increasingly frequent movements, it was not far from entering the fray. Sure enough, when there were 15 minutes left on the mission countdown, Wang Chen noticed the cannot attack suffix after Kulmok's name suddenly disappear. In the distance, Kulmok let out a sudden roar and began charging toward the Novice Village. At this point, only a few common apes remained, quickly overwhelmed by the player army. The boss is moving, everyone, go. The Lord-level boss can drop purple epic gear, today is the day to take off. Damn it, there's no death penalty, this is simply a gift from the system gods, let's go. The player army charged fearlessly toward the towering Coolmock. -0, miss, dodge, parry, -6, -12. When the players' attacks hit Coolmock, the results left them dumbfounded. The vast majority of players' attacks did not break through the boss's defenses, with only a few pathetic damage numbers coming from the skilled players. As a level 12 monster, it only displayed a skull icon to many players, with no visible level or health. Moreover, its name was a deep red, clearly indicating a significant power gap. Coolmock was a Lord-level boss, with attack checks that were completely different from ordinary monsters. Not only was its defense high, but the chance of players landing ineffective attacks was also greatly increased. After being attacked, although no damage was dealt, it enraged the boss. Coolmock swung its long arms and slammed them down onto the ground. Thunder Strike. -678. Silver lightning appeared within a 20-yard radius around it, and the players simply could not withstand this terrifying damage. A wave of white light erupted, and with one skill, Coolmock cleared out the nearby melee classes. Even many ranged classes standing a bit closer were not spared, clearly underestimating the boss's skill range. After one hit that killed nearly 100 players, Coolmock let out a triumphant roar. It then moved its massive body, continuing toward the Novice village. Clearly, the players' tickling attacks were ineffective. The boss's target remained the heart of teleportation. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the player army became even more reckless. Unfortunately, under Coolmock's thunder strike, many fell, and the damage dealt was minimal. What the hell, this isn't even breaking through defenses. What is this parry nonsense? I clearly jumped up and hit the boss's knee. Damn, this damage is ridiculous, and it's a group attack. The players frantically complained, their faces filled with despair. Meanwhile, in the live stream of EE Sanku, countless players were also frantically sending comments. They were shocked by Coolmock's power, lamenting that this was beyond what players at their current stage could withstand. In fact, a boss like Coolmock at this level is indeed not something players can withstand at this stage. In the normal flow of the game, this quest would only be triggered when most players reach around level 8 or 9. At that time, players would be able to deal some damage to the boss and thus attract its aggro. After that, as long as they hold on for 15 minutes until the teleportation array is activated, they would be able to complete the quest. Since Coolmock cannot sense the energy of the teleportation heart, it would return to Elwin Forest. However, now that the quest has been activated early by Wang Chen, his level has surpassed that of ordinary players due to various first kill rewards. This has led to the current awkward situation where many ordinary players simply cannot hold aggro. In Coolmock's eyes, the teleportation array heart is still more attractive. As the boss gets closer to the Novice village, many players have already given up on attacking. Whether it's the numerous players in Novice Village 888 or those in the EE Sanku livestream, they all feel that the quest is about to fail. Infinite Fireball. -1299, -24. Just as everyone thought the quest was about to fail, a fireball the size of an orange basketball appeared. Like a meteor, it struck Coolmock right in the eye, causing it to let out a terrible howl. Wang Chen finally made his move. He couldn't just sit back and watch the quest fail. In fact, he had been observing for quite a while before deciding to act. Because if something went wrong and he got killed by the boss, it would be a loss. Although there is no death penalty for experience levels outside the Novice village, there is a chance of dropping equipped items upon death. Every piece of equipment on Wang Chen is quite valuable, especially those few blue quality items. Losing any of them would make him feel heartbroken for a long time. The reason he decided to act now is that Wang Chen noticed Coolmock's speed was slightly slower than his. In that case, with the instant cast Infinite Fireball, he could replicate the strategy used against the ironclad crocodile. Additionally, to ensure everything goes smoothly, Wang Chen added an extra layer of insurance for himself. He had already discussed with Little Stone that while he was fighting Coolmock, Little Stone should stay out of the battle for a bit. If something unexpected happened, Little Stone would use Holy Shield to step in and attract the aggro. Meanwhile, Wang Chen would take this opportunity to run as far as possible within 15 seconds. He believed that with his speed, 15 seconds would be enough to run out of Coolmock's aggro range. Since he had decided to act, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. He seized the moment and cast a fireball that struck the boss on the head. It must be said that Coolmock's massive size also brought some disadvantages, making it easier for ranged classes to hit its vital points. After being hit by the fireball and losing over 1,000 health points, the boss's movement was finally halted. Coolmock turned its enormous head and quickly locked onto Wang Chen as its target. Boom, boom. It stomped towards Wang Chen, clearly angered by the pain from the fireball. The players blocking its path were impatiently swatted away, turning into white light mid-air. However, these players, who could be eliminated with a single touch, still played a role. They prevented Coolmock from unleashing its full speed. This allowed Wang Chen to remain calm, as the fireballs in his hand seemed to never stop. He carefully maintained a distance from the boss, always keeping it over 25 yards away. So far, Kermok had only used one skill, with an attack range of 20 yards. Therefore, to be more cautious, Wang Chen set his alert range to 25 yards. Thus, a chase and escape ensued, with him leading Kermok in circles around the Novice village. Every second, Wang Chen would turn back and unleash a fireball. Minus 1258, minus 120, minus 1303, minus 260, minus 120-2562. It seemed the rhythm was under control. Kermok roared in anger but could not catch up to the enemy in its sights, although its 500,000 health points were despairing. Wang Chen's damage was by no means weak. The true damage of the infinite flame explosion was uncompromised, along with the 20% shadow damage occasionally triggered by the shadow staff. Wang Chen estimated that the probability of shadow damage triggering was about 15%. Additionally, his 1% critical hit attribute also came into play. Although the probability was low, it still existed. Once a critical hit occurred, combined with a vital attack, it was almost quadruple damage. That over 2,000 points of damage created a sense of unreality for everyone. There were also numerous players dealing damage, tirelessly attacking Kermok. Although the damage numbers were pitifully low, the total was not insignificant. All things considered, Kermok's health was dropping at a rate of about 2,000 per second. In just a minute, that long health bar had emptied by about 1/5. At this point, there were still over 10 minutes left until the mission ended. If things continued like this, they would definitely be able to kill the boss before it left at the end of the mission time. A small framed archer had been hanging around at a distance neither too far nor too close to Wang Chen, and no one knew that this archer, whose name and level were hidden, was Yi Sanku. At this moment, his camera was locked onto Kermok and Wang Chen, live streaming this epic battle. The number of viewers in the live stream had already exceeded hundreds of millions, with nearly 100 million staying. If it weren't for the fact that everything in Apocalypse World was managed by the intelligent brain Deep Blue, it might have already crashed under the massive data flow. At this moment in the live stream, a mage wearing a monocle was running at high speed. Every second, the mage would turn back and throw out a large fireball before continuing to run. When the camera shifted, one could see the massive Kermok in a fit of rage. The occasional thunderstrike not only cleared the nearby melee fighters but posed no threat to the mage. Is this the power of the first explosive mage in Apocalypse World? How can this mage run faster than a rabbit? What does that make me, a thief known for my speed? Has some superhuman martial artist from reality entered the game? Only a master with physical qualities surpassing human limits could have such outrageous speed in the early stages. Countless players speculated, and the guess about the superhuman martial artist caused an uproar. In reality, superhuman martial artists were extremely rare, with no more than 10,000 registered in the entire Deep Blue Federation. Each of them was a powerful being who surpassed human limits, with immense personal combat strength. Moreover, due to their extraordinary physical qualities, they could assist the Federation in completing specific tasks. Thus, the status of superhuman martial artists was exalted, and it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to meet one. Without mentioning the various discussions in Yi Sanku's livestream, the battle against the boss in the number 888 Novice Village was still heating up. Wang Chen did not believe that Kermok would be slain so easily. As a lord-level monster, it couldn't possibly be that weak. Sure enough, when its health dropped to 70%, the situation changed. Kermok suddenly let out a deep roar, and a skull symbol appeared above the heads of all players within a 30-yard radius, plunging them into fear. A group fear skill, Savage Roar. Wang Chen, being exactly at the 30-yard mark, was also struck by fear, his body falling into an uncontrollable state. After casting the skill, Kermok strode over the 30-yard distance, vanished in an instant, and it reached out its long arm to smash into the immobilized Wang Chen. Minus 201, minus 96. Wang Chen was sent flying nearly 10 yards by Kermok's strike, then fell to the ground, taking additional fall damage. With the magic shield, he took over 900 points of damage from that hit. Another one like that would require him to restore his health points. The surrounding players gasped, thinking Wang Chen was about to meet his end in the northwest. In a moment of crisis, a golden eggshell shield finally lit up. The slightly distracted little stone reacted and rushed to cast the holy shield in front of Kermok. The irritable Kermok was about to eliminate that detestable mage when a flash of golden light suddenly appeared before him. He inexplicably felt that this golden light shield was so annoying that he couldn't wait to extinguish it. Immunity, immunity. A series of ineffective attacks appeared on Little Stone, and at the same time, Wang Chen, who had regained his composure, intensified his output. When the 15 seconds passed, the golden eggshell on Little Stone disappeared. Kermok instantly killed him with a thunderstrike and then turned his gaze to the second target of hatred. Wang Chen was already prepared. After launching a fireball spell, he turned and ran. Again. The rhythm seemed to return to the initial stage, and Kermok's health began to drop again. In the team chat, Wang Chen urged Little Stone to revive and come back quickly, while he began to shout, "Is there any healing class? Help me fill my health, I would be very grateful." Now he was only at about half health, and although he had the magic shield, his sense of security was not that strong. Plus 42, plus 25, plus 34. After all, he was a celebrity. With Wang Chen's shout, many priest players around were quite accommodating. Of course, there were still some healing class players who remained unmoved, their jealousy making their faces unrecognizable. Wang Chen could understand. After all, it was he who was stealing the spotlight. Although there is always beauty in the world, there are also hidden treacheries in people's hearts. With the efforts of some kind-hearted players around, Wang Chen's health was about to be fully restored. This person has a grudge with our Sword Rain studio. Everyone, don't heal him. That priest, open your eyes a bit. Didn't you hear my brother Longzi speaking? Everyone, don't deceive yourselves. If you provoke our Sword Rain studio, you'll find it hard to move once you leave the Novice village. Suddenly, a shout broke out among the onlookers, and the five-man group of scoundrels hidden in the crowd could no longer hold back. Although they couldn't directly stop Wang Chen from fighting the boss, they could still throw out a few harsh words to add to his frustration. The virtual game world is vast, but sometimes it can be quite small. Sword Rain Studio ranks among the top 100 in the entire Deep Blue Federation, and within it, there are several Hall of Fame players stationed. For ordinary players, this is already a formidable entity that they cannot provoke. After all, for most players, playing virtual games is about relaxing and enjoying the thrill of leveling up and looting. If they provoke a professional player from a studio, causing them to be unable to play the game normally, it would be a loss. So, when the scoundrel Mao Runfoam stirred things up in the crowd, those priest players immediately exchanged glances, no longer daring to heal Wang Chen. What a big mouth. If Sword Rain Studio is so capable, why don't they unify the virtual world? A warlock player, unable to bear it, couldn't help but question. Miao Runfoam crossed his arms, feeling quite pleased. The studio's reputation was as useful as ever. Even if he wasn't a main player of Sword Rain, their five-man swordsman group was not something just anyone could provoke. Unexpectedly, before he could bask in his glory for a few seconds, someone jumped out to slap his face. Who do you think you are to refute my brother Longzi? Is Sword Rain Studio something you can question? Before Miao Runfoam could respond, the nearby Dianqingli Macho was displeased. She placed one hand on her hip and pointed at the warlock player. Miao Runfoam glanced sideways at her, not taking the warlock player seriously. The warlock player's level and nickname were originally hidden. Upon hearing this, he coldly smiled and revealed his nickname. I'm not anything special, just the vice president of the Immortal Dynasty, but even Xingyu Ruyun from Sword Rain wouldn't speak to me like this. The warlock's name was Shusheng Wuji, the one who had previously called out commands to the players. The once indifferent rogue Miao Runfoam was taken aback by the words and immediately pulled back the approaching Dian Changli Macho. With a forced smile, he nodded slightly at the scholar Wuji, and then Miao Runfoam led the other members of the five-man group into the crowd. The Undying Dynasty was a large guild with over 100,000 members, its power no less than that of the Sword Rain Studio, and in fact, it surpassed it in many ways. Miao Runfoam and his companions were not elite members of the Sword Rain Studio, and they wouldn't dare offend the Undying Dynasty even if their lives depended on it. After the five-man group retreated, the scholar Wuji looked at Wang Chen, who was still kiting the boss, and murmured to himself, Dao San Shang, if you can successfully get past this level, I will have reason to recommend you to the president. I hope you won't let me down. Wang Chen, who was nervously pulling Kermok to the limit, felt a bit irritated. He naturally heard the shouts from Mao Renfeng's five-man group. Although he looked down on these small fry, he couldn't do anything about them. Wang Chen could only jot down these people in his mental notebook, along with the so-called Sword Rain Studio. Once he left the Novice village, he would definitely seek out this despicable five-man group for a chat. If he encountered other members of the Sword Rain Studio, he wouldn't let them off either. Because anyone who could tolerate the despicable five-man group in the studio was surely cut from the same cloth. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Chen once again cast an inferno blast on Kermok's nose. Putting aside the matter of the despicable five-man group, the immediate priority was still the boss in front of him. Plus 26. Just as Wang Chen, with his health not fully restored, continued to kite Kermok, a beam of white light descended from the sky, giving him a bit of health back. Oh? Is there someone Who would rather offend the Sword Rain studio just to heal me? Wang Chen was somewhat surprised and took a moment to look around. He discovered that the little priest he had saved earlier was diligently chanting a healing spell. Then, with a flick of her small hand, the white light of Cure Light Wounds appeared again, restoring a bit of Wang Chen's health. When she caught sight of Wang Chen's astonished gaze, the little priest, named Lost Star, felt a bit awkward. However, she still blushed slightly and continued to chant her spell with determination. It seemed she wouldn't stop until Wang Chen's health was fully restored. What do you call this? This is called giving someone a rose with lingering fragrance on your hands. Wang Chen secretly rejoiced, feeling as if his Inferno Blast was almost ready again. Time passed second by second, and Kermok's health steadily decreased. To prevent the little stone's skill from being on cooldown, Wang Chen deliberately slowed down his output at several critical percentage points of the boss's health. This way, the little stone could always sacrifice itself at crucial moments, so the subsequent skills released by the boss were all thrilling, yet safe. The most dangerous moment was when Kermok's health reached 20%. After killing the little stone, it unleashed another skill. It leaped across a distance of 30 yards, aiming to crush Wang Chen with a mighty blow. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he summoned the spirit of the Grey Wolf to block the boss. After that, everything went smoothly, and Kermok's health gradually approached the 10% mark, the critical point where it could easily go berserk. The little priest Lost Star tirelessly helped Wang Chen with healing, retreating to a safe distance to wait for her mana to recover when it ran low. The little stone also noticed this helpful young lady and asked in the team chat if she wanted to join their party. After all, while other healing class players stood by, only this Lost Star had been consistently helping. It seemed she didn't care about the previous threats from the five-man group and wasn't afraid of being targeted after leaving the Novice village. Wang Chen saw the little stone's inquiry and, without thinking much, sent another party invitation to Lost Star. System, Lost Star has joined the party. Fortunately, this time she didn't refuse, otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to put his face. After adding her to the party, Wang Chen didn't talk to Lost Star or ask why she had previously declined to join. He reminded Little Stone to be careful in the team chat while concentrating fully himself. This boss-level battle had reached a critical moment because Kermok had gone berserk. Roar! Kermok suddenly went into a rage when his health dropped to only 50,000, a bloodlight rising from his body, and his size increased by a circle. If he originally looked like he was 2 stories high, now he was 3 stories tall after going berserk. The frenzied Kermok first unleashed Thunderstrike in place, clearing out the surrounding players. Then, with another low growl, he instilled fear in many ranged classes, including Wang Chen. Seeing this, Little Stone immediately activated Holy Shield to go to the rescue. However, Wang Chen was still under control and only recovered after 5 seconds. So he had only 10 seconds of output time, and Little Stone was sent back to the revival point by a single hit from the boss after his skill ended. Then Kermok leaped, crossing a distance of 30 yards to pounce on Wang Chen. The boss continuously used skills, and with no other choice, he released the spirit of the Grey Wolf to break the siege. The level 9 spirit of the Grey Wolf had nearly 1,000 health, and as a ghost-type monster, it passively reduced physical damage by 50%, so it could hold on for a few seconds. Whoa! After letting out a wolf howl, the 2 Grey Wolf spirits charged towards the boss without hesitation. With the Grey Wolf spirits drawing aggro, Wang Chen seized the moment to cast a few more Fire Blast spells. By the time the Grey Wolf spirits dissipated, Kermok was left with just over 20,000 health. The originally long health bar now looked like just a sliver. It seemed that the first boss-level monster in this apocalypse world was about to be taken down, and the server announcement would ring out again. Whether it was the many players in the Novice village participating in this battle or the countless viewers in Yi San-ku's livestream, everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment of Kermok's death. However, Wang Chen, one of the protagonists, was not so optimistic. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. As if to validate his feeling, Kermok, having killed the Grey Wolf spirits, let out another furious roar. Wang Chen's heart sank, and he wanted to retreat, but found his body was already out of control. In just about 20 seconds, Kermok had continuously unleashed skills. At this moment, the revived Little Stone was still rushing over, and Wang Chen had no second summoning skill to save the day. Cursing under his breath, he could only pray that he wouldn't drop any important equipment. With a low growl, Kermok controlled Wang Chen, leaping at him again. Brutal Beast Combo. Minus 1,326, minus 2,333. Too terrifying. Damage numbers popped up above Wang Chen's head, and for the first time, he died in Apocalypse World. After death, the perspective turned black and white. System, you have died, would you like to release your soul? Wang Chen chose yes, and then his consciousness sank. When he regained awareness, he was at the revival point. Quickly checking his equipment, he felt a slight relief. Fortunately, he only dropped the most useless piece of gear, those red leather soft shoes. Losing a few points of stamina and intelligence had almost no effect on Wang Chen. What mattered most now was to intercept Kermok. Once he died, the boss, having no aggro target, would definitely choose to head towards the teleportation array. If Wang Chen didn't want to fail the quest, he had to hurry and stop him. However, he didn't expect things to unfold in a way he hadn't anticipated. The message from Little Stone and the team chat made Wang Chen instantly furious. Dao Gu, did you die? Hurry over, someone wants to steal the last hit. If the last hit on the boss was stolen, it would mean that all his efforts up to now had been in vain. After struggling with Kermok for so long, pulling and tugging, to end up making someone else the beneficiary, who could stand that? Wang Chen opened the map to confirm the location of Little Stone and hurried towards the west side of the Novice village. However, when he arrived at the gate, he found that the west gate of the Novice village was blocked by people. The ones blocking the gate were none other than a few members of the Chief Guest 5. In addition, there were many unfamiliar players who had joined forces to block the west gate tightly. Wang Chen tried to squeeze through but found that the other side was huddled together in a group of over 10 people, making it impossible to push through. Although he was strong, he couldn't shake off that many players at once. Seeing this scene, the rogue Miao Runfoam had a mocking expression, alongside the knight and mage. From the 5-man group, faintly, shouts from many players outside could be heard. The boss is almost out of health, everyone rush for the last hit. Dao Sanshang is down, this is a golden opportunity, charge. If you have skills, don't hold back, a lord level boss is guaranteed to drop epic gear, this is the moment to shine. Wang Chen's face darkened, he knew this was not the time to get entangled. He immediately turned and ran towards the side north gate. It was just a longer detour, but after this, he had completely marked the Chief Guest 5 as enemies. As Wang Chen ran, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He couldn't understand how those players, with their scraping-like damage, could attract Kermok's hatred. From the phenomenon observed since Kermok's appearance, as long as the damage did not exceed a certain threshold, its target would always be the heart of teleportation. It was only after Wang Chen intervened that he managed to take over as the primary target of hatred. Dao Gu, are you not here yet? The boss is almost dead, my holy shield is still on cooldown. Little Stone's message came through again, and his tone was filled with urgency. Wang Chen was burning with anxiety and quickened his pace. When he finally arrived at the boss's location, he understood why Kermok was drawn to the hatred. Taunt. As a warrior player used the skill, Kermok's target of hatred immediately shifted to him. After chasing down and killing the warrior player with a normal attack, it was about to turn back towards the Novice village when another warrior player appeared. Again, it was the warrior's normal skill, taunt, and Kermok paused once more. Wang Chen had still underestimated the players from the Novice village, or rather, he had underestimated human nature. He didn't expect that there were so many hidden veterans in this Novice village, possessing the taunt skill, yet had been holding back until now. When Wang Chen was killed by the enraged boss, and the boss was close to empty health, these players finally chose to act. They probably saw an opportunity and wanted to intercept the boss during Wang Chen's resurrection, thus seizing the spoils. Humph. Unfortunately, you overestimate yourselves. Even if Kermok has only a tiny bit of health left, it's not something you can clear out in a moment. Upon arriving at the scene, Wang Chen looked at the boss, which still had a few thousand health points left, and couldn't help but smirk. After all the twists and turns, in the end, it was still going to be a wedding dress for him, Dao Gu. Those players who were still rushing forward, desperately attacking the boss, also noticed Wang Chen. Before Wang Chen could attack the boss, someone came up to him. Dao Sanshang, we're fighting the boss now, you'd better keep your distance. Exactly, you've already taken so many first kills, you should leave one for us ordinary players. We're all solo players, don't make things so absolute, it'll be better for everyone when we meet again after leaving the Novice village. These people chimed in, as if Wang Chen's involvement at this moment was some unforgivable crime. Wang Chen caught sight of someone among the warriors with taunt skills who looked familiar. Although their nickname and level were hidden, he recognized it was the warrior hero Guojing from the Chief Guest 5. Reflecting on the earlier scene of being blocked at the gate, Wang Chen began to understand. This is a failed scheme that has given rise to another. You want to morally bind me? Not happening. Alright then, but I just dropped a piece of equipment, and whoever picked it up should return it to me, and everything can be discussed. Wang Chen appeared somewhat displeased, but still spoke in compromise. The night player who had taken the lead glanced back imperceptibly, then immediately. Agreed. Okay. Xiao Wu, bring over those shoes. A few seconds later, Wang Chen equipped the red leather soft shoes he had regained. And then stepped aside. Seeing that he really gave up on the boss, the other players exchanged glances, seemingly able to see the amusement in each other's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Shirtu and Lost Star also rushed to Wang Chen's side, having heard the earlier conversation. Watching Xiao Shirtu open his mouth to speak, Wang Chen gestured for him to remain silent, then typed in the team chat. Immediately, Xiao Shirtu nodded repeatedly, and even the usually reserved Lost Star had a hint of a smile in her eyes as she deliberately looked up at Wang Chen. Over there, Coolmock's health was down to just over 5,000 points, and the health bar looked almost empty, as if it could fall at any moment. Seeing that Wang Chen did not make a move, the players worked even harder. -26, -3-24. Coolmock's health decreased bit by bit, and the 50% reduction in defense after going berserk allowed more players to deal damage. As for the increased damage after going berserk, it was instant death for ordinary players anyway, so it didn't affect them. Wang Chen had no idea who organized these warriors with the Vitaunt skill, but it should be closely related to the five-man group. He speculated that in the initial phase, these people refrained from attacking because they thought it was impossible to kill Coolmock with 500,000 health. Little did they know about Wang Chen's presence, especially his terrifying damage, which made Coolmock's death possible. So when Wang Chen fell, and the boss's health was down to just a little, they chose to strike. Moreover, to prevent Wang Chen from arriving again, they had prepared multiple contingencies. By now, they had even resorted to the disgusting tactic of moral coercion. Wang Chen estimated that the other side did not expect him to arrive so quickly and overestimated the ordinary player's damage to the boss. With no other choice, they could only attempt to morally bind him. Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but snore coldly. Humph. As long as I have no morals, then I can't be bound. Wang Chen, Xiao Shirtu, and Lost Star huddled together, seemingly discussing something. In reality, the three of them had not taken their eyes off Coolmock, they were just pretending. When Coolmock's health was around 2,000 points, Xiao Shirtu suddenly stood up. Everyone, let's attack the boss together. Whoever gets the last hit gets it. Xiao Shirtu shouted while casting Holy Shield on himself, then charged towards the boss. The eggshell-like Holy Shield shone brightly, catching everyone's attention. Not only did it provoke Coolmock's hatred, but it also drew the attention of the players surrounding the boss. Even many players hidden in the crowd, ready to snatch the last hit on the boss, couldn't help but join in. Coolmock roared repeatedly, letting out a dying wail. Everyone's gaze was drawn over, all wanting to know who would ultimately claim the prize. Only one person remained focused, his gaze locked on Wang Chen. This person was Yi Sanku. I don't believe that Baofa would just give up on the boss. Missing this opportunity once will definitely lead to regret for the entire gaming career. Yi Sanku stated firmly, closely watching Wang Chen's every move. Just then, he noticed a sudden surge of blue water elemental power around Wang Chen. At the same time, an orange-red fireball was gradually forming. My fellow brothers, I wasn't wrong, Baofa really hasn't given up. Infinite flame explosion. -1502. In everyone's eyes, a basketball-sized fireball suddenly sliced through the air, glowing blue as it heavily smashed into Kermock's head. Dao San Shang, do you dare to break the agreement? A frantic voice came through, but everything had already settled. Kermock's remaining health was depleted, and with a roar, his massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. System, gained experience 36666, killing a monster at level 2, experience bonus 100%, team bonus 20%. System, gained world reputation. 333 is server announcement, players Dao San Shang, Xiao Shirtu, and Mila Xingxing are the first to kill a lord-level monster, rewarded with a special class transfer token. At the same moment, golden light erupted beneath Xiao Shirtu and Mila Xingxing's feet, and their levels rose consecutively. In the end, Xiao Shirtu leveled up twice in a row, reaching level 8. Mila Xingxing was even more exaggerated, soaring from level 1 to level 6 in one go. As Kermock fell, the two's levels skyrocketed, nearly blinding the surrounding players. An endless fire of jealousy burned in their hearts, and those who thought Wang Chen wouldn't take action felt their hearts bleed. Without needing to discuss, these players unanimously decided to confront Wang Chen. Watching the angry crowd approach, Wang Chen shrugged in feigned innocence. You say I broke the agreement, what agreement? I just said everything is negotiable, but you didn't negotiate with me, he said, looking bewildered. You don't think that just returning my shoes means I won't take action, do you? No way. No way. Seeing Wang Chen stubbornly nitpicking, the players surrounding him were nearly spitting blood, too furious to speak. At this moment, countless bullet comments were flooding the live stream of Yi Sanku. Is this the character of the first violent mage in the apocalypse? Words as empty as farts? Are you joking? This is a virtual game world, you can't impose real-world morals here. Besides, they really didn't negotiate. Regardless, Dao Sanshang is already so powerful, he should give ordinary players a chance. To the victor belong the spoils, strength is everything. If you can't even understand this, you might as well go home and sell pancakes. Players watching the livestream discussed the situation, some criticizing Wang Chen's actions, while others supported him. Overall, support was more prevalent. Clearly, no one wanted to hand over the boss they had worked hard to defeat. Just putting themselves in the situation, the vast majority wouldn't yield to such moral coercion. In the real world of the Deep Blue Federation, while people pursued freedom of body and mind, they also yearned for strength. In other words, they admired the strong. Therefore, the mindset of I am weak, I am right had little ground to stand on. Regardless, with Kermok's fall, everything settled. No matter how much those players resented it, it was of no use. At most, they would just hold a grudge against Wang Chen and his companions. Wang Chen noticed that the Kermok quest in his task list showed as completed, knowing that the teleportation array had been successfully activated. Glancing at the massive boss corpse beside him, the next thing to see was what good loot this lord-level boss would drop. This time, Wang Chen didn't let Xiaoshi 2 loot the boss's body but chose to do it himself. After all, Kermok was the first lord-level boss in the game, quite significant. Moreover, having pushed through so many bosses in the apocalypse world, Wang Chen didn't believe he wouldn't get something good. Even if luck had been accumulating, this time, it should drop a top-tier item usable by mages. The previous Iron Thorn Crown had bothered him for quite a while. Next to him, Xiaoshi 2 was chatting with Milu Xingxing, looking quite harmonious. Perhaps because Xiaoshi 2 was young and kept calling her sister Xingxing, the seemingly introverted Milu Xingxing relaxed a lot, no longer so restrained. Wang Chen walked over and patted the little stone's head, murmuring incantations under his breath, then headed towards the boss's corpse with its inexplicable gaze following him. As he reached out towards the corpse of Kermok, many players around also turned their attention to him. Among those envious, eager, or jealous looks, several items appeared before Wang Chen. Heart of Kermok, accessory, epic. Equipment requirement, level 12, physical class. Equipment slot, accessory. Attributes, strength 200. Berserk, increases your critical hit chance by 5%. Low roar, emits a roar that instills fear in all targets within a 20-yard radius for 5 seconds, cooldown time 2 minutes. Description, its power is enough to destroy everything. Skill, leap of faith. Class, warrior. Description, gather strength to launch yourself at a target within 30 yards, dealing 100 plus 130% physical attack damage, and stunning targets within a 5-yard radius for 1 second. Guild. Token, credential, epic. Description, an officially recognized token, can be used to establish a guild. Damn it, what a bad luck. A total of 3 items, 2 of epic quality, and a rare skill book for warriors, it could be considered a big haul. Unfortunately, Wang Chen was not happy because none of the items were something he could use immediately. He could only comfort himself with the fact that this boss was a warrior-type monster, and it was only natural for it to drop warrior equipment. The team interface shared equipment attributes, and the little stone also saw the attributes of several items. Dao Gu, it seems there's nothing suitable for us. Seemingly hearing Wang Chen's mumbling, the little stone spoke softly. Wang Chen exhaled a breath of frustration, dispersing the pent-up feelings in his chest, then nodded. Yes, Kermok is a warrior-type monster, so it's normal for it to drop these. Explaining to himself and comforting himself a bit, Wang Chen prepared to turn in the quest. There was still half an hour until 6 o'clock, and today's game time in Apocalypse World would end. Big guy, what good stuff did you get? Show us something. A small framed archer had somehow approached, looking eagerly at Wang Chen. Many players around also gathered, all wanting to see. Wang Chen looked around and felt that if he didn't respond, he would really offend too many people. He hadn't planned to pay attention, but suddenly caught sight of the group of 5, including the rogue Miao Renfeng, in the crowd. With a slight smirk, Wang Chen thought he could add some frustration to these little people. With that in mind, he immediately shared the attributes of the Heart of Kermok in the guild token, while loudly mumbling. Ah! Bad luck this year, wasted half a day's effort, only got 2 epic quality items. A chorus of gasps arose around him, as the attributes of the Heart of Kermok opened the eyes of many players. 4. Most ordinary players who didn't even have a single piece of equipment, the Heart of Kermok was practically a divine artifact. However, some Knowledgeable players understood that the guild token was the most valuable item. Wang Chen hadn't initially paid special attention to this point until many players came to inquire if he was willing to sell the guild token. These players all showcased their powerful factions. Behind them, mostly well-known large guilds in the virtual game world. As for their offers, they made Wang Chen's heart stir, with the highest bid reaching 50 million credit points. Perhaps 50 million was a drop in the bucket for him in his past life, but in this deep blue world, it was enough to change his current life. Wang Chen also understood why these guilds were willing to pay high prices, simply for the sake of reputation. As the second world strongly promoted by the Federation, Apocalypse World had immense potential. If one could establish a guild first in the game, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of players worldwide. The prestige and invisible benefits brought about are simply immeasurable, which is exactly what these major forces are after. Dao Sanshang, someone wants to talk to you. If you want to stay in the Apocalypse World in the future, just come over. Wang Chen was pondering whether to sell the guild token when a low voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning to the side, he saw that the rogue Miao Runfeng had somehow appeared next to him, now wearing a cold smile as he looked at him. Upon seeing Wang Chen turn his head, Miao Runfeng pointed in a certain direction. Following the direction of his finger, the other members of the Scoundrel Five were all there. However, among them stood a rather tall rogue player. The rogue player's level had already reached level 7, with the nickname One Sword Bloodshed, and at that moment he was also looking over this way. Wang Chen found this rogue player somewhat familiar. Just a moment ago, when he had finished off Kermok's last bit of health, this rogue had appeared behind the boss. It seemed he was preparing to land the final blow, but unfortunately, Wang Chen's fire blast had taken the lead. Now it appeared that this One Sword Bloodshed had an impressive identity, as the Scoundrel Five seemed to revolve around him. However, Wang Chen chose to ignore him, otherwise, given the way he was showing off, wouldn't that just play into his hands? Seeing that Wang Chen had no intention of coming over, One Sword Bloodshed couldn't help but turn cold. After a moment's thought, he still took the initiative to walk over with his subordinates. Let me introduce myself, I am one of the main members of the Sword Rain Studio, Hall of Fame rank 816. Upon reaching Wang Chen, One Sword Bloodshed spoke first. Oh. So you're a Hall of Fame expert, what do you want with me? Not having grasped the other party's intentions, Wang Chen pretended to agree. One Sword Bloodshed seemed pleased with Wang Chen's attitude upon hearing this. Glancing sideways at Wang Chen, he continued, I've heard about the grievances between you and the rogues. Although they have done some inappropriate things, after all, they are part of my sword reign. As he spoke, he shifted his tone. How about this? As long as you join Sword Rain and sell us the equipment that just dropped from the boss, I will take charge, and your grievances with them will be wiped clean. After finishing, One Sword Bloodshed didn't even look at Wang Chen, instead crossing his arms and gazing at the distant sky. He didn't believe anyone would refuse such a proposal unless they truly didn't want to continue in the virtual game world. After all, a well-known studio like Sword Rain was definitely a behemoth that casual players wouldn't dare provoke. If it weren't for the previous failed scheme that resulted in not landing the final blow on the boss, One Sword Bloodshed wouldn't think Wang Chen would have the chance to stand before him and gain this opportunity for reconciliation with Sword Rain. Just the equipment? There's also a guild token. Just as One Sword Bloodshed was admiring the clouds in the sky, Wang Chen's emotionless voice suddenly rang out. Of course, hand that over too. As compensation, I can let you join the Sword Rain Studio. One Sword Bloodshed finally turned to face Wang Chen, responding as if it were a matter of course. But when he saw the cold smile on Wang Chen's face, he immediately realized something was off. What? You're unwilling? Wang Chen was too lazy to deal with such an idiot. He felt it would lower his own IQ. Thinking that just because he was part of a studio, or a Hall of Fame player, he could look down on everyone. If everyone in Sword Rain was like this, Wang Chen would really laugh. It would make it much easier to find trouble with them in the future. It's not that I'm unwilling, how about this, if you can lend me your girlfriend to play with for a couple of days? Everything we just talked about is negotiable. Wang Chen casually replied and turned to leave. I don't have, damn, are you looking for death? One Sword Bloodshed was first taken aback, then quickly reacted. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, he shouted with a venomous glare. Dao Sanshang, don't regret it. Don't think that just because you've obtained a rare skill, you're a master. The virtual game world isn't as simple as you think. One Sword Soar's blood was frantic, feeling insulted by Wang Chen's mockery. As one of the main forces of the Sword Rain Studio and a Hall of Fame player, who would dare treat him like this on a daily basis? Once we leave the Novice village, keep a close watch on this Dao Sanshang. I want him to know that in the virtual game world, high output isn't everything. After giving instructions to the wayward Miao Runfeng and the others, One Sword Soar's Blood took another deep look at Wang Chen's back before turning to leave. The wayward Miao Runfeng and the others exchanged glances, feeling that this Dao San Shang was truly courting death. One Sword Soar's Blood, as one of the main forces of Sword Rain, not only had immense strength but also a heavy sense of vengeance. In a previous virtual game, he had once been mocked and not only killed the other player down to level 0 but also hunted down members of the other player's guild everywhere. It wasn't until the other guild expelled that player and he deleted his account to start over that it finally ended. Moreover, aside from being a bit arrogant, One Sword Soar's Blood wasn't as brainless as he appeared. The actions of the 5 members of the chief guests and the arrangements of those warriors were all planned by him. Unfortunately, he hadn't calculated the damage well, and in the end, Wang Chen still managed to land the final blow on the boss. Wang Chen was unaware that he had offended One Sword Soar's Blood and had already made it onto Sword Rain Studios' kill list. As he walked back, he checked the special class transfer token in his backpack. Class transfer token, certificate, special. Description: holding this, you will have more choices during class transfer. The information revealed by the class transfer token was minimal. In any case, Wang Chen couldn't see anything special about it. It didn't mention anything about hidden classes, so it seemed he would have to wait until the transfer to discover more. Dao Gu, what did they want from you? Did they want to buy equipment? Seeing Wang Chen return, Little Stone approached to ask. Yeah, something like that, but the price wasn't agreed upon, and that group doesn't have good intentions, so be careful around them in the future. Wang Chen replied with a smile, not wanting to worry Little Stone by revealing the real reason. He glanced at the nearby Lost Star, who was currently looking down, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Chen sent a friend request to her and couldn't help but ask the question he had been wanting to know. Lost Star, I'll just call you Star. At the beginning, when I saved you, why did you refuse my party invitation? Lost Star looked up at his words, a bit shy as she spoke. I didn't know it was you inviting me at first because your nickname was hidden. I only realized later when I heard others call you Lost Star's voice was soft and sweet, making Wang Chen feel as if someone was gently scratching his ears. She really is a delicate girl with a soft voice. Wang Chen rubbed his ears, finally understanding the reason for the initial rejection. It seemed it wasn't that his personal charm was lacking, but rather just a misunderstanding. With that, Wang Chen began to ask Lost Star if she had any teammates and if she would be willing to join his team. He hadn't forgotten that the system had rewarded everyone with a special class transfer token. Regardless of whether it represented a hidden class or not, it was definitely not useless. Therefore, he couldn't miss out on this priest, Lost Star, and had to bring her into his team. Fortunately, Lost Star didn't refuse, but mentioned that she had a close friend she played with, who wasn't in the 888 Novice village, and asked if she could also join the team. Such a small request Wang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, agreeing that she could join after leaving the Novice village. After leaving the Novice village, they could register a mercenary group at the Mercenary Guild, which was different from establishing a guild that required a guild token. It only needed a handling fee. Moreover, the mercenary group was officially recognized and could take on tasks from the Mercenary Guild. Compared to guilds, mercenary groups can accommodate far fewer members and lack many benefits. However, this is not important to Wang Chen, he just wants to establish a team. This way, after leaving the Novice village, he won't have trouble finding teammates for dungeons and such. As for the guild, Wang Chen hasn't considered it for now. Once he gradually accumulates capital and the timing is right, he will establish his own guild. Communicating with the Lost Star was pleasant, and successfully bringing a pretty girl into the team put Wang Chen in a good mood. At this moment, the corpse of Kermit gradually disappeared, and many players, having nothing more to see, dispersed. As for those wanting to buy guild tokens, Wang Chen informed them that he would list the guild tokens on the auction house and that they could contact him if interested. With this promise, the players representing various guilds stopped pestering him and left one by one. Just as Wang Chen and the others were about to leave, the previously thin archer who had asked him to showcase his equipment approached. The archer first revealed his nickname and level, and Wang Chen noticed he was called One Leaf 3 Withers, a level 6 elite player. Seeing that Wang Chen and the others showed no reaction to his nickname, One Leaf 3 Withers quickly understood. These players stirring up the storm probably didn't have the habit of browsing the official forum. Feeling a bit awkward, One Leaf 3 Withers spoke to Wang Chen. Big shot, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for making you showcase your equipment, which led you to provoke the Sword Rain studio. One Leaf 3 Withers looked genuinely sincere, not pretending. He had seen the dispute between Wang Chen and the bloodied sword earlier. Hearing this, Wang Chen waved his hand, indicating it was not his concern. After all, he had already had a grudge against the 5 members of the Chief Guests and Sword Rain studio, so adding one more bloodied sword didn't matter. Even without the equipment incident, Wang Chen would eventually clash with Sword Rain studio. Seeing that Wang Chen wasn't angry, Only 3 Withers sighed in relief and brought up another matter. By the way, Big Shot, there's something else I need to tell you. I posted the video of you soloing the ironclad crocodile on the official forum, and I also live-streamed the boss battle today. At this point, Only 3 Withers looked a bit embarrassed. Because of this, I earned some credit points, and I'll transfer them all to you. I hope you don't mind. Oh? Is that so? Wang Chen stopped in his tracks, genuinely unaware that his video had been posted online. Opening the official forum and browsing briefly, he quickly understood the situation. So, does this mean I'm famous throughout the entire apocalypse world? And I've gained the title of Violent Mage? Wang Chen said with a half-smile, looking at the thin one leaf. 3 Withers. The look in Wang Chen's eyes made Only 3 Withers feel a tightening sensation, and he stuttered a bit while speaking. Big Shot. I'm really sorry. I just couldn't help myself. I usually like to collect some gossip and major news from virtual games. Only 3 Withers was speaking the truth. He had done this in other games before. However, he didn't go by Only 3 Withers back then but had another name. He had changed it after accidentally exposing a gaming mogul's private matters, which led to a virtual bounty being placed on him. System, Only 3 Withers has initiated a transfer to your personal account, balance 10,180,110 credit points. Just as Wang Chen was about to say something, he suddenly received a notification about his account balance. Looking at the additional 8 million credit points, he turned to Only 3 Withers with a puzzled expression. Only 3 Withers chuckled awkwardly and explained to Wang Chen. Big Shot, this is the credit points I earned. From that paid video, I transferred everything to you except for the small change. I see, so that's how it is. You really know how to make money. I won't take the money. After all, I wouldn't have known if you hadn't said anything. But I warn you, there better not be a next time, or I'll make sure you can't leave the Novice village. Wang Chen transferred the credit points back. He couldn't just keep all that money. People call him a big shot, and his attitude in admitting mistakes is sincere. So in front of everyone? He didn't want to appear so petty. It's just a matter of credit points, with a golden finger in hand, who fears running out of money? Moreover, a player like Yi Sanku, who is well informed, might be useful in the future. Of course, Wang Chen also warned Yi Sanku. After all, he now has enemies, and he can't expose his attribute skills, otherwise, he would be targeted. Yi Sanku's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly in agreement. No wonder he admired the big shot of explosive magic. Such momentum and generosity are not something ordinary people possess. After asking Wang Chen for a friend slot, Yi Sanku took his leave. After being delayed for a while, they noticed there were only about 10 minutes left of game time. Wang Chen and the others immediately quickened their pace towards the village chief of the Novice village. System, Yi Sanku initiated a transfer to your personal account, balance 6,180,100 credit points. Just as they were walking, Wang Chen suddenly received a transfer notification from Yi Sanku. At the same time, there was a message from Yi Sanku in the friend list. Yi Sanku, big shot, I thought about it, and I think we should split the money from the paid video. After all, it was taken without your consent, and it feels a bit unethical for me to take it all. I hope you won't refuse. Wang Chen closed the message and shook his head with a smile. This Yi Sanku was really interesting, insisting on sharing the money with him. However, since he was willing to give, Wang Chen no longer declined. After all, it was indeed money earned from secretly filming him, so taking half isn't unreasonable. When Wang Chen and the others arrived at the village chief's location, they found that the old man had changed his position. Now he stood next to the teleportation array, and his attire had also changed. If he was previously a rustic village chief, now he was a mage dressed in a white robe. Old man, why have you changed your outfit? Wang Chen stepped forward to trigger a conversation. The village chief's eyes lit up upon seeing him, and his face broke into a smile full of wrinkles. Thanks to the efforts of the warrior, I successfully activated the teleportation array, and because we are the first village to activate it, I have also received the blessing of the main god. Wang Chen looked at the village chief's lively eyes and felt that his intelligence had increased significantly. Main god? Are you talking about the system god? He speculated about the main god mentioned by the village chief and chose to submit the quest. Instantly, all players in Novice Village 888 leveled up by 1, causing a cheer to erupt. The little stone beside him directly reached level 9, and Wang Chen noticed that a helmet suddenly appeared on his head. Looking At the uniquely designed helmet with a ring of iron spikes, he knew it was the Iron Thorn Crown. Watching the sudden surge in the little stone's health on the team interface, Wang Chen felt a pang of envy. This was undoubtedly the first player in the world of Apocalypse World to equip epic gear, a milestone in gaming history. Wang Chen looked at his stagnant level with frustration. Why did all the benefits of this epic quest go to others? Not only did he not get the equipment, but even the level up reward that should have been shared was missing. Warrior, to show my gratitude, I have a gift for you. Just as Wang Chen submitted the quest and was about to leave the Novice village, the village chief spoke again. This is the deed to a shop in Green Wild City, the last asset of my Morello family. Saying this, he handed over a wooden box that looked somewhat aged. Wang Chen's eyes brightened, and he quickly reached out to take it. Looks like this is the real reward. I knew an epic level quest couldn't be so low. He muttered a few words to himself as he stored the wooden box in his backpack. It seemed that the destination after leaving the Novice village was already decided, Green Wild City. With everything ready, Wang Chen told the little stone that they would go to Green Wild City after reaching level 10. He thought that the little stone, already equipped with epic gear, would reach it quickly, and as for the lost star, it wouldn't take too long. After giving the instructions, Wang Chen headed towards the teleportation array. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Chen saw a warlock approaching from a distance. He recognized the player named Shusheng Wuji. Remembering how this person had spoken up for them during the earlier chaos caused by the five-man team, Wang Chen smiled and nodded in gratitude. Shusheng Wuji was momentarily taken aback but still politely nodded in response. Watching Wang Chen step into the teleportation array and gradually disappear in a flash of white light, he murmured to himself, what a pity. He had originally intended to recruit Wang Chen into the Immortal Dynasty, but before he could act, Wang Chen had completely offended the Sword Rain Studio. Although the Immortal Dynasty was not afraid of Sword Rain Studio, it seemed unwise to provoke a top 100 studio in the Federation over a solo player. The larger the power, the more they would focus on gains and losses, avoiding emotional decisions. Especially since Sword Rain Studio had that person involved, even the president of the Immortal Dynasty would not want to offend them lightly. Wang Chen, of course, had no idea. He had inadvertently missed an opportunity to join a major guild, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Selecting Green Wild City from the many city options provided by the teleportation array, he felt himself enveloped by a force. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a massive city, surrounded by towering buildings. The wide streets branched out in all directions, and tall, lush trees adorned the roadside. Wang Chen glanced around and felt a vibrant greenery all around. So this is Green Wild City? It truly lives up to its name. He sighed inwardly and prepared to step out of the teleportation point. With a few minutes left before the game closed, he could still take a stroll around. Server announcement: player Dao San Shang is the first to leave the Novice village, rewarded with 1000 world reputation and a special piece of equipment. Server announcement: a player has left the Novice village. The system will begin the first update after the game closes, and the true Apocalypse World is about to be revealed. Server announcement: this update will last for 72 hours, and Apocalypse World will unlock more features, so stay tuned. The sudden server announcements echoed throughout the game world, causing Wang Chen to halt in his tracks. The true Apocalypse World? Looking at the seemingly real environment around him, he couldn't help but mumble. After the disruption of the server announcements, Wang Chen lost his interest in exploring. With only a few minutes left, there was no rush. Opening his backpack, he took out the special equipment rewarded by the system. Invar mask, special. Durability, none. Equipment requirement, none. Equipment position, face. Attributes, unknown, requires identification. Description: as the greatest assassin in history, his deeds should be passed down. This was the first time Wang Chen had seen equipment that required identification for its attributes. It seemed there was no time to find an identification place now. After pondering for a moment, he opened the system auction house. He listed the guild token, setting a starting price of 888 gold coins and a buyout price of 9,999 gold coins. The game had not yet opened currency exchange, making gold coins hard to come by, and he wasn't sure if this price would sell well. He then left a message on the auction house, inviting interested parties to contact him privately. If handled well, this guild token could be his true first pot of gold, and that was beyond doubt. He stood quietly in place, waiting for the game to close. A few minutes later, Wang Chen felt a sinking sensation, and darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he had successfully exited the game. He removed the helmet and then lay down on his bed. As his body suddenly trembled, Wang Chen knew there were no surprises. The magical refinement had begun again. A translucent light screen appeared, and the magical power from his mental growth began to automatically transform. Wang Chen noticed a difference from before. The magical power value only displayed the new amount he had gained. Name, Wang Chen. Level, 10. Gender, male. Race, human. Strength, 31. In the process of magical refinement, agility, 31. In the process of magical refinement, stamina, 33. In the process of magical refinement, intelligence, 36. In the process of magical refinement, spirit, 62. Magic, 340 of 620. In the process of magic conversion, skills, magic missile, malicious transformation, magic shield, talent skill, infinite. Fireball technique. Do I need to increase my spirit value before the converted magic can be brought out of the game? Wang Chen felt that this light screen panel held many secrets, but unfortunately, this golden finger wouldn't speak. The increase in magic this time was greater than the last, so the conversion time was correspondingly extended. When the tingling sensation that felt like ants crawling all over him faded, Wang Chen's physical attributes surged once again. He glanced at the attribute values on the light screen panel. All 4 basic attributes, except for spirit, had increased by over 30 points. An average of over 60 points in attributes was terrifying, 6 times that of an ordinary adult. Moreover, this was not as simple as 1 plus 1, it represented a comprehensive strength. Feeling that his body could move, Wang Chen braced himself against the edge of the bed, preparing to get up. Crack! Bang! With a crisp sound, the old wooden bed collapsed. The sudden surge in strength caught Wang Chen off guard, resulting in this scene. Xiao Dao, what happened? A voice came from outside the door. It was Zhang Xiurong, clearly startled by the noise. It's nothing, just something fell to the ground. Wang Chen stood by the bed without moving, responding loudly. Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Zhang Xiurong knew nothing was wrong and returned to the kitchen to continue preparing breakfast. After a while, only when Zhang Xiurong urged him did Wang Chen step out of the room. However, from his somewhat cautious steps, it was clear he had not fully regained control of his body. Hurry up and wash up, after breakfast, we'll go to Uncle Li's house together. Seeing Wang Chen come out of the room, Zhang Xiurong brought over breakfast. While casually speaking, Wang Chen knew who Uncle Li was. His name was Li Weiguo, a community police officer responsible for security in their neighborhood. Because he had a limp, the residents affectionately referred to him as Li the Lame. This was because Li Weiguo was very principled in his work and did not show favoritism. However, he took good care of Wang Chen's family because Wang Chen's deceased father was his comrade. But why were they suddenly going to Uncle Li's house? In Wang Chen's original memories, he felt quite intimidated by the strict Uncle Li, which was also related to the original's introverted and timid personality. Feeling a bit sticky and uncomfortable, Wang Chen decided to take a shower. After washing up, he slowly peeled a boiled egg while asking Zhang Xiurong about his doubts. Aren't we supposed to open a snack shop? We need to handle various permits and licenses, and I don't understand any of that. Zhang Xiurong explained while eating breakfast. Just right, Li Weiguo is part of the system, and he was your dad's comrade, so he can definitely help. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen understood and nodded in agreement. That's true, Uncle Li must know all about this. Even if we don't go through the back door, having his help will speed things up. At this point, a tall and honest figure suddenly flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Just right, I haven't seen Taizhu for a while, I can go find him to hang out. Zhang Xiurong nodded, also smiling. That's right, now that you're better, make sure to find Taizhu to play. He's worried about you too. At this moment, Wang Chen finally peeled the boiled egg, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it in a few bites before casually replying, okay. I also have some things I want to discuss with Taizhu. After the mother and son finished breakfast and tidied up, it was already 7 in the morning. Since Uncle Li's house was right next door in Wanghu community, they chose to walk over. Occasionally, Wang Chen could see hovering cars flying by, causing him to pause for a moment. These hovering cars are quite expensive, each worth over 1 million credit points. Compared to the cars still running on the ground, hovering cars are the true luxury vehicles. Almost every hovering car has a beautiful woman dressed in revealing clothing, making it clear that this is the ultimate tool for picking up girls. However, Wang Chen didn't feel envious. With the balance in his personal account, he could afford one. It's just that he was currently focused on making money by playing Apocalypse World, and he had no time to show off in a hovering car. With the money to buy a hovering car, Wang Chen thought it would be better to buy a GamePod for Apocalypse World. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Li Weiguo's home in Wanghu community. Wang Chen stepped forward and rang the doorbell, and soon a middle-aged man opened the door. The man was of average height, had a square face, and sharp eyes that commanded respect without anger. It was Li Weiguo. Upon seeing Wang Chen and his companion, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly stepped aside to let them in. Xiurong, Wang Chen. What brings you here? Come in. Although Li Weiguo was quite familiar with Wang Chen's family, he always addressed Wang Chen by his full name. Weigwa, sorry for coming so early and bothering you, but I have something I need your help with. Zhang Xiurong explained, glancing at Wang Chen beside. Horror. Wang Chen understood and immediately stepped forward to greet Li Weigwa, placing the fruits he was carrying at the entrance. Once inside, they exchanged pleasantries. Li Weigwa was surprised by Wang Chen's transformation and was even happier to learn that he had made money playing Apocalypse World, especially for Zhang Xiurong and her son. When he found out that Zhang Xiurong wanted to open a snack shop, he agreed to help without any hesitation. With Li Weigwa's promise, Zhang Xiurong felt relieved, and they began chatting about everyday matters. At that moment, a sturdy-looking young man walked out from the inner room. Judging by his height, he was nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a small giant. He was rubbing his sleepy eyes, and when he saw Wang Chen, he was momentarily stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, Dao Go? What are you doing here? Did you come to see me? He quickly walked up to Wang Chen, scratching his messy hair with a silly grin on his face. Wang Chen smiled in response. Yeah, my mom is looking for Uncle Li for something. And I just came along to see you. The young man in front of him was named Li Taiju, the only son of Li Weigwa. It was unclear how he had grown so much taller than his father. Li Taiju and Wang Chen had grown up together, sharing a close bond, like brothers. In the past, Wang Chen had a timid personality and was often bullied, with Li Taiju, who possessed natural strength, always standing up for him. Recently, after Wang Chen failed his exams and faced family troubles, Li Taiju had come to find him. However, at that time, Wang Chen was still trapped in his own world and didn't want to see anyone. The two good friends greeted each other with a friendly punch to show their closeness, and then Li Taiju turned to greet Zhang Xiurong, who was sitting on the sofa. After chatting for a while, they discussed their upcoming plans. Li Weigwa would take Zhang Xiurong to handle the various procedures for opening the shop, as well as the renovation matters. Wang Chen would accompany Li Taiju to a martial arts school to check out the job Li Taiju had just found. Although Li Taiju was naturally strong, he had suffered from a strange illness in childhood, which caused his intellectual development to be somewhat slow. This resulted in poor academic performance, and he had also failed his exams alongside Wang Chen, making them kindred spirits. Wang Chen had thought that after failing his exams, Li Taiju would have nothing to do and had planned to invite him to play Apocalypse World. To his surprise, Li Taiju had already found a job, and today was his first day at work. However, he mentioned that the job was just a miscellaneous position at the martial arts school, which likely wouldn't interfere with playing virtual games at night. After leaving the community, Wang Chen and Li Taiju headed straight for Shangyang Road, which was not far away and known as a fitness street. Both sides of Shangyang Road were lined with various fitness clubs, and there were many boxing and martial arts schools, which reportedly often held competitions. The two walked and chatted casually, with Wang Chen pointing at the advertisement projected on the tall building by the roadside, asking Li Taiju if he wanted to play Apocalypse World. Li Taiju was initially reluctant, fearing reprimand from Li Weigwa. Wang Chen told him that he could earn credit points through the game and that he could freely unleash his powers within it. To reassure him, he even showed his personal account balance. Upon seeing it, Li Taiju was immediately tempted and expressed his willingness to play with Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction, promising to buy him a gaming helmet today. What was once a valuable gaming helmet for Wang Chen was now nothing to him. Not to mention the B-grade helmet costing only 8888 credit points, he could buy an A-grade helmet at 10 times the price and toss one aside without a second thought. Laughing and chatting, they soon arrived at Shangyang Road. And the two quickly reached a martial arts school in front of them, looking at the address in Li Tieju's hand. Hongyan Martial Arts School? Wang Chen confirmed with Li Taiju, gazing at the impressive entrance. The two characters Hongye felt strangely familiar to him, and after a moment's thought, he recalled the couple at Qingyue Lake Park. Could it be such a coincidence? Li Taiju glanced at the address in his hand and nodded affirmatively again. A few days ago, he had stumbled upon a recruitment notice for this martial arts school and applied with a try-it-out attitude. Upon seeing his appearance, the other party immediately took a liking to him, saying that the school needed a big guy like him to attract more students. Seeing this, Wang Chen said no more and walked in with Li Taiju. Since they were already there, he had nothing to fear with his strength. In fact, Wang Chen had two main purposes for accompanying Li Taiju. The first was to see how reliable Li Tieju's job was. The second was for himself. He wanted to train his body at the martial arts school. After a surge in physical fitness, Wang Chen still hadn't fully mastered it. The school surely had plenty of training equipment, and he could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with his now powerful physique. I hope there won't be any conflicts, otherwise, I might not be able to hold back. With this thought, the two entered Hongyan Martial Arts School. Fifth move, a leaf blocks the eye. As soon as they entered the school, they were greeted by a vast training hall. About 100 students were practicing their boxing techniques, their movements synchronized and impressive. The instructor was a robust young man dressed in a red training outfit, his gaze sharp as lightning. The sudden entrance of Wang Chen and Li Taiju immediately drew everyone's attention, especially since the giant like Li Taiju was too conspicuous. The leading young man signaled the others to continue practicing and slowly walked towards Wang Chen and Li Taiju. "What are you here for? You don't seem to be students of the school, do you?" he asked loudly, his tone indifferent. As the senior disciple of Hongye Martial Arts School, Zhang Wulong naturally had the confidence to be so arrogant. Li Taiju chuckled awkwardly, stepping forward to present his application form, saying that the school's recruiter had asked him to come to work today. Perhaps due to nervousness and the height difference, he almost shoved the form into Zhang Wulong's face. Fortunately, the other party reacted quickly and dodged just in time. I am sorry, I didn't mean to." Li Taiju quickly apologized. "Humph." Zhang Wulong snorted coldly, somewhat displeased with Li Taiju's clumsiness. He was not a magnanimous person. He looked up at Li Taiju, and the upward gaze due to the height difference made him feel even more uncomfortable. In Hongye Martial Arts School, it was always the other students looking up to Zhang Wulong, but today, someone had come who required him to look up at them. Even though he knew it was natural, the domineering and arrogant Zhang Wulong was still quite displeased. For some reason, he wanted to make things difficult for this big fool. Zhang Wulong took the form, glanced at it casually, and then tossed it back. Li Taiju was caught off guard, and the form fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" Before Li Taiju could get angry, he spoke leisurely. "Not just anyone can work at the Hongye Martial Arts School, even if it's just for odd jobs, you need to have some skills." He glanced sideways at Li Taiju. "So, tell me, what skills do you have? What are you good at? Don't tell me you're just a big guy with no other merits." Li Taiju was a bit stunned. This was different from what the person who recruited him had said. Besides, it was just an odd job, cleaning up training equipment. What skills were needed for that? Wang Chen frowned slightly. He could see that the young man in the red training outfit opposite them had hostility towards them. Is he jealous that I'm better looking than him? If that's the case, then my coming here today must have affected Taiju. He couldn't help but mutter to himself while touching his nose. "What are you standing there for? If you can't say anything, just go back with this pretty boy. The Hongye Martial Arts School doesn't hire useless people." Zhang Wulong urged again when he saw that Wang Chen and Li Taiju were silent. "You." Hearing this, Li Taiju suddenly became furious, raising his fist the size of a sandpot and ready to argue. He could be called a big fool, but he couldn't let anyone insult his brother Dao. Since childhood, countless people had been beaten by Li Taiju for pointing out Wang Chen's looks. Although Wang Chen used to be handsome, due to his personality, he indeed looked like a weak and easily bullied pretty boy. Only Li Taiju, this honest big guy, had always listened to his father and protected Wang Chen. Now, Zhang Wulong's sharp tongue had undoubtedly angered Li Taiju. "Didn't you say you wanted to see what skills he has? How about this, you two have a strength contest." Wang Chen reached out to hold Li Taiju back. No matter how much he pulled, he remained unmoved. Li Taiju turned to look at his brother Dao, his face full of question marks, as if he wanted to ask Wang Chen when he had gained such strength. It should be known that Li Taiju had been strong as an ox since childhood, and he had never encountered anyone stronger than him in terms of strength. Even when he was protecting Wang Chen, he mostly relied on intimidation and never dared to go all out. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he might accidentally kill someone, and the consequences would be severe. Wang Chen smiled and signaled Li Taiju to calm down, then turned to Zhang Wulong. Zhang Wulong's eyes widened as if he had heard something funny, pointing at himself. "Compete in strength with me? Do you know my identity? You don't really think that being tall means being strong, do you?" He shouted to the students practicing punches over there. "Come over and see, this big fool actually wants to compete in strength with me. What should I do? I'm so scared." Many students who had long been glancing over burst into laughter and gathered around. Competing in strength with a senior brother close to the level of a boxing master, truly overestimating oneself. Two country bumpkins probably don't even know what gene optimization liquid is. Looking at their figures, they probably have some brute strength, but unfortunately, they're just frogs at the bottom of a well. The students' jeers were incessant, pointing and laughing at the two. Wang Chen glanced over and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, Lu Tianhong, the one he had knocked out several teeth. Seeing Wang Chen's gaze, Lu Tianhong was startled and instantly lowered his head. "What is this scourge doing here? I wonder what trouble will happen today." Lu Tianhong secretly lamented. He knew Wang Chen's strength. The fist marks on the iron birch tree were still fresh in his memory. It really is the martial arts school that those two mentioned. What a coincidence. Wang Chen retracted his gaze with a half-smile and looked back at Zhang Wulong. "So, do you agree or not? If we lose, we'll turn around and leave without any entanglements, but if we win, you have to apologize to us. A few minutes later, by the strength tester in a corner of the training hall, a group of people stood still. Zhang Wulong, surrounded by the students, raised his chin and said, "Since you insist on seeing, I'll satisfy you." He then changed his tone. "But let's be clear, if I lose, I can apologize, but if you lose, you have to crawl out of the Hongya Martial Arts School." "Right, crawl out of the Hongya Martial Arts School." Master Brother spoke, and the students of the martial arts school immediately echoed him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes turned cold as he looked at Li Taizhu. "So, Taizhu, do you have confidence?" Li Taizhu suppressed his anger and thumped his chest in response. "Daoge, you know, I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to strength since I was a child." Wang Chen nodded. He naturally knew how terrifying Li Taizhu's true strength was. Once, to scare off a few students who bullied Wang Chen, Li Taizhu bent a rebar as thick as 2 fingers right in front of them when he was only 14 years old. Now, Wang Chen wasn't sure how strong Li Taizhu had become. However, based on the resistance he felt when he stopped Li Taizhu earlier, it should be no less than 30 points of strength, comparable to Wang Chen after his first magical tempering. Zhang Wulong saw that Li Taizhu was ready and couldn't help but sneer. "Since this is a martial arts school, let's test our punching power. Who wants to go first?" "As the guest, you go first." Wang Chen gestured for Zhang Wulong to start. He was curious to see just how strong this arrogant master brother of the martial arts school really was. He thought to himself that even with his average physical quality being 5 times that of an ordinary person, he wasn't this cocky. Zhang Wulong, with a proud expression, unbuttoned his red training jacket, revealing his muscular physique. Without waiting for him to speak, a student stepped forward to take his clothes. After doing a few warm-up exercises, he exhaled and threw a powerful punch at the measuring device. The measuring column responded quickly, rising rapidly before finally stopping at a certain scale. Heavens! 1912 kilograms, it has increased again. This would be dozens of points of basic strength. In the apocalypse world. So strong. Zhang Shixiang, are you about to apply for the boxing master's certification? Is there even a need for a competition? Let those two country bumpkins crawl out of the Hongya Martial Arts School. The students of the martial arts school were in an uproar, all shocked beyond belief. So, what do you think? Have you gained some knowledge? Is there still a need for a competition? Zhang Wulong casually draped his clothes back on, a playful expression on his face. With such immense strength, he was not only powerful in reality but also far ahead of others in the currently hottest virtual game, Apocalypse World, making monster hunting and leveling up effortless. Faced with Zhang Wulong's provocation, Wang Chen did not respond but turned to look at Li Taizhu. Li Taizhu had seen the test once and knew how to proceed, so he strode confidently toward the measuring device. Bang! Without any preparatory movements, Li Taizhu punched the measuring device. This is hilarious, he doesn't even know how to exert force and is still competing with the master brother. Do you think he can reach 1,000 kilograms? I doubt it. This big guy has a decent physical foundation. If he had gene optimization fluid to improve his physique, he shouldn't be too bad. The students of the martial arts school played the role of onlookers, continuously discussing and pointing out. However, their chatter soon came to an abrupt halt, stunned by the rapidly rising measuring column. The measuring column, which had a maximum limit of 5,000 kilograms, quickly surpassed the 2,000 mark and continued to rise wildly. 2,967 kilograms. Amidst a sea of astonished gazes, the measuring column finally stopped at nearly 3/5 of its capacity, exceeding Zhang Wulong by more than 1,000 kilograms. The training hall fell silent in an instant. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long while, Wang Chen's voice broke the silence. "Apologize, you must accept the bet." Zhang Wulong's face darkened as he glanced at the measuring device again, seemingly trying to confirm the accuracy of the scale. But the result was glaringly obvious, like a slap in the face. "This result doesn't count, the measuring device is broken. You all can leave, I won't hold you responsible for damaging the martial arts school's equipment today." Seeing this shameless face, Li Taizhu could no longer contain himself, clenched his fists, and charged forward. This time, Wang Chen did not stop him. He had long been displeased with this person. As for whether Li Taizhu could win, Wang Chen was not worried. The so-called one force can subdue 10, even without any tricks. That kind of strength is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Moreover, with him on the sidelines, at the very least, he could step in to save the day. When Li Taizhu charged forward, Zhang Wulong was not surprised but rather pleased. He just happened to have no reason to deal with these two. And the opponent's first move was just what he wanted. If this big fool thought that being strong meant he was good at fighting, then today he would be taught a lesson. Li Taizhu's Movements were straightforward, throwing a punch directly at Zhang Wulong's chest. Though lacking in technique, the force was immense, and his fist, the size of a child's head, was intimidating. Zhang Wulong stepped back to evade the punch while simultaneously launching a kick with his right leg at Li Tieju's lower back. Bang! Li Tieju's punch missed, and his balance faltered, causing him to be kicked down to the ground. Ha ha ha! This is hilarious! Senior brother is mighty. Such a big fool, wasting such terrifying strength. Having been knocked down in one move, the martial arts students burst into laughter, and Zhang Wulong looked on with his arms crossed, sneering at Li Taiju. But soon, they could no longer laugh, for Li Taiju quickly stood up. He dusted off his pants and charged at Zhang Wulong again as if nothing had happened. This time, Li Taiju learned from his lesson and did not overexert himself, swinging his iron fist to engage with Zhang Wulong. Although Zhang Wulong had many techniques and struck Li Taiju repeatedly, it did not yield significant results. Li Taiju stood firm like a mountain, enduring the attacks while searching for an opportunity. After several exchanges, Li Taiju, who had been passively taking hits, was already injured. Just as Wang Chen was about to step in, Zhang Wulong, who had been unable to gain the upper hand, grew impatient, leading him to expose a flaw while attempting a flying kick. Li Taiju braced himself against the kick and suddenly grabbed the opponent's ankle. The pent-up frustration from being beaten made Li Taiju furious, and he slammed Zhang Wulong down to the ground as if he had caught a chick. Zhang Wulong felt something was off when his ankle was caught, and soon realized he was being lifted off the ground. His face turned pale, and in a moment of desperation, he managed to extend his right hand to brace himself against the ground. Crack! A clear, crisp sound echoed as Zhang Wulong's arm bent at a twisted angle. Senior brother! The martial arts students gasped and rushed to support Zhang Wulong, glaring angrily at Li Taiju. Zhang Wulong clutched his broken arm, cold sweat pouring down his face, glaring venomously at the grinning Li Taiju. Take care of these two for me, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. With Zhang Wulong's command, numerous martial arts students surrounded Wang Chen and Li Taiju. Taiju, take a break, I'll handle this. Wang Chen blocked the determined Li Taiju and slowly stepped out from behind him. Looking at the crowd of students from the Hongya Martial Arts School, calm words flowed from his mouth. I want to fight 100. His nonchalant declaration echoed in the training hall, both calm and arrogant. How could these proud martial arts students tolerate such provocation? Leaves fall back to their roots. One of them leaped high, kicking out. His figure shifted in the air, unpredictable, with the attack aimed directly at Wang Chen's vital points. Good. Li Tianyu's red leaf fist is truly masterful. Truly one of the strongest students in the martial arts school, I can't compare to that kick. Impressive. Look at that unpredictable movement, that pretty boy is stunned. Wang Chen stood firm like a mountain, seemingly truly stunned. But just as the opponent's kick was about to land, he suddenly vanished from sight. When the martial arts students spotted Wang Chen again, he had already dodged to the side. Then, they saw Wang Chen not retreating but charging straight into Li Tianyu's embrace. Bang! His shoulder slammed into Li Tianyu's chest with a tremendous sound. Like being hit by a train, this unfortunate martial arts student was sent flying backward. After flying 3 or 4 meters in the air, he crashed heavily into the crowd, taking down several students who tried to catch him. The danger of a single blow was terrifying. The martial arts students looked at Li Tianyu, who had already lost his fighting ability, exchanging glances. They hadn't expected that. Not only the big guy was tough, but this overly handsome young man was also not to be trifled with. Don't be afraid, there are just 2 of them, what's there to fear? Zhang Wulong, still sitting on the ground, couldn't help but speak up when he saw the students were frightened. If he couldn't let Wang Chen and his companion leave lying down today, then he, the senior brother of this martial arts school, would have wasted his title. Let's all go together, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. With so many of us, we can overwhelm them. Right, we need to let them know that our Hongya martial arts school cannot be insulted. Brothers, let's call for our master. The many martial arts students steeled their resolve and charged forward. Although there seemed to be a discordant voice among them, it was automatically ignored. Lu Tianhong watched the indignant brothers and quietly took a few steps back. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! As they looked at the dark mass of people rushing towards them, Wang Chen and his companion showed no fear, each heading in a different direction to meet the oncoming crowd. The fierce battle immediately commenced, with cries of pain echoing in the chaos. However, as time passed, it was the martial arts students who fell and wailed. Li Taiju, although not skilled in martial arts techniques, had the advantage of height and strength. Coupled with his incredible ability to withstand blows, he was virtually unstoppable. Wang Chen, needless to say, was already well versed in various martial arts from his previous life, mastering them to perfection. Now, with his unmatched physical prowess, not a single martial arts student could last even one move against him. What a natural dragon and elephant! At some point, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared on the second floor above the training hall. The man, with his hands behind his back, was a robust middle-aged man with sharp eyes. The woman was a girl with dyed purple hair, her features exquisite and her posture graceful. The one who had just spoken was the middle-aged man, his gaze fixed intently on Li Taiju, who was striking with great force. He then turned his attention to Wang Chen, who remained calm and had not been challenged even once. After observing for a while, a look of confusion appeared on his face. What style of boxing is this young man using? Iron wire fist? Doesn't seem like it. Beast imitation freehand? It's similar yet not quite. Just as the middle-aged man was speculating, the purple-haired girl recognized Wang Chen's identity. She suddenly tugged at the middle-aged man's sleeve and pointed at Wang Chen below, exclaiming, "Dad, it's this person who fought Lu Tianhong at Qingyue Lake Park yesterday." "Oh? Why?" The middle-aged man did not show any signs of anger or joy upon hearing this. Instead, he turned to inquire about the reason. Seeing her father's imposing gaze, the purple-haired girl secretly stuck out her tongue. She then revealed everything that had happened in the park without holding back. After listening, the middle-aged man frowned slightly, feeling that Lu Tianhong must have provoked the other party somehow. He then pressed the purple-haired girl to find out if they had done something to warrant the revenge. The purple-haired girl recalled and suddenly thought of the middle-aged woman whose stall Lu Tianhong had smashed and whom he had slapped. Could it be because of her? Her murmured words immediately caught the middle-aged man's attention, and under his questioning, she couldn't hide the fact that Lu Tianhong had bullied an ordinary woman the previous morning. Humph! A martial artist bullying an ordinary person, how could he even do that? The middle-aged man's expression turned angry as he sternly looked at the purple-haired girl. "And you, I never expected that I, Su Jiqiu, a hero all my life, would have such a pampered daughter." Feeling wronged by the scolding, the purple-haired girl felt a bit aggrieved. At that time, Lu Tianhong had suddenly acted to please her, and she hadn't been able to stop him in time. She could only quickly apologize and then pay several thousand credit points as compensation. Afterward, due to the pointing and whispering of those around, she thought to leave quickly and entered the park. However, no matter what, she also bears part of the responsibility. After scolding her daughter, Su Jiqiu turned her gaze back to the first floor. At this moment, the battle in the martial arts hall on the first floor was nearing its end, with the ground littered with the moans of the martial arts students. Fortunately, Wang Chen and his companion had both tacitly refrained from using heavy force, otherwise, a shocking incident would have occurred. In the Federation today, watching Wang Chen, who seemed to have barely exerted himself so far, Su Jiqiu felt a thrill of excitement. "Little brother, you have good skills. Allow me to experience your boxing technique." Just as Wang Chen kicked down a martial arts student, he heard a low shout from above. The voice was not loud, but it was clear. When he looked up in the direction of the sound, he saw a figure on the second floor standing with arms crossed. By the time Wang Chen reacted, he had already leaped down, his fists and feet changing direction as they struck. Wang Chen noticed that this person, like Li Tianyu before, used the same move. Falling leaves returned to the roots, but the effect was completely different. The figure in the air was elusive and unpredictable, making him feel a sense of being unable to escape. Bang! A dull collision sound echoed as Wang Chen blocked the kick with both arms, only to feel an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing him to retreat 2 steps before stabilizing his stance. At the same time, his arms throbbed with pain, as if a force had struck his bones through the fascia. Fortunately, Wang Chen's physical condition was not something an ordinary person could compare to, and he returned to normal after just a few seconds. However, this served as a reminder that the middle-aged man with the surname Su was not simple. After that one move, Wang Chen became much more cautious, while the middle-aged Su was even more surprised. He had not held back at all, and with the height advantage from the second floor, he had only forced his opponent back 2 steps. Even the hidden force he had applied during the attack had not achieved any effect. However, before he could think further, Wang Chen was already attacking him again. The few meters of distance seemed non-existent, as a strike came crashing down upon him in an instant. Before the fists and feet reached him, the fierce wind generated by the attack stung Su Jiqiu's cheek. He dared not be negligent and summoned all his strength to engage in battle with Wang Chen. The clash was fierce, like a rabbit springing and a hawk swooping. The two martial arts experts collided intensely, their exquisite techniques and formidable might striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. For a moment, the martial arts hall was filled only with the sounds of their fists and feet, while the moans of the martial arts students faded into silence. Everyone around was fixated on the battle between Wang Chen and the middle-aged Su, not daring to breathe too loudly. After dozens of exchanges, as Wang Chen's control over his physical strength became more perfect, his attacks grew increasingly fierce. Just as he was about to switch to another, more ferocious boxing technique, the middle-aged Su suddenly called out to stop him. Stop! 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 Little brother, don't fight anymore, Su Jiqiu, concede. Su Jiqiu's voice of concession echoed throughout the martial arts hall, causing everyone except Wang Chen to widen their eyes in disbelief. Li Taiju was astonished at how his childhood friend had suddenly become so powerful. From someone who needed his protection, she had suddenly transformed into a formidable martial artist. As for those from the Hongyan Martial Arts Hall, their astonishment was even more justified. Su Jiqiu was a genuine boxing master, otherwise, she wouldn't have the qualifications to run a martial arts hall. What kind of person is a boxing master? Each one is a non-human, capable of wrestling with lions and tigers. Because of their immense strength, each one is registered in the Federation, holding a high status. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards Wang Chen changed. A person so young who could defeat a boxing master, how powerful could he be? Wang Chen found it somewhat amusing to see Su Jiqiu's slightly trembling hands. After fighting to this point, he had calmed down. Although the attacks from the person opposite him carried a strange force, the intricacy of the techniques was average. Moreover, both the strength and speed were inferior to his own. If it weren't for that strange force, he would have been defeated long ago. Su Jiqiu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Chen stop, secretly hiding her reddened and swollen arms behind her back. Then, looking around the training hall at the sprawled students, he asked in a deep voice, "Who can tell me what exactly happened?" When he saw everyone's gaze involuntarily shift to Zhang Wulong, he immediately asked, "Wulong, tell me what happened. Why did you fight with these two young brothers?" Zhang Wulong was half sitting on the ground, one hand covering his severed arm, and upon hearing the question, he fell silent. He couldn't possibly say it was because he couldn't match their strength and then couldn't bear to lose and back down. In the end, not only did he back down, but a group of people also went up to attack others. Su Jiqiu instantly realized that the fault lay with the martial arts school, as he knew Zhang Wulong's character. Zhang Wulong had great martial arts talent, and with a wealthy family, he lacked for nothing in terms of gene optimization fluids and nutritional solutions. Therefore, his strength far surpassed that of his peers, and everyone on Shenyang Road knew of this young master. This also led to Zhang Wulong's arrogance, looking down on everyone. Because of this personality, he had offended countless people. If it weren't for the fact that the Hongyan Martial Arts School needed support from the Zhang family in certain areas, and Zhang Wulong's talent was indeed not bad, Su Jiqiu would have long expelled him from the school. Tell me the facts without any concealment. Su Jiqiu casually pointed to a martial arts student, his serious tone silencing him. Under the gaze of the owner of the Hongyan Martial Arts School, the student dared not hide anything. He recounted everything that had happened since Wang Chen and the others entered the school, even including the results of Li Tieju's strength test. Su Jiqiu nodded, pondering for a moment before glancing at Wang Chen and the others, finally making a decision. Literature relies on sincerity, martial arts on virtue. Zhang Wulong, you are untrustworthy and incited your fellow brothers, so as you said, you will bear all consequences. Sighing, Su Jiqiu looked up at the sky. Pack your things and leave the Hongyan Martial Arts School. I will speak to Zhang Qingda about this. His calm and resolute words caused an uproar among the many martial arts students around. They did not expect that today's events would lead to such serious consequences, with the strongest disciple being expelled from the school. Zhang Wulong suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Jiqiu in disbelief. When he realized that the other party was not even looking at him, he immediately knew there was no turning back. Zhang Wulong scanned the room and found that the many students who once admired him were now avoiding his gaze, no longer looking at him. Even his junior sister Su Feiling, who had always secretly admired him, did not come to comfort him, but instead kept staring at that pretty boy. A wave of desolation filled his heart, followed by endless resentment. Zhang Wulong stood up abruptly and walked towards the exit of the school, and when he reached the door, he punched the doorpost hard. He turned back to glance at everyone one last time, then quietly left. Throughout it all, he had not said a word. After Zhang Wulong left, Wang Chen and Li Taiju also wanted to leave. Given how things had turned out today, Li Tieju's job was probably over. Just then, Su Jiqiu called out to the two. You two young brothers. Please wait. Can you give Su a favor and have a chat in the side lounge? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen and the others stopped in their tracks, exchanged glances, and finally agreed. From Su Jiqiu's previous actions, he seemed to be quite straightforward and upright, so chatting wouldn't hurt. Half an hour later, the three emerged from the lounge, and judging by the slight smiles on their faces, the discussion had not gone poorly. Sure enough, Su Jiqiu cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention and then announced a shocking piece of news. Starting today, this young brother named Wang Chen will be your martial arts coach. You all saw his strength just now. He then pointed at Li Taiju and continued, "As for this Li Taiju, I plan to take him as my closed-door disciple." After finishing, Su Jiqiu looked at the many disciples in the training hall and asked lightly, "Who is in favor? Who is against?" The many disciples of the Red Leaf Martial Arts School exchanged glances, and finally spoke in unison. "Coach Wang. Senior brotherly." Wang Chen's strength was evident to all, and Li Taiju was also exceptionally powerful. Although many were older than them, in martial arts, skill takes precedence. Lu Tianhong, caught in the crowd, secretly smiled wryly. He decided to ask Su Jiqiu to withdraw from the martial arts school today. As for the purple-haired girl Su Feiling, she was stealing glances at Wang Chen, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Watching a group of people he had just beaten call him coach, Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. But there was no way around it. He wanted to learn the secrets of energy manipulation. With the existence of magical refinement, Wang Chen's body would only grow stronger. If he knew there were methods to enhance his strength and chose not to learn them, wouldn't that be a great pity? Earlier in the lounge, Su Jiqiu not only promised to guide Wang Chen in the secrets of both light and dark energy but also agreed to subsidize him with 500,000 credit points each month. The credit points were inconsequential, but the secrets of energy manipulation were incredibly appealing to Wang Chen, as they offered him hope of becoming a superhuman in reality. As long as his physical attributes continued to grow, combined with a deep study of this energy, he would eventually reach a level where he could crush iron into mud and fear nothing. Since he couldn't log into the apocalypse world during the day, using this free time to learn about light and dark energy was a perfect way to pass the time. Additionally, Li Tieju's innate physique of a dragon and elephant made Su Jiqiu unwilling to let him go. She not only wanted to take him as her closed-door disciple but also promised him a monthly subsidy of 100,000 credit points. Was there a better job for Li Taiju than this? After turning conflict into harmony, Wang Chen and Li Taiju officially stayed at the Red Leaf Martial Arts School. After instructing the many students to use the medical room's biological pods for treatment, Su Jiqiu eagerly took Li Taiju to check his physical data. According to her, it was essential to understand Li Tieju's physical condition to teach him appropriately. As for the promise made to Wang Chen, she said she would find him later to impart the knowledge. Su Jiqiu asked if anyone could take Wang Chen to learn about the Red Leaf Martial Arts School, and this task was quickly volunteered by Su Feiling. Wang Chen certainly recognized the purple-haired girl, but he didn't say much. The one who had acted had already been taught a lesson. Although the incident had started because of this girl, it wasn't her intention. Plus, they had already apologized and compensated, so there was no need to dwell on it. Seeing that he didn't bring up yesterday's events, Su Feiling sighed in relief and immediately took the lead to introduce the various places in the martial arts school. That afternoon, after signing the employment contract with the school, Wang Chen left with Li Taiju, planning to officially start teaching the next day. After leaving the Red Leaf Martial Arts School, the two headed straight to the city's electronic device center, as Wang Chen intended to buy some things. Wang Chen ordered 2 gaming pods at the electronic device center and also bought himself the latest smartwatch. With that, his old antique smartphone was completely retired, as all its functions were replaced by the smartwatch. As for the gaming pods, one was for himself, and the other was naturally prepared for Li Taiju. Originally, Li Taiju would never accept a gaming pod worth $1 million. However, Wang Chen told him that he would need his help in the apocalypse world. Besides, given their relationship, there was no need to worry about such things. They could always pay it back once they earned money. Li Taiju couldn't argue against it and had to accept, but he secretly resolved to closely follow his brother's footsteps in the virtual game. When they returned home, they each recounted their experiences of the day, and Li Weigua and Zhang Xiaorong had different reactions. Li Weigua first showed a hint of concern but eventually relaxed. However, he told Li Taiju that even if he learned skills at the martial arts school, he must keep his heart and not bully others casually. Li Taiju naturally smiled foolishly in agreement, stating he would never bully anyone. As for Zhang Xiaorong, she was purely happy. Being able to work as a coach at a martial arts school was something she had never even dared to dream of. As a mother, she did not delve into the reasons behind it, why Wang Chen had suddenly become so powerful. Zhang Xiaorong only knew that her introverted and timid son was improving, becoming a real man like his father. With a stable job in reality and some capital in the game, Wang Chen suggested that Zhang Xiaorong should not work so hard. The snack shop was no longer necessary, she could just chat with neighbors and play cards in her spare time. Unfortunately, his suggestion was rejected. Zhang Xiaorong was unwilling. According to her, she couldn't sit idle, and at worst, she would run the shop in a laid-back manner. Since that was the case, Wang Chen no longer insisted, as long as his mother was happy. The next few days passed in busyness, and Wang Chen gained more understanding of the Hongyan Martial Arts School. His coaching work gradually unfolded, and he began to earn the recognition of the school's students. Wang Chen discovered that while the Deep Blue world had a legacy in terms of energy techniques, it lacked the finesse in boxing techniques. In this situation, the Xingyi Yiquan he presented was immediately sought after by all the students. Even Su Jiqiu secretly attempted to learn, always coming up with various excuses to linger around during Wang Chen's teaching. His mother Zhang Xiaorong's snack shop project was also progressing rapidly, with renovation work in full swing. According to the current pace, it would officially open in a few days. 3 days quickly passed, and the updated Apocalypse World was about to launch. Wang Chen sat in his room, admiring the installed Klein Blue Gradient Gaming Pod. The sleek, tech-savvy design perfectly fit the human form, with many unique and thoughtful details. This was currently the most realistic virtual device, his perfect partner for conquering Apocalypse World in the future. After appreciating the gaming pod, Wang Chen focused and projected a transparent data light screen. His gaze shifted right, resting on the crystal orb that was fully charged and radiating dazzling light. With a thought, the crystal orb began to tremble. Seconds later, a crystal lotus flower reappeared. At the center of the crystal lotus's stamen, a transparent little figure sat cross-legged. As if sensing Wang Chen's gaze, the transparent figure suddenly transformed into a stream of light and entered his mind. When he regained his senses, the data light screen displayed the description of the skill he had just acquired. Skill, Infinite. Invisibility skill description, allows the caster to enter an invisible state after 3 seconds, lasting for 20 seconds. This effect is cancelled when you perform hostile actions or take damage. During this time, you can see invisible units. Skill attributes, gradually reduces your threat level during the last second before entering invisibility and the last second of the skill's duration. Damage taken is reduced by 80%, upgradable. Skill cost, 3% of maximum mana. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill feature, Infinite, makes your invisibility skill have no cooldown time. Looking at the newly acquired description of infinite invisibility, a smile gradually spread across Wang Chen's face. Another skill with infinite characteristics, and it was a functional skill like invisibility. I can play the role of a thief, and the skill counters thieves. With this thought, Wang Chen opened the gaming pod and slowly lay down inside. After a series of verifications, the character data for Dao San Shang in Apocalypse World was also transferred to the gaming pod. When the clock struck 6 p.m., as Wang Chen's consciousness sank, the game began again. He entered Apocalypse World and found that he did not immediately enter the game but instead lingered on a system announcement interface. It introduced the contents of this update, allowing players to know the changes. 1. Optimized game content, deeply restoring the world's true 5 senses, allowing players to have a more immersive experience. 2. Further unlocked NPC intelligence, cancelled task guidance, and opened up non-mainline tasks for open development. 3. Launched the system assistance mode in free mode, which cannot be changed once selected. 4. Opened the circulation of game currency and real currency. Macro regulated by the intelligent brain Deep Blue, slightly increasing the drop rate of game currency, ultimately achieving a value of 1 credit point equivalent to 1 copper coin. 5. Increased the ratio of game time to real time, currently set at 3:1. 6. More detailed adjustments, please explore on your own. Apocalypse World brings you a second world. Wang Chen slowly withdrew his gaze, the shock in his heart beyond words. He knew that after this update, Apocalypse World would undergo earth-shattering changes. Not to mention anything else, just the opening of currency exchange would cause a significant impact. With a large influx of funds from reality into the game, various market behaviors would be stimulated. This was not even the most eye-catching aspect. The update that increased the time ratio was the key point. According to the 3:1 ratio, a 12-hour night would turn into 36 hours. This effectively doubles the daily time, and from certain perspectives, human lifespan would also increase by a factor of 2. What a terrifying thing this is. It is a disruptive technology that has never existed in the history of the Deep Blue Federation's virtual world. Although biotechnology in the Deep Blue world is advanced and has greatly increased the average lifespan, who wouldn't want to live longer? Even if it's just extending sensory lifespan by a factor of 2, it would be enough to attract everyone. Wang Chen could foresee that after this update of Apocalypse World, other virtual worlds in the market would face shutdown. More people would flock to Apocalypse World, and the second world promoted by the Deep Blue Federation would be fully formed. After reading the game update content, the system announcement interface dissipated, and the space began to change. When Wang Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself on the streets of Green Wild City. The morning in Green Wild City was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with tall scenic trees by the roadside complementing the flower beds below. The milky white buildings stood in a row along the road, and the wide, flat streets were interconnected. Occasionally, a patrol of guards would pass by, casting curious glances at Wang Chen as they walked by. Wang Chen took a deep breath of the floral scent in the air and raised his arm to look. The lines on his palm and the fuzz on his arm were clearly visible, this sense of reality indistinguishable from the real world. As for whether this was the effect of the game update or the game pod, Wang Chen had no way of knowing, or perhaps it was both. He only knew that at this moment, Apocalypse World truly felt like another extraordinary world under divine power. Wang Chen opened the character panel to check his current attribute data. Nickname, Dao San. Shangrais, human level, 10 class, mage attributes, strength 75, agility 75, plus 10, stamina 77, plus 91, intelligence 106, plus 64, spirit 44, plus 18, health, 1680 mana, 620. Experience, 0/1000000 physical attack, 240 magical attack, 400 critical hit rate, 1% maximum movement speed, 17.5 skills, magic missile, malicious transformation, magic shield. Talent skills, infinite flame burst, infinite invisibility equipped skills, summon spirit, tide collar equipment, shadow staff, spirit ring, tide collar, red. Leather soft shoes, wolf cloak, old blind man's eye patch. Sure enough, several attributes, except for spirit, had increased by over 30 points, and infinite invisibility also appeared in the talent skills. Wang Chen closed the quest panel and began to explore Green Wild City. He needed to quickly find the place to change jobs, striving to be the first to successfully change jobs. According to the characteristics of Apocalypse World, the first successful job change should also come with rewards. Wang Chen estimated that with the opening of this currency exchange, the leveling speed of some wealthy players would also increase significantly, because they can spend money to let other players take the last hit on monsters. As long as one is willing to spend, leveling up is not difficult. Wang Chen quickly caught up with the patrolling guard in just a few steps, and upon seeing the confusion in the guard captain's eyes, he spoke up to inquire. "Hello, Captain John, may I seek your assistance?" The guard captain glanced at Wang Chen again, and then nodded. "Of course, adventurer. What kind of help do you need?" Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the intelligence of NPCs nowadays, noticing how the guard captain's demeanor was indistinguishable from that of a real person. He felt the need to change his mindset, no longer viewing these NPCs as mere data but treating them as real lives. Wang Chen believed that according to the development of the Apocalypse World, players should abandon their old perceptions of NPCs and fully immerse themselves in the game. Perhaps this would greatly aid in accepting quests, as these NPCs were already thinking, intelligent beings. Under the guidance of Captain John, Wang Chen quickly found the job change hall. The spacious job change hall had only a few class mentors, and it was not yet their busy time. As Wang Chen stepped into the hall, the many class mentors who were chatting turned their attention to him. The tall and strong warrior mentor was the first to exclaim, "By the gods, what do I see? An adventurer. Is Greenfield City finally going to liven up?" He waved at Wang Chen. "Hi, adventurer. Need help with your job change? The brave and fearless warrior is your best choice. Alright, Andre, can't you see that this is a noble mage? A rough warrior won't attract anyone." The archer mentor beside him, a male dwarf with a rifle on his back, mocked. The warrior mentor immediately retorted, "Rough? Without us warriors charging ahead, how can you weak ranged classes output safely? Don't forget that our great Emperor Valric was also a raging warrior." Emperor Valric was the leader of the Human Storm Empire and the most powerful warrior of the Light faction. It was said that he had slain the demigod dragon Fafnir, and his legendary dual swords, Sharathur, were thus soaked in dragon blood, becoming semi-artifacts. Valric's reputation was undeniable, and the dwarf archer mentor immediately fell silent. Wang Chen waited for the two class mentors to finish their argument before he spoke up to ask, "Thank you for your kindness, but I still wish to continue on the path of a mage. Could you tell me where the mage class mentor is?" He had just surveyed the area and had not found the mage class mentor, which puzzled him. Wang Chen's politeness made the warrior mentor Andre feel quite favorable towards him, and he immediately answered his question. "Polite kid, you can check the reading room on the second floor, Audrey is most likely there." Following Andre's direction, Wang Chen indeed saw a spiral staircase leading up. He quickly expressed his gratitude and then ascended the stairs. After wandering around the second floor, he finally found the mage mentor Audrey in a room filled with books. At that moment, the young female mage was organizing the books, her beautiful golden hair and lovely figure evoking thoughts. "Hello, miss, I need your help?" Noticing that the NPC did not have the usual quest indicator above her head, Wang Chen remembered that this update had removed it. Admiring the curves of the mage mentor, after a while, seeing that she had no intention of turning around, Wang Chen couldn't help but remind her. Audrey seemed to come to her senses and immediately turned to face him. "Oh? An adventurer? Has an adventurer reached the strength to change jobs so quickly?" She walked over to Wang Chen, seemingly confirming his background. Indeed, a level 10 little mage. Adventurer Daosan Shang, tell me, what type of mage do you wish to become? As she spoke, 3 options appeared before Wang Chen, along with descriptions of each job change direction. The first type is the fire mage who masters the fire element, possessing immense destructive power, fierce AoE bursts, and the explosive flame skill, which is considered the highest damage skill among all professions. The downside is a weak survival ability. The second type is the arcane mage who studies arcane arts, with a variety of means and stronger survival capabilities, and can summon dimensional creatures to fight, but the damage is somewhat weak. The last type is the frost mage who controls the power of ice, excelling in survival and control abilities, but lacking in burst damage, making their damage output mediocre. The pros and cons of the 3 advanced mage professions are quite clear, and after reading the introduction, Wang Chen leans towards the invincible output of the elemental mage. However, before that, he has an even better option, a special class transfer token. Taking out the 6-pointed star-shaped special class transfer token from his backpack, he could clearly sense a change in Audrey's gaze. Before Wang Chen could speak, she reached out to take the token, exclaiming in surprise. This is actually a special class transfer token. I haven't seen this thing in many years. Audrey carefully examined the transfer token in her palm, and after confirming its authenticity, she raised her head. Adventurer, since you possess a special class transfer token, you will have the opportunity to transfer to a special profession. Tell me your choice. As her voice fell, the options in front of Wang Chen disappeared, replaced by another tiered selection. Each layer of options was a different color, ranging from green at the bottom to gold at the top. In each option, different profession choices appeared. From the lowest option of Nature Mage, Shadow Mage, to the upper options of Demon Hunter Mage, Dragon Mage, Forbidden Spell Mage. The higher up the tiers, the fewer the profession options, and in the golden option, there was only one. Wang Chen looked at the only profession in that golden option, instantly captivated by its unique name. Battle Mage? Seeing Wang Chen's gaze linger on the top option, Audrey couldn't help but speak up. Adventurer? Don't tell me your choice is Battle Mage. Is there a problem? This should also be a type of special mage profession, right? Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled, wondering if there was an issue with choosing Battle Mage. Audrey nodded, then shook her head. Seeing the increasingly confused look on Wang Chen's face, she slowly explained the reason. It turned out that this special class transfer token only gives players a chance to transfer to a special profession, commonly referred to as a hidden profession. The many professions Audrey provided could theoretically be chosen, but not every one of them could be successfully transferred. The professions in the green and blue options are more powerful than ordinary professions, with the blue options being more difficult to transfer. The purple epic professions and orange rare professions above them have even greater transfer difficulties, making success nearly impossible. As for the only golden legendary profession, Battle Mage, it goes without saying that no one has succeeded since the first generation of Battle Mages disappeared. In fact, starting from the epic professions, Audrey could no longer facilitate player transfers, she could only provide clues for the transfer. Moreover, there is one crucial point: the special class transfer token is a one-time use item. If one fails to transfer to the chosen profession, it would be a waste of this hard-earned special class transfer token. Audrey's advice to Wang Chen was to choose a green or blue profession. As long as he was careful, he could still succeed in the transfer. The reading room fell into silence as Wang Chen pondered over the advice. Undoubtedly, the mage mentor's opinion was very reasonable. In her view, the best choice for the adventurer was the blue profession. This would not only have a high success rate for the transfer, avoiding waste of the transfer token, but the resulting profession would also be much stronger than ordinary ones. Wang Chen, however, immediately dismissed Audrey's suggestion. He was only torn between the epic profession and the options above. Even a fool knows that the only golden legendary class, the Battle Mage, is the strongest. However, from the words of this beautiful NPC, it seems that the difficulty of changing classes is likely hellish. So, to be safe, Wang Chen's best choice would be an epic class. Since he is a player with a talent skill, his strength undoubtedly far exceeds that of others. If he wants to take a risk, he could choose an orange rare class, perhaps there's a chance of success. After a moment of hesitation, he looked again at the golden option of the Battle Mage class and made his decision. I'll choose it. Audrey was startled by the sudden voice and shot him a glance. Adventurer, your expression tells me you've made a choice. Indeed, beautiful lady, I've decided to choose the Battle Mage class. Wang Chen was still unwilling to miss the opportunity to change to Battle Mage. If he was going to do it, he would do it as the strongest. As a man with a golden finger, he believed that since this option appeared, it meant there was a chance of success. With two bug-like talent skills, if he still couldn't succeed, it would mean he was truly out of luck. Seeing the determination in Wang Chen's eyes, Audrey knew he wouldn't change his choice again. Well then, I hope you won't regret it. After murmuring this, Audrey began to chant a spell. A few seconds later, a portal emanating mysterious waves appeared beside them. Through the transparent light of the portal, a projection of a vast city flickered in and out of view. After opening the portal, Audrey looked at Wang Chen with a complex expression. Adventurer, the legendary class battle mage is not something I can help you change to, I can only give you a clue. Saying this, she took out a letter and handed it over. This is my letter of introduction. Passing through this portal will take you to the capital of the empire, Storm City. Take it and find my teacher, the heretic god Kroila, she may have clues for you. System, Class Change Quest ** Inheritance of the Battle Mage, 1. Description, the legendary Battle Mage is a class cursed by the gods, although immensely powerful, it has always been surrounded by misfortune. If you wish to defy the gods and follow in the footsteps of the Battle Mage, find the heretic god Kroila, she will guide you. Please choose whether to accept the quest. Without any hesitation, Wang Chen chose to accept, took the letter, and turned to step into the portal. A flash of light and shadow passed before his eyes, and when he stood still again, he found himself in a magnificent city. Storm City, a jewel of the Light faction, boasts a long history. Once fallen to the attacks of the Dark Faction Coalition, it was reclaimed by Emperor Varric leading the Holy Crusade. The rebuilt Storm City is even larger, with every corner exuding a heavy sense of history. Coming back to his senses, Wang Chen didn't waste any time, he needed to find the heretic god Kroila quickly. Storm City is vast, and Audrey hadn't told him where Kroila was. With no other choice, Wang Chen could only seek help from a guard, asking if they knew where the heretic god Kroila was. Lady Kroila is one of the greatest mages in the history of the Storm Empire, her whereabouts are known to no one. Wang Chen felt a bit speechless after receiving this news from the guard, so he had to try to find her himself. Fortunately, he learned from Audrey that her eccentric teacher had always been in Storm City. An hour later, Wang Chen stood dazed under the statue of Emperor Varric in the center of Storm City. He hadn't found the so-called heretic god, but he had nearly explored the entire city. Could it be that the first step of this class change quest is impossible to complete? Wang Chen fell into deep self-doubt, with no clues at all. Meow. At that moment, a sudden cat meow caught his attention. Wang Chen looked up and saw a shiny black Persian cat jumping down from the statue. The movements were graceful and lazy, like a noble queen. Black cat, the blasphemer. A flash of lightning seemed to strike through Wang Chen's mind, suddenly recalling a legend. In mythology, black cats are seen as symbols of bad luck and the pure. Black Persian cat also hinted at something unusual. As he thought back to the times he had inadvertently spotted this black cat while searching around the city, Wang Chen began to form a guess. He walked over to the black cat and softly called out, "Esteemed Lady Kroila, a mage apprentice from afar sends you greetings." The black cat, which had been elegantly striding, suddenly froze, then radiated a burst of spiritual light. Amidst the hazy glow, a voluptuous and tall beautiful lady gradually revealed her form. At the same time, her name appeared above her head, the blasphemer Kroila. "Adventurer, how did you recognize me?" Kroila, clad in a black robe, had two snake-shaped earrings glistening beneath her brown curls, looking both noble and seductive. Wang Chen naturally wouldn't say it was because she had appeared before him several times, leading him to guess based on other clues. Without a hint of hesitation, he naturally expressed his admiration. "Beautiful lady, your elegant demeanor shines as brightly as the moonlight in the night, and even if you turned into a Persian cat, it could not conceal your noble aura." Queen Kroila, like any woman, appreciated compliments and flattery, and the blasphemer Kroila was no exception. The curve of her lips indicated that this mysterious mage was in a good mood. "Wise adventurer, it seems my deliberate appearances before you have led you to discover the unusual." Kroila's red lips parted slightly as she explained the reason to Wang Chen. "In fact, this is indeed a reminder I gave you. Had I not seen a trace of the battle mage in you, I would not have appeared." Battle mage, shadow? Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but ask. After Kroila's explanation, he understood why he could find her. It turned out that from the moment Wang Chen stepped into Storm City, Kroila had sensed the aura of Audley's letter and knew his intentions. However, under normal circumstances, Kroila would first observe those coming to change their class. If they did not meet her requirements, she would not appear. It goes without saying that the task of those changing classes would fail from the very first step. Wang Chen was the only person in many years that Kroila had taken a liking to, so she offered him this opportunity. The so-called battle mage was originally a mythical profession, feared by the gods for its immense power. The first generation of battle mages possessed not only the strong physique and power of a warrior but also the destructive spellcasting abilities of a mage. After the first generation of battle mages fell for certain reasons, this profession was cursed. It was downgraded from a mythical profession to a legendary one, never to regain its former glory. To this day, the inheritance of battle mages has become severely fragmented, leaving only the essence of melee combat. Moreover, to inherit it, one must meet stringent physical conditions. As a mage, Wang Chen had impressive attributes like stamina and strength as well. This gave Croyla hope, hence the earlier scene. So, beautiful lady, can you allow me to change my class to battle mage? Now. Understanding the background, Wang Chen asked. With his newfound knowledge about the Yi battle mage, he was even more convinced that this was the profession best suited for him. Of course, adventurer, only I can help you change to this profession. As a blasphemer, why not create new enemies for those detestable gods? Croyla revealed a faint smile, her eyes flashing with a madness that Wang Chen could not see. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt a sense of realization. This voluptuous beauty before him was also a person with a story. Just when he thought everything was going smoothly and it was time for the class change, Croyla spoke again. Adventurer, although I know the promotion ceremony for the battle mage, I cannot assist you with your promotion just yet. Is there anything I can help you with, my beautiful lady? Wang Chen immediately understood, it was indeed not that simple to change classes. Clara nodded, suddenly pulling apart her black robe slightly to reveal the center of her chest. There, embedded in her skin, was a diamond-shaped, transparent crystal, but at that moment, half of it had turned black, exuding a dark and evil aura. She pointed at the half-black, half-transparent crystal and looked at Wang Chen. Do you see this, adventurer? This is why I am called the blasphemer. The curse has already infected half of my divinity, and I need your help. Wang Chen kept his gaze steady, as if he did not see the scenery on either side of the divinity. The slightly revealed, exaggerated curves of her figure seemed to not exist. As he inquired earnestly about the reason, expressing his willingness to help with all his might, Clara nodded in satisfaction. It turned out that Clara, as the greatest mage of the Storm Empire, was only one step away from becoming a deity. As long as she obtained the authority of a god, combined with the divinity she had painstakingly cultivated, she could become a divine being. However, Clara had been unable to find the authority of a god, and in desperation, she set her sights on the authority of the cat goddess Bastiri. Unfortunately, she underestimated Bastiri's strength, resulting not only in failure but also in being cursed. When Clara's divinity completely turned black, she would become a black cat entirely. Even now, out of 24 hours a day, she could only maintain her human form for 12 hours. Upon hearing that there was already a dispute at the level of deities, Wang Chen couldn't help but speak up. Lady, do you want me to help you break the curse? But I'm just a level 10 mage who hasn't even changed classes yet. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel anxious. If he angered a deity and received a curse, his character would be ruined. Hearing this, Clara's beautiful eyes flickered, giving Wang Chen a glance that was full of charm. Don't be afraid, little mage. The divine realm is now closed. Without the permission of the main god, no deity can descend to the mortal realm. As she spoke, she took out a mini black cat statue and handed it over. You just need to help me kill the projection of Bastiri and obtain her blood. System, Promotion Task * Legendary, Inheritance of the Battle Mage, 2. Description: The blasphemer Clara hopes to receive your help. She needs the blood of the cat goddess to purify her divinity. Please choose whether to accept the task. Wang Chen noticed that the difficulty of the task had risen to legendary, indicating that this projection of Bastiri would not be easy to deal with. However, it was too late for him to back down. He chose to accept the task and reached out to take the black cat statue. Blessing of the cat goddess, Dungeon Key, 1/1, Description: After activating with magic power, it grants one opportunity to enter the cat goddess's paradise. After checking the attributes of the statue, Wang Chen also realized that this was a one-time dungeon token. If he failed this time, it would mean his promotion would fail as well. I will prepare to fulfill your request right away. Is there anything else I need to prepare? Wang Chen looked eagerly at the beautiful woman before him, hoping to gain some assistance. He believed that this task was related to his own interests, and this mage would not refuse to add some guarantees. The Bastiri in the cat goddess's garden is her true body projection and will change according to the strength of the intruder. Clara seemed to be explaining why she wouldn't accompany Wang Chen, and began to chant a spell. As the obscure incantation flowed from her red lips, Wang Chen found himself receiving a buff. Blessing of the blasphemer, health increased by 100%, magic power increased by 100%, speed increased by 100%, spell attack increased by 100%, duration 24 hours. This is the only help I can offer you. Good luck, adventurer. Clara finished speaking, and black mist erupted from her body. A few seconds later, she transformed from a beautiful young woman back into a black cat. Watching the black cat gradually fade away, Wang Chen knew that the next steps were up to him. He stroked the smooth black cat statue and began to infuse it with magic power. The statue's eyes gradually lit up, eventually shooting out 2 beams of white light. As the white lights converged, a portal slowly appeared before Wang Chen. At the same time, the black cat statue shattered and refreshed, disappearing. Wang Chen stepped boldly into the portal, and the mysterious veil of the cat god garden would soon unfold before him. As his vision cleared, Wang Chen found himself standing in front of a massive ancient castle door. 2 tall cat-headed humanoid monsters stood like gatekeepers, one on the left and one on the right. Cat God Guardian, level 10, elite monster, health 9000. Intruder, this is not a place for you. Before Wang Chen could observe for long, the 2 cat god guardians noticed him. Infinite invisibility. Not yet prepared, he immediately used the invisibility skill he had just obtained, quickly retreating. Wang Chen's figure began to blur, and his hate value started to decrease. 3 seconds later, he noticed the surrounding colors darkening, as if he had entered another space. The monsters that had been pursuing him lost their target and returned to their original positions after shouting a nonsensical slogan. Wang Chen retreated in the direction away from the monsters, ensuring he was at a safe distance before stopping. Canceling the invisibility skill, the surrounding environment suddenly became vibrant again. At this moment, the cat god guardians in the distance were outside the hate range and did not attack again. Wang Chen noticed that by actively canceling the invisibility, he did not receive the 80% damage reduction that would normally apply at the end of the skill's duration. However, it didn't matter, he had already experienced the wonders of this skill during its first use. Returning to the castle door, he maintained a safe distance from the cat god guardians. Wang Chen began to chant a spell towards one of the cat god guardians. Malicious transformation. After 1.5 seconds, the cat god guardian transformed into a small turtle, crawling around in confusion. Strangely, the other cat god guardian nearby seemed oblivious, still standing straight in place. Wang Chen knew this was the effect of malicious transformation, not generating threat value. Even if the transformed one recovered, it would not enter combat mode. Aiming at the other cat god guardian's head, he began to chant, "Infinite flame explosion. System, please choose between system assisted mode or free mode. Once selected, it cannot be changed." Wang Chen was taken aback, suddenly recalling that this was indeed part of the system update. But why had there been no prompt before? Was it because he was now using an active attack skill? Unable to figure it out, Wang Chen didn't dwell on it and quickly checked the differences between the 2 attack modes. System-assisted mode, the player's attack actions are assisted by the system, corrected to lock onto targets, and the damage dealt is calculated based on the character's panel attributes, unable to cause critical hits or other effects. Free mode, the player's character actions are completely free, with normal attacks and skills not locking onto targets. The attack position and skill aiming are determined by the player, with damage fluctuating based on skill completion. Additionally, it can cause critical hits and other effects. This mode is more difficult, players should choose carefully. It was clear that these 2 modes were designed to distinguish between ordinary players and skilled players. For ordinary players, using system-assisted mode was the most convenient. As long as they selected a target and silently chanted the skill, they could attack the target, and the actions would be system corrected. However, if they chose free mode, most ordinary players would struggle to adapt. There would be situations where archers missed their shots, mages wasted their skills, and rogues backstabbed someone in the face. Don't even mention skill completion, just hitting the target is a blessing. However, for skilled players, the free mode aligns more with their preferences. For instance, if someone is a sharpshooter in real life, they might be able to achieve headshot after headshot. If they have a deeper understanding of their skills, they can strike vital points with a higher skill completion rate. The damage dealt by the same skill can vary drastically between an expert and an average player. Of course, while the free mode allows players to leverage their strengths, it also presents significant challenges. Thus, the system inactively prompts players to choose wisely. After observing the differences between the 2 modes, Wang Chen realized that the gap in strength between ordinary players and expert players would only widen. It wouldn't be surprising to see situations where one could take on 10 or even 100 opponents. Even with the same equipment and skills, the effects produced by expert players are far beyond what ordinary players can achieve. Not to mention, the combat awareness of expert players, their understanding of the game, and their timing are all top-notch. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen decisively chose the free mode for himself. The infinite nature of requires critical hits or vital attacks to trigger, and critical attributes seem quite rare at the moment. Therefore, if he didn't want to waste this talent skill, he had no choice but to select the free mode. Moreover, Wang Chen's other basic attributes would not be low in the future, allowing him to maximize his physical advantages in free mode.
Perhaps some martial arts techniques from real life could have similar effects in.
As for casting mage skills, Wang Chen felt it wouldn't be a problem. After all, in
reality, his intelligence attribute, refined through magical power, far exceeds that of ordinary people, making both his comprehension and reaction abilities superhuman.
In free mode, it's all about timing the skill release, aiming, and predicting. Especially the moment he chose free mode, Wang Chen felt as if he had shed some restraints, and he relaxed significantly.
With that thought, Wang Chen began to chant again. A fireball the size of a basketball flew towards the head of the cat god guardian.
Mississippi Wang Chen. He felt this was completely unscientific. He had clearly aimed at the monster's head, so how did the fireball end up hitting the doorframe instead? Intruder, the goddess's territory cannot be desecrated. Although the fireball missed the cat god guardian, Wang Chen entered combat mode. Helpless, he summoned the spirit of the Grey Wolf to block the monster and began to chant the spell again. Now that he was in battle, to save time, Wang Chen chose to use this time. -893. This time, he finally hit the cat god guardian's head, triggering a yellow vital attack. However, the damage dealt was absurdly low. Under the blessing of the Desecrator buff, his current spell attack was a whopping 800 points. Is it because of the low skill completion? Wang Chen noticed that the missile had not fully hit, it merely grazed the monster's head. With no time to check the battle log, he threw out, which triggered the infinite characteristic. Mississippi, you've got to be kidding me. Damn. Wang Chen couldn't help but curse and quickly began to chant again. He couldn't afford to be nervous because the Grey Wolf Spirit's health was dropping rapidly, and there was another cat god guardian nearby that was about to recover. -765. This time, hit the monster squarely, but the damage was white because it struck the monster's chest, not a vital point. There's definitely a problem. Wang Chen muttered to himself, calming down to continue chanting. After several seconds, amidst fluctuating damage, the first cat god guardian finally fell. At this point, only one Grey Wolf spirit remained, and its health was below half. System, gains 900. Experience. System, detected that the player has not yet completed the job advancement, experience points automatically reset to 0. System, killing the old god's follower rewards 1 world reputation. Wang Chen pouted, the fact that he couldn't gain experience without a job change was annoying. At that moment, the remaining Grey Wolf spirit ran up to the little turtle, and with one bite, the cat god guardian instantly returned to its original form. Glancing at the foolish wolf, Wang Chen unhesitatingly activated infinite invisibility. A few seconds later, the Grey Wolf spirit let out a wail as it was struck down by the cat god guardian's sword. At this point, Wang Chen had already used his invisibility to exit the battle, watching everything from a distance. The Grey Wolf spirit, with less than half health remaining, surely wouldn't last long, so to be safe, he directly left the battlefield. Wang Chen couldn't guarantee that every attack would hit the monster's vital points, so he naturally couldn't trigger the infinite properties continuously. Therefore, he didn't have an instant cast, infinite fireball, and couldn't kite the monster, needing to rely on the Grey Wolf spirit to buy him time. 2 minutes later, Summon Spirit was off cooldown, and Wang Chen returned to the remaining cat god guardian. He had just checked the battle log and understood why the initial critical damage was so low. Although the magic missile grazed the monster's vital point, the skill's completion rate was less than 60%, resulting in damage of less than 400. So even if a critical hit was triggered, the final damage was still low. Wang Chen calmed his mind, recalling each syllable of the infinite fireball incantation. Looking at the cat god guardian 30 yards away, a three-dimensional space instantly formed. In his mind, the speed of the fireball, the distance to the monster, the size of the monster. Various factors quickly flashed through Wang Chen's mind, and he utilized his powerful computational ability. Infinite Fireball. After 3.4 seconds, an orange-red fireball, carrying intense heat, smashed into the cat god guardian's forehead. -3064, -58. A terrifying yellow damage appeared, and the cat god guardian's health bar was instantly reduced by 1/3. Wang Chen felt invigorated, watching the monster charge at him with a shriek, and he cast another fireball. -2736, -116. This time the damage was lower, just over 2000 points, but still impressive. He ran back to create distance, turned around, and cast another fireball. -1525, -174. The fireball hit the monster directly, but unfortunately, it didn't strike a vital point. Seeing the cat god guardian with just a bit of health left, Wang Chen decided to stand still and chant, Magic Missile. His current health was close to 3000 points, and the magic shield could absorb 1400 points of damage, so he was completely unafraid. minus 1350, minus 174. This time, Wang Chen almost pressed the magic missile against the monster's head. At the same time, the cat god guardian struck him with a sword. Minus 500, absorbed. The damage was absorbed by the magic shield, and Wang Chen pressed the fireball against the monster's face. Minus 3277. The cat god guardian's health was instantly depleted, and it let out a wail before collapsing to the ground. Wang Chen watched as his world reputation increased slightly and casually opened the battle log. After reading the battle log, his understanding of the free mode deepened a bit more. First, there was the skill completion rate. When this rate reached 90%, it could deal the fixed damage on the panel. However, when the completion rate exceeded 90%, the damage would also increase correspondingly. For example, in Wang Chen's last strike, the skill completion rate reached 91%, and the damage increased by 10%. Therefore, combined with the critical hit, it resulted in that terrifying damage value. Secondly, Wang Chen discovered a trick that reduced the chanting time of Infinite Fireball by 0.1 seconds. He wasn't sure if it was due to it being a talent skill, but he found that several syllables could overlap. With a trial-and-error attitude, Wang Chen stacked those syllables and surprisingly succeeded in casting the skill. It is precisely for this reason that the casting time of the skills has also been shortened a bit. It seems that there is still much to explore in this free mode. Wang Chen pondered to himself. Besides that, he noticed that the accuracy of the skills would decrease while running. For example, the third fireball just now did not hit the critical point, causing the infinite characteristic to enter cooldown. Wang Chen withdrew his thoughts and looked at the two cat god guards' corpses on the ground. At this moment, the bodies of these two monsters were emitting a glow waiting to be picked up, waiting for him to unveil their rewards. In a solo dungeon, the minor monsters were all elite level. He wondered what the drop rate would be like. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen stepped forward and reached towards the monster's corpse. System, obtained 1 silver coin and 17 copper coins. System, obtained scroll, elegant spirit cat. System, obtained 1 silver coin and 36 copper coins. System, obtained Lynx's agile boots. Elegant spirit cat, scroll. Attributes, increases agility by 15 points for 30 minutes after use. Lynx's agile boots, shoes, excellent. Durability, 95/100. Equipment. Requirement, level 10, physical class. Equipment position, feet. Attributes, stamina 13, agility 9. Description, silent landing. With a satisfied smile on his face, Wang Chen found that the monsters in this dungeon were quite generous. Not only did each drop a considerable amount of game currency, but there was also an item. Although there was only one piece of equipment, that scroll, when used well, was no less valuable than obtaining a piece of equipment. After collecting the dropped items from the monsters, Wang Chen officially stepped into the ancient castle. What appeared before him was a long corridor, with two cat god guards at regular intervals. A rough glance showed that he would have to get past hundreds of monsters to reach the end. Wang Chen smiled wryly. It seemed that this dungeon would not be completed in a short time, truly worthy of being a legendary quest. Fortunately, this job change task had no time limit. As long as he didn't die, he would be fine. A few hours later, Wang Chen looked ahead to a spot 40 yards away. There were the last two cat god guards in this corridor. Defeating them would allow him to enter the next scene. Through the light behind those two cat god guards, Wang Chen could see a large garden. Malicious transformation, infinite fireball. With skilled casting, Wang Chen was now quite adept at this process. Minus 3254, minus 58. The fireball traveled 30 yards, accurately striking the cat god guard on the forehead. Wang Chen's expression remained calm. As the cat god guard charged at him, he cast another fireball. Minus 3170, minus 117. Another terrifying damage appeared, and the monster's health was below 1/3. Wang Chen ran backward, creating some distance before turning around to throw another fireball. Minus 3040. The cat god guard's health was depleted, and it fell to the ground. The entire process was smooth and fluid, taking no more than 10 seconds. Wang Chen turned around and repeated the same method. A few seconds later, he killed the other cat god guard in the same manner. Looking back at the empty corridor, a sense of accomplishment surged within him. For these few hours, Wang Chen had been repeatedly grinding the cat god guards. The mechanical and monotonous grinding was tedious, almost making him want to give up. However, the allure of the legendary class kept him going. Moreover, the gains from these few hours far exceeded his expectations. It was unclear whether it was Wang Chen's extraordinary gaming talent or the feedback from his high intelligence in reality, but his understanding of the free mode skyrocketed. Through these hours of constant attempts and training, he was now quite adept at releasing skills, whether standing still for output or Running and kiting, Wang Chen could ensure that his skills landed critical hits. As for the skill completion rate, it remained above 90%. Strangely, no matter how perfectly he released his skills, the completion rate could not exceed 95%. Of course, reaching 90% is already sufficient for Wang Chen at the moment. Occasionally exceeding 90% to deal even higher damage is a pleasant surprise. Adapting to the free mode is just one of the rewards, and the loot in his backpack has him beaming with joy. Perhaps it's the benefit of the solo dungeon, as the monster drop rate in the Cat God's Garden is extremely high. On average, every 2 monsters yield 1 piece of excellent quality equipment, and occasionally, with a bit of luck, there can be 2. After defeating several hundred elite-level Cat God guards, Wang Chen's basic backpack, which only has 200 slots, is nearly full. In addition, the money dropped by the monsters adds up to a few gold coins, which converts to a decent amount of credit points. The only thing that frustrates Wang Chen is that all this equipment is for physical classes, and he hasn't found a single piece he can equip. However, considering that the Cat God guards are all warrior-type monsters, it makes sense that they only drop equipment for physical classes. Wang Chen walked over to the corpses of the 2 Cat God guards he had just killed, and after a bit of searching, he added a green-quality one-handed sword to his backpack. He then stepped over the vanishing monster corpses and finally exited the dark corridor, where his view suddenly changed. A gigantic open-air garden appeared before Wang Chen, filled with a refreshing floral fragrance. In the garden, there were many stone tables, each occupied by several cat-headed humanoid monsters. Between the stone tables, patrolling monsters moved in a regular pattern around the entire garden. These patrolling monsters, in pairs, were the familiar Cat God guards, but unlike before, each pair was accompanied by a beast resembling a black panther. Cat God Minion, Level 10, Normal Monster, Health 2000. Cat God Minions? Is that a leopard cat? At least it's just a normal monster. Wang Chen quipped, then looked at the monsters by the stone tables. The cat-headed humanoid monsters surrounding the stone tables were finally not Cat God guards, but 2 different types of monsters appeared. Cat God Priest, Level 11, Elite Monster, Health 7000. Cat God Zealot, Level 10, Elite Monster, Health 8200. The Cat God Priest was clearly a mage-type monster, with relatively lower health. As for the Cat God Zealot, it seemed to be a defensive melee-type monster, as it wielded a shield. Each stone table had 1 Cat God Priest and 2 Cat God Zealots. So where's the boss? What about the Shadow of Bester? Wang Chen noticed that this enormous garden had come to an end, with no passage leading to the next area. However, he searched everywhere and found no trace of the boss. Forget it, let's farm the small monsters first. In this solo dungeon, the elite monsters that were originally considered bosses could indeed be regarded as small monsters. Wang Chen set his sights on a stone table near the entrance of the corridor, where a Cat God Priest and 2 Cat God Zealots were gathered. Once the patrolling Cat God guards moved away, he immediately cast Malicious Transformation to turn the Cat God Priest into a small turtle. Since Malicious Transformation does not generate hate value, the other 2 Cat God Zealots were not alerted. Wang Chen leisurely began to chant Infinite Fireball, targeting the head of one of the Cat God Zealots. -3124, -57. A massive yellow critical hit damage value popped up, startling the 2 Cat God Zealots. Heretics shall be punished. Shouting this, the Cat God Zealot quickly charged towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen threw another fireball, still hitting the same Cat God Zealot on the head. -3101, -115, 620. This time, the effect of the Shadow Staff was triggered, dealing an additional 20% shadow damage, and this Cat God Zealot was already close to empty health. Just as Wang Chen prepared to retreat and create some distance, the Zealot suddenly unleashed a skill. It seemed to flash with a red light, instantly crossing a distance of 25 yards to collide with him. -246. Absorb. Wang Chen's pupils constricted, and he realized it was too late to dodge. He found himself engulfed in dizziness. A glance at the battle log in the lower left corner of his view made the cause of his dizziness clear. System, the Cat God Zealot initiated a barbaric charge, taking 246 points of damage, dizzy for 1 second. While he was stunned, the monster's attack also landed on Wang Chen. -420, absorbed. Fortunately, the Cat God Zealot's attack wasn't very high, and Wang Chen's magic shield was still active. As he regained consciousness from the dizzy state, another Cat God Zealot charged towards him. However, at that moment, Wang Chen also recovered from his dizziness and rolled sideways to evade the attack. This is the advantage of free mode, allowing him to control his body and perform any action at will. After dodging the attack, Wang Chen immediately cast Fireball to kill the one with low health. He then turned and ran towards the corridor, his movement speed of 31 allowing him to easily create distance. When he was 30 yards away from the remaining Zealot, he stopped and turned to cast a spell. Normally, the release distance for charge skills is between 8 to 25 yards. As long as he stayed below 8 yards or between 25 to 30 yards, Wang Chen could attack the monster without being charged at. Sure enough, until it was kite to death, this cat god zealot never used its charge skill. Wang Chen returned to the garden, where the cat god priest had turned into a small turtle and was still crawling around in confusion. 30 seconds of control time was indeed long. -1523, -57. A fireball struck the little turtle, and the attacked cat god priest immediately reverted to its original form. Since it was difficult to aim for vital points in turtle form, this attack did not trigger the infinite property. The recovered cat god priest remained motionless, standing in place and beginning to precast a spell. Lightning arrow. -976, absorbed. After 1.5 seconds, the monster's spell hit Wang Chen, nearly breaking his magic shield. However, at the same time, a missile also struck the cat god priest's head. -1514, -58. The damage from magic missile and the burning damage from fireball popped up simultaneously, reactivating the infinite property. Wang Chen instantly cast fireball, and a basketball-sized fireball directly took away over 3,000 health points from the monster. At this point, the cat god priest was close to being out of health and was still precasting another lightning arrow. However, before it could release its spell after the 1.5 seconds of casting time, a massive fireball came crashing down again. System gained experience 1000. System detected that the player has not completed the class advancement. Experience points automatically reset to 0. System killed old god cultist, rewarded with 2 world reputation. Still no experience points gained, but unlike before, the world reputation rewarded by the cat god priest increased by 1 point. Wang Chen saw the patrolling cat god guard approaching and hurriedly moved forward to loot the cat god priest's corpse before quickly retreating. System gained 2 silver coins and 8 copper coins. System gained radiant silk shoulder pads. He felt a surge of joy. This piece of equipment didn't seem like it belonged to a physical class. Wang Chen also looted the corpses of the 2 cat god zealots, obtaining a level 10 shield and some money. At this point, he had time to check the shoulder pads dropped by the priest, and as he expected, it was indeed an item for a magic class. Radiant silk shoulder pads. Excellent. Durability, 89/100. Equipment requirement, level 10, priest, mage. Equipment slot, shoulders. Attributes, stamina 12, intelligence 8, spirit 6. Radiance, 1/8, equip 3 pieces to increase spell attack by 100, equip 5 pieces to passively increase critical hit chance by 5%, equip 8 pieces to passively generate a shield that absorbs 2000 points of damage, cooldown time 2 minutes. Description, God said, let there be light. A pleasant surprise, not only could Wang Chen equip these shoulder pads, but they were also a part of a set. Although it was just a set of green excellent quality, it was still quite rare. Wang Chen happily equipped the shoulder pads, and immediately 2 silk shoulder guards appeared on his shoulders. Indeed, it was this kind of equipment that could directly enhance one's strength that was truly appealing. Thinking about the nearly 200 pieces of various physical class equipment in his backpack, it seemed that none of them brought as much joy as this shoulder pad. Wang Chen looked at the many cat god priests remaining in the garden, filled with fighting spirit, as if the bright light set was beckoning to him. Just as he was about to replicate his previous actions and hunt the monster by the stone table, a sudden notification popped up in his friend list. Wang Chen opened the friend list and saw that little stone's avatar was flashing. Little stone, Daoge, I've arrived at Green Wild City too, where are you? It shows you're in some cat god garden? It turned out that Little Stone had already leveled up to level 10, which was about right considering the time. Previously, he had hitchhiked on Wang Chen's coattails, soaring directly to level 9 and even wearing epic equipment. Moreover, he was even luckier, as the teleportation task for the newbie village 888 had been completed. If it were any other newbie village, even if he reached level 10, he would probably still be worrying about the teleportation task. Wang Chen believed that whether in the dark camp or the light camp, there should be a blocking boss like Colmort to leave the newbie village. It was precisely because he possessed the infinite fireball technique that he could almost solo the boss without needing a large number of players to sacrifice themselves. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen replied to Little Stone. Dao San Shang, I'm currently doing a job change quest in the quest map. Have you changed jobs yet? Little Stone, not yet, I just arrived at Green Wild City. This city is so big. Dao San Shang, go change jobs first. I remember you have a special job change token, make sure to show it to the job mentor. Little Stone, okay, great defense knight, I'm coming. Wang Chen closed the chat window, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. This Little Stone, after getting familiar with him, was becoming more and more like a child. He wondered if the job mentor would also give different Difficulty job change tasks for Little Stone to choose from. Wang Chen guessed that the kid would come back to ask him later, but for now, hunting monsters was the priority. With that thought, he turned his gaze to another cat god. Priest by a different stone table. A few minutes later, Wang Chen looted the corpse of this cat god priest, but unfortunately, it did not drop any equipment. However, he was not discouraged, there were still so many monsters. As time went on, with each monster by the stone tables being cleared, the smile on Wang Chen's face grew wider. There was no other reason, he was collecting the pieces of the bright light set one by one. So far, he had gathered the shoulder pads, robe, wrist guards, gloves, and belt, activating the second set effect. These 5 pieces of equipment collectively increased his stamina by 67 points, intelligence by 54 points, and spirit by 23 points, while the set effect added 100 points of spell damage and a 5% critical hit chance. He only needed the pants, shoes, and headgear to complete the set. Wang Chen noticed 2 patrolling cat god guards and a cat god citizen approaching from a distance, preparing to test the difference between them and the cat god guards in the previous corridor. He had been deliberately avoiding these level 110 patrols, fearing they would attract nearby monsters. Now, with the stone tables cleared, he was ready to deal with them. Malicious transformation, infinite fireball technique. Wang Chen transformed one of the cat god guards into a little turtle, and he cast a fireball at the leopard-sized cat god citizen. Minus 9,245. A nearly 10,000 point red damage suddenly popped up, indicating a critical hit. Wang Chen had never dealt such high damage before and couldn't help but look at the battle log. Sure enough, not only had the skill completion reached 93% and hit a vital point, but it also triggered a critical hit. Now, with his spell attack enhanced by buffs, he has over 1,000, which means the damage of the fireball is over 2,000. Additionally, with a skill completion rate of 93%, he can increase damage by 30%, and critical hits double the damage. All these factors combined allow Wang Chen, a level 10 mage, to deal such terrifying damage. This is really outrageous, he thought to himself as he turned his attention to the approaching cat god guards. As expected, no surprises occurred, and the 2 cat god guards were killed in succession. Wang Chen proceeded to clean up the battlefield, and when he picked up the corpses of the cat god subjects, he was unexpectedly delighted. Black cat, small animal, common. Description: click to obtain a decorative black cat. Once obtained, it will bind to you and cannot be traded. Is this a pet? It seems a bit mismatched with my manly character. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen clicked to obtain it, and the item disappeared instantly, while a pet branch appeared on his character panel. He clicked to summon, and a black cat, the size of a normal cat, appeared, playfully circling around him. Wang Chen teased the little black cat before continuing his monster grinding. With over 1,000 spell attack, the efficiency of grinding monsters increased significantly, and as he gradually gathered the radiant light set, the efficiency continued to rise. After more than half an hour, with the last monster in the garden defeated, Wang Chen finally stopped his actions. Just as he was about to look for the next scene in the dungeon, the garden in front of him suddenly changed. The originally clear and bright environment dimmed, and the pleasant floral scent vanished. I seem to smell the presence of living beings, along with a disgusting odor. Following the sound, he saw a captivating figure gradually forming in the center of the garden. The final boss of the cat god garden, Bestiary, finally made her appearance. Coincidentally, at that moment, Little Stone, who was still in Greenfield City, suddenly sent a message. Little Stone, Daogo, after I took out the job transfer token, many hidden classes appeared for me to choose from. Which one should I select? Wang Chen saw Little Stone's inquiry and confirmed the attributes of the boss in front of him. Swallowing hard, he replied to Little Stone. Dao San Shang, no. Your limits: the rarer the hidden class, the greater the difficulty of the job transfer. After answering Little Stone's question, Wang Chen began to ponder how to tackle the boss before him. Shadow of Bestiary, level 12, king level. Monster, deity, health 1 200 000/1 200 000. Bestiary's shadow wore a black leather armor, with 2 exquisite daggers hanging at her waist. The hollowed out parts of the leather armor revealed her snow-white, long thighs, which were incredibly tempting, and her prominent chest was even more eye-catching. Ignoring the long health bar above her head, her figure was something Wang Chen had never seen in his life. However, that 1.2 million health was daunting, which is why he advised Little Stone to know his limits. Although he could advise others to know their limits, Wang Chen himself had no way out. He could either give up the quest or find a way to fight. Wang Chen checked his character panel. He had already gathered the radiant light set, and his attributes had changed significantly. Nickname: Dao San Shang. Race: human. Level 10. Class: mage. Attributes: strength 75, agility 75 plus 10. Stamina 77, plus 213, Intelligence 106, plus 166, Spirit 44, plus 42, Health 2900/2900 Mana, 860/860 Experience, 0/100000 Physical Attack, 240 Spell Attack, 704 Critical Hit Chance, 6% Max Movement Speed, 17.5 Skills, Magic Missile. Malicious Transformation, Magic Shield, Talent Skills, Infinite Fireball, Infinite Invisibility, Equipment Skills, Summon Spirit, Summon Tide, Equipment, Shadow Staff, Spirit Ring, Tide Collar, Evil Wolf Cloak. Radiant Silk Shoulder Pads, Radiant Silk Crown, Radiant Silk Gloves, Radiant Silk Robe, Radiant Silk Wristbands, Radiant Silk Belt, Radiant Silk Shorts, Radiant Silk Boots. To achieve this set effect, the uniquely styled, Old Blind Man's Eye patch has been replaced by the Radiant Silk Crown, and a pair of red leather soft shoes has also been eliminated. With the Radiant set equipped, Wang Chen's stamina increased by 122 points, intelligence by 102 points, and spirit by 24 points. In addition, the set effect granted him an additional 100 points of spell attack, a 5% critical hit chance, and a shield of 2000 points with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Overall, Wang Chen's attributes have reached an extreme level, making him look nothing like a level 10 player. Moreover, with the blessing effect of the Deity Defiler, his health alone exceeds 5,000 points, and his spell attack has also surpassed 1,000. Looking at this, a surge of boldness suddenly welled up in Wang Chen's heart. If such attributes can't pass this challenge, it would mean that this quest is impossible for anyone to complete. After checking his equipment again to ensure nothing was overlooked, Wang Chen took out a scroll from his backpack. It was the Spirit Cat Elegance Scroll, which increases agility by 15 points. He had nearly 100 of these in his backpack. Crushing the scroll. To use it, his agility reached 100 points. With a 19-point movement speed further increased by 100% from the Deity Defiler's blessing, Wang Chen was confident that the boss wouldn't be able to catch up to his terrifying speed of 38 points. With preparations complete, it was time to face off against the Shadow of Bestiary. Wang Chen aimed at that enchanting little face and began to chant, Infinite Fireball. Minus 5,185, minus 106. A basketball-sized fireball slammed directly into the face of the Shadow of Bestiary, causing its head to tilt slightly. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of the deities? From its attire, it was clear that this boss was of the rogue class. After being attacked, the Shadow of Bestiary instantly drew its twin blades from its waist and charged over at an incredible speed. Wang Chen remained tense, but relaxed a bit upon seeing the boss's movement speed. Fortunately, the Shadow of Bestiary was fast, but not to an absurd degree. Although it was a king level or legendary boss, it was only level 12 after all. Wang Chen's current movement speed of 38 points was manageable, otherwise, he would have to give up the quest. At the moment the boss was alerted, he hurled another fireball. Then he began to run, creating distance while leading the Shadow of Bestiary in circles around the garden. Wang Chen chose not to lead the boss towards the corridor because he knew that even if he kited to the entrance of the castle, there wouldn't be enough time to kill the boss. With 1.2 million health points, the Shadow of Bestiary was utterly despairing for a level 10 player. If it were an ordinary player, even the top professional player in the Hall of Fame would be powerless. However, she encountered Wang Chen, who possessed Infinite Fireball. As long as he triggered the infinite characteristic, he could output damage without interruption. Not only that, but the damage dealt also ignored defenses, making the damage assessment of legendary level monsters seem meaningless. Minus 4,968, minus 212, minus 5,342, minus 317-1068. Minus 10,127, minus 531. Soon, the burn from Infinite Flame Explosion stacked to 5 layers, burning over 500 health from the boss every second. The 20% chance of shadow damage triggered by the Shadow Staff was equally impressive, almost activating once every 6 or 7 attacks. The most crucial part was that the 6% critical hit chance was starting to show results, no longer the 1% probability. That felt like a lottery. Whenever a red critical hit appeared, the 5-digit damage numbers were a sight to behold. 99%, 98%, 95%, 94%. The tangerine-colored fireballs seemed to never stop in the garden, each one accurately striking the beautiful face of Bestiary Shadow. Wang Chen was fully focused, the entire garden's terrain forming a three-dimensional image in his mind. He considered where the stone tables were, where the ditches were, the distance between the boss and himself, and various other factors. Under Wang Chen's precise calculations and powerful firepower, Bestiary Shadow's health steadily decreased without haste. His average damage per second exceeded 5,000, and even with a long health bar of 1.2 million, it couldn't withstand such continuous attacks. Watching Bestiary Shadow being battered and howling, it seemed she had no way to deal with Wang Chen. However, He did not let his guard down, as the boss's health was about to drop to 90%. According to Wang Chen's understanding, in Apocalypse World, when a boss's health reaches certain integer percentage points, changes are likely to occur. Typically, they would release skills, summon minions, etc., and wouldn't always follow the same mechanism. This was his first time facing a legendary level boss, so he had to be even more cautious. Invader experienced the punishment of the gods. Sure enough, when Best Rely Shadow's health just dropped to 90%, her previously blind following of Wang Chen suddenly changed. Best Rely Shadow suddenly threw her right-hand dagger, aiming directly at Wang Chen's back as he ran. -1986, absorbed. Running, Wang Chen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, dodging just as the dagger was about to hit. Unfortunately, this thrown dagger was likely a lock skill, and he ultimately couldn't avoid the damage. However, seeing the damage, Wang Chen felt a slight relief, as the damage from a single dagger didn't even break his magic shield. With a thought, he raised a new magic shield to prevent the next skill from breaking through. Although he still had the bright light set shield, it had a cooldown of 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was also thinking about how to avoid the next dagger damage. In free mode, one could dodge non-locked skills as long as the movements were quick enough. It was just that Best Rely Shadow's dagger was a locked skill, which caused Wang Chen's dodging attempt to fail. Since he couldn't rely on character movement to dodge, he had to use something else. Wang Chen's gaze flicked to the numerous stone tables, and an idea suddenly formed in his mind. After enduring another dagger throw damage, Wang Chen figured out the release pattern of the boss's skill. Best Rely Shadow was now throwing a dagger every 10 seconds, and there would be a raising hand motion before the skill was released. Once he understood the pattern, it became easier. He just needed to hide behind a stone table the moment the boss raised her hand. Losing her target, her dagger throw would naturally miss. Soon, 10 seconds passed, and Wang Chen saw Best Rely Shadow indeed preparing to raise her hand. He immediately crouched down, hiding behind a stone table. Bang! Wang Chen felt the stone table shake violently. That was Best Rely Shadow's dagger hitting it. Although he wanted to complain about why the boss's dagger reappeared in its hand after being thrown, the fact that Wang Chen managed to dodge the dagger's locked damage validated his thoughts. It seems that although the Apocalypse World is a virtual world, at times in free mode, it can be treated as a real world. With this in mind, Wang Chen couldn't help but glance at the alluring and sexy figure of Best Rely's Shadow. At that moment, the deity's projection with slightly flushed eyes was staring intently at him, showing no change in expression. After all, it's just a dungeon monster. It's not as interesting as Audrey and Chloe. Thinking of Audrey and her apprentice as equally explosive figures, as well as their intelligence that was no different from ordinary people, Wang Chen withdrew his gaze. It was more important to take down this dungeon boss first, only advancing to a legendary class mattered. Everything else was just fluff. 86%, 85%, 80%, 79%. As Wang Chen thought about using the stone table to dodge skills, Best Rely's Shadow seemed to run out of tricks, and the dagger throw could no longer harm him. Even when the boss's health reached 80%, its attack methods did not change. Just as Wang Chen was racking his brain to strategize against Best Rely's Shadow, the guild token he had placed in the system auction house had already attracted the attention of many interested parties. Bro, when are we going to bid? It's already risen to over 3,000 gold. Don't rush, it's not the critical moment yet. Many big guilds haven't made their move. In the Dark Faction's Orc Empire, a rogue player was keeping a close eye on the auction house, asking the warrior player beside him, "Is this the Dao Sanshang known as the Violent Mage?" What luck, he actually dropped a guild token. Yes, it's Qin Shao, the one from that popular video on the forum. The game's first update was also because of him. In a novice village of the Human Storm Empire, players were discussing the owner of the guild token. Raise the bid for me, the first guild token in Apocalypse World. Our guild must secure it. But President, is it worth investing such a large sum for a guild token at this early stage? After all, the guild has many other financial needs. In the Dwarven Kingdom, a high-ranking faction was embroiled in a heated debate. Similar scenes were common in Apocalypse World, and the bidding for that guild token was steadily rising. After all, it was the first guild token in the game, and many factions wanted to make a name for themselves by being the first to establish a guild. Although the novice village had not yet opened, it did not stop them from securing the guild token first. The exchange of in-game currency and real currency had already begun, so the seemingly astronomical price of 9,999 gold was not unattainable. Of course, these large factions were not short of money, otherwise, they would have simply bought it outright. Wang Chen's fixed price of 9,999 gold was currently worth nearly 200 million credit points, which could be considered exorbitant. For those large conglomerates and guilds, this was not a big deal. Every faction could afford it. However, there was a question of value. The larger the faction, the more they valued this aspect. They had their own assessment standards, and all financial expenditures were regulated to maintain the healthy operation of their factions. If they spent nearly 200 million credit points to secure the title of the first guild and the returns did not meet expectations, that outcome would be unacceptable to them. After all, many large guilds had long been renowned in the virtual gaming world and did not need such a title to make a name for themselves. Therefore, while the bidding for the guild token was slowly increasing, it was not experiencing a leap in growth. The factions placing bids seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, all wanting to spend the least amount of money to secure the guild token. There were also many factions that had not placed bids, as Apocalypse World was a game aimed at the entire Federation. These forces that did not place bids either felt they couldn't compete or didn't want to stick their necks out and become targets. Another type believed in their own strength, thinking that without the title of the first guild, they wouldn't be any worse off in the Apocalypse World than the other forces. Regardless of how these forces bid and competed, Wang Chen had not yet noticed the changes in the system auction house. At this moment, he was focused on the changes of the Shadow of Bistrelli, as he realized that the boss's health had almost dropped to 70%. Wang Chen had a premonition that the skill mechanism of the boss's dagger-throwing ability was about to change. Ants feel the wrath of the deity. In his line of sight, the Shadow of Bistrelli suddenly raised both hands, and 2 daggers were thrown simultaneously. Is that it? Wang Chen chuckled, feeling a bit silly for being so tense. If he hadn't thought of a way to dodge, an additional dagger would have put him in a tight spot. After all, even with the magic shield, it could only absorb the damage from 1 dagger. But now he could use the stone table as a barrier. 1 dagger and 2 daggers made no difference. 69%, 60%, 59%, 53%. Time passed, and the health of the Shadow of Bistrelli gradually approached 50%. Watching that long health bar nearly empty halfway, Wang Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. Mortal, do you think this is all my power? The lines of the Shadow of Bistrelli changed again, and her figure paused. Suddenly, black mist erupted from her body, and she vanished. Wang Chen's pupils constricted, realizing something was wrong. He could not find the boss's trace in his field of vision. -1967, absorb, -1538, absorb. Just as he was in a daze, the magic shield around him fluctuated and then shattered. Not only that, but the shield value of the bright light set was also nearing depletion. The enchanting figure of the Shadow of Bistrelli suddenly appeared behind Wang Chen, and 2 daggers glowing orange pierced into his waist. The attack of the offhand weapon was slightly lower than that of the main hand, so both shields completely absorbed the damage. Seeing the boss's alluring pupils turn red, ready to stab him again, Wang Chen hurriedly rolled away. Not daring to stop, he sprinted in the opposite direction. However, even so, Wang Chen did not forget to turn back and throw a fireball at the boss's face. This was to prevent breaking the infinite characteristic of the infinite fire explosion technique. He had no time to stop and chant a spell. The Shadow of Bistrelli chased behind him, but unfortunately, she couldn't keep up with his speed of over 30 points. The rhythm seemed to return to Wang Chen's side, but he knew this was temporary. Because the boss's sudden disappearance skill would be used again, he had to think of a way. The skill that made the Shadow of Bistrelli suddenly disappear was unknown to Wang Chen, so he temporarily called it mist concealment technique. Because she first released a cloud of black mist from her body before suddenly losing her figure. Thinking of losing her figure, Wang Chen suddenly recalled his infinite stealth technique. Isn't it just playing stealth? Who can't do that? Wang Chen thought to himself, not forgetting that the infinite stealth technique also had the effect of countering others' stealth. As long as they were all in stealth, he could see invisible units. Just then, the boss, who had been trailing behind Wang Chen, recited her lines again. Mortal, do you think this is all my power? After finishing her lines, the Shadow of Bistrelli once again erupted in black mist and then vanished. However, at this moment, Wang Chen's figure also disappeared, leaving the entire garden eerily empty. In the dimly colored white space, the figure of the Shadow of Bistrelli reappeared. The moment Wang Chen heard the boss utter the first word, he activated the infinite stealth technique, while his body continued to run forward without stopping. When the 3 seconds were up, he also entered stealth mode right after. Wang Chen finally saw the movements of Bistrelli's shadow this time, realizing how she had reached behind him earlier. He saw the invisible Bistrelli's shadow crouching with a slim waist, sprinting towards him at an incredibly fast speed. Compared to her non-invisible state, she was even faster now. However, Wang Chen could see her figure and immediately hurled a fire explosion spell at her face. -5261, -531. After taking damage, Bistrelli's shadow instantly broke free from her invisibility, and her speed slowed down. Wang Chen secretly rejoiced, thankful for having the skill infinite invisibility that countered invisible units. 49%, 48%, 40%, 38%. The rhythm fell under Wang Chen's control, and Bistrelli's shadow's health rapidly decreased. Neither her dagger throws nor her mist invisibility posed a threat, and he watched as her health was about to drop below 30%. According to the boss strategy phases, Bistrelli's shadow using mist invisibility already belonged to the third phase. Wang Chen estimated that there should be at least one more challenge ahead, and he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. Mortal, you have successfully angered me, feel the wrath of the gods. As expected, when her health reached 30%, Bistrelli's shadow changed again. She let out a howl, and then her head, hands, and feet began to transform. A few seconds later, a massive creature appeared in the garden. It was a gigantic black cat, over a yard long, with blood-red eyes that instilled fear. If one didn't know that Bistrelli's shadow was a cat goddess, they would easily believe this black cat was a black tiger. After the giant black cat appeared, it immediately pounced towards Wang Chen. Its enormous body exuded an overwhelming pressure, as if a single slap could crush him. Not only that, but after transforming into the black cat form, Bistrelli's shadow speed also surged. Now, while she couldn't quite keep up with Wang Chen, she was not far behind. To prevent any accidents, the stone table in the garden became the best barrier. Wang Chen maneuvered around the large cat, trying to keep the stone table between him and the boss. This action slightly slowed the boss down, making him feel much safer. 29%, 28%, 20%, 19%. Wang Chen felt very fortunate because the boss did not go berserk at 20% health. As he watched Bistrelli's shadow's long health bar dwindle, victory seemed just within reach. Unfortunately, when the boss's health reached 10%, she still went berserk. The enormous black cat let out a roar, and the sound was completely unrecognizable as that of a cat. Then, its massive form expanded once more, surrounded by a black-red aura. Wang Chen employed the same tactic, attempting to use the stone table as a barrier to slow the boss down. But this time, it had no effect. The stone table was directly smashed to dust by the enraged Bistrelli's shadow. Watching the terrain being destroyed while the boss's speed hardly decreased, Wang Chen knew the most critical moment of the battle had arrived. He immediately clicked to use the useless accessory skill Call of the Tide, which slightly increased his spell attack. Then, Wang Chen focused on running, only turning back to cast fire explosion spells whenever he passed a stone table. After going berserk, Bistrelli's shadow speed had slightly surpassed his. Now, his only reliance was on the stone tables in the garden. Each time a stone table was shattered by the boss, her speed would decrease just a little in that moment. And that was the time for Wang Chen to turn back and deal damage. At all other times, he just kept running. Only in this way could he ensure that when he attacked the boss, he wouldn't be caught. Minus 5,242, minus 532. Boom. Minus 4,967, minus 531. Boom. Just like that, with each attack, a stone table was destroyed. As the stone tables gradually diminished, Bistrelli's shadow's health slowly decreased. However, as the boss approached its empty health, Wang Chen felt increasingly anxious, because the stone tables were almost depleted. At this rate, when the last stone table was consumed, the boss would still have tens of thousands of health points left. Unless Wang Chen had a stroke of luck and landed several critical hits in a row. Unfortunately, a 6% critical hit rate was still too low, and the probability of dealing red critical damage was unpredictable. 8%, 7%, 6%. Amid such worries, the health bar of the shadow of Bistrelli was about to empty. However, Wang Chen's heart was also hanging in the balance, as the last stone table was about to be consumed. Boom! Stone fragments flew, and the table disappeared. At this moment, the shadow of Bistrelli still had a little over 2% health left, which seemed small, but in reality, it was nearly 30,000 health points. Without the obstruction of the stone table, the boss's speed could no longer be contained. With a roar, it transformed into a black light and lunged at Wang Chen. Summon Spirit. In a critical moment, two gray wolf spirits appeared out of thin air, standing in front of the boss like two little puppies. However, although they seemed inconspicuous, the howl of the gray wolf spirits still managed to draw the aggro. Minus 2,123, minus 2,341. With two mournful howls, the two gray wolf spirits quickly met their end. However, their sacrifice was not in vain, as it bought Wang Chen an extra 2 seconds. When the shadow of Bistrelli switched targets again, its health dropped by another 1%, leaving just over 10,000. Is it really going to end in failure just because of this last measly 10,000 health? Wang Chen steeled himself, standing still while instantly using infinite stealth. A second later, the boss charged in front of him, swiping a claw that shattered his magic shield, reducing the shield value of the bright light set to 0 and lowering his own health by over 200. 2 seconds later, The boss attacked again, breaking the magic shield that Wang Chen had just reactivated, causing his health to drop by over 2,000. At this point, he had just over 3,000 health left, which could not withstand a normal hit from the boss. Minus 897. Soon the third second arrived, and strangely, Wang Chen was not killed instantly. I did it! A smile crept onto his lips. He knew his calculations were correct. Infinite stealth could reduce damage by 80% in the second before entering stealth, and this effect allowed Wang Chen to achieve the final victory. These last 3 seconds proved to be a critical moment, granting him precious output time. Wang Chen watched as the orange fireball smashed down on the boss's head, its remaining 4,000 health points about to be emptied. In a daze, he seemed to hear the server-wide announcement, recounting the great achievement of defeating the first legendary boss in the game. Unless something unexpected happened, something unexpected did happen. In Wang Chen's expectant gaze, the fire explosion spell struck the shadow of Bistrelli on the head. Minus 5,164, minus 531. Yellow damage numbers popped up, followed closely by a burning damage number. It was this burning damage from the fire explosion spell that changed Wang Chen's expression, because logically, the previous fire explosion damage should have been enough to kill the boss. He looked up at the health bar of the shadow of Bistrelli and found it still had 1 health point left. But this 1 health point hung there, stubbornly remaining despite the burning damage from infinite fire explosion. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled about why this was happening, he saw the shadow of Bistrelli transform into a giant black cat and revert to its human form. Mortal, do not attempt to fathom the greatness of the divine, now feel the true power of a god. After mocking Wang Chen, the shadow of Bistrelli gracefully walked towards the center of the garden, leaving behind a seductive silhouette. At the same time, Wang Chen found himself unable to make any moves, forced to remain in place. Descend, great cat god Bistrelli. After the shadow of Bistrelli slowly reached the center of the garden, it immediately began to cast a summoning array. From her lines, it was clear that she was about to summon the true cat god. No way, even if legendary class transfers are difficult, it shouldn't be to this extent. Wang Chen's eyes widened as he watched the movements of the shadow of Bistrelli. At that moment, he really felt like he could give up the quest. Looking from a distance at the 30-second summoning progress bar in the boss's hand, he knew that in 30 seconds, a true myth-level boss would descend. As the 30 seconds passed, black mist suddenly surged around Bistrelli's shadow. When the black mist dissipated, her name changed as well. Bistrelli, level. Myth-level monster, old god, health. Wang Chen saw that the boss's level and health could not be displayed. In his system view, there were only skull icons. After Bistrelli appeared, she stood still for a few seconds, seemingly digesting the memories of the previous shadow. Lowly ant, you seem to have a connection with that bitch Clara? In a flash, Bistrelli suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chen. Her slightly red eyes seemed to shimmer with gold, her expression lofty and somewhat indifferent. System, the power of the deity renders you immobile. Faced with the questioning, you choose silence. System, Bistrelli is annoyed by your attitude, she glares at you. System, you have died. The grass on the plain sings, the apocalypse is truly a dog. In his death state, Wang Chen cursed inwardly, still choosing silence, never given a chance to speak. If he could talk, he would definitely enumerate Clara's wickedness and then try to cling to Bistrelli's leg. Wang Chen was exasperated, never expecting the class transfer quest to fail in such a manner. But now that it had come to this, he could only choose to release his soul. Where's the option to release my soul? Wang Chen noticed something was off, as there was no pop-up in his view allowing him to release his soul. Just as he was puzzled, another disturbance occurred in the garden. Bistrelli, after so many years, you are still so shameless, actually choosing to use divine power against mortals. A lazy, clear voice suddenly rang out, echoing in the empty garden. As the voice fell, a portal of light appeared not far from Wang Chen. From the portal, a long, fair leg first stepped out, followed by a lady dressed in a black robe revealing her form. Her tall figure was accentuated by the robe, and her brown, lazy curls unmistakably showcased her queenly aura. It's you, Clara. Bistrelli's indifferent expression suddenly turned fierce, looking darkly and resentfully at the newly appeared Clara. Of course it's me. After much effort, I finally tricked you down. Clara tilted her head, sizing up Bistrelli as if admiring a rare treasure. Upon hearing this, Bistrelli's pupils constricted, as if she thought of something, and suddenly black light mist surged around her. Want to run? How much strength do you have left after forcibly crossing realms? Clara smiled slightly at the sight, waving a staff that had appeared in her hand at some point. A beam of light suddenly shot from the staff, aimed directly at Bistrelli. Ah! Bitch, on. The day the divine realm reopens, I will make you suffer for eternity. As the beam struck the black light mist, Bistrelli let out a scream. However, the black Mist shook a few times but did not shatter. As Bistrelli's voice fell, she also vanished from sight. I didn't expect her to escape, there won't be such a good opportunity next time. Clara frowned, a voice of regret sounding. She then walked to the spot where Bistrelli had disappeared, bending down to pick something up. Fortunately, there's still this, I guess it wasn't a wasted trip. Muttering to herself, Clara's figure flashed and appeared next to Wang Chen's corpse. When Clara looked at the corpse, Wang Chen felt as if she was making eye contact with his soul. Such a weak yet adorable adventurer. A faint smile appeared on Clara's lips as she waved her staff, emitting a white light towards Wang Chen. System, the heretic Clara has cast time distortion on you. A flash of white light passed, and Wang Chen found himself resurrected, his health still at the state it was before death. Beautiful lady, thank you for your rescue. At this moment, Wang Chen understood that what had just happened was the so-called plot kill. Even with just a drop of health left, he could not defeat the boss no matter what. But now, does this mean the job change quest is considered successful? Although Wang Chen was quite resentful that the first kill of a legendary boss was lost, he was more concerned about the outcome of the job change quest. Clara glanced at him with charm, then lightly tapped her staff, and a portal appeared. This is not the place to talk, let's return to Storm City first. With that, she gracefully stepped forward and disappeared into the portal. Wang Chen took one last look at the empty cat god garden before following her in. System, the guild token auction was successful, earning 9,999 gold coins. After a 10% handling fee, the remaining gold has been transferred to your backpack. At the moment he stepped through the portal, it seemed he heard the system's notification sound. When the scene in front of him returned to normal, Wang Chen found himself back in the main city of the Storm Empire, Storm City. He hurried to check the previous system notifications, and his expression brightened instantly. The system auction log showed that someone had bought the guild token for a fixed price of 9,999 gold coins just a minute ago. Nanshan Peak? Who's the idiot that would spend a fixed price to buy a guild token? Wang Chen looked at the additional 8,999.1 gold coins in his backpack, feeling somewhat amazed at how many wealthy players there were in the apocalypse. Previously, the bidding for the guild token had been slowly fluctuating, with the highest bid only reaching a little over 4,000 gold coins. It seemed that those bidding powers had agreed to try to get the token at the lowest price. Or perhaps, in other words, the token wasn't that important to those long-established powers. Yet unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, someone broke the unspoken agreement and directly bought the token. Coming back to his senses from the joy of sudden wealth, he noticed that Clara had already walked far along the stairs in front of him. Wang Chen looked around and immediately discovered something surprising. At this moment, it seemed he was in the royal palace of Storm City, a forbidden area that had previously been blocked by guards. Could this mysterious mage have a connection to the royal family? With this thought, Wang Chen hurried up the steps, quickly chasing after Clara's beautiful figure. While Wang Chen was busy with the job change quest in the royal palace of Storm City, the news of the guild token being bought at a fixed price instantly ignited the apocalypse world. Nanshan Peak? Who's the idiot that doesn't know the default rules? What? The guild token was bought at a fixed price? It seems some powers want to make a name for themselves in apocalypse world. 9,999 gold coins, that's a lot of money. Even with the currency exchange now open, the value of gold coins has been somewhat impacted, but one gold coin is still worth 17,000 credit points. Meanwhile, many news outlets in reality were widely reporting this event. Sudden wealth. Look at the rise of players in Apocalypse World. A game. Items sold for nearly 200 million at a sky-high price. Is it the decline of order or a new opportunity? Want to become famous overnight? Want financial freedom? Everything is in Apocalypse World. In a novice village of the human Storm Empire, the instigator of this event was examining the guild token in his hand. He was a male mage player dressed in a blue robe, with handsome features and an extraordinary demeanor. The only thing that seemed somewhat out of place was the pair of sword-like eyebrows above his slender peach blossom eyes. Is this the guild token of the virtual game world? It looks no different. Yet it can drive so many people crazy. The player nicknamed Peak of Nanshan fiddled with the guild token in his hand, muttering absent-mindedly. Let me hold this, I need to quickly level up out of the novice village and then establish the first guild in Apocalypse World. After saying this, he tossed the guild token aside, as if it were not a treasure worth over 100 million, but just a weed by the roadside. With the support of the Nanshan Consortium behind him, dominating Apocalypse World, is a piece of cake. A woman standing nearby reached out to catch the guild token, walking over to the man and speaking softly. The woman was a priest player nicknamed Gentle as Water, with a beautiful figure and exceptional looks. However, what was most captivating was not her appearance, but her unique and independent aura. Like a white lotus, she was beautiful from afar but not to be trifled with. Peak of Nanshan glanced back at gentle as water, his eyes flashing with a hint of possessiveness. In this world, everyone is here for profit, as long as there's money. Those so-called Hall of Fame experts are nothing but dogs at my feet. As he spoke, Peak of Nanshan suddenly spread his arms wide, as if wanting to embrace the world. Ruhr, when I stand at the peak of Apocalypse World, that will be the day of our grand wedding, and our family will have no reason to stop us anymore. The priestess called Gentle as Water quietly watched Peak of Nanshan's actions, her delicate hands tightly gripping the guild token, indicating her unsettled feelings. Beautiful lady, is this the palace of Storm City? Although he already knew the answer, Wang Chen still wanted confirmation from Cloyra. At that moment, the mysterious female mage sat on the highest throne, leaning against her stunningly curved body. She seemed to be toying with something in her hand, occasionally revealing a glimmer of brilliance. Upon hearing Wang Chen's question, Cloyra appeared to awaken from her reverie, her gaze shifting downward. You guessed correctly, this is indeed the palace of Storm City. Cloyra smiled faintly, her interest piqued as she scrutinized Wang Chen. First, congratulations on completing the commission. Next, I will help you change your class to a battle mage. As her words fell, Wang Chen happily noticed that the status of the second step of the class change quest had changed to complete. However, he found it strange that there was no third step of the class change quest appearing, and he hadn't seen any rewards for completing the second step. Why does Cloyra, who seems so generous, act so stingy? Did she swallow the rewards herself? Wang Chen muttered to himself, thinking that if there were a complaint channel, he would definitely report this woman in front of him. Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought, Cloyra spoke again. Changing your class after completing the task is a rule set by the creator, but to thank you for your help, I have a personal reward for you. A personal reward? Wang Chen's eyes lit up at her words, involuntarily glancing at Cloyra's alluring figure. Sensing the intense gaze from below the steps, Cloyra assumed it was anticipation for the reward and immediately stood up, slowly speaking. Let me reintroduce myself. My full name is Cloyra Agel, the half-sister of Emperor Varric, and the only female prince of the Storm Empire. Her slightly solemn voice echoed in the palace, and Wang Chen noticed the guards by the door outside slightly bowing their heads. It was clear that this was a leg too thick to ignore. Gaining her favor would not only make it easy to navigate Apocalypse World, but at least in the human Storm Empire, it would be much more convenient. Adventurer Dao San Shang, I have met the beautiful princess. Wang Chen slightly bowed his head in a gentlemanly manner, his anticipation for her reward growing stronger. Tap, tap, tap. Cloyra's footsteps sounded as she slowly walked in front of Wang Chen. At some point, a delicate long sword appeared in her hand, which she then gently tapped on Wang Chen's shoulder. In the name of Cloyra Agel, I grant you the title of Baron of the Storm Empire. Hoping you will continue to work hard and make greater contributions to the Empire. System, the deity Defiler Cloyra, Prince of the Storm Empire, grants you the title of Baron. Do you choose to accept? Is there even a choice? Wang Chen accepted without a moment's hesitation, and then he noticed an additional title of Baron of the Storm Empire in his character panel. System, as a Baron of the Storm Empire, your reputation among human factions increases to respect, and your reputation among other factions in the Light Camp increases to friendly. At the moment of acceptance, golden light rose continuously beneath Wang Chen's feet. This was a sign of the reputation enhancement phase, not a level increase. In the world of Apocalypse, reputation is divided into 8 stages: hatred, indifference, neutral, ordinary, friendly, respect, reverence, and worship. Players in the Light Camp start with a default reputation of friendly in their birth faction and ordinary in other factions. For example, Wang Chen previously had a friendly reputation in the Storm Empire, while in the Dwarf Kingdom and Elf Forest, his reputation was ordinary. This meant he could more easily accept quests in the Storm Empire, but if he went to other races, not only would he struggle to accept quests, but even buying potions would be more expensive. Reputation plays a crucial role in Apocalypse. The higher the reputation stage, the better the treatment received from the corresponding faction. However, gaining reputation is not easy. Players generally can only increase their reputation by completing quests, and once they reach a certain stage, they cannot improve further. Now that Wang Chen had become a Baron of the Storm Empire, his reputation across the entire Light Camp had directly increased by 1 stage. The invisible benefits this brought were immeasurable, making him unable to help but secretly admire Cloyra's broad-mindedness and extraordinary demeanor. Thank you, generous lady. May youth and beauty always accompany you. Wang Chen immediately began to flatter Cloyra. Upon hearing this, Clara sheathed her sword and covered her mouth with one hand, letting out a light laugh. Alright, sweet-talking adventurer, let's begin the job transfer ceremony. System, job transfer task *, legend, the inheritance of Battle Mage, final. Description, the deity defiler Clara is about to initiate your job transfer ceremony. Due to the special nature of the transfer medium, the pain setting will lose effect during the transfer process. Do you accept the task? The pain setting loses effect? Is the job transfer still painful? Is this really a virtual world game? Wang Chen thought to himself, asking 3 questions in his mind, but unfortunately, no one could answer him. However, it was too late to turn back. He had to accept, as this was the final step of the task. Half an hour later, in the garden behind the palace, Wang Chen and Clara stood beside a stone platform. This ancient hexagonal stone platform seemed to be of great age, covered with intricate inscriptions. Clara pointed to the center of the stone platform, indicating for Wang Chen to sit down, while explaining the job transfer process to him. Wang Chen also learned the true reason for the previous visit to the cat god's garden, feeling a stroke of luck in his heart. It turned out that according to the task flow, when the shadow of bestiary in the cat god's garden was reduced to 30% health, Clara would appear. At that time, she would strike down the boss, obtain the blood of a lesser deity, and the task would be considered complete. However, Wang Chen's performance was unexpected. He was about to kill the shadow of bestiary, thus drawing out the unguarded true form of bestiary. Ultimately, due to the forced cross-border power loss, he was injured by Clara, who seized the opportunity to obtain the true blood of a deity. The true blood of a deity not only could remove Clara's divine curse but also provided extra energy for Wang Chen to reshape his foundation, making the job transfer more successful. Here, reshaping the foundation essentially meant increasing the player's base attributes and allowing the player to reallocate attribute points. This might not be very useful for other players, but for Wang Chen, it was a windfall. He could reallocate the wrongly assigned attributes before level 10 to spirit, and finally, through mana refinement, increase many attribute points. Thinking of this, Wang Chen eagerly sat down in the center of the stone platform, waiting for Clara's actions. Seeing that Wang Chen was ready, the defiler Clara officially began the ritual. A golden light burst forth from her hand, then hovered in the air. Blood of the deity, mythical item. Description, contains powerful energy, can be used to purify curses and for other purposes. This was the blood of the deity that dropped from bestiary, and Wang Chen could feel the extraordinary nature of this drop of golden blood. A staff appeared in Clara's hand, pointing towards the golden blood. The golden blood seemed to respond to some kind of summoning, instantly radiating brilliant light. A beam of golden light shot from the blood, illuminating the area over Clara's chest. As the golden blood slowly shrank, Clara's complexion flushed, and suppressed moans gradually escaped her red lips, as if the golden light's illumination brought her immense comfort. If Wang Chen could see through her robe, he would discover that the divine core at Clara's chest was undergoing a transformation. The divine core, which had been half corrupted by dark energy, was now rapidly returning to its original transparent and clear state. Listening to that sorrowful and pleading sound, Wang Chen felt a fleeting sense of returning to his past life. He turned his gaze to the floating golden blood, hoping Clara would finish soon. From his previous understanding, the more of the blood of the deity that remained, the greater the benefits he could gain. Finally, when only about 1% of the blood of the deity remained, the golden light ceased to shine. Clara let out a satisfied sigh, and her aura underwent an inexplicable change. From Wang Chen's perspective, the originally enchanting queen's aura suddenly gained a touch of sanctity. System, the defiler. Clara has completely removed the curse, thus greatly increasing her favorability towards you, reaching the conditions to unlock favorability, current favorability 30. Just as Wang Chen was still digesting this sudden system prompt, Clara's beautiful eyes had already turned to him. Adventurer Dao San Shang. Thank you for your efforts. It is only because of you that I can obtain this blood of the deity, and the curse that has troubled me for many years is finally lifted. Clara's voice was clear and joyful, reflecting her current mood. To serve you, a beautiful and powerful lady, is the honor of my life. Wang Chen didn't know how to flatter this robust and tempting figure, but he knew that compliments were the way to go. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Clara's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly enjoying his praise. With a wave of her staff towards the remaining blood of the deity, the residual golden blood instantly appeared above Wang Chen's head. Next, we will begin the job transfer ceremony. The process may be a bit uncomfortable, so you need to endure it. As soon as she finished speaking, before Wang Chen could respond, a beam of golden light shone down upon him. At the same time, the inscriptions on the stone platform lit up, and Clara's red lips moved slightly as she began to chant a lengthy incantation. It's just pain, right? For the sake of transferring to a legendary profession, bring it on. With this mindset, Wang Chen slowly closed his eyes. However, he soon felt something was off, as the sensations in his body were completely different. Previously, the system had indicated that the pain setting was ineffective, and he thought it would be somewhat painful. But now, his entire body felt as if thousands of ants were crawling over him. That maddening itch was unbearable. Is this what Clara meant by a bit uncomfortable? At this moment, Wang Chen had no time to complain. Instead, he bit his teeth together, making a clicking sound. It wasn't unbearable pain, but an itch that pierced to the bone. As the blood of the deity was consumed, Wang Chen's body trembled slightly. Every cell seemed to be pulsating, a massive amount of energy washing and filtering through him. If he had any strength left at this moment, he would notice that the basic attributes on his character panel were wildly fluctuating. As the itch reached a bone-deep level, Wang Chen couldn't help but recall the joyful times in his past life in Haicheng. Using this method to distract himself, he also understood why Clara had acted the way she did before. It truly was unbearable. Time passed second by second, and the divine blood gradually ran out. In a daze, Wang Chen felt the itching sensation on his body fade, and the incantation of Clara slowly ceased. System, job change successful, you have obtained the profession, Battle Mage. System, after undergoing the baptism of divine blood, all your basic attributes have been reset, gaining an additional 50 strength, 50 agility, 50 endurance, 50 intelligence, and 50 spirit. Server announcement, player Dao San Shang becomes the first mage player to complete the job change, rewarded with a rare skill book for this profession. After such a long time, players in Apocalypse World once again heard the server announcement. However, many people had become immune to the name Dao San Shang and did not cause much of a stir. Newcomers who had just entered the game inquired, and those nearby would tell them, "Oh, you mean Dao San Shang?" Most of the server announcements since the launch of Apocalypse World have been triggered by him. You'll get used to it. Not to mention that Wang Chen had once again showcased his presence in front of the players of Apocalypse World. At this moment he was checking his attributes. After the attribute reset, he had a total of 55 free attribute points. And without much thought, he allocated them all to spirit. Compared to when he just logged in tonight, his spirit attribute had increased by a total of 100 points. Wang Chen felt the need to exit Apocalypse World first, allowing the golden finger to feedback the newly added magic power to other attributes. Once he thought of it, he acted on it. After all, he had already received the reward for being the first mage to change jobs. Now it was just a matter of whether Little Stone could give him some strength to obtain the first night job change reward. Wang Chen noticed a message from someone in his friend list, and he guessed it was a congratulatory message from Little Stone and others following the recent server announcement. He closed the notification without checking the message, as he could always look at it when he logged back in. Wang Chen smiled apologetically at his Clara and then chose to exit the game. When Wang Chen exited the game, he found it was still late at night, and the bright moonlight spilled onto the bed through the windowsill. After coming out of the game pod, he immediately lay down on the bed, and soon the expected magic power refining swept over him. Based on previous experience, Wang Chen thought he would finish refining quickly and then re-enter the game. However, this time was different. The time for magic power refining was greatly extended. But thinking about it, this time there was a full 1,000 points of new magic power to convert. Wang Chen lay quietly there, watching as his various physical attributes gradually increased on the light screen before him. As the attributes grew, a tingling and uncomfortable sensation surged again. Every inch of his bones crackled, and every muscle seemed to be writhing and reorganizing. Among the basic attributes, the originally 70 points of intelligence broke through 100 points first. It was at this moment that Wang Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and then he lost consciousness. After a while, his other basic attributes also broke through 100 points one by one. Wang Chen's unconscious body trembled and convulsed like a sieve. Some black, greasy substance slowly seeped from his skin, releasing an unbearable stench. Fortunately, the door was tightly closed, and it was still late at night, otherwise the smell would have likely spread. Time passed. Unknowingly, the sky brightened, and the crisp sound of birds chirping rose and fell. Wang Chen was awakened by the foul smell. This time, he seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep during his unconsciousness. His whole body felt transparent and refreshing, with a light and airy sensation. But when he opened his eyes, before he could carefully feel the changes in his body, the strong odor coming from him almost made him vomit. He clumsily jumped off the bed and rushed into the bathroom, turning on the shower and rinsing off frantically. Fortunately, this time he had experience, and Wang Chen tried his best to avoid damaging anything. Otherwise, if he accidentally broke the showerhead, he would have been in tears. Even so, the smell that wafted out when he opened the room door still caught Zhang Xiaorong's attention. "Son, did you eat something bad? Why does it smell so strong?" Zhang Xiaorong, holding her nose, hurriedly opened the window and even leaned her head out to look into Wang Chen's room. Wang Chen, who was rinsing off, felt quite embarrassed and pondered for a moment before answering. It's not that I have an upset stomach, it's just that Taiju gave me a pack of self-heating snail noodles, and I was a bit hungry this morning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaorong nodded, muttering to herself about when this child developed such a taste, but she didn't press further. Seeing that his mother didn't ask any more questions, Wang Chen let out a sigh of relief in the bathroom. Half an hour later, having nearly used up a bar of soap, he finally rinsed himself clean. Wang Chen glanced at himself in the mirror and was instantly stunned by his current physical state. He noticed that he seemed to have grown taller, and his body proportions were almost perfect. His skin appeared to be as delicate as jade, yet he could feel a powerful resilience and defense just beneath the surface. Wang Chen sniffed, surprised to find that his body was emitting a unique, natural scent that was very pleasant. Innately pure, the body exudes fragrance? This phrase inexplicably flashed through his mind, and he closed his eyes to carefully sense the changes in his body. In that moment, Wang Chen immediately realized the strength of his current physical form. It felt as if every cell contained immense power. Not only that, but he also sensed a coolness deep within his brow. As his thoughts shifted, that cool sensation began to circulate under his control. What is this? Wang Chen, puzzled, focused and projected a data screen, revealing his latest attributes. Name, Wang Chen. Level, 10. Gender, male. Race, human. Strength, 165. Agility, 165. Stamina, 167. Intelligence, 170. Spirit, 162. Magic, 1/1620. Skills, magic missile. Malicious transformation, magic shield, talent skills, infinite fireball technique, infinite invisibility technique. As expected, all attributes had exploded in growth. Wang Chen also understood that the coolness in his brow was that meager point of magic. As for why he had so little magic, he couldn't figure it out. It should be that the real world is a magicless world, and there shouldn't be any magic at all. Could it be that magic exists in the real world, and because my physique has broken through some limit, I can sense the thin magic in the air? Wang Chen thought wildly, then shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Where there's a will, there's a way. No matter what changes the world undergoes, as long as his strength continues to grow, he would have nothing to fear. After finishing his grooming, Wang Chen returned to his room to get dressed, then came out to have breakfast. At the table, he noticed his mother, Zhang Xiaorong, staring at him and couldn't help but stop to ask, "Mom, why are you always staring at me? Don't you recognize me anymore?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaorong snapped back to reality and, somewhat puzzled, said, "Son, how is it that after just one night, you've become even more handsome? I feel like even the big stars of the Federation can't compare to you." Looking at the somewhat confused expression on Zhang Xiaorong's face, Wang Chen laughed heartily, finding his mother inexplicably adorable. "Of course. Mom, you should see whose son I am." With just a few words, Zhang Xiaorong's heart blossomed, and she no longer cared about Wang Chen's changes. After a while, Wang Chen had already arrived at the Hongye Martial Arts School on Shenyang Road. As the new coach of the Hongye Martial Arts School, he wasn't required to clock in at specific times. He only needed to come by for a bit each day during the workweek to offer some guidance, free from the troubles of a 996 schedule. However, today Wang Chen arrived early at the martial arts school because he needed to adapt to his current body. After training for a while, the students of the martial arts school began to trickle in. "Good morning, coach." "Good morning, Coach Wang." Having already gained recognition, Wang Chen held considerable prestige among the students, who all greeted him as they arrived. After receiving nods in response from Wang Chen, the students each went off to warm up and train. Faintly, he could hear them discussing the content of the Apocalypse World, each boasting about their achievements. "Zhang Kai, what level are you now?" "I've successfully changed my class, just wait until I take you flying as a trap hunter." "So impressive? Did you guys really take down that boss in the newbie village's teleportation quest?" "Yan Pang, what kind of people do you think are the first to change classes in each profession? They've taken all the rewards." "Li Tianyu, I heard you received a hidden quest." "And got a hidden class?" Listening to the conversations of the martial arts academy students, Wang Chen was also aware of the changes in the Apocalypse World. He had logged off early, miscalculating and ended up sleeping until dawn. However, due to the difference in time ratios, a long time had already passed in the game. Now, Wang Chen's level was definitely not the highest in the game, as those ordinary professions didn't have the complicated class change process he did. But thinking about his current attributes, he immediately felt reassured. Wang Chen was certain of one thing, in terms of panel attributes. He was absolutely the best in the Apocalypse World. "Wang Chen, you're also playing Apocalypse World, right?" At that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly rang out beside him. Without turning around, he knew it was the young lady of the Hongyan Martial Arts Academy, Su Feiling. Su Feiling seemed to have dressed up specially today. Her delicate features were even more enchanting against her purple hair. The slightly loose white training outfit at her waist was cinched, resembling a delicate willow that could be easily grasped. I just started playing, only level 2. Wang Chen replied dismissively, shifting his gaze away from her enticing waist. He felt a bit impatient with this spoiled young lady. Although he had vented his anger on Lu Tianhong earlier, Zhang Shirong's slap also had her reasons. Then you need to level up quickly. Come find me in the Elven Watch City when you reach level 10. Seemingly oblivious to the impatience in Wang Chen's words, Su Feiling skipped over to his side with her hands behind her back. Ever since that day when Wang Chen showed off at the Hongyan Martial Arts Academy, this young lady had been clinging to him for some reason. The key was that the old six, Su Jiqiu, who liked to sneakily learn Xingyiquan, seemed to tacitly approve of his daughter's behavior. In fact, to create opportunities, he had been training Li Taizhu in the academy's backyard. The guidance and management of the academy's students were entrusted to Wang Chen, who was praised for being trustworthy. If it weren't for the advanced training equipment at the academy and the strength techniques promised by old Su, he would have already quit. Thinking of this, Wang Chen's gaze turned back to Su Feiling. This young lady seemed to know her advantages, performing some training movements beside him. Occasionally bending her waist and twisting her hips, she showcased her slender and flexible waist to the fullest. Damn it, if it weren't for that inexplicable flaw disappearing from my past life, I would have dealt with you long ago. Wang Chen thought to himself, ignoring Su Feiling and going to teach the students and train. As for Su Feiling, if one day she was delivered to his doorstep, he wouldn't refuse. It would be even more delightful to train her well to serve tea and water. For Zhang Xiaorong, Wang Chen was no longer the timid version of himself who was obsessed with romance. He had learned this from the past life in the coastal city of Yueying. After a while, Li Taizhu also arrived at the Hongyan Martial Arts Academy. The two chatted about Apocalypse World, and Wang Chen learned that Li Taizhu had already reached level 8, estimating that he could go to Green Wild City tonight. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 6 p.m. Wang Chen lay down in the game pod and re-entered the game world. As his vision restored, the scene of the garden around him before logging off appeared before his eyes. Dao Sanshang, did you return to your own world earlier? Before Wang Chen could stand up, Clora's clear voice rang out behind him, as if this familiar beautiful mage had not walked far. Perhaps due to the relationship of increasing affinity, Clara no longer referred to him as an adventurer but directly called him by his nickname. Wang Chen stood up to respond. Yes, ma'am, something came up temporarily. He knew that in the eyes of NPCs, when players logged off, they returned to their own world. He didn't know how the system's main god had set it up, but NPCs had no doubts about this. Just going back once has made you much stronger. It seems I didn't misjudge you. You truly are the best inheritor of the war mage. Hearing the compliment, Wang Chen naturally understood what was going on. It was certainly the growth of his attributes that had been noticed. He took a moment to open his attribute panel, and the current attributes appeared before him. Nickname, Dao Sanshang race, human level, 10 profession, war mage attributes, strength 225, agility 225, plus 10. Stamina 227, plus 213, intelligence 230, plus 166, spirit 120, plus 42, health 4400/4400 mana, 1620 experience, 0/100000 physical attack, 540 spell attack, 952. Critical hit rate, 6% maximum movement speed, 32.5 skills, magic missile, malicious transformation, magic shield talent skills, infinite fireball. Infinite invisibility equipment skills, spirit summoning, tidal summoning equipment. Slightly even with some preparation, Wang Chen was still stunned by the explosive data on the attribute panel. At this moment, he just wanted to say something cheeky to express his turbulent emotions. I am invincible in the apocalypse. Who needs to fight the gods? However, Wang Chen soon noticed something was off. This terrifying attribute data was impressive, but was it all just his golden finger transformation? What about the benefits of changing to a legendary profession? It couldn't just be a baptism of divine blood. Could it? Since you're back, let's proceed with the final step of the job change. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, Clara's voice came at the right moment. The final step of the job change, wasn't the job change incomplete before? Of course, I was just about to initiate your awakening when you returned to your own world, causing me to wait here for so long. Clara's voice came with a sense of entitlement, making Wang Chen's mouth twitch. He also just noticed that the final step of the job change task was still listed in the task list and hadn't disappeared due to task completion. So it turns out I made a blunder. I guess I still need to keep my cool. Wang Chen simply chose not to explain and waited in place for Clara to perform the final step. As a delicate jade finger pointed at his forehead, the final step of the job change awakening officially began. System: comprehend skills battle soul, dual cultivation. Of War Mage, indomitable will, warrior's descent. System: task completed, inheritance of the War Mage, final, gain 150,000 experience. System: you have leveled up, all attributes increased by 5, gain 10 free attribute points, current level 11. A series of system prompts rang out, and Wang Chen opened his eyes again. He didn't expect that completing the job change would directly grant him enough experience from this legendary task's final step to level up. Leveling up increased all attributes by 5 points, which was a 5-fold increase compared to before the job change. Moreover, with 10 free attribute points per level, didn't that mean leveling up once was equivalent to others leveling up twice? He wondered how much all attributes increased for ordinary professions when they leveled up. If it was only 2 or 3 points, then the gap between him and those with ordinary professions would only grow larger. Filled with excitement, Wang Chen checked the several skills he had just comprehended. The terror of the War Mage legendary profession revealed just the tip of the iceberg before him. Battle Soul, passive skill. Attribute: resilience increased by 10%, for each additional hostile target around, increased by 10%. Stacking up to a maximum of 50%, damage reduction of 10%, for each additional hostile target around, increased by 10%, stacking up to a maximum of 50%. Allows you to cross the profession barrier and master all weapons of the warrior profession, and every 10 levels, you can learn 3 warrior profession skills. Upgradable. Dual cultivation of combat techniques, passive skill. Attribute: your normal attacks deal 110% physical attack plus 110% spell attack mixed damage, and reduce the target's defense effect by 20%, can be upgraded. Indomitable will, passive skill. Attribute: after death, you can choose to perfectly resurrect in place, with a cooldown of 7 game natural days, can be upgraded. Warrior's Arrival, active skill. Attribute: when activated, all main and passive skill effects are increased by 100%, gaining a 20% lifesteal effect, lasting for 30 minutes during which you are immune to control effects. With a cooldown of 3 game natural days. 3 passive skills and 1 active skill, none of them are useless. The first 2 passive skills, Soul of Battle and Dual Cultivation of Combat Techniques, feel like the core skills of this legendary class. Especially the passive skill Soul of Battle, which allows the fragile mage class to transform into a warrior, even more powerful than an ordinary warrior. As for how to achieve this effect, Wang Chen already has some ideas. Do you think the battle mage class is powerful? What if I told you it could be even stronger? Just as Wang Chen was immersed in thoughts about the battle mage class, Clara's voice echoed softly. Could be even stronger? Wang Chen suddenly looked up, staring at the alluring face of the blasphemer, seemingly searching for answers there. Clara turned her body and ascended the steps, her voluptuous figure swaying, leaving one parched. When she reached the grand seat at the top, she spoke as if reminiscing. The battle mage was originally a mythic class, cursed to become a legendary class. You must know that the first generation of battle mages truly slaughtered gods. At this point, Clara's expression became solemn as she looked down at Wang Chen. Dao San Shang, are you willing to follow in the footsteps of the first generation of battle mages and recreate their past glory? System: main class quest, mythic, the glory of the battle mage. Description: as a blasphemer with a deep connection to the first generation of battle mages, she hopes you will seek the secrets of their fall, break the curse, and restore their former glory. Will you choose to accept the quest? Accept. Having already changed to the battle mage class, Wang Chen naturally had no hesitation. Once he accepted the quest, Clara's expression softened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to make a decision. With her left hand forming a heart shape, a runestone radiating red spiritual light slowly coalesced at her chest. When the runestone fully formed, Clara's complexion visibly paled. As she waved her staff, the runestone appeared in Wang Chen's hand, and a portal also appeared beside him. This is a little help from me, I hope you grow quickly. The road ahead will depend on you. When the main city opens, I will give you some clues. After saying this, Clara lay back on the grand seat, no longer looking at Wang Chen below. The enchanting and mysterious mage leaned back, gazing at the sky, clearly indicating her intention to dismiss him. Such a high and mighty attitude, one day I will conquer you and have you submit to me. Just as Wang Chen was about to examine the red runestone he had just obtained, he was urged to leave. Noticing Clara's expression, he felt a bit displeased with her queen-like arrogance. However, facing such a powerful figure, he dared not show it. After bowing in a gentlemanly manner, he stepped into the portal. As the main city, Storm City, there was no surprise that Wang Chen could not enter before level 50. This also indicated the difficulty of that main class quest, requiring level 50 to meet the quest activation standard. A flash of light, and Wang Chen found himself on the streets of Greenfield City. It was only then that he had the time to check the rune stone, and he suddenly realized he had somewhat misjudged Kloira. Power of the Blasphemer. Rune, mythical. Description: the Blasphemer Kroila extracts the divine runes condensed from the essence of divinity. After use, one can gain a portion of Kroila's blasphemous power, thus learning the skill Blaspheme, usable at level 15. Blaspheme, passive skill. Attribute, allows 1 point of intelligence to deal 3 points of spell damage, while also enhancing your 2 points of defense, including physical and magical defense. Alright. No wonder the Blasphemer has a deep connection with the first-generation war mage. This insane mythical passive skill is just handed to me. Wang Chen felt a mix of shock and emotion, preparing to not let Kroila indulge too much in the future, perhaps raising her position a bit. Carefully storing the rune stone, after all, he had to reach level 15 to learn it. He looked around and found that Greenfield City was bustling with players. They must have just left the Novice village not long ago, all busy with class changes and exploration. Wang Chen's appearance did not attract anyone's attention, as his nickname and level information were hidden. Otherwise, as someone who had triggered consecutive server-wide announcements, he would definitely have drawn many players' curiosity. Wang Chen remembered that there were messages in his friend list that he hadn't replied to, so he opened it to check. Little Stone, Dao Gu, you successfully changed classes? Congratulations! Little Stone, Dao Gu, are you offline? Little Stone, Dao Gu, I also successfully changed classes, and I chose the epic class Holy Barrier. Ha, I'm so awesome. A smile involuntarily appeared on Wang Chen's face. This kid really had good luck. It seemed that the successful class change had a significant impact on that epic equipment. He replied to Little Stone, saying he was already in Greenfield City, and then looked at another friend's message. Lost Star, the first to complete the class change, congratulations. It was that little priest. Wang Chen's mind immediately conjured up the somewhat airhead image of Lost Star. He wondered if the third member of their team had left the Novice village and whether they had successfully changed classes. Ding dong. Just as Wang Chen was thinking about how to reply to Lost Star's message, he noticed her avatar suddenly flashing. Upon clicking, it turned out that Lost Star had just sent a message. Lost Star, are you online? I need a helper for my class change quest, can you help me out? Class change quest? Wang Chen recalled that Lost Star seemed to have also received a special class change token, wondering what difficulty she had chosen. As the only priest in the team, he definitely had to help. He replied to Lost Star, and after some understanding, he learned the specifics. It turned out that Lost Star had also chosen an epic class change quest, which required helping an NPC defeat a boss while ensuring the NPC does not die. This quest was quite challenging, allowing for a few teammates, but no more than 3 including her. Naturally, Lost Star thought of Wang Chen, as his performance in the Novice village had been quite impressive. Wang Chen asked Lost Star to wait a moment and to send him the coordinates first. Once he finished his tasks, he would head to the coordinates and trigger the quest then. After completing all this, Wang Chen quickly ran towards the class change hall. Now that he had successfully changed classes, he needed to go learn skills from the profession mentor. Although he could only learn a few basic skills, it was better than nothing. If he remembered correctly, after a successful class change, he could spend gold to learn 3 skills. In the future, skills for his profession would have to rely on skill books, and obtaining those was no small feat with a movement speed of over 30 points. It was terrifying. Players passing by only felt a gray shadow flash past before it disappeared from sight. In just a few minutes, Wang Chen arrived at the class change hall in Greenfield City again. At this time, the hall was crowded with players coming to change classes. Wang Chen found Audrey, who was surrounded by many players waiting. Upon seeing him approach, Audrey's eyes lit up, not knowing if Kroila had passed on a message to her. The blonde female mage quickly walked up to Wang Chen, her eyes filled with surprise as she asked, "By the gods, adventurer, you really have successfully changed your class?" Audrey was somewhat incredulous, even after receiving the news from Kloira. It was only upon seeing Wang Chen that she could confirm it. System: Audrey is shocked by your successful class change to a legendary profession, meeting the conditions to unlock affinity. Current affinity is 40. Seeing the system prompt, Wang Chen felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that this legendary profession held a high status among NPCs. After chatting with Audrey for a bit, he expressed his intention to come and learn mage skills. As the mentor for the mage profession, Audrey naturally would not refuse. However, due to rule restrictions, she could only teach Wang Chen 3 mage skills. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, the players waiting in line to change their classes grew displeased. That mage, doesn't she understand the order? She should get back in line. Is that a player? It feels like she's really familiar with the profession mentor. Exactly, who knows what method she used to hook up with the NPC. It looks like they're having a hot affair. As the players in line began to stir up a commotion, getting more and more outrageous, Audrey's brows furrowed, and she immediately became angry. What are you all shouting about? If you don't want to change classes, then step aside. Seeing that someone was about to speak again, Audrey waved her staff. The player who had just claimed that Wang Chen was having an affair with her instantly turned into a little sheep, bleeding and spinning around in confusion. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding players fell silent, not daring to make another move. They were all perceptive, regardless of what relationship Wang Chen had with the NPC, it was none of their business. But if they provoked Audrey and she refused to let them change classes or learn skills, they would be in trouble. Seeing that no one else had any objections, Audrey satisfiedly withdrew her gaze and continued to explain the rules for learning skills after class change to Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't pay much attention to the gazes of many players who would honestly wait in line when they could get special privileges. Soon, through Audrey's introduction, he also learned what skills he should go learn. In the world of Apocalypse, each profession has 3 options for class change at level 10, of course, this is for ordinary professions. For example, a mage can change to one of 3 types: Frost Mage, Fire Mage, or Arcane Mage. Each type of mage has its own strengths and weaknesses. After changing classes, Audrey would teach players 3 basic skills of their profession according to the system rules. However, Wang Chen's class change to Battle Mage was not included in this. As a legendary profession, he could learn all the skills of the mage profession. So now he could choose 3 from the 9 basic skills of this mage profession, and even later obtain corresponding skill books to learn the other basic skills. Hearing this, Wang Chen could only think one thing: invincible. This meant that in the future he could be a Frost Mage plus Fire Mage plus Arcane Mage, as long as he could get the skill books. Looking at the 9 basic skill options given by Audrey, Wang Chen pondered for a moment before making his choice: Blink, Slow, and Ice Ring. Skill: Blink profession, universal for mage's description, condenses magical power to instantly teleport the caster 25 yards forward. If there are obstacles in the path, it will stop. Can remove bindings and effects like stun, cooldown time is 15 seconds, consumes 25 mana points. Skill: Slow. Profession: Arcane Mage description, applies a slowing effect to the target, reducing their movement speed by 70% for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 15 seconds, consumes 25 mana points. Skill: Ice Ring profession, Frost Mage description, strikes all enemies within 15 yards of the caster, freezing them in place. Targets that are frozen may have their effect interrupted by taking damage, duration is 8 seconds, cooldown time is 25 seconds, consumes 30 mana points. The 3 skills chosen are all instant cast, and aside from one signature mage skill, the other 2 skills selected by Wang Chen are both control skills. Since he has transitioned to the class, combined with the existence of, he will definitely rely on instant cast skills and normal attacks for damage output in the future. Therefore, control skills are the best choice for him, whether to create distance or to close in on opponents. As Wang Chen made his choices, the money for learning the skills was automatically deducted from his backpack. With a wave of the Audrey staff, the system also notified him that he had learned these skills. Adventurer, remember to come find me when you reach level 30, there's something I need your help with. Seeing Wang Chen finish learning the skills and preparing to leave, Audrey hurriedly called out to him. Since there was no quest prompt, Wang Chen knew this was just a verbal agreement. He readily agreed, as it was clearly a potential quest. Audrey was pleased to receive his response and turned back to her post. However, the system notification indicated an increase of 3 points in favorability, making Wang Chen marvel at how easily this blonde girl's favorability could grow. After learning the mage skills, the next step was, of course, to learn warrior skills. Wang Chen hadn't forgotten the passive battle soul effect he could now learn 3 warrior skills. The warrior mentor, Andre, remembered Wang Chen, the polite adventurer, and inquired about his purpose. Some warrior players waiting to change classes nearby were puzzled, not knowing what this player, clearly a magic-type profession with a staff, was doing here. Lucky me, I've changed to a hidden class and can learn 3 warrior skills. Wang Chen approached Andre and quietly explained the reason. Is that true? I've never heard of such a class. Andre's eyes widened in surprise, his copper bell-like eyes growing even larger. His reaction drew the attention of nearby players, who craned their necks to find out what was going on. Under the gaze of many, Wang Chen naturally wouldn't reveal his cards. He simply asked Andre to list the skills for him to choose from. Alright, I can teach you, but due to rule restrictions, you won't be able to learn them. It will just waste your money on learning skills. Seeing Wang Chen insist, Andre decided to let him choose from the 3 basic skills of the warrior class. The ordinary warrior specialties are divided into the defense-focused, the damage-explosive, and the more balanced. Wang Chen quickly made his choice based on his own class characteristics. As Andre taught him, his skill bar soon filled with 3 warrior skills. So, how did it go? Did you learn successfully? Andre was just following the system rules and didn't know if Wang Chen had successfully comprehended the skills. Looking at his teasing smile, Wang Chen awkwardly smiled in response. Not successful, sigh, wasted some silver coins. Amid the laughter of the surrounding players, he quickly exited the class change hall. Outside on the street, Wang Chen checked the 3 warrior skills he had just learned. Skill, class, general. Warrior description, charge in a direction or towards a target, altering the path based on terrain, range 8 to 25 yards, causing 1 second of stun plus 100%. Physical attack damage to the target of the charge, and 0.5 seconds of stun plus 75% physical attack damage to targets along the charge path, cooldown time 20 seconds. Skill, class, shield warrior description, passive skill that increases your stamina effect by 50%, reduces damage taken by 10%, and increases healing effects received by 20%. Skill, class, berserker description, passive skill that increases your strength effect by 50%, increases damage dealt by 10%, and increases attack speed by 20%. Is the basic skill of the and also its core skill? It is precisely because of the existence of the power of resilience that the shield warrior is always the one charging at the forefront of the battlefield. Similarly, the power of fury is the core foundation of the berserker, allowing them to transform into a battlefield meat grinder, effortlessly slaughtering the fragile. And now, the battle. Mage, breaking through the barriers of class, grants Wang Chen the advantages of both. With a 50% increase in health and physical attack, he directly becomes a meat shield while enhancing his offense. This allows him to be both a backline damage dealer and a fierce combatant charging into enemy ranks. As for the charge skill, it goes without saying, just like the blink of a mage, it is a signature skill for all warrior classes. Heaven to the left, charge to the right. Although this phrase mocks warriors, it also speaks to the bravery and fearlessness of the warrior class. Which player playing a warrior can resist using the charge when it's off cooldown? Wang Chen has already thought about how to use his skills when pursuing enemies or retreating. Charge followed by blink, and all worries vanish. Finding a target to charge at, then immediately following up with a blink spell, he can instantly cover a distance of 50 yards, which is quite exaggerated. Closing the skill bar description, Wang Chen ran towards Greenfield City. Although there were still some things left undone, they could be postponed for now. Just moments ago, Lost Star sent another message, and its content instantly made Wang Chen's anger surge. As a girl who caught even Wang Chen's eye, Lost Star was naturally very beautiful. Although he didn't know if it was the face sculpting effect of the apocalypse world, just her curvaceous figure was enough to make blood rush. Even so, despite Lost Star staying in the safe zone of Lakeside Town, she still attracted harassment from several male players. Lakeside Town is located in the Crimson Mountains, a level 10 to 25 map outside Greenfield City, and is the only semi-safe zone in this map. The reason it's called a semi-safe zone is that the so-called safety is established by a group of level 25 guards. If players reach or exceed the guard's level, then this safe zone becomes meaningless. According to Lost Star's message, although these players dared not act in Lakeside Town, they continued to insult her with words and gestures. Sure enough, women are trouble, especially beautiful ones, but who can blame men for having a taste for that? Wang Chen muttered to himself, then quickly left Greenfield City heading towards the Crimson Mountains. As the only healer in the team, she still needed protection. Speaking of the team, Wang Chen planned to establish a mercenary group upon his return. Although there were no benefits like those of a guild, there were no conditions to meet either, and registering at the mercenary guild only cost 10 gold coins. Half an hour later, after rushing at full speed, Wang Chen finally arrived at the Crimson Mountains. System, you have discovered the Crimson Mountains. Standing at the entrance of the map, he could see a blue lake in the distance. Next to the lake, there was a cluster of buildings, which he assumed was Lakeside Town. Dao San Shang, I'm almost at the town, where are you? Lost Star, I'm next to the town hall, and I still don't dare to step out of the town gate. Wang Chen immediately understood the situation, those male players were still harassing her. At this moment, Lost Star sent a party invitation, and he quickly clicked to join the team. He soon confirmed her location through the teammate icon displayed on the map and rushed over. A quarter of an hour later, after crossing a wooden bridge spanning the lake, Lakeside Town was right in front of him. At the bridgehead, 2 level 25 guards stood there, next to a sunshade with a dwarf NPC underneath. Wang Chen looked around and found the tallest building, that was the town hall. Before he could reach Lost Star, he heard the raucous laughter of several players. "Ha, did you see that just now, Cucumber Prince? When I charged in with my breaking army charge, the wind I created lifted that girl's robe. If she hadn't covered up in time, she would have been exposed." A shield warrior player was animatedly boasting to a nearby Beastmaster hunter. There was also a cursed warlock on the side, wearing a lewd smile, clearly having been present earlier. "It's still you, big wolf dog. I heard your hyena brigade has moved to Greenfield City. Are you planning to make this your base from now on?" The player nicknamed Cucumber Prince was a shadow priest, as could be guessed from the thin black mist emanating from him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen knew these few were the ones harassing Lost Star, and with a slight frown, he walked past the three and entered the governing hall. "Dao San Shang, you're here." Lost Star, seeing her teammate's movement icon on the map, walked out from inside the hall. After a few days apart, the girl seemed a bit shy, appearing somewhat dazed. After greeting him, she stood quietly beside Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded slightly, not minding. A beautiful girl can be even more pleasing to the eye with fewer words. He inquired about the NPC that triggered Lost Star's class change quest, as he had come to start the quest directly. The two then walked out of the governing hall together, heading to the lumberyard at Lakeside Town. Lost Star's epic class change quest was triggered there by someone named Sergeant Michaelman, the big wolf dog, and a few players guarding outside saw the two and understood that Wang Chen was the helper called by Lost Star. Upon realizing he was just a mage, they began to mock him. "I say, little Star baby, is this your boyfriend? A weak mage, and I thought he was some big shot." The shield warrior, big wolf dog, glanced at Wang Chen with a face full of disdain. Lost Star kept her head down, ignoring the few of them, closely following behind Wang Chen. Seeing this, the big wolf dog turned his target towards Wang Chen. "Hey, mage, how about joining our hyena brigade? Just persuade this girl to give you her contact info. With such a gem, listen to me, you won't be able to hold on to her." Hearing this, Lost Star looked up worriedly, just in time to meet Wang Chen's smiling face. Not knowing what she thought of, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she lowered her head again. Wang Chen stopped and slowly walked up to the shield warrior. The big wolf dog thought he had heard of the hyena brigade's reputation and was preparing to recruit him, a smile appearing on his face. But soon, the smile froze, as he saw a straight middle finger raised. Making the gesture, Wang Chen pulled Lost Star, whose ears were still a bit red, and walked towards the town's exit. The lumberyard at Lakeside Town wasn't here, it was on the other side of the small lake. Behind them, Cucumber Prince saw the big wolf dog being put in his place and burst into loud laughter. This made the prideful shield warrior feel embarrassed, and he quietly beckoned his warlock companion to follow. Wang Chen deliberately slowed his pace with Lost Star, and sure enough, he noticed the big wolf dog and his two companions trailing behind. He smirked coldly, already planning how to help Lost Star vent her frustration. A few minutes later, they had walked out of the safe zone of Lakeside Town. Wang Chen instructed Lost Star to stand a bit further away, then quietly waited in place. Within 10 seconds, the big wolf dog and his two companions, who had been tailing them, appeared. Upon seeing Wang Chen waiting there, the three were momentarily taken aback. "What's the matter? Have you come to your senses, or are you just struggling in vain? There are no guards here." The big wolf dog didn't take Wang Chen and Lost Star seriously, he was confident in his team's PK skills. Wang Chen didn't respond but made another weak gesture. The usually arrogant big wolf dog immediately flew into a rage, and when he got within 25 yards, he charged in with a breaking army charge. Warrior strike. -46, absorbed. Watching Wang Chen stand there without dodging, the big wolf dog smiled, but soon he realized his opponent hadn't lost a single drop of blood. System, due to a malicious attack from the big wolf dog, for the next 30 minutes, you and your team can freely retaliate against each other and their team without causing PK points. Seeing the big wolf dog and the warlock named Bo Dangshin instantly turn yellow, Wang Chen finally began to act. Blink, Frost Ring. A set of unique mage combos froze the warlock in place, and then Wang Chen pulled out the shadow staff and struck Bo Dangshin on the head. -3205. Instant kill. The yellow critical damage popped up, and Bo Dangshin's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. Before dying, he cast a curse of agony on Wang Chen, causing damage absorption prompts to float above his head. Since the charge was still on cooldown, the short-legged shield warrior was still rushing towards Wang Chen. However, when that terrifying damage appeared, he was stunned and stood frozen in place. Then, as if reacting, he turned and ran towards Lakeside Town. "Want to run?" Wang Chen smiled coldly and casually threw an instant spell at the shield warrior. Slow The big wolf dog was immediately slowed by 70%, as if a 1,000-pound stone had been hung on his legs. Watching the struggling shield warrior, Wang Chen leisurely began to chant malicious transformation. After 1.5 seconds, a small green-shelled turtle appeared in front of them. With Wang Chen's current attributes and skills, this was a dimensional strike against these players who had just changed jobs and had barely any equipment. After transforming the big wolf dog, only one cucumber young master remained on the field. This shadow priest was now thinking to himself, this was not just hitting a brick wall, it was like crashing into a prehistoric beast. If he had known that the big wolf dog and the others had provoked such a master, he wouldn't have come to join this commotion even if he was beaten to death. Seeing Wang Chan's gaze turn towards him, the cucumber young master hurriedly waved his hands. "Be brother, I'm not with them, just passing by." "Oh? Then why did your name turn yellow?" Wang Chan raised an eyebrow and asked playfully. The cucumber young master was still looking for a reason to explain, but a figure had already crashed into him in an instant. -705. The cucumber young master, who was in a sliver of health, hadn't reacted yet when the staff came down on him like a hammer. -3143. His health was instantly depleted, and this poor shadow priest lay on the ground. System, player Dao San Shan used breakthrough charge on you, taking 705 damage. Stunned for 1 second. System, received 3143 points of damage from a normal attack, you have died. The cucumber young master did not immediately release his soul but checked the battle log. When he saw the name Dao San Shang, he was somewhat stunned. So it's this big guy, I didn't expect him to be developing in Green Wild City too. As a veteran player who had entered the game on the first day, the cucumber young master naturally knew the name Dao San Shang. Then, as if thinking of something, he immediately chose to release his soul. Wang Chen saw the cucumber young master's body turn into white light, knowing that the other party had chosen to release their soul to resurrect. With 2 accomplices dealt with, only the transformed little turtle, the shield warrior, big wolf dog, remained on the field. Wang Chen waved to the lost star not far away, signaling her to come over. "Do you want to vent and take revenge on this player called Big Wolf Dog?" Pointing at the confused green-shelled turtle on the ground, Wang Chen quietly asked the lost star. "I want to, but I'm afraid I can't win." The lost star thought Wang Chen wanted her to duel the shield warrior, her expression a bit hesitant. Even though she had been harassed by the big wolf dog and his group, and no matter how good-natured she was filled with pent-up anger. But if it came to fighting, as a newbie in the game, she felt she wouldn't be able to. Wang Chen certainly wasn't asking the lost star to fight, he had other intentions. He leaned close to the little priest's ear and whispered, and because they were so close, he didn't notice the other party's porcelain-like ear was faintly turning red. Moments later, Lost Star understood Wang Chen's intention and quietly tightened her grip on the staff as she approached the little turtle. She raised the staff, intending to tap the turtle on the head, but hesitated as she got closer. Turning to look at Wang Chen, she was met with an encouraging gaze. Gritting her teeth, Lost Star grasped the staff tightly and struck down at the turtle on the ground. -22. As the damage value popped up, the little turtle immediately transformed back into a shield warrior, big dog. This shield warrior, who had been a turtle until now, looked resolute as it turned to Wang Chen. "So you are that Dao San Shang, so what? I'll fight you." Malicious transformation. But before it could make a move, the familiar spell was cast on it again. A bewildered little turtle appeared once more, spinning at Lost Star's feet. Wang Chen noticed that after the skill was released, the transformation time for the shield warrior had decreased by 5 seconds. He knew this was likely a skill limitation of malicious transformation. Consecutive casts on the same target would reduce the effect. However, it was fine, there were other limiting skills. He signaled Lost Star to continue striking, while also pre-reading the skill. -25. Lost Star was doing better this time, hitting down with more force. "If you have the guts, don't use that skill, let's go one-on-one." The big dog, having taken damage, returned to its human form and immediately began to threaten. But before it could finish its sentence, it transformed back into a small animal again. -23. "Dao San Shang, you give me, -22. Damn, can you let me finish my words, -24? Big brother, spare me, I won't." The cycle continued, and Lost Star seemed to gradually find joy in it, her staff tapping rhythmically. Wang Chen was too focused on using malicious transformation to pay any attention to what the big dog was saying. After a dozen times, this shield warrior no longer attempted to speak, only glaring venomously at the two. At this point, Wang Chen's malicious transformation had gradually lost its effectiveness, now only able to maintain the transformation for 1 second. After a while, the transformation spell completely lost its effect as an immunity prompt appeared on the shield warrior. -26. Lost star. Struck down with her staff again, her little face flushed with excitement or exhaustion, full of enticing color. But this time, after hitting, she noticed that the rogue in front of her had not transformed back into the green-shelled turtle. Confused, she looked at Wang Chen, not understanding why the situation had changed. The big dog realized what was happening. From the battle log, he saw the prompt indicating the transformation spell had failed. Ha, there's no way out now, Dao San Shang, just wait for me. You've messed with our hyena battle group, there's no place for you in Green Wild City. After saying this, the blustering, shield warrior turned and ran towards Lakeside Town, which was now his sanctuary. He couldn't win a fight, the two teammates who had previously fallen had set a clear example. Now, the big dog just wanted to return to the embrace of the Lakeside Town guards, unwilling to endure Wang Shen's transformation spells any longer. However, before he could take 2 steps, he felt his legs weighed down as if filled with lead. It was slowdown. 1. Must admit that the mage class naturally counters the short-legged warrior class, especially the defensive, shield warrior. He didn't know if it was the courage given by the other 2 teammates, but the big dog dared to provoke a mage. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to encounter Wang Chen, a bug player with a plethora of control skills. After being slowed by 70%, several seconds passed and the big dog was almost stuck in place. He looked at Wang Chen not far away with tears in his eyes, wanting to initiate breakthrough charge, to struggle a bit. Unfortunately, Wang Chen kept the distance beyond 25 yards, trapping him at a point where he couldn't charge. As the duration of slowdown ended, before the big dog could react, Wang Chen flashed to his side, and then Ice Ring froze him in place. The tormented, shield warrior, cursed loudly, but his words were too harsh and were filtered by the system. Wang Chen noticed the string of stars appearing above the big wolf dog's head but paid it no mind, thinking it was just barking. After controlling the opponent for a while, he used the malicious transformation technique again. At this point, the transformation spell's duration had expired, and the big wolf dog transformed back into the familiar green-shelled turtle. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow at the little priest who was looking over, and the lost star immediately understood, excitedly rushing forward with her staff. Half an hour later, the shield warrior, big wolf dog, stared blankly in the direction of the lakeside town. His eyes were vacant, having given up the struggle. Behind him, a well-proportioned little priest was tapping his head repeatedly with her staff. Although the damage was negligible, the inner torment had left the big wolf dog utterly disheartened. Wang Chen saw the big wolf dog standing still, neither running nor cursing anymore. He knew that this self-proclaimed elite player of the hyena war group, the shield warrior, had been thoroughly educated and would likely carry psychological scars from this experience. Since that was the case, he saw no need to continue toying with him. After this lesson, the big wolf dog would probably think twice before harassing female players again. Infinite Fireball. -3437. A fireball took down the big wolf dog in an instant. And Wang Chen waved for the lost star to come over. How's that? Feeling better? The little priest seemed to finally snap out of her joy from hitting someone with her staff, her face suddenly turning red. She lowered her head and quietly responded, feeling quite embarrassed. Wang Chen laughed heartily and then led her toward the lumberyard. The corpse of the big wolf dog lingered behind, its soul not yet released. It was unclear whether it had logged off due to the torment. The two walked along the main road without attracting any monsters, but they could see that all the creatures wandering in the distance were red-named monsters, all between levels 12 and 15. Soon, following the Lost Star's quest guidance, the lumberyard appeared before them. System, you have discovered the Lakeside Town lumberyard. This lumberyard is built halfway up the mountain, and a watchtower can be seen from afar. Many lumberjacks were working in the lumberyard, and some guards were patrolling around. Not knowing where the quest NPC, Sergeant Michaelman, was, the two asked a group of guards for directions. Following the direction pointed out by the guards, they found the watchtower they had noticed earlier. Wang Chen and the Lost Star entered the watchtower, only to find it empty. After searching around, they finally discovered the entrance to the stairs, and then they climbed the spiral staircase up. The wooden steps creaked underfoot, making them worry that they might suddenly collapse. Fortunately, after a minute, they successfully reached the top of the watchtower. A middle-aged NPC in armor was standing there, gazing into the distance. His name was indeed Sergeant Michaelman. This medieval night-style NPC sported a finely trimmed beard, and his gaze was filled with concern as he looked far away. Wang Chen and the Lost Star exchanged glances, and then the Lost Star stepped forward to trigger a conversation. Lost Star, Honorable Sergeant Michaelman, we are here to assist you, sent by Bishop Jennifer of Greenfield City. How can we help you? Sergeant Michaelman, by the light, you have finally arrived.
Poor Liam is in urgent need of rescue, please help me.
Bring him out from the enemy's lair. System, Class Change Quest, Epic, The Inheritance of the Light Cleric, Part 2. Description, Soldier Liam went missing.
While scouting the movements of the underground race in the Crimson Mountains,
Sergeant Michaelman suspects he may have become lost in the cave dwellers' lair. Due to the presence of the cave dweller lord, your assistance is needed. You will explore the cave dweller's lair with him, and after rescuing Liam, you will receive a treasured item from Sergeant Michaelman. Will you choose to accept the quest?
The Lost Star shared the quest with Wang Chen for his
opinion.
This quest seemed to have a considerable difficulty level, and the final opponent would likely be a Lord Boss.
After a moment of thought, Wang Chen
signaled for the Lost Star to accept the quest. Before changing jobs, he dared to confront a legendary level boss head-on, so there was no reason to fear.
A Lord level 1 now.
After accepting the quest from Lost Star, Sergeant Michaelman's avatar appeared directly in their team.
Wang Chen also saw this NPC's
class and attributes. He turned out to be a level 25 tank with over 10,000 health points.
We must act quickly. After saying this, Sergeant Michaelman
turned and jogged down the watchtower, leaving Wang Chen and the bewildered Lost Star behind.
Why doesn't this NPC wait for us? And he doesn't even prepare.
Although they were complaining in their hearts, the two quickly followed. Fortunately, the sergeant wasn't completely brainless, he waited for them at
the bottom of the watchtower.
Upon seeing Wang Chen and Lost Star, he immediately spoke with a serious expression. There's no time to waste, we must speed up.
Liam is waiting for us.
After saying this, he turned again and led the way towards the distant Crimson Mountains, leaving the two with just his back.
Wang Chen and Lost Star exchanged glances, both able to see each other's confusion. This wasn't even a timed quest, they couldn't understand why Sergeant
Michaelman was in such a hurry.
The two jogged behind the quest NPC for half an hour.
At this point, they had entered the canyon of the Crimson Mountains, surrounded by red rock formations. Legend has it that the Crimson Mountains were once lush and green, but later scorched by a legendary fire dragon, turning
into what it is now.
Of course, Wang Chen learned this from the conversations of the residents in Lakeside Town, and its authenticity remained to be verified. I can already smell their evil presence, it's nearby. Sergeant Michaelman suddenly stopped, warily drawing his shield and a one-handed sword.
Wang Chen and Lost Star immediately halted and looked around.
Whoa! A chaotic and indistinct cry suddenly rang out, and soon a group of short, rock-skinned monsters
appeared not far away.
Stone Jaw Crusher, level 12, normal monster, health 2500. Stone Jaw Summoner, level 12, normal monster, health 2100.
These ugly
monsters, less than 1.5 meters tall, were likely cave dwellers. Despite their small stature, their strong limbs looked quite formidable.
Kill them, these underground maggots! Sergeant Michaelman shouted, charging bravely forward. You keep an eye on the NPC and heal him, don't worry about me. After instructing Lost Star, Wang Chen used Breakthrough Charge to dive into the monster group. Damage numbers of 5 to 600 popped up over the heads of the cave dwellers, and they all fell into a state of dizziness. Ha!
Sergeant Michaelman's attacks were not weak, he dealt over 700 damage to a crusher with a basic attack. At the same time, he waved his hand, and holy light spread from beneath his feet, covering the ground in a 10-yard radius with a layer of golden flames. The many cave dwellers stepping on the golden flames took burning damage every second. This was the tank's rare skill, Holy Light Offering, which could last for 10 seconds. It was clear that this skill had a high threat value, as the cave dwellers immediately redirected their
targets towards Sergeant Michaelman.
Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly used Frost Ring, and a wave of icy light erupted from beneath his feet.
Many cave
dwellers were frozen in place, howling, with a couple breaking free from the freeze due to the burning damage, but it didn't matter.
Minus 3218, minus 2842, 3004.
Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chen swung his shadow staff, taking down one cave dweller after another.
Thanks to the two passives, Rage Power and Tenacity Power, Wang Chen's physical attack reached 780 points, with his health exceeding 6,000 points.
It could be said that he now resembled a warrior more than any warrior player, whether a berserker or a shield warrior. Coupled with over 900 spell attack, his normal attacks, due to the existence of dual cultivation of martial and magic arts, reached nearly 2,000 points of damage. Therefore, every time Wang Chen's staff struck the heads of the cave dwellers, the yellow critical damage dealt was over 3,000. Because he was having so much fun with the rhythmic thumping, even when the infinite fireball triggered its infinite characteristic, he couldn't be bothered to cast a fireball.
At this moment,
Wang Chen deeply understood the joy of the Lost Star. No wonder a reserved girl could be so happy while doing this.
If there was anything he was dissatisfied with it was that the staff was too heavy. Although it added a fair amount to his physical attack, the attack speed of his normal attacks was relatively slow. Wang Chen was already thinking that if he had the chance, he might as well switch the staff for a one-handed sword. Of course, a one-handed magic weapon would be even better, more suited to his battle mage profession. While thinking this, Wang Chen's hands didn't stop moving. Soon, all the cave dwellers lay down, and his magic shield hadn't even broken. However, Sergeant Michaelman, as the tank, had lost nearly 1,000 health points in such a short time. The Lost Star had no choice but to follow behind and heal him. A light healing could restore about 100 health points. Although this healing amount was already considerable, qualifying for a priest of this level, Wang Chen still felt anxious, thinking about how to improve this little priest's healing output. He had already thought of a name for the mercenary group he was about to establish, and as the only priest in the current team, this healing output was absolutely inadequate. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, remembering that he still had a lot of idle equipment in his backpack. Previously, while soloing the Cat God Garden, he had obtained nearly 200 pieces of physical class equipment, and later at the Cat God Priest, he had even farmed several sets of bright light gear. Besides the set he was currently wearing, he had 2.5 sets of bright light gear left. If he gave the little priest a set, her healing output would definitely soar. With this in mind, Wang Chen was already prepared to take out a set of bright light gear for the Lost Star. However, before that, he still needed to do one thing. After dealing with this batch of cave dwellers, Sergeant Michaelman continued to lead the way forward. At this point, his health hadn't been fully restored, and the little priest was quietly pre-reading light healing. Suddenly, a system prompt rang in the Lost Star's ear. It was a contract that Wang Chen had sent her through the system. The little priest turned to look, her delicate face full of confusion. After Wang Chen explained, the gist was that he would give her a set of equipment. However, this equipment was only temporarily loaned to her, and she couldn't trade it with others. The ownership did not belong to her. As long as the Lost Star remained in the team, she could use it continuously. But if one day she didn't want to stay in Wang Chen's team, she would need to return the equipment and compensate Wang Chen 10 times its current value. System, contract successfully signed. Wang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected that after he finished speaking to the little priest, she would agree without much thought. Aren't you going to think about it a bit more? This means unless you have a lot of money, you'll be tied to my team. In response to Wang Chen's surprised inquiry, the Lost Star answered without hesitation. What is there to consider? Besides my best friend, I don't know anyone else. Staying in your team is great. As she said this, a smile appeared at the corner of the little priest's mouth, looking a bit playful. Besides, I think you're a good person. You shouldn't scam me. After all, you've helped me several times before. The Lost Star's pure and clean smile seemed to carry no impurities, leaving Wang Chen somewhat dazed. It wasn't until the little priest shyly turned her head away that Wang Chen came back to his senses. Well then. It shows you have good taste. Following Dao Gu is definitely a promising path. After a brief attempt to cover up his pride with a laugh, Wang Chen unabashedly praised himself. Then, in the shocked gaze of the Lost Star, he traded a set of bright light gear to her. Wow! This equipment is amazing. Added a lot of attributes, and the set effect is really strong. Dao Gu, do you have it yourself? Because of Wang Chen's self-reference. Earlier, Mi Lu Xingxing naturally called him Dao Gu. At this moment, seeing the attributes of the Mingguang set, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Impressive, right? I told you, following Dao Gu has a bright future. Looking at the little priest with her slightly parted, rosy lips, Wang Chen felt quite pleased with himself. Indeed, it was this kind of admiring and surprised gaze that brought joy to one's heart. Especially when it was from a beautiful girl. Additionally, there was an unexpected gain. He discovered a skill book in his backpack that he had forgotten to learn. It was the system reward for the first mage job transfer, which he had overlooked due to having too many items in his backpack. Skill, Magic Counter Profession, universal for mage's description, disrupts and interrupts the enemy's spellcasting, preventing them from using spells again for the next 5 seconds. If the enemy is currently casting a spell, the effect is doubled. Using it on monsters generates a large amount of hate value, and the effect is reduced when used on boss-level monsters or higher. Cooldown time, 1 minute, mana cost, 40 points. As expected of a rare skill, with Magic Counter, Wang Chen now had an excellent countermeasure against magic-type monsters. He clapped the skill book with both hands and learned it, instantly adding a blue flame icon to his skill bar. At this moment, the two followed Sergeant Michaelman to the entrance of a cave, where the quest NPC finally stopped. Seeing this, Wang Chen urged Mi Lu Xingxing to quickly equip the Mingguang set, as it seemed that monsters would appear soon. From the team list, it was clear that after the little priest changed into the new equipment, her health instantly increased by over 1,000 points. With the set effect providing an additional 2,000 point shield, her survivability had greatly increased. This should be the place. This is their nest, the smell is nauseating. Sergeant Michelman said in a deep voice, facing the cave and getting into a defensive stance. Seeing that the NPC's health was not full yet, Ni Lu Xingxing cast another heal light wounds on him. Plus 395. The green healing value popped up above Sergeant Michelman's head, fully restoring his health, even providing a few extra points of healing. Seeing that her one skill could restore so much health now, Ni Lu Xingxing covered her rosy little mouth in surprise. This was the power of the Mingguang set, which directly increased her spell attack by over 300 points. Wang Chen had anticipated this result. At this moment, he had already charged into the group of monsters. Breakthrough charge, ice ring technique. Targeting the last stone jaw summoner. In the monster group, all the monsters hit by his skill fell into a stun state, and their health decreased simultaneously. This was currently Wang Chen's only area attack skill, and it wasn't even from the mage profession. A few minutes later, under his powerful output, all the stone jaw monsters fell again. Unfortunately, aside from some copper coins and grey junk, there were no equipment drops. After clearing this batch of monsters, the three of them followed Sergeant Michelman into the dark cave. System, you have discovered the den of the Bonebreaker. Wang Chen noticed the system prompt and understood that this was the final destination of this quest. The dim cave was interconnected, leading to unknown places. On both sides of the cave walls, torches were inserted at intervals, providing them with some visibility. Ni Lu Xingxing suddenly jogged ahead and picked something up from the ground not far in front. What is this? Seeing the little priest pick up a badge, Wang Chen couldn't help but ask. The quest log has been updated. We need to find Liam based on the clues discovered in the cave, and this badge is the first clue. Ni Lu Xingxing explained, handing the badge to Sergeant Michelman. That's right, this is it. This badge was personally issued by me to Liam, he must be in the den. The quest NPC said excitedly, showing deep concern at the same time. Seeing this, a few people continued to explore deeper inside, and soon monsters appeared in their line of sight. About 5 or 6 cave dwellers were gathered around a campfire, with a large unknown piece of meat roasting above it. In addition to the previous Stone Jaw Crusher and Summoner, a new type of monster emerged. Stone Jaw Giant, level 13, elite monster, health 14,500. This monster was clearly a mutated variety of the cave dwellers, its size at least 3 times that of a normal cave dweller. With strong, elongated arms, it wielded a massive spiked club, clearly a physical type monster. Wang Chen watched as Sergeant Michelman was about to charge in again, and immediately cast Malicious Transformation on the Stone Jaw Giant. This quest NPC seemed a bit dim-witted, he couldn't let him pull the little boss over all at once. Once in combat, a Stone Jaw summoner began summoning minions again. This time, Wang Chen didn't rush in to hit it with his staff, instead, he threw a magic counter just as it was about to complete its spell. A blue light circle enveloped the monster, and its summoning action abruptly stopped. Counter successful. A countdown timer appeared above the Stone Jaw summoner's head, indicating it couldn't cast spells for 10 seconds, and it stood there dazed for about 0.5 seconds. Then, they saw this magic-type monster brandishing its staff, shouting in unknown language, charging towards Wang Chen. This counter is indeed useful. Satisfied with the effect of this skill, Wang Chen then sent the Stone Jaw summoner to its demise with a strike of his staff. After clearing out the other minions, only a transformed Stone Jaw Giant that had turned into a turtle remained. Kill them, purify the evil. Without waiting for Wang Chen and the others to recover, Sergeant Michelman shouted the slogan and attacked the Stone Jaw Giant. Minus 967. The Stone Jaw Giant roared and slammed its massive spiked club down on the NPC's head. Seeing the huge damage number pop up, Wang Chen hurriedly moved in to deal damage. Minus 1,536. Due to height differences, his normal attack hit the Stone Jaw Giant's leg, failing to trigger a critical hit. At that moment, the monster raised its weapon again, bloodlight enveloping the spiked club. Heavy strike. Minus 1,721. The Stone Jaw Giant unleashed its skill, knocking off nearly 1/5 of the NPC's health. Seeing that the little priest was struggling to heal, Wang Chen felt anxious. After all, the Lost Star hadn't yet changed classes, and aside from heal light wounds, it had no other healing skills. Just as Wang Chen was about to chant a spell to trigger a critical hit, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a large mass between the Stone Jaw Giant's legs. With a mindset of giving it a try, he swung the shadow staff in a wide arc and struck heavily at that mass. Minus 6,724. A massive red damage number suddenly popped up directly, reducing the monster's health by nearly half. It was a lucky critical hit, though he wasn't sure if it was due to the position. The stone jaw giant let out a wail, turning its target to swing the spiked club at Wang Chen. However, such a clumsy attack was easy to dodge, especially for Wang Chen in free mode. He stepped back, swaying his body, as the spiked club smashed down beside him. While dodging the attack, a fireball the size of a basketball shot out from his hand. Minus 3,482. The fireball hit the monster's head, also dealing a critical hit. At this point, the monster was already low on health. The NPC slashed with a sword, knocking off a few hundred points of health. Minus 1,542. Wang Chen casually tapped with his staff, clearing the remaining health of the stone jaw giant. System, gained 1,523 experience points, killing a monster 2 levels. Higher grants a 100% experience bonus, party bonus 10%. Glancing at the experience gained, Wang Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. Leveling up after changing classes had become much more difficult, with the required experience starting at a staggering 100,000. He was currently level 11, and leveling up to 12 required an astonishing 110,000 experience points. Fortunately, the experience from the previous class change quest was substantial, so he was only about halfway to leveling up. After the stone jaw giant fell, Wang Chen was about to loot the monster's corpse. As an elite monster, it should logically drop equipment. At that moment, Lost Star seemed to discover something again and ran towards the pile of campfire. Ugh, yuck. Just as Wang Chen found it strange, the little priest suddenly bent over and started gagging. What's going on? When the girl was acting unusual, he naturally went to comfort her. While gagging, Lost Star pointed at the meat chunks on the campfire and struggled to explain. It turned out that because it was her job transfer task, a faint glow would appear when the task clues came into view. That was a hint from the system to help find the task clues. Just now, Lost Star discovered that the meat chunk on the campfire had triggered a hint. When she got closer, the task log reminded her that she had found Liam's severed limb. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen already knew the reason. Lost Star had discovered that the fragrant roasted meat was actually the corpse of an NPC, which was why she felt nauseated. The system has a setting that can automatically visually transform bloody items that appear around players into something else. Wang Chen introduced to Lost Star, then changed the subject. But I don't recommend you do that. You should treat this place as a real world. Only by doing so can you immerse yourself in the apocalypse world, which will greatly help your development in the game. This was Wang Chen's experience after being in the game for so long, especially after the game update. This feeling was even stronger. Like the NPCs he encountered during his job transfer, such as the blasphemer Croila, their expressions and reactions during conversations were indistinguishable from those of a real person. Therefore, he felt that only by fully immersing himself in the apocalypse world could he more easily receive tasks or get help. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Lost Star immediately stopped herself from changing that setting, believing that Wang Chen wouldn't lie to her. Then she forced herself not to think about the origin of the meat chunk, which made her feel a bit better. Seeing Lost Star trust him so much, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and casually reached out to touch the stone jaw giant's corpse. System, obtained 2 silver coins and 12 copper coins. Alright. The black hand has appeared again, but it's just a physical type monster, nothing good. After comforting himself, Wang Chen noticed that Sergeant Michaelman had made a move. He walked over to Lost Star and discovered the severed limb of Liam. No. Poor Liam, you still have a 3-year-old daughter. Sergeant Michaelman knelt beside the campfire, in great pain, and then took the severed limb and stored it away. It must have been that damned bonebreaker who did this. I will eliminate it and avenge poor Liam. The task log has changed. We need to eliminate the bonebreaker. Rogzer. Lost Star walked over to Wang Chen and whispered. Wang Chen nodded. This task was to save Liam, but he didn't expect that this soldier was already dead. It seemed that only by eliminating the master of this bonebreaker lair could they complete the task. Sergeant Michaelman led the way ahead, and the group continued deeper into the cave. After defeating a few waves of monsters, a vast cave space suddenly opened up before Wang Chen and the others. In the center was an irregular stone platform. The platform was about 2 zhang in circumference, and standing on it was a massive troglodyte. Bonebreaker Rogzer, level 12, Lord Monster, health 320,000. The stone jaw monster holding a huge double-bladed axe had a fierce expression, a burly figure, and drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. In one corner of the stone platform lay a pile of bones, still smeared with fresh blood. Zor, you filthy maggot, today I will eliminate you on behalf of Lakeside Town. Upon seeing Rogzer, Sergeant Michaelman's expression became excited, and without a second thought, he charged up the stone platform with a shout. Below, Wang Chen could only shrug, feeling that this task NPC was a bit of a fool. If it weren't for the fear of the little priest failing the quest, he would have prepared to let the boss kill this brainless knight. Hashtag $N%, hashtag N% Yuan. Underground race common language, fresh bones, Zor's favorite food. The Bonebreaker Rogzer shouted, swinging his giant axe at Sergeant Michaelman. Ah! The NPC let out a scream, his body thrown directly to a corner of the stone platform. Adventurers, quickly take action to kill this murderer, we must not let it harm the residents of Lakeside Town any further. Without seeing any damage values appear above Sergeant Michaelman's head, he was already in a severely injured state. Then, as he shouted at Wang Chen and the others, the boss unexpectedly turned its target towards Wang Chen and the others under the stone platform. Lost star. Wang Chen. After all this time, it turned out they were right here. A task NPC with over 10,000 health, instantly injured by a plot kill. Seeing the boss charging over, Wang Chen had no choice but to quickly engage the enemy. Magic missile. -1769. The Bonebreaker's movement speed was not fast, and before it could even come down from the stone platform, the missile hit it in the face. The infinite trait was immediately triggered, and Wang Chen cast a fire blast. -3456, -73. The yellow critical hit popped up, and at that moment, the boss had already charged right in front of him. $N% hashtag at? %*%. Damn little bug, Zor will eat you. -742, absorbed. A damage value appeared. Absorbed by the magic shield, and Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, gaining insight into the boss's attacks. Because of the battle soul and resilience passives providing a 20% damage reduction, the Bonebreaker's normal attack damage was around 900 points. If it used skills, it would likely break the magic shield, so it seemed he couldn't just tank it. After all, Lost Star's normal healing amount was only about half of the monster's attack, and she couldn't keep up now. With this in mind, Wang Chen immediately used Blink to create distance. With his current movement speed of over 30 points, the boss couldn't catch up at all. -7023, -145, -3249, -218-3. The tug-of-war began, with Wang Chen leading the Bonebreaker in circles around the stone platform. Every second, he would turn back and accurately launch a fireball at the boss's head. The occasional critical damage and the effect trigger from the Shadow Staff caused the boss's health to drop rapidly. With his mastery of the free mode, Wang Chen was now in complete control of his body. The trajectory control of Infinite Fire Blast was also second nature to him, allowing him to hit the boss's vital points accurately without needing to concentrate. The Bonebreaker Rogzer roared in anger but couldn't land a hit on Wang Chen. Surprisingly, Lost Star was not idle either, following behind and continuously striking the boss's heels with her staff. The single-digit damage that popped up earlier was caused by her, and even though the damage barely broke through the monster's defense, she was still enjoying herself. Watching this operation left Wang Chen dumbfounded, almost causing him to misfire his fire blast. 90%, 85%, 80%. The damage from Infinite Fire Blast combined with 5 layers of burn damage had reached over 4,000 per second. Even though the Bonebreaker Rogzer had over 350,000 health, it couldn't withstand such terrifying damage. The first two nodes at 90% and 80% passed smoothly, with no unusual movements from the boss. However, when the health dropped to 70%, the Bonebreaker suddenly stopped chasing Wang Chen. Hashtag $% and die, little bug. With a roar in red text, the boss crazily smashed its giant axe into the ground. Earthquake. The entire cave space began to tremble, and Wang Chen and the others noticed the ground beneath their feet was shaking. -312, absorb, -312, absorb. At the same time, every second, over 300 damage popped up above the heads of the two. The tremor lasted for 10 seconds, and when the skill ended, Lost Star was already at low health. Her set shield had been consumed, and her own health had dropped by over 1,000. Wang Chen still had not lost any health, but just as the boss was halfway through its skill, he cast another magic shield. The two shields combined barely offset the damage from Earth Tremor. And he still had one shield from the bright light set remaining. Star, stand back a bit, heal yourself, and stop hitting the boss's heels. Wang Chen called out to the little priestess, while his hands continued to cast fireball after fireball at the boss. The little priestess's face flushed red, realizing her actions were inappropriate. After all, as a priest, she should focus on her healing duties. Moreover, with her nearly unbreakable attacks, it seemed like she was trying hard, but in reality, it was of no use. Seeing Lost Star retreat, To a corner of the cave space, Wang Chen furrowed his brows. He didn't know the range of the Bonebreaker's skill. If the area of effect was too wide, Lost Star, without a set shield, would be in danger of dying in the next wave. At that moment, the massive stone platform in the center of the cave space came into view, and an idea instantly flashed in his mind. While continuing to attack the boss, Wang Chen directed Lost Star. He instructed the little priestess to stand at the edge of the slope in the middle of the stone platform and to act on command. The platform was over 3 meters high, and the slope leading up to it was somewhat steep, but players could climb it. As Wang Chen circled back with the Bonebreaker to the slope, he ran up it. The boss did not hesitate and quickly followed. As it passed Lost Star and ran up the stone platform, Wang Chen had already jumped down from above. Blink. In midair, he used Blink, instantly reaching the ground beneath the platform. Looking up, he saw the Bonebreaker still on the platform, retracing its steps to come down the slope. Clearly, in the boss's AI, there was no option to jump down from the platform. Just as Ragozer was about to reach the slope, it unleashed the Earth Tremor skill again. Wang Chen instructed Lost Star to run down the slope, leaving the boss on the platform to continuously release its skills. Although the Bonebreaker was vigorously casting spells up there, no damage popped up on the two standing below the platform. This method really works, Wang Chen said, proudly rubbing his nose, while he and the little priestess showed off. Dao Ge, you're amazing. How did you think of this method? As expected, this operation indeed drew the little priestess's starry-eyed admiration, and she looked at him with a face full of worship. Satisfied with his vanity, Wang Chen continued to attack the boss while explaining his thoughts to Lost Star. The little priestess gradually understood the mechanism, returning to her original position after the Bonebreaker finished casting its skill. 65%, 55%, 45%. Next, the boss continued to run back and forth on the platform, its health dropping rapidly. Like an elevator. When it cast Earth Tremor, if it was on the platform, the two would run below. If it cast the skill below the platform, they would run up to the platform. Back and forth, the poor Bonebreaker Ragozer could only roar in frustration, unable to hit anyone. When its health dropped to 30%, the boss suddenly went berserk. Its massive body turned red, and the axe glowed with a hint of blood. In addition, the Bonebreaker began to use a new skill. Battle Roar. This was a warrior skill that could instill fear in enemy units within a certain range, rendering them immobile. However, when attacked, the frightened units would return to normal. Thus, this skill posed little threat to Wang Chen. Because maintaining the magic shield on him could withstand the boss's attack this time, he could then recover and create distance using Blink. 29%, 19%, 9%. The Bonebreaker's health gradually approached the brink, and Wang Chen and his companion could see the dawn of victory. However, when the boss was left with only 1% health, something strange happened. Its health bar seemed to be locked there, and no matter how they attacked, it wouldn't go down. Damn it, another plot kill? Wang Chen's sudden remark puzzled the Lost Star. She didn't understand what he meant. At that moment, a figure suddenly stood up at one corner of the stone platform. It was the seriously injured Sergeant Michaelman. Even now, the transparent man didn't know why the boss's area skill didn't harm him. Holy light above, evil shall be vanquished. As Wang Chen expected, this quest NPC seemed to be invigorated, charging once again at the Bonebreaker Rogzer. Next, they entered a cutscene, standing on the stone platform like bystanders. They saw the Bonebreaker grab Sergeant Michaelman and lift him into the air. The NPC struggled continuously, then suddenly let out a roar. His whole body radiated holy light, shining down on the Bonebreaker. The boss let out a wail. Its remaining health was instantly depleted, and it fell heavily to the ground. System, gained 28,000 experience points, killing monsters at level 1 grants a 50% experience bonus, party bonus 10%. System, gained 500 world reputation points. Fortunately, unlike Wang Chen's job change quest, the boss didn't escape back to the Divine Realm. This time, the quest boss was truly defeated. The Lost Star, having not changed jobs, only received the world reputation reward. Wang Chen, however, received half the experience, and their combined world reputation was nearing 2,000 points. Looking at the massive corpse of the Bonebreaker emitting glimmers of loot, the two prepared to approach and collect their rewards. At that moment, Sergeant Michaelman crawled up from the ground and ran to a pile of bones at the corner of the stone platform. The NPC knelt beside the bones, crying with his head bowed, muttering something. Poor Liam. I never expected you to leave us like this. The vile Bonebreaker is dead. I will raise little Ellie. Out of curiosity, Wang Chen and his companion approached Sergeant Michaelman and heard this segment. It turned out that the fresh pile of bones they had seen earlier belonged to Liam, who seemed to have been eaten as a snack by the Bonebreaker. Remembering the roasted meat they had seen upon entering the cave made them feel pity for this dismembered soldier. The lost star, hearing that Liam had a 3-year-old daughter, was moved by Sergeant Michaelman's cries. The little priest secretly lowered her head, wiping her eyes with the edge of her robe. After crying for a while, Sergeant Michaelman collected Liam's remains and, to the astonishment of the two, beheaded the bonebreaker. After doing all this, he turned to Wang Chen and his companion. "Warriors, Zor is dead. I will return to Lakeside Town to bring this good news." Saying this, he took out a return scroll and began to cast a spell, disappearing from the cave after 6 seconds. The remaining Wang Chen and his companion exchanged glances, stunned by the NPC's series of actions. The quest log shows I need to return to Lakeside Town to report to Sergeant Michaelman. After a moment, the lost star glanced at the quest changes and told Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded. After all, the little priest hadn't received her quest reward yet. "Star, you go loot the boss's corpse and see if any good equipment drops." Thinking of his bad luck, Wang Chen didn't want to take any more risks. The lost star, now obedient to him, approached the corpse without hesitation. System gained 1 gold and 21 silver coins. At the same time, a mysterious purple light shone, and 2 epic items appeared in the team interface. Rogzer's Might, 2-handed weapon, epic. Durability, 96/100. Equipment requirements, level 12, strength 50, physical class equipment slot, 2-handed attributes, stamina 90, strength 75, physical attack 275, sharpness, increases damage dealt by 10%, cruelty, attacks have a chance to cripple hostile units, reducing their movement speed by 50% for 6 seconds. Description, symbolizes the glory of the caveman. Warrior Stone Jaw Frenzy recipe, epic. Learning requirement, advanced alchemist. Effect, increases strength attribute by 100 points for 30 minutes, first use permanently increases strength attribute by 10 points, after use, there is a chance to go into a frenzy, transforming into Stone Jaw monster form, during which you are uncontrollable, lasting 15 minutes. System, you have obtained Rogzer's Might. System, you have obtained the Stone Jaw Frenzy recipe. Wang Chen had just seen the attributes of the 2 epic items when Lost Star used the captain's allocation to claim both items. It was then that he noticed the captain of this team was the little priest. In the apocalypse world, whether in a party or a raid, the position of captain and leader is crucial, because they can change the distribution rights of the team's loot and have the authority to kick players out at will. For example, if Lost Star had kicked Wang Chen out of the team earlier, he would have missed the chance to allocate these 2 epic items. Unless Wang Chen killed her, the boss's corpse would fall into an unclaimed state, allowing for item drops. "Why did you give them both to me? We should each take one." In response to Wang Chen's inquiry, the little priest answered as if it were obvious. "Of course I gave them all to you, they aren't suitable for my class, and besides, you defeated the boss, so it makes sense for you to have them." "Alright then." Wang Chen nodded, feeling that Lost Star was right. Without him, a little priest who hadn't changed classes would definitely not pass this quest. However, through this incident, Lost Star's character was also affirmed in Wang Chen's eyes. That epic 2-handed axe was more suited for a warrior. However, Wang Chen planned to switch to this big axe when he reached level 12, as Battle Soul allowed him to use warrior weapons. As for the attributes of that potion recipe, it made him drool, but unfortunately, it required an advanced alchemist to learn to craft. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification popped up in his friend list, and upon opening it, he saw a message from Little Stone. "Little Stone, Dao Ge, I found a dungeon in the Twilight Wilderness, and many guilds are coming to check it out." Seeing Little Stone's message stirred Wang Chen's heart. He didn't expect a game dungeon to appear so soon. In the apocalypse world, dungeons are a channel for players to obtain equipment, divided into 5-person dungeons and team dungeons. The difficulty ranges from low to high, generally categorized as normal, hard, nightmare, abyss, hell, and divine punishment. Of course, low-level dungeons won't have so many difficulty levels. In the early stages, the highest might just be hard. Depending on the dungeon's difficulty, the highest quality of equipment players can obtain inside also varies. For example, normal difficulty can yield green excellent quality equipment, hard yields blue fine quality, and so on. Since dungeons are entered in teams, the monsters inside are generally elite level. However, unlike the outdoor elite monsters that have a high probability of dropping equipment, the drop rate for equipment from small elite monsters in dungeons is very low. Only the bosses inside the dungeons have a high probability of dropping corresponding quality equipment. Previously, when Wang Chen was on his class change quest in the Cat God Garden, the drop rate for equipment was quite high. But that was because the Cat God Garden was equivalent to a solo dungeon, a type of dungeon that is rare and akin to a one-time secret realm. After thinking for a moment, he replied to Little Stone. "Dao San Shang, what level can you enter the dungeon? Is it for 5 people?" "Little Stone, I heard it's a level 12 to 15 dungeon, and you can enter once you reach level 12. Dao San Shang, it's still early, I estimate there aren't many at level 11 yet. Let's hurry up and level up. Little Stone, okay, Dao Gu, if you want to level up in the Twilight Wilderness, there are plenty of leveling spots here, and there are also many quests to take. Dao San Shang, I'm helping Lost Star with the job change quest, I'll contact you later when I head over. After chatting with Little Stone, Wang Chen discovered that the corpse of the Bonebreaker had respawned due to being picked up. Then let's head back to Lakeside Town. He called out to Lost Star, and the two retraced their steps out of the Bonebreaker's lair. On the way, they encountered a few waves of respawned small monsters, which the two easily dealt with. Half an hour later, Lakeside Town. Upon returning to the town, Wang Chen and his companion immediately noticed something different. Most NPCs had smiles on their faces, as if something joyful had happened. When they followed Lost Star's quest guidance to find Sergeant Michaelman, they discovered the reason. In the square in front of the town's governing hall, the massive head of the Bonebreaker Rogzer was hanging. Below, many NPC residents of Lakeside Town were pointing and chatting, all with smiles on their faces. In the center of the square, Sergeant Michaelman was conversing with another NPC. As Wang Chen and his companion approached, they realized the other person was the town's governor. Warriors, Lakeside Town welcomes your return and thanks you for your contributions to the town's safety. Sergeant Michaelman saluted Lost Star while expressing his gratitude. System. Quest completed, gained 18,000 experience. System, Silver Vanguard faction reputation unlocked, gained 200 Silver Vanguard reputation. At that moment, the system notification came. At just the right time, and there were many experience points from the Epic Quest stage rewards. Adding to the experience from previously defeating the Bonebreaker, Wang Chen was not far from reaching level 12. As a helper for this quest, he had already received his rewards, and Lost Star's job change quest was naturally completed as well. Sure enough, after the two returned the salute, Sergeant Michaelman took out an item and handed it to the little priest. This is the relic of the Silver Vanguard's priest Savannah. Today it finally finds its new owner. It was a badge shining with silver light, looking sacred and noble. Lost Star joyfully accepted the silver badge, realizing that she had completed the second stage of her job change quest. Next, she only needed to return to the cathedral in Greenfield City to find Bishop Jennifer to change to the epic class, Light Priest. With the job change quest settled, it just so happened that Wang Chen also needed to return to Greenfield City, so the two set off together. Lakeside Town was not large, and from the time they returned until now, they had not encountered any members of the Hyena Warband. It was unclear whether it was because they realized Wang Chen was not to be trifled with and changed to another map to level up. After all, this was no longer a novice village. Death not only risked possible equipment loss but also added an experience penalty. Dying once would drop a level, and dying multiple times would make it impossible to defeat even small monsters. Since the moment they left the novice village, they could not return even if they dropped below level 10. Wang Chen led Lost Star back to Greenfield City, and then the two parted ways. The little priest went to the cathedral for her job change, while he went to take care of some other matters. Just counting, there were now 3 things he needed to do. The first thing was to establish a mercenary group. This would not only allow him to bring in a few team members but also open a teen warehouse. Thinking of this, Wang Chen immediately went to find the mercenary guild in Greenfield City. Such official institutions are easy to find, and asking the guards of Greenfield City would also yield answers. Before long, not far from the job change hall, Wang Chen found his target. He could see many players coming in and out of the mercenary guild's entrance, not knowing if they were players coming to establish mercenary groups. However, it was understandable, the guild tokens were too rare. So far, there had been no more than 5 guilds established in the entire Apocalypse world. The first created guild is called Nanshan, which is the same force that purchased the guild token from Wang Chen. During the day, he received news from the forum that this Nanshan guild is located in Orlan City, and the president is named Nanshan Jidian. Last night, after Wang Chen logged off, there was a server-wide announcement about the establishment of the first guild, which directly rewarded the guild with a level increase. After that, Nanshan Jidian used this opportunity to promote on the forum, expanding their visibility and attracting many skilled players to join. I wonder which cities the other 4 guilds are in, and if any are in Greenfield City? With this thought, Wang Chen walked into the mercenary guild hall. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally his turn. He paid a fee of 10 gold coins, and the NPC girl in charge of registration asked for the name of the mercenary group. Infinite Battle Group. He reported this name he had thought of long ago, glancing at his skill bar with its 2 talent skills. Everything that changed in the Deep Blue world came from that unknown light curtain, and the skills he currently had all started with Infinite. Since that was the case, he might as well name the mercenary group Infinite. If he were to establish a guild in the future, it would be called Infinite Dynasty. Infinite means no limits, which also reflects Wang Chen's expectations for his future development. The mercenary group registration is complete. Here are 10 mercenary badges, you can use them to accept bounty tasks in the mercenary hall. The NPC girl named Dora handed over 10 badges, which were exquisitely designed in the shape of golden swords. The mercenary group can have a maximum of 40 members. These badges are complimentary. If you need more later, you can go to the alchemy room in the hall to make them. Wang Chen accepted them as instructed and discovered that these badges could actually be equipped. Mercenary badge, special, binds upon equipping. Durability, none. Equipment requirement, mercenary group. Member. Equipment slot, fixed on clothing, does not occupy equipment slots. Attributes, 1% critical hit chance. Description, aiming for the sharp edge, the mercenary creed. Not bad, I didn't expect there would be this benefit to establishing a mercenary group. The 10 gold coins were well spent. Wang Chen murmured to himself, putting one badge on his robe. After establishing the mercenary group, Wang Chen strolled out of the mercenary hall. He didn't go to the alchemy room to make more badges, 10 was enough for now. He sent mercenary group invitations to Little Stone, Lost Star, and Iron Mountain, then headed towards the bank in Greenfield City. The bank in the Apocalypse world serves as a warehouse, where both personal and team warehouses can be opened. Even those guilds, if they haven't obtained a guild residence, will have their guild warehouses temporarily placed in the Greenfield City bank. Wang Chen planned to first store the items in his backpack in the warehouse and conveniently open the team warehouse in the future, when he participated in team activities. With Little Stone and the others, any useless equipment obtained could be placed in the team warehouse. The Greenfield City Bank is located near the teleportation square, making it an excellent spot. As a key banking location, its defenses are also very tight. This is evident from the 2 level 100 elite guards at the entrance, since they are not hostile units. Wang Chen could see their levels. Upon entering the bank, there were not many players inside. Wang Chen walked straight to the window to find the NPC, then opened his personal warehouse. The system-given personal warehouse only has 100 item slots, any additional slots would require payment. As a wealthy person with a large sum of money, he naturally didn't care about this small expense. Spending less than 10 gold coins, he expanded his personal warehouse to 2,000 slots, which was sufficient for now. Wang Chen placed all the equipment he had on him into the warehouse, including that half-bright set. He already had plans for the fate of these items in his mind. After doing this, he opened the team warehouse before leaving the bank. Now, Wang Chen needed to do the second thing, which was to identify that special equipment, the Invul Mask. At this moment, the system sent a notification that Xiao Shi 2 and the Lost Star, along with others, had accepted the invitation to join the Infinite Mercenary Corps. The team chat channel immediately displayed Xiao Shi's message, overflowing with joy. Xiao Shi 2, our team is finally officially formed, the Infinite Battle Corps, what a powerful name. Xiao Shi 2, Daogo, what are the standards for recruiting in our mercenary corps? Can I bring people in? Lost Star, I just wanted to ask that too. My best friend said she wants to come to Green Wilderness City to play with me. Dao San Shang, there aren't any special standards, just try to recruit some skilled and elite players. Friends you know are fine too, but I need to assess them before bringing them in. Dao San Shang, I will put some team benefits in the team warehouse later, like equipment and potions. Dao San Shang, let's all work hard together to make the name of the Infinite Battle Corps resonate throughout the Apocalypse world. He painted a big picture for the 2 team members and then looked forward to the future. In his past life as a corporate controller, he treated these matters lightly. Tai Shan Kao, who are you? What Infinite Battle Corps? Seeing the feedback on this mercenary corps invitation, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. Dao San Shang, guess who I am? Tai Shan Kao, guess your leg. Tell me who you are, I'm going to crush your eggs. Seeing the latest reply, Wang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This silly guy didn't expect him to have such a violent side. Indeed, the player named Tai Shan Kao was Wang Chen's good buddy, Li Taiju. During their previous chat, Li Taiju told him his nickname in the game, but Wang Chen still didn't know what he was called. Dao San Shang, oh, you Li Taiju, wanna compare with your Daogo, huh? If it were the original Wang Chen, he definitely wouldn't dare to say that. But the real Wang Chen had become frighteningly strong, he couldn't even describe how powerful he was at the moment. Anyway, if he were to compare with Su Jiqiu again, he estimated he could take him down in one move. System, Tai Shan Kao accepted the invitation and joined the Infinite Battle Corps. Tai Shan Kao, Daogu, don't mind me, I'm in. Add me as a friend, but I got a prompt saying the other party's settings don't allow strangers to add friends. Xiao Shi 2, Tai Shan Kao? That name sounds fierce. Daogu, who is this guy? Dao San Shang, this is my childhood friend, we're all teammates from now on. Dao San Shang, everyone, hurry up and level up. Chow. Sure 2 said there's a dungeon in Twilight Wilderness, and when everyone reaches level 12, we'll go explore it together. Tai Shan Kao, Daoge, I'm about to leave the novice village. You have to help me level up, I'm a warrior, and it's too slow. Dao San Shang, contact Xiao Shi 2 and take Lost Star with you. You guys do some quests and grind monsters to level up. First, I'll come find you when I'm done. Closing the chat channel, Wang Chen began searching for a place to identify equipment. Unfortunately, after asking many patrolling guards, he still didn't get an answer. They hadn't heard of any equipment needing identification. In desperation, Wang Chen thought of Audrey in the job transfer hall. As a career mentor, she should be knowledgeable about where to identify equipment. A quarter of an hour later, in the job transfer hall. You want to identify equipment? Generally, equipment that needs identification has a long history and requires a master with archaeological expertise to identify. Audrey exclaimed before explaining to Wang Chen why identification was necessary. Archaeological expertise? Is that a specialized skill? Wang Chen recalled some introductions he had seen on the forum and immediately asked. After players transfer jobs, they can find specialized trainers to pay and learn different professions. Each player can learn 2 professions, and once learned, they cannot be changed. For example, the potion formulas require learning the alchemy profession to craft. Besides that, there are various other professions like engineering, mining, gathering, tailoring, and so on, which permeate every aspect of the players' lives. Don't think these professions have limited uses, on the contrary, each of these professions is very useful. It can be said that in the apocalypse world, mastering a profession will make any guild or faction eager to recruit you. Upon hearing Wang Chen's inquiry, Audrey nodded as expected and provided him with the coordinates of an archaeological master. Wang Chen expressed his gratitude to Audrey and complimented her beauty. After receiving a prompt indicating an increase in favorability, Wang Chen turned and left the job transfer hall. Following the coordinates, he made his way to the outskirts of Greenfield City. Finally, near a small river not far from the city wall, Wang Chen found the archaeological master. There, he saw a stout dwarf NPC with yellow-brown skin and a long beard leisurely fishing under a large tree. Respected Master Weber, I need your help. Taking advantage of the dwarf named Snit Weber changing his bait, Wang Chen stepped forward to voice his request. Ha! A human mage, how did you find me? The dwarf seemed to just notice. Wang Chen glanced back at him and then continued casting his fishing rod. It was Audrey from Greenfield City who told me that there is a respected archaeological master here, and only you can appraise my equipment. Unsure of the dwarf's temperament, Wang Chen figured that flattery couldn't hurt. Not bad, a polite human. Well, today I'm in a good mood. And since it's for little Audrey's sake, I'll help you appraise it for free this time. The dwarf kept his eyes on the bobber without turning around, but he agreed to help. Hearing this, Wang Chen quickly took out the invisible mask, quietly waiting for the dwarf to finish his cast before helping him appraise the equipment. Splash! The bobber sank, and the dwarf pulled up a box instead of a fish. Damn it, why can't I catch my delicious silver-scaled base? Grumbling, the dwarf opened the box and stowed its contents into his backpack. Wang Chen, with keen eyes, noticed that it was actually a piece of equipment. Master Weber, why do you catch equipment while fishing instead of fish? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked this question. As if hitting upon the dwarf's interest, he threw back his head and laughed heartily. That's nothing. The legendary fishing nymph, Matsard, once caught a demigod. Sea beast. After seeing Wang Chen still looking confused, he carefully explained. It turned out that while fishing is considered a life skill, it is also quite profound. The highest achiever in fishing on the continent, Matsard, has become a legend, attracting many fishing enthusiasts. Fishing can yield various types of fish, as well as items and equipment. And even rare mounts. Of course, if luck runs out, catching monsters isn't unusual either. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen prepared to turn back and consider learning 2 professions. Ultimately planning to learn a few life skills like fishing, which he found very interesting. It really is a fascinating skill, I must go learn it when I return to Greenfield City. Like chatting with a friend, Wang Chen shared his thoughts with the dwarf. Unexpectedly, his sincere expression resonated with the dwarf, who stroked his thick beard with his short, stout right hand and said, very well, it's rare to meet a human who is also interested in fishing. You don't need to go back to learn, I can teach you. System Fishing Master. Snit Weber is offering to teach you the fishing skill. Do you accept? Such a good opportunity? Wang Chen was surprised and immediately clicked accept. System, you have learned the fishing skill. Since it was taught by the fishing master himself, your fishing level increases by 1, and your current fishing skill level is intermediate. Thank you, generous master. Weber, your heart is as vast as the earth. Expressing his gratitude to the dwarf, Wang Chen handed over the invul mask he had in hand, not forgetting his original purpose. Snit. Weber enjoyed the compliments from this little mage and happily accepted the mask. As he rubbed the invul mask in his hands, his expression gradually became serious. This is? Impossible. The dwarf seemed a bit uncertain. Then Wang Chen watched as he took out some strange tools and carefully fiddled with the mask. As some things on the mask were peeled away, its original colors gradually emerged. This was a mask as thin as a cicada's wing, the material unknown, looking mysterious and elegant. It really is it, the mask of the greatest assassin in history, Invul. Incredible. The dwarf murmured to himself while examining the mask. The greatest assassin, is this Invul still alive? Wang Chen asked, noticing the dwarf's impressive tone. I don't know, no one knows if this legendary assassin is still alive, because no one can be sure that the one who died was him. Snit Weber shook his head, explaining the mask's origins with a tone of nostalgia. This assassin's full name was Invul Segudro, born into an assassin family in the Dark Faction's Orc Empire. This mask was originally a heirloom of the Segudro family, which ultimately resonated throughout the world because of Invul. Although Invul was born into the Dark Faction, he valued loyalty and believed that the weak should also be protected. This ideology was rejected by the Segudro family, ultimately leading to Invul's defection from the Dark Faction. However, he did not choose sides in the war between the Light and Dark factions. Instead, he created an assassin organization called Blood Dagger. Later, when the Void race invaded the continent, Invul led the members of Blood Dagger on the battlefield. Ultimately, he successfully assassinated Enzoth Saradas, the demon lord who orchestrated the invasion, relying on his unique abilities. It is worth noting that the demon lord was a mythic-level monster, with power reaching that of a low-level deity. Although killing the demon lord saved countless lives, Invul was also struck by the curse of the demon lord before his death. To resist the demonic addiction caused by the curse and prevent himself from falling into a demon, he left the Blood Dagger organization independently. To this day, no one knows where this legendary assassin who left his mark on the continent is. Even though Blood Dagger frantically searches for their leader, there has been no result. I never expected to have the fortune of seeing this item today. This is the family treasure of the Segudro family. After introducing the origins of the mask, the dwarf handed it to Wang Chen. Human mage, although I don't know where you obtain this mask, possessing it means you must also bear the corresponding risks. At this point, Snit Weber's expression carried a note of warning. If one day you enter the territory of the Dark Faction, you may face the pursuit of the Segudro family. Wang Chen, with a serious expression, took the mask and replied, as a member of the Light Faction, the threat of the Dark Faction is nothing, I will fight them to the end. Upon hearing this, the dwarf archaeological master appeared very pleased, clearly finding Wang Chen's principled response to his liking. System, due to your righteous answer and firm stance, Snit Weber has a very good impression of you, reaching the conditions to unlock favorability, current favorability 20. Wang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. He discovered that this method of putting himself in the NPC's perspective was incredibly effective. However, this also reflected the realism of the apocalypse world, where NPCs would exhibit different behaviors based on their preferences, almost indistinguishable from real people. After bidding farewell to Snit Weber, Wang Chen walked along the road back to Greenfield City. The mask appeared in his hands, its identified attributes laid bare. Invul's mask, special, drops upon death. Durability, none equipment requirement, none equipment slot, face. Does not occupy equipment slots, assassination, when out of combat for 2 minutes, your next damaging attack will definitely be a critical hit. Conceal, reduces presence, lowering your threat level. Facade, allows you to assume another identity, including but not limited to race, nickname, or even gender. No basic attributes were added, only 3 special effects. But each effect was quite impressive. Especially the first effect, assassination, which was simply a perfect match for Wang Chen's infinite flame explosion. As long as he casually performed a basic attack, he could trigger the infinite characteristic and then start the infinite flame explosion. The second effect, which reduced threat value, seemed to have little impact. It was unclear if it had other functions. As for the last effect, the mask effect, it was powerful, allowing Wang Chen to completely transform into another player, which was very suitable for the warrior class. For example, Wang Chen could change his nickname and become a Dark Faction undead player, then only use warrior skills. It seemed that as long as he didn't deliberately expose himself, no one would recognize an undead warrior as a master of the Light Faction. Just as Wang Chen was imagining the uses of the Invul mask, a sudden cold wind blew from behind his head. He felt a heaviness in his head and then fell into a state of dizziness. System, affected by the player Rabbit Shelling skill, stun, and fell into dizziness. What the hell? Sneak attack me. This thought flashed through Wang Chen's mind, but he wasn't panicking at all. Although he had let his guard down and the magic shield wasn't activated, he felt no sense of imminent death. Not to mention the 2,000 points of shield from the Mingguang set, even with over 6,000 health points, at this stage. No rogue could instantly deplete it. Since he wasn't bound or stunned, Blink couldn't be activated, so he could only watch the opponent's next move. Wang Chen checked the duration of the dizziness effect, and it lasted quite a while. He understood that this stun was equivalent to malicious transformation, a skill that restricted the opponent's actions, but would be dispelled upon taking D. As a dedicated rogue player, even without obtaining a hidden class, she wouldn't think twice about a fragile mage. Just as Tu Xiaoling stood behind Wang Chen, ready to unleash a fierce attack, she noticed her opponent suddenly blinked away, creating distance between them. You have, blink? So what? I'm determined to make you drop that mask today. A cold smile flashed across her lips as Tu Xiaoling retreated, stepping out of Wang Chen's attack range. A few seconds later, her figure vanished from his sight. Seeing Tu Xiaoling once again enter stealth, Wang Chen knew she would soon launch another attack. If she controlled him again, he wouldn't have blink to rely on. But you can stealth, and I can go invisible. Who's afraid of whom? Wang Chen thought to himself, already activating infinite invisibility. 3 seconds later, Tu Xiaoling was still waiting around Wang Chen for the perfect moment to strike when she suddenly noticed his figure had bizarrely disappeared. Logged off? Tu Xiaoling stood frozen, looking somewhat dazed. Normally, if someone was still in combat, they couldn't log off that quickly. If it was a disconnection, the player's character would remain in place and not vanish. At that moment, Wang Chen had entered an invisible state, the effect of infinite invisibility activated, and the petite Tu Xiaoling appeared before him. At this moment, the little lowly, who had ominous signs, was still in stealth, her sinking form causing her perky rear to stick out slightly. With a mischievous smile, Wang Chen quietly raised his shadow staff. A sudden roar rang in Tu Xiaoling's ear, nearly making her jump. At the same time, she felt an attack on her backside, the immense force causing her to lurch forward. Minus 1,723. A massive damage number popped up above Tu Xiaoling's head, her health bar emptied as she collapsed to the ground. Confusion filled her delicate little face, unable to comprehend how this sudden change had occurred. Next to Tu Xiaoling's fallen body, Wang Chen's figure materialized. He saw a dagger drop to the ground, his eyes lighting up as he stepped forward to pick it up. Not even fully grown, yet trying to rob others. Well, how's that working out for you? A failed chicken theft. Wang Chen chuckled, giving Tu Xiaoling's corpse a kick. He noticed her body was still there, indicating she hadn't released her soul to respawn yet. Holding the exquisite dagger that shimmered with blue light, he deliberately performed a few tricks with it nearby. Oh, this dagger has good attributes, I can sell it for a nice price later. Wang Chen examined the dagger's attributes, exaggerating his expression as he spoke. Kinula Priest Dagger, Weapon, Fine, Durability, 86 out of 100 Equipment Requirement, Level 10, Physical Class Equipment Slot, Main Hand Attributes, Stamina 34, Agility 25, Physical Attack 94 Cold Blood, Critical Hit Chance increased by 3%. Description: this dagger is still dripping blood, although there was an element of deliberate exaggeration in his performance. The dagger's attributes were indeed impressive, especially the 3% increase in critical hit chance, which was a relatively rare effect. Just as Wang Chen was showing off the dagger, a white light flashed over Tu Xiaoling's corpse, and it vanished from sight. She had respawned, unable to withstand the mockery of the mage before her. Satisfied, Wang Chen stowed the dagger in his backpack and then donned the Invar mask on his face. It felt like a thin layer of skin had been applied to his face, a cool sensation passing over him, making the mask completely unnoticeable. However, to others, his original appearance was entirely concealed. He also noticed an additional option on his character panel, allowing him to set a nickname, race, character appearance, and more. After setting it up, he could switch to completely transform into another player's identity. Wang Chen understood this was the mask's masquerade effect, and he could take the opportunity to roam around the dark faction later. After a while, he returned to Greenfield City once again. Just as he had walked through the city gate, a familiar figure blocked his path. Give me back my dagger. Tu Xiaoling, dressed in a set of green leather armor, had only one of the two daggers that were originally at her waist. She bit her rosy lower lip and glared fiercely at Wang Chen. Although she tried hard to make a fierce expression, it was utterly unthreatening against her petite frame. She resembled a cute little tiger cub, which was somewhat amusing. Why should I return my spoils to you? Besides, you were the one who ambushed me first. Wang Chen looked at Tu Xiaoling in surprise, unable to understand why she seemed so justified. Fine, I admit I was wrong. But come on, you're a big man, why are you quarreling with a little girl like me? Tu Xiaoling huffed as she stepped in front of Wang Chen, tilting her head up to glare at him. Wang Chen lowered his head slightly, revealing a delicate little face that had turned red from anger. Following her creamy complexion down, he realized he couldn't even see her toes. Seemingly sensing Wang Chen's aggressive gaze, Tu Xiaoling took 2 steps back and continued to threaten him. Besides, I'm a professional expert. You can ask around, those who have crossed me, Tu Xiaoling, have all faced dire consequences. Don't expect to level up peacefully from now on. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen shrugged and walked past Tu Xiaoling. Oh, looks like you're quite a character. Then it seems we can't coexist. I'm curious to see what will happen. After dropping this line, he quickly left. Watching the mage's unyielding back, Tu Xiaoling stomped her feet in frustration. After a moment's thought, she chased after his fading figure. A little over 10 minutes later, outside the residence of the governor of Greenfield City. I say, little girl, you've been following me for half a day. Isn't that enough? Wang Chen was somewhat speechless, even a bit impressed by Tu Xiaoling's persistence. For the past 10 minutes, no matter where he went, this lowly-faced thief followed him. Even when he used stealth to leave, she quickly found him again, as if she were very familiar with all the streets of Greenfield City. Realizing that threats were ineffective, Tu Xiaoling's tone turned somewhat pleading. I know you're the famous Dao San Shang from the Apocalypse world. You've killed me once, can't you just let it go? Wang Chen shrugged in response, somewhat speechless. It's just a level 10 blue item, is it really that important? Besides, isn't it normal to lose equipment in PK in the game? Didn't you want to loot my gear too? But I didn't manage to loot your gear. And you hit me there. At this, Tu Xiaoling's face turned slightly red. This little girl had seen Wang Chen's nickname in the battle log and knew that her target was a tough nut to crack. So she changed her approach, trying to use her feminine charm to gain understanding. As a rather attractive college student, she usually found that in reality, men rarely quarreled with her when she acted like this. Unfortunately for her, Wang Chen was not swayed, watching Tu Xiaoling's feigned demeanor with indifference. Seeing the teasing look in his eyes, Tu Xiaoling realized her plan had failed and her expression returned to normal. Alright then. Just name a price, and I'll buy back the dagger. If you had said that earlier, it would have been fine. I won't ask for much, just 10 gold coins. Wang Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, Tu Xiaoling fell silent. She couldn't come up with that amount. However, Wang Chen's price wasn't exorbitant, in fact, it was even lower than the market price. Thinking about the blue equipment she had worked so hard to obtain, which had barely warmed up before being lost due to a moment of impulse, she felt even more frustrated. Not only that, but her level had also dropped by 1. Ultimately, it all came down to her own choices. She couldn't blame anyone else. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and suddenly, she was overwhelmed with sadness and began to cry, attracting the attention of surrounding players. Wang Chen, looking at the players pointing and whispering around him, he felt as if it were all his fault. Forget it, it's just a level 10 blue item that I can't even use. But I can't just return it for free, there have to be conditions. Thinking of the little stone and others who were still leveling in the Twilight wilderness, a vague idea began to form in his mind. After making up his mind, Wang Chen took out the dagger. If you want this equipment back, that's fine, but you should know its value. I can't just give it back for free. The Nura priest's dagger spun in Wang Chen's hand, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, lively and changeable. Rabbit Xiaoling looked a bit dazed. Although she was a professional thief player, it seemed she wasn't as skilled with a dagger as this mage. When she heard Wang Chen say he could return the dagger, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Are you really willing to give it back to me? Tell me, what are your conditions? There was a hint of surprise in her tone. In fact, Rabbit Xiaoling knew she was in the wrong. It was her who had been greedy, and sure, here's the English translation of the provided text. In the Greenwood City Governor's Mansion. After getting her equipment back, Tu Xiaoling was checking the attributes of a badge when she looked up and saw Wang Chen about to leave. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Hey! I'm not hey! You can call me guild leader now." Wang Chen tossed this remark over his shoulder, his figure quickly disappearing into the entrance of the governor's mansion. So arrogant, guild leader, huh? Just wait until I get strong, I'll beat your head into a pulp. Tu Xiaoling muttered to herself, her mood significantly improved now that she had her dagger back. As for helping the rest of the team level up, she'd have to do it due to the contract, but she'd first need to assess her teammates' strength. Tu Xiaoling was a professional player, and she certainly didn't want her teammates to be noobs. If Wang Chen had heard Tu Xiaoling's grumbling, he would surely have retorted, "Let's see who beats whose head into a pulp." If that situation ever arose, he'd definitely make the big-chested loli swell up. Having temporarily brought Tu Xiaoling into the team for work, Wang Chen was in a good mood. Firstly, Tu Xiaoling's skill was indeed impressive. Her combat awareness and technique during her sneak attack on Wang Chen were above average. although she was easily defeated by Wang Chen. That was only because she ran into a bug player. Secondly, such a lowly with a huge bust was rare, and even just having her in the team for eye candy was a bonus. It might even increase combat power. As for whether this second point was the main reason, only he himself knew. Adventurer, this is private property. Entry without permission is forbidden. With various jumbled thoughts, Wang Chen had already entered the governor's mansion of Greenwood City. However, he had barely walked 2 steps before being stopped by an NPC dressed as a butler. Wang Chen was here for a purpose, to activate the reward given by the Novice village chief, the Moro family land deed. The reason he chose Greenwood City, a secondary main city, was precisely because of this land deed. During the half-hour Tu Xiaoling was following him, Wang Chen had asked many NPCs. He finally learned from a guard captain that he needed to find Greenwood City's governor, Andaman Cuman, to activate the land deed before he could officially own a property in Greenwood City. Later, at the governor's hall, it happened that Andaman was not there. The prosecutor told Wang Chen that the governor was resting at home and directed him to the governor's mansion. Hello, Mr. Butler, I need to find Mr. Andaman. I have a land deed that requires his assistance to activate. Better to provoke the king of hell than a lesser devil. Wang Chen had a favor to ask, so he maintained a good attitude towards the governor's butler. No, it is the governor's rest time now. Any matters must wait until the Lord awakens. Who would have thought that the more Wang Chen wanted to finish things quickly, the less they went his way? Looking at the stern, unsmiling butler, Carter, Wang Chen knew this would be difficult. This was clearly a rigid, principled old man, and bribery probably wouldn't work. He lowered his head and thought, pondering a solution. Wang Chen didn't want to make a wasted trip, otherwise, all that time would be for nothing. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. He opened his character panel and equipped the title of Baron of the Storm Empire. Ah, it's the esteemed Baron. Please forgive Carter's discourtesy. When he saw the Baron title displayed above Wang Chen's head, the butler's attitude suddenly did a 180-degree turn. He bowed slightly and gestured Wang Chen deeper into the mansion. Baron, please follow me. I will inform the governor immediately. Wang Chen nodded, surprised that the Baron title was indeed effective. It seemed he should find an opportunity to properly thank Krolia for granting him the status to communicate with many NPCs. Thinking of the voluptuous and alluring beauty, he once again firmly made up his mind. Yes, a proper thank you. No matter what method it takes. A few minutes later, in the reception hall of the mansion. Dao Sansheng, a baron newly infeffed by Prince Krolia? I heard the prince thinks highly of you. I didn't expect to meet you in my humble abode. The governor of Greenfield City, Andaman, was a stern-looking, middle-aged man with brown hair, and his elegant and imposing governor's attire signified his distinguished status. As the governor of a secondary main city, he was one of the rulers of Greenfield City. Together with the cathedral bishop Jennifer, Andaman was one of the 2 highest-ranking individuals in Greenfield City, possessing immense power. Honorable Governor, Dao Sansheng sends his regards. Wang Chen bowed respectfully, and then explained his purpose. The Moriero family? What a respectable family indeed! Andaman exclaimed, then reached out to take the land deed that Wang Chen handed over. After examining it closely, and seemingly using some kind of spell to detect it, he finally confirmed its authenticity and looked up at Wang Chen. This is indeed the land deed of the Moriero family. Baron, please follow me. With that, he led the way out of the reception hall towards another room. Wang Chen followed the governor into a study-like space, where a large, specially made map was laid out on the central table. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a detailed layout of Greenfield City, with every street and building clearly marked. Many areas on the map glowed, while others appeared dim. What is this? Wang Chen had his suspicions but still wanted to hear the answer from Andaman. Indeed, this is the current distribution of properties and shops available for sale in Greenfield City. Governor Andaman, like the butler Carter, was serious and unsmiling as he pointed to the map while explaining to Wang Chen. The glowing areas are owned or not for sale, while the dim areas are currently vacant or rented out. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen understood and pointed to the land deed on the table. So, does my land deed belong to one of the glowing areas on this map? After saying this, his gaze swept across the map, trying to locate his territory. Of course not, the area represented by this deed is here. Andaman picked up the Moriero family's deed and held it close to the map, and then, as if triggered by something, a sizable glowing area lit up. The Moriero family has been missing for too long, so the glowing magic representing their shop on this map has expired and needs to be reactivated. While explaining to Wang Chen, he handed back the activated deed. Congratulations, Baron, you are now officially the owner of this shop, with the authority to renovate and upgrade it. Wang Chen approached the map to examine the newly illuminated glow, discovering that the location was between the teleportation square and the bank, an excellent spot. He figured that no matter what type of shop he opened there, he would not lack customers. Earning a fortune daily seemed no longer a dream. Thank you for your help, Governor. Are these other unowned properties and shops for sale? Wang Chen expressed his gratitude and casually asked. Of course, if you, Baron, have enough gold coins, you are allowed to purchase them, but other adventurers do not qualify at this time. The governor answered naturally and explained further. It turned out that ordinary adventurers only had the right to rent properties in shops, only those with a certain status were permitted to buy and sell freely. This status could be a title like Wang Chen's or a military rank. Alternatively, achieving a certain level of world reputation and obtaining a corresponding title would also suffice. Upon hearing this, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Wang Chen's mind. It was as if a lightning bolt had crossed through, making him shiver instantly. Real estate, hoarding and speculation. These two terms appeared in Wang Chen's mind, and he thought of the vast amount of gold coins in his backpack. In his previous life, as a self-made pharmaceutical tycoon, the Dao Sanshang Pharmaceutical Group also owned commercial real estate. Wang Chen had a deep understanding of the exorbitant profits in real estate. Now, having arrived in the deep blue world, he found himself without opportunities in reality. In the second world of the Federation, Wang Chen now has the possibility of getting a share of the pie. There is a reason for Wang Chen's thoughts, as Andaman just made it very clear. Only those with a certain status are allowed to freely buy and sell properties in shops, others can only rent. At this stage, it is estimated that all the players from various factions are merely renting, as the status mentioned here is not easily obtained. Wang Chen's title is still just the lowest rank of Baron, but it is one he has worked hard to achieve. If it weren't for the legendary class transfer quest and his perfect performance that won the favor of the princess, it would have been difficult to obtain this Baron title. As for world reputation, Wang Chen believes that his current score of nearly 2,000 points is the highest without a doubt. However, so far, he has not activated any titles, so this path is not feasible for others. With this in mind, Wang Chen calmly inquired again. So, esteemed governor, what is the approximate price of these unowned properties and shops? If possible, I would like to buy a few. If the prices of these properties and shops are too high, then Wang Chen wouldn't be able to buy much. However, even so, once other players realize the value of these properties and shops, he would still make a fortune. Just imagine how many players there are in. Who wouldn't want a place of their own in the main city? Andaman was somewhat surprised by Wang Chen's inquiry. Although this adventurer is a baron, he didn't think he would have much gold. In his impression, these adventurers sent by the main gods are all quite poor, constantly looking for tasks posted by city residents to earn some meager rewards. The governor did not expect that these adventurers could directly exchange currency from another world for gold. As for doing tasks, it was more about gaining reputation and experience. Baron, do you really want to buy? Alright, let me give you a brief introduction. Andaman pointed to a spot on the map, which was the area just lit up, representing the property of the Morello family. For example, this area now belongs to you, Baron. It is worth 36 gold coins because it is a shop and has a good location with a relatively large area. Then he pointed to some other dimmer sections, large and small. These are smaller shops or properties in more remote locations, worth between 5 to 30 gold coins. After the introduction, Andaman looked at Wang Chen. Although he didn't speak, the meaning in his eyes was clear. Do you have gold? At this point, Wang Chen naturally couldn't let the governor look down on him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he pointed to a dim section on the map. It was a location near the South City Gate, as there was a leveling map for levels 10 to 25 in that direction, so many players would pass by there. Do you want to buy a shop in this location? Baron, your eye is good, being close to the City Gate is a great place for business, worth 13 gold coins. Andaman's eyes lit up, not expecting that this Baron actually had gold to purchase. At this moment, he saw Wang Chen point to another location and nodded. This location is also good, close to the class transfer hall, worth 18 gold coins. Before he finished speaking, Andaman saw Wang Chen's finger change to another spot. This one is also fine, near the Greenfield City Cathedral, worth 15 gold coins. This place is large, but it's in a remote location, only 9 gold coins. That section is next to the Mercenary Hall, also large, worth 24 gold coins. Seeing Wang Chen's finger about to change places again, Andaman quickly stopped him. Alright, my Baron, where exactly do you want to buy? My time is very precious. The governor was somewhat angry, feeling that this adventurer was toying with him. Wang Chen smiled slightly and slowly uttered 3 words. I want them all. What? You want them all? Do you really possess that much wealth, Baron? Deceiving a governor of a secondary main city could have serious consequences. Andaman felt offended. As a governor, he couldn't produce that many gold coins. However, he soon widened his eyes, his serious face filled with shock. His blue pupils sparkled. With golden light as a pile of gold coins appeared before him. Wang Qin was pleased with the expression of this important figure. Indeed, the power of money was intoxicating. He casually took out a few hundred gold coins to demonstrate his strength, dispelling the governor's doubts. Next, Wang Chen began to select commercial properties extensively, choosing a total of 21 locations. Among them, 16 were shops in prime locations. As for the few properties, although their locations weren't great, they were spacious enough to serve as a base for the mercenary group. Having such a base would greatly enhance the pride and sense of belonging among the members. All of this cost Wang Chen no more than 500 gold coins, and he still had over 8,000 gold coins left. After Andaman collected the gold coins, he took out a thick stack of land deeds and handed them to Wang Chen. Wealthy Baron, these are the land deeds for those commercial properties. Congratulations on acquiring them. After saying this, he looked at Wang Chen with a hint of pity. But I must tell you one thing, although those shops are in good locations, the foot traffic is not high, and it will take a long time to recoup your costs. Wang Chen carefully accepted the land deeds, planning to rush to the bank to deposit them. Keeping them on him was unsafe. He acted as if he didn't see the governor's pity. How could the governor of Greenfield City know that the value of these commercial properties would soon multiply tenfold or even 100-fold? As more and more players flooded into the apocalypse world and leveled up to 10, eventually, all 36 secondary main cities of the Human Storm Empire would be overcrowded, making it difficult to find a shop. Right now, Wang Chen didn't have the qualifications to purchase shops in the main cities of other races. Moreover, the teleportation arrays between different races were not open, let alone anything else. However, as a human noble, he certainly couldn't miss the shops in these 36 secondary main cities of the Storm Empire. After bidding farewell to Governor Andaman, Wang Chen, under the guidance of his butler Carter, left the mansion. Behind him, Andaman looked at the table full of gold coins, his heart filled with joy. Thanks to this generous yet foolish adventurer Baron, this year's financial income for Greenfield City has increased significantly. Wang Chen naturally had no idea about the governor's thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't show it. It wouldn't be long before the facts would prove the correctness of his actions. For the next period, Wang Chen was engaged in one thing, traveling between various human secondary main cities via the teleportation array to buy commercial properties extensively. Because of his Baron title, the governors of each main city did not make things difficult for him. Due to the limitations of the game system rules, these NPCs even thanked Wang Chen for his contributions to the city's financial income, revitalizing the idle, unowned properties. However, even with a large sum of money, he couldn't sustain such spending. By the time he reached the last few main cities, he could only choose shops in prime locations to purchase. In the end, Wang Chen even used the remaining credit points in his personal account to exchange for gold coins, betting everything. When he finished his travels and returned to Greenfield City, he had less than 5 gold coins left. Wang Chen deposited the last batch of land deeds from his backpack into his personal bank vault, at which point the vault, initially thought to be sufficient, was nearly filled with a massive number of deeds. He counted the quantity and found he owned a total of 618 land deeds for properties and shops. While purchasing commercial properties in various main cities, there were a couple of small incidents with 2 properties. The reason was that they had already been rented out, one in Ireland City and the other in Orlan City. When these 2 properties were purchased by Wang Chen, he also learned who the tenants were. He was quite familiar with the tenant in Ireland City, nicknamed One Cut, Two Breaks. If Wang Chen remembered correctly, One Cut, Two Breaks was the leader of the major guild Dawn's Wings. This warrior had bought equipment from Wang Chen and had mentioned his identity. So there was no need for further speculation. This property was rented by Dawn's Wings as their guild headquarters. As for the property in Orlan City, the tenant was also a notable figure, being the first to establish a guild in the world of Apocalypse World, known as the Pinnacle of the South. This made Wang Chen feel that it was truly fate. This person bought his guild token, bringing in a substantial amount of funds. Now, the chosen guild headquarters also belonged to Wang Chen. When next month arrives, these 2 guilds will discover the changes when they go to pay their rent. The guild headquarters they rented will no longer belong to the official guilds but will be transferred to someone else. Wang Chen planned to hire a professional NPC to manage the rental of these commercial properties. At that time, when he rented them out, he wouldn't just collect a pitiful few dozen silver coins in rent. As the saying goes, business is business, even One Cut, Two Breaks, this acquaintance would be no exception. During this time of shuttling between the 36 main cities, he could clearly feel the rapid increase in the number of players in the main cities. Soon, as those major forces officially settled in various main cities, Wang Chen's commercial properties would usher in a rental boom. This would be a moment to seize wealth, bringing him a continuous flow of funds. Glancing at the time, he realized that the game time for tonight was almost over. It mainly took a lot of time to select the commercial properties because Wang Chen needed to consider the location and price. While walking towards a spot in Greenwild City, he checked the information in his friends list and team channel. He had been too busy purchasing commercial properties to pay attention to what was being said. The friends list only had a message from Li Taizhu, informing Wang Chen that he had left the Novice village. The team channel, however, was lively, with dozens of messages. After reading through them, Wang Chen roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Little Stone had contacted Lost Star to level up together in the Twilight Wilderness, and Rabbit Little Cold learned the specific location from the chat. This lowly rogue stealthily arrived there and suddenly attacked Little Stone. However, although Little Stone's skills and awareness weren't too good, he had indeed advanced to an epic class. He was still a holy barrier, a defensive class. That could be said to counter rogues effectively. After a round of fighting without gaining an advantage, Rabbit Little Cold also expressed recognition of Little Stone. The three then teamed up to complete quests and level up, with a good balance of damage, defense, and healing. Especially since Lost Star had advanced to the epic class of Light Priest, combined with the bright light set that Wang Chen provided, it could be said that their healing output was astonishing. Seeing this information put Wang Chen in a good mood. Currently, although the teammates of the Infinite Battle Group weren't well known, he felt they would not be lacking in the future. Bearing the Battle Mage class, Wang Chen knew the advantages that hidden classes provided to players. As for skills and awareness, those could be cultivated. As a coach at a martial arts school, he figured it wouldn't be a problem to train a few disciples. While checking the chat messages, Wang Chen had already arrived at a property. This was a small manor-style residence, although the location wasn't great. It was spacious and cost him 13 gold coins. As he stepped into the small manor, Wang Chen instantly felt a refreshing sensation. System, entered private residence, gained energized effect. After a brief study, he learned about this energized effect. It turned out to be equivalent to an experience buff. Every 3 minutes of rest here would grant him 1 minute of double experience time. This hidden feature had not been mentioned in the forums for some reason, but it was likely that the forces or individuals who discovered it chose to keep it a secret. Because leveling up after class advancement was difficult, this double experience buff was an opportunity to get ahead of others. Choosing to log off in such a private residence means that by the time he logs back in, 36 hours of game time will have passed. This means he will receive a 12-hour double experience buff, which is incredibly enticing even if it only takes effect while grinding monsters. System, game time is about to end, please choose a safe place to log off. Seeing that it was too late to have the Lost Stars and others come to the small manor to log off, Wang Chen decided not to bother. He found a stone bench in the manor, sat down, and quietly waited to log off. A few minutes later, as his vision darkened, Wang Chen exited Apocalypse World. Since he only leveled up once tonight and there were no changes to his equipment, the duration of the mana refining was quite short. What puzzled Wang Chen was that his mana had actually increased by 1 point. Although 2 points of mana was still negligible, it sparked a thought. If he could continue to grow like this, did it mean that one day in the real world, he could also become a powerful battle mage? For now, he set that question aside and left everything to time. Wang Chen got up to wash up and then quickly made some breakfast. His mother, Zhang Xiaorong, had not yet gotten up, probably tired from the recent renovations at the snack shop. After finishing breakfast, he left a note for Zhang Xiaorong and headed out towards Qingyue Lake. It was still early in the day, and Wang Chen planned to go for a run to exercise before heading to the Hongyan Martial Arts Hall. The early morning Qingyue Lake shimmered with light, and the gentle breeze brought a refreshing scent that lifted his spirits. Wang Chen found a suitable spot by the lake and then began his punching routine. Techniques like the shock step elbow, cloud hands, horizontal punch, and cross punch were executed, creating bursts of air explosions. With his current physical attributes, even if he held back, the power in his movements was still quite intimidating. Su Jiqiu had already shared the secrets of strength with Wang Chen, including the current level of physical development in the Deep Blue Federation. It was said that there were rumors circulating that the most powerful fist masters had recently learned to transform their strength into energy through special methods. This energy was likely related to blood vitality, as the stronger the physique, the stronger the energy. A person with a rounded and harmonious body could distribute energy throughout, making them impervious to ordinary firearms. Moreover, they could move swiftly like lightning, with immense power in every gesture. Wang Chen thought about his own powerful physique and couldn't help but subtly ask Su Jiqiu if he knew the reason behind this method. Su Jiqiu replied that he had only heard about it by chance. Whether it was true or not remained to be verified, let alone knowing the key details. However, Su Jiqiu emphasized that fist masters capable of cultivating energy had only appeared in the past year.
Previously, no matter how much genetic optimization or high-grade nutritional solutions one took, no one could cultivate energy. He wondered if, with the advancement of biotechnology in the future, even more powerful beings would emerge. Wang Chen thought about the meager 2 points of mana in his mind, and a few words flashed through. His heart a spiritual energy revival? Whether in his past life or in the current Deep Blue Federation, this concept existed in online novels. The sound of chatter brought Wang Chen back to reality. Turning around, he noticed that many people had come out for morning exercises, and quite a few were watching him punch. He raised his hand to check his smartwatch and saw that it was already close to 8 o'clock. Wang Chen decided to end his morning workout and turned to walk out of Qingyue Lake Park. At that moment, the smartwatch lit up again, projecting a mini image of his mother, Zhang Xiurong. Xiao Dao, are you going to the martial arts hall? 2 police officers came to the house, saying they need to see you. Police officers? A question mark rose in Wang Chen's mind. Just as he was about to ask Zhang Xiurong, he realized she had already hung up. Filled with confusion, he quickly ran back home. Upon returning to the lakeside community, he saw a police hovercar parked under his apartment building. Some neighbors were pointing and whispering, and with Wang Chen's physical fitness, it was easy for him to hear what they were saying. I heard it's about Xiurong's family. Do you know what happened? I don't know, Xiurong has always been honest and straightforward. And her son is introverted, not the type to cause trouble. Humph. Introverted? You don't know, do you? Xiurong's son has struck it rich. Olchen said he made money playing games, who knows if it's true. The last sentence was spoken by a woman with a mole on her lip, and the expression on her face was self-evident. The people nearby were in an uproar, all stepping forward to inquire about the details. No matter how I make money, it has nothing to do with you. Are you not afraid of getting sores from gossiping? Wang Chen naturally wouldn't indulge malicious neighbors. He walked over to the group, speaking coldly, his icy gaze fixed on the woman who had been spreading rumors. Upon seeing this, the crowd quickly dispersed. The woman recognized Wang Chen and tried to assert her seniority. Hey, how can you speak like that? You really don't understand manners. Before she could finish, Wang Chen made a move as if to hit her. Frightened, the woman quickly turned and left, not daring to say another word. Wang Chen then turned and went upstairs, leaving a group of onlookers exchanging glances. Is this really Xiurong's child? How is he so different from before? A lady who had seen Wang Chen before was puzzled. He is different, not only has he grown taller, but he has also become more handsome, even more so than a big star. A younger, trendier aunt replied while watching Wang Chen's back. The change is really big, especially just now, he doesn't have the slightest trace of that weak and introverted demeanor. If today is a misunderstanding, I would even want to marry my daughter to him. The last slightly older woman summed it up. Without mentioning the shock Wang Chen brought to the neighbors, he had already gone upstairs and entered his home. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Zhang Xiurong sitting on the sofa, talking to a middle-aged police officer. A young female officer stood beside her, looking at Wang Chen's previous awards on the wall. The sound of the door opening startled the 3 inside, and they all turned their attention to him. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Zhang Xiurong immediately stood up. Xiao Dao, you're back. These are 2 officers from the Public Security Bureau, they said they need your help. Zhang Xiurong looked relaxed, she had already asked and confirmed that her son wasn't in trouble. Hello, what do you need from me? Wang Chen asked, his expression unchanged as he strode over. The middle-aged police officer stood up with a smile, extending his hand towards Wang Chen. Hello? Comrade Wang Chen, I am L.V. Wayman, the director of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau. Wang Chen didn't expect him to be a director, quite a significant position. Out of politeness, he shook the offered hand and turned his gaze to the female officer. Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, L.V. Wayman smiled and added, that one is my subordinate, you can call her Comrade Xia. At this moment, the young female officer also turned around, her appearance unmistakable in Wang Chen's eyes. This officer Xia looked very young, probably not much older than Wang Chen. Her eyes were like painted lacquer, her lips bright and her teeth white, with short hair that framed her face, exuding a sense of heroism. She was quite tall, around 1.75 meters, not much shorter than Wang Chen. Her long, straight legs were particularly eye-catching, definitely not just a year of training. Hello, my name is Xia Lioli. Before Wang Chen could speak, a clear voice like glass chimed in. Indeed, she lived up to her name. Wang Chen politely nodded at Xia Lioli and was about to withdraw his hand from L.V. Wayman's grip. As he pulled back, he noticed something was off. L.V. Wayman's hand was like an iron hoop, tightly gripping his palm. What does he want? Has my strength been exposed? In a flash of thought, Wang Chen could only think of this reason. However, to test his strength, this director L.V. was still far from enough. Guessing the other party's intentions, Wang Chen remained calm.
He slowly increased his strength and began to compete with Lu Weiman. As his power gradually grew, it became evident that Lu Weiman's palm was trembling slightly and his face was turning red. Just as it seemed the other party could no longer withstand it, Wang Chen suddenly released his grip. Lu Weiman plopped back onto the sofa, a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Little brother, you have such great strength, it seems our trip here was not in vain. Over there, Xiao Liuli also looked at Wang Chen in surprise, her beautiful eyes revealing curiosity and eagerness to try. Not in vain? Director Lu, what exactly do you want with me? Faced with Wang Chen's puzzled gaze, Lu Weiman awkwardly rubbed his palm and then slowly explained the purpose of their visit. It turned out that with the liberation of productivity and the development of biotechnology, people were increasingly valuing their own health and strength. The rapid iteration of gene enhancers and nutritional solutions was a testament to this. After all, demand dictates the market. Especially in recent years, for reasons unknown, the Federation had begun to pay particular attention to individual strength. Against this backdrop, martial artists, representing the powerful individual strength of humanity, began to emerge. With the help of technology and the revival of ancient traditions, some ancient martial arts schools were rejuvenating. Now, martial artists had become synonymous with status and strength. Every registered martial artist was a valuable asset to the local government, determining the prosperity of a region to some extent. Jiangzhou, where Wang Chen was located, was just a small place in the Huaxia district, currently. With only 2 registered martial artists, Su Zhiqiu from the Hongya Martial Arts School and Meng Tianxiang from the Heihu Martial Arts School. When Lu Weiman unexpectedly learned that there was a young man whose strength was comparable to Su Zhiqiu and who was also a coach at the Hongya Martial Arts School, it immediately caught his attention. After confirming the situation through investigation, he promptly brought his subordinates over. If he could match Su Zhiqiu, then he was naturally also a martial artist. As for Lu Weiman's purpose in coming, it was simply to have Wang Chen complete the martial artist registration. As long as he went to the Martial Artist Association in Longjing, the administrative center of the Huaxia district, to complete the certification, Jiangzhou would gain another martial artist. This would help elevate Jiangzhou's status and attract more federal resources in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen understood everything that had transpired. It must have been some disciple from the Hongye Martial Arts School, or perhaps Su Zhiqiu himself, who had exposed him. The phrase comparable was indeed reminiscent of Su Zhiqiu's shameless tone. Deep down, Wang Chen did not want to go through the certification as a martial artist because it would affect his gameplay in Apocalypse World. Just as he was about to voice this thought, Zhang Xiurong suddenly interjected. Xiao Dao, if you're not busy, just go get certified as that martial artist. Mom just specifically asked Director Lu, you can wear your gaming helmet, it won't affect your gameplay. As she spoke, her eyes turned slightly red, seemingly touched. If your dad knew, and saw that our Wang family could produce a martial artist, he would definitely be happy. Zhang Xiurong's words left Wang Chen in a daze, and the words he was about to say got swallowed back down. A vague memory surfaced in his mind. That of a broad and steadfast back, it was the figure of his father. Wang Chen knew that whether or not he became a martial artist didn't matter to him, but it was very important to Zhang Xiurong. God knows how much hardship she had endured all these years as a single mother. If Wang Chen became a martial artist, at least in front of the neighbors, she could proudly boast about her son. Alright then, when do we go? I don't know the place. Since it wouldn't affect his login to Apocalypse World, and not wanting to go against Zhang Xiurong's wishes, Wang Chen agreed. Lu Weiman was overjoyed at this, realizing that his earlier explanations to Zhang Xiurong were indeed not in vain. In fact, they had investigated Wang Chen's family background before coming. When Zhang Xiurong learned that Wang Chen's father was a martyr who sacrificed himself for the Federation, and that she had raised him alone, she felt a deep respect for him, while also knowing where to find a breakthrough. Sure enough, at first, Wang Chen seemed a bit reluctant, but after Zhang Xiurong spoke, he agreed. Then let's set it for 2 days from now. I'll have Xia bring you over for the certification. Don't worry, it won't take too long. With his goal achieved, Lu Weiman replied with a beaming face. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen looked at Xia Liuli, only to meet a pair of clear, glass-like black eyes. Alright, have someone come pick me up the morning of the day after tomorrow. After a few discussions, Lu Weiman took Xia Liuli and left. Wang Chen initially thought about hitching a ride on their hover car to the Hongya Martial Arts School, but after some consideration, he dismissed the idea. Because if he did that, those gossiping neighbors might start talking again. See, I told you, Xiurong's son was taken away by the police. About 15 minutes after Lu Weiman left, Wang Chen greeted Zhang Xiurong and then walked down the apartment building. He noticed that there were still quite a few nosy onlookers in the distance, so he deliberately walked slowly past them. When he saw someone he recognized, he greeted them loudly, his bright smile making people wonder if something good had happened. After Wang Chen left, they resumed their conversations.
See, I told you Shirong's child would be fine, after all, he grew up in the neighborhood.
We all saw it.
I told you, fat ant, you weren't saying that just now. I was just misled by what others said. I'm leaving now, off to play mahjong.
Inside the Hongyan martial arts school. It definitely wasn't
me who leaked it. I don't have that kind of free time.
Su Jiqiu took a sip of tea, a faint smile on his face. In response to Wang Chen's questioning, the head of the Hongyan martial arts school swore earnestly.
Oh, why did I hear Failing say that you called the Public Security Bureau? I always thought you, old Su, were an upright person. Wang Chen smiled coldly, and after saying this, he turned and walked towards the
training hall.
Behind him, Su Jiqiu's smile froze, and after a long while, he sighed. Ah, girls grow up too fast. However, despite his sigh, there was no sign of unhappiness on his face. At this moment, Su Failing was clinging to Wang Chen's side, telling him about her achievements in that apocalypse world.
Wang Chen, how many levels did you gain in one night? I'm already over level 11.
With her purple hair bouncing,
Su Failing was full of youthful energy.
A small section of her slender waist was exposed,
drawing Wang Chen's gaze involuntarily.
Su Failing was interested in the new coach, and it was clear to all the martial arts
students, not just Su Jiqiu.
Many students, while heartbroken, secretly resolved to learn martial arts well and ultimately defeat Wang Chen.
I'm almost out of the novice village. By the way, have you joined any factions in Watchtower City? Since he couldn't resist, Wang Chen decided to enjoy it to the fullest.
He no longer showed impatience and chatted with Su Failing casually. Su Failing, receiving his response, was
overjoyed and answered all his questions without hesitation.
Through their conversation, Wang Chen learned that Su Failing had joined a guild composed entirely of female players. The guild was called Blood Rose, and its leader, Huakai Bansummer, was a top player in the Hall of Fame, as well as one of the top 3 beauties in the virtual world.
When mentioning Huakai Bansummer, Su Failing's face was filled with admiration,
clearly indicating that she was her idol. After a while, Li Taizhu came over. After practicing together for a while, they quickly shifted the conversation to the game.
With Su Failing not nearby, Wang Chen
told Li Taizhu not to reveal his identity as Dao Sansheng in the game to anyone else.
Wang Chen increasingly felt that the Apocalypse World game was extraordinary.
Therefore, before he had the strength to fear
nothing in reality, he didn't want to expose his identity.
Although Li Taizhu was a bit simple, he wasn't really foolish and quickly understood Wang Chen's meaning.
He patted his chest and promised not to reveal anything, including his own identity in the game.
If anyone asked, he would say he hadn't played, unless one day Wang Chen told him it was okay to say so.
At that moment, Su Failing, who was bringing water to Wang Chen, came over, and the two immediately fell silent.
A day passed quickly, and Wang Chen returned home after having dinner at the martial arts school. After accompanying Su Jiqiu for a few drinks, he arrived
back at his unit in the Linhu community close to 7 p.m.
Seeing that he had already missed several hours in the game, Wang Chen hurriedly lay down in the game pod and entered. As his vision cleared, the small manor in the corner of Green Wild City came into view once again. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Wang Chen turned and walked towards the job transfer hall. He needed to ask Audrey where he could hire NPCs
similar to butlers or agents.
In the Player Asset Center on the character panel, it displayed all the shops and properties Wang Chen owned. There was already a system notification indicating that some of his shops in the main city had received rental applications. Wang Chen didn't want to spend time and energy managing them, so he could only choose to hire such NPCs. As for hiring players, he felt that unless absolutely necessary, NPCs in the game were more reliable. On the way, Wang Chen opened his friend list and found a player he hadn't contacted in a long time, Yi Sanku. He had a good impression of this player who liked to make videos.
Dao Sansheng, are you there? Yi Sanku, big god? What made you think of looking for me? Is there something up?
In a leveling map filled with forests, Yi Sanku was grinding monsters to level up. The special notification from the friend list startled him. After killing the monster in his hand, he checked and indeed it was a message from his idol, Dao Sansheng. Previously, he had gained some fame by filming videos of Wang Chen, which made Yi Sanku always feel grateful towards Dao Sansheng. Dao Sansheng, I have something I want you to help with. Consider it a reveal of a hidden feature in the game. After saying that, he sent over screenshots of his double experience for more than 10 hours, including an explanation of the energetic effect. Dao Sansheng, this is a feature I discovered by chance. Renting properties in the game can achieve this effect.
Yi Sanku, wow. Double experience, this feature is amazing. Big god, you are truly benefiting the players.
Dao Sansheng, it's nothing much, after all, leveling up after the job transfer is tough. When you post, don't mention my name, I'm too popular right now, and it could be problematic. Yi Sanku, understood, big god, you are truly great, I will definitely handle
this well. Dao San Shang, thanks. I created a mercenary group in Greenwild City, and you are always welcome to join whenever you want. Ee Sanku, okay, big god, once I finish my tasks here, I will head to Greenwild City to hang out with you, huh? Wang Chen could feel the excitement from the other side. He closed the friend list and walked back into the job transfer hall. So, Audrey, you can't help me either? Wang Chen felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't expected that even the well-informed career mentor, Audrey, wouldn't have a better suggestion. Greenwild City didn't have such hiring places, only Storm City did. But right now, the level 1 main city was still in a closed phase, and unless one reached level 50 or had a special opportunity, it was impossible to go there. I think you could check out the old district. There are black market merchants selling slaves there, and perhaps they have slaves that meet your requirements. Audrey's good impression of Wang Chen, which was over 40 points, played a role. She was also trying hard to think of a solution. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Lady Audrey, your helpful nature is as radiant as your beautiful appearance. In response to the compliment from a legendary careerist, the blonde mage smiled like a blooming flower. Dao San Shang, you really know how to talk. I'm very happy to help you. Wang Chen smiled and nodded, watching the system notification increase his favorability by another 5 points. He felt that Audrey might become the first NPC to be charmed. Having seen the map of Greenwild City, it was naturally easy for Wang Chen to find the old town. A quarter of an hour later, he was already walking on the streets of the old town. It was said that Greenwild City had once fallen, and the old town could be considered a relic of the past, now a slum. Wang Chen could see quite a few NPC street children, most of them looking pale and thin. Out of kindness, he bought some bread and water from a shop to distribute. However, apart from receiving some thanks, he did not trigger any quests. Look, another self-righteous fool, waiting for a hidden quest to be triggered? There were also many players around, and seeing Wang Chen's actions, they laughed mockingly. Wang Chen paid no mind and continued walking deeper into the old town. He hadn't intended to trigger a quest, he had other purposes. Just moments ago, he had learned about the whereabouts of a black market merchant from a brown-haired child. Wang Chen entered a tavern that sold ale and drinks. He casually bought a drink that could restore magic power. These items could slowly restore magic after leaving combat. Of course, he didn't buy much. Just a few for backup. With Wang Chen's current mental attribute value, the automatic recovery speed of magic was quite fast. In the tavern's basement, an NPC of the goblin race appeared before him. Goblins are one of the intelligent races in the Apocalypse world, and for some reason, they are not open to players. According to the background introduction of Apocalypse World, goblins are a race skilled in commerce. Additionally, this race is as famous for its greed as it is for its engineering expertise. Hello, Mr. Pilu, Baron Dao San Shang sends his regards. Wang Chen directly equipped the title, which would increase the others' regard for him. Time is money, my friend. The short goblin noticed Wang Chen and immediately responded. What do I see, a Baron adventurer? What business does the esteemed Baron have with me? As Wang Chen expected, the title of Baron made the goblin take him seriously. He even noticed that Piluk seemed a bit flustered for some unknown reason. Wang Chen's heart stirred, and he had a certain guess. I heard that. Piluk, you have a way to acquire some slaves? At the inquiry, Piluk's expression became even more flustered, and he hurriedly denied it. You must have received false information, I only sell normal goods here. Is that so? Then I need to go confirm with Governor Andaman, perhaps I really did receive false information. Wang Chen took out a gold coin and played with it in his palm. He could see Piluk's small eyes fixate on the coin the moment it appeared. Ah, I definitely have what you need here. Under the dual pressure of the gold coin and the governor's threat, Piluk quickly compromised. Soon, a shopping panel appeared before Wang Chen, displaying slaves of various races. These slaves included both dark and light faction races, and there were even a few humans. This also explained why Piluk had been nervous earlier, fearing that Wang Chen was there to capture him. After browsing the shopping panel, Wang Chen found that all the slaves displayed had green and blue qualifications. There were only 3 blue qualified slaves, a Tauron warrior, a troll hunter, and a dwarf blacksmith. Aren't there any better ones? I need slaves with business or management skills. Wang Chen clicked his tongue, dissatisfied with the slaves presented. Oh my, these are the best slaves. And there's one more, this is my last treasure. Piluk exclaimed, ready to refute. At this moment, it saw several gold coins appear in Wang Chen's hand, and immediately changed its tone, with a new column appearing on the shopping panel. In this new column, there was only a solitary entry, and surprisingly, it was a goblin. Rocky Ramrock, Goblin Slave, Epic, Price, 25 gold coins. Description: this is a trader of the goblin race who lost his memory after consuming a dream potion. Fortunately, he still retains his business acumen, which is why he is being sold as a slave by Piluk. Wang Chen carefully examined the description of this newly appeared slave, then looked up to see Piluk's full name, Piluk Ramrock. Mr. Piluk, do you know this slave? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked. This is my kin, who became a slave due to significant losses caused by a mistake. Piluk introduced loudly, unfazed. This definitely meets your requirements, we are honest merchants here. Wang Chen felt that this was the slave he wanted, but the price of 25 gold coins was a bit high. Perhaps he could have bought it without hesitation before, but now he had less than 5 gold coins on him. Trying to bargain with Piluk, he unexpectedly seemed to touch the other party's sore spot. This stingy goblin only had eyes for gold, and even Wang Chen's threats were useless. In desperation, he looked at a few pieces of equipment in his backpack, which he had taken out from the bank warehouse in advance, intending to give them to Li Taiju. I'll go back to the warehouse later to pick some for Taiju, after all, there are nearly 200 pieces. Wang Chen thought to himself, secretly glad that he had obtained so much equipment from farming in the Cat God Garden. He opened his friend list and found 1 cut 2 breaks, posting the attributes of several physical equipment pieces. 1 cut 2 breaks. Brother, you finally contacted me. Are these equipment pieces meant to be sold to me? This really solves my urgent problem. Dao San Shang, in a hurry for money, how much do you think they are worth? Make an offer. 1 cut 2 breaks, 6 pieces of physical equipment, including 1 weapon, let's say a total of 30 gold coins. Dao San Shang, oh? Wasn't it cheaper before? I can't let you suffer a loss. 1 cut 2 breaks, no. Way, now that more players are changing jobs, these are all level 10 equipment, worth this price, maybe I'm the one getting the better deal. Since that was the case, the two quickly reached an agreement and completed the transaction. I must say, this system's guaranteed trading interface is really useful, it allows for remote transactions, and I hope this feature remains. After receiving the money, Wang Chen paid Piluk 25 gold coins, and the goblin slave Rocky officially belonged to him. Holding Rocky's slave contract, Wang Chen found this first NPC subordinate of his in a cage on the side of the basement. This little creature, about 1.2 meters tall with green skin and pointed ears, was huddled in a corner of the cage. Under the magical effect of the contract, Rocky Ramrock quickly recognized Wang Chen as his master. Oh my! You are so tall! My master! As he led the goblin out of the old town, it attracted quite a few players following them. They thought Wang Chen had received some hidden quest and wanted to find out what it was, hoping to replicate it. It wasn't until Wang Chen returned to the small manor that those players gave up, unable to enter his private residence. I will authorize you to manage my shop properties, collect rent, and even manage an auction house. Can you do this, Rocky? Although Wang Chen knew this little guy had epic-level qualifications, he still felt a bit uneasy. It would be my honor, master. Do you want to rent out all 618 shops? What will be the pricing standard? After being authorized, Rocky quickly entered work mode. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and told Rocky to leave the area belonging to the Moriero family untouched, the rest could be rented out. As for the price, it certainly couldn't be set too low. He opened the forum, browsed briefly, and soon a post caught his eye. Breaking news, it turns out that Apocalypse World has this feature, which absolutely cannot be missed. Wang Chen opened the post, and a familiar nickname appeared above the poster's name. This was indeed a post by Yi Sanku, which also included the double experience screenshot that Wang Chen had previously posted. The replies below were varied, but all expressed appreciation for the post. Claiming the floor, Yi Ju is still so powerful, this is a benefit for all players. I'm in the Tauren tribe and have already rented a house for 2 silver coins a month. I can enjoy double experience after logging off today. I submitted a rental application in the Human Empire, but I don't know why I haven't received a reply. I still don't know the price. That's right, all operations need data support. Mathematics is indeed the foundation of everything in the human realm. You, upstairs, are off topic. Wang Chen closed the forum with satisfaction and then instructed Rocky. The price varies based on location and area, starting at a minimum of 10 gold coins per month. Shop prices are 50% higher than property. Upon hearing this, the goblin's mouth dropped open, shocked by the price. Isn't that asking too much, my master? This will scare away customers. Rocky's doubt did not anger Wang Chen, he understood the limitations of NPCs. These NPCs still didn't know what it meant for something to be valuable because it is rare. However, demand dictates the market, and Wang Chen felt that with the intelligence of NPCs in Apocalypse World, they would soon realize the difference. As millions of players flooded into various main cities, those NPCs would quickly discover that there weren't enough shops available for rent. By then, price increases would be inevitable, and ordinary players would likely be unable to rent properties. As for those broke solo players wanting to gain double experience, they would have to choose to join a faction. Don't worry. Rocky, the price I gave you is just a starting point, there may be changes later. Wang Chen explained in detail to this epic quality goblin, instilling in it what real estate meant. He told the goblin that if the total gold from renting all the shops reached 10,000, it would earn a commission of 1,000. This commission was the same as its monthly salary, and even Wang Chen, as the master, could not infringe upon it. What a wise and great master. Time is money, I will handle the applications for each main city right away. Rocky's eyes seemed to turn into the shape of gold coins, captivated by Wang Chen's thoughts, as if a new world had opened up for it. After Rocky left, Wang Chen also departed the small manor and headed to the bank. Now he just needed to sit back and wait for the money to come in. Under the constraints of the magical contract, he didn't have to worry about the goblin embezzling gold coins. He took out some green quality equipment from his personal warehouse, preparing to give it to Li Taiju later. In fact, there were 2 items suitable for warriors in the warehouse, which were the accessories and skills dropped by Coolmock in the Novice village. Wang Chen planned to give them to Li Taiju when he reached level 12, as a surprise for his childhood friend. After thinking about it, he took out some more physical class equipment and grabbed a few mercenary badges. These were prepared for the other members of the team to improve monster farming efficiency. After finishing this, Wang Chen ran to the Green Wild City Pharmacy for a quick look around. Since buying a few potions in the Novice village, he hadn't used any of them because the health and mana they restored were too negligible. Now that he had changed jobs and arrived in the main city, Wang Chen wanted to see if the system pharmacy had any higher level potions. Medium healing potion, requires level 10. Instantly restores 200 health points, cooldown time 30 seconds. Medium mana potion, requires level 10, instantly restores 200 mana points, cooldown time 30 seconds. What is this? Is this it? Wang Chen lost all hope after looking at the potions for sale. They were indeed trash, and they were selling for 2 silver coins each. Being prepared for the worst, he bought a few bottles to keep in his backpack. He opened his friend list and found Tai Shan Kyo. Dao San Shang, Taiju, where are you? Have you changed your class yet? After a while with no reply, Wang Chen entered the team chat channel. Dao San Shang, what is everyone doing? Where are you leveling up? Little Stone, Dao Ge, you're finally done. We're all in Twilight Wilderness. Rabbit Xiaolang, stop chatting and grab the monsters. They're about to go berserk. Wang Chen immediately understood that these team members were likely fighting a boss. Without hesitation, he quickly headed towards Twilight Wilderness. On the way, he saw many players, either solo or in groups, all heading in the same direction as Wang Chen. Wearing the Invar mask, he wasn't worried about being recognized. With a movement speed of 31.5, he sped ahead like a gray shadow, quickly overtaking one player after another. Who is this god? Such speed, it's a shame they're not delivering packages. Looks like they're also from Green Wild City. I wonder which guild they belong to. Hey, have you heard? Several guilds have already announced their presence in Green Wild City, including the top guild, Aurora. Wang Chen focused on his journey. Although he was moving fast, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. I wonder when mounts will be available, or if a certain level needs to be reached. In his previous life, while playing the character in Four Seasons Rice, aside from leveling up his alt, he had a hobby of collecting various mounts. Whether they ran on the ground, swam in the water, or even flew in the sky, he craved the rarer mounts the most. Ding dong! Just as he was thinking about mounts, a message notification from his friend list rang out. Tai Shan Kyo, Dao Ge, I was just fighting a boss with Little Stone and the others, but we got interrupted halfway. Hurry over, let's kill them together. Unexpectedly, Li Taiju had already changed his class, but Wang Chen didn't know what class he had switched to. When they met offline, Wang Chen had completely forgotten to ask this question. Now that he thought about it, it must have been when he was running back and forth in the main city last night that Li Taiju successfully changed his class. Seeing the message he sent, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, once you leave the Novice village, as long as you're not in a safe zone, nowhere is truly safe. With the equipment in the apocalypse world being so hard to obtain, bosses in the wild naturally became triggers for PK. Dao San Shang, Taiju, did you guys form a team? Have the captain invite me to the team, I want to see where you are. A few seconds later, a system prompt sounded, and Little Stone sent a team invitation. He chose to accept and entered the team, instantly seeing the entire team list. Little Stone, Lost Star, Rabbit Xiaolang, and Tai Shan Kyo, all 4 members of the Infinite Battle Group were present. However, the current state of the group was not good. Rabbit Xiaolang and Tai Shan Kyo were both low on health, and Lost Star was out of mana. The only one in a slightly better state was Little Stone, but he wasn't at full health or mana either. Dao San Shang, what's going on? Are there a lot of enemies? Wang Chen couldn't help but ask. It was just that Little Stone and the others had a very complete setup. They had healing, tanking, and damage output covered, the only shortcoming being the lack of ranged damage. But with 2 epic classes, it shouldn't be this dire. Rabbit Xiaolang, no kidding, there are over 20 players on the other side, it's already impressive that we managed to escape intact. Dao San Shang. Dao San Shang, you guys avoid them and recover your state, I'm on my way. Half an hour later, Wang Chen finally arrived next to Little Stone and the others. At this moment, they were fighting a type of vulture monster, and their efficiency seemed quite good. The main damage dealer, Li Taiju, played as a berserker, wielding an axe and a one-handed sword, creating a whirlwind of movement. Looking around, he couldn't find the lowly rogue, Tu Xiaoling, and after glancing at the map, Wang Chen discovered she had somehow run off to another location. Once Little Shirtu and the others killed the vulture in their hands, Wang Chen finally spoke up. Where did Tu Xiaoling go? Why isn't she with you guys? The sudden voice startled the group, and they realized Wang Chen had already approached them. Little Shirtu was the first to react, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, Dao Gu, you finally made it. It's been so long since we last saw you. Tai Shankao, also known as Li Taiju, chuckled and stood by, grinning. The lost star, with her bright eyes, cast a glance over, and though she didn't speak, the joy in her gaze was almost overflowing. Wang Chen smiled and nodded at Little Shirtu, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. Alright, we can catch up later. Why did Tu Xiaoling run off so far? Did you guys have a falling out? No, it's because the boss got stolen. Sister Xiaoling was upset, so she went to harass that Zongheng family, making it harder for them to take down the boss. Little Shirtu quickly explained, shaking his head. At that moment, Tu Xiaoling's health suddenly dropped at an alarming speed on the team list, and soon her icon turned red. Wang Chen's heart sank, this confident lowly was likely about to face a disaster. Dying once would mean a significant loss of experience, wasting at least half a day's effort. Fortunately, a few seconds later, Tu Xiaoling hadn't died yet. Although she was left with only a sliver of health, at least she managed to stabilize and didn't continue to drop. At the same time, he could see on the map that the small dot representing Tu Xiaoling was quickly heading towards them. I'll go support her, you guys stay put. After throwing out this line, Wang Chen's figure flickered and transformed into a gray shadow, speeding away. Wow! Dao Ji's speed is insane again, he doesn't even look like a mage. Little Shirtu was utterly shocked, he hadn't seen Wang Chen for just a few days, and he didn't expect his speed to have doubled. Tai Shankao nodded in agreement from the side, this was his first time seeing Wang Chen in the game. Although his appearance had changed slightly due to face customization, it was still easy to recognize him from his eyes. Truly, Dao Gu was impressive, not only was he powerful in reality, but he was also unattainable in the game. Wang Chen didn't expect that just a glimpse of his movement speed would leave his friends in awe. At that moment, he had already spotted the running Tu Xiaolin. Behind her, several players were hot on her heels, all agile classes. They're just a few steps back, he felt as if his legs were weighed down with lead, and a negative status effect of 70% slow was added to him. Wang Chen cast a slow spell on him and then ignored the opponent. At this moment, Rabbit Xiaoling had already disengaged from the battle and re-entered stealth mode. -531. Zhang Dishuai's body stiffened, and then he fell to the ground. Rabbit Xiaoling's figure appeared behind him, casually picking up a piece of equipment that had dropped. Humph. If it weren't for me being focused down to low health, do you rookies really think you could chase me? With her hands on her hips, the little lowly's delicate face was full of disdain. As she angrily kicked the corpse on the ground twice. A flash of white light, and the bodies of Zhang Dishuai and the others disappeared, having returned to the city to respawn. Let's go meet up with Little Stone and the others, and discuss the current situation. Looking at the proud Rabbit Xiaoling, Wang Chen smiled, called out, and then turned to leave first. Don't think that just because you saved me, I'll be grateful. Rabbit Xiaoling muttered behind him, but still quickly caught up. Moments later, the 5 of them regrouped. So you're saying that boss hasn't been taken down yet, even after all this time? Wang Chen was surprised, given how long it took him to get here. The boss should have been defeated, especially since the other side had more than 20 people. It's not that easy, that's a level 15 elite boss with nearly 200,000 health. Rabbit Xiaoling immediately replied, her face full of pride. That so-called Zongheng family may have snatched the boss, but their tank is struggling to hold it, plus I've been harassing them the whole time. It's not that easy to take it down. Hearing that it was an elite boss, Wang Chen instantly became interested. After all, elite-level outdoor bosses are likely to drop blue quality equipment, and if luck is on their side, they might even drop purple epic gear. Previously, in the Novice village, Little Stone had been lucky enough to find the epic equipment, Iron Thorn Crown. This was likely the first epic equipment in the game, and it was currently equipped on him. Everyone, quickly recover your status, here are the badges, one for each person. Wang Chen took out 3 mercenary badges and handed them to Little Stone and the others, while Rabbit Xiaoling, having already received hers, was naturally overlooked. More badges? 1% crit and it doesn't take up an equipment slot, not bad. Little Stone checked the attributes and immediately equipped it. Can this badge be designed by ourselves? If all mercenary groups have the same design, that would be so awkward. Wang Chen hadn't really thought about that and answered uncertainly. It should be possible, let's check the mercenary hall later. Seeing that everyone had recovered well, Wang Chen took out the equipment from his backpack. All physical classes come over and see if there's anything suitable for you, consider it a benefit for our battle group. Once we have more people, there won't be any left. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over, and Little Stone exclaimed, "No way, Dao Ge, are you doing equipment wholesale? These are all level 10 gear, worth at least a few gold coins each." Little Stone hesitated a bit, although he was familiar with Wang Chen, it felt a bit wrong to take valuable equipment for free. "I want this one. Oh, this old blindfold is perfect for me, and these bracers are nice too." While Little Stone was still hesitating, Rabbit Shelling had already picked out her choices without hesitation. "Wait. You're really not being polite. You're still a temporary member, working off your debt. Humph. Sign it, then. I want you to see the strength of a professional player." Rabbit Shelling snorted lightly, signed her name boldly, and then took the equipment she had her eye on. Beside her, Taizhan Kyo scratched his head, chuckling a couple of times, and also came over to pick a few items. Given his relationship with Wang Chen, he naturally didn't need to be polite. "Hurry up, there won't be anything left to choose from soon. I just happened to get some physical class equipment." Seeing that Little Stone was still a bit hesitant, Wang Chen impatiently called out. Since that was the case, Little Stone no longer hesitated and came up to select a shield and a belt. Once everyone had equipped themselves, it was visibly apparent that the health points in the team list had increased significantly. "Let's go, let's see what kind of background that Zongheng family has." Wang Chen beckoned to the others. "I want to take down that Bao Hai Zongheng, he was the one who commanded the focus fire on me just now." With her old blindfold on, Rabbit Shelling looked somewhat comical. However, at this moment, she was full of fighting spirit, clearly boosted by her new gear. After a while, Wang Chen and the others appeared on a high slope. Looking down, they could see many small tents scattered about. This place spawned a type of monster called the Wolfman, with levels ranging from 12 to 13. Many players were grinding monsters here, with various skills being cast in succession. "They are over there, still fighting." Rabbit Shelling pointed in a direction, eager to join in. Wang Chen followed her pale finger and saw a separate battlefield come into view. A large group of players with Zongheng in their names surrounded a massive wolfman in their midst. Wandering Perkins, level 15, boss level monster, health 198,000. On the outskirts of this small battlefield, a team of players could be seen on guard. When other solo players approached, they would be driven away. "Go for it, remember to let the other side strike first, otherwise, everyone will turn red and it won't be good for returning to town," Wang Chen casually instructed before charging down. Little Stone reached out to stop him, uncertainly saying, "Aren't we going to arrange a strategy? They have nearly 30 people." Just kill the healer first, once the players are dead, you catch the boss." Wang Chen replied after a brief pause, then swaggered toward the Zongheng family. He truly didn't take these people seriously, even feeling that he alone was enough. If it weren't for wanting to train his teammates' cooperation skills, he wouldn't bother with such trouble. Little Stone was speechless, but was also influenced by Wang Chen's arrogance and followed along. On the Zongheng family's side, Bao Hai Zongheng was directing his family members to attack the boss while inquiring in the team channel. "Zhang Dishuai, where are you? Have you killed that pesky female thief yet?" "Zhang Dishuai, we are in Greenwild City, that Rabbit Shilling brought a powerful teammate and wiped us all out." "Bao Hai Zongheng, a powerful teammate? What class, what's their name?" "Zhang Dishuai, it should be a warrior, we lost 2 to their breaking army charge, and the battle log indicated it was Dao San Shang." "Is it him? This player known as the Violent Mage isn't a mage, has he changed to a hidden class?" Bao Hai Zongheng wondered, slowing his attacks on the boss. "Chief, those people we stole the boss from are back, what should we do?" Just as he was thinking, one of his subordinates shouted at him. Turning around, he saw the previously tough paladin, along with a priest and a furious warrior. That female thief was intentionally remaining invisible, and there was also a player carrying a staff. Although the nickname wasn't displayed, Bao Hai Zongheng guessed it was Dao San Shang. With a quick thought, he instructed his subordinates to continue attacking the boss while he approached the first mage of the apocalypse, Dao San Shang. While Wang Chen was still contemplating how to lure the other side into action, their leader walked over. Looking at the other person's determined expression, he knew it was the battle log that had exposed him. "I can't claim to be the first mage, I'm just a newbie who has just started playing virtual games." The other side didn't shout for a fight, so Wang Chen could only respond first while making arrangements in the team chat. Dao San Shang, Rabbit Xiaolang, sneak over to the boss, follow my command, and let the players from the Zongheng family hit you with their skills to put them in a yellow name state. Rabbit Xiaolang, you're so sinister. Although she said that, the big loli still obediently sneaked towards the wandering Perkins. Bao Hai Zongheng chuckled after hearing Wang Chen's response and then said, I didn't expect these few to be your people, it's truly a case of not knowing each other until we fight. Now that we've helped take down half of this boss, how about we split the dropped equipment evenly? Oh, how can we accept that? You have so many people, and we only have a few. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling that this Bao Hai Zongheng was quite interesting. Normally, with so many people on the other side, they shouldn't be the ones retreating. In fact, Wang Chen underestimated his own influence, the repeated server-wide announcements were proof of that. Although the nickname Dao San Shang wasn't associated with any player in the Hall of Fame, many experts believed he was an alternate account of some great god in the Hall of Fame. Bao Hai Zongheng could establish a family, so he was certainly not incompetent. Unless absolutely necessary, or if he could secure a win against the other side, he didn't want to take direct action. No worries. No worries. It's an honor to fight the boss alongside the violent mage, I don't think anyone else will have any objections. Bao Hai Zongheng wore a smooth smile, but a hint of coldness in his eyes indicated he wasn't entirely willing. Wang Chen sneered inwardly, instructing Rabbit Xiaoling to proceed with the plan while still engaging in polite conversation. Leader. Bao Hai is truly courteous, then how about, huh? Why am I in combat? Are you guys ambushing me? Minus 1210. Decent defense, quite a bit of equipment. Watching Bao Hai Zongheng, who was stunned, Wang Chen swung his staff and struck him on the head. Minus 3425. The paladin stared in confusion as he fell, seemingly not yet realizing what had happened. At that moment, in the Zongheng family's team chat channel, Bao Hai Zongheng was roaring madly. Who was it? Who the hell attacked without permission just now? Even my words as the leader don't matter anymore? A silence fell. After a long while, a subordinate weakly replied, it seems that female thief appeared next to the boss and got hit by the brother's skills. Bao Hai Zongheng. At this point, he finally understood that it was all Dao San Shang's doing. He had thought he could turn hostility into friendship and avoid offending this violent mage. Realizing this, Bao Hai Zongheng loudly commanded in the Zongheng family chat channel. Everyone, attack. Kill them. I'll personally reward 10 gold coins for each one killed. Bao Hai Zongheng completely forgot that they were the ones who had stolen the boss and nearly wiped out the other side. At this moment, without needing to be told, the Zongheng family members had already started fighting against Wang Chen and his group. Seeing their leader fall, many members of the Zongheng family no longer cared about the boss and turned their targets. Wang Chen cast on himself and blinked into the crowd of melee classes. Since the melee classes were still close to the boss and hadn't had time to disperse, several tanks were frozen in place along with them. Minus 65, absorb, minus 92, absorb, minus 54, absorb. Meanwhile, a barrage of damage popped up on Wang Chen, just enough to break his. Seeing that Wang Chen hadn't lost any health, the wandering star who had been closely watching his health breathed a sigh of relief. The healing spell she had been preparing dissipated as she looked towards her other teammates. At this moment, two Xiaoling appeared in the healing team of the Zongheng family, targeting a holy priest holding a green staff. The priest class has 3 branches, the healing-oriented Holy Priest, the damage-oriented Shadow Priest, and the more balanced, survival-focused Discipline Priest. However, the vast majority of players who choose the Priest class opt for the Holy Priest because they are easy to team up with, and guilds prefer to recruit them. Only a very small number of confident players who enjoy PvP would choose the other two. Stun, ambush, kidney shot, normal attack. After a smooth combo, the Holy Priest fell without even a grunt. The other healers nearby scattered like birds and beasts. It could be said that the assassin class was their nemesis. On the other side, Little Stone was also incredibly brave, charging towards the group of ranged damage dealers. Avenger's Shield. Minus 124-119. He suddenly threw his shield, directly hitting 5 targets, and after dealing damage, it returned to his hand. If one observed closely, they could see several players casting spells being interrupted and falling silent. He then raised a one-handed hammer in his right hand, and using some skill, several golden energy shields surrounded him. Minus 37, minus 29-31. The players from the Zongheng family attacking him dealt very little damage, and instead, a significant amount of damage was reflected back due to the passive effect of the Iron Thorn Crown. Tai Shankao, also known as Li Taiju, wielded 2 one-handed weapons and charged into the crowd with a breakthrough charge. He then tightened his grip on his weapons and spun around. Whirlwind Slash. With this signature skill of the Furious Warrior unleashed, he directly knocked off hundreds of health points from the players within range. Although he, like Tu Xiaoling, did not have a hidden class. Li Taizhu was naturally strong in reality. Moreover, from his giant-like physique, it was clear that his stamina attribute upon entering the apocalypse world would not be low. However, the players from the Zongheng family were not puppets. They all began to attack Li Taizhu. As he was focused down and lost half his health, a milky white light descended from the sky. Plus 782. Li Taizhu's health was instantly restored, and not only that, the excess healing formed a shield that lasted for 10 seconds. It was the lost star who had intervened. Having transitioned to a light cleric, she no longer possessed only the heal light wounds skill. Just a slight display of her power revealed her astonishing healing capacity. As the members of the Infinite Battle Group showcased their abilities, the leader, Wang Chen, naturally did not want to fall behind. With his cooldowns ready, he used his charge skill towards the crowd, swinging his staff to instantly take down a Destruction Warlock. Infinite Fireball. Minus 3641. After activating the Infinite trait, Wang Chen cast a fireball at the back of the crowd. A paladin was chanting a holy light spell there and was instantly taken down. He then began to wreak havoc, and with every swing of his staff, a player would inevitably fall. Additionally, every second, a basketball-sized fireball would fly from his hand. The fireballs seemed to have eyes, each one accurately hitting a Zongheng family player, taking one down with each hit. In the Zongheng family team chat channel, Bao Hai Zongheng was fuming. Although he had not released his soul and could still see the situation on the ground, his vision was limited to what his eyes could see since he was lying on the ground. This caused his commands to lag behind the changes, and he could only watch as members of his team fell one by one. It seemed slow to say, but from the moment Bao Hai Zongheng fell until now, it had only been a little over a minute. Yet, there were no standing members of the Zongheng family left on the battlefield. A pile of corpses lay on the ground. As the dust settled, the knight named Little Stone had already gone to take on the boss. Bao Hai could only release his soul to return and resurrect, but the name Dao Sanshang had already been deeply etched in his mind. Then a burst of white light appeared, and players from other Zongheng families also released their souls. 5 against 28, lasting 1 minute and 20 seconds, a complete victory. Although there was a boss attacking from behind, it was enough to demonstrate the strength of Wang Chen and his 4 companions. The large-scale PK drew the attention of many players in the distance. Unbeknownst to them, many players had gathered around, eager to see who dared to clash with the Zongheng family. Although the Zongheng family was not a major force, the entire family had nearly 100 members. Moreover, they seemed to come from the same university and were very united. Therefore, ordinary solo players or small groups generally did not dare to provoke them. At this moment, seeing dozens of Zongheng family members being defeated by just 5 players, with none left alive, was shocking. Even the boss, who was in the midst of the fight, was intercepted and became someone else's meal. While they were gloating, these players also felt both respect and fear towards Wang Chen and the others. Even though they were currently fighting the boss and the equipment dropped by the Zongheng family was still on the ground, they did not dare to step forward. Where are these 5 players from? They're too fierce. Yeah, 5 people beat a whole group and won. It's ridiculous. They all seem to be from the same mercenary group. I wonder if they're still recruiting. I really want to join. The discussions of the onlookers reached Wang Chen and the others' ears, and the impatient Xiao Shi too was the first to grin. Dao Gu, did you hear that? They're all saying we're amazing. In the team chat channel, Xiao Shi too couldn't help but show off. You're so pleased with yourself, did you kill any of them? Tu Xiaoling bluntly pointed out, her sarcasm evident. Xiao Shi too. Indeed, although he had absorbed tons of damage earlier, he was just a tank and lacked damage output. Upon careful calculation, he realized he hadn't killed a single member of the Zongheng family. Dao Sanshang, alright, focus on the boss, it still has nearly half its health left. It's likely to use a skill at around 30%, so don't mess it up. The wandering Perkins was discovered by Xiao Shi too and the others, originally hiding not far away in a tent. It was Tu Xiaoling who, with nothing to do, sneaked in to see if she could find a treasure chest. Instead, she found the boss sleeping soundly, leading to the later scene. Perkins, so far, had already used 2 skills. One was a random charge that stunned a ranged class for 2 seconds and dealt damage. The other was the sweeping skill currently in use, which would swing its weapon in a crescent arc, attacking melee targets in a 180-degree front arc. After figuring out the pattern, everyone except Xiao Shi too, including Mi Lu Xing, ran behind the boss. This way, both of its skills were rendered useless, and they just needed to keep Xiao Shi's health up. Xiao Shi's epic class Holy Barrier had incredible defense and could heal himself. Not to mention there was also Mi Lu Xing, dressed in the bright light set and having transitioned to Light Priest. When they took over the boss, Perkins still had 60% health. In less than a minute, its health was about to drop to 30%. Watching the terrifying data of Wang Chen leading the damage rankings, Tu Xiaoling couldn't help but pout her rosy lips. I said, Dao San Shang, are you hacking? Your damage output is more than all of ours combined. At this moment, Wang Chen's total damage was far ahead on the output rankings. In comparison, the output of the other players was almost negligible. Not to mention, just the burning damage from Wang Chen's flame burst was very high. After stacking 5 layers, the damage per second was comparable to Li Tieju's output and even exceeded it. So you'd better work hard and try to catch up to even a fraction of my damage output. Wang Chen retorted to Tu Xiaoling, deliberately teasing her. Hearing this, the big loli pouted, her face showing a defiant determination as she buried herself in attacking, her dagger almost a blur. Soon, the wandering Perkins' health dropped to 30%. It let out a howl and then went berserk. Sure enough, this type of warrior monster easily goes berserk, its damage output instantly increasing significantly, and its attack speed also rising considerably. Little Stone saw his health dropping by hundreds, and although he could barely hold on, his condition wasn't good. He immediately raised his right hand, and a golden, eggshell-shaped shield enveloped him. Everyone, focus on damage, we're almost ready to win. Wang Chen called out, then used his trinket skill, Tidal Call. Although 50 points of spell attack didn't mean much to him now, it could still add some damage. The others also hastened their actions, unleashing their ultimate skills frantically onto the boss. Time flowed on. Perkins' health was almost depleted, and a hopeful smile already appeared on Little Stone's face. Wang Chen and the others were also fantasizing about whether a mythic item would drop. Roar! A sudden howl abruptly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone found themselves in a fear state, unable to move. And the wandering Perkins, in turn, changed direction and ran off into the distance. Wang Chen and the others. This was the first boss they had ever seen that would flee, completely breaking their understanding of the game. The fear state lasted for 6 seconds, which was enough time for the wandering Perkins to run far away. Everyone looked at each other, only able to watch the boss run off. It's over. Wang Chen and the others hadn't forgotten that there were many other players watching nearby. It would have been fine if the boss hadn't run, but now that it was escaping, what if it ran toward them? Who could resist the temptation of attacking a low-health boss and getting the last hit? Berserk will. At this critical moment, Li Taiju stepped forward. Little Stone and the others only saw the big guy, Iron Mountain's body, suddenly emit a bloody glow and swell up a bit. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, he moved. Army Breaker Charge. Li Tieju's body transformed into a bloody afterimage, charging towards the fleeing Perkins. Courageous Strike, Whirlwind. Normal Attack, Normal Attack. A series of attacks landed on the boss, and the giant gnoll let out a wail, slamming heavily onto the ground. System, gained 13464*2 experience points, killed a monster 4 levels higher, gained 200% experience bonus, 40% party bonus. System, killed a leader tier monster, gained 20 world reputation. System, you have leveled up, all attributes plus 5, gain 10 free attribute points, current level 12. System prompts kept ringing in Wang Chen's ears, he directly leveled up to 12. As usual, he added his attribute points to spirit and then looked at the experience explanation. The highest level in the party was 11, so the monster's experience bonus was 200%. A party of 5 reached the maximum 40% party bonus, nothing to say about that. What concerned Wang Chen was the times 2 after the experience value. Needless to say, this was the effect of double experience. Everyone, look at the effect of this vigorous spirit, isn't it amazing? He shared the experience prompt in the party interface, causing a burst of exclamations. Did you rent property in Greenwood City? It seems to be very sought after now. I was planning to go back to the city to rent one. Tu Xiaoling often browsed the forums and had seen the post by One Leaf 3 Withers. Yes, I rented a small manor, and it'll be our infinite battle group's stronghold from now on. Wang Chen replied with a smile. Although the location isn't top tier, its advantage is its large area. It can accommodate nearly 100 people at most. Saying that, he sent the manor's coordinates in the chat, and the others nodded, indicating understanding. Brother Dao, do you know what this world reputation is for? There's no prompt about it. At this moment, Little Stone stepped forward to inquire. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen recounted what the governor of Greenfield City, Andaman, had said earlier, informing him that reaching a certain value would grant a title, which would be very useful. The few of them then picked up the equipment dropped by the players of the Zonghung family, finally standing in front of the boss's corpse. Seeing that the Lost Star and the others were all looking at him, Wang Chen felt somewhat perplexed. Why are you all looking at me? Don't you know I have bad luck? Little Stone, go for it, try to get another epic item. Upon hearing this, Rabbit Xiao Lang and the others all turned their gazes toward Little Stone, causing a drop of cold sweat to appear on the boy's forehead. This was putting pressure on him. Although he had indeed managed to obtain an epic piece of equipment back in the Novice village, which he was still wearing, he couldn't guarantee that he would get something good again this time. Looking at Wang Chan's unyielding gaze and the expectant looks from his other companions, Little Stone felt he couldn't refuse. Since that was the case, he could only give it a try. Little Stone steeled himself, rubbed his hands together, and then reached toward the wandering Perkins's corpse. Wow, it really dropped. What is this? When a flash of purple light appeared, Little Stone exclaimed in surprise, but then his expression turned to confusion. At that moment, 2 items appeared in the team interface, one purple and one blue. Strange seal, accessory, epic, attributes, unknown, requires identification description, a seal filled with a sense of history. Its origins cannot be discerned, found by the wandering Perkins and carried for a long time. Bloody Ripper, weapon, fine, durability, 90 out of 100 equipment. Requirement, level 15, physical class equipment position, main hand attributes, stamina 42, agility 33, physical attack 112 bleeding, attacks will tear wounds, causing the target to bleed, dealing 20% physical attack damage per second for 3 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers. Description: life will eventually burn out, and the soul will turn into memories. There were a total of 2 items, one unknown epic quality seal and one blue fine quality one-handed axe. System: Little Stone has transferred the captaincy to you. Dao Gu, you can distribute it. It seems none of it is suitable for me. Little Stone said somewhat dejectedly, feeling a bit down for not having obtained an epic item. I'll take the seal first, and once it's identified, we can see who it's suitable for. I know where to get it identified. Wang Chen first allocated the unremarkable seal to himself, then looked at the last blue equipment. Who wants this one-handed axe? Little Stone, Tai Shan Kyo, and Rabbit Xiaolang, all 3 of you can use it. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and Little Stone was the first to refuse. I don't want it, this weapon has high output, and it would be a waste for me as a tank to hold it. Rabbit Xiaolang bit her lip, hesitating a bit, but ultimately shook her head. Forget it, I don't want it either. Give it to the big guy. If it were a secondary weapon, I could swap it out for the one I have. With no competition, Wang Chen directly allocated the axe to Li Taizhu. After receiving the weapon, the simpleton scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, not even bothering to show some modesty. Next, Rabbit Xiaolang also took out the equipment that had just dropped from the Zonghun family, totaling 12 pieces. The group selected what suited them, and the remaining items were handed over to Wang Chen as team assets. Wang Chen didn't see anything suitable. The only necklace that was appropriate for a mage was given to Lost Star. Actually, it wasn't really giving, it was just that the necklace's design was too feminine. Luxurious gem necklace, excellent, durability, 99 out of 100 equipment requirement, level 8, magic class equipment position, neck. Attributes, stamina 10, intelligence 8 description, its nobility is unparalleled. Looking at its flashy appearance, Wang Chen tried it on but ultimately gave up and shoved it onto Lost Star. After equipping the necklace, setting aside the stat boost, the little priestess truly became radiant. The sparkling, shimmering necklace, paired with her existing set, gave her an air of bright elegance and a hint of nobility, making Wang Chen look and look again. Perhaps his gaze was too unrestrained, causing the little priestess to eventually lower her head shyly, her earlobes turning red. You big pervert, have you stared enough? Tu Xiaoling jumped up, blocking Wang Chen's gaze, a look of disdain on her face. However, when she turned back to look at the necklace, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Indeed, beautiful things are always a woman's greatest pursuit, and Lolas are no exception. Wang Chen snapped back to reality when Tu Xiaoling called out to him. He gave an awkward smile, retracted his gaze, and then asked everyone, where should we level up now? Are there any quests we can pick up nearby? With the boss defeated and the loot from the Zonghun Guild distributed, Wang Chen felt they needed to find a new leveling spot. Perhaps it was because of the earlier PvP and boss fight, which had drawn too much attention. At this moment, many players were still lingering around, pointing and whispering about the group. He wasn't sure if they were describing the battle to their companions or discussing Wang Chen and his team. I know a suitable place, also in Twilight Wilderness, there's a quest available there. The others also noticed the attention they were getting, and Tu Xiaoling was the first to offer an opinion. Hearing this, Wang Chen asked her to lead the way, and the group quickly departed. Brother Dao, do you think those Zonghun Guild guys will retaliate against us? What if more of them show up? On the way, Little Stone suddenly spoke up, as if something had just occurred to him. What can we do? We'll deal with them hot. I'll give them a good roasting with my fireball burst. Most people don't even have much gear at this stage, so what's there to be afraid of? Wang Chen replied dismissively. In the previous PvP, he hadn't even had to exert much effort before his opponents were all down. If the Zonghung Guild came looking for trouble, all the better, it would be a good chance to test the power of his mythic equipment. He hadn't forgotten that a power of Rogzer was still lying in his inventory. Zonghung Guild's retaliation.
Just as Wang Chen and his group were discussing the Zonghung Guild, the other side was also discussing him.
Not far from the Resurrection Plaza in Greenwood City, a large group of players gathered.
These were the Zonghung Guild members who had died in the Twilight Wilderness, along with many new faces.
We can't just let this go. What if he's Dao Sansheng?
Our Zonghung Guild can't just take this loss for nothing.
Exactly. We're a well-known guild force in Haida University, we can't let people from other departments laugh at us. Brother Bao, gather all the guild members. No matter how strong they are, there are only 5 of them. We can pile them to death.
The other Zonghung Guild players also learned about what happened, and immediately, their anger flared, vowing to reclaim their dignity.
In that previous battle, the Zonghung Guild not only lost multiple pieces of equipment but also suffered significant experience loss for everyone who died. Several even dropped directly from level 11 to level 10, a huge blow.
These losses were still manageable. The most important thing was that, after this incident, the Zonghung Guild had lost tremendous face. Word of this incident was already being leaked in Haida University's game chat groups. In the middle of the crowd, Bao Hai Zonghung stood with his arms crossed, nodding with satisfaction. The messages in the Haida University game chat group had actually been released by his confidant. His aim was to make other guild members feel a sense of shared grievance, thereby increasing the guild's cohesion. Seeing everyone eager for battle, he thought, the morale is strong, and began to summarize. Waving his hand for silence, he scanned the crowd before speaking. Everyone, rest assured, this matter won't be settled just like this. However, the Dao Sansheng is indeed quite abnormal, his strength is immense. Bao Hai Zonghung paused, then continued, moreover, I've received intelligence that the Hyena Warband is also looking for this Dao Sansheng. I've already contacted their guild leader, Love Spicy Snail Noodles.
Everyone, please calm down and go level up. Wait for my good news.
Upon hearing the words, the many players of the Wanin family cheered, loudly proclaiming long live the clan leader, and long live Brother Bao. Although the reputation of the Hyena War Group was not very good, their strength was formidable, with many experts among them. Once the family members dispersed, Bao Hai Zonghun let out a cold smile.
Dao Sansheng, no matter how impressive you are,
I will make sure you can't survive in Greenfield City.
Wang Chen and the others were still unaware of the danger approaching them in the shadows.
At this moment, under the guidance of Tu Xiaoling, the group had arrived at a
place resembling a farm. Mechanical monsters could be seen wandering back and forth in the wheat fields. Out of control wheat field puppet, level 16, normal monster, health 1800.
Additionally, there were flying monsters in the sky, similar to the vultures that Xiao Shi Tu and the others had previously farmed. On the edge of the wheat field, there were several small houses, with windmills, grinding stones, and other farming tools at the entrance, where a few farmers were using pitchforks to drive away the monsters.
Is this the place? Wang Chen asked Tu Xiaoling. Yes, do you see those farmers? The one in the lead is called Bidik, he will issue a quest to collect the hearts of the puppets.
Tu Xiaoling pointed to a bearded NPC standing under the eaves and continued, the quest rewards 20 copper coins and 2000 experience, and it can be completed repeatedly.
What do you all think?
Upon hearing this, the Lost Star and the others looked at Wang Chen, waiting for him to make a decision.
It can be repeated?
That's good, the monsters are 4 levels higher than me, so I can get a 200% level up reward.
Let's do it here.
Wang Chen stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then made the decision. However, before they started farming monsters, he suddenly took out a huge two-handed axe from his backpack.
Replacing the Shadow Staff, he finally had an epic level piece of equipment.
Nickname, Dao Sansheng Race, Human Level, 12 Profession, Battle Mage Attributes, Strength 325, Agility 260, Stamina 500, Intelligence 384, Spirit 192 Health. 7500/7500 Mana, 1920 Experience, 8024/120000 Physical Attack, 1160 Spell Attack, 883 Critical Hit Chance, 7% Maximum Movement Speed, 35 Skills, Magic Missile, Malicious Transformation, Magic Shield, Magic Counter, Battle Soul, Battle Mage Unmatched, Indomitable Will, Warrior's Descent, Blink, Slow, Ice Ring, Breaking Charge, Resilience, Fury Talent Skills, Infinite Flame Burst, Infinite Invisibility. Equipment skills, Summon Spirit, Summon Tide Equipment, slightly changed. Replacing the Shadow Staff caused Wang Chen's spell attack to drop significantly. However, compared to the increase in physical attack, it was completely acceptable. Moreover, the trigger probability of the Shadow Staff's shadow effect was not high, it couldn't compare to the fixed 10% damage increase from the Ragozer's power.
Wow! Dao Good, this big axe of yours Is outrageous, aren't you a mage? Xiaoshi too was the first to notice the change in Wang Chen's weapon, immediately exclaiming in surprise. Tu Xiaoling and Taizhan Kyo also followed Xiaoshi's gaze, shocked by the enormous two-handed axe. Although Wang Chen had turned off the equipment effects, the exquisite craftsmanship of the Ragozer's power made it clear that this was a very impressive weapon. I have a hidden profession, so I can use physical class weapons, not bad, right? Wang Chen took off the two-handed axe and swung it around, trying to find the right feel. The heavy Ragozer's power felt weightless in his hands, the axe blade flashing coldly as it spun. From the perspective of Tu Xiaoling and the others, they saw a player wearing a mask and a robe swinging a large axe. The contrast was jarring, and they couldn't help but wonder in their minds. Is this a mage? Wang Chen was unaware of Tu Xiaoling and the others' thoughts. He looked at a wheatfield puppet, his figure flickering as he charged forward. Breaking charge minus 2200. I forgot the assassination effect, let me try. Another one. Wang Chen muttered softly, flashing to the side of another monster. Minus 2319. Another instant kill, and it was the damage from a white normal attack. Wang Chen felt that swinging the axe was much more satisfying. Then using the staff, a visceral pleasure that felt like hitting flesh. The following time was very calm. After finding Farmer Dick and receiving the task to collect the puppet heart, Wang Chen and his group stayed at the farm to level up. Although each puppet only provided a little over 100 experience points, their efficiency in monster grinding was very high. Especially Wang Chen, who could kill instantly with just one hit. The drop rate for the puppet heart wasn't low, so overall, the speed of gaining experience was quite fast. Time passed. After an unknown period, as golden light rose beneath his feet, Wang Chen successfully leveled up to level 13. Little Stone and the others also gradually reached level 12, and the entire Infinite Battle Group met the requirements to enter the Twilight Wilderness Dungeon. Wang Chen noticed that he was leveling up faster than the others, and the double experience effect played a decisive role. Speaking of double experience, he suddenly remembered the Goblin Rocky, who was helping him rent out his property shop. I wonder how my property shop rental is going. If I earn a lot of gold coins, can I continue to buy more property shops? This thought suddenly arose in Wang Chen's mind, and he felt he needed to return to the city to check. After all, grinding monsters had become monotonous, and he was feeling a bit impatient. Moreover, now that he had reached level 13, staying in the team would reduce the experience bonus from killing monsters above their level. With this in mind, Wang Chen could no longer stay put. Are you all tired from grinding monsters? How about we return to the city and take a break? His suggestion received unanimous agreement from Rabbit Xiaoling and the others, especially from Lost Star. Since she hardly needed to heal, she could only watch. It was so boring that she might as well be counting ants, proving that leveling up was also a test of patience. Alright, then let's all head back to Greenwild City together and check out our battle group's base. Wang Chen said, taking the lead towards Greenwild City, with Little Stone and the others following suit. After such a long time leveling up together, the relationships among the group had become increasingly familiar. After some conversation, they also learned a bit about each other. For instance, among them, the big lowly Rabbit Xiaoling was surprisingly the oldest at 20 years old, a sophomore at Longjing University. Another example was Lost Star, who was also from Jiangzhou and would be starting university after the summer vacation. Coincidentally, both Lost Star and Little Stone had been accepted to Longjing University. Being able to get into Longjing University meant that these few were all top students, as it is one of the best universities in the Huaxia region. In the end, they discovered that among the 5 members of the Infinite Battle Group, 3 were from Jiangzhou, while only Little Stone and Rabbit Xiaoling were in Longjing. Speaking of which, I will be going to Longjing the day after tomorrow. Does anyone want to meet up? Wang Chen casually mentioned that he would be going for the martial artist certification with Xiao Liuli. To his surprise, Little Stone was the first to respond. Sure. Dao Go, remember to contact me when you get to Longjing. I'm so bored at home every day. On the other side, Rabbit Xiaoling was also a bit tempted, but being a girl, she ultimately didn't respond. The group chatted about various topics, and before they knew it, they had returned to Greenwild City. Then, under Wang Chen's lead, they headed straight for the small manor. They didn't notice that a few players had been trailing them from the city gate. It wasn't until they entered the small manor that those players noted the location and quietly left. Is this our Infinite Battle Group's base? It's quite a beautiful little manor. As soon as Rabbit Xiaoling and the others entered, they looked around curiously at the team's base. After Wang Chen granted a few people the permission to come and go freely, they immediately entered a state of high energy, and the double experience time began to accumulate. Oh, my great master, you have finally returned. A green-skinned goblin suddenly appeared before everyone, then looked at the other few people. Heavens, what do I see? Two beautiful human ladies, are they your companions, master? Rocky's sudden appearance startled Xiaoshi 2 and the others, but they quickly recognized him as the NPC known by their team leader. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. What nonsense was this little guy spouting? Seeing that Tu Xiaoling was about to explode and that Mila Xingxing's face was also flushed, he quickly pulled Rocky to a nearby room. You all take a look around and rest for a bit, I have some matters to attend to. Saying this, he quickly left amidst the exchanged glances of Xiaoshi 2 and the others. In the room, Wang Chen instructed Rocky not to speak carelessly, then inquired about the matters he had asked him to handle. As soon as he mentioned the rental of commercial properties, the little green-skinned goblin perked up. Master, you truly are the greatest merchant, those adventurers are so wealthy. Rocky exclaimed, then proceeded to tell him about what he had been doing during this time. Ever since he was authorized to manage those commercial properties, the little goblin had been frequenting the governing halls of various main cities. Whether individuals or factions, anyone wanting to rent properties or shops would go there to submit applications. At first, it was fine, the applications received were few. Then, for some unknown reason, countless adventurers flocked to the governing halls of all the main cities. They swept away all the available properties and shops for rent, and all of Wang Chen's 618 assets received applications. The overwhelming situation startled the governors of the main cities, who were baffled by what was happening. Upon learning that all the applications were for rental properties and shops, the governors silently raised the prices several times. Even so, aside from the properties and shops owned by Wang Chen, all other available rentals were quickly taken. After all, there were still limitations imposed by the system rules. These governors had no idea what it meant for something to be valuable due to its scarcity. When the relatively cheaper options were all rented out, only Wang Chen's 618 properties remained. However, when they found the NPCs authorized to rent these places, the prices quoted were jaw-dropping. Compared to the maximum rental price of 2 gold coins per month set by other governors, this goblin NPC named Rocky directly multiplied it by 10. The most infuriating part was that among the rental properties and shops in the 36 human main cities, a full half were under the name of this detestable goblin. Many players and factions, unable to secure rental places, took to the official forum to voice their outrage. They believed this was an official scheme to siphon off players' funds. Unfortunately, these posts had no effect. The rental prices of 10 to 25 gold coins per month for properties and shops remained posted in the game. Many players continued to speak out against it, calling for everyone not to rent the overpriced properties and shops. This was equivalent to tens of thousands of credit points per month, more expensive than those golden shops in reality, treating players like cash cows. Until a player discovered that several of the 618 properties and shops listed had quietly been rented out. This seemed to open the floodgates, and in less than half an hour, all 617 properties were rented out. There was no other reason, the double experience was simply too enticing. From another perspective, due to racial principles, the Human Storm Empire had gathered too many players. Compared to this vast number, the 36 main cities' rental properties were merely a drop in the bucket. For those factions or wealthy individuals, the rental fee of a few gold coins was nothing compared to the advantage of gaining double experience. Moreover, each place could accommodate between 30 to 150 people, and shops could also be opened for business. Especially for many major forces, they have already invested funds to cultivate lifestyle players. Whether it's potions, tailoring, forging, or cooking, fishing, and other life skills, they have begun to consciously nurture them. Each major force has individuals with keen insight who can see the potential of these professions and life skills. Although a large amount of capital is required for initial cultivation, once the game opens up more content, it will definitely yield unexpected benefits. So, are those properties and shops all rented out? Upon hearing the whole story, Wang Chen praised his foresight. It seems that Yi Sanku's move was correct. The temptation of double experience has driven all players crazy. Of course, great master, besides the one you instructed me to keep and the ones previously rented out, I have rented out a total of 615 properties. Rocky puffed out his chest, looking very proud. As he spoke, he took out a large money bag and handed it to Wang Chen. System, you have received 10,648 gold coins. Wang Chen, who understands this feeling of instant wealth? Although he was somewhat prepared, he was still stunned by this enormous surprise. After a while, when he came to his senses, he found Rocky was still staring at him intently, his eyes full of desire. With a quick thought, he knew what this little green skin was thinking. He casually took out 11 gold coins and handed them to him, smiling as he spoke. This is your reward, I won't go back on my word. Rocky jumped up to receive the gold coins, happily dancing the goblin dance. As a slave purchased by Wang Chen, everything about him belonged to the other party. Even if he wanted to back out, he had no ability to resist. Receiving the gold coins, the thought in Wang Chen's mind grew stronger. He took Rocky out of the room and found Little Stone and the others. Rocky is my hired NPC partner, you can treat him as the steward of the small manor. Wang Chen introduced him to the others and continued, I have a solo mission that requires taking Rocky out to complete. What are your plans next? Are you going to stay here and rest, or go out to level up? Rabbit Xiaoling and the others exchanged glances, and in the end, it was the youngest, Little Stone, who made the decision. Dao Good, you go ahead and take care of your business, we'll rest for a while and then prepare to check out that dungeon in Twilight. Wilderness. Wang Chen recalled seeing many players discussing the dungeon on the way back. Now many players have reached level 12, meeting the requirements to enter the dungeon. Alright, your 4-man team is fairly complete, go. Try the difficulty first. If I don't arrive in time, just form a random group. Wang Chen was unsure about the difficulty of the dungeon called Wailing Mines and whether it was the first dungeon of Apocalypse World. However, since he hadn't heard any server-wide announcements, it seemed that other races in city maps either hadn't discovered the dungeon or hadn't finished exploring it. After instructing Little Stone and the others, Wang Chen took Rocky and headed out. Familiar with the route, Wang Chen easily found the governor, Andaman, in the governing hall. He didn't see the bustling scene that Rocky mentioned, probably because all the properties and shops had already been rented out. When Wang Chen expressed his needs to Andaman, the governor immediately jumped up. By the gods, Baron, do you still want to purchase properties and shops? It was no wonder Andaman was so surprised, as Wang Chen had already bought many properties from him before. Yes, Governor, as an imperial baron, there shouldn't be a limit on the number of purchases, right? Wang Chen replied politely. Upon hearing this, Andaman's expression hesitated slightly. As the governor, he knew how hot the rental market for properties and shops in the main city was. Even raising the price threefold couldn't stop the frenzy of adventurers. As a powerful knight at the skeleton level in the main city, Andaman couldn't understand the reason behind it. He could only vaguely hear the adventurers discussing things like double experience and rental properties. Baron, are you really going to make a purchase? You should know that the rental fees have increased significantly, and if you want to buy the land outright, you'll have to pay even more gold. After pondering for a while, Andaman slowly spoke. The adventurer before him was a baron, personally appointed by the imperial princess, and he had no authority to stop him from purchasing property. Raising the price threefold was already the governor's last struggle. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Chen walked out of the governing hall with Rocky. In his backpack, there were now over a dozen property deeds. These were the ones Wang Chen had left behind earlier, those with poor locations or low cost effectiveness. However, with the market so booming now, he decided to take them all. If he could sell a guild token and happen to become a baron, how could he miss this opportunity to hoard real estate in the main city? As the saying goes, if heaven offers you a chance and you don't take it, you'll suffer the consequences. Each main city has a limited number of properties available for rent or sale, and all the good locations had already been taken. Whatever was left was what he could buy. Time passed. Just like the day before, Wang Chen rushed between various main cities with Rocky. By the time he returned to Green Wild City after spending all the gold he had just acquired, the total number of property deeds had reached 1,001. As usual, he handed the authorization to Rocky and took him to the area of the Morello family deed. Since the latest deed had already been rented out, he could only wait a month to collect the rent. So, barring any surprises, these 1,001 properties would be the final result. Wang Chen spent about 20,000 gold on these deeds, and he had almost acquired all the rental and sale properties available in the secondary main cities of the Human Storm Empire. The remaining ones were very few, and even when combined, they were hardly worth mentioning, still in those corner locations. As long as the Apocalypse World was still operational and these main cities had not fallen, all of this would be his fixed assets. Perhaps these assets wouldn't mean much to those large financial groups, but they gave Wang Chen a chance to rise, providing him with some capital to establish a force in the future. This deed is almost the best location in Green Wild City. I plan to turn it into an auction house and leave it in your care, Wang Chen said as he walked, conversing with Rocky beside him. It would be my honor, great master. I will make it the best auction house in the world. The goblin slave, who had previously curled up in a cage, was now full of confidence, walking with his pointed ears held high. Managing 1,001 properties, the goblin Rocky was filled with pride. This was the power that wealth brought, regardless of race. As the master and servant walked, Wang Chen suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. The prodigal son, Miao Runfeng? What is he doing here? Filled with curiosity, he quietly followed. The archer who had a grudge with Wang Chen back in the novice village had already changed classes, with several parts of his gear glowing green, indicating he had accumulated quite a bit of equipment. Miao Runfeng finally entered a tavern, sitting there as if waiting for someone. Wang Chen followed him inside, found a corner to sit down, and ordered a mug of ale from the waiter. With the Invar mask on and carrying a large axe, Miao Runfeng did not recognize him. After a while, a player walked in, a human warlock named I am not a medicine god. What a big shot! No wonder he's a famous alchemist in the holy domain. Miao Runfeng spoke first, then quickly changed his tone. So, have you considered it? Would you like to join our Sword Rain studio? Don't worry, we can handle the conflict between you and the Brotherhood Guild. The warlock player, a young man in his 20s, remained calm upon hearing this, as if Miao Runfeng was not speaking to him. Upon closer observation, one could detect a lingering sadness in the young man's eyes. What's the treatment like if I join Sword Rain? After a while, just as the rogue Miao Runfeng was growing impatient, the young man's calm voice broke the silence. Sword Rain Studio, no, it should be called Sword Rain Guild now. We will provide you with resources and help you level up your profession, with a monthly salary of 15,000. Miao Runfeng replied without hesitation. Of course, in exchange, all the potions you craft in the Apocalypse world will belong to Sword Rain, including the potions I developed. Myself? The warlock youth seemed unable to believe his ears and couldn't help but ask. Hearing the doubt, Miao Runfeng's eyes shifted, and his tone softened slightly. Of course, but we can give you a 1% commission, and there will be a bonus at the end of the year. How about it? The conditions are already quite generous, comparable to Sword Rain's elite players. The young man remained unmoved, and Miao Runfeng's gaze sharpened. You need to think this through. Aside from siding with Sword Rain, you have no other choice. Don't be ungrateful. Miao Runfeng stood up, looking down at the young man. The president of the Brotherhood Alliance has issued a kill order against you. As long as you stay in the virtual game world, you won't be able to play normally, not even to gather herbs outside the city. With a mix of honey and a stick, Miao Runfeng noticed the young man's hesitant expression and felt a surge of pride. What does it matter if you're one of the top 3 alchemists in the holy domain? You can still be easily manipulated by me. Thinking of how he had completed the task of a blood-soaked sword while lowering the price significantly, Miao Runfeng couldn't help but feel pleased. His gaze towards the warlock youth became more amiable. He was about to become an elite member, and this I am not the god of medicine was instrumental in that. Is this brother a life player specializing in alchemy? A male voice suddenly interrupted I am not the god of medicine's hesitation, startling Miao Runfeng. Miao Runfeng felt an inexplicable familiarity with the voice but couldn't place it at the moment. The warlock youth was hesitating whether to agree to join Sword Rain, as not joining would likely mean he wouldn't even earn enough for his college tuition after offending the Brotherhood Alliance. Not to mention seeking revenge against the president of the Brotherhood Alliance, that was simply a fantasy. Hearing Wang Chen's question, the young man didn't pay much attention and casually replied, of course, I can be considered a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family in the Huaxia region. Although I have fallen into obscurity now, I still have some abilities in pharmacological research. When it came to alchemy, the warlock youth's expression turned confident, exuding an undeniable aura. Wang Chen could see that the confidence on the young man's face was genuine. He must have real skills. He recalled that in his personal warehouse, there were several potion formulas gathering dust alongside the heart of Kulmok, and he made a decision. If you're not satisfied with the treatment from Sword Rain Guild, you can find me at coordinates 217-584. Wang Chen sent a friend request to I am not the god of medicine and then turned to leave with Rocky. What's your name? You dare to meddle in Sword Rain's affairs? Don't you want to survive in the apocalypse? Miao Runfeng didn't expect someone to intercept him and immediately shouted at Wang Chen's retreating figure. I am not the god of medicine initially didn't care about what Wang Chen said, but at that moment, the system suddenly chimed in with a notification. System, player Dao San Shang has invited you to become friends. Do you accept? Is it him? As a veteran in the virtual gaming circle, he naturally knew Dao San Shang, who had been making waves since the Novice Village stage. He had seen the posts by Yi San Ku on the forum and had some understanding of Dao San Shang's strength as a mage. Perhaps he can help me. This thought crossed his mind, and I am not the god of medicine gritted his teeth and chose to accept the friend request. With an apologetic smile towards Miao Runfeng, he turned and chased after the departing Wang Chen. Did the duck fly away just as it was about to be caught? The prodigal Miao Runfeng was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Unable to understand why I am not the god of medicine would change his mind so abruptly. You better not regret it. Sword Rain isn't something you can just come and go from. Don't cry when the Brotherhood Alliance is hunting you down. Miao Runfeng tried to salvage the situation, addressing the back of I am not the god of medicine. Unfortunately, the other party merely paused for a moment before quickly leaving. Damn! In the tavern, Miao Runfeng slammed his fist on the table in frustration. After I am not the god of medicine chased after him, he found that Wang Chen's figure had already vanished. While astonished by the other's speed, he followed the coordinates given. At the shop tied to the Malero family deed, Wang Chen stood at the entrance with Rocky. Rocky, this place would be great for an auction house, right? It's spacious enough and in a prime location. Wang Chen pointed at the shop while explaining to the goblin, planning how to develop the auction house in his mind. Yes, master, but this shop needs some renovations, and the auction house needs a catchy name. Rocky observed carefully and shared his thoughts. Let's call it the first auction house of Greenfield City. It's simple and memorable. I'll leave the rest to you. Wang Chen felt that purchasing this goblin slave was a wise decision. He could easily be a hands-off manager. Are you the first violent mage of the apocalypse? A voice called from behind. Without turning around, Wang Chen already knew it was the young warlock from before. A smile crept onto his lips. It felt great to disrupt the opponent's plans. Of course, let's go in and talk. Wang Chen led Rocky into the shop, and the warlock hesitated for a moment before following. Seeing the energetic state that appeared on himself, I am not the god of medicine showed a hint of envy. He also wanted to rent such private property shops, but unfortunately, he couldn't produce the gold coins or compete for them. Inside the shop, Wang Chen revealed his hidden nickname level, which was an impressive level 13, making the young man glance at it several times. I've offended a major power. Are you sure you want to recruit me? I am not the god of medicine, asked uncertainly, clearly feeling the pressure from that power during this time. Wang Chen knew he was referring to that Brotherhood Alliance Guild, and perhaps now there was also the Sword Rain Guild. However, as a player who had already clashed with Sword Rain in the Novice village, why would he care? Even if there was an additional Brotherhood Alliance, so what? You don't need to worry about those, that's my business. Just focus on studying your potion profession. Wang Chen said casually, drafting a contract and handing it over. I, Dao San Shang, have never been afraid of anyone, you'll see in the future. Upon hearing this, I am not the god of medicine was taken aback, inspired by Wang Chen's confidence. He took the contract, glancing at it carefully. The terms were far more favorable than those offered by Sword Rain, even making him doubt Wang Chen's intentions. The contract essentially stated that Wang Chen would provide all resources needed to upgrade his professional level, including rare formulas, etc. As for compensation, there were two options. One was 100,000 credit points per month, but all output would belong to Wang Chen. The other had no fixed salary, but he could receive 10% of the profits from all potions he produced. I am not the god of medicine didn't hesitate much and chose the second option. He was confident in himself. According to the contract, from then on, he would be bound to Wang Chen in the apocalypse world. Although this was almost equivalent to a contract of servitude, for someone like I am not the god of medicine, who was at his wit's end, it was already the best outcome. Boss, if I want to start leveling up my profession, I need some initial capital. With the contract signed, I am not the god of medicine quickly got into the right mindset. Wang Chen nodded and took out 10 of the remaining dozen gold coins he had, handing them to him. Here are 10 gold coins for you, buy what you need for the initial phase yourself. Come on, I'll get you 2 potion formulas. I am not the god of medicine took the gold coins and followed Wang Chen. He was somewhat curious about the potion formulas Wang Chen mentioned. Given the other party's strength, those formulas should be quite good. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the Green Wild City Bank. Boss, this Stone Jaw Frenzy potion is way too powerful, and this Magical Resonance potion has percentage damage, which is also very rare. After obtaining the formula, I am not a god was shocked by the attributes described. Wang Chen was very pleased with I am not a god's expression. These 2 potion formulas were hard-earned. He handed the formulas to I am not a god and arranged for Rocky to take him to the small manor. That's the base of my mercenary group. You can level up your profession there. Later, I will find a way to get you a shop. Wang Chen painted a bright future for I am not a god and sent the 2 away. The promise he made was not empty. At the very least, in a month, he could free up a shop for I am not a god. Once everything was settled, Wang Chen prepared to find Little Stone and the others. Now that Li Taiju was already level 12, the surprise he had prepared for him could also be revealed. Thinking of that silly childhood friend's expression after obtaining the power of Coolmock and Leap of Faith, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. However, it was a bit strange that, after so much time had passed, Little Stone and the others had not chatted in the team channel. Could it be that the Wailing Mine dungeon is too difficult and the exploration is too tough? Wang Chen couldn't help but think. He opened the team chat and sent a message. Dao San Shang, how's the dungeon exploration going? I finished my quest and can come find you. After sending the message, Wang Chen stood still, waiting for a reply. Since he had mentioned before that if he didn't arrive in time, Little Stone and the others should form a random group. Asking now was also to prevent them from already having gathered a team. If that were the case, Wang Chen was prepared to level up alone. But a few minutes later, he felt something was off. By now, the people in the team should have seen the message. Especially Little Stone, based on past experience, would usually reply even while fighting a boss. With a bad feeling in his heart, Wang Chen found Little Stone in his friends' list. Stone, what's going on? Why aren't you all replying? After a while with still no response, Wang Chen's bad feeling intensified. It was clear from the friends list that Little Stone was still online, yet he wasn't replying. Don't play dead, tell me what happened right now, or I will get angry. Wang Chen's tone became stern, feeling that Little Stone and the others were hiding something from him. After a long time, just as he was getting impatient, a notification from the friends list rang out. Opening it, it was a message from Little Stone. However, the content made his expression darken, wishing he could fly directly to Twilight Wilderness. Dao Gu, we've been blocked here. At the Wailing mine for several hours, their real target seems to be you, so we haven't dared to say anything in the team. Without any hesitation, Wang Chen immediately sprinted towards the direction of Twilight Wilderness. As he rushed there, he asked Little Stone about the situation. With Little Stone's fragmented recounting, he gradually understood the whole story. It turned out that as soon as they returned to Green Wild City, they were spotted by the Zongheng family, and someone had been watching outside the small manor the whole time. After Little Stone and the others rested and left the small manor, their movements had been completely tracked by the other party. When they were halfway to the Wailing Mine dungeon, Rabbit Shelling was the first to notice that they were being followed. However, the other party only kept their distance and did not take action. Now it seemed they hadn't discovered Wang Chen's whereabouts, so they wanted to wait for him to appear before making a move. After realizing they were being followed, the group understood that it was too late to return to Green Wild City and could only continue walking without making a sound. Finally, as they approached the Wailing Mine, the pursuers could no longer hold back and revealed themselves. According to Little Stone's description, there were over 100 players just in their line of sight, with many more continuously arriving from behind. Leading the charge were the previously encountered Bao Heizongheng and another rogue player, who surrounded Little Stone and his companions. Bao Heizongheng asked Little Stone and the others why Wang Chen was not with them and where he was now. Naturally, Little Stone and the others could not reveal anything, and Tu Shelling even went straight into stealth mode. Seeing this, the Zongheng family realized that the other side was unwilling to yield and immediately prepared to attack under Bao Heizongheng's command. At that moment, a rogue player nearby, who loved to slurp snail noodles, stopped the Zongheng family and whispered something to Bao Heizongheng. A few seconds later, except for the stealthy Tu Shelling, everyone else fell into skill control. Under the siege of hundreds of players, Little Stone and his companions were ready to return to the city at any moment. But who would have thought that the subsequent developments would exceed expectations? The other side seemed not to want to kill them directly. Various control skills, such as the Ice Ring spell from the Ice Mage, the Charm spell from the Demon Warlock's pet, and the Slowing spell from the Arcane Mage, were unleashed in succession. Bao Heizongheng and his group continued to toy with Little Stone and the others, keeping them in a controlled state. Even the rare skill, Malicious Transformation, from the mages made an appearance, and the other side kept targeting Lost Star with it. Thus, except for Tu Shelling, who seized the opportunity to escape the encirclement early, the others remained trapped in a circle. Hundreds of players took turns mocking Little Stone and his companions, while some players were looking for various angles, seemingly filming a video. Seeing this situation, Little Stone and the others understood the other side's intentions. They aimed to humiliate them in this way and post the video online. This would attract Wang Chen, who was somewhere unknown, to come for revenge. If Wang Chen did not show up, that would be even better, they could ruin his reputation. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen also understood that it was likely not just the Zongheng family involved. That rogue who loved to slurp snail noodles also had a grudge against him. He just couldn't recall when he had offended this person. Thinking about how the other side kept targeting Lost Star with Malicious Transformation, a thought suddenly surged into his mind. Could it be that warrior player, Big Wolf Dog, who I toyed with at Lakeside Town? The Hyena Battle Group? Wang Chen split his focus and opened the official forum, and sure enough, he quickly saw a post that had been pushed to the forefront. Dao Sanshang and his girlfriend were toyed with. The #1 violent mage of the apocalypse has a false reputation. Although he hadn't been in the spotlight for a while, Wang Chen's fame was still high. Previously, the announcements from the Novice village had often come from him, making him a celebrity in the apocalypse world. Now, seeing such an explosive post about Dao Sanshang naturally attracted many curious players to watch. This was a live streaming post, similar to the previous live stream of the battle at Kermok in the Novice village. Wang Chen quickly spotted Lost Star and Li Taiju in the livestream, while Tu Xiaoling and Little Stone did not appear. It was unclear whether they had already returned to the city or escaped by other means. Through the livestream, the raucous laughter of the Zongheng Battle Group's players hit him like a wave. Among them, Li Taiju and Lost Star were like puppets, completely unable to move due to the control. Li Taiju was holding up relatively well, being a martial artist with a stronger will. However, Lost Star, being a girl, was on the verge of breaking down, even though she hadn't cried yet. At that moment, Bao Heizongheng suddenly leaned closer to the live stream camera and pointed at Lost Star and Li Taiju, speaking up. Dao Sanshang, you must be watching the live stream, right? We're waiting for you, ha ha ha. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen's face turned ashen. He casually scrolled down to comment, and sure enough, many comments were cursing him. What the hell, this is like lighting a lantern in a toilet. The number one violent mage of the apocalypse dares to provoke? This Dao Sanshang is too cowardly, right? His girl and brothers are being bullied like this and he doesn't show up? What a trashy bully, just a moment of good luck. In this situation, I think anyone with a normal brain wouldn't come. How can a few hundred people compete? The comments were varied, some cursing Wang Chen, while others said that the actions of the Zongheng family were too unethical. Of course, many players were advising him not to go, as it was clearly a trap. If Wang Chen went and got controlled and toyed with like this, he would lose all face and would never be able to hold his head high again. Wang Chen closed the forum, his killing intent boiling within him. Ding, ding, ding. A series of message notifications rang out in his friend list. Upon opening it, besides Xiaoshi 2, there were also warnings from Yi San Ku and others. Xiaoshi 2, Daoge, I used the Holy Shield technique and snuck into the dungeon while they weren't paying attention. You mustn't come, or you'll fall into their trap. Yi San Ku, big god, I saw the posts on the forum, this is clearly a trap, you mustn't go. Yi Dao Liang Duan, brother, as long as the Green Mountains remain, you don't have to worry about firewood. If you can't mix in Green Wild City, come to Ireland City, and my Dawnwings will help you get your revenge. I am not a medicine god, boss, that guy who loves to slurp snail noodles is from the Hyena War Group, they have connections with the Sword Rain Guild, you need to be careful. Everyone was advising him to be cautious and not to wade into this obviously murky water. Even so, Wang Chen's steps showed no hesitation. In the real world, his strength wasn't enough to be fearless, but if it was the same in this apocalypse world, then what was the point of playing the game? As a legendary class war mage, the only way to stop war was through battle. Wang Chen looked at the map, the distance to Twilight Wilderness growing closer, his gaze icy. Zongheng family. Hyena War Group. I'm coming. Not far from the Wailing mine, hundreds of players had gathered. It was close to the dungeon, and there were many players. Thus, their gathering attracted countless onlookers. In the center of it all, two players were being toyed with mercilessly. You big fool, where's your old Dao Sanshang? Why isn't he here to save you? He can't be that cowardly, right? The speaker was someone Wang Chen and Lost Star both recognized, the shield warrior Big Wolf Dog from Lakeside Town. At this moment, he wore a face full of arrogance, his sarcasm evident. Upon hearing this, Li Tieju's eyes widened in anger as he glared at Big Wolf Dog. You dog? If I meet you in reality, I'll beat the crap out of you. He was currently frozen in place by the mage's ice ring technique, and his breaking charge was still on cooldown. As for Furious Will, it could only immunize against mental control, not against skills that restricted movement. Big Wolf Dog laughed at the threat as if he had heard something amusing, bending over in exaggerated laughter. I'm so scared, what should I do? I'm terrified. Ha ha ha. The shield warrior laughed and moved closer to Li Taiju, twisting his body and even sticking his butt out at him. Come hit me. I'm right here, come on. His vile behavior drew laughter from the surrounding crowd, who cheered him on. Hit him. Hit him. A player from the Zongheng family found a good angle to showcase this scene on the livestream. Just as everyone's attention was on Big Wolf Dog's provocative actions, a gleaming axe blade suddenly appeared. -4624. The axe struck heavily on Big Wolf Dog's exposed rear, instantly killing him. As you wish. A cold voice suddenly rang out as a player wearing a mask and a robe appeared out of nowhere. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, but Bao Heizongheng was the first to react. Dao Sanshang. It's Dao Sanshang. He finally came, get him, kill him. Upon hearing this, everyone around was taken aback. It turned out that the player who had just instant-killed the Big Wolf Dog was Dao Sanshang. Isualuwasifan was also seeing Wang Chen for the first time and didn't expect him to kill his subordinate right in front of him. For someone who valued face like him, it was akin to being slapped in the face. Members of the Hyena Battle Group, listen to my command. Focus fire and take down Dao Sanshang, don't let him leave Green Wild City. Destructive Flame, Fireball, Balanced Shot. Countless ranged skills were unleashed towards Wang Chen as per the command, and it seemed he was about to be killed instantly. However, when the skills landed, the opponent's figure had already vanished. Where is he? Bao Heizongheng looked puzzled, surely they hadn't reduced him to nothing? After all, this was a virtual game, not reality. Are you looking for me? A familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Bao Heizongheng turned around sharply to find Wang Chen sneering at him from behind. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, he knew the opponent's attack power could kill him in one hit. He awkwardly rolled on the ground like a lazy donkey, trying to hide among the crowd while shouting, "He's over here, quick, over here." The players from the Zonghung family and the hyena battle group were startled, finally locating Wang Chen's whereabouts. What kind of speed is this? I couldn't keep up with my sight. Is this guy a mage? As this question arose in their minds, they immediately redirected their targets. Warriors and knights, as well as stealthy rogue players, rushed towards Wang Chen. Breaking. Charge, normal attack. -48, absorb, 48, absorb. A warrior charged in, but the damage dealt was negligible. Although it caused a stun, Wang Chen quickly recovered. Battle Soul. The main passive effect of this battle mage was beginning to show. 50% tenacity have all abnormal effects. Additionally, the 50% damage reduction from stacking 5 layers was the source of Wang Chen's confidence. -4232. With a casual axe swing to the warrior's head, he sent him to the afterlife while triggering the infinite characteristic of infinite flame burst. Wang Chen hurled the flame burst towards a healing class, casting a disdainful glance at Bao Hai Zongheng. He had no intention of killing the opponent just yet. Instead, he planned to stay until the end. He wanted Bao Hai Zongheng to watch as every member of his family fell one by one, completely shattering the source of his confidence. Surveying the dense crowd around him, Wang Chen locked his gaze on the healers and ranged classes standing at the back. Breaking Charge, Ice Ring, Slow Spell, Summon Spirit, Infinite Flame Burst. A wave of damage erupted above the crowd, a result of Breaking Charge's area damage effect. With Wang Chen's over 1,000 physical attack, these fragile players, averaging a few hundred health points, were instantly wiped out. He then unleashed all his instant cast skills, weaving through the dense crowd. Occasionally, a few attacks landed on Wang Chen, but apart from the absorption prompts, his thick health bar didn't even budge. The 50% damage reduction doubled the effect of his magic shield, and not a single shield had been broken yet. With a terrifying movement speed of 35 points, Wang Chen moved like a ghost, with very few players able to keep up with his actions. Coupled with the dense crowd of Zongheng family and hyena battle group players, Wang Chen was practically free to roam. In an instant, everyone was helpless against him, only able to watch as their companions fell one by one. Since Wang Chen had suddenly joined the battle, his avatar had turned blood red. This was due to the increase in his sin value, resulting in a red name from killing. In just a short while, dozens of players had already died at Wang Chen's hands. If the hidden nicknames were displayed, Dao Sansheng's name would likely be turning dark red. Many onlookers outside also witnessed Wang Chen, who resembled a war god. At this moment, the unstoppable figure that killed gods and demons reminded them of a phrase. Fried fish. Yes, at this moment, the players from the Zongheng family and the hyena battle group were completely out of formation, like fried fish. After all, dying once meant losing a large amount of experience, and no one wanted to be taken down like a slaughtered chicken. This is too strong. They can't keep up with the speed of the violent law, ranged attacks miss, and melee can't catch up. Dao Sansheng should be a free mode player, and it seems he belongs to the top tier of free mode experts. At this rate, the Zongheng family and the hyena battle group are completely outmatched. It's truly terrifying. The discussions of the onlookers had no effect on Wang Chen, whose expression was cold, with only the thought of killing in his mind. The only regret was that the group attack skill was only breaking army charge. However, even so, the members of the Zongheng family and the hyena battle group were scattered and disoriented. Bao Hai Zongheng watched as his subordinates fell one by one, but that detestable Dao Sansheng showed no signs of being threatened. While feeling terrified of Wang Chen's strength, he also realized that he needed to change tactics. Stop all attacks. Use only non-damaging control skills. Binding Qifeng, don't focus on that little priest anymore. Use transformation on Dao Sansheng. Seeing that such chaotic attacks could not affect Wang Chen, Bao Hai Zongheng began to command. The stealthy AI Sualuasifan had not found a suitable opportunity, and he was also unsure. At this moment, seeing Bao Hai Zongheng start to command, he immediately instructed in the team chat. All brothers, pay attention, temporarily follow the commands of the Zongheng family leader, and restrain Dao Sansheng. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly changed, with all players focusing on Wang Chen to unleash control skills. Wang Chen's expression tightened as he had already noticed their intentions. They wanted to restrain him first and then focus fire to take him down. But will I let you have your way? Wang Chen thought to himself and immediately changed tactics. Infinite stealth. Glancing at the general distribution of the battlefield, he quickly created distance. A few seconds later, in full view of everyone, Wang Chen vanished into thin air. 1, 2. In stealth mode, the players from the Zongheng family and the hyena battle group suddenly revealed themselves. Wang Chen also saw the rogue player named AI Sualuasifan, who was not far away at that moment. However, he looked somewhat dazed, seemingly surprised by Wang Chen's disappearance. Ai Sualuasifun, no wonder they call it the hyena battle group. There's a leader pretending to be the second brother of the prairie, right? Wang Chen sneered inwardly and approached from behind. Minus 4,210. With a sudden axe strike, he instantly killed him. Then, he threw out the fireball spell, and a basketball-sized fireball instantly took down another healing class. Everything was completed in the blink of an eye. Ai Sualuasifun didn't even have time to let out a scream. When the other players reacted, Wang Chen gave the large group a middle finger and then vanished again. When the players from the Zonghong family and the hyena battle group arrived, there was only the corpse of Ai Sualuasifun on the ground, and even the dagger that dropped had been picked up. In private chat, Bao Hai Zonghong was inquiring about Ai Sualuasifun. Luasifun, what happened? Why did you suddenly die? It was Dao San Shang, that bastard. How can he be like a rogue and go invisible? The key is, I don't know how he found me. Ai Sualuasifun spoke with a hint of fear in his tone. The feeling of a large axe suddenly descending from the void was too horrifying. Looking at the lost levels and equipment, he already regretted agreeing to Bao Hai Zonghong to wade into this murky water. Wasn't it just that a little brother was bullied to tears? Now that he thought about it, it wasn't a big deal. Hearing this, Bao Hai Zonghong fell silent, bowing his head to silently contemplate a countermeasure. Wang Chen would not give them time to think. At this moment, he was like the wind beneath his feet, elusive and unpredictable. He appeared out of thin air, killing and then vanishing just as quickly. Compared to a thief, he seemed more like a ghostly assassin. The players from the Zonghong family and the Hyena Guild were terrified, fearing that a massive axe would suddenly swing out from the side. Although everyone's pain settings were quite low, being killed by a giant axe would still leave psychological scars. In an instant, all the players began to scatter, and the scene turned chaotic. The morale was lost. Bao Hai Zonghong stood there dazed, watching the messy scene with a sense of helplessness. Compared to those elite members of large guilds who signed contracts and received salaries, the Zonghong family and the Hyena Guild were still far behind. They were just a group of ordinary players with shared interests or those looking to band together. As the clan leader, Bao Hai Zonghong had some prestige because he was the student council president at Hai University. But now, facing the imminent threat of dying and losing not only levels, but possibly equipment as well, his words had no effect. The Zonghong family was in such a state, and the Hyena Guild was not much better off. They were just a bunch of virtual game thugs who liked to band together to bully solo players. Everyone, don't be afraid. Just keep casting skills at the side. No matter how powerful Dao Sansheng is, he's just one person. Bao Hai Zonghong shouted loudly into the chaos, trying to make a final stand. With his shout, the fleeing players from the Zonghong family and the Hyena Guild hesitated for a moment. But Wang Chen suddenly appeared, charging into the crowd. A flash of white light, and many were instantly killed and sent back to the city. Run! What are we even fighting for? We can't even touch him. We've been fighting this long and haven't even broken anyone's shield. We're not the ones who can deal with this. I worked hard to level up to 12, I don't want to drop back down. I still want to check out the dungeons. The defeat was overwhelming. There were many players gathered from the Zonghong family and the Hyena Guild, numbering in the hundreds. Yet, they were scattered by Wang Chen alone, losing all their previous arrogance. Bao Hai Zonghong's face fell in despair. What good was his command ability when faced with a player like Dao San Shang? Looking around, he saw a ground full of corpses and his subordinates running around like headless flies. Many had already released their souls to return to the city, while some, unfortunately, left behind dropped equipment. But no one dared to pick up those valuable items, not even the onlookers nearby. Right, and there were those players watching. The commotion. Bao Hai Zonghong slapped his forehead as an idea surged into his mind. Everyone has seen it, Dao Sansheng's attack power is terrifying, he must have top-tier equipment. His hoarse shout drew the attention of the onlookers, and seeing their interest, Bao Hai Zonghong shouted even louder. Having killed so many, Dao Sansheng's sin value must be very high. If we can take him down just once, all those top-tier items will drop, and if you get the gear, you'll be the next to dominate. Bao Hai Zonghong's words were quite stirring. And it seemed there was indeed some truth to them. Dao Sansheng could single-handedly break through the formation of hundreds of players. His powerful attributes were undeniable: high attack, strong defense, and fast movement speed. He could be said to take down anyone in his path, with no weaknesses. The vast majority of players believed that Dao Sansheng must have a set of top-tier equipment, perhaps even epic gear. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how he could be so overpowered, taking on hundreds at just level 13. My equipment is this. Good, don't you want it? Just as Bao Hai Zonghong was about to continue inciting the crowd, the onlookers began to stir, and a cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Looking to the side, Dao Sansheng had indeed appeared beside him. At this moment, Wang Chen, having killed so many, was surrounded by a thin layer of bloodlight. For some reason, that huge axe was not in hand. Dao Sansheng, aren't you relying on the power of your equipment? If you have the ability, take off your gear and fight me. Bao Haizongheng's fierce demeanor belied his cowardice as he began to retreat. Wang Chen glanced at his movements, revealing a set of snow-white, menacing teeth. Alright. Bang. -1436. His fist smashed directly into Bao Hai Zongheng's chin, the tremendous force lifting him half a meter off the ground. At this moment, the paladin was already at low health, but he hadn't fallen yet. Wang Chen reached out, grabbed Bao Hai Zongheng's leg, and dragged him to the ground, then stomped his foot toward his head. -1436. By the time Bao Hai Zongheng reacted, he could only watch in horror as a foot came crashing down toward his face. Everything went dark, and he found himself in a soul state, with Dao Sansheng's mocking voice ringing in his ears. I'm really sorry, but in battle mode, I can only take off my weapon. After Wang Chen crushed Bao Hai Zongheng, he felt much more relaxed. He had deliberately put away the power of Ragozer, wanting to kill his opponent with his fists. Only that feeling of hitting flesh could truly relieve his anger. Unexpectedly, Bao Hai Zongheng shared his sentiment, wanting him to fight without weapons. What? A despicable guy. Wang Chen stomped on the corpse's head again, then turned his gaze to the onlookers around. At this point, apart from the scattered equipment, he was the only one left on the battlefield. As for the lost Xingxing and Li Taizhu, they had taken advantage of the chaos to escape the encirclement and entered the dungeon. The two were supposed to fight alongside him but were firmly rejected by Wang Chen. He had told them in the team chat to take the opportunity to run into the dungeon. Otherwise, he would be bound hand and foot, unable to exert his full strength. Taking the axe out of his backpack again, Wang Chen skillfully performed a flourish with it. What's wrong? Do you all want to stir the waters too? Come over and ask if this axe is sharp. In the empty battlefield, with corpses and equipment scattered everywhere, a mage in a robe wielding an axe stood tall. This scene was frozen in the eyes of the many onlookers, and a curious bystander couldn't help but take a screenshot. Let's go, there's no excitement left, don't cause misunderstandings, I'll give you an axe too. A warrior player shrank his neck and quickly pulled his companion away. At this stage, who can beat this freak? Whoever goes up is just delivering food, it's better to honestly go do dungeons. A rogue, initially wanting to pick up some loot, saw Bao Hai Zongheng's fate and hurriedly slipped away. This Bao Hai Zongheng is so malicious, trying to drag us down with him, his intentions are despicable. Baofa, don't worry, from now on, I will be at odds with the Zongheng family. A player loudly declared his stance, signaling Wang Chen not to misunderstand. As the onlookers dispersed, Wang Chen began to casually pick up the equipment on the ground. Although they were all ordinary white and green quality items, they were still worth quite a bit at this stage. Most players only had a few pieces of ordinary white gear, with more being grey trash quality. Having a few green items meant one could be considered an elite player. While Wang Chen was cleaning up the battlefield, a video of the battle was posted on the forum. Baofa shows his might, 1 against 100, the clown's farce ends in futility. The player who posted the video was likely one of the previous onlookers, capturing the entire event. From Wang Chen appearing and chopping down the shield warrior, Big Wolf Dog, to showcasing inhuman speed as he charged through the crowd. Then, using a strange invisibility skill, he stealthily cut through all the players from the Zongheng family and Hyena Brigade. The video concluded with the scene of Wang Chen stepping on Bao Hai Zongheng, perfectly recreating the beginning and end of the battle. The previous provocative post from the Zongheng family had garnered a lot of attention, consistently ranking high on the forum. So when this post, which could be considered a reversal, appeared, it was immediately pushed to the front page by countless players. Most of the comments below are well received, and some people are curious about Wang Chen's profession. Wow, look at this eager big axe. It's really impressive, indeed warriors are the eternal truth. Wait, isn't Dao Sansheng a mage? I just want to ask, can this axe be used for acne-prone skin? Isn't Dao San Sheng known as the #1 explosive mage in the apocalypse? What exactly is his profession? This axe is really something. Don't you think Dao Sansheng is too overpowered? It's already affecting game balance. The bustling forum chatter doesn't affect Wang Chen, he has already retaliated against the actions of Bao Hai and others with his own deeds. Looking at the pile of equipment that has appeared in his backpack, Wang Chen sighed. None of it suited him, it was all trash he looked down upon. He opened the team chat to contact Xiaoshi too. And the others. Dao Sansheng, I've taken care of the trash from the Zongheng family and the Hyena war group, where is everyone? Xiaoshi too, wow, Dao Gui, you're amazing. We're coming out now. Tu Xiaoling, you're really impressive, I thought you were done for this time. Tai Shankao, Daogu said he could handle it alone, and that's certainly true, he can take on 100 in reality, so it's no different in the game. Tu Xiaoling, bragging, do you think you're a limit breaker? Dao Sanshang, teasy, what nonsense are you talking? Lost star, Dao. Daogu, thank you. Dao Sanshang, Xingxing, you're being too polite, they're all my people, it's only right to stand up for you. Tu Xiaoling, Xingxing is already one of your people? Wow, when did that happen? Dao Sanshang. The few buddies from the Infinite War group chatted, and the atmosphere returned to its previous relaxed state. Moments later, Xiao Shitu and the others arrived beside Wang Chen. They were all very happy to meet, but Wang Chen's red name made everyone a bit worried. It's fine. At worst, we just won't return to Greenwild City for now, there's nothing we need to resupply. Wang Chen felt it was no big deal, he could just grind monsters to level up, and he just couldn't log off at the small manor. Besides, the red name status wouldn't last forever, as long as he kept grinding monsters, the evil value would gradually decrease. At this moment, Xiao Shitu walked to the front of everyone, looking somewhat gloomy. Dao Gu, big guy, and Sister Xingxing, I want to apologize to everyone. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, Xiao Shitu continued, before, I relied on having Holy Shield. And I escaped into the dungeon alone, leaving big guy and Sister Xingxing behind. This behavior was really selfish, and I need to reflect on it. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Xiao Shitu felt guilty for not staying with everyone through thick and let's run the dungeon, we came here to do just that, and now we've been delayed until now. Mi Lu Xingxing and Li Taizhu nodded in agreement, and Tu Xiaolang had no objections either. Alright, let's head straight to the Wailing Mines and see what difficulty this dungeon really has. There hasn't even been a first kill yet. It's Bao Fa and his team, I didn't expect them to come to the Wailing Mines too. I wonder if they can successfully clear it and get the first kill of the Apocalypse's first dungeon. I heard that the Dark Faction's Troll Empire has also discovered a dungeon called the Sleeping Forest, but it's located near the Elven territory, and the Blood Romance Guild from Watchtower City is already strategizing against the last boss. As the members of the Infinite Battle Group arrived at the entrance of the Wailing Mines, they attracted the attention and discussion of nearby players. My god, look at the bloodlight on Bao Fa, how much evil value do you need to reach to get that effect? A voice with ulterior motives rang out from the crowd, seemingly trying to draw everyone's attention to Wang Chen's red name. Wang Chen suddenly turned to look in the direction of the voice but saw no player. Do you think I can't see you just because you're invisible? A cold smile appeared on his lips as his figure gradually blurred and then disappeared. After using infinite invisibility, a rogue's figure indeed appeared. At that moment, this rogue player was looking in the direction of Xiao Shitu and the others, wearing a smug smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Happy now? The rogue player was puzzled when he noticed Wang Chen's figure had vanished, but before he could think further, he felt a sharp pain in his head and collapsed to the ground, his health completely drained. If you have something to say it to my face, don't pull these little tricks from behind. Wang Chen appeared next to the rogue player's corpse and then scanned the surroundings. Since he was already red-named, his evil value was so high now that a little more didn't matter. The players who caught his gaze quickly turned their heads away, clearly feeling the pressure Wang Chen exuded at that moment. However, Wang Chen noticed a group of players who did not avoid his gaze. Instead, when they looked over, they nodded and smiled at him kindly. Wang Chen was taken aback but quickly responded with a nod. Blue Aurora? The name of the leading player flashed through his mind as he returned to Xiao Shitu and the others. Dao Gu, are we going into the dungeon? Xiao Shitu asked, looking somewhat impatient. Wang Chen nodded and stepped into the dungeon first, with the others following closely behind. After they entered the Wailing Mines, the group of players outside was discussing him. President, this Dao Sanshang is quite arrogant, he didn't even come over to introduce himself when he saw you. Next to Blue Aurora, a warrior player named Sha Biaomai Shou expressed his dissatisfaction. His reaction was not without reason, as the Aurora Guild was a top-tier force ranked among the top 100 in the virtual gaming world. The guild had nearly 100,000 members, with tens of thousands of formal members under contract. Moreover, Blue Aurora was not only the president of such a top-tier force but also a Hall of Fame expert. Before Blue Aurora could speak, another night player named by Main stepped in to smooth things over. This Dao Sanshang is probably a newcomer to the virtual gaming world, I've never seen him in other games before, so it's normal for him not to know the president's name. Bai Main and had a good impression of Wang Chen, feeling that his style of conduct was quite agreeable. Hearing his subordinates debate, Blue Aurora narrowed his eyes slightly but did not show any particular reaction. Ding! At that moment, a message alert came through, and after checking it, he said to his subordinates, I received news that the Sword Rain Guild, formerly known as the Sword Rain Studio has already reached the third boss and is currently stuck at the berserk phase, we should hurry up. Inside the Wailing mines, Wang Chen and the others now stood before a deep, dark passage. The passage was cold and dim, with faint sounds of knocking coming from deep within. If you look closely, you will also notice a faint glimmer of light flickering. The faces of the two girls, Lost Star and Rabbit Shelling, turned a bit pale, and they unconsciously stood behind Wang Chen and the others. Even Little Stone felt a bit anxious, gripping his shield and long sword tightly. The atmosphere is well created, it feels a bit like a horror movie. Wang Chen suddenly spoke, breaking the silence of the environment. His voice seemed to penetrate the passage, with echoes slowly returning. Rabbit Shelling was startled by his sudden voice and couldn't help but glare at him. Wang Chen laughed heartily and patted Li Taiju. Come on, Taiju, ignore these scaredy cats, let's go in. He had agreed with Li Taiju to call him Taiju in the game instead of his real name. Li Taiju chuckled and followed along. By the way, here are these 2 items for you, learn the skill and equip the gear. A skill book and a flash of purple light appeared in Wang Chen's hand, which he handed over to Li Taiju. Rabbit Shelling, seeing the purple light behind them, immediately brightened up, her earlier fear vanished as she rushed over. Is this epic equipment? What attributes does it have? Let me see. Li Taiju scratched his head, and seeing that Wang Chen didn't object, he showed Rabbit Shelling the heart of Kulmok. At the same time, he clapped his hands and learned the skill book, Leap of Faith. After receiving the heart of Kulmok, Rabbit Shelling was quickly stunned by its simple yet explosive attributes. My goodness! 200 strength, 5% critical hit, and an active control skill, this accessory is just too overpowered. Indeed, as the first boss-level equipment dropped from the Apocalypse's first lord, the heart of Kulmok had truly explosive attributes. It was fortunate that strength wasn't Rabbit Shelling's main attribute, but that 5% critical hit was enough to make her drool. Big guy, look, I still don't have any good equipment, how about you lend me this accessory for a few days? Rabbit Shelling looked at Li Taiju eagerly, almost tilting her head back 90 degrees due to their height difference. Hearing this, Li Taiju looked troubled, unsure how to refuse. This was equipment given to him by his brother Dao, and of course, he didn't want to lend it to anyone else. Alright, you're an assassin, what do you need an accessory that adds strength for? Wang Chen interjected. To refuse for Li Taiju, otherwise, this fool would still be standing there for who knows how long. Rabbit Shelling naturally knew her request was unreasonable, in fact, she was just momentarily excited upon seeing good equipment. However, Wang Chen's slightly scolding tone made the little loli a bit unhappy, and she pouted, glaring at him resentfully. If you won't give it, then don't. No need to be so fierce. After saying that, she returned the equipment to Li Taiju and vanished from sight, entering stealth mode. Women just don't make sense, and Lolas are no exception. Wang Chen muttered to himself, glancing back. Little Stone behind the teen giggled, and Lost Star wore a faint smile on her face. The little priestess is much better, gentle in nature, and her looks and figure are top-notch. Of course, these were Wang Chen's thoughts, he wouldn't dare say them in front of Rabbit Xiaolin. As the group moved forward, monsters gradually appeared before them. Ghost Miner, level 15, elite monster, health 21,000. The semi-transparent ghost seemed to retain memories of its past, mechanically swinging a pickaxe. This isn't right, the small monsters have over 20,000 health, how come it's 3 times more than what I saw on the forum? Rabbit Shelling, in stealth mode, suddenly revealed herself, looking at the ghost miner ahead with a puzzled expression. The little loli's question made Little Stone and the others stop in their tracks, and they all turned to look at Wang Chen in unison. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not the monster. Wang Chen remained calm, retorting to the group. Little Stone hesitated for a moment but couldn't hold back his curiosity. Dao Gui, you didn't set it to hard mode, did you? Oh, you mean the dungeon mode? Of course, I set it to hard mode, our team is so powerful. Wang Chen's response was expected, as if it were all within his foresight. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively held their heads in disbelief, it truly was a difficult mode. But is it really wise to jump straight into difficult mode without even trying the normal one? If no one has any objections, shall I start giving orders? Wang Chen turned back to ask the hesitant Little Stone and the others. After receiving a shake of heads in response, he began to assign tactics. Little Stone, hold the monsters, Xing, heal, everyone else, deal damage, let's go. After saying this, he started to pre-read, Infinite Flame Explosion. Just a few seconds later, Wang Chen noticed something was off, as no one had moved. Turning around, he saw Little Stone and the others looking at him in shock. What's wrong? Does anyone have a problem? Wang Chen's question seemed to break the silence, and Tu Shelling pouted. Who can't give orders like that? Isn't it just a mad rush? However, everyone soon realized that there was a reason behind such commands. Ghost-type monsters were immune to control skills like stun and malicious transformation, leaving only control skills that restricted movement, like Ice Ring. Effective. There were 4 small monsters, 3 melee and 1 ranged. Little Stone used Avenger's Shield to pull all the monsters together, and then everyone began to deal damage. The monsters in difficult mode had high attack power, capable of taking away 700 to 800 health points in a single round. Fortunately, Little Stone was equipped with a Epic Gear Iron Thorn Crown and had the class bonus from Holy Barrier, giving him around 3000 health points. Additionally, the Lost Xingxing was also an epic class, equipped with a full set of bright light gear, just enough to keep healing. Since both the tank and healer were fine, Wang Chen and the others naturally couldn't lag behind. Normal attack. Infinite Flame Explosion. Minus 5856, minus 3685, minus 72. Wang Chen's basic attack struck the ghost miner's head, and because it was a critical hit, it triggered the assassination effect of the Invul Mask, dealing nearly 6000 points of damage. Following that, he cast another flame explosion, and the monster's health almost halved in an instant. This was still due to the ghost miner being a ghost-type monster, which reduced the effectiveness of physical attacks by half. Leap of Faith, Whirlwind Slash. Minus 457, minus 502. Li Taiju, who had switched from a bird gun to a cannon, was not to be outdone, using his new skill to leap into the monster horde. He was a pure physical attack class, but the skills he had just used were all area attacks. Damage numbers popped up over all the monsters' heads, with a total damage output exceeding 4000 points. This was the power of the Heart of Kulmok. The 200 points of strength were like adding wings to Li Taiju, a berserker. Thanks to the basic passive, Berserker's Might, he gained an additional 600 points of physical attack. Seeing the furious output from Wang Chen and Li Taiju, Little Stone and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Wailing Mine in difficult mode was not impossible to conquer. Ambush, Kidney Strike. Minus 427, minus 264. Two Shelling also emerged from stealth to attack the monsters. However, the damage she dealt made the big lowly somewhat unhappy, as her output was at the bottom. Among the 3 damage dealers, it was one thing to fall short of Wang Chen. After all, he was the Apocalypse Mage. But now, her numbers were also lacking compared to Li Taiju, which was hard for Tu Shelling to accept. It should be noted that before Wang Chen arrived, when they were grinding monsters together, her output was significantly higher than Li Taiju's. It's all that damn Dao San Shang's fault. Tu Shelling shot Wang Chen a glare and then buried her head to start outputting frantically. Soon, the 4 ghost miners fell, and each person gained over 1000 experience points and a few copper coins. The group took a moment to recover before continuing forward. After clearing about 10 waves of ghost miners, new monsters appeared. Dog-headed miner, level 15, elite monster, health 24200. Each wave of small monsters turned into 2 dog-headed miner and 2 ghost miners. And the difficulty didn't change much. It was just that the dog-headed miner's attacks had armor-breaking effects, causing the damage taken by Little Stone to become quite high. Once this wave of small monsters was cleared, the tank and healer began to eat food to restore their status. Wang Chen noticed that the regular healing skills of Lost Star were somewhat insufficient and suddenly remembered that there was a shadow staff he had replaced in his backpack. Although the special effects belonged to a damage-dealing class, the basic attributes it provided were considerable, definitely better than the white common quality staff of the little priest. With this in mind, Wang Chen waved to Lost Star, signaling her to come over. The little priest was sitting on the ground, drinking from a bottle of spring water. This was bought from a shop in Greenwild City and could restore mana when out of combat. Seeing it ran back to the niche to light another candle, then hurried back again. Wang Chen and the others looked on in confusion, as they had not noticed any changes in the skills of Gold Tooth. There was only a melee strike skill and the unique armor-breaking ability. However, when the boss struck the Little Stone again with a wild swing, everyone immediately noticed the difference. Gold Tooth's attack had increased by 20%. Wang Chen glanced at the niche, where there were still many candles. Could it be that for every candle lit, the boss's attack increases by 20? This speculation surged in his mind, and he quickened his attack. After all, the Little Stone could still withstand it, they just needed to focus on output. The subsequent developments confirmed Wang Chen's guess. When the health dropped to 60%, Gold Tooth lit another candle. At this point, its attack had increased by 40%, reaching the limit that the Little Stone could normally endure. The limit here meant that he had not activated any damage reduction skills, and the Lost Star could just heal in time. 59%, 57%, 50%, 48%. Little Stone, be careful. Gold Tooth's attack is about to increase by another 20%. Be ready to activate damage reduction, everyone focus on output. Ah, the bright candle. When the health dropped to 40%, Gold Tooth went to light another candle. Wang Chen had already understood that Gold Tooth, the first boss of the Wailing mine, was essentially a litmus test for the raiding team. If the tank couldn't hold up or the healer couldn't keep up, they wouldn't pass this first stage. In simple terms, it was telling players that if their hardware configuration wasn't up to par, they shouldn't bother entering the dungeon. A golden energy shield appeared around the little stone, reducing the damage taken by 20%, just enough to offset the increased attack from Gold Tooth. This was the unique skill of the Holy Barrier class, Holy Shield, which could reduce damage by 20% for its duration, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. With this skill, combined with the powerful output from Wang Chen and the others, the boss's health was successfully reduced to 20%. Just as Gold Tooth was about to light another candle, Wang Chen had a sudden idea, recalling the candle dropped by the goblin miners during the earlier stages. Stone. Take out that candle from before and throw it to Gold Tooth. The little stone believed in his words without hesitation and did as told. An unexpected thing happened, that candle actually had an effect. Candle, my candle. Gold Tooth picked up the candle discarded by the little stone, but then did not return to the niche. The boss's attack did not increase again, which relieved Tu Xiaoling and the others. Although the little stone's damage reduction skill had ended, there was still the Lost Star, who was a light priest. Soothing Hand, Light Shield, Healing Spell. A series of shield buffs and healing skills were used, keeping the little stone's health above the safety line. Minus 4,451. As Wang Chen's axe struck Gold Tooth's forehead, it finally depleted its health. System, gained experience 11600*2, killing monsters at level 3 grants a 150% experience bonus, with a 40% team bonus. The effect of double experience from being energetic activated, and Wang Chen's experience bar rose significantly. Who will open the boss? Let's see what equipment this first boss drops. Wang Chen looked at the little stone and the others, finally resting his gaze on the little stone. As the little red hand of the infinite battle group, the little stone stepped forward without hesitation. The little stone did not refuse and quickly approached to touch the boss's corpse. 2 pieces of blue excellent equipment appeared in the team list, waiting for Wang Chen to distribute. Gold Tooth's Glory, Weapon, Excellent. Durability, 96/100. Equipment requirement, Level 15, Physical Class. Equipment position, Offhand. Attributes, Stamina 57, Agility 42, Physical Attack 121. Armor Break, attacks will reduce the enemy's armor, increasing the damage they take. Description, this golden tooth was once embedded in the mouth of a dog-headed creature, symbolizing its bravery and glory. Glimmering Candle, Accessory, Fine. Durability, None. Equipment requirement, Level 15, Magic. Class Profession. Equipment slot, Accessory. Attributes, Intelligence 50, Spirit 50. Glimmer, your melee or ranged attacks have a certain chance to increase your spell attack by 120 points for 10 seconds. Description, the night shrouds everything, and the glimmer guides the way. Mine, the offhand weapon is mine. Before Wang Chen could speak, Tu Xiaoling jumped up to express her opinion. Berserk warriors can use it too, why is it just yours? Looking at the impatient little girl, Wang Chen couldn't help but tease her. Hearing this, Tu Xiaoling's eyes widened, clearly showing that if she didn't get it, Wang Chen would be in trouble. At that moment, Li Taizhu voluntarily stepped back. Dao Ge, give it to Sister Xiaoling, it's equipment that increases agility, more suitable for thieves. Wang Chen nodded and directly assigned the Golden Tooth's Glory to Tu Xiaoling. After receiving the equipment, the little girl immediately took it out to play with in her hands. Although she couldn't equip it since she wasn't level 15 yet, it was still fine to hold. The Golden Tooth's Glory was a dagger, shaped like an enlarged sharp tooth. Surprisingly, Tu Xiaoling didn't mind its incredibly ugly appearance and played with it for a while before reluctantly putting it back in her backpack. Isn't this just the tooth of the boss from earlier? I wonder if it has a bad breath smell. Wang Chen muttered very softly, but it was still heard. Tu Xiaoling raised her eyebrows. If you can't talk, then shut up, let's distribute your equipment. The last item was an accessory, and its attributes looked pretty good. Especially for Wang Chen, that 50 points of spirit made his eyes light up, wishing he could claim it immediately. Xing, let's roll for it, whoever rolls lower gets it. In the end, Wang Chen still resisted the impulse and didn't forcibly take the equipment for himself. After all, he was the team leader and had to maintain the appearance of a leader. Dao Ge. You take it, I won't roll. Lost Star quickly waved her hand upon hearing this. She didn't want to compete with Wang Chen for equipment. The bright light set and staff she was using were all given to her by Wang Chen, and now to compete with him would be somewhat ungrateful. No way, we should still roll for it, I don't want anyone saying I'm a black-hearted team leader. Wang Chen said, glancing sideways at Tu Xiaoling. Hearing this, the little girl snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at him. Seeing his insistence, Lost Star had no choice but to click on the dice on the interface. /roll 99. Wow. Sister Xingxing's luck is too exaggerated. What's the difference between this and rolling a 100 directly? Little Stone's eyes widened, then he looked at Wang Chen. Dao Gu, it seems this accessory is destined to have nothing to do with you. Wang Chen chuckled upon hearing this, said nothing, and directly rolled. /roll 2. Everyone fell silent, this luck was unmatched. Just when they thought the final prize would fall into Lost Star's hands, Wang Chen's wild laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. What did I say? What's meant to be mine is still mine. Everyone, especially Tu Xiaoling's mocking gaze, seemed to say, see, I knew this team leader had a black heart. Clearly only rolled a 2, yet he shamelessly wants to take the equipment, even pretending to be foolish can't cover it up. Facing the questioning gazes of everyone, Wang Chen leisurely said, don't look at me with those eyes, I didn't take the equipment. Think again about what I said earlier? Hearing this, Tu Xiaoling furrowed her brows, trying to recall what Wang Chen had just said. Before she could figure it out, Little Stone slapped his forehead. Ha ha ha, here's the English translation of the text you provided. Advancing into the mines. Brother Dao just said that whoever rolls the lowest gets the equipment. It seems Brother Dao had long ago predicted his bad luck. Ha, learn something. Learn something. Everyone understood, reacting in different ways. Iron Mountain Lean chuckled foolishly, while Lost Star looked relieved. The only one displeased was Tu Xiaoling. For some reason, the big loli just didn't want to see Wang Chen triumphant. She shot Wang Chen a disdainful look, then walked over to Lost Star and said, Sister Star, see? All men are big pigs trotters. When they find good equipment, they don't even think to give it to you first. No matter how Tu Xiaoling scorned him, Wang Chen happily put away the glimmering candle. Once he reached level 15, both of his trinket slots would be filled. Not only that, his intelligence would increase by 50 points, and his spell attack by 100 points. These were all good, but what Wang Chen valued most was the 50 points of spirit attribute. If these 50 spirit points were given to Lost Star, they would only increase her mana recovery speed. But for Wang Chen, it translated to 50 points in all attributes. So, whether from a personal or team perspective, it was most appropriate for Wang Chen to take this item. Of course, this involved his secret, and he couldn't directly explain it. He could only rely on a bit of cleverness to get the equipment in the end. The first boss, Goldtooth, had been defeated, indicating that the team's setup fully met the requirements for a difficult level dungeon. Stepping over Goldtooth's corpse, the team continued deeper into the mine. The small monsters in the passage had changed, with 2 new types appearing. Ogre Taskmaster, level 16, Elite Monster, health 47,000. Malicious Hound, level 15, Normal Monster, health 3,500. Ogres are one of the subterranean races in the world of Apocalypse, similar to troglodytes. They are large, blue-skinned humanoid monsters, each standing about 2.5 meters tall. Legend has it that the ogre race once built a vast empire, which, for unknown reasons, eventually vanished into the river of history. The ogre taskmaster in front of them was patrolling the mine passage, holding a whip. A malicious hound followed at the ogre taskmaster's feet, occasionally sniffing the ground. These elite monsters have so much health, they feel like mini-bosses. Be careful not to pull them, clear the small monsters nearby first. Little Stone nodded, hearing Wang Chen's command, then waited for the ogre taskmaster to walk away before starting to pull monsters. Woof! Unexpectedly, an accident still occurred. The ogre taskmaster was pulled along with a wave of small monsters simultaneously. It seemed the normal monster, Malicious Hound, had a very large aggro range, and Little Stone was accidentally detected by it. Helplessly, everyone had to bite the bullet and engage the monsters. The ogre taskmaster was the fastest, rushing up and lashing out a whip at Little Stone. Minus 627. With one whip, Little Stone's health bar visibly dropped a significant amount. Before anyone could react in surprise, the other small monsters also caught up. 2 ghost miners, 2 kobold miners, and a single dog immediately brought Little Stone down to critical health. Especially that malicious hound, its attack frequency was very fast. Seeing that Lost Star couldn't even heal fast enough, Wang Chen quickly used spirit summoning. As wolf howls emerged, 2 level 12 wolf spirits appeared, drawing the aggro. Minus 8,280. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chen brought his axe down, cleaving off the malicious hound's head. Then, he hurled his fireball burst at the ogre taskmaster. Minus 3,962, minus 89. With spell attack increased by 100, the damage of fireball burst was significantly enhanced. Army Breaker Charge, Whirlwind, Ambush, Shadow. Strike! Li Taizhu and Tu Xiaoling followed closely. Tu Xiaoling, in particular, was incredibly fierce, perhaps wanting to level up quickly to equip her new weapon. Not far away, white light flickered from Lost Star's hand, fully healing Little Stone's health. I have to say their output was too violent, and soon they killed all the monsters without any danger. Taking advantage of the recovery time, Wang Chen stepped forward to loot the corpses. Unfortunately, he was disappointed to find that the ogre overseer didn't drop anything good. There was only a chunk of dark meat, which was food that could restore health. Smoked meat, using it can restore 1000 health points, can only be used after leaving combat. What kind of smoked meat is this? It can't be human flesh from the ogre, right? Wang Chen held the meat chunk in his hand and deliberately waved it in front of Rabbit Xiaoling. He thought he would tease her a bit to lighten the mood. Unexpectedly, Rabbit Xiaoling directly took the smoked meat and bit into it hard. While chewing, she looked at Wang Chen with a provocative gaze, as if she were not biting the smoked meat but Wang Chen himself. The little lolies. Action stunned Wang Chen, giving him a deeper understanding of this delicate and soft-voiced girl who was hard to approach. After a little interlude, the team continued to move forward. Next, Little Stone learned his lesson and did not attract the ogre overseer again. The progress moved steadily. And during this time, an interesting item dropped. Dog Whistle, using it can summon a Hound of Malice to fight for you, lasting 2 minutes. With a cooldown of 10 minutes. This item was just a tool and did not occupy an equipment slot. Originally, it was picked up by Little Stone, but Rabbit Xiaoling had her eyes on it. It's unclear what she promised, but in the end, she got the whistle. Whoosh whoosh. As Rabbit Xiaoling blew the whistle, a level 15 Hound of Malice appeared, circling around her. Wang Chen couldn't stand seeing her so pleased and found the pet interface to summon his own. Meow. With a gentle meow, a little black cat appeared. The limited edition ornamental pet from the cat god's garden drew envious glances from Lost Star and Rabbit Xiaoling. In this lighthearted atmosphere, the group finally arrived in front of the second boss of the Wailing Mine. Foreman Hawk, level 16, leader level dungeon boss, health 300,000. One-Eyed, level 15, elite monster, health 60,000. White Claw, level 15, elite monster, health 58,000. The second stage boss was this ogre named Hawk, holding a staff, looking like a mage monster. His two minions, One-Eyed and White Claw, were enlarged versions of the Hound of Malice, standing on either side of Hawk. Tao Go, how do we fight? Little Stone. And the others looked over, clearly at a loss with this combination of one monster and two dogs. Wang Chen thought for a moment and began to chant. Malicious transformation targeting One-Eyed. A few seconds later, One-Eyed turned into a little turtle spinning in place. After doing this, Wang Chen turned to Rabbit Xiaoling. Can your club control the other dog? At this point, the others had already understood Wang Chen's plan to control the two dogs first, then focus fire on Foreman Hawk. However, Rabbit Xiaoling quickly rejected this method and posted the skill description of club in the team list. When everyone saw that it only worked on humanoid monsters, they understood the reason. Then let's go straight in. I'll control One-Eyed, let's focus fire on White Claw first, then kill One-Eyed, and finally Foreman. With Wang Chen setting the strategy, Little Stone slapped an Avenger's shield on Foreman Hawk. I'm going to eat you, damn little bug. Foreman Hawk shouted and charged at Little Stone. Condemn, Holy Shield, Crusader Strike. After a series of combos, the MT established aggro, and the others began to output normal attacks. Blink, Infinite Flame Burst. Minus 8,312, minus 3,899, minus 92. Wang Chen took the lead and initiated the attack. With the assassination effect combined with critical strikes, his basic attack damage nearly quadrupled. In one combo, he directly beat White Claw into a series of wails, almost knocking its head askew. Warrior Strike, Whirlwind / Ambush, Shadow Strike. Minus 965, minus 1009, minus 829, 790. Li Taiju and Tu Xiaoling also began to deal damage, with Li Taiju even hitting over 1,000 in damage. This made Tu Xiaoling unwilling to fall behind and increased her attack frequency. Clearly, facing this boss, she did not want to lag in the DPS rankings again. On the other side, Foreman Hawk's staff struck Little Stone, taking away several hundred health points. It was evident that this mage monster's attack was not high, putting no pressure on Lost Star's healing. However, a few seconds later, Wang Chen noticed that Foreman Hawk was preparing to cast a fire spell. It seemed that Little Stone's Avenger's shield silence duration was up. After all, it could only silence for 3 seconds. As the fire spell was about to be unleashed, a blue flame erupted from Wang Chen's hand and flew towards Foreman Hawk. Magic counter. Foreman Hawk's spell was instantly interrupted, and a buff appeared on him preventing casting for 7 seconds. It should have been 10 seconds, but since it was a boss, the effect was reduced by 30%. However, with these 6 seconds, it was enough for the others to take down White Claw. Sure enough, a few seconds later, with a scream from White Claw, its health was depleted. And it fell to the ground. At the same time, on the other side, the Cyclopes controlled by malicious transformation erupted in bloodlight. With just over 10 seconds of control time directly failing, the Cyclops recovered and lunged at Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly cast another malicious transformation, only to receive an immunity prompt. What the hell, did killing White Claw make another dog angry? He blinked behind Little Stone and hurriedly called for him to tank. Although he was tankier than Little Stone, he was not the main tank and couldn't steal the MT's job. Condemnation. Little Stone used a skill to pull the aggro, and then the Cyclopes switched targets to bite him. Minus 2000. A bright red damage value suddenly appeared above his head, and at that moment Foreman Hawk's silence duration was also up. Seeing the boss starting to cast, Little Stone quickly raised Holy Shield. It was then that everyone noticed a blood-red buff on the Cyclopes' avatar. Furious, health increased by 50%, damage increased by 500%, attack speed increased by 100%. Damn it, kill the dog quickly! Wang Chen shouted, swinging the power of Ragozer towards the Cyclopes' head. At the same time, the accessory skill Call of the Tide activated, and the fireball spell rained down on the opponent. Without restraint. Tu Xiaoling and the others also sensed something was off and unleashed their full firepower to kill the dog alongside Wang Chen. Finally, just before Little Stone's holy shield was about to end, they managed to slay the enraged Cyclopes. When they saw the Cyclopes fall, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Little Stone had that invincible skill, otherwise, any other MT would not have been able to withstand it. It seems this boss's mechanism requires killing both dogs together, or controlling them within a very short time, otherwise it will go berserk. Wang Chen slowly analyzed, sounding a bit like an armchair strategist. Hearing this, Tu Xiaoling naturally shot him a glare, but her output did not stop. Now, with only the ogre boss left as a target, everyone felt much less pressure. Although the boss's fireball could take away nearly 1,000 health points from Little Stone, its attack frequency was not high. Unfortunately, aside from Wang Chen's magic counter that could interrupt, the others had not yet learned any interrupt skills. Otherwise, this boss would be a sitting duck unless it had other trump cards. Under the furious output of the crowd, Foreman Hawk's health quickly dropped to 50%. At this point, the phase mechanism was triggered, and the boss began to use another spell. Let's try Hawk's new trick. Malicious Transformation. Coincidentally, the target selected was Wang Chen. It was unclear whether it was because his DPS was the highest, but the boss's choice weight was a bit higher. With a bleeding sound, Wang Chen found that his character had lost control. He instantly transformed into a little lamb, staring into the big eyes of the small black cat beside him. Watching the transformation time slowly decrease, Wang Chen felt somewhat helpless. This was still due to the resilience of Battle Soul, which reduced his control duration by 10%, otherwise, it would have lasted longer. With Wang Chen's output lost, the speed at which Foreman Hawk's health decreased suddenly dropped. After all, his output alone was several times that of the rest combined. It seems I need to find a way to learn some skills to counter, control, or collect equipment with such effects, otherwise, if I get targeted and controlled one day, it will be difficult. Wang Chen thought about this issue. Although Warrior's Descent could prevent control, it was ultimately a trump card, and it was best not to use it unless absolutely necessary. In this situation, equipment or skills that could break control became particularly important. Wang Chen had not forgotten that he was currently carrying nearly 100 points of sin value. If he accidentally flipped the situation, all the equipment on him would be lost. Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought due to being transformed into a sheep, a beam of white light fell upon him. Then he noticed that the small animal had recovered and looked in surprise at the wandering star that had cast the spell. The little priest felt a bit shy under Wang Chen's burning gaze and posted the skill in the team list. Skill, Light Purification Profession, Limited Light Priest Description, condenses the power of light to remove one negative status from the target and grants the target immunity to that status for the next 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds, mana cost, 40 points. As expected of the epic profession Light Priest, this exclusive skill effect is indeed powerful. Wang Chen exclaimed after seeing the skill description, while Rabbit Xiaolang and Li Taiju, both ordinary professions, looked on with envy. The next part went smoothly. It seemed that the difficulty of this boss lay with those two dogs. The boss won't let you go. With Wang Chen's final cast of Fireball, Foreman Hawk uttered his last words, then his health was completely depleted, and he fell. System, gained experience 17400*2, killing monsters at level 3, experience bonus 150%, team bonus 40%. System, you have leveled up, all attributes plus 5, gain 10 free attribute points, current level 14. It must be said that the experience from dungeon runs is indeed high. Before he knew it, Wang Chen had leveled up. Of course, this was also related to his energetic effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so fast. As usual, he allocated the 10 free attribute points to Spirit and called Xiaoshi 2 to start looting Foreman Hawk's corpse. He wondered if this mage boss could bring him some surprises. Hawk's friend's brother's uncle's coat, robe, fine. Durability 91 out of 100. Equipment requirement, level 15, mage profession. Equipment slot, chest, cloth armor. Attributes, armor 109, stamina 29, intelligence 25. Haste, increases your casting speed by 10%. Description, this doesn't seem to be mine, Hawk. Hawk's dog whistle, accessory, fine. Durability, none. Equipment requirement, level 15. Equipment slot, accessory. Attributes, strength 15, stamina 15, agility 15, intelligence 15, spirit 15. Use, summons 2 hounds of malice to fight for you, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Description, never let them separate, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Hawk. As Little Stone picked up the items, 2 pieces of equipment appeared in the team list. In addition, there was a Fire Mage's skill book, Flame Impact, which naturally was taken by Wang Chen. This was a single target control skill that could deal 100% spell attack damage to enemies, and it could also stun the target for 1 second, with a cooldown of 30 seconds and a mana cost of 50 points. After learning the skill, Wang Chen began to distribute the equipment. First was the robe, which had a rather long name and mediocre attributes. Wang Chen also noticed that, indeed, starting from level 15, the equipment began to have armor values. Additionally, the cloth armor setting appeared, indicating that from level 15 onwards, the finer details of each class would start to emerge. I remember the warrior has a skill called Plate Armor Mastery. Perhaps we can look forward to the scene of casting fireballs while wearing plate armor. Wang Chen thought to himself, asking Lost Star if she wanted in the background introduction of the Apocalypse world. Naga is said to have mutated from the Elven race. Due to a curse, they transformed into the form that Wang Chen and the others see today. Their lower bodies have become serpentine, covered in scales, slithering gracefully. The Twilight Naga warriors are all male, strong-bodied, wielding trident-like weapons, and are classified as melee physical mobs. Another type, the Twilight Naga priestess, as the name suggests, belongs to the magic-type monsters, with 2 small shells covering their vital areas, indicating their gender. TSK, I must visit the Elven race when I get the chance. After mutating into a Naga, their figures are still so good, they must have been perfect before the mutation. Wang Chen stroked his chin in admiration, earning a big eye roll from 2 shelling. At the back of the team, the Lost Star initially didn't react, but when she noticed everyone's attention, she shyly lowered her head. Her personality is inherently reserved. Although she is now familiar with everyone, she still finds it hard to let go in the face of such jokes. After a teasing remark, Wang Chen used a malicious transformation to control the Naga priestess. Then, Little Stone's Avenger's shield flew out, drawing the remaining mobs in. Under the violent output of the group, 2 Twilight Naga warriors and 1 ghost miner quickly fell. The last Twilight Naga priestess, although capable of casting spells to heal herself, was overwhelmed and defeated. With this rhythm, wave after wave of elite mobs fell. Unfortunately, no equipment dropped, and even a single piece of green quality gear was hard to come by. However, a few pieces of level 15 white common gear dropped, with average attributes that everyone stored in their backpacks for later use. This also shows that the equipment drop rate in the Apocalypse world is indeed controlled at an extremely low level. It would be unreasonable for the dungeon boss not to drop equipment, otherwise, it would lose the meaning of the dungeon. 20 minutes later, as the last wave of mobs fell, everyone arrived in front of the 3rd boss. Commander Claudia Kai, level 16, a leader-level dungeon boss, with 500,000 health. Upon seeing the boss, who was entirely dark green, robust, and wielding a large trident, Little Stone immediately bared his teeth. Daoge, no wonder so many guilds are stuck in the berserk phase. This boss looks like it has explosive attack power. Just as Wang Chen and the others began their strategy against Commander Claudia Kai, another team had already wiped for the 6th time. At this boss's feet. Damn it, this boss is impossible to fight. 1 trident strike and the MT loses half their health. The speaker was a tall rogue player who had previously targeted Wang Chen in the Novice village with a blood-sucking strike. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground, eating food to recover health, looking disgruntled. Upon hearing what the blood-sucking strike said, the shield warrior nicknamed Stainless Steel Egg immediately became displeased. What do you mean? Is it my fault I can't take it? If you guys had higher output, would it be this difficult? This remark was meant to counter the sarcastic tone of bloodsucking strike, but it inadvertently offended the other two DPS in the team. The boss had been stuck in the berserk phase for a while now, and everyone was holding back their frustration. At this moment, it was as if they had found an outlet, and they all began to erupt. Blame us for not having high enough output? I already have 6 pieces of green gear and am holding a blue excellent level weapon. Who else in the guild has better gear than me? If you have the ability, go find a DPS with higher output. I'll immediately quit the raid team. You can't even handle a normal level dungeon boss. How can you have the face to call yourself the guild's #1 MT? The Affliction Warlock, nicknamed Flammable and Explosive, was living up to his name, starting to spew fire like a powder keg. Behind him, the last output class in the team, the Marksmanship Hunter Aristide, nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing with what the Warlock said. They were all key members of the Sword Rain Guild, each regarded as a master by ordinary players. As the crowd began to argue, the last person in the team finally spoke up. Everyone, shut up. Our Sword Rain studio must make a name for itself, so we must secure the first clear of this dungeon no matter what. This was a tall, slender woman with an exquisite appearance, a holy knight, also known as a healing knight. Her slightly thick, arched eyebrows indicated her decisive personality, and her sharp gaze made the likes of Yijian Biaoshui and others lower their heads. She was one of the founders of Sword Rain Studio and the current president of the Sword Rain Guild, Lu Qingyu. Her nickname was Qingyu Ruyan, and she had previously gained fame in other virtual worlds for playing healing roles. Her seamless healing technique had earned her a spot in the Hall of Fame, making her a beautiful player with both looks and skill. After reprimanding her subordinates, Qingyu Ruyan's tone softened. The difficulty of Commander Claudie Kai lies in the last 10% of health, which is 30,000 points. Previously, we managed to get it down to just 15,000 health, very close to success. After analyzing the previous attempts, she looked at the boss not far away and continued, let's try again. This time, when we reach the final stage, even if the tank goes down, don't panic, just focus on dealing damage. Additionally, I will also find time to use the judgment skill to contribute some damage. Let's aim to clear it this time. Qingyu Ruyan's encouragement lifted the spirits of a few, but the shield warrior Stainless Steel Egg had some other thoughts. President, why not call Wuxing over? With his sanctuary level strength, he would have cleared it long ago. Players ranked in the top 10 of the Hall of Fame were also referred to as sanctuary level, and the Wuxing he mentioned was none other than the 9th in the sanctuary, Wuxing Jianquan, Xiao Wuxing. He was also the strongest player in the Sword Rain Guild, one of the only 2 sanctuary level players in the Huaxia region. It was said that Xiao Wuxing was a descendant of an ancient swordsmanship lineage in real life, a powerful martial artist. His strong physical attributes and sword skills allowed him to thrive in virtual games, and the title Wuxing Jianquang became his exclusive nickname. He and Qingyu Ruyan met and fell in love in the virtual game, together founding Sword Rain Studio, which became a legendary tale. Upon hearing the mention of Xiao Wuxing by the shield warrior Stainless Steel Egg, Qingyu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a complex emotion for some reason, and she explained, Wuxing joined the game a bit later, he is currently undergoing a rare hidden class transfer, and we absolutely cannot disturb him now. Upon hearing this, Stainless Steel Egg was shocked, that was a class above epic. Since that was the case, the others said no more and began preparing to attempt the raid on Commander Claudie Kai once again. The boss will skin you alive, invaders. With a declaration echoing through the mine, the boss's serpentine lower body quickly lunged forward. Facing the incoming trident, Stainless Steel Egg raised his shield. Shield block. -763. Even with a 30% damage reduction from the skill, Stainless Steel Egg's health still dropped by a 6. It should be noted that his equipment was the result of the entire guild's efforts, with health reaching over 4,500 points. Even so, facing the commander's powerful attack, he still felt somewhat strained. Holy Light. +478. Qingyu Ruyan kept a close eye on the MT's health, using a skill to restore most of it. At the same time, she continuously applied a Hand of Holy Light healing overtime skill to the MT. She always kept Stainless Steel Egg's health above 80%, but without excessive healing. While healing, Qingyu Ruyan also found time to cast the skill Judgment and occasionally ran behind the boss to deliver a Crusader Strike. This attack skill was available to the knight before her class change, so even as a Holy Knight, she could use it. The details from their beautiful guild leader were spot on, showcasing her high-level player skills, and the other main players of Sword Rain didn't dare to fall behind. One by one, they displayed their abilities, unleashing damage that steadily reduced Commander Claudie Kai's health. 90%, 80%, 30%, 20%. With the experience from their previous raid and everyone focusing all their energy this time, they successfully brought the boss down to 10% health. Again. Miserable human insects, I will crush you. As expected, Commander Cladike went berserk once more. His size increased, and a blood-red aura surged around him, boosting his attack power by 50%. Quick, activate skills, output everything, we must die at the boss's feet. Qingyu Ruyun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she spoke in a deep voice, running behind the boss to contribute as much damage as she could. Hearing this, Yijian Biaoxue and the others hastened their attacks, putting in their utmost effort. Burning the boats. Stainless Steel Egg activated a rare defensive skill, increasing his health by 25%. However, despite this, he was still on the brink of collapse under Commander Cladike's attacks, his health fluctuating like an elevator. To stabilize the MT's health, Qingyu Ruyun continuously cast healing spells, but her remaining mana quickly ran out. Finally, when the boss's health reached 3%, the shield warrior Stainless Steel Egg was killed by the boss due to not receiving timely healing. Foolish humans, Cladike's power cannot be provoked. The boss shouted triumphantly, shaking his body as he charged towards Qingyu Ruyun. She was the second target of hatred and was desperately running to buy some time. While running, Qingyu Ruyun was still directing the others. Keep attacking, we can definitely clear it this time. Boss health at 2%, Qingyu Ruyun died. Boss health at 1%, Shooting Hunter RSD died. The boss had 1000 health left, and the Pain Warlock Flammable Explosive finally applied the DOT skill Pain Curse to the boss before being instantly killed by a trident. At this moment, only Yijian Biaoxue remained, his eyes reddened, his expression somewhat frenzied. I'm going for it. Only 1000 health left, and with the ongoing damage from the curse, we can definitely take down the boss. Then I will be a hero of the guild, and Ruyun will look at me differently. With this thought, Yijian Biaoxue charged forward instead of retreating. Seizing the moment when the boss turned to attack, he waved his hands, stabbing his dagger wildly into the boss's back. -362, -273, -25. Victory was in sight, the fall of Commander Cladike was already foreseeable. Qingyu Ruyun and the others did not release their souls, lying on the cold floor, staring intently at the boss's health. Boss, Cladike is willing to follow you forever. Finally, as Commander Cladike uttered his last words, his massive body fell to the ground with a thud. A server-wide announcement: players from the Blood Red Romance Guild, Blood Red Journey, Blood Red Cold Shadow, Blood Red Rose, Blood Red Chasing Wind, and Blood Red Cute Baby have successfully cleared the normal level dungeon Sleeping Forest for the first time, each receiving a level 1 reward, 500 world reputation, and 1 piece of quality equipment for their profession. Haha, we finally did it. Ruyun, did you see? It really comes down to me at the crucial moment. Yijian Biaoxue, with only a sliver of health left, laughed excitedly, eager to take credit in front of the fallen Qingyu Ruyun. Perhaps feeling that he had achieved great merit this time, he even boldly called her by the name Ruyun, a title he had kept hidden in his heart. However, after a few breaths, Yijian Biaoxue still received no response. The team chat was eerily silent, as if the others had already disconnected. Just as he was feeling puzzled, someone finally started typing. Aristotle, why don't you think back carefully? Was the announcement just now about us? It was a simple sentence, yet it left one sword bleeds frozen in place. The moment he heard the server-wide announcement, he was so excited that his blood surged, and he didn't even pay attention to what was said afterward. Now, after hearing his teammates' words, he recalled carefully. It seemed that the announcement didn't mention any of their names. One sword bleed stood there like a statue, while Qingyu Ruyun and the others were resurrecting at the revival point outside the dungeon. A quarter of an hour later, the 5 of them gathered again beside the corpse of Commander Cladike. No one had gone to loot the boss yet, and the body was glowing with the status of unclaimed loot. However, none of them felt like looting the boss at that moment. Their faces were all grim. After a long silence, Qingyu Ruyun broke the quiet. After all, Blood Red Romance is a top-tier guild. It's not shameful to lose to them, and we were just 2 seconds short. We were a bit unlucky. As the leader of the Sword Rain Guild, Qingyu Ruyun quickly rallied. Even when one sword bleeds had lost his composure and called her Ruyun, she didn't hold it against him. Encouraged by the beautiful guild leader, the main players of Sword Rain finally lifted their spirits. Flammable and Explosive, recognized for having the best luck in the team, volunteered to loot the boss's corpse. However, just then, the system announcement rang out again. Server-wide announcement. Players Daosan Shang, Little Stone, Lost Star, Rabbit Xiaolang, and Taishan Kao from the Infinite Battle Group have first cleared the hard level Dungeon Wailing Mine, each receiving a level 1 reward, 1000 world reputation, and 1 piece of epic equipment for their profession. As the announcement echoed, the atmosphere in the Sword Rain Guild team, which had just improved, fell silent once more. Meanwhile, the players outside who had been fervently discussing Blood Red Romance suddenly erupted. I can't be hearing this wrong, right? First clear of a hard-level dungeon, and it's our light faction people? This is too outrageous.
A human, Retribution Paladin, looked incredulous, confirming with his companion beside him.
His companion was equally shocked and nodded emphatically.
You heard right. I thought the people from Blood Red Romance were invincible, but it turns
out there are others even more formidable. Where did this ancient god come from? Why have I never heard of him?
A nearby player, hearing this,
replied, You don't know Dao San Shang?
In my opinion, he's stronger than those Hall of Fame gods.
I don't even know how to join his battle group.
But following him would definitely lead to a bright future. This was just a glimpse. Similar scenes were unfolding in countless places in Apocalypse World. Ordinary players were marveling at the strength of the Infinite Battle Group and Wang Chen, who had managed to clear the hard level
dungeon, bypassing the normal level 1.
Meanwhile, high-end players were deep in thought, taking note of the other members in Wang Chen's team.
Dao
San Shang, the suddenly emerging player, was very strong. His previous first kills had already proven his strength.
However, no matter how strong
one person is, it's nearly impossible to solo a 5-man dungeon, especially a hard level one. Therefore, the other players who managed to first clear
a hard level, Wailing mine, alongside Dao San Shang must be extraordinary experts.
Some high-end players, who were already high-ranking members of large guilds, were contemplating whether it was possible to recruit this person from the Infinite Battle Group into their own forces.
Inside
the Wailing Mine, Little Stone and the others were excitedly examining the epic equipment they had just obtained. Although Commander Cladike was very strong and nearly one-shot Little Stone after going berserk, Little Stone had the Holy Shield skill, which provided invincibility for 15
seconds, combined with Wang Chen's insane damage output. Thus, despite the setbacks, they ultimately succeeded in taking down this boss, who was a Naga warrior.
I got an epic chest piece. The attributes and skills are incredible. Little Stone proudly posted the equipment attributes in the team
chat channel, and the others also saw the specific stats. Silver Frost chestplate, epic. Durability, 100/100. Equipment requirement. Level 15, strength 100. Equipment slot, chest, chainmail. Attributes, armor 1540, stamina 209, strength 152, intelligence 68. Frostbite has a
certain chance to reduce the opponent's attack speed by 20% and movement speed by 10% when attacked, ineffective against elite monsters and above. Robust, increases your health limit by 1000 points. Description: This exquisitely crafted armor has a long history, seemingly infused with the craftsmanship of dwarven master artisans. Undoubtedly, the attributes of this chestplate are outrageous, and it fits Little Stone's class positioning
perfectly.
Not only does it provide a high boost to main attributes, but the two passive effects also make him, as the MT, much sturdier.
Seeing Little
Stone showcase his equipment, the others were not to be outdone and posted their gear in the team chat as well. Rabbit Shelling received a level
15 epic dagger, a main hand weapon.
Once she reaches level 15, she can replace her original level 10 dagger, which will increase her attack by at
least 30%.
Li Taiju had slightly worse luck, receiving a level 15 epic chainmail glove. However, even though it wasn't a weapon, the attached attributes and skills greatly enhanced his capabilities.
Sister Star, what equipment did you get? Hurry and show us. Little Stone ran over to Lost Star, his curiosity piqued.
Seeing this, Lost Star had no choice but to reveal her equipment attributes, eliciting gasps from the others.
Meditators. Pendant, accessory, epic. Durability, none. Equipment requirement, level 15, magic class. Equipment slot, accessory. Attributes, intelligence 110, spirit 88. Revival, using any spell has a certain chance to gain a revival effect, restoring 5% of maximum mana over 5 seconds. Compassion. Increases your healing effect by 200 points. Description: relaxation and calm power will make you stronger. The hardest accessory to obtain, and the attributes are so good, Star, your luck is incredible. Rabbit Shelling said with envy, happy for the little priest. Over time, she had grown fond of this somewhat reserved future junior. The group gathered around Lost Star, admiring the deep blue star-shaped pendant in her hand. With this top-notch equipment, Lost Star's healing and sustainability would reach a new level. This would enhance everyone's safety in future dungeon runs. Just then, Little Stone noticed that their captain had been silent all alone. Curiously glancing at Wang Chen, he found him standing by the boss's corpse, surveying the surroundings, occasionally lost in thought. Dao Ge, what are you thinking about? Is the epic equipment rewarded by the system? Too strong? Hurry and show us. Little Stone teased jokingly. Everyone had seen the attributes of the epic equipment, except for Wang Chen's, which made the curious Little Stone anxious. Wang Chen seemed to be jolted awake, pausing for a moment before shaking his head. Nothing, just a level 15 ring, the attributes are mediocre. I was thinking about something else. He then posted the equipment attributes to satisfy Little Stone's curiosity. Source quality ring, epic. Durability, 99/100. Equipment requirement, level 15, magic class. Equipment slot, finger. Attributes, stamina 85, intelligence 78, spirit 37. Purity, increases your casting speed by 15%. Wisdom, increases your critical hit chance by 2%. Description, perfect. And flawless, you cannot comprehend how this ring was made. Isn't this ring pretty good? Dao Gui, you don't think so? Little Stone exclaimed. In surprise. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen shrugged his shoulders, not answering but instead looking around again. Dao Gui, isn't the dungeon over? Let's quickly loot the general's corpse and leave the dungeon. Little Stone pointed at the general's body on the ground, eager to get started. At that moment, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he casually replied, "You can just loot it directly, it's only 2 pieces of blue quality gear. Anyway, but I feel like the dungeon might not be over yet." As he spoke, he jogged off in one direction where there seemed to be a recessed cave. If one didn't take the time to observe carefully, they would never notice the existence of the cave. Drawn by Wang Chen's actions, the others hurriedly followed him. Inside this very concealed cave, there was actually an iron cage, and inside it was a ragged human NPC, Corporal Kyle. At that moment, Corporal Kyle was on the verge of death, seemingly about to expire at any moment. Xingxing, try to heal him. Upon seeing this NPC, Wang Chen's eyes brightened, and he quickly instructed the lost Xingxing who had followed him. Healing spell, comforting hand. Plus 867, plus 867. Plus 120. After 3 skills, Kyle's health gradually recovered from the brink of death to full, and he stood up in the iron cage. Adventurers, thank you for saving me. Karina has completely sold her soul to the demons, I must stop her. With Kyle's anxious voice, the quest prompt appeared in the ears of the group. System, Breath of the Abyss, epic. As an ordinary citizen of Greenfield City, Karina has always wanted to stand out, but she succumbed to the temptation of power and fell into the embrace of the abyss. As Karina's brother, Kyle requests your help to redeem Karina's fallen heart. Will you accept the quest? Why are you all looking at me? Of course, I'll accept it. Wang Chen found it amusing to see the others looking at him, and he was the first to choose to accept the quest. As everyone accepted the quest, Kyle's expression relaxed slightly, and the subtle change in his demeanor showed he was quite intelligent. Adventurers, please help me open this damned cage. Karina actually let her subordinates torment me. Naturally, the quest NPC's request had to be fulfilled, and at that moment, the first step of the quest appeared on the task list. Obtain the key, kill General Platyke and obtain the key to open the iron cage from him. Isn't General Platyke already dead? Rabbit Xiaoling raised a question. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen walked out of the cave first. Isn't that even simpler? We just need to loot the boss's corpse to find out. The others followed, and Little Stone quickly walked a few steps to Wang Chen's side. Dao Gui, how did you know there was a hidden quest here? I thought the dungeon ended when General Platyke died. It was understandable for Little Stone to think this way, as the system had already announced the first completion server-wide. Hearing someone finally ask this question, a slight smile appeared on Wang Chen's lips. That's naturally due to my wise analysis and keen insight. Narcissist. Rabbit Xiaoling scoffed disdainfully from the side, but from her hurried footsteps, it was clear she also wanted to know the reason. This was an epic-level hidden quest, and the value behind it was unimaginable. Wang Chen glanced at the big lowly who was critical in words but honest in actions, and then he shared his previous analysis. It turned out this all started with the second ogre boss, Foreman Hawk. At that time, he was somewhat curious about who the boss Hawk was referring to. Later, before General Platyke fell, he also mentioned this boss. Wang Chen had been wondering if there really was this so-called boss in the dungeon, which would be the hidden boss. So when the boss fell, he couldn't care about anything else and kept searching for clues. In fact, it was not beyond Wang Chen's expectations. There really was a hidden quest. That's why I've always said, Apocalypse World is different, everyone should treat it like a real world. Only then will you notice some details you usually overlook and thus gain more rewards. Finally, Wang Chen looked at Little Stone and the others, offering a summary. Hearing this, Lost Star and Little Stone all nodded in agreement. Only Tu Xiaoling, though convinced in her heart, grumbled, "You're just lucky. Besides, how easy can an epic quest be?" Faced with Tu Xiaoling's renewed skepticism, Wang Chen's brows slightly furrowed. His gaze invasively swept across her overly ample chest. Tu Xiaoling immediately felt a chill run through her, but she still defiantly crossed her arms and glared back. I say, Cold Big Rabbit, do you have a problem with me? You're always talking back. If you're unhappy staying in the guild, I permit you to leave. Wang Chen felt this big loli was too jumpy, constantly defying him, her guild leader. Could it be that even after all this time, she was still holding a grudge about that staff strike on her backside? He didn't know that some women hold grudges, like Tu Xiaoling, the big loli. Although she got along well with the other members of the team, Tu Xiaoling couldn't help but talk back to Wang Chen whenever she faced him. Even when she knew Wang Chen was right, she couldn't control her mouth. Because ever since she was little, she had always been put in her place by Wang Chen. Hearing Wang Chen's slightly emotional words, Tu Xiaoling still wanted to argue, but she was pulled back by Lost Star. Sister Xiaolong, stop talking. Given an out, Tu Xiaoling immediately turned her head away, no longer looking at Wang Chen. She certainly wouldn't quit the Infinite Battle Group. Not to mention having become friends with Little Stone and the others, her chances of getting good equipment were also higher by following Wang Chen. The previous first clear and the current epic quest were proof enough, she was just being stubborn. Wang Chen saw that Tu Xiaoling had been taught a lesson and remained silent. Only then did he snort coldly and tell Little Stone to open the boss's corpse. Although he knew Tu Xiaoling always had some minor complaints about him, he didn't indulge her this time. After all, the Infinite Battle Group had been formed, and more people would join in the future. The guild leader's authority had to be established. Even if she wasn't Little Cold Rabbit but Big Cold Rabbit, she couldn't keep provoking him. Loot and the quest item. At this point, Little Stone had already opened the boss's corpse, which had been lying on the ground for a long time, and 3 items appeared in the party list. There were no surprises, it was still 2 blue excellent quality pieces of equipment. One was plate mail boots, with a special effect that boosted physical attack, naturally going to Li Taiju, the berserker. The second item was a 2-handed weapon, which by its appearance, was the trident held by the boss. Wave-cleaving halberd, polearm, excellent. Durability, 86/100. Equipment requirements, level 15, physical class. Equipment slot, 2-handed. Attributes, stamina 79, strength 50, physical attack 201. Surge, attacks have a chance to trigger surge, allowing you to attack the target an additional time. Description, when you place your hand on this weapon, you feel a chill. This polearm had excellent attributes, high attack, and decent additional stats. The surge special effect was particularly outstanding. Once triggered, it was equivalent to launching 2 attacks instantly. Unfortunately, apart from Wang Chen, no one else present was suitable for this weapon. And Wang Chen already had the better power of Rogzer, so he naturally wouldn't use it. Putting away the wave-cleaving halberd, Wang Chen took the last item from Little Stone's hand. Fine iron key, quest item, normal. Description, used to open a specially made cage. Undoubtedly, this was the key that the quest NPC Carlyle needed. Sure enough, a minute later the iron cage opened smoothly and Carl walked out of the cage. Follow me, adventurers. We need to head to Karina's secret base, but before that, we must eliminate her minions. After saying this, the NPC took the lead and ran towards the cave where Commander Cladike was located. Meanwhile, the task of obtaining the key showed as completed, and a new task prompt appeared. Eliminate the minions. Karina, empowered by demonic forces, has seduced a portion of the civilians who have formed a resistance intending to overthrow the rule of Greenfield City. Please assist Corporal Carl in eliminating Karina's minions and head to the resistance camp to thwart Karina's schemes. Seeing the task prompt's description, everyone knew that the next step would definitely be to clear out the small monsters. Wang Chen turned back to remind Lost Star to pay attention to the task NPC Carl's health. The group quickly followed the NPC and found him fiddling with something on a round stone platform, which was where Commander Cladike originally stood. Boom! A few seconds later, it was unclear what Carl had done, but the stone wall of the cave behind them cracked open, revealing a passage. You lot, go check why that fool Cladike opened the passage. Fatally, Wang Chen and the others heard a woman's voice coming from the passage. At the same time, Carl also took action. He ran to the nearby weapon rack and picked up an axe. Adventurers, prepare for battle, let's kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, a team of elite monsters appeared in the passage. Obsidian Resistance, level 15, elite monster. Health 29,000. Invaders, repent before Lady Karina. As the monsters shouted, they charged directly at Wang Chen and the others. Malicious transformation. Immune. Wang Chen tried to control the last mage monster, but received an immunity prompt. Meanwhile, the already stealthy rabbit Shelling also used the knockout skill on one of the monsters, only to be met with immunity as well. For a moment, the two looked at each other, completely confused about the situation, which slightly eased the cold atmosphere between them. However, the monsters didn't give them time to exchange glances. Instead, they charged towards the two due to Wang Chen's actions. Seeing this, Little Stone had no choice but to cast Flying Shield, pulling all 4 monsters over at once. Thanks to the silence effect of Avenger's Shield, the monsters quickly gathered together. Since they couldn't take them down one by one, they could only AoE. Li Taiju waited for Little Stone to establish aggro, then jumped into the monster group with a leap of faith, followed by a whirlwind slash. Due to a lucky critical hit, a string of 2000 plus yellow critical damage appeared, looking quite pleasing. Wang Chen and Rabbit Xiaoling quickly followed up, dealing damage frantically. Additionally, that NPC Carl also swung his weapon to attack the monsters, but his damage was negligible. Although this batch of elite monsters dealt significantly more damage than the previous ghost miners, Little Stone could still withstand it. Unfortunately, he was still a few thousand experience points short of reaching level 15, otherwise, after equipping the silver frost chestplate, he could practically fight with his eyes closed. Just as the health of the small monsters was rapidly decreasing and they were about to fall, a sudden change occurred. Long live Lady Karina. As one of the Obsidian Resistance, monster's health dropped to 30%, its expression suddenly turned frenzied. Then, black mist surged around it, transforming into a pitch-black demon amidst the chant. At this moment, Wang Chan and Rabbit Xiaoling understood why their control skills had been immune before. It seemed that this group of civilians from Greenfield City trained into a resistance had all been tainted by demonic energy. As all four monsters transformed into demons, the pressure on Little Stone instantly increased. Caught unprepared, he was nearly taken down by a monster whose attack had surged by 50%. Fortunately, Wang Qin was quick to seize the opportunity and used Summon Spirit to call forth the Spirit of the Grey Wolf. Finally, they managed to clear this wave of monsters without any danger and entered the passage. In this deep passage, they could see waves of obsidian resistance patrolling at intervals. "Let's go, we have to clear the way." Wang Qin smiled at a few teammates and then signaled for Little Stone to move forward. Taking advantage of this moment, he opened his backpack and found a long idol treasure. Now that he had reached level 15, the skill rune representing divine power was finally usable. Wang Chen had been looking forward to the passive effect brought by this mythic level rune for a long time. Buzz. Just as Little Stone was walking ahead, preparing to engage the monsters, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Rabbit Xiaolang and the others turned back at the same time, only to see Wang Chen enveloped in a red light. That red light seemed to contain an inexplicable power, giving everyone a sense of awe and an unapproachable majesty. Without mentioning the astonishment of Little Stone and the others, Wang Chen felt himself wrapped in a warm aura. It was as if some shackles were breaking apart, as if he had shattered some chains. However, this feeling was fleeting, leading Wang Chen to think it was just his illusion. System, learned the divine skill Divine Defilement, gained 1 point of divinity, current divinity value 1 point. When the system prompt sounded, Wang Chen came back to his senses. Especially upon hearing about the divinity he had never encountered before, he hurriedly opened his personal attribute panel to check. Nickname, Dao San Shang Race, Human Level, 15 Class, Battle. Mage Attributes, Strength 340, Agility 275, Stamina 600, Intelligence 527, Spirit 324, Divinity 1 Health, 9000/9000 Mana, 3240/3240 Experience, 74300/150000 Physical Attack, 1205 Magical Attack, 1696 Critical Hit Rate, 9% Physical Defense, 1054 Magical Defense, 1054 Maximum Movement Speed, 36.5 Divine Might, 10% chance to trigger Divine Punishment on targets for an instant death effect. This chance only applies to normal units. For every tier increase in the target's rank, the chance to trigger Divine Punishment decreases by 3 times, ineffective against mythic level targets. Skills, Magic Missile, Malicious Transformation, Magic Shield, Magic Counter, Battle Soul, Battle Mage Unmatched, Indomitable Will, Warrior's Descent, Blink, Slow, Ice Ring, Breaking Charge, Resilience, Fury, Flame Impact, Divine Defilement Talent Skills, Infinite Flame Burst, Infinite Invisibility Equipment. Skills, Summon Spirit, Summon Tide Equipment. Slightly at this moment, Wang Chan's attribute panel was extraordinarily luxurious, far from what a mere level 15 player should have. Just his health exceeded that of Little Stone, who was an MT, nearing 10,000. If he added the effect of the skill Magic Shield and the 2000 shield value from the Radiant set, it was simply despairing. It should be noted that Wang Chen also had an additional 127 points in Spirit. If he further refined his mana offline, his attributes would skyrocket. All of this was within expectations, but what amazed Wang Chen was the dominance of the passive skill Divine Defilement. It caused his magical attack to surge by nearly 50%, while his dual defenses increased from 0 to nearly 1,000. One could say that even if Wang Chen could only wear cloth armor, his dual defenses would not be weaker than those of defensive classes like paladins or shield warriors. Additionally, there was that 1 point of divinity. Although it only brought a divine might effect according to the attribute panel, it drew particular attention. The effect of divine might was easy to understand. Wang Chen had a 10% chance of instant death when attacking normal monsters. Furthermore, the instant death probability against elite-level monsters was about 3%, and it decreased by 3 times against boss monsters. Following this pattern, of course, mythic-level monsters are not included. What exactly is this divinity, and what about the blasphemer Clara? How strong could she be? Thinking of that beautiful and voluptuous sorceress, Wang Chen couldn't help but speculate. Just as he was lost in thought while checking his attribute panel, the little stone and his companions couldn't contain their curiosity. Dao Ge, what are you doing? Just now, I saw you surrounded by a red glow and thought you were about to transform. Little Stone joked. Wang Chen snapped back to reality, forcing himself not to think about such divine matters. After all, it was of no harm to him, and besides, he was just a level 15 little mage. He had no idea how long it would take to reach level 50 for the second job change, not to mention dealing with an NPC like Clara, who was clearly above level 100. I just learned a skill that can only be learned at level 15, it's been in my backpack for a long time. Wang Chen casually replied, not elaborating further. Seeing this, Little Stone and the others didn't press for details, and everyone turned back to continue the dungeon. Breaking Army Charge. Normal attack, Infinite Fire Blast. Minus 2042, minus 6440, minus 20202, minus 137. Once Little Stone had aggroed the monsters, Wang Chen seized the opportunity to charge in on an obsidian resistance. After a smooth little combo, he directly reduced the target monster to a sliver of health, causing it to transform into a demon. This terrifying damage left his companion stunned, and even Rabbit Shelling, who missed with her dagger, was oblivious. While everyone was overjoyed at dealing over 1,000 damage with a single skill, you just dealt over 20,000? Although that 20,000 plus damage was a red critical hit, it was still outrageous. Not to mention the shock of his companions, Wang Chen was also somewhat astonished by his own damage. A glance at the battle log made him realize his Fire Blast skill not only hit a critical point but also nearly doubled the damage, with a skill completion rate of 94%. Wang Chen's base damage for Fire Blast was already over 3,000, and with a 94% skill completion rate, the damage increased by another 40%. Additionally, the passive skill Berserker's power increased damage by 10%, and the weapon Ragozer's power also added another 10%. This damage increase effect was not limited to physical or magical attacks. All combined, plus the lucky critical hit, it was no wonder that his recent Fire Blast dealt such terrifying damage. The next few moments were almost entirely Wang Chen's show, with frenzied damage numbers continuously popping up. With a 9% critical hit chance, his probability of landing critical hits also increased significantly. When his axe struck the monster's vital points, triggering a critical hit resulted in damage over 10,000. Coupled with an infinite Fire Blast every second, these small monsters quickly fell to the ground. Dao Ge, your damage is too strong. Is the hidden class really that powerful? I want one. 2. The speaker was Li Taizhu, and it seemed that even with his honest personality, he was envious of Wang Chen's damage at this moment. His words resonated with everyone, and Little Stone and the others looked at him with envy. Even Rabbit Shelling, with her bright eyes, showed a hint of envy. Among the 5 of them, only she and Li Taizhu were ordinary classes. Little Stone and Lost Star were a tank and a healer, respectively, but the damage output from Wang Chen's hidden class truly made her yearn for it. This was the real output class, that explosive damage was what an assassin rogue pursued. Facing the envious gazes of his teammates, Wang Chen knew his performance was somewhat beyond expectations. Maybe my hidden class is stronger, and besides, I'm currently equipped with 2 epic items. He forced an explanation and then shifted the topic. I and Little Stone got special job change certificates for the first kill of the boss, and there must be similar opportunities in Apocalypse World. As long as everyone remembers my words and treats the Apocalypse World as a real world to play the game, there will definitely be opportunities to change to hidden professions later. He was speaking to Li Taizhu, but in reality, he was also indirectly telling Tu Xiaoling. Sure enough, upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Tu Xiaoling's expression became resolute. This time, she fully absorbed what Wang Chen said and secretly decided to work harder to obtain a hidden profession as soon as possible. The subsequent clearing of the small monsters went smoothly, progressing quickly under everyone's violent output. During this time, Tu Xiaoling was the first among the others to reach level 15, using the summoning skill of the dog whistle accessory, and the 2 dogs from Foreman Hawk reappeared. Although their damage wasn't very high, only at the level of an ordinary elite monster, when combined with the damage from the big lowly after equipping epic gear, it became quite considerable, already surpassing Li Tiezhu's output by a large margin. Finally, after clearing more than a dozen waves of small monsters, the passage came to an end. Everyone felt a sudden brightness before them, and they found themselves in an open-air bay. The air carried a faint salty dampness, and the fresh sea breeze along with the warm sunlight lifted everyone's spirits. If it weren't for the Yi obsidian resistance, lurking not far away, Wang Chen and the others would have thought they had come to the seaside for a vacation. Karina is right here, I can already smell her presence. The quest NPC, Kyle, timely made his presence known, and Wang Chen and the others could roughly guess the location of the boss. Because this bay had been transformed into a dock, there was only a single pier in front of them, filled with wandering small monsters. At the end of the pier was a huge two-masted sailboat, and they could vaguely see a slender figure standing near the sailboat. Sure enough, at that moment, a slightly hoarse female voice rang out, the tone lazy and seductive, seemingly capable of stirring endless desires deep within one's heart. Oh, look who has come, it's my lovely brother. So, Private Kyle, are you here to pledge your loyalty to me? Enough, Karina. Because of your seduction, countless civilians have fallen into darkness, you must be punished for all of this. Kyle was filled with righteous indignation, his expression extremely angry. The owner of that female voice, Karina, seemed to be provoked, her voice suddenly turning cold. Utterly foolish. Let me see the justice you cling to. As the dialogue scene ended, the Yi obsidian resistance on the pier launched an attack on Wang Chen and the others. Every time they cleared a wave of small monsters, before they could recover, another wave would appear. If it were a weaker team, they would have likely been wiped out by the endless stream of monsters. However, Wang Chen's team was well equipped, with both the healer and tank being epic professions. Plus, with Wang Chen's violent output, they passed this challenge smoothly without any danger. Once the small monsters on the pier were cleared, Wang Chen and the others approached the sailboat. And the hidden boss of this dungeon, Karina, officially appeared before them. Fallen Karina, level 17, Lord level dungeon boss, health 850,000. An 800,000 health Lord level boss, and it seems to be a magic type monster as it has a blue health bar. Fallen Karina wore a black robe, her alluring figure impossible to conceal. Especially her pair of captivating, slightly red eyes, which seemed capable of drawing in one's soul. Fallen Karina. This boss is so beautiful. The usually quiet little priest couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. Two Shelling nodded in agreement. I can't believe they are just characters in a game. No matter how beautiful, she still has to be taken down. Let's discuss how to fight her. Wang Chen interjected, dampening the mood, earning him a round of eye rolls from the two girls. Surrender, Karina, for the sake of our sibling bond, I will plead for you with Lord Andaman. Just as Wang Chen and the others were preparing to discuss how to engage the monsters, Carl had already charged forward bravely with his weapon. Everyone, let me show you my power, Carl. Before Wang Chen and the others could rush in to rescue the mission NPC, Fallen Karina waved her staff at Carl. Dark binding. Several chains of dark energy appeared, binding Carl firmly in place. From the 6-hour duration of the skill, Wang Chen and the others knew that this boss battle was no longer about the mission NPC. Sure enough, after being trapped by the boss's skill, Carl shouted out, "Adventurers, Karina has completely fallen. For the safety of Greenfield City, hurry and eliminate her." As Carl's words fell, the "eliminate minions" task showed as completed, and a new task prompt appeared. Justified filial piety, Karina has completely fallen into darkness. As her brother, Carl is in great pain, but for the sake of justice, he must make a hard decision and asks for your help to kill Karina. There's nothing more to say, let's get started. Little Stone flew into action, raising the attack horn. Once the aggro was stabilized, Wang Chen and the others began to deal damage. Fool, my cause is the true justice. Fallen Karina shouted while launching her attack. As the boss's skill, Shadow Arrow, appeared, Wang Chen and the others realized this was a warlock-type monster. The skill dealt about 2,000 damage, which was still quite painful for Little Stone. Even with damage reduction skills activated, it was still a bit tough to endure. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen thought it might be better for him to take on the role of MT for this boss. Because he currently had nearly 1,000 points of magic defense, plus 20% damage reduction from Battle Soul and Resilience, he would definitely make a good tank. However, it was too late to regret, now that the monsters had already been engaged. Plus, he hadn't learned any forced aggro skills like Taunt, so he wouldn't try to show off. Fortunately, the healing from Lost Star was strong, keeping Little Stone's health consistently above the safety line. With everyone's frenzied output, they managed to make Karina gasp for breath, and the boss's health steadily decreased. Especially Wang Chen, whose output alone was almost comparable to that of 10 Rabbit. Xiaolun. Particularly when the effect of the accessory, Candle of Dimming Light, triggered, his damage became even more outrageous. However, this boss was not so easy to deal with. When the monster's health dropped to 70%, it entered the second phase. Is it the moonlight tonight that is beautiful, or is it me? As Fallen Karina spoke in a sultry tone, Li Taiju suddenly changed his attack target. At the same time, he also entered a hostile state, his health bar turning red. The target of Li Taiju's attack was none other than the team's only healer, Lost Star. Daogu, I can't control myself. He stuttered a bit due to excitement. But he didn't stop, charging directly at Lost Star. Breaking. Charge, whirlwind slash. -462, -1002. The little priest at the back of the team felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. Li Taiju had already struck her several times. If it weren't for the shield from the radiant light set, she would have likely fallen to the ground. The sudden turn of events startled Lost Star, and she quickly ran towards Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen also reacted, noticing that Li Taiju had a dazed status. This was due to being forcibly controlled by the boss, which caused this situation. Malicious transformation. Wang Chen directly controlled Li Taiju while shouting for the little priest to cast light purification. Fortunately, the dazed status could be dispelled, and Li Taiju finally returned to normal. Don't you have a skill called Furious Will? That skill should be able to break this kind of mental control. Wang Chen recalled using this skill when fighting the Wandering Perkins, which Li Taiju had reminded him about. The boss battle continued, with fallen Karina still primarily attacking with Shadow Arrow. 69%, 68%, 60%, 58%. When the health dropped to 55%, Tu Xiaoling was also controlled. Since the light purification of the Lost Star had not cooled down, Wang Chen had to use malicious transformation to control it first. Please don't control me, or no one will be able to withstand it. While trying his best to deal damage, Wang Chen thought about this issue. However, what he feared came true. Just as the boss's health was about to drop below 50%, a sultry voice rang in Wang Chen's ear. Is it the moonlight tonight that's beautiful, or is it me? Realizing something was wrong, Wang Chen quickly shouted, hurry and purify me. The Lost Star reacted quickly, throwing the just-cooled light purification at Wang Chen. However, it was still too late. Before the day's effect on Wang Chen could be purified, a basketball-sized fireball had already flown out of his hand. -3,817. Although it wasn't a critical hit and not a vital attack, the little priest was still instantly killed by Wang Chen's skill. Watching the Lost Star's icon turn gray, everyone fell silent. But the boss had no time for their silence, letting out a joyful laugh. What a wonderful performance! It then continued to attack Little Stone, with Shadow Arrow never ceasing. Wang Chen, restored by the purification from the Lost Star just before its death, had no time to feel guilty and urged the Lost Star not to release its soul in the team chat. He then directly activated Call of the Tide and continued attacking the boss. Not far away, Tu Xiaoling, transformed into a little turtle, was wandering around in boredom. Although only Wang Chen and Li Taiju remained for damage output, it didn't seem to affect much. A few seconds later, the boss's health dropped below 50%, and at that moment, Little Stone, as the MT, was also below half health. So tenacious, it seems I need to show my true strength. Karina, with less than half health, shouted, and black mist suddenly rose around her. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly reminded Little Stone it was obvious she was about to transform like the previous Obsidian Resistance minions. Watch out, the boss is changing phases. Little Stone, realizing this, did not dare to be careless and immediately activated Holy Shield. A golden, egg-shaped light shield enveloped him, and at the same time, the boss completed her transformation. The demonized Karina wore black leather, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin. Not only did she grow a pair of small wings on her back, but a pair of delicate horns also appeared on her head. She had transformed into a succubus, looking even more alluring. Wang Chen knew it was bad. A monster like a succubus would undoubtedly use the charm skill, and the only one who could purify, the Lost Star, had just been killed by him. As expected, the demonized Karina began to attack. Submit to me, adventurer. Karina placed her hand in front of her red lips, making a kissing gesture, and a magically condensed red heart floated towards Li Taiju. Immediately, Li Taiju switched targets and began to attack Little Stone frantically. Fortunately, he reacted quickly this time, immediately using the Berserker skill Furious Will. Bloodlight surged around him, and the charm effect on him disappeared instantly. With no danger, during the duration of Little Stone's holy shield, Wang Chen and Li Taiju tried their best to deal damage. A few seconds later, the hostile status on Tu Xiaoling disappeared, and the control time of days Tu Xiaoling, Sister Xingxing, I told you, this epic quest isn't that easy. Without a healer, Little Stone can hardly hold on. Me Lu Xingxing, it's okay, with Daogu here, we can definitely make it. Daogu has even soloed a lord-level boss. Tu Xiaoling. What kind of love potion did he give you? I can see you're completely enchanted. Tu Xiaoling, Xingxing, let me tell you, all men are big pig's hooves. You're so beautiful. When you come to Longjing for university, you must protect yourself. Me Lu Xingxing, I actually don't look good. I customized my face when I entered the game. Tu Xiaoling, I don't believe it. Xingxing, your figure is so good, you must look great. When you come to Longjing, Sister Xiaoling will take care of you. The two Girls were chatting, while Wang Chen and the others were anxiously outputting damage. The reason for their anxiety was the fear that the highest damage dealer, Wang Chen, would be controlled. Unfortunately, their prayers were in vain. Just as Little Stone's holy shield was about to expire, the boss used its charm skill again. Wang Chen watched helplessly as the magical red heart floated towards him. He tried to dodge, but it was futile. It's over. This thought flashed through his mind as he found himself uncontrollably attacking wildly. With a swing of Ragozer's power, he brought down the dazed Li Taiju with a single axe strike. Then, a tangerine fireball shot out from his hand, instantly killing Tu Xiaoling, who was still in her little turtle state. Finally, there was only Little Stone left, who was also killed by Wang Chen as the holy shield's duration ended. In an instant, 4 out of the 5-man team were lying on the ground, with only Wang Chen's avatar grayed out. Die, adventurer. The secrets of the obsidian base cannot be leaked. When Wang Chen was the only one left, fallen Karina began to attack him. The effect of charm automatically lost its effect because the boss was now in a hostile state with Wang Chen. At this point, the boss still had 30% health left, and it seemed this boss battle was destined to end in failure. However, Wang Chen was not panicking at all. The moment Karina released Shadow Arrow, he used Magic Counter. Although due to the boss's template check, it could only silence for 5 seconds, those 5 seconds were enough for Wang Chen to deal massive damage. In the instant the boss was countered, he cast an Inferno spell, simultaneously using wind beneath his feet to create distance. -9,867, -678, -8,976, -678. -22,129, -679. Wang Chen's Infinite Inferno had a high completion rate, and the basketball-sized fireball in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, continuously flying towards the boss's head. With 5 layers of Inferno's burn damage, the damage per second was around 6 to 700, and combined with the skills-based damage, his DPS reached an astonishing 10,000 plus. Occasional critical hits were a pleasant surprise, and with the effect of the accessory Candle of Glimmer triggering, the damage was simply explosive. After 5 seconds, the boss's silence ended, and it began to release Shadow Arrow. Wang Chen directly blinked over, using the equipment skill Phantom Spirit to summon the spirit of a Grey Wolf. Although the 2 level 14 Grey Wolf spirits didn't last long, they bought him some time. When the Grey Wolf spirits fell, the boss still had 15% health left. Wang Chen had no other cards to stop the boss and could only stand his ground and engage in close combat with fallen Karina. Although Shadow Arrow was a targeted skill, theoretically, he could dodge it in free mode. However, Wang Chen wasn't planning to do that, as he felt his current attributes could withstand it. The Little Stone and the others, unaware of Wang Chen's intentions, began to worry. In a state of death, they couldn't speak and could only express their opinions in the team chat. Little Stone, Dao Ji's magic counter is still on cooldown, we can't kite the boss, we'll have to take it head on. Taishan Kyo, it's a bit mystical, there's only about 100,000 health left, what a pity, let's try again later. Rabbit Xiaoling, this time I didn't deal much damage at all, just got one shot by a fireball, that damage is really insane. Lost Star, Daogu can handle it, look at the boss after one skill, he didn't lose any health. Xiaomushi's words instantly lifted the spirits of the others, as they looked through the limited perspective of the corpse lying on the ground. Sure enough, they saw fallen Karina cast a few shadow arrows, and Wang Chen's health bar didn't budge at all. From Wang Chen's perspective, his second, magic shield, had already been knocked out, and the 2000 shield value from the bright light set was about to disappear. Now his magic shield could absorb about 2,500 points of damage, and after the original shield was knocked out, he quickly raised another one. The boss's Shadow Arrow damage was around 3,000 points after transforming into a demon, attacking once every 1.5 seconds. After being mitigated by Wang Chen's nearly 1,000 magic defense and damage reduction passive, the damage he took was around 1,500. With 2 magic shields, plus the set effect of the bright light set, a total of about 7,000 damage was absorbed. Overall, the shields bought Wang Chen about 5 seconds of time. 15%, 14%, 9%, 8%. Although Wang Chen's shield value was about to be exhausted, during this process, the boss's health bar was also plummeting. When Wang Chen's health began to drop, fallen Karina had less than 50,000 health left. Wang Chen's normal attacks combined with the fire explosion spell dealt over 15,000 damage per second, so unless something unexpected happened, victory was almost within reach. Little Stone and the others were closely watching the Royal City PK between Wang Chen and the boss, afraid of missing a single detail. While marveling at Wang Chen's invincible output and also his insane defense, their emotions gradually became excited. Xiaomushi felt a bit smug at this moment. See? I told you so. Daogu can solo the boss all by himself. She overlooked the fact that when Wang Chen started to solo Fallen Karina, the boss's health was already down to 15%. If Wang Chen were to face this magic-type boss at full health, the outcome was truly uncertain. Because that would require Wang Chen to easily dodge the shadow arrow damage, which is a very high requirement for players. However, just when everyone thought victory was assured, including Wang Chen himself, an unexpected turn of events occurred. I admit I underestimated you, adventurers. Just as Wang Chen had a little over half health left and the boss was about to be taken down by a fire explosion spell, he suddenly found himself unable to move. At the same time, Fallen Karina stopped attacking and leaped directly onto a nearby sailboat. Great! We're back to a cutscene. Looks like this boss can't be killed. Wang Chen thought helplessly, then realized he was in a third-person perspective. He saw Karina jump onto the two-masted sailboat, and the boat instantly began to move. You won't escape, Karina. Carl, who had been trapped by dark binding, ran to the shore and shouted. On the sailboat, Karina looked smug, mocking Carl. Goodbye, my foolish brother. When the obsidian sanctuary descends, I hope you can still be this naive, ha ha. With a burst of maniacal laughter, the two-masted sailboat carrying Karina quickly sailed away, eventually disappearing into the endless sea. The cutscene ended, and Carl walked back in frustration. Adventurers, I need to hurry back to report all of this to Governor Andaman. Good luck to you all. After saying that, he took out a return scroll and began to cast, disappearing from the spot 6 seconds later, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in everyone's ears, revealing that the task was completed. System, task, Breath of the Abyss, has been completed. Please return to Greenfield City to collect your reward from Governor Andaman. Upon seeing the task notification, Wang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He thought that after all the effort put in, they would end up with nothing. At that moment, he noticed the team chat channel flashing and casually opened it to see what Little Stone and the others were discussing. As expected, they were initially ranting wildly about the boss, and even the one who issued the task, Carl, received a good scolding. However, perhaps due to the task completion notification appearing, their tone began to change. Rabbit Little Cold, I lay on the floor for ages, and the boss and the task NPC ran away. I thought the system had swallowed my reward. Little Stone, where is Governor Andaman? Do you guys know? Iron Mountain Lean, I have no idea what reward we can get, I just hope it's a hidden class. Lost Star, the dungeon is over, should we release our souls now? Seeing this, Wang Chen directly responded in the chat, you all release your souls, I'll exit the dungeon soon. Just then, Rabbit Little Cold, facing the direction of the corpse, seemed to have discovered something. Captain, look over there. A treasure chest has appeared, hurry and see what it is. Wang Chen was taken aback by what Rabbit Little Cold said and turned to look. Indeed, a treasure chest had appeared at the spot where Karina had initially stood. As he approached, the name of the chest appeared in his view, Karina's miscellaneous box. Is this a treasure that Karina didn't have time to take? I didn't expect the boss's equipment to appear in this way. Wang Chen exclaimed, then asked for the opinions of the others. Dao San Shang, should I wait for you all to run back from the corpse before opening the chest, or should I just open it now? Rabbit Little Cold, just open it. Captain, even if your luck is bad, it can't be that a Lord-level boss wouldn't drop epic equipment. The others remained silent, seemingly agreeing with Rabbit Little Cold's opinion. Seeing this, Wang Chen no longer insisted and reached out toward the treasure chest. He was somewhat surprised by Rabbit Little Cold's change in attitude, feeling as if she had forgotten the earlier unpleasantness, calling him captain without hesitation. Creak. As Karina's miscellaneous box was opened, the items inside instantly appeared on the team interface. There were 2 pieces of equipment, one purple and one blue, along with a mage skill book, Ring of Flames. When the purple light appeared, Little Stone and the others cheered. However, when they saw the names and attributes of the equipment, everyone looked a bit puzzled. Karina's dried banana, accessory, epic. Durability, none. Equipment. Requirement, level 15. Equipment slot, accessory. Attributes, agility 233. Haste, increases your attack speed by 15%. Critical hit, gives your attacks a chance to deal additional damage. Description, this oddly shaped accessory seems to have been used frequently, as its top is already very smooth. Little Stone, this accessory is amazing, it's perfect for Sister Little Cold. Rabbit Little Cold, I'm going to complain to the game designers of Apocalypse World. Iron Mountain Lean, getting an epic piece of equipment is already great, and it's an accessory. A strange expression flashed across Wang Chen's face as he directly assigned Karina's dried banana to Rabbit Little Cold. An accessory. That boosts agility is only suitable for the big lowly of the assassin thief class, no one else fits. Although this accessory seemed a bit tasteless, its attributes were undeniably good. Once equipped, Rabbit Little Cold's output would definitely increase by a significant margin. After the equipment was assigned to Rabbit Little Cold, she sent a series of dots in the chat, expressing her speechlessness. Although she looked somewhat youthful like a loli, she was indeed a 20-year-old sophomore. Some things that Little Stone and the others didn't understand, Rabbit Shelling had long been accustomed to in college. So, instinctively, she wanted to refuse this epic accessory, but its enticing attributes and effects were simply irresistible. Regardless, with the most significant epic equipment allocated, Wang Chen turned his attention to the remaining 2 items. The blue equipment was a chest piece for magic classes, named Karina's Casual Dress. The attributes were quite ordinary, but the material looked special. Wang Chen casually put it into his backpack and then picked up the last skill book. The skill Flame Ring of the Fire Mage was learned instantly, giving him a true area attack skill. Skill, Flame Ring class, Fire Mage description, condenses the power of flames, immediately emitting a shockwave from oneself as the origin point, dealing 100% spell attack damage to hostile targets within an 8-yard range, and 75% spell attack damage to hostile targets within an 8 to 15-yard range. Cooldown time, 2 seconds, mana cost, 50 points. The spell attack added by this skill wasn't high, but Wang Chen was very satisfied. Because of the short cooldown time, under his high spell attack bonus, it would definitely be a monster-slaying tool. Once the equipment was distributed, Little Stone and the others released their souls. They would respawn at the entrance of the instance in their soul state, which was different from dying in the wild. When dying in the wild and releasing their souls, they would respawn directly at the graveyard. Not only would they lose a lot of experience, but there was also a chance of dropping equipment from their bodies or backpacks. However, dying in an instance would only result in a small loss of experience, and it would only reduce the durability of the equipment without dropping it. This was also to prevent the difficulty of the instance from being too high, causing players to give up participating due to excessive deaths during the initial exploration. Seeing Little Stone and the others release their souls, Wang Chen prepared to click to exit the instance. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and sat down to recover his state. He was still a notorious red name, although his nickname level was hidden, that glaring bloodlight couldn't be concealed. Exiting the instance would directly place him at the entrance, where there were many players. To prevent being piked at that moment, it was better to recover in advance. After grinding monsters for so long, the blood light around Wang Chen had only slightly faded. It seemed that it would take quite a while to return to a white name. This red name is really a bit troublesome. I wonder if there are any methods like a killing license in Apocalypse World. Wang Chen thought aimlessly while recovering. Meanwhile, Little Stone and the others had already respawned at the instance entrance. The 4 of them crossed the instance's light curtain and walked out, preparing to wait for Wang Chen. Just then, not far from the instance entrance, a team of players approached them. From their appearance, it seemed they had been waiting there for a long time. You are the few from the Infinite Battle Group. Where is your leader Dao Sansheng? Under the gaze of Little Stone and the others, the leading female knight of the approaching team spoke first. The knight was named Qingyu Ruyan, and Little Stone noticed a familiar face behind her. With a quick thought, Little Stone first notified Wang Chen in the team chat channel, then replied to Qingyu Ruyan. Our leader hasn't come out yet. Who are you, and is there something you need? Upon hearing this, Qingyu Ruyan raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at the light curtain of the instance entrance. Then let's wait a little longer. But I can tell you something first. As she spoke, Qingyu Ruyan pointed to herself. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the founders of the Sword Rain Studio and the current president of the Sword Rain Guild. At this point, she paused slightly, seemingly wanting to see their reactions. Unfortunately, apart from Rabbit Shelling, the other few were just newbies who had only recently started playing virtual games. They had no concept of what it meant to be the president of the Sword Rain Guild. The only one who could be considered a professional player, Tu Shelling, might have some understanding of the Sword Rain Studio. However, she didn't show any signs of it, as if she had never heard of the name Sword Rain. Seeing this, Qingyu Ruyan felt a bit disappointed. She had thought that mentioning Sword Rain's name would help her recruit more smoothly. It now seemed that these few people were either newcomers to the virtual game and unfamiliar with Sword Rain, or they were true experts who were not intimidated by it. After pondering for a moment, Qingyu Ruyan tentatively said, Our Sword Rain Guild is recruiting. I wonder if you all would be interested in developing with us. I can personally offer you contracts as elite members. At this moment, Ijian Biaoshui, who was behind her, stepped forward. Perhaps you don't know the value of being an elite member of the Sword Rain Guild. Let me put it this way, as long as you can complete the tasks assigned by the guild, you will receive 10,000 credit points directly deposited into your account every month, not to mention some other benefits. What do you think? You can think it over first, and it's fine to discuss it with your team leader when he arrives. Qingyu Ruyan was very confident. Such conditions were rarely rejected. Not to mention the monthly salary benefits, just the title of elite member of the Sword Rain Guild would attract envious glances. This time, with the Sword Rain studio entering the apocalypse world, Qingyu Ruyan was ambitious. She was not content to manage just a small studio, she wanted to establish a guild and make it big and strong. This was originally just Qingyu Ruyan's own idea, and even her boyfriend, Xiao Wuxing, opposed it. However, after receiving funding from the consortium, she immediately disregarded everything and took action. She had never been someone who was content to stand behind others, even if that person was her boyfriend, the Sword Saint of the Ninth Hall, Wuxing Jianquang. The reason Qingyu Ruyan had been waiting for Wang Chen and the others until now was to incorporate the entire Infinite Battle Group into the Sword Rain Guild. She chose to develop in Greenfield City, and naturally, she needed to make a name for herself. And obtaining the first kill of the first difficult level dungeon in the Apocalypse world by the Infinite Battle Group was undoubtedly the most ideal target. Especially the Daosan Shang, as long as she could recruit this player, known as the #1 burst mage in the Apocalypse, along with the members of the Infinite Battle Group in front of her, then the Sword Rain Guild would surely gain fame and develop more smoothly in Greenfield City. Even her future rival, the Aurora Guild, which she had tacitly acknowledged, could not stop the rise of the Sword Rain Guild. Just as Qingyu Ruyan was envisioning the future, a somewhat flustered Xiao Shurtu and the others suddenly looked delighted. They saw a player, radiating a faint bloodlight, appear at the entrance of the dungeon. It was Wang Chen, whom Qingyu Ruyan had been waiting for. He had already learned the situation from Xiao Shurtu and quickly locked his gaze on Qingyu Ruyan after surveying the surroundings. It's the burst mage Daosan Shang, he finally came. I wonder what choice he will make, a player murmured softly. Another person nearby, seemingly a supporter of Sword Rain, confidently said, what's there to choose? He will definitely choose to join Sword Rain. This is a well-known game studio ranked in the top 100, with ancient god level players of the Sanctuary, and now they are establishing a guild. The platform will be bigger in the future, I wonder if I will have a chance to join. The person who spoke first, however, disagreed and shook his head. Not necessarily. Although Dao San is a casual player, he has now established a battle group, so he might establish his own guild in the future. Besides, even if Sword Rain is great, going there means being under someone else's roof. Where's the freedom compared to now? There were many players watching the excitement around, with players from various guilds and mercenary groups mingling among them. Of course, there were still more casual players, as most people didn't want to be constrained and just wanted to relax and enjoy the game. These people were here to explore the Wailing Mine. The vast majority of them came from Greenfield City, as this first dungeon of the Light faction was the closest to Greenfield City. Among them were players from other cities who, in order to farm dungeons, did not hesitate to travel thousands of miles through the teleportation array to explore. It is estimated that once the dungeons around other secondary main cities are gradually discovered, these players will choose to return. Wang Chen, with a calm expression, stepped forward through the crowd, the bloodlight emanating from him causing some onlookers to retreat. Naturally, he heard the whispers among the crowd. It seems we need to expand the Infinite Battle Group quickly, otherwise these forces will still treat us as scattered soldiers, wanting to directly annex us at any moment. Just in time, the Wailing Mine has opened first, and many players from other cities are rushing over. These must be elite players. However, as a mercenary group, the Infinite Battle Group still has some limitations. In the end, we may still need to establish a guild, but we lack an opportunity to do so, and it's hard to find management talent. Forget it, let's take it step by step. First, let's implement the elite plan and get the Infinite Battle Group in order. No one knew that in the few steps he took, Wang Chen had already thought through so many things. When he reached Qingyu Ruyan, looking at this proud and beautiful female knight, he said, the president of the Sword Rain Guild? I heard you were looking for me. In his previous life, Wang Chen had read some books on physiognomy, believing that appearance reflects the heart. Although Qingyu Ruyan was not lacking in looks or figure, her dark eyebrows and high forehead indicated a strong character. The slightly upturned corners of her eyes and thin lips suggested that she was an ambitious woman. Such a person would spare no effort to achieve her goals. Qingyu Ruyan was unaware that Wang Chen had labeled her as ambitious at first sight. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Chen's indifferent attitude, she did not show it. I have long heard of the name of the violent law, and I admire a master like you, like smoke. I wonder if you would be willing to join our Sword Rain Guild. Qingyu Ruyan smiled, her attitude very sincere. After speaking, seeing that Wang Chen did not respond, she thought he was waiting for a better offer. Just as she was about to state the benefits she had prepared, she saw Wang Chen wave his hand to interrupt her. Wang Chen had already made up his mind to refuse, so he naturally would not let her continue. The name of Sword Rain is well known, but I am used to freedom and cannot stand constraints. Besides, I have an Infinite Battle Group to take care of. At this point, he glanced at the person behind Qingyu Ruyan, Yijian Biaoshui, and smiled as he said, if I remember Correctly, this subordinate of yours has some grievances with me. If I join the Sword Rain Guild, how will you handle him? Wang Chen's words stunned Xingyu Ruyan, who quickly realized he was talking about Yi Jian Biaoshui. In fact, she had known about this matter before trying to recruit Wang Chen, because when the server-wide announcement appeared, Yi Jian Biaoshui had cursed. It's that ungrateful guy again, I didn't go looking for trouble with him, yet he jumped right in front of me. At that time, Xingyu Ruyan had felt a bit embarrassed as her previous words were thrown back at her, and upon hearing this, she went to find out what had happened. She learned that it was some petty squabbles that occurred in the Novice village, stemming from her incompetent sister and her boyfriend. However, she did not take it to heart, it was just a minor friction. Now, hearing Wang Chen mention this matter, Xingyu Ruyan remained unperturbed, still smiling. That's all a small matter. If you care about it, I can apologize on behalf of Biaoshui. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian Biaoshui's face turned furious, wanting to say something but holding back. Wang Chen, however, looked at Xingyu Ruyan with some surprise, somewhat admiring her persistence. Forget it, I'm not used to being managed by others. Once Wang Chen's refusal came out again, Xingyu Ruyan's expression finally turned somewhat cold. From her perspective, she had already lowered her stance significantly. If it weren't for wanting to leverage Wang Chen's reputation, she wouldn't need to do this at all. If we talk about gaming experts, who among the main players behind her isn't a Hall of Fame player? Not to mention she has a boyfriend from the Ninth Sanctuary. Before Xingyu Ruyan could say anything, Yi Jian Biaoshui could no longer hold back and stepped forward. Dao Sanshang, don't push your luck. The president has already shown enough sincerity, and you still want to refuse? What, are we tearing our faces now? Is the Sword Rain Guild so overbearing that they can force others to join? Wang Chen's gaze turned cold. Ready for a PK. Behind him, Tu Xiaoling directly entered stealth mode, while Xiao Shitu and the others tightened their grips on their weapons. Just as tensions were about to escalate, players around began to retreat, and suddenly a clear voice rang out. Ha ha, not bad. The Sword Rain Guild shouldn't be this overbearing, right, President Xingyu? Everyone turned to look, and they saw a group of players surrounding a young man approaching. The young man had a calm demeanor, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, and his profession was Retribution Paladin. This person was none other than the Blue Aurora, who had previously met Wang Chen. As the president of a large guild, Blue Aurora wore a smile, but it also exuded a commanding presence. Yi Jian Biaoshui recognized him and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. He wanted to retort, but Xingyu Ruyan spoke first. So it's the president of the Aurora Guild. What, do you know Baofa? Blue Aurora stepped closer, smiling and nodding at Wang Chen. Then he turned to Xingyu Ruyan and shook his head. Not really, at most we've just met once. Upon hearing this, Xingyu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, her emotions unreadable. Oh? If that's the case, then what does President Aurora mean? I'm still discussing cooperation with Captain Dao Sanshang. Blue Aurora smiled faintly. Hee, are you really discussing cooperation? If so, then my Aurora Guild would also like to collaborate with the Infinite Battle Group. With Blue Aurora's intervention, Xingyu Ruyan realized that she wouldn't be able to recruit Wang Chen and the others into the guild today. Moreover, from Wang Chen's previous attitude, she knew the likelihood of them joining Sword Rain was very slim. With this in mind, Xingyu Ruyan looked back at Wang Chen. Are you really unwilling to join Sword Rain? I've shown a lot of sincerity. Seeing Wang Chen still shaking his head with a smile, she stopped pressing. In that case, I won't force it, and I hope we can cooperate in the future. After leaving that remark, Xingyu Ruyan turned and left. The main players of Sword Rain behind her looked puzzled, glancing at Wang Chen before quickly following. Among them, Yi Jian Biaoshui sneered, casting a mocking glance at Wang Chen. The threat in his gaze was evident. Watching the Sword Rain Guild members leave, Wang Chen then clasped his fists towards Blue Aurora. Thank you, President Aurora, for stepping in just now. If there's anything I can help with, Dao Sanshang won't refuse. Blue Aurora laughed heartily. Captain Dao Sanshang, there's no need for that. Actually, I have my own motives. Seeing Wang Chen's puzzled expression, he explained, Xingyu Ruyan is very ambitious. By choosing to establish a guild in Greenwild City, she will be my rival in the future. Wang Chen nodded, understanding now. Regardless, I still want to thank President Aurora for your righteous words, otherwise, there might have been a big battle today. Everyone lifts the flower palanquin, no matter what Blue Aurora's intentions are. Whether he is genuinely helpful or has ulterior motives, Wang Chen felt the need to express his gratitude. Blue Aurora waved his hand, indicating no need for formality, and then jokingly added, if one day Captain Dao Sanshang feels that the mercenary group isn't fun anymore, the Aurora Guild will always welcome your joining, of course, including your team members. Wang Chen replied with a smile, definitely. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Blue Aurora took his leave with his group. As the members of the two major guilds left, the surrounding players, finding no excitement to watch, also began to disperse. Those who needed to level up went to grind, while others looking to raid dungeons headed off to do just that. In no time, the area became lively again, with voices calling out to form teams. Strong shield warrior leading, health 3000 plus, looking for a healer for the raid on. Wailing mines, need one healer to join. Casual self-reliant team, not afraid of wipes, one needed for 4, message me quickly. Mines are forming a group, come strong, loot will be distributed as needed, black gear, die in your whole family will suffer. Although Wang Chen, covered in blood, was somewhat conspicuous, most of those coming to raid dungeons were elite players. They all knew, to some extent, the reputation and achievements of the violent mage. And no one would be foolish enough to come looking for trouble. Wang Chen glanced at the system time, there were less than 2 hours until he would log off. You guys go back to Greenfield City to turn in your quests. I don't think I can make it back in my current state. What about you, Dao Ge? From the looks of that guy from the Sword Rain Guild earlier, this matter probably won't end so easily. Xiao Shi said with a worried expression. In fact, his concern was not unfounded, that one sword bloodthirsty player would definitely cause trouble. As for the guild leader, Xingyu Ruyan, although she left without saying much, no one believed she would let this matter slide easily. As a guild leader, she lowered herself to recruit Wang Chen and the others, even willing to apologize for her subordinate. To go to such lengths without achieving her goal? Who would believe she wouldn't mind? Wang Chen was well aware of the stakes involved. He estimated that even if Xingyu Ruyan didn't actively mobilize her forces against the Infinite Battle Group, she would tacitly allow someone like the one-sword bloodthirsty player to take private revenge. From their brief encounter in the Novice village, he knew that the one-sword bloodthirsty player was quite arrogant. Such people often have small minds, so it was evident that after being rejected, the other party would take action. Seeing Li Taizhu and Lu Xingxing also looking worried, even Tu Xiaoling glanced at him with concern. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, it's fine, you don't need to worry about me. With my current strength, no one can target me for now. If it really comes to a fight, I can always run, ha. At that moment, Xiao Shi seemed to think of something, his eyes lighting up. Right, Dao Ge, with your strength, you can go grind monsters in the dark forest. The monsters. There are all above level 20, so even if the Sword Rain Guild wants to target you, it won't be that easy. Xiao Shi's words made Wang Chen ponder, this was indeed a good idea. Most players were around levels 12 to 13, with very few reaching level 15. Going to a map with higher level monsters would provide some cover, making it much harder for the Sword Rain Guild to target him. However, Wang Chen found it strange how Xiao Shi had such information. If he remembered correctly, this was Xiao Shi's first time playing a virtual game. How did he know about the dungeon's appearance and even the monster levels in the dark forest? When Wang Chen asked about this, Xiao Shi scratched his head and chuckled. It was all told to me by Uncle Fusheng. Didn't I mention wanting to recruit people into the team? That's who I was talking about. Uncle? Yeah, Uncle Fusheng is a man around 40 years old, so I just call him Uncle. I met him when I was doing my job change quest, he's really nice and has great skills. Xiao Shi explained, even mentioning a player named Fusheng Ruomeng. Wang Chen didn't refuse Xiao Shi's kindness and noted the name down. Soon, the 5 of them left the vicinity of the dungeon and headed towards Greenfield City. The reason for this was Wang Chen's insistence. Firstly, he was afraid that on the way back to Greenfield City, Xiao Shi and the others would be ambushed, as no one knew when the Sword Rain Guild would strike. Additionally, Wang Chen had another task to accomplish, to find the archaeology master, Snite Weber. He hadn't forgotten that there was an epic item in his backpack that needed identification, and it was conveniently on the way. On the return journey, the group was somewhat vigilant, glancing around. However, aside from Wang Chen, who was covered in blood and attracted some attention, it seemed there were no players from Sword Rain around. I wonder when the reputation of the Storm Empire will reach respectful or when mounts will be available. Traveling on these 2 legs is exhausting. As the Greenfield City came into view, Tu Xiaoling complained a bit. Wang Chen found it strange and asked, what does respectful reputation have to do with traveling? Hearing Wang Chen speak to her, Tu Xiaoling let out a proud hum and then explained. It turned out that once the reputation in the Storm Empire reached respectful, one could purchase return scrolls from the main city's quartermaster. Although they weren't cheap, costing 10 silver coins each, for those in need, it wasn't expensive at all. In fact, if one had the money, they could directly spend 100 gold coins to buy a Hearthstone, which would be equivalent to having a reusable return scroll. However, it could only be used once every 2 hours, and changing the return point would cost extra. Where's the quartermaster? My reputation has indeed reached respectful and I can buy it, but unfortunately, I can't return to the city right now. Wang Chen said regretfully, as he truly didn't know about this. Tu Xiaoling's eyes lit up. Then hurry up and clear your red name. There shouldn't be anyone else with respectful reputation right now. If you act quickly, you might be able to resell returned scrolls and make some money. When it came to making money, Tu Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with interest. As the group chatted, they soon arrived at the city gate of Greenfield City. Seeing the 70-level elite guards itching for action, Wang Chen wisely kept his distance. After parting ways with Little Stone and the others, Wang Chen headed straight for the location of the archaeology master, Snight Weber. By the small river near the city wall, the familiar bearded dwarf was still fishing. However, this time, Wang Chen didn't have to wait. Snight Weber seemed to sense his approach and suddenly turned around. "It's you, adventurer Dao Sanshine? I thought some scum from the dark faction had stumbled here. But why do you carry such a heavy aura of slaughter?" Wang Chen shrugged, looking helpless. "You know, Master Weber, there are conflicts among adventurers, and I had no choice." Snight Weber nodded. "That's truly unfortunate. It seems that even within the light faction, not everyone is inclined towards the light." After saying this rather insightful remark, he looked at Wang Chen. "So, my friend, what brings you here this time?" Wang Chen felt relieved that his red name hadn't caused any unexpected issues. It seemed that the 20 points of favorability had played a crucial role. He took out the epic level ornament, Strange Seal, from his backpack and handed it to Snight Weber. The moment the seal appeared, Snight Weber's eyes were drawn to it. What a heavy aura of history! The origin of this seal is ancient. After a moment of admiration, he eagerly took out some tools to begin the identification. A few minutes later, Snight Weber stopped his actions, holding the seal with both hands, his expression excited. "By the gods of the dwarves, I have discovered traces of the Titans. This is an incredible and great discovery." The dwarf archaeology master's emotions seemed unable to calm down for a long time, and Wang Chen, standing by, could only wait in confusion. After a while, Snight Weber regained his composure and seriously handed the seal back. At this point, the name of the seal had changed, and what appeared before Wang Chen was something else. Key of Winter, key, quest item. Description: after Snight Weber's identification, he confirmed that this is the key to open the Winter Temple. "Adventurer, I need your help. The history of the Winter Temple needs to be brought back to the world. This will surely be the greatest archaeological discovery." System: Titan's Trail, rare. Snight Weber firmly believes he has discovered the trail of the Titans and needs your help to explore the ruins of the Winter Temple. Would you like to accept the quest? This is the first time Wang Chen has encountered a rare level quest. After clicking to accept, he immediately received a notification that his favorability with Snight Weber increased by 10. However, when Wang Chen looked at the quest list, he found that the quest was still in red status, indicating that it could not be completed at the moment. At this point, Snight Weber spoke again to address his confusion. "The Winter Temple is filled with dangers. You need to become stronger. Come back here when you are at least level 20. Wang Chen realized that this was a sign of disdain for his current weakness. Since that was the case, he decided not to linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Snight Weber, Wang Chen headed towards the Dark Forest. According to the information provided by Little Stone, this map was further away than the Twilight Wilderness. Moreover, another map adjacent to the Dark Forest, Baytown, had players from the Dark faction roaming about. On the way, Wang Chen entered the name Floating Life Like a Dream into his friend list and sent a friend request to the other party. He was somewhat curious about this uncle that Little Stone mentioned. Was he really skilled? If so, he could just happen to help expand the battle group. Little Stone was relatively innocent but not foolish. He wanted to recruit people into the infinite battle group, so he probably wouldn't be too bad. Wang Chen had already planned to fill the 40 slots limited to the mercenary group. With a full team of 40 elite players, even if the Sword Rain Guild wanted to target them, they would have to think twice. As for establishing a guild, the timing wasn't right. He would consider it later when the opportunity arose. Just then, the system notified Wang Chen that the friend request had been successfully added. Seemingly already aware of his existence, the other party quickly sent a message. "Floating Life Like a Dream, Violet Law Dao 3 lives? Did Little Stone ask you to add me?" Wang Chen glanced at the location of Floating Life Like a Dream, which happened to be displayed in the Dark Forest. Being able to level up in a map above level 20, it seemed that this Floating Life Like a Dream was indeed not simple. While on the road, he replied, "Yes, Little Stone said you are a good person and very skilled, and asked me to recruit you into the infinite battle group. Floating Life Like a Dream, hee, that kid, I didn't agree to him. I'm old, I can't play with you young folks." Seeing the message, a hint of surprise flashed across Wang Chen's face. This old-fashioned tone indicated that he was indeed a middle-aged uncle. "Dao 3 lives, let's not talk about joining the group for now. I'm currently heading to the Dark Forest, how about we team up? Floating Life Like a Dream, oh? You're coming here for a quest? No problem, I can help out since it's for Little Stone. System, floating life like a dream invites you to join the team, please choose whether to accept. Wang Chen clicked confirm, and floating life like a dream appeared in the team list. He noticed that the other party's health was not full, indicating that they were clearly in battle. In a high-level map, being able to fight while chatting with me, it seems he is indeed a skilled player. Just then, floating life like a dream sent another message. Just a friendly reminder, when you reach the dark forest, you might encounter a boss named Paclaro, which has an invisible level. Be careful not to provoke it, or you will definitely lose levels. Although it was somewhat baffling, Wang Chen still replied with a thank you. Half an hour later, he was not too far from the dark forest. At that moment, Little Stone sent a message. Dao Ge, that epic quest can't be submitted. Governor Andaman said you have to return before you can submit the quest. Wang Chen was a bit puzzled and quickly asked for the reason. Little Stone sounded somewhat dejected as he helplessly explained. It turned out that although the mission was accepted by everyone together, the final submission had to be done by the team leader Wang Chen at that time. Because the mission offered not only reputation and experience rewards but also monetary and equipment rewards. The latter was only one copy, so it was impossible for all 5 of them to receive one each. This was still because after Carlyle reported, the governor recognized Wang Chen. Plus, due to Wang Chen's status as a baron, he was willing to share so much with Little Stone and the others. Wang Chen thought about it carefully and felt it made some sense. After all, they were completing this mission by fighting Karina. And after the battle ended, they had already obtained an epic piece of equipment. The system couldn't possibly give each person an epic piece of equipment again when submitting the mission. That would be too inconsistent with the usual nature of the apocalypse world, considering how rare equipment was, especially epic equipment. In that case, you all wait a bit. When I can return to the city to submit the mission, we'll see who the rewards are suitable for. Wang Chen could imagine Little Stone and the others excitedly going to submit the mission, only to return with a face full of disappointment. After receiving his reply, Little Stone quickly sent another message. Little Stone, well, now we can only wait. This way, we can look forward to it. Little Stone, by the way, Dao Ge, I didn't expect you to still be a baron, hiding it so deep. If it weren't for that governor calling you that, we wouldn't have known you were already a person of status. Wang Chen shook his head and chuckled at this Little Stone. Dao San Shang, now you know how powerful your Dao Ge is. Remember to practice your skills more, and I'll take you to dominate the apocalypse world in the future. Little Stone, okay. Dao Ge, have you reached the dark forest? Did the Sword Rain Guild give you any trouble? Seeing Little Stone's concerned words warmed Wang Chen's heart, and he was about to reply. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and his mind focused instantly. There was a thief. Wang Chen had inadvertently glanced around and noticed a patch of grass not far away suddenly collapse. There was no wind now, and he couldn't see any figures. This could only mean one thing: a rogue player was approaching. I'm almost there, don't worry, even if they come looking for trouble, they can't beat your Dao. Go. Gotta go, I'm on my way. After quickly replying to Little Stone, Wang Chen pretended to be nonchalant and continued walking forward. Little Stone, okay, then Dao Ge, be careful, I'll log off in an hour. At this moment, Wang Chen had no time to see what Little Stone was saying. His attention was constantly on his surroundings, secretly estimating the number of enemies. About 30 yards to the left front, there are 2, 20 yards to the side back, 3 more, and a total of 10 thieves are coming to ambush me? They really think highly of me. Wang Chen sneered inwardly, guessing when the other side would strike. In about 100 meters, there was a 3-meter-wide small river. Crossing the wooden bridge above it would lead to the dark forest. Based on Wang Chen's speed, if this group of thieves wanted to act, about 3 seconds later would be the best time. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! As Wang Chen silently counted down in his heart, he suddenly lowered his head. At the same time, a dagger gleaming with cold light shot past above him. The attack missed, and a rogue player named Heavens Will Thief revealed himself. He had a look of astonishment on his face, not expecting his nearly guaranteed control skill to fail. After dodging the attack aimed at the back of his head, Wang Chen did not stop his movements. He rolled forward, and the 2 daggers aimed at his waist from both sides also missed. Kidney strike, miss, kidney strike, miss. 2 more thieves revealed themselves, entering combat mode. Ice ring technique. A beam of cold light instantly spread out from Wang Chen's center, freezing the 3 thieves who had attacked first in place. At this stage, they had barely learned any control breaking skills, and could only watch Wang Chen with wide eyes. This was also the helplessness of the rogue profession. If a strike missed and they couldn't retreat immediately, they would fall into a passive position. After controlling the 3 thieves, Wang Chen swung the power of Rolzor in his hand, ready to take one out, when he suddenly heard the rustling sound of grass beside him. At that moment, the remaining thieves sensed danger and hurriedly closed in without bothering to slow down. Then let's take action in this direction first. Without waiting for the threat to approach, Wang Chen charged forward in a specific direction. Breaking army charge. Minus 2023. The mask effect triggered, and a red critical damage appeared out of nowhere. The thief hidden in that direction was instantly killed, and as the damage value popped up, his corpse appeared at the same moment. The thief's face still bore a look of astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend the reason. Reaching down to pick up the equipment that had dropped, Wang Chen waved his arm. A basketball-sized fireball appeared and smashed down on his companion's head under the watchful eyes of the thieves. Infinite flame explosion. Minus 11,103. A terrifying yellow damage value popped up, causing the enemy to lose another member. Seeing the 10,000 plus damage, the remaining thief turned pale and shouted frantically around him. Quick, attack me, let me break free from this control. After being controlled by the mage's ice ring technique, there was a certain chance that being attacked would nullify the freezing effect. At this moment, the thief only wanted to escape quickly, he didn't want to lose a level. He regretted being tempted by One Sword's bloodshed to come and trouble Wang Chen. One Sword's bloodshed had found them, claiming he wanted to take revenge for the guild leader Qingyu Ruyan and conveniently blow up Wang Chen's equipment. Wang Chen was in a notorious red name state, and as long as he could successfully kill him, all his equipment would drop. At that time, not only could he gain fame as the first violent mage of the apocalypse, but he could also reap substantial rewards, making it a win-win situation. However, now the thief no longer thought that way. He just wanted to preserve his level and equipment. From Wang Chen's earlier performance, it was clear that he was not only a master in free mode, but his equipment and damage were on a completely different level from theirs. If it weren't for knowing that the apocalypse world was entirely managed by the super mastermind Deep Blue, he would have thought the other party was cheating. Unfortunately, before the remaining thieves could act, Wang Chen had already fulfilled his wish. So anxious? Alright, I'll come and break your control. Flame impact. Minus 3,629, critical hit. A burst of violent flames descended from the sky, instantly killing the thief. This single target control skill was something Wang Chen had just acquired, and while its completion rate was not high, it was enough to take out the opponent. Kidney strike, ambush. Minus 0, resistance, minus 0, resistance. After slaying another, Wang Chen felt a jolt in his lower back, and then there was nothing more. The thief who had controlled Wang Chen hadn't even had time to rejoice before he was completely stunned. If it were absorption, it would be one thing, after all, the mage had a shield skill. But what was this resistance prompt? No breaking defense? Are you cheating? Regardless of whether Wang Chen had broken defense or not, this thief player had definitely broken defense. Blink. Wang Chen chuckled, he had intentionally let the other party attack just now. With victory in hand, it was just the right time to test the attack power of these guild players. The result was very satisfying. With the presence of blasphemy, his defense was currently invincible. Ring of Flames minus 1,543. Blink released him from the stun control, and Wang Chen appeared 25 yards away, immediately unleashing an area attack skill. Two players with their backs to him revealed themselves, seemingly preparing to escape. He swiftly took down the two who were already low on health, bringing the total number of enemies he had killed to 5. The three thieves initially frozen by the ice ring technique had only one left, who finally managed to hold on until the skill ended. But before he could feel pleased, he suddenly felt his legs grow heavy, and his speed plummeted. Slow technique. After applying the slow skill on him, Wang Chen turned around to look for the person who had attacked him earlier. When he discovered that the other party was fleeing, the infinite characteristic of the fire explosion technique had already been triggered and shot out. Since you came, you think you can just leave without leaving something behind? Minus 11,023. After once again killing someone in an instant, Wang Chen's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. A few seconds later, he reappeared, a mocking smile on his face. It seems the remaining few have all escaped. Why haven't I seen a single sword spill blood? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Using the infinite invisibility technique and finding no stealth players nearby, Wang Chen knew that those few had sensed the danger and fled. He slowly walked up to the last player who had been slowed down, a player named Blood's Counterattack, who was now struggling to move. You're from the Sword Rain Guild, right? Did Qingyu Ruyan send you? Wang Chen's question made Blood's Counterattack stop in his tracks, knowing he could no longer escape. What Sword Rain Guild? We just saw your red name and wanted to kill you for your gear. With a chuckle, Wang Chen waved the large axe in his hand. Not going to talk? If you die from a wild cheat, not only will you lose a level, but you might also drop equipment. Are you really not going to say anything? Thinking of the consequences of being killed, Blood's Counterattack hesitated. Their actions this time were not arranged by Qingyu Ruyan. If he really died, there would be no compensation. As for the instigator, one sword spilling blood, it seemed he had already vanished without a trace, so he couldn't expect any compensation from him afterward. Realizing this, Blood's counterattack said, "If I tell you, you won't kill me?" After receiving a nod from Wang Chen, he revealed the matter of one sword spilling blood being the instigator. "This guy is a Hall of Fame player and is part of the same guild. I'm embarrassed for him." After saying this, Blood's counterattack expressed his indignation, clearly looking down on one sword spilling blood for fleeing without a fight. "That's just how it is, it has nothing to do with the president." One sword spilling blood acted on his own. The control skill effect on Blood's counterattack had ended, but he didn't dare to make a move and instead looked at Wang Chen. "You can go. I keep my word, but please pass a message to Qingyu Ruyan for me. I will be leveling up in the Dark Forest, and if you want trouble, come find me there." After saying this, he ignored Blood's counterattack and went to pick up the equipment he hadn't had time to collect earlier. Behind him, Blood's counterattack was still emphasizing that the matter had nothing to do with Qingyu Ruyan. Having witnessed Wang Chen's strength, he didn't want to bring a strong enemy to his guild leader. To this, Wang Chen could only chuckle. Although it wasn't an attack arranged by Qingyu Ruyan, he absolutely didn't believe that the other party hadn't given their tacit approval. Casually checking the dropped equipment, he found it was all green gear below level 15. He curled his lip and casually stored it in his backpack. He then crossed a small bridge and officially entered the Dark Forest. System, you have discovered the Dark Forest. Dark Forest. Behind Wang Chen, Blood's counterattack saw that Wang Chen was ignoring him and had no choice but to leave. He first sent a message to question one sword spilling blood, who had already run a kilometer away. "One sword spilling blood, you initiated this action, yet you ran faster than anyone else. Is this how you treat your brothers?" On the other side, one sword spilling blood smiled bitterly. He had already received several similar questions. Although he was a Hall of Fame player and one of the main forces of the Sword Rain Guild, Blood's counterattack and the other members didn't dare to directly insult him. But he could imagine that they were cursing him in their hearts. His actions were simply absurd. He had taken the initiative to start the operation, only to flee without a fight. Damn it, this is a huge embarrassment. It's all that damn Dao San Shang's fault for being so twisted. It seems the only way to vent this anger is to let Xiao Wusheng take action. Previously, he had thought that with 10 rogue players, they could control Wang Chen to death. Even if there were setbacks, with his support, they wouldn't have stirred up much trouble. But he never expected the other party's reaction to be so fast. Their agility in free mode was terrifying. After that, a casual skill dealing over 10,000 damage completely plunged one sword into despair. Coupled with a piece of top-tier equipment on him, he chose to escape directly to prevent any mishaps. Of course, he notified the team before fleeing. However, Wang Chen's attack was too swift, and in the end, only 3 managed to escape. Who exactly is this Dao San Shang? Is he a Hall of Fame player or a paladin from another federal administrative region? With this question in mind, one sword quickly headed towards Green Wild City. With the mission failed and to prevent the fallen members from reporting him, he needed to report to Qingyu Ruyan in advance. It would be best to have her intervene and ask Xiao Wusheng to take action. Or directly send a large group of players to drown Dao San Shang. Wang Chen was unaware of one sword's plans. At this moment, he was walking along the main road of the Dark Forest. Many red-named monsters had already appeared on both sides of the main road, all above level 20. Forest Corrupt Wolf, level 21, normal monster, health 4200. Dark Corpse Demon, level 24, normal monster, health 5000. Screaming Banshee, level 22, normal monster, health 4500. A layer of mist lingered in the forest year-round. And most of the monsters here were undead. Wang Chen glanced at the position of Floating Life Like a Dream and found him deeper in the map. Just then, the system's prompt sounded, indicating that there was less than half an hour until the game closed. Floating Life Like a Dream, the game time is almost up, you should find a safe place to log off. When you log in tomorrow, I'll help you with your quests. Wang Chen smiled slightly upon seeing the message. This uncle really thought he came over to do quests. He hoped that when they met tomorrow, the other party wouldn't be scared off by the blood aura surrounding him. After replying to Floating Life Like a Dream, Wang Chen noticed that the other person's avatar quickly turned black. This meant he had already exited the game early, and seeing this, Wang Chen no longer paid attention. Finding a lone corpse demon, Wang Chen began to precast Infinite Fireball. After 2.3 seconds, a fireball the size of a basketball condensed and smashed towards the corpse demon's head. Ever since he discovered that he could stack and reduce some syllables to shorten the casting time of spells, Wang Chen would ponder the casting elements of Infinite Fireball whenever he had the chance, mainly because this skill was the one he used the most. So far, he had reduced the initial 3.5 seconds of chanting time to 2.7 seconds. Plus, with the effect of The source quality ring enhancing his casting speed by 15%, he now only needed to chant for 2.3 seconds to release infinite fireball. If only the casting time could drop below 1 second, and then I could learn to cast while moving. While daydreaming, Wang Chen watched as his fireball heavily smashed down towards the monster's head. Miss. Wang Chen. He was sure that the direction of his attack was correct, but the skill had indeed missed. As the corpse demon came running and crawling towards him, Wang Chen couldn't help but shrug, then swung his Regozer's power. Normal attack, aimed at the head. Minus 3,490. Looking at the white damage of just over 3,000 points, he knew. The corpse demon's weak point wasn't its head. At that moment, the corpse demon swung its decaying claws and scratched Wang Chen. Minus 2, absorbed. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, it actually broke through his defense. Unlike PK between players, if the defense isn't broken, there would be no damage at all. However, in the game, even if a monster's attack doesn't break through your defense, it will still forcibly deduct 1 point of health. Now that there was 2 points of damage, it indicated that the Dark Corpse Demon's attack exceeded Wang Chen's physical defense. It seemed that monsters above level 20 not only had significantly increased health but also a massive boost in attack. After chopping out another axe strike, he finally killed the stubborn corpse demon. System, gained 2750 experience points, killing a monster 9 levels higher grants a 450% experience bonus. The experience of killing monsters at a higher level is significant. The more the monster's level exceeds the player's, the heavier the level suppression becomes. Wang Chen had just missed his fire explosion spell, although he felt a bit speechless, he wasn't surprised. This was because the level of the Dark Corpse Demon was as high as level 24, which was 9 levels above him. If a monster's level exceeds Wang Chen's by 10 levels, a blood-red skull icon would appear, indicating the level gap was too great. At that point, the level suppression would be even more severe, and the chances of attacks being parried, missed, or dodged would increase dramatically. From the situation just now, it seems that fighting monsters at level 24 or 25 is optimal for me. Any higher would be unnecessary, as the level suppression is too severe. Wang Chen thought to himself and then continued to conduct experiments for a while. After confirming his hypothesis, he realized there were only a few minutes left before he had to log off. Returning to the main road, where monsters rarely appeared, Wang Chen decided to log off here. He felt a bit regretful that he couldn't log off at the team base in Greenfield City, wasting 12 hours of his energy-boosting buff. The restrictions of being a red name are too severe, there must be a way to avoid these limitations. What method could I use? Increase my reputation, or my rank, or something else? Just as Wang Chen stood on the main road lost in thought, the game time finally ended. The familiar sensation of consciousness sinking came over him, and when he regained his senses, he was back in the real world. Wang Chen lay still in the game pod, preparing to wait for the mana refinement to finish before getting up. This time, his mental value had increased by 147 points, and he estimated that the refinement process wouldn't be short. Buzz. Sure enough, the sensation of mana refinement soon swept over his entire body again. However, this time he didn't faint. It seemed that having all his basic attributes exceed 100 had elevated his body to another level. One notable difference was that Wang Chen felt a pulsing sensation in his forehead. It seemed something was continuously generating, leaving his mind completely clear. Time passed, and he estimated that 2 hours had gone by. During this time, Zhang Xiurong came by, seemingly to call Wang Chen for a meal. Upon finding him still lying in the game pod, she didn't disturb him. Wang Chen had previously instructed Zhang Xiurong not to interrupt him during the mana refinement process. When the refinement ended, Wang Chen couldn't wait to focus and open his data panel. Name, Wang Chen. Level, 15. Gender, male. Race, human. Strength, 327. Agility, 327. Stamina, 329. Intelligence, 332. Spirit, 324. Mana, 324/3240. Divinity, 1. Talent. Skills, infinite fire. Explosion, infinite invisibility. The basic attributes surged as Wang Chen had anticipated, but he was surprised by the significant increase in his mana. Is it because of that bit of divinity? Does having a bit of divinity grant me 10% more mana? Wang Chen speculated inwardly. The cool flow of energy within him had grown strong enough to unleash his talent skills. With this in mind, Wang Chen could no longer hold back. The power of infinite fire explosion was too great, so he decided not to try it for fear of setting the house on fire. However, he could give infinite invisibility a try to see if he could truly become invisible. As Wang Chen focused his thoughts, he found himself entering another layer of space. It was as if he were observing everything from an outsider's perspective. At the same time, his mana had diminished by nearly a third, but it was slowly recovering. Standing up from the game pod, Wang Chen verified his findings multiple times. First, the camera couldn't detect him, it seemed he was in another layer of space. Secondly, the effect was similar to the skill description, the invisibility state would disappear when he took damage. From this perspective, if he engaged in hostile actions, the invisibility effect would also vanish. This discovery left Wang Chen somewhat disappointed, as it meant some interesting ideas could not be realized. At this time, it was nearly 9 a.m., and Wang Chen had just finished breakfast before heading out. He first arrived at the east gate of the community, where Zhang Xiurong was indeed overseeing the renovation matters. Wang Chen took a quick look at the progress and estimated that it would be completed in another couple of days. After listening to Zhang Xiurong's chatter for a bit, he made his way to the Hongye Martial Arts School. The students at the martial arts school had mostly gathered, practicing their punches under Su Zhiqiu's guidance. Upon seeing Wang Chen approach, Su Zhiqiu's eyes lit up. After instructing the students to train on their own, he called out to Wang Chen, you brat finally decided to come over, what time is it now? Hearing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. What was old Su up to again? Didn't you say I didn't have to come every day? I'm just a little late, and that's not allowed. Besides, I haven't said anything about you stealing my boxing techniques. Su Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback, his expression stiffening. I was just saying that, it's a reminder that martial artists need to practice diligently. But his forced explanation was too awkward, causing Su Feiling, who had followed along, to burst into laughter. Today, the flower of Hongye Martial Arts School, Su Feiling, had changed into a red training outfit, looking as vibrant as a red flame rose. When she caught Wang Chen's gaze, she not only didn't shy away but boldly looked back at him. This little enchantress is getting more alluring, especially that tiny waist. Wang Chen subtly shifted his gaze away from Su Feiling's slender waist and turned back to Su Zhiqiu. Where's Taizhu? Why haven't I seen him? He's in the training room, I've tailored a training plan for him. Su Zhiqiu replied, then continued, come on, follow me to the lounge, I have something to discuss with you. Dad, what are you two going to talk about? I want to join. Su Feiling wanted to join in on the fun. However, Su Zhiqiu seemed to have something important to discuss, his expression stern as he scolded her back. Wang Chen found it amusing to see Su Feiling looking dejected. He had already noticed that this little waist beauty had a good impression of him. Whether it was his looks or his martial prowess, her attitude was almost laid bare. As he walked past Su Feiling, Wang Chen suddenly felt an impulse. He abruptly wrapped his arm around her tiny waist and then quickly let go. Without caring about Su Feiling's reaction, he strode toward Su Zhiqiu. Just as I guessed. The feel is excellent. Behind him, Su Feiling was first taken aback, then her face flushed bright red. She lightly bit her lip and let out a soft hum before jogging away. On the other side, in the lounge, after Wang Chen sat down, Su Zhiqiu spoke with a determined tone. Tomorrow morning, you'll be heading to Longjing for your boxing master certification, right? You know this so well, don't tell me it's not you who leaked the information? You're well aware of the arrangements from the Public Security Bureau. Wang Chen scoffed, making Su Zhiqiu awkwardly lower his head and take a few sips of tea. So, what's the matter that you called me over for? Hearing Wang Chen's proactive inquiry, Su Zhiqiu pondered for a moment before speaking. Do you know why the status of boxing masters is so high? Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then tentatively replied, because boxing masters are powerful, representing the evolutionary direction of humanity? Su Zhiqiu shook his head. What you said has some truth, but that only makes boxing masters objects of envy and admiration. It doesn't explain their current social status. Wang Chen thought about it and realized this didn't clarify the previous statement made by the Public Security Bureau Director, Lu Weiman. According to him, the number of boxing masters in a region was linked to the federal government's resource allocation. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now that he recalled, it was indeed a bit strange. Since he couldn't figure it out, Wang Chen decided not to waste any more brain cells on it. He raised his head and directly said to Su Zhiqiu, I say, old Su, stop keeping me in suspense, you called me over to talk about this, right? Su Zhiqiu laughed heartily, then his expression became serious. It's not that I'm keeping you in suspense, mainly, we registered martial artists have all signed confidentiality agreements, so we definitely can't disclose anything. I brought you here to tell you that when you go for certification this time, don't hold back your strength. The stronger you perform, the more benefits you'll gain. Don't hold back my strength? Isn't it just a certification for martial artists? I don't even know what the standards are. Wang Chen felt even more confused. Watch my fist. At that moment, Su Zhiqiu suddenly shouted, then threw a punch directly at Wang Chen. The wind from the punch whistled through the air, clearly using all his strength. Bang! Wang Chen was puzzled but still reached out to catch the punch. He easily caught Su Zhiqiu's full-force punch without even blinking. With his current strength, he could take on 10 Su Zhiqius without breaking a sweat. Old Su, what are you trying to do? Do you want to practice with me? Wang Chen became interested, his physical attributes surging significantly, and he was in need of a sparring partner. To his surprise, Sujicho revealed a triumphant smile, withdrew his fist, and sat back down. It seems my instincts were right, your strength has far surpassed mine. Only then did Wang Chen realize that the old man had just been testing his strength. Thinking of this, he suddenly covered his arm. Ouch, there's hidden strength, my arm is broken. You old rascal, I work hard to help. You teach, and you treat me so harshly. Watching Wang Chen's clumsy performance, Sujicho's eyelids twitched. He waved his hand irritably. Alright, stop pretending. Anyway, I've already told you what to do, how you proceed is up to you. Saying this, he looked Wang Chen up and down and sighed. Although I don't know how you became so strong, I truly didn't lie to you. The Federation now places a very high value on powerful martial artists. As long as you're strong enough, you don't have to worry about anyone being detrimental to you. That's all I can say, I can't say more. You'll understand once you officially certify as a martial artist. Seeing Sujicho's seriousness, Wang Chen stopped joking and nodded, saying, Alright, I'll act according to the situation then. I believe you won't let me down. Sujicho laughed heartily. If I let you down, failing would smash my martial arts school. Hearing this, Wang Chen chuckled but didn't respond. Okay, I called you here to discuss this matter. You go ahead and teach the punches. By the way, failing has been a bit slack lately, please help me teach her well. Leaving the lounge, Wang Chen headed straight to the training hall. At this time, most of the students were diligently practicing their punches. They weren't just putting on a show because Wang Chen had arrived. From their occasional conversations, it was clear they genuinely wanted to become stronger. Tianyu, have you noticed that having strong physical fitness gives a huge advantage in the apocalypse world, especially in free mode? I'm planning to have my dad buy me another gene optimization liquid, then come back to practice punches to accelerate absorption. But this gene optimization liquid is quite expensive. A short, stocky student with a buzz cut was exercising while talking to someone next to him. If Wang Chen remembered correctly, this person was named Zhang Kai, who played as a shield warrior. The person being asked was named Li Tianyu, one of the outstanding students at the Hongyan Martial Arts School. He nodded affirmatively and spoke confidently. Of course. Your investment won't go to waste. The apocalypse world is vastly different from previous virtual game worlds. Not only does it have mysterious technology that extends sensory time by 3 times, but it can also completely reflect real physical attributes. For example, my character as a thief has higher movement speed and attack right from the start, which is an advantage. Moreover, because my real body is strong, it's easier to adapt. After the attributes improve in the game, and the advantages displayed in free mode are even greater. Compared to other ordinary players, even if attributes are improved by leveling up and equipment, those who have chosen the system-assisted mode have limited achievements. However, if one chooses the free mode, without a lot of practice, it's impossible to become a master. Li Tianyu's words made a lot of sense, gaining the agreement of many martial arts students nearby. At that moment, a student named He Yanping noticed Wang Chen standing not far away and quickly tapped Li Tianyu. Hurry up and practice your punches, Dao Gu is here. I wonder if Dao Gu plays Apocalypse World with his strength. He would definitely be a god-level player in there. Not necessarily. While that's true, if Dao Gu doesn't play games often, he might not be better than me. I've already switched to the blue class, Shadow Assassin. Li Tianyu muttered softly, then threw himself into training. The two spoke quietly, thinking Wang Chen hadn't heard them. In reality, with his current physique, he could hear someone farting from hundreds of meters away. Wang Chen completely agreed with Li Tianyu's inference. He was a clear example of this, and a plus version at that. With the explosive increase in his real-world physical attributes, every time he logged back in, he felt his grasp of the free mode becoming more intuitive. Just like last night when he dealt with the Sword Rain Thief's assassination, dodging close-range attacks had become almost instinctual. However, so far, his attributes had surpassed those of other players by too much, and he hadn't encountered any real masters. Usually, relying solely on attributes was enough to crush other players, leaving him with no opportunity to showcase his personal skills. After a moment of somewhat narcissistic contemplation, Wang Chen stepped forward to guide the students in their training. He didn't hold back his knowledge and taught them several boxing techniques, which made the students quite fond of him. Coupled with Wang Chen's powerful abilities and approachable demeanor, he had easily blended in with these young students over the past few days. Some clever ones, like Li Tianyu, had already started calling him Dao Gu to show their closeness. After practicing boxing with the martial arts students for an hour, Wang Chen then gave Su Feiling some extra attention. Perhaps because of Wang Chen's impulsive move of wrapping his arm around her waist earlier, Su Feiling had become bolder. In the training room, she often took the opportunity to flaunt her figure while seeking Wang Chen's guidance. During this time, their bodies brushed against each other, and skin-to-skin contact was unavoidable. It was hard to tell whether it was her attraction to his looks or the innate tendency of women to be drawn to strength, but Su Feiling was practically ready to offer herself to Wang Chen. This left Wang Chen both enjoying the attention and feeling a bit troubled. If he were to take this girl, old Su probably wouldn't object. But how to wrap things up afterward was still a matter to consider. After Su Feiling, with a flushed face, came out of the training room, Wang Chen continued to train alone. With his physique, he had to hold back some strength when using the specially designed training equipment. However, this was also good, as it allowed him to have a more refined control over his power. Thus, he spent a day at the Hongye Martial Arts School, returning home only when it was almost time to log into the game in the evening. At 6 o'clock, Wang Chen climbed into the game pod and logged in on time. Although it was morning in Apocalypse World, the Dark Forest still had poor lighting, and that thin mist seemed to never dissipate. Opening the attribute panel, Wang Chen found that, as expected, his health had indeed surpassed 10,000. Nickname, Dao San Shang Race, Human Level 15 Class. Warrior Mage Attributes, Strength 487, Agility 422, Stamina 747, Intelligence 674, Spirit 324, Divinity 1 Health, 11205/11205 Mana, 3240/3240 Experience, A3409/150000 Physical Attack, 1646 Magical Attack, 2137 Critical Hit Chance, 9%. Physical Defense, 1348 Magical Defense, 1348 Maximum Movement Speed, 51.2 Divine Might. Attacks have a 10% chance to trigger Divine Punishment, causing instant death to the target. This chance only applies to normal units. For each tier the target's rank increases, the chance to trigger Divine Punishment decreases by 3 times, and it is ineffective against mythic-level targets. Skills, not applicable. Equipment, not applicable. Closing the attribute panel, Wang Chen's expression was calm. He had expected to grow stronger again. His teammate, floating life like a dream, had not yet logged in, so he decided to grind some monsters first. He didn't know how many monsters he needed to kill to remove his red name. Ding! Dong! At that moment, a system notification came from the friend list. Little Stone had logged in and immediately sent him a message. Dao Good, did you PK with the Sword Rain Guild members just before you logged off yesterday? Wang Chen was a bit puzzled, wondering how Little Stone knew about it. Had he been secretly filmed again? With questions in mind, he replied. Dao San Shang, how do you know? They sent 10 thieves to ambush me yesterday, and I killed most of them in return. Little Stone, just as I thought. Dao Good, did you check the forum? The Sword Rain Guild has issued a bounty on our Infinite Battle Group, offering 100 gold coins for killing you and 10 gold coins for the rest of us. Not only that, but they also distorted the facts, claiming that you not only rejected the Sword Rain Guild's generous recruitment offer but also actively attacked their members. Upon reading this, Wang Chen's expression immediately turned cold. He could understand the distortion of facts. After all, such large guilds would certainly find a grand reason for their actions. Moreover, he hadn't thought to record a video during last night's ambush. Now, even if he stood up to say that the other side had attacked first, no one would probably believe him. After all, one side was the famous Sword Rain Guild in the virtual gaming world, while the other was just a solo player. Even though Wang Chen's record of first kills was impressive, most players might prefer to side with Sword Rain. It was simply because Wang Chen had no fame before the Apocalypse World, let alone now with a tangible gold coin reward at stake. Wang Chen opened the forum and, without searching deliberately, saw the bounty post from Sword Rain among the many threads. The poster was none other than Xingyu Ruyan, and the content of the post was similar to what Little Stone had said. Xingyu Ruyan used various languages to portray the Sword Rain Guild as the victim, claiming that Wang Chen, this violent mage, had relied on his strength to attack the members of Sword Rain. The post also included a video, and when Wang Chen opened it, he almost laughed in anger. It was clearly filmed by one of the thieves from last night, and the video only showed him killing the opponent. Coupled with Wang Chen's obvious red name and bloodlight, most people on the forum believed that he had indeed struck first. They all replied below, criticizing him, saying he only knew how to bully ordinary players with his superior equipment and high attributes, and that he didn't deserve such fame. At the end of the post, Xingyu Ruyan stated, due to the brutal and arrogant behavior of the violent mage Dao San Shang, the Sword Rain Guild has no choice but to issue a bounty on him. Any player can claim a gold coin reward at the Sword Rain Guild's base with the killing video. Finally, she also included a recruitment advertisement. Additionally, the Sword Rain Guild is recruiting extensively, offering excellent treatment. We welcome elite players to join the big family of Sword Rain and develop in Green Wild City. This was the entirety of the post, leveraging the fame of the violent mage Dao San Shang along with the reputation of the Sword Rain Guild, making quite a splash. At the bottom of the bounty post, many players responded. Wang Chen had a good memory. He noticed that many of the responding players had familiar faces. Not only were there members of the Sword Rain Guild he had seen before, but also many from the Zongheng family and the Hyena War Group. What a nest of snakes and rats, and this woman, Qingyu Ruyan, has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. But will things really develop as you imagine? Wang Chen closed the forum, his expression somewhat gloomy. Little Stone, Dao Go? Are you watching? What should we do now? Sister Shilling and the others are right next to me, and as soon as we leave the small manor, someone will follow us. I estimate that once we exit the city, a large number of players will ambush us. Little Stone, we can just stay put. At worst, we won't leave the city to avoid the storm. But you are out there alone in the wild, and you're still red-named. It's too dangerous. The two consecutive message alerts brought Wang Chen back to his senses, and after a moment of contemplation, he offered some reassurance. Then you all stay in Greenwild City for now. As for me, you don't need to worry, I'm very safe in the dark forest. After calming Little Stone, Wang Chen noticed that several others in his friend list were sending messages one after another. Li Taiju was shouting about causing trouble for the Sword Rain players, feeling that their actions were too shameless. Lost Star was worried and reminded him to hide well. The big lowly, rabbit Shelling, surprisingly refrained from her usual sarcasm and instead asked Wang Chen how he planned to resolve the situation, her words revealing concern. Seeing this, Wang Chen's slightly gloomy mood instantly brightened. With such a few lovely companions, what was there to be upset about? After replying one by one to reassure them not to worry, he opened the system camera and took a video of his surroundings. He then opened the forum and replied to Qingyu Ruyan's post. Dao Sansheng, no matter how you fabricate the facts, Dao Yi is too lazy to argue with you. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. I'll be waiting for you in the dark forest. After replying, Wang Chen uploaded the video he had just taken, proving that he was indeed in the dark forest. Just as Wang Chen was replying in the bounty post by Qingyu Ruyan, a few members of the Sword Rain Guild were gathered in a corner of Greenwild City. Ruyan, your move is too brilliant. Leveraging Dao Sansheng's reputation for the first explosive technique to raise the heat, while also promoting our Sword Rain. Not only that, but you've also tarnished his reputation. It's truly a win-win. One Sword Blood was eager, fawning around Qingyu Ruyan. Qingyu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction at his words, but she still maintained her composure. Just a lucky rogue, thinking that just because he has a hidden class, he can look down on others. He even dared to refuse my personal invitation. This time, I'll make sure he can't survive in the apocalypse world. After saying this, she glanced at a young man by the window who had a cold expression, her demeanor stern as she reprimanded Sword Blood. Also, I've said it many times, call me President, not Ruyan. Is Ruyan what you should be calling me? Isn't that right, Wushin? Qingyu Ruyan's latter remark was directed at the indifferent young man, who was the face of the Sword Rain Guild, St. Hall's 9th Wushing, Sword Mad Xiao Wushing. While speaking, Qingyu Ruyan also walked over to Xiao Wushing, her long legs striding gracefully. She wore a smile, pretending to reach for Xiao Wushing's hand. Wushing, why aren't you speaking? You've been like this since you successfully changed your class. Is that hidden class not up to your standards? Qingyu Ruyan looked at the equipment Xiao Wushing was carrying on his back, which was a long sword glowing with an orange aura. However, Qingyu Ruyan's smile quickly froze on her face, as Xiao Wushing subtly avoided her hand. Wushin? Why are you doing this? What did I do wrong? Qingyu Ruyan frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of questioning. Little did she know, her words seemed to completely ignite Xiao Wushing's temper. Why? Then tell me, why did you accept investment from the Nanshan Consortium behind my back, selling shares and losing autonomy? Wasn't it better to keep our own studio? And now, out of nowhere, you're issuing a bounty. Just because someone rejected your offer? Have you even investigated their background before doing this? Indeed, I, Xiao Wushing, am not weak, but I am only ranked 9th in the hall, not invincible. How can you be so sure that Dao Sansheng isn't just a disguise for someone from the hall? Can someone really stand out among countless players just by luck? At this point, Xiao Wushing fixed his gaze on Qingyu Ruyan. Lu Qingyu. You've changed, you've forgotten the original intention of founding the studio. Are you still the Lu Qingyu I loved? The emotions that Xiao Wushing had suppressed for so long erupted, and he took this opportunity to express everything. He hoped to see a hint of remorse in Qingyu Ruyan's eyes, even a trace would ease his heart a little. However, he was still disappointed, as Qingyu Ruyan's expression changed in an instant. Xiao Wusheng. Is this how you see me? I'm doing this for your own good, for our future. The Apocalypse world is the second world of humanity's future, and basically all the Federation's consortiums have settled in. What use is our little studio? Although we've lost a portion of our shares, we've established a guild, and Xiao Luo from the Nanshan Consortium has already promised me that the Sword Rain Guild will still be completely managed by us. And that Dao Sansheng you mentioned, no matter how powerful he is, he's just a lone player. Why should we worry about him? If he can take on 10 players, what about 100 or 1,000? Our guild has thousands of players, we could drown him with just a spit from each of us. Qin Yu Ruyan rebutted every word Xiao Wuxing said, glaring at him without giving an inch. I'm going to level up. Xiao Wuxing was momentarily at a loss for words and, in a fit of anger, turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Yi Jian Biaoshui, who had been silent, flashed a hint of excitement in his eyes. Just then, a notification sound rang out, and Yi Jian Biaoshui quickly ran to Qin Yu Ruyan's side after glancing at it. President Dao Sancheng responded on the forum, saying, "He's in the dark forest," and even posted a video. "This is a declaration of war against us." As he spoke, Yi Jian Biaoshui opened the screenshot to show Qin Yu Ruyan, which was sent to him by a guild member. Qin Yu Ruyan was in a bad mood at the moment, and upon seeing the screenshot Yi Jian Biaoshui displayed, her expression darkened even more. She exclaimed in frustration, "A jumping clown. Have the main team pause their current activities, and gather the second and third teams. I refuse to believe that 3 elite teams can't take him down." Hearing this, Yi Jian Biaoshui hesitated and asked, "Should we notify Vice President Wuxing to join us? With him around, taking down Dao Sancheng would be much easier." "No need. I want to prove to him that Sword Rain is still Sword Rain without him." Qin Yu Ruyan replied angrily and then turned to leave. At this moment, the forum had become lively due to Wang Chen's response. "It's the real Dao Sancheng." From his tone, it seems there's more to the story. Finally, a discerning person. "I've noticed for a long time that the Sword Rain Guild's video is incomplete, who knows which side struck first. Regardless, these two sides are completely at odds now. I wonder how long Dao Sancheng can hold out. After all, he's alone against a renowned force like Sword Rain. If Dao Sancheng can survive this ordeal, I declare I will definitely join the Infinite Battle Group to support him." "Upstairs, your calculations are off, I could hear you from the mountaintop." The forum was buzzing with various opinions, but Wang Chen, unaware of the ongoing discussions, stopped paying attention to the subsequent developments after posting his reply. Looking at his experience, which had already surpassed the halfway mark, he began to immerse himself in monster grinding and leveling up. He seemed completely oblivious to the tension of the impending battle, as if he did not regard the danger that was about to come. "When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it with earth." This was Wang Chen's plan. He believed that the Sword Rain Guild would definitely send someone to kill him, but it was uncertain how many would come. Glancing around, Wang Chen was not prepared to just stand there and wait. He stepped off the main road, grinding monsters, while heading towards the forest on the right. Now, Wang Chen's attack had increased significantly. Ordinary monsters like the Dark Corpse Demon and Forest Corrupted Wolf could be one-shot killed with a single hit. He had figured out that the weak point of these undead monsters was basically their heart. Although there were times when they dodged or parried more frequently, it was still manageable. After all, he was grinding monsters at levels 8 and 9. And each monster provided over 2,000 experience points, which was not a small number. Just a little over half an hour later, Wang Chen was already close to leveling up. However, at this moment, he deliberately slowed down his monster grinding speed, controlling the growth of his experience. Since it had been such a long time since he had declared war on the forum, he estimated that those who wanted to kill him were almost there. To prevent others from saying he was hiding to avoid battle, Wang Chen occasionally took pictures of his surroundings and posted them on the forum. The message was clear: "I'm right here, come kill me." What Wang Chen did not know was that a large group of elite players was quickly approaching the Twilight Wilderness near the Dark Forest. They had 3 teams, each with 40 members, with a reasonable configuration of damage dealers, tanks, and healers. These players all appeared calm, looking well trained. Each person was equipped with nearly complete gear. Although most of it was white common equipment, it was still quite rare. After all, in the apocalypse world, equipment was exceedingly hard to come by. Ordinary monsters dropped only white common gear at most. Equipment of green quality or above was typically dropped by outdoor bosses. Besides that, obtaining good equipment was not easy. For example, through treasure chests, rare quest rewards, dungeon runs, or crafting by players with life professions, etc. Just think about how few bosses there are, along with their respawn cooldowns. While there are so many players, how fierce the competition must be. In fact, some factions were already dividing their resource points. These resource points could be boss spawn locations or fixed treasure chest respawn points, as well as rare mining or herb gathering spots. These resource points were regarded as their own interests by these factions, guarded against interference from other factions or solo players. This situation was not yet very obvious since the game was still in its early stages. However, as the progress of the apocalypse world game increased, those solo players would find it increasingly difficult. Leaving that aside, the 3 elite teams of the Sword Rain Guild were getting closer and closer to Wang Chen. Wherever they passed, players grinding monsters and leveling up quickly retreated. In addition to their more than 100 elite players, there were nearly 1,000 ordinary guild members following closely behind, growing in momentum. Although Qin Yu Ruyan's order was for the 3 elite teams to take action and decisively determine the outcome, many ordinary members also rushed to join the excitement without her prompting. The movements of so many people could not be hidden from others. More and more onlookers or informed individuals followed from a distance, eager to witness this epic battle. Would the lone and isolated Bo Fa Dao San Shang be slain, thus ending the myth, or would the Sword Rain Guild ride on Bo Fa's reputation to gain power, even using this to grow in Green Wild City? It was about to erupt. With Qin Yu Ruyan making such a grand show of it, should we of the Aurora just watch this unfold? In the difficult level dungeon, Wailing Mine, the Blue Aurora was leading several guild experts in a raid. They were stuck in front of Foreman Hawk, being bitten to death by the boss's 2 dogs. The player who spoke was called White Horse Silver Saddle, a main tank of the Aurora Guild. Blue Aurora chuckled at this. What do you expect to do if you don't keep an eye on it? Go protect Dao San Shang and his infinite battle group? What's the reason? Although the Sword Rain Guild is a newly established guild, it was founded based on the Sword Rain Studio, and its strength is not to be underestimated, especially with Xiao Wuxing on their side. Even if we assume our guild steps in to protect Dao San Shang, he won't join us. At most, he'll owe us a favor. My gut tells me that Dao San Shang is definitely not the type to be content under someone else. Hearing Blue Aurora's analysis, White Horse Silver Saddle fell silent. It was indeed true. However, after thinking for a moment, he still reluctantly said, but taking this opportunity, the Sword Rain Guild will definitely step on the violent law to rise to power, completely establishing themselves in Green Wild City, which poses a great threat to our guild. As an old member of the Aurora Guild, setting aside his fondness for Wang Chen, he was still very concerned about his guild's interests. In the Storm Empire, there are 36 secondary main cities, each with large guild forces stationed. The Aurora Guild, as one of the top guilds, chose Green Wild City. So once the Sword Rain Guild develops, it will definitely infringe upon the interests of the Aurora Guild. White Horse Silver Saddle's concerns were not unfounded, but Blue Aurora seemed to have already made up his mind. He patted his main tank's shoulder and smiled to reassure him, don't worry too much. Even if the Sword Rain Guild develops, Green Wild City is so big that it can accommodate 2 major guilds. Then he changed the subject, narrowing his eyes slightly with an inscrutable expression as he looked at Foreman Hawk and the 2 dogs at his feet. Besides, that woman Qin Yu Ruyan might stumble as well. Do you really think Dao San Shang's name of violent law is just based on luck and easy to deal with? Just look at this dungeon boss in front of you. White Horse Silver Saddle turned to look at White Claw and One-Eyed, and immediately agreed. They had been stuck on these 2 mad dogs for so long, while the Infinite Battle Group had cleared it yesterday. Coupled with the intelligence gathered earlier, perhaps it was still uncertain who would win. In the Dark Forest, Morgan Farm. Wang Chen glanced at his experience. He was just 3,000 experience points away from leveling up. Looking around, there were only a few monsters left, wandering in the distance. I'll leave these few for now, it's good to play it safe. Wang Chen withdrew his gaze and looked towards the main road he had come from. Because of his strong physique in reality, his senses in Apocalypse World were far beyond those of ordinary players. At this moment, Wang Chen could faintly hear players' voices coming from the direction of the main road. This is the spot, according to the video he uploaded on the forum, it's in this direction. Stealth classes, step forward and scout ahead, don't act until you see the target. Tanks, hold the front, healers, keep everyone topped up, don't let your guard down, treat this as a boss fight. Captain Feng Gu is right, from the information we've gathered, Dao San Shang is not only a hidden class but also has high damage and defense. Those with strong control skills should keep a close watch. The voices grew closer until they suddenly disappeared. But Wang Chen knew that this didn't mean they had moved away, they had already arrived. There must be thieves around who had discovered him and reported back. Looking around, he surprisingly found no signs of thieves revealing themselves. It seemed this group of hidden enemies was quite cautious, and the terrain here was not as easy to expose oneself as in Twilight Wilderness. Since you're here, why don't you dare to show yourselves? Are all of you elite members of the Sword Rain Guild this cowardly? It was a rather poor provocation tactic, but it was not without its uses. Just as his words fell, a sharp sensation struck the back of Wang Chen's head. Feign attack. Wang Chen instinctively tilted his head to dodge while swinging his axe back. However, this strike missed. It seemed the opponent wasn't actually trying to attack him. What's this? Trying to trick me into attacking? Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, the real attack came. Stab. This was a control skill of the rogue class. Once hit, it would stun for 1 to 3 seconds, recovering after being attacked. Wang Chen was already prepared, stepping forward half a position to easily evade the attack. Immediately, he swung Ragozer's power backward, and a sensation of hitting a solid object instantly came. minus 17,621.
As the terrifying red damage popped up, a corpse appeared. Out of nowhere, collapsing to the ground.
The opponent was lucky, they didn't drop any equipment.
Casually dispatching a small fry, Wang Chen coldly surveyed his surroundings. He knew there were definitely many rogue players eager to try their luck. The previous attack was merely a test. However, what surprised Wang Chen next was that none of these
rogues made another move.
He didn't know if they received some kind of instruction or if the nearly 20,000 points of normal damage had scared them off.
It wasn't until a few seconds later that a large number of footsteps sounded and a multitude of sword rain players finally appeared. They surrounded him from 3 directions, each direction having a clearly defined elite team.
In addition, nearly 1,000 ordinary members of the Sword Rain Guild were bustling behind, watching Wang Chen with hawk-like eyes.
Behind this group
of Sword Rain members, there were far more independent players. It seemed they were all there to watch the excitement. Whether any of them had ulterior motives to pick up scraps
was still unknown. Dao Sanshang, the president asked me to convey a message to you.
If you are willing to change your mind now and sign a contract to join Sword Rain, she can still overlook past grievances. Otherwise, after today, Apocalypse World will have no place for you. The 3 elite teams of Sword Rain took their positions, and the leading player shouted at Wang Chen. His name was Jian Infenggu. From his slightly arrogant gaze and the implied threat in his words, it was clear he had already regarded Wang Chen
as a turtle in a jar.
With 3 well-trained elite teams, plus nearly 1,000 ordinary guild members, Jian Infenggu was confident he could slay even a level 15 mage, let
alone a level 15 legendary boss. Wang Chen remained silent, twirling Ragozer's power in his hand, silently representing his attitude.
Seeing this, Jian Infenggu stopped talking and waved his hand lightly. Wang Chen immediately felt the air around him ripple rapidly, and the hidden rogues began to move at that moment.
Kidney strike, stab, backstab, ambush.
In an instant, 4 or 5 daggers and short swords sliced through the air, targeting Wang Chen's vital points. These rogues moved quickly, like shadows.
However,
while they were fast, Wang Chen's speed was beyond their expectations.
Wang Chen lowered his shoulder, turned sideways, sidestepped, performed a bridge, and even executed a side flip on the spot. There were no exaggerated movements, yet all their attacks missed. With a movement speed of 51, Wang Chen's actions were almost impossible for these rogues to see clearly.
But they didn't give up, they followed closely as their figures swayed. Not only did the visible rogues continue to attack, but the hidden rogues also seized
the opportunity to strike.
However, Wang Chen's performance continued, showcasing acrobatic-like movements.
No matter how these rogues attacked, they couldn't hit Wang Chen, let
alone using control skills to restrain him.
Moreover, the Ragozer's power in Wang Chen's hands seemed to be weightless. Even the occasional unexpected attacks could be easily blocked by the axe.
In the blink of an eye, several seconds had passed, and 15 or 16 attacking rogue players revealed themselves.
However, each of them wore a grim
expression, for until now, they hadn't even touched the hem of Wang Chen's clothing. The surrounding players gasped in shock at this scene, all astonished by Wang Chen's terrifying
skills. Is this the power of a god-level player in free mode? It's terrifying, a casual player exclaimed, and most of the onlookers agreed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. At that moment, Jian Infenggu could no longer bear to watch.
As the overall commander of this operation and one of Qingyu Ruyun's trusted aides, Jian Infenggu was a Hall of Fame player, ranked significantly higher than the others. Due to the importance of this operation, he had already made a military pledge
with Qingyu Ruyun.
No matter how difficult Dao Sanshang was to deal with, he would definitely crush him to establish the guild's prestige.
Jian Infenggu initially thought
that with nearly 10 elite rogues joining forces, they could take down the opponent. He didn't expect Wang Chen's terrifying skills to reveal that the previous failures of players
like Yijian Biaoshui were not mere coincidences.
Since that was the case, they could only let a strong control class take action.
As long as they could control Wang Chen,
no matter how abnormal he was, he would only meet his end under concentrated fire. With Jian Infenggu's command, an elite warlock player named Wuqi Fanxia began to act. He was a lucky player who had transitioned to the green hidden class, Abyss Warlock, and had a pet succubus. Please love me, adventurer.
Charm. As Wuqi Fanxia issued the order,
his pet succubus, with small horns and tiny wings, stepped forward. The succubus parted her red lips, and a seductive melody rang in Wang Chen's ears, instantly freezing him in place. Seeing this scene, Wuqi Fanxia was full of pride.
With my wife in action, it will be a piece of cake. Aren't you being cuckolded then? Someone teased nearby.
Just as Wuqi Fanxia felt a bit green at the comment, Jian Infenggu revealed a satisfied smile.
What if it's free mode? What if his skills are great? Everyone, focus fire and take him down. With a single command, the rogues who had previously been unable to touch him all struck at once. At the same time, the ranged classes around them began to chant. Spells. Ice arrow, shadow arrow, fireball, punishment. Colorful spell lights flickered, directly engulfing Wang Chen along with the surrounding rogue players. Since they had all set up team attacks, there was no worry about accidentally killing their rogue teammates. Boom, boom, boom. As the spell lights faded, Jin and Fingu seemed to have anticipated the scene of devastation. He knew that with Dao San Sheng's sin value, this death would not only drop more than one level. Additionally, his equipment would also drop significantly. I wonder how many top-tier items there will be. At least one epic item should be among them. Jin and Fingu thought happily, his eyes fixed on the spot where Wang Chen was being focused. Where is he? This glance was alarming, and the result left him dumbfounded. Not only had the focused Dao San Sheng vanished, but there were also 2 corpses of his own rogues on the ground. He's here, retreat quickly. What the hell is this damage? Healer, heal me. Where's the control? Quickly restrain him. Just as Jin and Fingu was in a daze, a sudden scream came from the right side of Team 2. He turned to look and saw a figure wrapped in blood light appearing there. A ring of flames spread out from its center, and players within a 15-yard radius simultaneously suffered massive damage. Ring of Flames, a relatively rare area attack skill for fire mages. Although the additional spell damage wasn't high, the cooldown time was short. However, from Jin and Fingu's perspective, this was far from low damage. The blood-red figure was surrounded by a range of 8 yards, with damage numbers exceeding 2,000 appearing in clusters, and occasionally even crit damage values over 4,000. As for the area beyond 8 yards, while the damage was somewhat weaker, it still reached over 1,000. This blood-red figure, needless to say, was Wang Chen, who had just been focused on. Time rewinds a few seconds. After being charmed, Wang Chen was unable to move and was naturally struck by the nearest rogue player. The first to afflict him was a control skill like kidney shot, followed by an unending series of control effects. Then those rogues began their assault, unleashing high-damage skills like ambush. However, what left them dumbfounded was a series of resistance values that appeared. Occasionally, a few players with better gear, who could usually deal over 1,000 damage, were also shocked to find they were only dealing double digits or even single digits of damage. Even more frustrating for them was that this pitiful 2-digit and single-digit damage was also indicated as absorbed. After a round of attacks, Wang Chen hadn't lost a single drop of blood. With over 1,000 in both defenses, these players with hardly any green gear couldn't break through. Moreover, with the passives, Battle Soul, and Resilience, which provided over 50% damage reduction, not to mention the Magic Shield and the Bright Light Set Shield. At this stage, he was definitely a headache for them. Even standing still, he was as steady as Mount Tai, like a king descending to the world. At that moment, the ranged players' attacks were about to arrive. Compared to the melee rogues, the skill attacks of ranged classes were somewhat higher. After all, the attack frequency of ranged classes is lower than that of melee, which is part of the class balance. If hit by over 100 spell attacks, while Wang Chen wouldn't be instantly killed, he would definitely lose a significant amount of health. At this critical moment, the passive 50% resilience of Battle Soul came into play. It reduced the control time by 50%, allowing Wang Chen to recover from his stun state much earlier than those rogues had anticipated. He first casually swung an axe to kill one, then charged at the farthest target. The charge didn't end there. Wang Chen finished off the low-health target and then used Blink to appear among the side crowd. Everything happened too quickly, in the blink of an eye. When Jin and Fingu reacted, Wang Chen had already appeared among a group of fragile ranged classes. The newly acquired area attack skill, Ring of Flames, under his nearly 2,000 spell attack bonus, displayed unimaginable power. Thus, the scene Jin and Fingu now witnessed unfolded, with clusters of sword rain players falling under the attack of Ring of Flames. As more and more players died at Wang Chen's hands, the bloodlight around him intensified. This left Wang Chen somewhat frustrated. It clearly seemed like he hadn't been the one to strike first. Could it be that because I was tricked into attacking by that rogue earlier, the system judged me as the aggressor? But now wasn't the time to dwell on this, killing was the priority. Ding! Just as another player fell at Wang Chen's hands, the system seemed to emit a notification sound. However, he didn't have time to check, as Jin and Fingu had already reacted and adjusted his strategy. All warrior classes, listen to my command, charge at Dao San Shang, and those with strong control skills, focus on him and keep him controlled. Jin and Fingu's shout echoed across the battlefield, and several players from elite teams began to take action. Breaking army charge, charm, shock shot. All players with control skills moved into action, targeting Wang Chen. Attacks came from all directions, with no escape routes. although he tried his best to dodge and even used the sword rain players to block his line of sight. After a few seconds of holding on, he was still accidentally stunned by a charge. Thanks to the 50% resilience, the duration of the stun was very short. However, it seemed that having absorbed the previous lessons, the players of Sword Rain took turns controlling him, with intervals of no more than 0.25 seconds. This was quite unbearable, and Wang Chen was ultimately controlled again. In the end, the violent method was still controlled. With such all-around control, no matter how skilled you are, it's useless. Outside the battlefield, someone expressed their opinion, their face full of regret. If you ask me, it's still because the violent method was too arrogant. Look at his movement speed, he could have kite and fought, and now look what's happened. Someone next to him analyzed with a wise expression, reminiscent of a hindsight strategist. Ha ha ha, let him be arrogant. A profession like his shouldn't exist in the apocalypse world, it disrupts the balance too much. No matter how strong he is, how can one person compete against a guild? It seems that solo players still have no chance to shine. After Wang Chen was controlled again, the players watching from a distance began to discuss animatedly. The vast majority of players believed that Wang Chen was like a fish on a chopping board, unable to create any waves. In fact, Jian and Feng Gu also thought so, and at this moment, a victorious smile appeared on his face. If the previous wave of concentrated fire was considered a mistake, not anticipating Wang Chen's short control time, then this almost uninterrupted control made him doubt that the opponent could still struggle. Moreover, Wang Chen had appeared so quickly from dozens of yards away, he must have used the mage's blink, which was still on cooldown. This time, you must be dead. Jin and Fengdu thought to himself, issuing orders to all the Sword Rain members around. Do not let up on the control, everyone, including the ordinary members who came alone, focus fire on him. Instantly, countless figures darted about, and all melee players who could find an opening to attack sprang into action. Meanwhile, those ranged professions, archers, warlocks, and mages, all aimed at Wang Chen. Continuous attacks poured onto him, and Wang Chen's terrifying defense was finally seen clearly by everyone. Hundreds, even thousands of attacks struck him, initially only producing large prompts of resistance and absorption. What did this represent? It meant that the attacks either didn't break through his defense or, if they did, were absorbed by his shield. Damn! I'm an elite player from the main force, dealing over 1,000 damage, and my attacks don't break his defense, a mage questioned his life. What's this? I've thrown all my damage curses on him, and all I get is resistance prompts. This Hall of Fame player is not worth it. This was a warlock named Flammable and Explosive, whom Wang Chen would definitely recognize if he saw him. Previously, outside the Wailing mines, this person had followed Qingyi Ruyan closely. Jian and Fenggu observed the surroundings and saw the frustration of his players. While he was shocked by Wang Chen's terrifying defense, he also noticed a clue from the damage prompts. Don't be afraid. He's not invincible, keep attacking. Look, the absorption prompts are gone, and damage is starting to appear, which means his shield is down. Jian and Fenggu's words invigorated the Sword Rain members, and they focused their attention, confirming it was indeed the case. Immediately, they continued to unleash spells and attacks, crazily outputting damage towards Wang Chen. No wonder before we came, Captain Fenggu said to treat this Dao Sansheng as a boss. Now it seems he was still being conservative. This is no easier to kill than a boss. Watching Wang Chen's health bar finally start to drop, the group felt a surge of excitement while also reflecting. Judging by the speed of the health bar decrease and the damage dealt, his health must be over 10,000. This discovery left everyone astonished while deeply impacting a tank profession in Sword Rain, including one named Stainless Steel Egg. Fortunately, this person declined the guild leader's invitation. If he really joined Sword Rain, where would that leave my position as the chief MT? Just as Stainless Steel Egg felt relieved, thinking this, while continuing to pin Wang Chen in place with other players who had control skills, the situation suddenly changed. Suddenly, Wang Chen's appearance changed, a layer of golden magical gauze clothing emerging around him. Due to the presence of the bloodlight from his evil value, the color of the gauze turned crimson gold. When this layer of gauze appeared, the Stainless Steel Egg instinctively felt something was off. The next scene confirmed his suspicions. Wang Chen, who had been under control, suddenly lifted his head. Not only that, but the blood volume, which had been reduced to just a small fraction after being hit for so long, surprisingly stopped decreasing altogether. Invincible skill? Just as the Stainless Steel Egg thought of this, Wang Chen had already smiled at him. It's time to say goodbye. As the words fell, a circle of blazing flames spread out from Wang Chen, instantly enveloping a 30-yard radius. Warrior's Descent, Flame Ring. The effect of the Flame Ring was enhanced by 100%, adding 150% to 200% spell damage. Moreover, with the Berserker's Fury passive skill, the damage increased by another 20%. With a single strike, a massive damage value of 4,000 plus popped up. Apart from the stainless steel egg in front of Wang Chen, no one else stood within the 30-yard range. At the same time, Wang Chen's health was instantly restored to full. Not only that, but due to the enhanced passive effect of resilience, his health increased by several thousand beyond the original amount. Oh, still quite a bit of health left. Seeing the remaining health of the shield warrior in front of him, Wang Chen chuckled lightly and swung his Ragozer's power. Minus 18,928. The enormous yellow critical damage appeared. And even his casual basic attack was terrifying. The sudden turn of events left the surroundings in silence, the many players of Sword Rain shocked and bewildered. Control. Control. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly, get the control on him. Jian and Fenggu finally reacted, his frantic shouts echoing across the battlefield. Although he didn't know what skill or ultimate move Wang Chen had used, he felt that as long as they could control the opponent, everything could be resolved. Infinite flame burst. Perhaps Jianan. Fenggu's voice caught Wang Chen's attention, as a massive fireball instantly tore through the air and smashed toward him. The fireball was fast, and as for the damage, Jianan. Fenggu dared not even attempt to find out. As a Hall of Fame expert, he was naturally in free mode. He quickly pulled a nearby Sword Rain member to block the attack, while he himself rolled away from the spot. Minus 52,912. The exaggerated red critical damage appeared, and Jian and Fenggu's face turned ashen. Such damage, was this really from a level 15 mage? I must report this, and get all the members of Sword Rain to report it, this is absolutely abnormal. Just as Jian and Fenggu thought this, Wang Chen had already ignored him. Breaking army charge, blink, flame ring. In an instant, crossing nearly 50 yards, Wang Chen appeared directly in the densest area of Sword Rain players. As the light of the flame ring spread, a sea of corpses appeared once again. Some Sword Rain players attempted to attack Wang Chen, only to find that they didn't lose any health, not even a drop. As long as there were more than 5 hostile units nearby, when Warrior's Descent was activated, Wang Chen was in an invincible state. Although this warrior mage's only active skill had a long cooldown time, its effect was truly outrageous. This was Wang Chen's first time using it, but the powerful feeling of being invincible made him feel quite good. Slaughter. It was a one-sided massacre. No matter how Jian and Fenggu commanded, no one could restrain Wang Chen anymore. What drove the Sword Rain players to despair was that their attacks were completely ineffective. Run, he must be hacking, I need to report him on the official website. Isn't this just asking for death? Staying here is just losing levels and equipment for nothing. This demon, is he a mythic boss template? The many players of Sword Rain cried out in despair as they fell in droves under Wang Chen's flame ring. The warrior descends, unmatched in mowing down foes. Completely collapsing. Attacks that don't deal damage and are uncontrollable, this is definitely a bug. How can we fight like this? The many players of Sword Rain could no longer hold on and began to scatter and flee. No matter how Jian and Fenggu shouted from the back, it was of no use. This isn't a real battlefield, retreaters are cut down. Besides, continuing to fight in this situation would only lead to needless deaths, and even the guild leader wouldn't blame them. With this thought in mind, aside from a few elite team players, the ordinary members of Sword Rain had already scattered in all directions. They wished they could grow 2 more legs to get further away from Wang Chen, the god of death. It's over. Jian and Fenggu collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair. With this rout, there was no chance left. Even if Dao Sanqing's abnormal state disappeared, it wouldn't matter. The morale was lost, and no one was willing to gamble on when Wang Chen's invincible state would end with a determination to die. On the other side, Wang Chen was already bloodthirsty. Every second, a massive fireball flew from his hand. Every 2 seconds, a ring of flames spread out from him. The power of Ragozer in his hand was also busy. Any Sword Rain player who touched it was met with death. Unmatched in mowing down foes, 1 man against 1,000. With over 500 Sword Rain players already dead at Wang Chen's hands, the surrounding Sword Rain players had nearly all scattered. The ground was littered with the bodies of Sword Rain players and the equipment that had fallen. Wang Chen naturally wouldn't let his enemies escape easily and chased after the direction he had come from on the main road. Most of the Sword Rain players were fleeing in that direction, while the other directions were all monster respawn areas above level 20. Since Wang Chen activated Warrior's Descent, not much time had passed. Many players watching from a distance didn't even know what was happening, only to see large groups of Sword Rain players fall. Soon after, a large group of Sword Rain players fled in panic towards their direction. What's going on? Just as these players were puzzled, Wang Chen had already blinked and caught up. When they saw the ring of flames spread out, a cluster of Sword Rain Guild members fell within a 30-yard radius. Only then did the onlookers react, turning to flee without hesitation. Although they weren't clear on the specifics, it was best to run first. With over 1,000 players from Sword Rain, including 3 elite teams, in disarray, it was definitely caused by the Berserk Dao Sanshang. If they didn't escape now, what if the bloodthirsty Berserk killed them offhand? Who knew if the opponent would even bother to distinguish who had the Sword Rain Guild emblem on them at a time like this? They saw that the opponent was using area attacks. 1 ring of flames could clear out players in a 30-yard radius. It was as if they were treating players like ordinary small monsters, like those in a novice village. A few minutes later, having chased all the way to the main road of the dark forest, Wang Chen finally slowed down. At this point, the blood light on him had turned dark, and the golden-red gauze robe was almost black gold. Refreshing. Just that the duration of Warrior's Descent is a bit too long and feels wasteful. Wang Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, somewhat shamelessly boasting. Before him, there was no longer a single player in sight, whether from the Sword Rain Guild or the onlooking free players. He didn't know how many players ultimately died at his hands. Anyway, the ground was covered with dropped equipment. After spending some time, Wang Chen gathered all the dropped equipment into a pile. Some of the tattered equipment was likely dropped by free players. Wang Chen directly discarded them on the spot, silently apologizing to those players in his heart. Earlier, when he was killing to the end, he vaguely heard someone shout. They said they were just watching and asked not to attack them. But at that time, Wang Chen was already caught up in the thrill of killing and had been continuously using Ring of Flames. Thus, many free players, along with Sword Rain players, fell under his slaughter. They will probably thank me for learning a lesson today, which is that sometimes you shouldn't just jump into the fray. After self-analyzing for a moment, Wang Chen began to tally up the pile of loot. There were over 1,500 items in total, ranging from white common to blue excellent quality. Adding in the discarded gray shabby equipment, it meant that nearly 2,000 players had died at Wang Chen's hands. Looking at the heap of gear on the ground, Wang Chen felt a bit troubled. His backpack couldn't hold that much. In the world of Apocalypse, players only had a basic backpack with 200 slots. In addition, there were 4 expanded backpack slots, each capable of holding an extra backpack. Unfortunately, up until now, Wang Chen hadn't found a backpack drop or known where to buy one. He heard that tailors could craft them, but it required blueprints and a certain skill level. It seemed that if any tailor managed to create a backpack first, they would definitely make a fortune. Alright, let me check if the system guarantee interface is still there. Wang Chen recalled the scene of trading with a knife in the novice village and immediately opened the game system interface. To his delight, the system guarantee interface was still present. Now I won't waste it, and with the expansion of the Infinite Battle Group's members, we finally have a basic equipment warehouse. Closing the system interface, Wang Chen opened his friends list and found Little Stone. Dao San Shang, where are you now, Stone? As soon as the message was sent, Little Stone replied. Little Stone, I'm still in the small manor in the city. How about you, Dao? Go? Did any of the Sword Rain people come after you? It seemed that the earlier battle hadn't spread yet, but it would probably be on the forum soon. Wang Chen didn't believe that so many people had not recorded the battle scene. Dao San Shang, I've already had a fight with the Sword Rain Guild members. You should head to the Bangteen warehouse now. Little Stone, you've already fought them? How are you, Dao Gu? Dao San Shang, don't ask so much, you'll know when you get to the warehouse. A quarter of an hour later. Little Stone, my goodness. Dao Gu, how many players did you kill? The team warehouse can't hold it all. Little Stone, Dao Gu, you're amazing. I've expanded the team warehouse by another 5,000 slots, it's finally good now. Little Stone, Dao Gu, now that you've killed so many from Sword Rain, it's completely torn the facade. What are you planning to do next? Through the system guarantee interface, Wang Chen transferred over 1,000 pieces of equipment to Little Stone. Although there were more than 10 blue items among them, only one was suitable for him, a magic wand. Ignoring Little Stone's exaggerated reactions, Wang Chen replied to his last message. If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. From now on, I will actively hunt the players of the Sword Rain Guild, so you all should stay out of the city for now. Is Rabbit Xiao lying by your side? Let her sneak out of the city too. Help me find leveling spots for the Sword Rain Guild members. After this, it will be time for our Infinite Battle Group to officially recruit members, so get ready. After giving Little Stone some instructions, Wang Chen looked at the blue-quality magic wand he had just picked up. In the world of Apocalypse, players could equip one two-handed weapon, or one main-hand weapon along with a secondary weapon. Besides these, there was a third weapon slot. This weapon slot varied depending on the class, allowing different types of equipment. For example, a magic class could equip a magic wand, a knight could equip a holy contract, a rogue could equip throwing knives or a bow, and a warrior could equip a firearm or throwing weapons, etc. However, the equipment for this auxiliary weapon slot was relatively rare and seldom appeared. Wang Chen didn't expect to find a magic wand. Today, he had no idea which unfortunate soul it had dropped from. Soul Reaper's staff, weapon, excellent. Durability, 99/100. Equipment requirement, level 12, magic class. Equipment slot, auxiliary weapon slot. Attributes, attack 142, intelligence 40, spirit 20. Soul drain, your spell attacks have a chance to inflict the soul drain effect, healing yourself for 10% of the damage dealt. Description, the suffering you endure will transform into the nourishment of the soul. The attributes are quite standard, but this special effect caught Wang Chen's attention. It's important to note that in the world of Apocalypse, the probability of equipment having lifesteal attributes is extremely low for both physical and magical classes. However, it's uncertain how often this soul drain can trigger. If it reaches 10%, at least Wang Chen won't need to change for a long time. While Wang Chen was studying the magic wand, videos of this century's battle had already appeared on the forum. Players from both the dark and light factions were closely following this conflict. When the video hit the forum, it was like detonating a deep-sea bomb. The video post was likely made by a casual player, as the perspective was quite distant. The title of the post was eye-catching, 1 against 1,000, is it hacking or truly invincible? The video began with Jin and Fenggu speaking to the violent mage Dao San Shang. And then the battle commenced. First, a dozen elite rogues attacked, but they gained nothing against the violent mage's terrifying skills. A mage class displayed abilities that no physical class could match. At this point, the video's comments were filled with astonishment. Some confidently claimed that such skills in reality could only belong to a martial artist. It even seemed, as speculated long ago, that the violent mage was indeed an extraordinary martial artist in real life. As the video continued, more and more players flocked to watch. When the hidden class Abyss Warlock appeared, the pet succubus's charm immobilized the violent mage, prompting Jin and Fenggu to order a concentrated attack. Many players felt their hearts drop, thinking the violent mage was doomed. However, what happened next was unexpected. At the critical moment, the violent mage escaped. He appeared among the elite team's ranged players, and Ring of Flames cleared out swaths of players. Then the situation changed again, as all control classes from the Sword Rain Guild launched their attacks, creating an all-encompassing control chain. Many players marveled at the coordination of the Sword Rain Guild while also feeling that the dust had settled. Apocalypse is ultimately a game that emphasizes teamwork. No matter how strong an individual is, there are limits. In the following scenes, the violent mage was under control and continuously attacked. His terrifying defense was fully revealed, and many in the comments speculated about what level of hidden class he truly was. People lamented that such formidable defense was futile, as his health bar gradually diminished under the saturated attacks of over 1,000 players. Just when it seemed like the legend was about to fall, the violent mage suddenly erupted. Viewers could only see magical energy manifesting around him, and then his health bar appeared to be locked. Following that, an enormous ring of flames erupted, with countless exaggerated damage numbers appearing. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The last few minutes of the video showcased Wang Chen's frenzied slaughter, until the player filming the video was also killed, marking the official end of the video. At this point, the comments section fell into an eerie silence. It seemed that countless players who witnessed this scene had yet to fully digest the image of that unparalleled mowing down. Finally, after several seconds, the comments surged like a tsunami with countless national treasures. Phrases like "what the hell" flooded the screen, as many players expressed their feelings in this way. Inexpressible, utterly exaggerated. No one had ever imagined that there could be a player in Apocalypse capable of achieving this level. This was a genuine 1 against 1,000, and a resounding victory. At that, some even speculated that if there were 10,000 players, could the violent mage take on 10,000 alone? The video ended, and the poster was a casual player named Shuehua Su. In the post, he wrote that he was just an ordinary onlooker, a fan of the violent mage Dao San Shang. Although he was mistakenly killed by his idol and lost a level, he didn't mind. After the post was published, due to its high popularity, it almost instantly surpassed those technical and gossip posts to appear at the forefront. The replies below increased at a rate of tens of thousands per second, with some quality responses receiving a lot of agreement. South Country planting beans, I take back what I said before. Baofa is not just an easy path to becoming a master, but he is already a master himself, a super player of considerable strength. First, the hidden class that Baofa transitioned to is very powerful, allowing him to use both mage and warrior skills. Second, Baofa's adaptability in free mode is absolutely top tier, and his real-life strength is Definitely not lacking. Finally, the power of Baofa's Dao San Shang made me see the charm of the game Apocalypse World. If one is strong enough, they can truly fight against thousands or even tens of thousands. I look forward to the day when level 50 second transitions learn the second transition ultimate moves and the forbidden spells of magic classes. As a supermaster in the top 50 of the Hall of Fame, South Country Planting Bean's long review quickly appeared at the top. He analyzed Wang Chen's profession and envisioned the future trends of Apocalypse World. That is, in Apocalypse World, there can indeed be super players who can fight against many. They might be like Wang Chen, who has a super strong hidden class, or they could have other opportunities. This made many players envious while also filled with desire. Of course, besides the positive comments like South Country Planting Beans, there were also many curses against Wang Chen for cheating. They called for everyone to report him together, saying that such a perverse profession should not exist. This sentiment also received a lot of agreement, as many dark-hearted players felt extremely uncomfortable just watching Baofa show off. Unfortunately, their collective reports did not have any effect, and in the end, there was only an official announcement on the forum. According to the official announcement, since the launch of Apocalypse World, all game content, including progress, has been handed over to the super-intelligent brain Deep Blue. Everything is under the surveillance of Deep Blue, and claims of cheating cannot exist. Additionally, the announcement subtly mentioned at the end that players should explore Apocalypse World more, as this game will bring many changes. Upon seeing this statement, these players quieted down. In fact, many of those who reported were players from the Sword Rain Guild. Jian and Fenggu was among these reporters, and upon seeing the results, he could only report back to Qingyu Ruyan with a sense of helplessness. What? He isn't cheating? So, our Sword Rain Guild has instead become his stepping stone, losing all face? In Green Wild City, Qingyu Ruyan was furious. When she first received the news, her first feeling was disbelief, and her second was that it was impossible. After confirming the results, while feeling heartbroken over her guild's losses, she also accepted Jian and Fengdu's suggestion. Mobilize all guild members to report Wang Chen on the official website. With Hall of Fame players certified by the official site leading the charge, the officials would surely take it seriously. Now that they received such results, it meant that Baofa had no issues and was indeed powerful. Conversely, it also meant that Sword Rain was too weak, with an elite from their guild being trampled by just one person. While feeling exasperated, Qingyu Ruyan also had a hint of worry in her heart. Since they couldn't eliminate this threat through reporting, it meant that this enemy would always exist. Unless they could slay him and end Baofa's myth. Looks like I need to talk to Wusheng. Otherwise, thinking of her bet with the person from the Nanshan Consortium, Qingyu Ruyan furrowed her brows. Not to mention the turmoil on the forum, there was also the follow-up from the Sword Rain Guild. At this moment, Wang Chen was busy recovering his state while contemplating his next plans. After killing so many players, he didn't need to look in the mirror to know that he was now glowing with excitement. With over 2,000 points of evil value, who knows how long it would take to clear his red name just by grinding monsters. This also means that, until he finds a way, Wang Chen can only wander outside the main city. Not to mention going back to the small manor to accumulate double experience time, even returning to the main city to repair equipment is out of the question. Revenge. I must take revenge fiercely. I won't rest until the Sword Rain Guild is disbanded, to relieve the hatred in my heart. Wang Chen thought viciously, suddenly feeling a stir in his heart as he glanced at the system prompt bar. If he remembered correctly, when he had previously slaughtered a group of players, there had been a system prompt sound, and it happened twice. System, blooming in slaughter, also seeking dawn in darkness. Due to your frenzied killing, the Invar mask has undergone some changes. System, death is not the end, but sin is. Due to your frenzied killing, the Invar mask has undergone some changes. Both system prompts were conveying a message to Wang Chen. That is, the special equipment he wore on his face had changed for some reason. If he guessed correctly, this reason was due to Wang Chen's frenzied killing. He focused on the attributes of the Invar mask, and indeed, some changes appeared. Invar mask, special, drops upon death. Durability, none equipment requirement. None equipment slot, face, does not occupy equipment slots, attributes, agility 100, critical hit rate 5% assassination, when the time out of combat reaches 1 minute, your next damaging attack will become instant and will definitely deal a critical hit. Conceal, reduces presence, lowering your threat level, allows you to hide your red name status. False face, allows you to have another identity, including but not limited to race, nickname, and even gender. Heart of Slaughter, 2024/10,000. Got it. Wang Chen happily punched the air, his previous worries completely gone. From the system prompts, it seemed that the Invar mask had evolved twice. One was likely when the sin value reached 100, and the other when it reached 1000. From the newly appeared special effect Heart of Slaughter, it seemed that the sin value, or killing value, would evolve again when it reached 10,000. With 2 evolutions, not only had the main attributes increased, but it also came with a 5% critical hit rate. No wonder at the end of the previous battle, Wang Chen noticed that his critical hit probability had significantly increased. Moreover, the original effects of Assassination and Conceal had also changed. Assassination now had an effect similar to the rare skill Calm and Collected of the Arcane Mage, with a cooldown of only 1 minute, and it would definitely deal a critical hit. This meant that in future encounters with monsters, Wang Chen could directly use Infinite Flame Burst to trigger the Infinite characteristic instantly. As for the change in the Conceal effect, it resolved his urgent need even more. Although it only hid the red name without eliminating the sin value, it meant Wang Chen could return to the city. Conceal, truly worthy of being the exclusive mask of the continent's legendary first assassin. He just didn't know if this great assassin in Var was still alive, or if he was still in this land. Violet Law Dao 3 lives? Do you have any tasks to do? I ran for half a day just to get here. Just as Wang Chen was studying the Invar mask, a voice came from not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a middle-aged man walking over slowly. The man appeared to have changed to a beast king hunter, one of the branches of the archer profession. Following him was a rather large wild boar pet, with a powerful name, called War God. The newcomer was none other than Floating Life Like a Dream, who was in a team with Wang Chen. He had somehow gone online and had run over from the depths of the dark forest. Wang Chen noticed that Floating Life Like a Dream's level had already reached 17, however, considering that he had been leveling alone in this area above level 20, that level was understandable. Little Stone said you're an old man around 40, and looking at you now, it seems he wasn't wrong, you really are a handsome middle-aged uncle. Wang Chen laughed heartily and replied to Floating Life Like a Dream. Who would have thought that? Upon hearing this, Floating Life Like a Dream's expression turned as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Who said I'm around 40? I'm only 29, okay? Wang Chen was speechless. Seeing the look in Floating Life Like a Dream's eyes, he quickly added, sorry, it's all Little Stone's fault. It must be the slight weariness on your face that deceived him, causing this misunderstanding. Hearing Wang Chen's explanation, Floating Life Like a Dream's expression softened a bit. However, the comments still left him feeling inexplicably uneasy, making him doubt whether he really looked that old. At this moment, Wang Chen changed the subject. By the way, brother Floating Life, while you're leveling up here, do you know of any places where monsters are densely packed and don't exceed level 25? Wang Chen wanted to gather some information first, planning to come here to level up after resolving the sword rain issue. Floating Life Like a Dream thought for a moment and pointed to the south. There's a forest over there where 24 level shadow panthers spawn, the monsters are quite dense. I haven't dared to level up there. As he said this, he seemed to remember something. By the way, don't you have a quest to do? Hurry up and tell me what it is, I'll help you with it. Also, the blood light on you is so dark red, how many people have you killed? Are you a reincarnated killing star? Floating Life Like a Dream probably hadn't checked the forum yet and didn't know that a century battle had just taken place here. Wang Chen smiled and didn't explain. After all, it wouldn't be long before the news spread, and this person would definitely find out. From their brief interaction so far, Floating Life Like a Dream's temperament seemed to suit Wang Chen's taste. When he logged off yesterday, Wang Chen had noticed that the other person's location was deep in the dark forest. It would take quite a while to run here. Yet he still managed to come over. Moreover, seeing Wang Chen's bloodlight of evil value, he showed no signs of wanting to attack him. Not only that, but he also took the initiative to offer help with the quest. Looks like his character is decent, I just wonder about his skills. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen made his suggestion. Actually, I don't have any quests to complete, I'm just here to level up and clear my red name. Brother, your wild boar should be a tank, I happen to have area attack skills, so why don't we go hunt shadow panthers to level up? Floating Life Like a Dream nodded and casually asked, alright, I was leveling up anyway, so I'll take you along. And let me correct you. Don't call my pet a wild boar, you should call it War God, even though it is indeed a demonized wild boar. Wang Chen nonchalantly nodded in agreement. War God? It's just an ordinary monster. He didn't know what quirks this mature young man had. Having agreed, the two of them headed south. Wang Chen planned to level up first and would leave the dark forest after finding out more from Rabbit Xiaolang. Although there was already a solution to the red name issue, he still wanted to take revenge on the Sword Rain Guild. He wanted to thwart the Sword Rain Guild's expansion plans in Greenleaf City. He would kill any player bearing the Sword Rain Guild's emblem on sight. He would make them tremble in fear and flee at the mere mention of his name. With this in mind, Wang Chen posted a message on the forum. Hunting post, starting today, anyone seen wearing the Sword Rain Guild emblem will be subject to indiscriminate pursuit by me, with this post as proof. This time, it was his turn to hunt down the Sword Rain Guild members. After posting, Wang Chen didn't care about the subsequent impact and closed the forum. Looking up, he found that Floating Life Like a Dream had already walked far ahead, so he immediately sprinted to catch up. The Beast King Hunter is a branch profession of the archer's first transition, naturally focusing on agility. Therefore, Floating Life Like a Dream's movement speed was not slow, and it took Wang Chen several seconds to catch up. Hoof. Hoof. Following behind the wild boar named War God, Wang Chen couldn't help but observe Floating Life Like a Dream. This level 17 hunter was the highest level player he had ever seen, and the equipment he wore seemed quite impressive. Although the glow representing the quality of the gear was hidden, one could still discern its quality from the patterns and designs. As he watched, Wang Chen suddenly focused, discovering something even more astonishing. It was that Floating Life Like a Dream's movements while traveling were extraordinary, seemingly imbued with a special rhythm. Whether encountering obstacles or traversing uneven terrain, he was unaffected, moving as if on flat ground, like flowing clouds and flowing water. His steps showed no signs of hesitation, flowing naturally, as if it were meant to be. Moreover, judging by his relaxed demeanor, it was clear that this was instinctual rather than deliberate. Although Wang Chen's movement speed was much faster than Floating Life Like a Dream's, he couldn't achieve such a level of grace. This seems to be some kind of advanced footwork or body technique, and it fits perfectly with the character in the game. Without looking awkward. As a martial arts master proficient in various boxing styles, Wang Chen naturally knew some accompanying body techniques. For instance, the dragon step, sliding step, Tai Chi push step, and so on, which could all be executed smoothly in reality. However, to integrate footwork into a virtual game to the extent that Floating Life Like a Dream had achieved, honestly, Wang Chen had never tried it and didn't know if he could reach the same effect. Let alone fully integrating it into everyday walking, making it an instinct. Just then, perhaps sensing Wang Chen's gaze, Floating Life Like a Dream suddenly turned around. I was wondering why my back felt cold. What are you staring at? You creep. The corner of Wang Chen's mouth twitched. He felt that this prematurely mature young man was a bit off. However, unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked about his earlier observation. Upon hearing Wang Chen ask if there was a particular footwork involved in his walking, a flicker of unusual color flashed in Floating Life Like a Dream's eyes. Shaking his head, he denied it. You're overthinking it. It's just that as a lone hunter, I often run in the wild, so I have more experience avoiding obstacles. Floating Life Like a Dream's explanation made some sense. Practice makes perfect. But Wang Chen believed in his judgment, this was definitely a form of footwork. Since the other party was unwilling to divulge more, he didn't press further. I need to find a reason to pull him into the battle group. He must be a skilled player. Wang Chen had this thought for a reason, as the Infinite Battle Group currently lacked such talent. Although he was strong due to his hidden profession in Golden Finger, his understanding of virtual games wasn't very profound. In contrast, Floating Life Like a Dream had already managed to fully integrate footwork into his instincts. Wang Chen felt that this was undoubtedly a veteran player of virtual games, with a deeper understanding of the virtual reality game, Apocalypse World, than others. Coincidentally, the other members of the Infinite Battle Group, like Little Stone and Lost Star, had also serendipitously transitioned to hidden professions, still epic professions. However, their understanding of the game was far from sufficient. If they encountered a true expert, they would definitely expose their weaknesses. If Floating Life Like a Dream were brought in, it would be like having a free coach. He could guide novices like Little Stone and Li Taiju, allowing the Infinite Battle Group to truly embark on the path of becoming elite. With this in mind, Wang Chen looked at Floating Life Like a Dream with eager eyes. However, this eagerness made Floating Life Like a Dream a bit frightened, and he took several steps back. I must tell you, although I haven't found the Heavenly Maiden in my dreams, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. You're overthinking it. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in joining my Infinite Battle Group. Wang Chen's forehead twitched with a black line, quickly explaining. Not interested, I just want to enjoy playing the game, be a treasure chest hunter, and relish the freedom of leveling up by fighting monsters. Who would want to join your Infinite Battle Group? Floating Life is Like a Dream decisively refused, without a moment's hesitation. Then I'll have Little Stone invite you? Wang Chen was unwilling to give up. Little Stone? That kid just happens to get along with me better, do you think I would join your so-called mercenary group for that reason? Floating Life shot a sidelong glance at Wang Chen, his expression akin to looking at a fool. After a moment's thought, he added, if I remember correctly, that woman from the Sword Rain studio you got involved with is making your life difficult now, right? Look at all that blood on you. TSK, you haven't been hunted for long, have you? You can't even protect yourself and still want to drag me down with you, you're really something. Faced with floating life's mockery, Wang Chen didn't get angry. He chuckled and retorted, haven't you been out of touch with the online forums for a while? Hearing this, Floating Life shook his head. In confusion, no. I was online during the day and just saw the post from Qingyu Ruyan about hunting you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen sneered. A post about hunting me? Ha ha. Go check the forum again and see who's hunting whom.
Wang Chen's words made Floating Life realize that the situation had changed, and he immediately stood still to open the official forum. 10 minutes later, Floating Life looked at Wang Chen with a strange expression and finally asked, you're really not cheating? Or have you really changed to a mythical class? Wang Chen smiled mysteriously, you're not even in my team, why should I tell you? Upon hearing this, Floating Life immediately wore a pained expression. If you won't say, then fine. Ugh, this apocalypse world is really unfair. The gap between hidden classes and regular classes is just too big. After saying this, he shook his head and turned to leave, quickly appearing 100 meters away. This left Wang Chen somewhat astonished and even doubting himself, wondering why it was so difficult to recruit a team member. Isn't it usually the case that the protagonist exudes an aura of dominance and all the little brothers bow down? Why was it not working for him? Was it because his name wasn't imposing enough? Just as Wang Chen was lost in these chaotic thoughts, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Boom! 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 It seemed something enormous was approaching, casting a shadow over his heart. Wang Chen looked in the direction of the sound, and his pupils instantly contracted. He saw a gigantic monster walking down the main road of the dark forest, like a mountain of flesh, even larger than the enraged Kulmok from the Novice village. It appeared to be stitched together from countless broken bodies, surrounded by a layer of green mist. 3 arms, 2 large and 1 small, held different weapons, including a scythe and a hook. With each step it took, blood oozed from its body, and its innards were clearly visible, the faint stench detectable even from this distance. The entire monster looked ugly and ferocious, like a malevolent spirit crawling out of the abyss. Is this a wretched? Wang Chen was astonished, this was clearly a wild boss. However, this boss had a name that was dark red in its eyes, and its level was displayed as a skull shape. This indicated a significant level gap, at least a monster above level 25. Paklaruo, level, Lord level boss, health? Paklaruo, isn't this the boss that Floating Life mentioned? It doesn't seem to move very fast, why can't I provoke it? Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled and eager to try. It is well known that bosses are hard to find in Apocalypse World, let alone Lord level bosses. That meant at least one piece of epic equipment or item, along with a massive amount of experience and world reputation. So encountering a boss by chance, even without knowing its level, Wang Chen still wanted to give it a shot. It wasn't that he was overestimating himself, but rather a result of comprehensive consideration. First, Wang Chen noticed that this Paklaruo moved slowly, and with his speed, he could easily kite it. The second reason is that the Dark Forest, a high-level map, currently has very few players. Especially after Wang Chen's indiscriminate slaughter earlier, even the adventurous solo players are unlikely to come this way. This gives Wang Chen an opportunity, he can slowly wear them down. I hope the level difference isn't too great, otherwise, if all my skills miss, I might as well be fighting until the year of the monkey. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen approached the massive Paklaruo. When he was at a suitable distance, a huge fireball instantly coalesced in his hand. Don't! Just as the fireball flew from Wang Chen's hand, the voice of Floating Life like a dream came from afar. He had already moved far ahead and suddenly realized that Wang Chen hadn't followed, so he turned back to check. What he saw was Wang Chen preparing to attack that disgusting undead boss, and he quickly shouted to stop him. Having suffered before, Floating Life like a dream didn't want to see Wang Chen fall into another trap. Unfortunately, it was too late, Wang Chen had already entered combat. Thanks to the special effect of the Invul Mask after its evolution, the infinite fireball was instantly cast. Miss! I smell the stench of the living. As Wang Chen entered combat, the originally swaying Paklaruo seemed to awaken. It shook its massive body and chased after Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen also heard Floating Life like a dream shout. And while retreating to create distance from the boss, he loudly asked, "What's wrong, brother Floating Life? Come help me, we have a chance to take down this big guy." Upon hearing this, Floating Life like a dream did not move, instead, he retreated far away with a face full of black lines, afraid of entering combat mode. It's my fault for not explaining. Clearly, this ghostly thing ignores distance for aggro. Once you enter combat, no matter how far you run, you can't escape. It will keep chasing you until you kill it or it kills you. Is there really such a strange monster? I can't even escape the dark forest?
While precasting magic missile aimed at the boss's head, Wang Chen confirmed with floating life like a dream. How do you think I know? It's because I shot an arrow out of curiosity before, and when I realized it didn't lose health, I tried to run, but it chased me all the way to Twilight Wilderness. Floating life like a dream recalled with a face full of fear. I thought since it has this mechanism, I could lead it to Greenfield City for the NPCs to kill it. But as soon as I left the Dark Forest, it gained a state called Wrath of the Undead. The health and defense didn't show any changes, but its movement speed increased by 300%. In the end, I couldn't outrun it and got slaughtered, otherwise, I'd be level 18 by now. Hearing this, Wang Chen finally understood the situation. It turned out this boss was like that. He just didn't know if it would only chase the first aggro target or if all targets that generated aggro would be hunted down. It seemed floating life like a dream didn't have time to verify this before he was caught and killed shortly after arriving at Twilight Wilderness. Miss. At this moment, Wang Chen's attack missed again, forcing him to retreat and create distance once more. Flame shot, dodge, magic missile, miss. After a series of more than 10 attacks all missed, Wang Chen realized the difficulty of this boss. It seemed he had underestimated the situation, the level difference was too great. Not only could he not use infinite fireball effectively, but most of his other attacks also missed. Magic missile, minus 3,782. Just as Wang Chen was about to give up, an attack finally landed. A yellow critical hit popped up, triggering the infinite characteristic. However, Wang Chen couldn't feel happy about it, instead, it only strengthened his resolve to give up. Because he noticed that with nearly 4,000 damage from magic missile, Pacaralo's health bar barely moved. If it weren't for Wang Chen's keen eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to see that slight difference. Based on that slight difference, he had roughly estimated the boss's health. At least over 4 million, possibly reaching 5 million. What a joke, giving up is the only option. As for an escape route, Wang Chen had already thought of it, using the infinite stealth technique. At this stage, it seemed that only he could use this method to disengage from the battle. Even a stealthy rogue class wouldn't be able to. Because once a rogue enters combat, they reveal themselves and cannot re-enter stealth mode. Unless they were fortunate enough to learn extremely rare skills like instant disappearance or void escape, they would be unable to re-enter stealth and exit combat. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow shot out from the side. At the same time, the creature named War God, a demonic wild boar, charged straight at Paklarua with a grunt. Berserk charge, low roar. Although the charge was dodged by the boss, the low roar was a taunt skill with no damage. Thus, Paklarua's primary target of hatred instantly shifted to the demonic wild boar that had provoked it and its owner, floating life like a dream. Hurry up and run out of the dark forest map. Remember, this is for the sake of Little Stone, and you owe me a favor. Floating life like a dream's reluctant voice came through, sounding quite unwilling. Seeing Wang Chen still frozen in place, he rolled his eyes. What, do you really want to die once? Look at your sin value and blood light. If you die once, not only will your equipment be exposed, but you'll drop to level 0. Do you believe that? Hearing this, Wang Chen suddenly realized why floating life like a dream chose to intervene. Judging by his unwilling expression, he had probably struggled for a while, doing a lot of mental preparation. He didn't know that Wang Chen had the infinite stealth technique and thought that if he didn't act, Wang Chen would undoubtedly die. Moreover, floating life like a dream was right. If Wang Chen were really killed, with that level of sin value, he would likely drop to level 0 upon death, and crucially, he wouldn't be able to return to the Novice village. If he were targeted again, Wang Chen's character would be completely ruined. Understanding the key points, Wang Chen's determination to pull floating life like a dream into the infinite battle group became even firmer. He just needed to find a reason that he couldn't refuse, otherwise, given his previous attitude, he would definitely decline. Snort! At that moment, the war god, the wild boar, was killed by Paklarua with a single axe strike. Floating life like a dream shot 7 or 8 arrows, hitting only once, causing over 2,000 points of damage. This indicated that his level was somewhat higher, and his hit rate was relatively better than Wang Chen's. Additionally, his equipment was indeed decent, allowing an ordinary class to deal over 2,000 damage. After the pet died, floating life like a dream pulled Paklarua in another direction, kiting the boss while shouting at Wang Chen. Why aren't you running? Are you waiting to be served a feast? Floating life like a dream was somewhat annoyed, feeling that Wang Chen was being ungrateful. He was already prepared to drop a level, just waiting for Wang Chen to run out of the dark forest before giving up resistance. Previously, when he had provoked Paklarua, he had already figured out the other party's hatred mechanism. When he had run to the Twilight Wilderness, he had struggled for a while, and at that time, quite a few other players had seen him and the boss. Needless to say, those players began attacking Paklarua. Who wouldn't be excited to see a boss in the wild, even if they couldn't see its health? Unfortunately, those players were at a lower level and hardly hit the boss. Even if they got lucky and landed a hit, the damage was negligible. Therefore, even though these players were having a blast, they couldn't steal the primary hatred from Floating Life Like a Dream. Subsequently, Floating Life Like a Dream naturally died under the boss's attack in the Wrath of the Undead state. However, after dying, he found that Pakleruo completely ignored the attacks from the other players and quickly ran back to the Dark Forest. Thus, Floating Life Like a Dream deduced that as long as Wang Chen ran out of the Dark Forest, when Pakarajuo killed him, the current primary target of hatred, it would no longer pursue Wang Chen. Considering these reasons, Fu Sheng Ruomang was somewhat annoyed to see Wang Chen standing still for so long. Wang Chen could roughly guess Fu Sheng Ruomang's thoughts, but he certainly wouldn't just run away. Infinite fire explosion, flame impact, magic missile. Seeing the boss chasing Fu Sheng Ruomang, he followed closely behind and began attacking continuously. Miss, dodge, minus 27,037, minus 180. After missing a dozen skills, finally, a fire explosion hit. The massive damage made Pakarajuo let out a terrible howl, instantly turning its target to Wang Chen. Why haven't you run yet? Fine, if you want to die, I won't stop you. Fu Sheng Ruo Meng realized the boss had switched targets and then noticed that Wang Chen was still following behind. System, team leader Fu Sheng Ruomang has kicked you out of the team. Wang Chen. He knew Fu Sheng Ruomang was really angry and quickly shouted an explanation. I have a skill that allows me to become invisible and escape, so you don't have to die. For nothing. Invisible? You, a mage, can go invisible? Damn hidden class. Fu Sheng Ruomang then understood. It turned out he was being overly sentimental, and the other party had already had a countermeasure. System, Fu Sheng Ruomang invites you to join the team, do you accept? After Wang Chen rejoined the team, Fu Sheng Ruomang finally spoke. In that case, I'll run first as a sign of respect. You can go invisible and leave combat once you see me leave the Dark Forest on the map. After instructing Wang Chen, Fu Sheng Ruomang immediately turned and ran towards the Twilight Wilderness. For the next while, Wang Chen was bored, just kite fighting. Occasionally, his skills would hit, causing some negligible damage. There were basically no monsters on the main road of the Dark Forest, but a few would occasionally pop out. Fortunately, with over 50 points of speed, Wang Chen surpassed Pakarajuo by a lot, allowing him to take the time to deal with these ordinary monsters that popped out. However, he soon made a terrifying discovery: Pakarajuo would casually grab monster corpses and eat them. Then, the tiny bit of health Wang Chen had drained would instantly be restored to full. This discovery made Wang Chen realize that even if he was willing to spend a lot of time grinding health, it would be impossible to kill Pakarajuo. Opening the map, he could see the icon representing Fu Sheng Ruo Meng was about to leave the Dark Forest. Wang Chen also prepared to use infinite invisibility and then exit combat. As for Pakarajuo, he would come back when his level was higher. A few minutes later. Infinite fire explosion. Minus 13,931, minus 361. A stroke of luck hit Pakarajuo twice in a row, and Wang Chen threw out the fireball he had activated. In his hand again. Mississippi, alright, looks like it was just a coincidence. Wang Chen chuckled bitterly, confirming that Fu Sheng Ruomang had already left the Dark Forest, and immediately began to use infinite invisibility. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Just as his figure was about to disappear, the situation suddenly changed. A burning damage of several 100 points popped up, and Pakarajuo's massive body suddenly froze. Then an enormous golden damage appeared, a color Wang Chen had never seen before. -49122842. As the golden damage popped up, Pakarajuo's health bar was completely emptied. My life ends here. With Pakarajuo's dying words, its massive body fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, golden light of leveling up continuously rose beneath Wang Chen's feet. System, gained experience points 2.5 million, killing monsters above level 20 grants a 500% experience bonus. Note, the experience bonus for killing monsters above level does not exceed 500%. System, killed a Lord level monster, gained world reputation 1000. System, you have leveled up, all attributes increased by 5, gained 10 free attribute points, current level 16. System, you have leveled up, all attributes increased by 5, gained 10 free attribute points, current level 17. System, you have leveled up, all attributes increased by 5, gained 10 free attribute points, current level 23. System, level has reached 20. Some skills have been automatically upgraded. Server announcement, a player has reached level 20, the system will begin updating after the game closes. This update will last for 2 hours, during which more rich content will be presented. This. Wang Chen was utterly astonished, feeling as if his whole being had gone numb. He still didn't understand What was happening? How did the boss just drop dead? And his level shot up directly, jumping 8 levels. Right, dead from a heart attack. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly opened the battle log. Sure enough, a line of golden text appeared among the others, distinctly different in color from the other battle prompts. System, triggered divine might, dealt 4,912,842 points of damage. Wang Chen felt a dizzying sense of happiness, not expecting such a low probability to trigger. Could it be that he was the luckiest of the lucky? But this didn't match with his previous experiences of being a puppet master. How many days of future luck had to be overdrawn to trigger divine might on a lord level monster? Moreover, it was under such a low damage frequency, it was simply absurd. The description of divine might was very clear. For every tier the monster's rank increased, the triggering probability decreased by 3 times. This meant that attacking a lord-level monster, the triggering probability was just over 0.3% and barely under 0.4%. With such a low probability, especially when fighting monsters of a higher level, it was evident how lucky Wang Chen had been to trigger it. After a while, he finally calmed down and began to review the remaining system prompts from earlier. He had been so astonished that he hadn't even heard some of the prompts clearly. First, he saw the explanation for the experience gained. A boss with 5 million health gave 500,000 base experience, which was reasonable. The distance to the team's floating life was too far, so he didn't receive any experience. Only when he saw the special system prompt did Wang Chen realize that there was actually a cap on the experience bonus for killing monsters of a higher level. But it didn't matter. After all, gaining so much experience was already a huge win. A cap was just a cap. Wang Chen looked at his current experience points, leveling up to level 24. Required a total of 700,000 experience, and he was still short by over 400,000. Indeed, the further along one got, the more experience was needed to level up. After reading the system prompt about experience points, Wang Chen glanced at his world reputation. With the additional 1,000 points he just received, he now had over 4,000 points. He wondered if reaching 5,000 points would bring any changes, or if he needed to reach 10,000 points. Then Wang Chen took another look at the skills he had learned. Indeed, several skills of the Wu War Mage class had leveled up. Among them, the skills, Dual Cultivation, and Indomitable Will, had changed. The former increased from 110% additional damage to 120%, and the Defense Ignoring increased from 20% to 25%. As for the latter, the skill cooldown time was directly reduced by a day. The core passive skill, Battle Soul, of the War Mage had no changes, not sure if it was just not time yet. The last system prompt was the server-wide announcement, and it surprisingly did not directly mention Wang Chen's name, which caught him off guard. He wondered what new content would appear in this update. Wang Chen felt he had made a significant contribution to the game's progress. Feeling quite narcissistic, Wang Chen cast an eager glance at the nearby corpse of Packruller. Today must be my lucky day, there will definitely be a big drop. Wang Chen looked at his hands, which seemed to be faintly radiating golden light. Feeling as if the god of luck had possessed him, he directly reached towards the body of Packruller, even selectively ignoring the foul-smelling, blood-soaked corpse. When the purple light flashed before his eyes, Wang Chen felt a sense of stability. System, acquired, Embrace of the Evil Spirit. System, acquired item, Heart of Paklaruo. System, acquired certificate, Guild Token. System, acquired, Paklaruo's Large Intestine. System, acquired 10 gold and 29 silver coins. Awesome. Not to mention the gold coins, he had obtained a total of 4 epic quality items. The Guild Token was nothing new, this was Wang Chen's second time acquiring it. Although the title of being the first to establish a guild had already been taken by the Nanshan Guild, the Guild Token was still rare. Only with the Guild Token could one create an officially recognized guild, enjoying benefits that a mercenary group could not compare to. Moreover, once the guild level increased, they could apply for a guild residence, establishing their own city. At that time, the guild would have its own real income. If the location was chosen well, just the teleportation fees could bring in a substantial profit. If Wang Chen were to auction this guild token now, he could probably sell it for at least 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. As for selling it for nearly 10,000 gold coins like the first guild token, that was impossible now. After all, the title of first was no longer his, and those large guilds were not fools. After putting away the guild token, Wang Chen looked at the 2 items bearing the name Paklaruo. Heart of Paklaruo, item, epic. Description, can summon Paklaruo after use at the evil spirit. Alter, cooldown time of 10 game natural days. Paklaruo's Large Intestine, quest item, epic. Description, it is unknown when it started, but a powerful undead named Paklaruo began to appear in the dark forest. It will eliminate all living beings encountered on its path, and even if defeated, it will reappear after a certain period. The residents of Nightshade Town are deeply troubled by it. Perhaps Lady Sherry from Emerald Farm knows some reasons. Please take Paklaruo's large intestine to her. An epic item that can be reused. This means that as long as he finds this evil spirit altar, Wang Chen can summon Paklaruo once every 10 game natural days. What does that represent? It represents a fixed spawn point for a Lord-level boss, a stable source of epic equipment. As for the somewhat disgusting Paklaruo's large intestine, it seemed to be an epic quest. The Nightshade Town and Emerald Farm mentioned in the description were still unknown locations. Perhaps he could ask Floating Life like a dream. Finally, there was the unique equipment, Embrace of the Evil Spirit. Embrace of the Evil Spirit, chest armor, epic. Durability, 93/100. Equipment requirement, level 35, physical class. Equipment position, chest, chainmail. Attributes, armor 3600, stamina 892, strength 465, agility 2. Plague Cloud, passive effect, infects hostile units within an 8-meter radius with plague, causing them to lose 1%. Health per second, effective only on monsters below Lord level. Undead's Prayer, restores 80% health within 10 seconds after use, cooldown time of 30 minutes. Description: Sleep. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Dest. Wang Chen was astonished. The attributes of this chest armor were indeed impressive. Not to mention the several thousand armor points providing hundreds of physical defense. Just the health increase was nearly 9,000 points. If it were a defensive class that learned resilience, it would directly increase health by 10,000. Not to mention those two special effects, they were simply tanking skills. Plague Cloud could stabilize aggro even more, and the damage was not bad either. The final Undead's Prayer was even more powerful, definitely a life-saving skill at critical moments. Wang Chen drooled with envy after seeing the attributes, but he could only watch helplessly. Because aside from the level 35 requirement, being a physical class and needing chainmail restricted him. I wonder if the profession of battle mage can ignore such class restrictions after removing the curse. Otherwise, even if Wang Chen learns plate armor mastery and can wear plate armor after level 40 when it becomes available, he still has to find plate armor that doesn't have restrictions on physical classes. If it requires a physical class, he would be at a loss. Just as Wang Chen was looking down at his loot, he received a message from Floating Life as Dream, who had just emerged from the dark forest. Floating Life as Dream, so, how's it going? Are you out of combat? Dao San Shang, of course. Hurry over, I'll take you to farm some shadow panthers for a while, we have other things to do later. The other things Wang Chen mentioned were waiting for a message from Rabbit Xiao Lang. Once she figured out the location of the Sword Rain Guild players, Wang Chen would start his actions. Floating Life as Dream, you're taking me? It's only been a little while, and you're sounding quite confident. Half an hour later. So, what kind of instant kill hack did you use to take down Packeridge? And that server-wide announcement just now, was that also you? Floating Life as Dream looked bewildered, staring at Wang Chen's impressive level of 23, feeling quite dazzled. If he had come from Wang Chen's previous world, he would definitely say, does anyone understand? I just took a step back and that huge boss disappeared. Now Floating Life as Dream understood why Wang Chen was so confident about taking him along. Hearing Floating Life as Dream's inquiry, Wang Chen smiled mysteriously. Want to know? Join my team, and I'll tell you. Why does the great first mage of the apocalypse always focus on a little hunter like me? Floating Life as Dream felt helpless, not understanding what attracted the other party. He had changed his appearance after entering Apocalypse World and hadn't shown any flaws. Could it be because of his instinctive movement style? Floating Life as Dream speculated inwardly. I'm not always focusing on you, I just feel that brother Floating Life, you and I are quite compatible. Plus, I won't restrict you in the infinite battle group, I just hope you can give a few pointers to Little Stone and the others when you have time. Wang Chen explained with a smile, trusting his instincts. Although their interaction had been brief, he could sense that Floating Life as Dream was a good person. I'll think about it. Let's go, let this great expert take me to farm monsters and level up. Floating Life as Dream didn't directly refuse this time, but he also didn't agree. It was unclear whether he wanted to brush Wang Chen off or was genuinely considering it. Seeing this, Wang Chen didn't say much more, adding the 80 points of free attributes he just gained to his spirit, and followed behind Floating Life as Dream. They crossed several valleys and finally reached a relatively flat forest area. They were now close to the edge of the dark forest, and just across a small river was another map, the Reverse Wind Mountains. This is the spot. These shadow panthers spawn very densely. You have area attack magic, right? Upon reaching the location, Floating Life as Dream pointed to the monsters in the nearby forest. Following Floating Life as Dream's direction, Wang Chen saw a large number of black panther monsters moving around in the forest. These panthers spawn densely, each with shiny black fur and sharp claws and teeth. Shadow Panther, level 24, normal monster, health 5000. For a level 24 monster, considering the highest level in the team, they could only gain a 50% experience bonus. However, the good thing was that the monsters were very dense here. There were hundreds of them at a glance. Wang Chen glanced at his enhanced defense, which had increased by several hundred points, and a thought crossed his mind. Of course, I have area attack magic. By the way, do you have a double experience status? Thinking of this question, Wang Chen asked Floating Life as Dream. Are you talking about the energetic status announced by Yi Sanku on the forum? Naturally, I don't have that. The real estate in Greenwild City is too hot, it's impossible to grab one. That's really a pity. However, our Infinite Battle Group has a base manor in Greenfield City. Although it's not large, it can accommodate 100 people without any problem. Speaking to himself, Wang Chen raised his hand to cast a magic shield on himself. Then let's start farming monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, before Floating Life Like a Dream could say anything, Wang Chen had already dashed out. His movement speed had increased significantly, reaching an astonishing 60+ points. Floating Life Like a Dream only saw a gray shadow flash by, and Wang Chen's figure had already disappeared into the distance. So eager, my war god hasn't been summoned back yet. Wang Chen didn't care about that, targeting the farthest shadow leopard and charging straight at it. Breaking charge, minus 3410. The shadow leopard that was charged it had red critical damage pop up above its head, leaving it with very low health. Along the path, Wang Chen took 6 or 7 shadow leopards fell into a stunned state, losing more than half their health. One even had golden damage appear, triggering Divine Might and getting instantly killed. The chance of triggering Divine Might at 10% against these ordinary monsters was quite high. However, the stun duration from the charge was short, and soon these shadow leopards recovered and began attacking Wang Chen. But that detestable human figure flashed and appeared more than 25 yards away. Blink. Wang Chen blinked too. Another area dense with monsters, once again attracting 8 or 9 shadow leopards. Then he kept moving, continuing to run ahead. After a few seconds, over 100 shadow leopards were already following behind Wang Chen. It looked like a dense swarm, constantly launching attacks at him. -1, absorb, -1, absorb. Wang Chen, not intentionally dodging the monster attacks, began to see a flurry of damage numbers appear above his head. This was the forced health deduction from the monster attacks, which didn't actually break his defense. Seeing that the nearby monsters had already been drawn in, Wang Chen blinked to create distance and ran towards Floating Life Like a Dream. On the other side, Floating Life Like a Dream was stunned by Wang Chen's maneuvers. He never expected Wang Chen to be so bold, directly pulling over 100 monsters. However, when he saw that Wang Chen hadn't lost any health from it, he relaxed and was secretly amazed at Wang Chen's insane defense. Another day of envy and desire for hidden professions. With a sigh in his heart, Floating Life Like a Dream picked up his bow and began to attack. At this point, Wang Chen had also roughly estimated the distance, and when the monster group got close enough, he charged in again. Breaking charge, Ice Ring technique, Ring of Flames, Ring of Flames. A few seconds later, the battle log was flooded with experience points. Over 100 shadow leopards had all fallen, turning into tens of thousands of experience points for each person. Floating Life Like a Dream put down his bow with a frown, realizing that he had truly been carried this time. Just now, he had shot 2 arrows and only killed 1 shadow leopard, and then all the monsters were gone. This was the gap laid out before him, nothing to question. Meanwhile, Wang Chen looked at his experience bar, which had only increased a little, and couldn't help but pout. It required so much experience at just over level 20. He wondered how much would be needed to level from 30 to 40, and from 40 to 50? After reaching level 50 in the second class change, he feared that just looking at the experience bar would drive people mad. Picking up the bodies of the more than 100 monsters that emitted a faint glow, aside from some tattered pelts and a few pieces of shabby quality equipment, there was nothing else. Just as Wang Chen was about to pull another wave of monsters, he saw Floating Life Like a Dream take out a small knife and run over to the corpse of a shadow leopard to fiddle with something. Creak, creak. The sound of skin being cut came through. It turned out Floating Life Like a Dream was skinning these shadow leopards. Every time he stuffed a leopard's skin into his backpack, a corpse would disappear. What are you doing? Wang Chen asked curiously. Skinning. These are all high-quality pelts. Floating Life is but a dream skillfully skinned while not even looking up to respond. Seeing that Wang Chen didn't answer, he explained again. The 2 professions I learned, leather armor making, and skinning, the latter is almost at the intermediate level now. It turned out to be a professional skill, and Wang Chen suddenly realized. Speaking of which, he was already level 23, yet he hadn't had the chance to learn any professional or life skills. The only life skill he had was fishing, taught by that dwarf archaeology master. The following process was dull and tedious for Wang Chen, just continuously drawing monsters and then wiping them out in one go. However, Floating Life was quite happy, skinning one after another. Half an hour later, the presence of Shadow Leopard was no longer visible in his sight. Wang Chen had been too ruthless in farming, and during this time, his experience had increased by over 100,000. Floating Life had already leveled up to 18, and his proficiency in skinning had reached the intermediate level. According to him, he had never skinned so thoroughly before. Just as the two were preparing to change locations to see if there were any monsters, Wang Chen's friend Bar suddenly received a message prompt. He was delighted, thinking that Tu Xiaoling had figured out the movements of the Sword Rain Guild. But when he opened it, it turned out to be a message from Yi Dao Liang Duan. Besides that, there was also a message from Yi San Ku, which he didn't know when it was sent. He first glanced at the former's message, and a smile immediately appeared on Wang Chen's face. Yi Dao Liang Duan, brother, you're amazing, not only fighting 1,000 alone, but now also declaring war on a big guild by yourself. To be honest, that's really fierce. It seems that the previous events have already fermented on the forum, and here comes Yi Dao Liang Duan's message. Dao San Shang, there's no way, I didn't provoke them, yet they found me, so I can only fight back. Yi Dao Liang Duan, brother, you don't need to explain much, I know the dirty business of that big guild better than you, they found you because they need your help. Dao San Shang, as the president of the Dawnwings, what could I possibly help with? It's no wonder Wang Chen was puzzled. If he remembered correctly, the Dawnwings were in Ireland City. Moreover, the Dawnwings were a force not inferior to the Aurora Guild. What could trouble them? At this moment, Yi Dao Liang Duan sent another message, and Wang Chen finally understood. Yi Dao Liang Duan, I'm in Ireland City, and near the main city, I've discovered the instance Flame Camp, a beginner instance similar to the Wailing Mine in Greenwild City, and I want to invite you and the people from the Infinite Battle Group to help clear it. Wang Chen knew that Yi Dao Liang Duan was referring to Little Stone and others, definitely not including him. After all, with his notorious red name, he was already well known on the forum. Sure enough, after some inquiries, he learned that Yi Dao Liang Duan wanted to invite two people, Lost Star and Little Stone. As for Tu Xiaoling and Li Taiju, Yi Dao Liang Duan didn't mention them. From the information Yi Dao Liang Duan provided, Wang Chen speculated some things. It was likely that after the Yi Wailing Mine, other secondary main cities had gradually begun to see instances appear. However, the slow emergence of instances and the need to ask others for help was puzzling. With doubts in his heart, Wang Chen asked a few more questions and finally understood the reason. It turned out that it was fundamentally about competition, competing with the other two major guilds in Ireland City. Besides the Dawnwings, there were two other major guilds choosing to develop in this city. Therefore, to get ahead of the other two guilds, Yi Dao Liang Duan thought of Wang Chen and his Infinite Battle Group. As long as they could first clear the Flame Camp, even at the difficult level, the Dawnwings could establish authority and become a benchmark in Ireland City. This would be very beneficial for the guild's growth, at least allowing them to seize the initiative. Although the strongest Wang Chen couldn't go due to his red name, his teammates could. Wang Chen also understood why Yi Dao Liang Duan only invited Little Stone and Lost Star. It was definitely because these two were hidden professions. Those who are observant know that the two of them have been following Wang Chen since the Novice village. And they obtained a special class transfer token during the boss battle for the village quest. So even if they haven't mentioned it to anyone, some people can guess. It seems that Taiju and the Big Loli are being looked down upon, even though they are also on the server-wide announcement list. After clarifying the reason, Wang Chen pondered for a moment and decided to agree. Due to the conflict with the Sword Rain Guild, aside from the rogue rabbit Xiaolang, the rest of the group, including Xiaoshi too, are currently idle. This is a good opportunity to leave Greenwild City and also grind dungeons to accumulate experience. Moreover, their trip is not without compensation. Yi Dao Erdogan has already made a promise. Regardless of whether they clear the dungeon or not, each person will pay 20 gold coins for repair fees. If they successfully clear a normal level dungeon, each person will pay an additional 20 gold coins. If they succeed in a hard level dungeon, each person will pay another 50 gold coins, plus they can choose one piece of equipment from the dungeon. This treatment is quite generous, showing Yi Dao Erdogan's sincerity. Although my two teammates are both hidden classes, they are actually still newbies in the game. If Yi Dao Erdogan's guild leader is willing to help me train their gaming skills, then I will agree. Wang Chen finally stated his condition. It took a while for Yi Dao Erdogan to send a message back, seemingly considering it. I can agree to this request, but you know that so-called gaming skills ultimately depend on one's understanding of the game and the class. Everyone has different talents, and I can't guarantee the results. Wang Chen certainly understood this, as people are not the same. Xiao Shi 2 and the others have only gained a higher starting point by transferring to hidden classes, which does not necessarily mean they will become experts. However, through their previous interactions, Wang Qin felt that Xiao Shi 2 and the others were quite talented. After all, they are all top students who could get into Longjing University, so their brains can't be bad. With professional gaming experts to guide them, combined with their hidden class advantages, it wouldn't be difficult to become ordinary experts. As for becoming top experts, that would depend on themselves. After confirming the message with Yidao Erdogan, Wang Chen mentioned this in the team chat. Xiao Shi 2 and Mi Lu Xingxing did not express any objections. They also wanted to strengthen their abilities to help Wang Chen as soon as possible. The other members of the Infinite Battle Group were already aware of the situation regarding the battle between the Sword Rain Guild and Wang Chen. Although their own leader had achieved a great victory, they still felt a bit guilty. They felt that, as members of the Infinite Battle Group, they couldn't be of any help. With the opportunity to learn some skills this time, the two naturally agreed wholeheartedly and prepared to give it their all. Tai Shan Kao, Dao Go, what about me? What should I do? In the team chat, Li Taiju's tone was confused. Rabbit Xiaolang was fine, she already had a task to investigate the movements of the Sword Rain Guild. But he had no arrangements at all. Could he only count ants in Green Wild City? Seeing Li Taiju's message, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this silly guy. After thinking for a moment, he replied in the team chat, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I have a task for you too. Wait until Xiao Lang figures out the situation of the Sword Rain Guild members, then I will have a good talk with them. Even if I can't make them disband, I will make them quiet down. At that time, our Infinite Battle Group will start recruiting, and I will do this with you. After calming Li Taiju by sharing his plans, Wang Chen casually asked Rabbit Xiaolang. It has been quite a while, why hasn't this big loli sent any news? Rabbit Xiaolang, don't worry, I'm right behind their main force, and Qingyu Ruyan is also here. It seems they have discovered a boss's trace and are starting a guild activity. Once I figure out the location, I'll let you know. Seeing Rabbit Xiaolang's message, Wang Chen temporarily suppressed his urge to go on a killing spree. Finally, he opened the message from Yi San-ku and found it was sent before he logged off yesterday. It said he had completed the task and wanted to join Wang Chen's Infinite Battle Group in Green Wild City. Wang Chen had promised to help him with this before, so there was no reason to refuse now. After replying to him, Wang Chen didn't dwell on it and chased after Fu Shang Ruomeng. It turned out that seeing him standing there in a daze, knowing he had something to do, Fu Shang Ruomeng went off to find monsters first. By the time Wang Chen caught up with Fu Shang Ruomeng, he had already summoned the wild boar called War God again and was farming monsters. The Beast King Hunter pet can be revived after death, but it will lose loyalty. If loyalty is too low, it will affect the pet's attack, and in severe cases, it may even defect. With a casual, infinite flame explosion, Wang Chen eliminated Fu Shang Ruomeng's target and watched as a new batch of shadow leopards refreshed in the area. Shall we continue? Fu Shang Ruomeng shrugged indifferently, and he naturally had no reason to refuse. Not only could he passively gain experience, but he could also happily skin the monsters. Following the same method, Wang Chen continued to farm shadow leopards. This area, close to the riverbank, had a greater number of monsters. Breaking Army. Charge, Blink, Ice Ring, Slow, Ring of Flames. Wang Chen's figure darted around, using the Ring of Flames to clear the area after attracting a large wave of monsters. After several waves, he noticed a large ancient tree at the slope by the riverbank, big enough for several people to hug. Under the shade of the tree, a large group of shadow leopards wandered about, probably numbering in the hundreds. He quickly used Blink and Charge to get over there, not forgetting to call out to Fu Shang Ruomeng behind him. Just as he arrived and was about to take action, he made an unexpected discovery. In the shaded area at the bottom of the slope, near the roots of the ancient tree, a hidden cave had appeared. A quest? A treasure chest? Or a boss? The moment he saw the cave, many thoughts raced through Wang Chen's mind. He was willing to believe that every cave in the Apocalypse world appeared for a reason. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen quickly approached the cave. Suddenly, a monster's figure appeared before his eyes. It was a yellow leopard, currently lying there asleep. Broken Fawn, level 25, rare monster, health 520,000. The moment Wang Chen saw the monster in the cave, he felt that today must be his lucky day. First, he had the luck of the European king triggering Divine Might, instantly killing a level 35 Lord-level boss. Not only that, but he also pulled out 4 epic items, with a black hand turned red. And now, he had discovered another rare monster, which was like a moving treasure. Wang Chen did not forget the first boss he killed, that rare monster, Summoning Snail. To this day, the accessory that could summon the spirit of a great wolf had not been replaced, not to mention he still had an epic quest item in his backpack. The only regret was that princess's necklace, which he still didn't know where to trigger the quest. Infinite flame explosion. Minus 28,234. The fireball, carrying intense heat, sliced through the air and smashed directly onto Broken Fong's head. The assassination effect triggered with a critical hit attack plus 94% skill completion, resulting in a nearly 30,000 red critical damage. Not only that, but there was also nearly 200 points of burning damage occurring every second. The yellow leopard, deeply trapped in sweet dreams, let out a howl and jumped up, quickly locking onto Wang Chen as the culprit. Roar! With a low growl, the yellow leopard pounced directly into the air. In an instant, it crossed over 20 yards and appeared above Wang Chen's head. Anticipating the attack, Wang Chen sidestepped to avoid the pounce and pressed the fireball onto its head. Minus 13,976, minus 382. With just 2 flame explosions, this boss with hundreds of thousands of health had lost nearly 1/10 of its health bar. At this moment, Wang Chen also understood why this yellow big leopard was called Broken Fong, because one of its protruding fangs was broken. When Broken Fong missed its strike, it was instead hit twice by the detestable human in front of it. With a low growl, it charged forward again, transforming into a yellow shadow with incredible speed. However, while it was fast, Wang Chen was even faster. Each time Broken Fong lunged, it simply couldn't hit Wang Chen. In fact, it would often be countered with a fierce attack, and once, a fire blast was directly fed into its mouth. In just half a minute, Broken Fong's health had dropped to nearly half, showcasing the terrifying damage Wang Chen was dealing. This was still because Wang Chen had to split his attention to deal with other ordinary monsters, as the surrounding shadow leopards had not been cleared yet. Just as Broken Fong's health dropped to 50%, Wang Chen heard a low growl, and then the boss's figure vanished from his sight. He immediately realized that Broken Fong was transitioning to the next phase, entering a stealth state. However, Wang Chen remained calm, standing still. Even if it was in stealth, he was confident he could dodge at the last moment. With his current base attributes, his movements could easily keep up with his reactions. Just like when the rogue from Sword Rain Studio had ambushed him, he could evade before the opponent revealed themselves to attack. Even without using the infinite invisibility technique, these stealth units posed no threat to him. However, while Wang Chen thought this way, Broken Fong quickly taught him a lesson. Even though Wang Chen was fully alert, he failed to notice the slightest trace of the yellow leopard. It was like a top-tier assassin, astonishingly high in stealth level. Roar! Just as Wang Chen was about to unleash the area spell flame ring to blow it out, a low growl suddenly came from behind him. He then found himself trapped in a 2.7-second dread state, unable to move. This strong control skill was supposed to last 3 seconds, but Wang Chen's passive resilience reduced it by 0.3 seconds. At the same time, Broken Fong revealed itself behind Wang Chen and launched a fierce attack. 782, absorb, 821, absorb, 864, absorb, 903, absorb. Broken Fong's attacks were incredibly high, leaving Wang Chen somewhat shocked. With his high defenses and 20% passive damage reduction, he was still taking such damage. Not only that, but Broken Fong's attack frequency was also extremely fast, about once every 0.6 seconds. And that wasn't all, its attacks also had an armor-piercing effect. The increasing damage Wang Chen received indicated that this armor-piercing effect was quite abnormal. As soon as the 2.7 seconds of strong control ended, Wang Chen quickly used a blink spell to create distance. Although he was still at full health, his magic shield had already disappeared, and the shield value from his bright light set had dropped significantly. Raising his hand to cast another magic shield on himself, Wang Chen looked at the charging Broken Fong with a much more serious expression. This yellow big leopard was indeed quite powerful, a natural assassin. Its previous stealth left no trace at all, and its combination of control and attack felt smoother than that of a player. If it weren't for encountering Wang Chen, 99% of players at this stage would have to suffer defeat. Big cat, you're pretty impressive. Let me play with you for a while. Wang Chen tightened his grip on his weapon and forcefully slid forward. He glided towards the direction Broken Fong was charging from, directly slipping beneath it. Normal attack, 4580. The power of Ragozer swept across Broken Fong's belly, not hitting a vital spot, only a white damage number popped up. Slow spell, immune. Wang Chen attempted to apply a slow buff to the boss, but it was clear that Broken Fong's template check was immune to such control. Since that's the case, he could only rely on speed and agility to deal with it. Magic Missile, 4276. Taking advantage of the moment when Broken Fong's attack missed, Wang Chen quickly cast a spell, and a missile struck Broken Fong's head. After reactivating Infinite Fire Blast, he didn't immediately launch the fireball. Instead, as the boss charged forward, he sidestepped and drove the blazing fireball directly into Broken Fong's mouth. minus 29,124, minus 945. With a critical hit and burn damage, it directly took away nearly 1/10 of Broken Fang's health. Just as he was about to be bitten, Wang Chen used Blink to create distance again. Thus, they exchanged blows back and forth. Wang Chen alternated between charging and blinking, and with his terrifying movement speed, Broken Fang kept suffering setbacks. Unbeknownst to him, Broken Fang's health had already dropped to 20%, howling in agony, and it seemed it would soon be finished off. I wonder if this big cat will stealth again. Its skill should have cooldowns. Just as Wang Chen was thinking this and hastening his actions to finish off this rare boss, Fu Shang Ruomeng finally arrived late, apparently having finished skinning the shadow leopard over there. Upon seeing the fierce battle between man and beast, Fu Shang Ruomeng's gaze naturally fell on Broken Fang. A rare beast? When he recognized the monster's appearance and type, Fu Shang Ruomeng's pupils instantly constricted. Then, his expression changed as he thought of something and suddenly shouted at Wang Chen, "Don't kill it, spare the leopard." At this moment, Broken Fang's health was already below 10%, and it was likely to die at Wang Chen's hands in a few seconds. Since leaving the Novice village, Wang Chen hadn't had a satisfying one-on-one battle with a boss for a long time. Now, facing this yellow big cat, he found the familiar joy again. However, due to his current attributes being too strong, he no longer felt the thrill of being at risk of dying at any moment. Holding the fire blast in his hand, Wang Chen was about to finish off Broken Fang when he was suddenly stopped by Fu Shang Ruomeng's loud shout. Rolling to avoid Broken Fang's dying struggle, he turned to Fu Shang Ruomeng. "What's wrong, brother Fu Shang? Is this big cat your relative?" Hearing this, Fu Shang Ruomeng froze, immediately wanting to PK Wang Chen in real life. However, seeing the fireball in Wang Chen's hand, he knew time was of the essence. If he didn't clarify quickly, he might lose the chance to turn things around, so he hurriedly explained. "I want to tame this big cat as a pet. Rare monsters are definitely powerful." "A pet?" Wang Chen was puzzled. Can Beast King Hunter really tame rare monsters? If what Fu Shang Ruomeng said is true, and he really tamed the Broken Fang in front of him, then it was easy to imagine that his strength would skyrocket with Broken Fang. Through their earlier encounter, Wang Chen had already experienced the power of this rare monster. Not only was its attack power high, but its attack frequency was also extremely fast and it had armor-piercing capabilities. Additionally, it could stealth like an assassin to enhance control. From any perspective, it was a perfect pet. Thinking of this, Wang Chen retracted the fire blast in his hand. While using Blink and Charge to maneuver, he confirmed with Fu Shang Ruomeng. "Are you sure you can tame a rare monster? Can't you only tame pets like demonic wild boar?" Fu Shang Ruomeng's mouth twitched. Having a rare pet was better than any bicycle. No, it was better than a demonic wild boar. However, for the sake of the pet, he patiently explained. It turned out that Beast King Hunter could tame not only ordinary monsters as pets but also rare monsters, though the difficulty would be much greater. However, this rare monster was limited to non-humanoid types, such as beasts, insects, and ants. But there was a key point: rare monsters are something you can encounter but cannot seek out. Even if a player gets lucky and encounters it, they would usually call their friends to take it down like a boss, just like Wang Chen did. Why wait for the Beast King Hunter to tame it, wasting a bunch of foreseeable good things? After listening to Fu Shang Ruomeng's explanation, Wang Chen understood. Looking at Fu Shang Ruomeng's intense gaze fixed on Broken Fang, as if he had seen a stunning beauty, a sudden idea flashed in Wang Chen's mind. He nodded to indicate he understood, but then struck Broken Fang again under Fu Shang Ruomeng's incredulous stare. Minus 19,231. Roar! Broken Fang let out a mournful cry, and a massive red critical damage number popped up above its head. The already dwindling health bar was on the brink of collapse. As long as Wang Chen cast his fire explosion again, it would be a one-hit kill. Fu Shang Ruomeng, seeing this, first wore a confused expression, then quickly ran to Wang Chen's side. "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that I would tame it as a pet?" His tone was tinged with a hint of accusation due to his excitement. At this moment, Wang Chen sneered and retorted, "When did I say that? After all, we are just temporary teammates. I discovered this boss first and was about to take it down solo. What benefit do I get from letting you tame it? You seem to be an experienced player, you can't be unclear about the value of a rare monster. Right? If I get lucky, I might even drop a legendary level piece of equipment. Why should I just hand it over to you as a pet?" Wang Chen's sudden change of attitude left Fu Shang Ruomeng at a loss, and his words were undeniably reasonable. To put it bluntly, they had only just met, and that was through the absent third party, Little Stone. Realizing this, Fu Shang Ruomeng felt a bit disheartened, thinking he had been overly optimistic. Indeed, the value of a rare monster was immense, especially one as powerful as this. It is Well known that rare monsters do not have a fixed template, their strength could range from elite to legendary or even mythical. The probability of them dropping good items is also higher, generally exceeding their strength level by a tier. So, Wang Chen truly had no reason to give up Broken Fong to someone he had just met. However, it's not impossible to let you have this boss. Just as Fu Sheng Ruomeng was about to give up, Wang Chen's voice came again, igniting a glimmer of hope in him. A hint of a smile flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he dodged Broken Fong's attacks and said softly, "There are no other conditions, as long as you're willing to join the Infinite Battle Group." After saying this, as if to clarify, he added, "Such a powerful pet, with high attack and armor penetration, plus the ability to go invisible and control effectively, is comparable to top players. It's absolutely a rare find. If I give it to someone unrelated, wouldn't I be increasing my own threat? What if one day you turn against me? Only by joining the Infinite Battle Group can I feel at ease, and it would also strengthen my team, not wasting this precious rare monster." Wang Chen's earnest persuasion made Fu Sheng Ruomeng realize that this was his ultimate goal. After all this time, this guy still hadn't given up on pulling him into the Infinite Battle Group, waiting for him here. However, Fu Sheng Ruomeng still had some doubts. He hadn't engaged with the virtual gaming world for a long time. This time entering the apocalypse world was also due to accidentally learning some news from certain channels. He then changed his identity and secretly re-entered the game. He only wanted to play the game well by himself, to verify the authenticity of the information he had received. He had no intention of joining any faction, as that would limit him. Seemingly sensing Fu Sheng Ruomeng's hesitation and concerns, Wang Chen spoke again to persuade him. "I'm still saying what I said before, joining the Infinite Battle Group is just to have you help me train some experts. I won't interfere with your freedom in daily life, and it's fine if you don't participate in team activities." Wang Chen's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Floating life like a dream looked at the nearby Broken Fong, as if he had made a certain decision. "I agree. But let me make it clear, if one day you go back on your word and force me to do something I don't want to do, I'd rather quit the game than comply." Floating life like a dream knew that Wang Chen had put in so much effort to recruit him, so he anticipated that the contract would be quite harsh and wanted to be prepared. Seeing that he finally relented, Wang Chen laughed heartily and sent the contract through the system. After seeing the contract, Floating life like a dream's expression relaxed a bit, somewhat surprised. It was much more lenient than he had imagined, but from now on, he would be bound to the Infinite Battle Group in the Apocalypse world. Since he had already agreed, Floating life like a dream didn't hesitate and directly signed the contract, then spoke to Wang Chen. "All right, you can disengage from the battle using your previous method. To tame the pet, I need to face it one-on-one. Are you sure?" Wang Chen was quite surprised by Floating life like a dream's request. The large cat in front of them was not easy to deal with, even though he knew Floating life like a dream was an expert. Facing Wang Chen's doubtful gaze, Floating life like a dream smiled lightly. "Anyway, the contract has been signed. What are you worried about, Captain? Just watch me now." Since he had already joined the Infinite Battle Group, Floating life like a dream felt there was no need to be too low-key. Properly showcasing his strength could also grant him more autonomy in the future. It just so happened that taming a pet indeed required him to step in personally, so his request was not out of place. Watching the confident look in Floating life like a dream's eyes, Wang Chen didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Blink, infinite invisibility. After using the two skills, Wang Chen's figure slowly disappeared from Broken Fong's sight. Although Broken Fong didn't understand what was happening, it still let out a victorious roar and returned to its cave. Floating life like a dream watched Wang Chen's invisibility in amazement, thinking it was a skill brought by a hidden profession. As Broken Fong returned to its cave to continue its deep sleep, Floating life like a dream first stored away his demonic wild boar, then took out his hunting bow. He was about to officially start a one-on-one battle with Broken Fong, only in this way would he have a chance to tame it. "This is for you, consider it a little buff." Wang Chen remembered that there were still some elegant spirit cat scrolls left in the corner of his backpack, so he immediately took out a few and handed them to Floating life like a dream. After seeing the scroll's attributes, Floating life like a dream didn't refuse, thanked him, and directly used them. Balanced shot. Minus 5,686. An arrow shot out, hitting Broken Fong right in the left eye. However, since this was a game, apart from a yellow critical damage notification popping up, the boss didn't go blind. This damage made Wang Chen raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Floating life like a dream, an ordinary profession, could deal such output. It seemed either his equipment was particularly good, or his skill execution was very high, or perhaps both. With a curious mind, Wang Chen stepped back to a suitable distance to watch the battle. Broken Fawn felt very frustrated today. It had been sleeping soundly, dreaming of galloping through the coastal forest. Instead, it was awakened by a pesky human with a fireball, followed by a flurry of punches. After overcoming difficulties to win, Broken Fawn was ready to return to its cave to continue its previous beautiful dream, but was painfully awakened again. I want to tear this annoying human apart. With this resentment, Broken Fawn let out a roar and pounced towards Floating Life. Like a dream. Wang Chen closely watched Floating Life like a dream's movements, curious about how he would respond. If he remembered correctly, archers had a skill to create distance from enemies called escape. He wondered if Floating Life like a dream had learned it and if he would use it now. Nest, it can be done like this too? To Wang Chen's surprise, Floating Life as a dream displayed a technique he had never seen before. He watched as Floating Life as a dream glided effortlessly, dodging the pounce of Broken Tooth like flowing water. Not only that, but he also took the opportunity to extend his leg and push off from Broken Tooth, instantly creating several meters of distance. At the same time, he continuously shot arrows from his hunting bow, hitting Broken Tooth in the head once more. Minus 4,672. This time the damage wasn't as high as before, but it was still a critical hit. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, looking quite pleasing to the eye. The subsequent process was much the same. Floating Life as a dream relied on that strange footwork to dance around the boss. The moves he displayed occasionally made Wang Chen cheer, exclaiming in admiration. Without a doubt, Floating Life as a dream was also a super expert in free mode. Moreover, his footwork was quite extraordinary. Many of the movements seemed easy to Wang Chen, but to execute them smoothly and naturally would likely require dedicated practice for some time. This was still due to his foundation in real-world martial arts, which made understanding some routines easier. After all, boxing and footwork are inseparable. A good boxing technique must have corresponding footwork, or else it would be difficult to unleash its power. Balanced shot, shock shot, viper, sting. One sharp arrow after another flowed from Floating Life as a dream's hands, and Broken Tooth's health slowly decreased under such attacks. Although it couldn't compare to Wang Chen's previous attacks, it was still among the best in the current player stage. At least during the earlier battle with the Sword Rain Guild, if Sword Rain had a master like Floating Life as a dream, Wang Chen would definitely not have had it so easy. Time passed slowly, and Wang Chen's gaze never left Floating Life as a dream's movements. While admiring his mysterious footwork, he also tried to absorb some techniques from it. I wonder how Floating Life will respond when Broken Tooth uses its stealth skill. Just as Wang Chen was feeling excited, San-ku sent a message. Master, I've arrived at Green Wild City. I saw the video on the forum. You really are amazing, but you need to be careful of someone from the Sword Rain Guild. This person is their strongest player with a glorious record. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and replied. Who is this person? And why didn't they act before? He was curious why such a powerful figure hadn't made a move earlier. As a result, several elite teams from the Sword Rain Guild suffered heavy losses, which in turn enhanced Wang Chen's reputation. San-ku seemed to be waiting for Wang Chen's reply and quickly provided an explanation. This person's name is Xiao Wuxun. In reality, he is a disciple of an ancient swordsmanship school and is also a powerful boxer. He is Qingyu Ruyan's boyfriend, known in the game as Wuxing Sword. Madman. I've heard he has already switched to a hidden class. Moreover, the most crucial point is that he ranks 9th in the Hall of Fame, an absolute master. Previously, he didn't participate in the battle because he had a falling out with Qingyu Ruyan and went to level up alone, but since he is one of the founders of Sword Rain, he will definitely make a move later. So that's how it is, Wang Chen thought to himself, feeling a bit intrigued. Since San-ku had definitely seen some of his performances online through videos, and still reminded him to be cautious, this Xiao Wuxing must be extraordinary. I wonder how he compares to Floating Life. Wang Chen murmured to himself as he looked in the direction of Floating Life as a dream. He opened the team interface and sent a team invitation to San-ku, while also sending one to Floating Life as a dream. After San-ku joined the team, Wang Chen arranged a message in the team chat. Dao San Shang a Tai Shan Kyo, buddy, you take to familiarize himself with the team's little manner. He's a newcomer. After doing all this, Wang Chen eagerly anticipated watching Floating Life as a dream's movements. At that moment, Broken Tooth predictably entered stealth mode, and the familiar scene was about to unfold once more. With the health of a fleeting life like a dream, if were to intimidate him, the outcome would be predictable. Not everyone possesses Wang Chen's defense and health. Floating Life like a dream would surely fall under S overwhelming attack. Perhaps sensing the danger, a serious expression finally appeared on Floating Life like a dream's previously indifferent face. His subsequent maneuvers left Wang Chen in awe. He never expected such feats could be achieved with just free movement. Suddenly, Floating Life like a dream's body began to tremble violently, swaying back and forth within a few meters. The speed of his movements created an illusion of multiple floating life like a dreams in the area. With Wang Chen's eyesight, he couldn't distinguish which was the real one. What the hell, is that a body swap? Wang Chen was dumbfounded. Roar! Floating life like a dream's actions dazzled Wang Chen, and just then, the low growl of echoed. It was no different from the previous attack pattern against Wang Chen, let out a low growl and lunged with its claws. However, it quickly realized something was off, as the attacking figure suddenly vanished. Even though it was just a game boss, it stood there momentarily stunned. Its simple intelligence seemed to crash, confusion evident in its eyes. But floating life like a dream didn't give any time to react. After revealing himself 5 meters away, he shot an arrow straight into SI. Minus 6,736. The arrow lodged in S forehead, eliciting another painful roar. Following that, floating life like a dream grew bolder, arrows raining down upon. Wang Chen noticed that almost all of his attacks targeted vital points, with a high critical hit probability. Under floating life like a dream's fluid maneuvers, could only scramble behind him. 40%, 30%, 20%. As the boss's health dwindled, floating life like a dream's eyes sparkled brighter. Finally, when S health dropped to around 5%, floating life like a dream halted his attacks. Suddenly, a green light appeared in his hand, directly connecting to S head. As this skill of the was activated, the ferocious glare in S eyes showed a hint of confusion. However, this confusion was quickly replaced by ferocity, and it lunged at floating life like a dream once more. Anticipating this, floating life like a dream pushed off the ground with his legs and jumped back. He had indeed learned this skill, and now, at this critical moment, he finally used it. Reappearing 20 yards away, floating life like a dream drew his hunting bow again and resumed attacking. It wasn't until S health fell to 3% that he used the skill again. This time, was dazed for a bit longer, but still did not completely submit. Seeing that he still hadn't succeeded in taming it, floating life like a dream's eyes showed signs of anxiety. He only had 3 chances, and if he failed the last one, he would have to wait until tomorrow. But who knows what might happen then? Floating life like a dream was unwilling to let it come to that unless absolutely necessary. After the second taming attempt failed, he drew his hunting bow once more. This time, he directly brought S health below 1%, nearly to the point where a single touch would mean death. As the final taming action unfolded, floating life like a dream focused intently on S reaction. The tense atmosphere infected Wang Chen, who dared not make a sound from a distance. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. As let out a low growl, its originally red hostile state suddenly turned green. Success! The tamed S level dropped to 1, and it would require floating life like a dream to spend time leveling it up. However, the joy on his face indicated that was of no concern. Wang Chen stepped forward, curious to inquire. How are the attribute skills of this big cat? I hope it didn't disappoint you. Floating life like a dream was already in a good mood, and upon hearing Wang Chen's words, he immediately went to check the attributes and skills of Broken Tooth. Soon, a look of surprise visibly appeared on his face, and he couldn't wait to say to Wang Chen, "Let's go, Captain, we need to level up. My war god urgently needs to upgrade." Wang Chen was puzzled. Isn't your demonic wild boar also called war god? To his surprise, floating life like a dream directly summoned the demonic wild boar upon hearing this and then chose to release it. As he watched the demonic wild boar gradually disappear into the dense forest, floating life like a dream then looked puzzled and said, "What, demonic wild boar? My war god pet is right here." Following his actions, Wang Chen saw the original name of Broken Tooth disappear and the words war god appear. Wang Chen. Half an hour later, at a place called the Emerald Logging Site. Wang Chen was, just like before with the Shadow Leopard, pulling a group of a certain type of ghoul monster. Boiling Blood Ghoul, normal monster. Level 25, health 6000. Compared to the previous Shadow Leopard, this type of monster had thicker health, but its movement speed was somewhat slow. So Wang Chen could still easily manage it, pulling in a large wave of monsters. Up to now, he was only 200,000 experience points away from leveling up. Floating life like a dream had not leveled up yet, because he had distributed all the experience he gained to his pet, War God. The yellow leopard that was originally called Broken Tooth had now reached level 13. It was estimated that in a few more hours, it would catch up in levels. And War God did not disappoint floating life like a dream's expectations, gradually revealing the fangs of a rare pet. Now, although it was only level 13, its health had already reached 10,000. This was still because it wasn't a tank pet, otherwise, its health might be even higher. Not only that, compared to its health, its attack was even more outrageous. Wang Chen estimated that when it reached his current level, its panel attributes would likely be higher than his. Of course, this was also because Wang Chen's equipment had not been updated. Even though he was close to level 24, he was still wearing a full set of level 10 Ningguang gear, with the highest level 15 equipment being only one piece. While grinding monsters, Wang Chen also chatted casually with Floating Life Like a Dream. He had already inquired about the skills Floating Life Like a Dream displayed when soloing the boss. That flowing, seamless footwork was called Flowing Cloud Step, taking the meaning of flowing water and falling flowers. It was a game movement technique that Floating Life Like a Dream created by combining his real-life skills. As for the technique to dodge, Broken Tooth, yes. Stealth attack, it was called Flowing Cloud Phantom Body. It could also be called a battle skill in the virtual game, which was a technique that consumed a lot of mental energy. According to Floating Life Like a Dream, he couldn't use that Flowing Cloud Phantom Body battle skill more than twice in a short period. Otherwise, the game would detect excessive mental consumption in reality and directly disconnect the game link. This was the first time Wang Chen learned that there were battle skills in virtual games. The Hall of Fame had a total of 1,000 people, and those ranked lower could be replaced at any time. However, the top 50 in the Hall of Fame seemed to possess extraordinary battle skills. It was precisely because of these battle skills that could be used in every virtual game that the status of the top 50 Hall of Fame experts was almost unshakable. So, Floating Life, you are one of the top 50 experts in the Hall of Fame. I wonder what rank you are. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen asked this question. However, Floating Life Like a Dream did not answer him, only reminding him to pay attention to the Sword Rain Guild's Shao Wuxing, like a leaf with 3 withered branches. This made Wang Chen's interest in Shao Wuxing grow stronger, and he increasingly wanted to witness the so-called sword madman of Wuxing. Did the sword really come from nothing? Just as Wang Chen was thinking about these things while grinding monsters, Rabbit Xiaoling finally sent a message. Rabbit Xiaoling, hurry up, it's a legendary boss, their target is actually a legendary boss. Legendary boss? Wang Chen cleared the monsters around him with a few flame rings and couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the message from Rabbit Xiaoling. Where? What legendary boss? It's obvious that in the game, bosses are always the most attractive. Floating Life Like a Dream, who was staring at his pet with a foolish smile, suddenly woke up, coming out of his daze. Wang Chen showed him the chat screenshot from Rabbit Xiaoling and explained, I asked Xiaoling to scout the movements of the Sword Rain Guild, and unexpectedly stumbled upon Qingyu Ruyan organizing a guild event, and their target is actually a legendary boss. So, Captain, what are you planning? Floating Life Like a Dream asked tentatively, but he had already guessed. Wang Chen sneered. That's right, it would be rude not to reciprocate. They are hunting me, so I must retaliate. Besides, I've already posted a counter-hunt thread on the forum, I can't go back on my word. Not hiding his intentions, Wang Chen looked at Floating Life Like a Dream. So, how about it? Do you want to join me for this? Hearing this, Floating Life Like a Dream fell into deep thought, then instead of refusing, he asked back, Captain, do you know how many of them there are? Are you sure we can take on a guild with just the 2 of us? And your big move skill must still be on cooldown, right? During this time of idling, Floating Life Like a Dream had learned about Wang Chen's previous exploits from the forum. While admiring Wang Chen's powerful abilities, he could also tell that Wang Chen must have used some skill with a long cooldown. Otherwise, there would be no need to play this game, Wang Chen would be invincible. Hearing Floating Life Like a Dream's concerns, Wang Chen laughed heartily. Don't worry, I have my own plan, but you should keep your distance. Just in case I really can't handle it, you and Xiaoling can come to my aid. Floating Life Like a Dream still had doubts in his eyes, but since Wang Chen insisted, he didn't say more. Then the captain transferred to Wang Chen, and Wang Chen grouped Rabbit Xiaoling into the team. From the large map, they could see that Rabbit Xiaoling was still quite far from them. She should be further north from the Crimson Mountains that Wang Chen had previously visited, and it seemed she was close to another secondary main city. After confirming the location, Wang Chen and Floating Life Like a Dream headed there together. On the way, both used elegant spirit cat scrolls to increase their movement speed. Additionally, Floating Life Like a Dream used a skill called Cheetah Guardian, which is an aura skill that increases movement speed by 20% in non-combat status. With various buffs stacked, their travel speed surged. Especially Wang Chen, who could almost only be seen as a blur. Compared to Floating Life Like a Dream, who was a Beastmaster hunter focused on agility, his speed was much faster, leaving Floating Life Like a Dream feeling a bit frustrated. However, due to Wang Chen's noticeable evil value and bloodlight, their figures attracted some curious onlookers. But because they couldn't keep up with the two's speed, they ultimately gave up. Seeing this, Wang Chen suddenly remembered he had forgotten to do something and quickly used the invul mask to hide his red name status. Floating Life Like a Dream, who was following closely behind Wang Chen, suddenly saw him turn back to a white name status and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Of course, he also wisely refrained from asking questions, for Wang Chen to hide his red name in front of him was, in a way, a sign of great trust. As a veteran in the virtual gaming world, floating life like a dream naturally knew what to do and what not to do. Although their speed was fast, it still took them over an hour to reach Rabbit Xiaoling's location. System, you have discovered the scorching canyon. Rabbit Xiaoling must have been waiting for them at the entrance of the map, and upon seeing the two arrive, she finally appeared from her stealth state. You finally made it. Captain, are you planning to steal the boss? Wang Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that after some time apart, the little lowly seemed to have changed a lot and even took the initiative to call him captain. Fu Sheng Ruomeng greeted Tu Xiaolang with a smile after they met. From her unremarkable expression, it seemed she was not the old pervert he had imagined. It should be noted that although the little lowly was not tall, her appearance was absolutely exquisite. Especially her youthful little face paired with her proud assets, she was definitely a weapon against otaku. A mature young man like Fu Sheng Ruomeng seems to have a story, he's not just the tech geek I imagined. Wang Chen thought randomly as he looked towards the depths of the burning canyon. What's the situation now? Is the Sword Rain Guild fighting the boss? Fu Sheng Ruomeng also showed a concerned expression, clearly eager to know the specifics. Tu Xiaoling turned around and led the way ahead, quietly answering. They are fighting, but it's not going well. They've been wiped out several times, and I just saw them discussing strategies. Hearing this, Wang Chen chuckled. Just as I guessed, if a legendary boss were that easy to defeat, it wouldn't be legendary. Let's go see what kind of boss it is. 20 minutes later, the three appeared on a cliff. Wang Chen had no idea how Tu Xiaolang found this little path, but she led him and Fu Sheng Ruomeng through many twists and turns to get here. This map was called the Burning Canyon, and it truly lived up to its name. At a glance, all he could see were dark red rocks, and the air was filled with a sulfuric smell. The boss is right below us, and the Sword Rain Guild is over there. Be careful not to get spotted. Using a large rock for cover, Tu Xiaoling pointed down towards the canyon below the cliff. Following her direction, Wang Chen and the others saw a massive pool of lava. It was about 100 meters in circumference, right beneath the cliff. In the center of the lava pool, there was a bare circular piece of land. A red giant dragon with a wingspan of over 10 meters stood proudly, its wings slightly spread in a vigilant posture. 100 yards in front of it, players were densely packed, either sitting or standing. Ire Sidon? Red Flame, Level 20, Legendary Monster, World Dragon Offspring, Juvenile, Health 8 million. Upon seeing the true form of the boss, both Wang Chen and Fu Sheng Ruomeng couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was actually a legendary red dragon boss, although it was just a juvenile, the long health bar alone made their scalps tingle. They had no idea where the Sword Rain Guild had gotten the information to know that there was a juvenile giant dragon here. In the world of Apocalypse World, anything related to dragons was definitely not easy. Especially with the title of World Dragon Offspring, just thinking about it made their hearts race. This must count as a world boss. If it's just a juvenile, how monstrous would an adult dragon be? Wang Chen couldn't help but murmur, and Tu Xiaolang also looked in agreement. Meanwhile, Fu Sheng Ruomeng chuckled, as if educating the two. Whether it's a world boss or not can be confirmed during the boss fight. If its health increases with the number of players around, then it's definitely a world boss. After saying this, he sighed. I'm curious about what this so-called world dragon is. If it's a giant dragon, it must at least be mythic level. Just as the three were marveling at the boss's monstrosity, the Sword Rain Guild in the distance also began to stir. Using the rock in front of them for cover, Wang Chen and the others could observe the movements of the Sword Rain Guild with ease. This time, about 6,000 members of the Sword Rain Guild had come, divided into 6 groups of 1,000. These were all formal members who had signed contracts with Sword Rain, as this operation to strategize against a legendary boss needed to be kept as confidential as possible. Wang Chen estimated that the vast majority of the official members of the Sword Rain Guild were here. After all, the guild had only been established for a short time. Even with the foundation of the previous Sword Rain studio, their expansion wouldn't be that fast. Looking at the average level of these several thousand-person teams, it seems they have been wiped out a few times, otherwise, they wouldn't only be around level 13. Most ordinary players, if they had been grinding levels like crazy, would probably be around level 13 to 14. Guild members would be a bit higher, with an average level likely reaching 14. But now, as Wang Chen looked around, most of the members of the Sword Rain Guild were around level 13. There were even some at level 11. He couldn't tell if they had originally been low level or if they had died too many times. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt that the woman Qingyu Ruyan was a bit too anxious. This was a wild boss, not a dungeon. Dying would result in losing levels and equipment. At this rate, without Wang Chen needing to intervene, the Sword Rain Guild would be wiped out by her own actions, and what was there to talk about dominating Green Wild City? In fact, what Wang Chen thought, Qingyu Ruyan naturally could also think of. At this moment, behind the crowd at the cliff's edge, the main force of the Sword Rain Guild was all present. President, this won't do. This is a world boss. Its health will increase with the number of players around it. If we rush in like this, we will only end up wiped out. Stainless Steel Egg, as the chief MT of Sword Rain, sincerely expressed his opinion at this moment. He felt that today must be his unlucky day. So far, he had already dropped 2 levels. At first, he followed orders to encircle and kill the rogue Dao San Shang, only to be crushed like a chicken. Originally, according to Qingyu Ruyan's words, this was supposed to be a move to establish the reputation of the Sword Rain Guild. As a result, not only did they fail, but they also attracted ridicule. It was one thing to be laughed at. After all, Dao San Shang was just a rogue and couldn't stand alone against them. At most, they could avoid the spotlight for now and focus on leveling up. Once the elite members of the Sword Rain Guild developed, they would naturally find a way to deal with him. Stainless Steel Egg believed that the previous failure was simply due to misjudging the strength of the rogue. They hadn't researched his hidden class characteristics in advance to find his weaknesses. Plus, everyone had barely learned any skills and their equipment wasn't formed yet, which led to them being crushed and used as stepping stones. Who would have thought that after being wiped out in the Dark Forest, their president wouldn't settle down? Not knowing where she had heard about the existence of the boss in front of them, she immediately initiated another guild activity. Not only that, but this time she mobilized the vast majority of the official members. She was determined to use the title of taking down the first legendary boss of the Apocalypse world to make up for the reputation lost from the previous failure. And if luck was on their side, they could use the rewards from the legendary boss to take revenge on Dao San Shang, which was all foreseeable. Unfortunately, while the idea was beautiful, the reality was just like this. The members of the Sword Rain Guild who came over had basically all dropped levels, yet the boss was still there, unharmed. Xingyu Ruyan furrowed her brows tightly, realizing that she was too anxious and had lost her composure. If this continued, she would probably lose the bet with the Nanshan Consortium and thus lose control of the Sword Rain Guild. Dao San Shang. Gritting her teeth, a flash of resentment crossed Xingyu Ruyan's eyes. It was all this person's fault. That she, who had always been smooth sailing, had suffered consecutive defeats and had almost become a laughingstock in the gaming world. Thinking of the information from the Nanshan Consortium's Luo Shao not long ago, she let out a breath and made a decision. Team 6 will try again. This time, we will only send out 100 elite players. Fenggu, pay attention to the class ratio later. At the very least, we need to test out a few of the boss's skills. After giving instructions to Jian and Fenggu, Xingyu Ruyan adjusted her expression and walked over to a young man not far away. Don't be angry, Wuxing, it's not good for you. Are you really going to just watch as Sword Rain becomes a laughingstock? Besides, you're here because you want to help, right? The young man nicknamed Wuxing Sword Mad, also known as Xiao Wuxing, was holding a one-handed long sword, quietly observing the actions of Jian and Fenggu and others. After hearing Xingyu Ruyan's words, Xiao Wuxing's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly. Whether it becomes a laughingstock or not, it would be best if the Sword Rain Guild disbanded, so you can focus and work with me to properly manage the Sword Rain Studio. I, Xiao Wuxing, have no great ambitions. I'm just satisfied to play the game well. Upon hearing this, the smile on Xingyu Ruyan's face instantly vanished. She angrily walked over to Xiao Wuxing and lowered her voice. So this is what you have in mind. Let me tell you, Xiao Wuxing, it's impossible. Even if I lose everything, I will make the Sword Rain Guild thrive. This has been my dream all along. What I, Lu Qingyu, want to do, no one can stop, not even you as my boyfriend. And I'm not afraid to tell you, I've already signed a betting agreement with the Nanshan Consortium. If the Sword Rain Guild cannot dominate Green Wild City within a year, then you and I will have nothing, including the Sword Rain Studio. What? Lu Qingyu? How dare you? Xiao Wuxing's expression finally changed. Seeing this, Xingyu Ruyan revealed a victorious smile. You figure it out. If you don't want to lose the Sword Rain and me, then don't just stand by and watch. Show your strength as the Ninth of the Holy Hall. You. Xiao Wuxing's eyes were filled with pain. He never expected Lu Qingyu to be so reckless. After a long while, looking at Lu Qingyu's still stubborn and serious expression, this Wuxing Sword Mad lowered his head in despair. No matter what, the Sword Rain Studio was his hard work, and Lu Qingyu was his beloved. Although he didn't know when it started, Lu Qingyu had slowly changed, becoming someone he was gradually unfamiliar with. But even for the sake of the brothers in the original studio, he had to take action. Wait, I will go up with the team to test the waters and try to lower the bosses health as much as possible, but you need to think of a way to find a stronger tank, otherwise, we might still fail in the end. After saying this, Xiao Wuxing didn't look at Xingyu Ruyan again and walked directly towards the elite team pointed out by Jian and Fenggu. Boss Wuxing. Boss Wuxing is finally going to take action. This is stable, I heard. Boss Wuxing has a rare hidden class. If it weren't for the quarrel with the president, how could that Dao San Shang be so arrogant? Ah, it's been a long time since I've seen Boss Wuxing fight a boss. You new members can finally see some real action. Many newly joined members of the Sword Rain Guild came for the reputation of the ninth of the Holy Hall, Wuxing Sword Mad. When they saw Xiao Wuxing finally take action, the players of the Sword Rain Guild were extremely excited. Earlier, Xingyu Ruyun and Xiao Wuxing had spoken very quietly, and others hadn't heard them. They only saw their guild leader walk over and say something, and now the strongest player of Sword Rain, who had been standing by, finally took action. They didn't know that this virtual gaming couple, the president and vice president, had already developed a significant rift between them. Xingyu Ruyun saw Xiao Wuxing finally yield, a smile appearing in her eyes. As for the earlier mention of finding an MT, she had already thought of that without Xiao Wuxing needing to say it. Their chief MT, although a Hall of Fame player, was still a bit weak. Not only was he not a hidden class, but he had also lost 2 levels due to previous failures. The only solution now was to seek external help, and Xingyu Ruyun already had someone in mind. Opening her friend list, Xingyu Ruyun found a warrior player named Immovable Ming Wang. President Immovable Ming Wang, do you remember Ruyun? A few minutes later, she closed the friend chat window and murmured to herself. With the so-called immovable Ming Wang, the unshielded emperor, taking action, what does it matter if it's a legendary boss? He then looked over at Xiao Wuxing, who was discussing strategies with Jianan Fenggu not far away, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Wuxing, don't blame me, I had no choice but to do this. You won't mind, right? However, Xiao Wuxing did not hear her inquiry, as he was busy finalizing the last strategy with Jianan Fenggu. 100 people is still too many. For every additional player, the boss's health increases by 1% and its attack increases by 1%. I think we should just pull 20 players. Since they had decided to take action, Xiao Wuxing had no intention of holding back. After expressing his opinion, he added, although this time we are just testing the waters, we should try to lower the boss's health as much as possible to force it to reveal its skills at each stage. Jianan Fenggu nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, boss. Too many players can lead to chaos. I noticed that before, it was our lack of experience that caused several thousand player teams to be wiped out for no reason. He directly pointed out that the previous mindless strategy came from Xingyu Ruyun. As one of the most respected high-ranking members of the Sword Rain Guild, aside from Xiao Wuxing and Xingyu Ruyun, Jianan Fenggu had some emotional intelligence. Xiao Wuxing naturally understood what was going on, but at that moment, he had no mood to think about it. The two finalized their strategy and selected 17 players from the chosen 100. Together with the main tank, Stainless Steel Egg, they had a total of 20 people and began to advance towards the boss. The other players from the Sword Rain Guild consciously retreated to several hundred yards away to avoid accidentally entering the battle. As Stainless Steel Egg drew a crossbow and shot an arrow at Eierstenden Hong Yen, the boss battle began anew. Who dares to disturb the great Eierstenden Hong Yen? Is it you, little bug? As the boss spoke, its massive dragon body swayed and quickly charged towards Stainless Steel Egg. Normal attack, minus 2,245. The attack from Eierstenden Hong Yen landed on Stainless Steel Egg, dealing over 2,000 points of damage after heavy damage reduction. Taunt, shield, bash, armor break attack. Stainless Steel Egg steadied himself and began to use his skills. A few seconds later, the threat was successfully established. He then initiated breakthrough charge towards the distant cliff edge to create distance, finally leaning against the cliff to face the boss. This was the basic operation for a main tank, pulling the boss over while keeping its back to the other DPS. Leaning against the cliff also prevented being knocked back, which could cause a break in threat. As the chief MT of Sword Rain, Stainless Steel Egg's skills and awareness were naturally top-notch. Especially this time, to tackle the legendary boss, Xingyu Ruyun gathered the entire guild's strength to equip him with a full set of gear. There were 5 pieces of blue excellent quality gear and 1 epic level shield. This epic shield was contributed by a rogue player in the guild, who claimed to have stumbled upon it in a golden treasure chest. Therefore, Stainless Steel Egg's health had reached over 10,000 points, making him a veritable tank. The only mismatch might be his level, as he was only at level 13. This led to a higher probability of attacks missing or being dodged, which was unavoidable. Once the threat was stabilized, Xiao Wuxing, Jianan Fenggu, and other elite players with buffs began to deal damage. Shadow Arrow, Fireball, Arcane Blast, various spells from ranged classes flew through the air. The damage dealt to Eierstenden Hong Yen was around 2,000, with most being critical hits. Shadow Strike, Whirlwind Slash, Bonebreaker. Several melee players were also attacking the boss from behind. However, due to the size difference, they couldn't hit the critical spots, and their damage was far less than that of the ranged players. Nevertheless, considering the fast attack frequency of melee classes, it was still necessary to have a few physical classes in the mix. A total of 20 people participated in the boss battle, 2 main tanks, 5 healers, and 10 ranged and 3 melee players. All were carefully selected elite players, with everyone except for the stainless steel egg being above level 14. Especially notable was the lifeless sword madman, Xiao Wuxing, whose level had already reached 18, standing out among the crowd. The elite players of the Sword Rain Guild began their attack, and the highly anticipated lifeless sword madman also sprang into action. Xiao Wuxing, wielding a long sword, radiating orange light, leaped onto the dragon's back with a graceful flip, stepping on the tail of the airstand. Red Flame Dragon. His movements were light and swift, appearing elegant and carefree, prompting cheers from the Sword Rain players who witnessed this scene from afar. Sword Shadow Combo, Void Slash, Wind Spirit Stab. Minus 4,522, minus 3,624. Minus 7,542, minus 14,325. Xiao Wuxing moved nimbly, darting close to the back of the airstand. Red Flame to launch a fierce assault. The orange glow of his sword flashed, and terrifying damage numbers popped up above the boss's head. His attack speed was rapid, almost delivering 2 strikes per second. This was largely due to his hidden class, the Wind Spirit Swordsman. This was a rare class advancement for warriors, focusing on both strength and agility. Although he could only equip a single-handed sword, his attacks would deal additional natural damage, making his output capability very strong. Not only that, but he also possessed high evasion, akin to a non-invisible assassin. However, compared to the assassin class, the Wind Spirit Swordsman had significantly higher defensive capabilities. To the other members of the Sword Rain Guild, Xiao Wuxing's initial strikes dealt tens of thousands of damage. For them, that was an unattainable figure, almost equivalent to the combined damage of the other 10 or so damage dealers. With such explosive output, even though the boss had nearly 10 million health, there was still a glimmer of hope. Previously, in a 1,000-player raid, the boss's health had reached nearly 100 million. With so many players, the chaos led to the airstand. Red Flame unleashing its breath attack, resulting in a total wipeout. Indeed, Boss Wuxing is strong. With such explosive output, victory is assured. A player from the main team side, glancing at Qingyu Ruyun's expression. To his disappointment, the guild leader remained calm, showing no signs of joy or anger. Instead, a player named Yijian Biaoxue scoffed. "It's too early to say that." "Heh, would you dare say that in front of Boss Wuxing?" the player retorted mockingly. Upon hearing this, Yijian Biaoxue became furious. "What do you mean? Why wouldn't I dare?" Just as it seemed the two were about to argue, Qingyu Ruyun coldly interrupted. "Stop arguing, focus on watching the battle." After saying this, she opened the friend chat to send a message, then fixed her gaze back on the boss fight without blinking. It proved that Xiao Wuxing's strategy was correct, as the health of the airstand Red Flame steadily decreased. Unlike the previous situation where the boss's attributes had multiplied tenfold, leading to an overwhelming scenario, the main tank, the stainless steel egg, maintained a stable health pool. The 20 players coordinated seamlessly, and the scene was not chaotic at all. Time passed. Finally, when the health of the airstand Red Flame dropped to 80%, it made a new move. "I will crush you, vile insects." As the words left the boss's mouth, it suddenly turned and charged at the ranged players. Desperate charge. The boss transformed into a red dragon shadow, flashing past. Minus 3,021. 2. Ranged players were caught off guard and were directly hit by the charge. They were thrown into the air, their health completely drained before they could even react. With one move, 2 players were downed, and the airstand Red Flame let out a triumphant dragon roar, returning to its primary target. However, despite the loss of 2 players, the others did not panic. In fact, Jin and Fengdu showed a smile on his face. This was the first time today that they had brought the boss's health below 80%. "Everyone, be careful to spread out and dodge in advance during the charge," Jin and Fengdu called out, glancing at Xiao Wuxing with admiration. Just moments ago, during the intense charge of Iron Sidon, Hong Yan, Xiao Wuxing on its back remained completely still. It was as if he was rooted there, continuing his attack without a hitch. Is this the strength of a Holy Hall player? We're not even on the same level, Jin and Fengdu thought to himself as he continued to focus on attacking the boss. Meanwhile, 100 meters above them on a cliff, Wang Shen and a few others were watching the scene unfold. The player on the boss's back is the sword-mad Xiao Wuxing, right? He really is impressive. His control over his body is almost meticulous. Wang Shen looked down with some admiration, unable to hold back his praise. If Xiao Wuxing's previous damage had merely caught his attention, this display truly astonished him. What level of body control must one have to achieve this? At least Wang Chen felt he couldn't do it. In reality, he could reach that level, but he hadn't done so in Apocalypse World yet. First there was Floating Life Like a Dream, and now there was Shao Wuxing. These two seemed to open another door for Wang Chen, allowing him to see more possibilities. Wang Chen was confident that with his strength and insight, after observing similar maneuvers by Shao Wuxing and the others, he could reach that level. 2. He just needed to practice a bit more. It wasn't something one could master just by watching. Shao Wuxing is indeed very strong. His exclusive battle skill is a sword technique developed from the swordsmanship he learned in reality. If he uses his battle skill, his normal attacks in the virtual game world can deal damage far exceeding that of skills. I wonder if we'll get a chance to see it later. Floating Life Like a Dream sighed beside him, casually revealing some information. At that moment, Tu Xiaoling, seemingly a bit bored, asked them, "Are we just going to watch here? Captain, when do you plan to go down and grab the boss? I can go with Uncle Floating Life to support you." Upon hearing this, Floating Life Like a Dream looked dejected. It seemed he couldn't shake off the title of uncle. Did he really seem that old? As for Wang Chen, he shook his head. "Don't rush, this isn't the best time to enter. This time, I want to make Qingyu Ruyan completely collapse." Ever since he posted the bounty on the forum, Wang Chen had noticed that the Sword Rain Guild hadn't responded. He had found it a bit strange until he received a message from Tu Xiaoling. Learning that the Sword Rain Guild wanted to push the legendary boss, Wang Chen suddenly understood Qingyu Ruyan's intentions. She wanted to leverage the defeat of Apocalypse World as first legendary boss to reverse her previous reputation. She might even find a way to deal with Wang Chen through the spoils of the boss. Unfortunately, it seemed that Qingyu Ruyan was a bit anxious. If she had been patient and waited for most of the guild members to reach level 20 before coming, she might have succeeded. On the cliff, Wang Chen and Qingyu Ruyan each had their own thoughts, while Shao Wuxing and the others were diligently strategizing against Seiden. Hong Yan. The boss's desperate charge was used every 15 seconds, targeting ranged professions, either healers or DPS. In just a short time, they had already lost one healer and 2 warlocks. After all, knowing about the charge skill was one thing, but dodging it was another matter entirely. Especially for the short-legged healers and warlocks, mages and archers still had skills like blink and escape that could create distance instantly. 75%, 70%, 65%, 60%. Finally, when Seiden Hong Yan's health struggled down to 60%, it entered the next phase. At this moment, there were still 2 tanks, 3 healers, 5 ranged, and 1 melee left, along with the lifeless sword madman on the dragon's back. Only 12 people remained, having lost nearly half. The Great Airstan will burn you all to death. Magma Fire Rain. With the boss's roar, countless magma fireballs rained down from the sky. Shao Wuxing remained calm, jumping around on the dragon's back to dodge the fireballs. His expression was relaxed, and while evading, he did not forget to attack the boss. However, it was not so easy for the others. Soon, another player was hit by a fireball and was instantly killed. The tank, Stainless Steel Egg, struggled to withstand the boss's attacks, finding it very difficult to dodge. Because Erson? Red Flame S. Normal attacks had a knockback effect, he could only move along the cliff to evade. As Stainless Steel Egg was hit by a fireball and his health plummeted, another off-tank quickly used taunt to draw the boss away. However, the off-tank's equipment defense was significantly lower than that of Stainless Steel Egg, and with the healers already overwhelmed, he was quickly killed by the boss's dragon breath. When the 10-second magma fire rain ended, only 6 of the original 20 remained. This indicated that the boss fight was nearing its end, especially since only 1 healer was left. Sure enough, half a minute later, when Erson Red Flame's health dropped to just over 50%, the last remaining healer also fell in the magma fire rain, burning the boats. Stainless Steel Egg roared, and his health suddenly increased significantly. However, this was merely a dying struggle. And after a few seconds, he fell under Erson Red Flame's claws. With the main tank dead, the boss's primary aggro naturally shifted to the highest damage dealer, Shao Wuxing. Yet, no matter how Erson Red Flame shook its body, Shao Wuxing remained as steady as a mountain. In desperation, the boss could only keep using magma fire rain. A dense barrage of magma fireballs rained down, making anyone who looked feel their scalp tingle. The remaining DPS could not hold on either, falling one after another, until only Shao Wuxing was left. He moved through the fire rain as if strolling in a garden, effortlessly dodging the fireball attacks without any violent movements. Shadow Strike, Wind, Spirit Stab, Demon Break Slash. Ignoring Erson Red Flame's various actions, Shao Wuxing accelerated his output, causing the boss to roar in anger. 47%, 45%, 43%. Erson Red Flame's health gradually decreased, seemingly unable to do anything about Xiao Wuxing on its back. Seeing this scene, countless players from the Sword Rain Guild cheered, believing the boss was doomed. This can't be a bug, right? If he just kills the boss like this, then the planners of Apocalypse World are too low level. A player in the crowd, Bloodsword, muttered quietly, not wanting to see Xiao Wuxing steal the spotlight. Whether it was his words that had an effect, when Erson, Red Flame's health reached 40%, the situation changed again. No one can defeat the Great Heir's 10. Crimson Lotus body. With a roar from the boss, its entire body suddenly erupted in red flames. As if reborn from the fire. The intense heat surrounded Xiao Wuxing, leaving him no room to maneuver. -539, -539. Every second, a burning damage popped up above Xiao Wuxing's head, and his high evasion was completely ineffective. Looks like this is it. Even if I unleash my ultimate move, I can probably only take off another 15% of its health. On the back of Erson? Red Flame, Xiao Wuxing murmured as he looked at the damage appearing on his body. If anyone had heard what he said at that moment, they would have been shocked. After all, Erson? Red Flame was currently at full health of 9.6 million, and 15% was over a million. In other words, Xiao Wuxing was confident he could single-handedly take down over 1 million health points from the boss. Seeing that the situation was dire, Xiao Wuxing no longer hesitated and lightly leaped down from the boss. At this moment, his health was below 3,000, after all, he only had a little over 6,000 health at full. Sword Shadow Clone. With a soft shot from Xiao Wuxing, he suddenly split into two. Another Xiao Wuxing appeared, directly drawing the attention of Erson. Red Flame. Xiao Wuxing's main body, seemingly unfazed, returned to the rear base at a steady pace. All the players from the Sword Rain Guild cheered at this scene, captivated by the elegant and carefree display. It seemed that Xiao Wuxing was not returning from this boss battle in defeat, but rather in triumphant victory. What are you pretending for? One Sword Bloodshot sneered, becoming even more displeased when he saw the unusual glint in Xingyu Ruyun's eyes. But at this moment, no one paid him any mind, all welcoming Xiao Wuxing with a hero's attitude. Xingyu Ruyun smiled brightly, stepping forward to hug Xiao Wuxing's arm. Wuxing, I've already contacted the Shield Emperor, the immovable King President. He should arrive in about half an hour. When he gets here, he can hold the boss, and with the experience we just gained, we will definitely succeed next time. Hearing Xingyu Ruyun's words, Xiao Wuxing looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect her connections to be so extensive that she could invite the immovable king. This was no ordinary person. Although not a Holy Hall player, he ranked 36th in the Hall of Fame. He was a master player specializing in tank roles, renowned in the virtual gaming world as the Shield Emperor. Nodding slightly to indicate his understanding, Xiao Wuxing replied calmly, in that case, let's take a short break to recover our spirits, and when the immovable king arrives, we will strike decisively. After saying this, he quietly withdrew his arm from the soft embrace and walked aside to take out some food to restore his health. Xingyu Ruyun was momentarily taken aback but soon shrugged it off, going to discuss something with the other guild members. Behind her, one Sword Bloodshot took advantage of Xiao Wuxing's inattention to spit disdainfully. He then followed closely behind Xingyu Ruyun, looking like a complete sycophant. On the cliff, Wang Chen and the others were somewhat surprised by how easily Xiao Wuxing had disengaged from the battle, noting his casual demeanor. This mix of arrogance and charm made Tu Xiaoling exclaim how cool he looked. However, Wang Chen and the others soon found it strange that the Sword Rain Guild members had not made any further attempts. Have they given up? Tu Xiaoling wondered. They watched as Erson, Red Flame clawed at Xiao Wuxing's skill clone to death, then returned to its lava pool. Meanwhile, all the Sword Rain Guild members kept their distance, gathering together idly in the distance, even putting on a small show. They must be waiting for someone, we'll know soon enough. Floating Life Like a Dream said with certainty. Hearing this, Wang Chen and the others stopped talking, as the Sword Rain Guild members had not left yet. About half an hour later, just as Wang Chen and the others were becoming a bit impatient, a group of players slowly approached from afar. They're here. Wang Chen was the first to notice and called over Floating Life Like a Dream and the others. Brother Floating Life, do you know that leading guy? As he watched Xingyu Ruyun in one Sword Bloodshot approached the group, Wang Chen pointed at the burly man leading them. Floating Life Like a Dream focused his gaze and then his expression changed to realization. So it's him, the Shield Emperor, the immovable king, the president of the Iron Wall Guild, a master ranked 36th in the Hall of Fame. Shield Emperor? TSK, that name is really imposing. It sounds better than my so-called violent law. Wang Chen chuckled, continuing to observe the situation with Floating Life Like a Dream and Tu Xiaoling. He had a hunch that this time, the Sword Rain Guild was very likely to succeed in taking down Erson. Red Flame. In other words, the moment for his next performance was not far off. Xingyu Ruyun. Hee, this time I will definitely make you heartbroken, and you won't dare to act up again. Chairman Fudong Mingwan, you finally arrived. Xingshan has been waiting for you so long that the flowers have wilted. Xingshan Ruyun strode over with her long legs, a captivating smile on her face. Fudong Mingwan was a robust man, his physique comparable to Li Taiju. With a full beard and a muscular build, he exuded an overwhelming presence. He was a shield warrior, yet his level had reached an impressive 18. Clad in chainmail armor and wielding a massive black shield, he looked extremely well equipped. Upon seeing Xingshan Ruyun approaching, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Fudong Mingwan's eyes. He immediately stepped forward, calling her Ruyun's sister. After a round of pleasantries, Fudong Mingwang raised his head and looked around. Where is the legendary Xiaowashing? I haven't seen him for several virtual years. The term virtual years refers to the virtual gaming world, where a virtual year represents the period from a game's open beta to its closure. Then, under Xingshan Ruyun's guidance, Xiaowashing met Fudong Mingwang. Long time no see, the aura of the Holy Hall player Xiaowashing remains undiminished. It seems we will have to cooperate closely today. Fudong Mingwang was significantly taller than Xiaowashing, slightly bowing his head to look at Xiaowashing, who was sitting on the ground not far away. Perhaps due to the height difference, his gaze often unconsciously drifted to the top of Xiaowashing's head. Faced with the so-called Shield King Fudong Mingwang, who was also the president of the Iron Wall Guild, Xiaowashing did not dare to be arrogant. He immediately stood up to greet him, and after some formalities, they got to the point. Xiaowashing shared the boss mechanics they had previously tested and discussed specific strategies with Fudong Mingwang. After reaching an agreement, they addressed the last question. Did Ruyun discuss the compensation with Chairman Mingwang? Xiaowashing asked his doubt. Upon hearing this, Fudong Mingwang glanced at the smiling Xingshan Ruyun not far away and laughed heartily. That's a small matter. I owe Ruyun a favor, and I will definitely repay it 100-fold this time. A 100-fold repayment? Does that mean double repayment? Chairman Mingwang, your words are quite interesting. In that case, I won't say much more, let's get started. Xiaowashing was somewhat surprised that such good fortune existed. It seemed that although his girlfriend was headstrong and somewhat ambitious, she was still capable in her dealings. Look! Even the renowned Shield King was willing to help without charge. Everything was ready, and 20 elite players stepped forward again, including Xingshan Ruyun, who had not yet made a move. As the president of the Sword Rain Guild, her strength should not be underestimated. Who dares to disturb the great Heirsdun? Hongyan, is that you, little bug? With Fudong Mingwang throwing a flying knife that struck the boss, the legendary battle began anew. This time, Fudong Mingwang was the main tank, and the secondary tank was a paladin. He brought along. As the Iron Wall Guild was known for its defensive classes, they certainly had no shortage of good tanks. Of course, this was also because the main tank of the Sword Rain Guild, Stainless Steel Egg, had continuously lost levels, otherwise, the secondary tank would definitely have been him. Based on previous experience, this time the team configuration had only Xiaowashing as the melee fighter, while the rest were ranged classes. Additionally, due to Fudong Mingwan's insistence, they reduced one healer. This also demonstrated his confidence as the Shield King. Even against a legendary boss, he was composed. Giant Shield Smash, Armor Break Attack, Shield Block. -852, -343. As Heirsdun Hongyan left the lava pool, Fudong Mingwang pulled it to an open area. Although he knew in advance that the boss's attacks had a knockback effect, he did not choose to back against the cliff. This was all because he was a hidden class, giant shield hero, possessing a passive skill called Immovable as a Mountain. Not only did it permanently increase his defense by 20%, but it also granted him the effect of being immune to knockback. The equipment of the Immovable King is excellent, with a base health of over 10,000, and with various buffs, it exceeds 15,000. In addition, his attack power is also impressive, as evidenced by the damage from Giant Shield Strike. The normal attack from Aldston, Red Flame, can deal over 2,000 damage to the Stainless Steel Egg. Now, attacking the Immovable King, the damage dealt does not exceed 1,500, highlighting the significant difference. Xiaowashing once again followed the same method, jumping onto Aldston, Red Flame, and then starting to output fiercely. 99%, 98%, 89%, 85%. With a few more ranged classes added, the output increased significantly. Soon, Aldston, Red Flame's health dropped to 80%, entering the second phase. I will crush you, vile insects. With the boss's voice falling, desperate charge appeared again. With previous experience, this time the ranged classes spread out their positions. Especially the damage dealers, only archers and mages. The first, desperate charge, from Alston? Red Flame, surprisingly did not hit anyone, returning empty-handed. Seeing this scene, Xingyu Ruyun and others smiled. The output continued, countless spells raining down on the boss's head. The immovable king, holding the giant shield, stood firm as a mountain, occasionally using the shield to block damage. His technique was seasoned, even the angle of the shield block was meticulous, something that ordinary people could not achieve. Under Xingyu Ruyun's leadership, the healing classes also followed the rules, each watching their pre-assigned healing targets. Xiao Wuxing's sword strikes were faster than the last, his output far ahead on the team list. With the cooperation of these elite players, Alston, Red Flame's furious roars were of no avail. The health quickly dropped to 60%, and Magma Fire Rain appeared. Due to the high damage of this boss's skills, it could instantly kill fragile characters. So even with some preparation, there were still casualties. One mage, trying to blink to dodge a fireball, unfortunately blinked directly under another fireball and was instantly killed. Everyone, look up and dodge properly, dying once deducts 50 DKP. Xingyu Ruyun shouted coldly. This penalty was quite severe, 50 DKP could be exchanged for a level 15 green item in the guild warehouse. Under the pressure of such a penalty, the players of the Sword Rain Guild became even more cautious in dodging. However, Magma Fire Rain lasted for 10 seconds, making it difficult to evade. Moreover, every 15 seconds or so, Alston, Red Flame, would release the Fire Rain again. So, facing the nearly continuous barrage of fireballs, even though many players were being careful, casualties still occurred one after another. When the boss's health finally reached 40%, only 8 players remained. 2 tanks, 2 healers, 2 mages, 1 archer, plus Xiao Wuxing. However, compared to the last time, this was much better, at least there were tanks and healers. No one can defeat the great Alston. Crimson Lotus body. As the health dropped to 40%, flames once again surged around Alston. Red Flame. Continuous burning damage appeared on the 2 tanks and Xiao Wuxing, with health dropping by hundreds. Not only that, but the ranged classes also began to lose health continuously, though significantly less than the melee classes. This suddenly increased the pressure on healing. Xingyu Ruyun was fine, she had been paying attention to mana control and still had more than half of her mana left. However, another priest had less than a third of their mana remaining and soon ran out of power under these circumstances. Both Xiao Wuxing and the immovable king were top players and quickly noticed the pressure on healing. Giant shield protection. The immovable king was the first to act, and with a roar, the giant shield in his hand emitted a red glow. Then the damage he received was reduced by another 20%, and this skill effect could last for a full 45 seconds. Shadow clone. On the other side, Xiao Wuxing also jumped down from Erson, Red Flame, and directly unleashed his clone skill. Although he could no longer deal critical hits, the combined output from him and the clone was still considerable. As a result, the healing pressure on Xingyu Ruyun significantly decreased. Just enough for her to keep up with the healing. Everyone, increase your output. Use your skills if you have them. A layer of green light suddenly appeared around Xiao Wuxing's sword, and his attack speed surged once again. At the same time, he reminded the other DPS classes not to hold back on their skills. Under the frenzied output, Erson, Red Flame steadily dropped again. 37%, 35%, 31%. The boss's health gradually decreased, and when it reached 30%, one more healer was lost. This priest had completely exhausted their mana, and Xingyu Ruyun could no longer attend to him, helplessly meeting their end. 29%, 28%, 25%. The situation grew increasingly dire, and as Erson, Red Flame's health approached 20%, the off-tank and 3 other DPS fell. Only the healer Xingyu Ruyun, the tank Budong Mingwang, and the damage dealer Xiao Wuxing remained. Xingyu Ruyun's mana was dwindling, and she could only focus on the crucial tank and the highest damage dealer, Xiao Wuxing. No! You've hurt me, little bug. The boss's health finally reached 20%, with just over 1 million health left, entering its final phase. All members of the Sword Rain Guild held their breath, tightly watching the performance of the 3. After all, a legendary boss is legendary, it's not that easy to defeat. Suddenly, Erson, Red Flame's colors deepened, its size swelled, and it directly entered a berserk state. Shattered Dragon Claw. Minus 4,542. A massive damage number appeared above Budong Mingwang's head, startling him. Great Flame Explosion Ball. Minus 8,545. But that wasn't the end, Erson? Red Flame suddenly turned its head and unleashed a gigantic fireball. The target of this fireball was Xingyu Ruyun, the last remaining healer. Unfortunately, she did not anticipate this scene and was instantly killed by the fireball. At this moment, the boss's health was still at 17%, and only Xiao Wuxing and Budong Mingwang remained among the players. It's over, only Boss Wuxing and Shield Emperor are left. It seems we're going to fail again. No wonder it's a legendary boss that can drop rare equipment. It really isn't easy to deal with. The output is sufficient, and the tank is strong, but the healing is still lacking. If only the guild leader were also a hidden class. Members of the Sword Rain Guild in the distance gasped as they saw Qingyu Ruyun fall. Without the crucial healing, even though they believed in the strength of Xiao Wuxing and Budong Mingwang, they felt it would be very difficult to succeed this time. However, the two involved, Xiao Wuxing and Budong Mingwang, did not share this sentiment. Instead, they appeared increasingly excited. They knew the critical moment had arrived, and it was time to use their trump cards. Wind of Revival, Unbreakable Shield. Budong Mingwang was the first to unleash his skill, a blood-red whirlwind rising from his feet and swirling upwards. Wrapped in the blood-red whirlwind, his health was recovering at a percentage rate. This was the Giant Shield Hero's long cooldown ultimate skill, which restored 8% health per second for a duration of 5 minutes once activated. During the duration of Wind of Revival, he was an immortal being. As for Unbreakable Shield, it was a combat technique he developed himself, significantly reducing the damage he received. However, this technique consumed a lot of energy, and Budong Mingwang would never use it unless it was a critical moment. For a chance to embrace beauty, I've sacrificed quite a bit. After activating the skill, Budong Mingwang's health stabilized immediately. However, from the perspective that others could not see, he was secretly muttering something. When Xiao Wuxing saw that the health of the immovable king had stabilized, he knew that the opponent had revealed their true skills. Although he estimated that even without activating his ultimate move, he could still take down the boss in the end. But after all, this was the home ground of the Sword Rain Guild, and Xiao Wuxing did not want to see an outsider like the immovable king steal the spotlight. Wind Spirit Possession, Bloodthirst. A stream of blue energy enveloped Xiao Wuxing, making him appear as if draped in a layer of blue gauze. Ignoring the burning effect of the boss's Crimson Lotus body, he leaped onto Ailston. Red Flame's back and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Sword Shadow Combo, Void. Slash, Wind Spirit Stab. Minus 9,452, minus 7,314, minus 15,256, minus 28,425. Terrifying damage poured out like mercury, and Ailston? Red Flame's health plummeted at more than double the previous rate. At the same time, green healing values continuously popped up above Xiao Wuxing's head, quickly restoring his health to full. This was the ultimate move of the Wind Spirit Swordsman, which increased damage by 100%, attack speed by 50%, and evasion by 80% during its activation. The key was its duration, lasting a full 10 minutes, which was truly terrifying. It could be said that if Xiao Wuxing did not want the immovable king to overshadow everyone, using it now would be a waste. As for the healing values appearing above Xiao Wuxing's head, they were due to the equipment skill of the rare level one-handed sword in his hand. Bloodthirst provided a 10% lifesteal, giving him the capital for sustainability. Under the explosive power of an epic class and a rare class, Ailston, Red Flame's health rapidly declined. 16%, 15%, 12%, 9%. The boss roared continuously. But even in its enraged state, the shattered dragon claw could not bring down the immovable king. Its occasional great flame explosion ball couldn't even catch Xiao Wuxing, simply because the target was on its back. The two masters displayed their skills, stirring the hearts of the Sword Rain Guild members. Victory was already foreseeable, and in a days, many had already heard the announcement from their guild's television. On the other side, as soon as Ailston, Red Flame's health dropped to around 30%, Tu Xiaoling on the cliff could no longer hold back. Captain, aren't you going to make a move? Now the opponent has brought two masters, why don't we just give up this time? In fact, when she first saw the ninth of the Holy Hall, she also wanted to give up. However, upon discovering that the opponent was tackling the legendary boss, she still informed Wang Chen. But now, another strong ally had arrived below, the so-called Shield Emperor, the immovable king. Even though Tu Xiaoling had great confidence in Wang Chen's strength, she didn't think he could snatch the boss from the two god-level players. Don't worry, you all don't need to be concerned. Do you see that over there? You all prepare to support me from that spot later. Wang Chen pointed to a location below the cliff. Since their captain already had a plan, Tu Xiaoling did not press further. She walked over to Floating Life like a dream. Let's go, Uncle Floating Life, we should head down first, so we can collect the captain's body later. Wang Chen. Floating Life like a dream, glanced at Wang Chen thoughtfully and inexplicably said, young people really have ideas. After saying that, he turned and quickly descended the cliff with Tu Xiaoling, leaving Wang Chen still standing in place. As expected of a gaming veteran, I was actually seen through. Wang Chen looked at the departing back of floating life like a dream, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being exposed. However, he soon redirected his gaze back to below the cliff, where Elston, Red Flame's health was already in a precarious state. 8%, 7%, 5%, 4%. Now is the time. When Elston, Red Flame's health dropped to around 2% in Wang Chen's eyes, he found the right angle and leaped down from the cliff. The cliff is about 100 meters high, and it would take roughly 4.5 seconds to fall. Everything was just right. Because AS health was about to hit zero, everyone's attention was on the boss, so no one noticed Wang Chen suddenly jumping off the cliff. However, there was one exception, the player Qingyu Ruyan, who had been instantly killed by the bosses. She was now in a corpse state, lying on her back on the ground. Since the perspective after death is limited to the corpse's view, Qingyu Ruyan, bored and staring at the white clouds, suddenly spotted Wang Chen. At first, she didn't recognize him, thinking it was just her imagination. However, as Wang Chen's figure became clearer, Qingyu Ruyan jolted, almost rising from the dead. It's Dao San Shang, Dao San Shang. The violent Dao San Shang is up there. Wu Shang. Xiao Wu Shang, did you see the message? Look up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone shout to remind Shield Emperor and President Wu Shang. Unable to speak in her corpse state, Qingyu Ruyan could only frantically send messages in the team chat. 2. Ensure that Xiao Wu Shang and the others saw it, she urged the rest of the Sword Rain Guild to shout. Thanks to Qingyu Ruyan's efforts, someone finally saw the message and shouted from afar to Xiao Wu Shang and the others. Just as the words were spoken, time was of the essence. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Finally, when Wang Chen was only a few dozen meters from the ground, Xiao Wu Shang and the others noticed him falling from the sky. At this moment, S health was almost depleted, and Wang Chen's intentions were clear. Bu Dongming Wang's pupils constricted, he had already learned Wang Chen's identity from the distant players' shouts in the team chat. As the president of the Iron Wall Guild, he was naturally well aware of the recent notoriety of the violent Dao San Shang. He also knew a bit about the feud between Wang Chen and the Sword Rain Guild through the forums. However, knowing was one thing, he never expected to meet under such circumstances. The first violent Dao of the apocalypse? Today, I will make you a laughingstock by dying from a fall. With this thought racing through his mind, Bu Dongming Wang suddenly unleashed a skill in the direction away from the cliff. Due to his actions, also chased after him. On the other side, Xiao Wu Shang also saw Wang Chen falling from the sky, and their gazes met in midair. However, Xiao Wu Shang quickly lowered his head again, his long sword almost leaving an afterimage as he accelerated the depletion of the boss's health. It was unclear what skill he had used, but his output increased once more. At this rate, he could kill before Wang Chen landed. Wang Chen, suspended in midair, naturally noticed the movements of the two, but he showed no signs of panic. Seeing that was about to move, he also made his move. With a flash, Wang Chen instantly appeared 25 yards away. At the same time, the force from his fall dissipated. He was now 30 yards from the ground and 40 yards from the boss. Wang Chen continued to descend, activating his accessory skill, which increased his spell attack. As the spell barely reached, a fireball the size of a basketball shot out from Wang Chen's hand. The moment Wang Chen launched the fireball, he did not stop his movements and charged toward the boss. Minus 30,213, minus 191. The fireball struck S head first, the bright red terrifying damage causing Xiao Wu Shang to pause momentarily. Just a few yards away from, the spirit of the Grey Wolf appeared in midair. Stepping on the head of the Grey Wolf spirit, Wang Chen used the momentum to land directly on the boss's back. The series of movements was swift and graceful, looking incredibly ethereal. Originally, Erson? Red Flame should have already fallen. But due to Wang Chen's involvement, its health inexplicably increased by tens of thousands. So at this moment, the boss still had several tens of thousands of health left, which was just a matter of a few skills. Kill him, kill him. Xiao Wushing, hurry up and kill him. You must not let him succeed, absolutely not. In the team chat channel, Qingyu Ruyun was already hysterical. Sword Shadow combo. From the damage of Wang Chen's fireball just now, Xiao Wushing knew that he might not be able to match his damage output. So, he simply gave up attacking the boss and turned to attack Wang Chen instead. Hee, let me show you what it means to be unable to move an inch. Wang Chen sneered, taking 2 steps back to dodge the attack. Then, a frost power surged out from him, freezing Xiao Wushing in place. Wind of Freedom. Xiao Wushing did not give up and used a control breaking skill. Seeing this, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and instantly cast Slow Spell. His movements were too subtle, by the time Xiao Wushing tried to dodge, it was already too Late, and he was directly hit with the slow effect, his legs feeling as if they were filled with lead. With a 70% speed reduction, Xiao Wuxing's face darkened, there was still a control skill. Just as Xiao Wuxing was about to resist, Wang Chen cast another skill. Flame Impact. -4652. Due to the significant speed reduction, Xiao Wuxing was directly hit and fell into a 1-second stun. Infinite Flame Burst, Ring of Flames, Basic Attack. With his hands free, Wang Chen revealed a victorious smile and smashed the fireball onto Erson? Red Flame's head. The area attack skill Ring of Flames was simultaneously unleashed, pulling Xiao Wuxing into the group attack. At the same time, he swung Ragozer's power, striking heavily on Erson. Red Flame's back. -29,227, -382, -2,154, -4,923. The Flame Burst skill triggered a critical hit again, and combined with Ring of Flames and the basic attack, it dealt over 30,000 terrifying damage in an instant. I curse you, adventurer. My father will be watching you. As Erson, Red Flame let out its final wail, its health was completely depleted under Wang Chen's attack. The immovable Ming Wang shield almost danced with afterimages, but unfortunately, as a tank, he was far from matching the damage output. Boom! As Erson, Red Flame's massive body fell to the ground, time seemed to freeze. System gained 121,000 experience points. System killed a legendary monster, gained 5,000 world reputation points. System killed the offspring of the world dragon, received the curse Ashianpu's gaze. Server-wide announcement. Player Dao Sansheng is the first to kill a legendary level monster, rewarded with level 1, 100 gold, and a clue for a legendary equipment fragment. The upgrade Golden Light on Wang Chen flashed continuously, and with the server-wide announcement ringing in all players' ears, the silence was finally broken. Everyone, charge in, kill Dao Sansheng, kill this beast. Kill. In the Sword Rain Guild chat channel, Qingyu Ruyun was already losing her composure. The madness revealed in her words showed that this female guild leader had completely broken down. Countless members of the Sword Rain Guild looked at each other, seeing disbelief on each other's faces. No one expected that this legendary boss battle would ultimately be snatched by Wang Chen. Every member of the Sword Rain Guild was familiar with the name Dao Sansheng. After all, not long ago, several elite teams from their guild had been wiped out by him alone, and a bounty had even been issued on the forum. What are you waiting for? Charge in. With 6,000 or 7,000 of us here, we can drown him. Among the crowd, a loyal supporter of Qingyu Ruyun shouted loudly. Hearing this, all members of the Sword Rain studio seemed to wake from a dream, shouting as they rushed towards Wang Chen. There were also some more rational players, like Stainless Steel Egg and others, who looked at Wang Chen's skull icon level with a bitter heart. That meant the other party was over 10 levels ahead of him and the others, and the level disparity was enough to be overwhelming. However, rationality was in the minority, looking at the surging crowd, the Stainless Steel Eggs and the others could only brace themselves and follow along. A bit further away, Floating Life Like a Dream and Rabbit Xiaolang could be said to have witnessed the entire scene. Especially Rabbit Xiaolang, who did not have the foresight of Floating Life Like a Dream to anticipate Wang Chen's intentions. Just seconds ago, she was still wondering why Wang Chen hadn't caught up. Since he said to let her and Floating Life Like a Dream support him, he must be planning to charge in alone. Waiting and waiting without seeing Wang Chen, while the boss was about to go down, made Rabbit Xiaolang anxious. Just as she was about to call Floating Life Like a Dream to go find Wang Chen, she saw the scene of him descending from the sky. To be honest, Rabbit Xiaolang was also a somewhat skilled professional player, but she was still stunned by this maneuver. Her rosy little mouth slightly opened, and it remained that way until Wang Chen successfully landed on Erson. Red Flame. I can't believe you can play like this. This is so cool. No, it's domineering. No, it's ethereal. Rabbit Xiaolang couldn't think of any adjectives to describe her feelings at that moment. The impact of the scene left her mind blank. Regardless of whether Wang Chen succeeded or not, just this move completely won her over. It wasn't until Floating Life Like a Dream side beside her that Rabbit Xiaolang came back to her senses. Our captain's move seems whimsical, but it's actually calculated down to the last detail, missing even one step wouldn't work. Next, we'll see if he can successfully steal the boss, or if he'll fall into the hands of those two god-tier players. Coming back to her senses from Floating Life Like a Dream's remarks, Rabbit Xiaolang immediately fixed her gaze on the unfolding situation. When Erson, Red Flame finally fell, the server-wide announcement rang out, and Rabbit Xiaolang jumped up in excitement. Yeah, Uncle, did you see that? The captain really succeeded. Seeing Rabbit Xiaolang bouncing with excitement, Floating Life Like a Dream couldn't help but smile. The captain really has skills. If I were to do that set of moves, it probably wouldn't be as smooth. Alas! What a pity, it's too far away to share in the first kill rewards. Hearing this, Rabbit Xiaolang looked at him disdainfully. Uncle, your tone makes it sound like you're a god-tier player too. Floating life. Like a dream chuckled but didn't argue. Instead, he looked towards Wang Chen's direction. He got the final hit on the boss, now we'll see how the captain escapes. We also need to find the right moment to enter and support. After hearing floating life like a dream's words, Rabbit Xiaolang also restrained her smile, looking worriedly at the corpse of Erson? Red Flame. On the other side, after Wang Chen secured the final hit, his target was clear. The golden light of leveling up was still flashing around him as he reached out to loot Erson? Red Flame. Several items of various colors entered his backpack and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. However, there was no time to check his loot, as the dense rain of swords from the players in the distance was about to descend. Friend, what you're doing is a bit underhanded, isn't it? The nearby Shield Emperor, Immovable King, called out to Wang Chen with an inscrutable expression. As for Xiao Wuxing, his face was cold. Seeing Wang Chen glance over, he spat out a few words. You're dead. Wang Chen chuckled, casually using the free attribute points he had just gained from leveling up. He was just a bit short of experience for the next level, and the experience from Erson? Red Flame was just enough to bring him to level 24. With the first kill reward, Wang Chen was now a level 25 player. He felt a bit regretful that due to his previous high level, he didn't gain much experience from stealing the final hit on the legendary boss. The experience penalty was too severe. I was too greedy. But level 25 is already enough to crush these players below level 15. Wang Chen looked at the players from the Sword Rain Guild rushing in from a distance, their names appearing in gray. With a level difference of over 10, it would be hard for him to hit them even if he stood still. This was clearly demonstrated when Wang Chen fought against the Parker Laro in the Dark Forest. This is my grudge with the Sword Rain Guild, there's no need for Shield Emperor to get involved. Using up his free attribute, Wang Chen casually replied to the Immovable King. He then ignored the approaching players from the Sword Rain Guild and shifted his focus to Xiao Wuxing. Damn it? Maybe, but it depends on how useful you Sword Rain are. Before his words fell, Wang Chen had already launched an attack on Xiao Wuxing. He aimed to slay this so-called Ninth of the Holy Hall, the Sword Madman, to shatter the myth surrounding him and strike a blow to the morale of the Sword Rain Guild. His previous attack had already taken away more than half of Xiao Wuxing's health, he just needed one more hit to finish him off. Normal attack, miss. The power of Rolzor swung, and to Wang Chen's surprise, the attack missed. At this moment, he also noticed the layer of green energy veil surrounding his opponent, which was somewhat similar to the golden veil he had when using Warrior's Descent. A hidden class's ultimate move? It seems to enhance evasion. Wang Chen thought to himself, swinging his axe again to block Xiao Wuxing's attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and neither of them gained an advantage. However, Xiao Wuxing remained unfazed, his long sword slicing continuously. In Wang Chen's eyes, countless sword shadows suddenly appeared, making it hard for him to distinguish the real attack. Minus 5,412. Although Wang Chen tried his best to block, he was still hit. The magic shield shattered instantly, and the shield value of the bright light set was nearly gone. Wang Chen was startled and immediately realized that his opponent had used a combat skill. Moreover, the power of Rolzor was a two-handed weapon, relatively heavy. At this moment, facing the Wind Spirit Swordsman, a hidden class with an extremely fast attack speed, Wang Chen found himself at a disadvantage. I can't do this, I have to wait for his ultimate move's veil to disappear. With this thought, Wang Chen raised his magic shield again and then turned to charge towards the many Sword Rain players rushing in. Want to run? Not so easy. Immovable King, help me stop him, consider it a favor owed to me by Xiao Wuxing. Xiao Wuxing finally recovered from the slow state, rushing towards Wang Chen with the wind at his feet while calling out to the Immovable King not far away. Who would have thought that the Immovable King not only didn't move but instead took a few steps back into an empty space? This is a grudge between the Violent Law and the Sword Rain Guild, I can't get involved. I believe with the strength of the Great Xiao, it's enough, I, an outsider, won't embarrass myself. The Immovable King was very clear in his thoughts, getting involved in this matter would not be worth the loss. According to their agreement, he had come to help push down the boss to gain the promise of Qingyu Ruyan. As for the Sword Rain Guild not getting the final blow, that was Xiao Wuxing's problem, not his. Additionally, the Immovable King had secretly preserved evidence before coming, so he wasn't worried about Qingyu Ruyan denying it. In any case, for the Immovable King, now that Alston Red Flame had fallen, the purpose of this trip had been achieved. Perhaps being robbed of the boss in front of Wang Chen affected his pride a bit, but as the president of the Iron Wall Guild, he had more to consider. First, the fact that Wang Chen had taken the final blow from the boss had already become an Unchangeable fact. Although he felt a bit regretful for not getting the first kill reward, just thinking about how the sword madman, who ranked higher than him, had also suffered, made the immovable king feel at ease. Moreover, from Wang Chen's series of actions just now, the immovable king instinctively felt that this person was not to be trifled with. If he didn't finish off the snake, he might bring a strong enemy to his own guild, which would be quite troublesome. Did he not see how the Sword Rain Guild was in chaos, with even their president Qing Yu Ruyen furious? He was even willing to pay such a high price to ask him to take action, just to defeat the legendary boss and find a way to deal with Wang Shan. It was just a pity that in the end, all efforts were in vain, and he was once again trampled into the mud by Wang Chen. Thinking of this, the unmoved king already had the intention to leave. However, before departing, he still wanted to see how today's situation would conclude. This violent method that had the Sword Rain Guild in a frenzy would face the 6,000 to 7,000 enraged Sword Rain players, including a 9th-ranked Saint Hall player, the lifeless sword madman, Xiao Wuxing. On the other side, Wang Chen was already prepared to be besieged by 2 of the top 50 players in the Hall of Fame. When he saw that the unmoved king really heeded the advice and did not get involved, he was first a bit surprised, then felt even more relaxed. If a higher-level unmoved king had entangled him, it might have been quite troublesome. After all, his warrior's descent was still on cooldown, and once entangled, he would have to face countless controls. Even with a level advantage, one could still be unlucky. Right now, the only real threat to him was Xiao Wuxing. With his ultimate skill activated, Xiao Wuxing's attack speed was so fast that even Wang Chen could only temporarily avoid the brunt of it. Once your ultimate skill is on cooldown, I'll play with you. Wang Chen glanced back at the pursuing Xiao Wuxing, then charged directly into the oncoming army of players. Breaking charge. Ring of Flames. Instantly, countless damage numbers around 2,000 appeared, and swaths of players were directly killed. Facing the densely packed group of players rushing in, Wang Chen charged into the flock like a tiger unleashed. Although the Sword Rain Guild had 6,000-man teams on site, he, already at level 25, didn't take them seriously at all. First, Wang Chen's dual defenses had exceeded 1,500, and very few players from the Sword Rain Guild could break through his defenses. After all, unlike monsters that would deal 1 point of force damage, if a player's attack didn't break through defenses, it was utterly ineffective. Secondly, the average level of these 6,000 players was around 12 to 13, facing a severe level suppression from Wang Chen. This led to the vast majority of their attacks being miss, parry, or dodge, with very few lucky hits that were likely to be resisted. Additionally, with the passive effect of Battle Soul, when there were 5 enemy players around, Wang Chen could gain 50% toughness and defense, making him an invincible presence at that moment. Finally, due to the rules of Apocalypse World, the normal skill attack range was only 30 yards. Unless there were special hidden classes or items and skills that increased range, effective attacks beyond 30 yards were unlikely. This meant that only players within a 30-yard radius of Wang Chen could attack him, while the rest could only watch helplessly, at most providing healing to players within range. However, Wang Chen's attack was too high, not to mention single target attacks like Fireball. Even the damage from Ring of Flames reached around 2,000. Not to mention the critical hit probability of over 10%, which, while still not high, became considerable with more targets. All these elements combined led to Wang Chen's unstoppable rampage. In the end, he simply used Blink and Breaking Charge, relying solely on Ring of Flames to clear the field. With over 60 points of movement speed, he was just a blur, wildly weaving through the ranks of Sword Rain Guild members. Every 2 seconds, a batch of players would fall, creating a scene reminiscent of mowing grass. Stop him. Dao Sansheng, you're at least a celebrity. If you have the ability, come and duel me. What's the skill in crushing these ordinary players? Xiao Wuxing felt somewhat helpless. Wang Chen simply wouldn't face him directly. Even in the state of wind spirit possession, where his speed was slightly faster than Wang Chen's, he couldn't withstand the blocking of the swarming guild members. In his eyes, Wang Chen was as slippery as an eel, using the crowd as a barrier to pull away from him. Players from their own guild fell like flies under the enemy's spells. After hearing Xiao Wuxing's words, Wang Chen chuckled and became even more enthusiastic in his harvesting. The number of players who had died at his hands had already reached several hundred, yet he hadn't lost a single point of health. Even the shield on him couldn't be broken by these level 12 to 13 Sword Rain players. 100, 200, 500, 800, 1000. As more and more Sword Rain Guild players were ruthlessly cut down, they gradually calmed down from their initial outrage. I can't hit him at all. I've cast at least 5 or 6 spells by now, and they either missed or went wide. This is a complete level suppression. That Dao Sansheng was the first player to reach level 20, as announced server-wide. I can't even see his level at 13, he must be at least level 23 or higher. How can we fight him? This feels even worse than the battle in the dark forest. I don't want to lose a level. More and more players began to retreat. They didn't want to die and lose levels for nothing. Why are you running? Are you all scared of just one person? The guild leader said we must kill Dao San Sheng at all costs. A player named Jian Biaoshui shouted, not wanting to see Qingyu Ruyan disappointed. Many Sword Rain Guild players found themselves in a dilemma, unsure whether to continue or not. If they pressed on, it would be a waste of life. Over 1,000 companions had already proven that point. As for retreating, what if their guild leader held them accountable later? After all, they were all formal members who had signed contracts. Meanwhile, in the guild chat channel, Qingyu Ruyan had been silent for a long time. It was unclear whether she was disheartened or had completely given up. Just then, another voice rang out. Everyone, step back. Your levels are too low to break through his defenses. Don't die for nothing. Xiao Wuxing also noticed the situation. If this continued, their guild would suffer heavy losses without even scratching Wang Chen's surface. With things going this way, they would only be a hindrance and die for nothing. Upon hearing this, many Sword Rain Guild players breathed a sigh of relief. With the Vice President Xiao Wuxing speaking, they would definitely listen to him. As for their guild leader Qingyu Ruyan, everyone understood that she was probably quite affected. It was understandable that she hadn't spoken in the guild channel. They could empathize with her feelings. After receiving the order, facing Wang Chen's frenzied harvesting, these players began to flee in all directions. However, there were simply too many of them, and escaping was not as easy as it seemed. Breaking charge, flame ring, ice ring technique. Wang Chen noticed the movements of the Sword Rain players and naturally wouldn't let them off easily. Moreover, with his speed over 60, it wasn't easy to shake him off. Eventually, Wang Chen started using every skill he had, throwing out spells without pause. With his full spirit build, he possessed a massive amount of mana, and his recovery speed in battle was also very fast. So even if he continuously cast skills, his mana seemed inexhaustible. Furthermore, the fastest cooling skill, Infinite Flame Burst, didn't consume mana, and at worst, he had an accessory skill, Call of the Tide, to restore mana. 1200, 1300, 1600, 1700. A bizarre scene unfolded in the scorching canyon, with countless players fleeing in all directions. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape that demonic figure. The number of players dying at Wang Chen's hands continued to soar, with Sword Rain Guild players' bodies scattered everywhere. Yijin Biaoshui mixed in with the crowd, preparing to stealthily slip away. But Wang Chen had already set his sights on him. With a blink and a fire ring, he was knocked out, then swiftly eliminated. Not just him, the 5-player group of heroes who had previously offended Wang Chen in the Novice village were also given special attention. These few had blended into the edge of the main force, thinking they wouldn't be noticed. However, Wang Chen still remembered them and relentlessly hunted them down to death. Time passed. Xiao Wuxing had already given up the chase, dejectedly putting down his long sword. He watched Wang Chen wreaking havoc among his guild members, feeling a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Lu Qingyu, take a look, this is what you look down upon, the solo players. As long as one is strong enough, a single person can make your entire guild unable to lift its head. Xiao Wuxing sent a private message to Qingyu Ruyun, his words revealing a hint of resentment he wasn't even aware of. However, after sending the message, it was as if it had sunk into the sea. There was no response from Qingyu Ruyun. Confused, Xiao Wuxing opened his friend list and was surprised to find that Qingyu Ruyun had already gone offline. Running away when faced with trouble is not your style. Xiao Wuxing frowned. He felt that Qingyu Ruyun had been continuously hit and couldn't take it anymore, directly logging off to escape. In reality, perhaps only the distant immovable king knew the true reason, as he was currently closing the chat window with a cold smile on his face. If you want to play tricks with your Shield Emperor Grandpa, you're still too green. He muttered to himself, and as if recalling something, the immovable king wickedly licked the corner of his mouth. He then raised his head to look at the battlefield in the distance, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. He felt fortunate that he hadn't waded into this murky water and had chosen to preserve himself. Seeing the 6,000-member teams of the Sword Rain Guild in disarray, suffering heavy casualties, he knew it was time to leave. What if this seemed like a cheat, and Dao Sansheng got carried away, killing his Iron Wall Guild members too? Thinking of this, the immovable king called out to the Iron Wall Guild players he had brought, "We've seen the good show, let's quickly leave this place of chaos." Then what about the president? What should we do about the Sword Rain Guild? A trusted aide inquired. Upon hearing this, the immovable king glanced at Xiao Wuxing, who was standing still. In the distance, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Isn't our St. Hall's Knight, the Wuxing Sword Madman, still here? He will definitely handle it. It was unclear how Much time had passed, but Wang Chen finally stopped the slaughter. Over 3,000 Sword Rain Guild players lay dead, and the entire burning canyon was littered with bodies. In disarray. Of course, many more bodies had already turned into white light and disappeared, leaving only the dropped equipment behind. The attack range of the flame ring is still too small. If only there were a group attack skill with a larger range. Wang Chen clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, looking towards the direction of the fleeing players. After all, he was just one person. Even if killing was like mowing grass, he couldn't possibly kill them all. Captain, you're too amazing. Tu Xiaoling and the others had come over at some point. Is that so? Don't you have any other adjectives to praise me with? Wang Chen shrugged, glancing at Tu Xiaoling with some disdain. Tu Xiaoling's face immediately fell, unable to hold back a roll of her eyes. You? Alright, I was just joking. Do me a favor and gather up all the equipment on the ground. Wang Chen looked around casually and instructed Tu Xiaoling. Upon hearing this, Tu Xiaoling immediately became interested. There must be thousands of pieces of equipment scattered around. If she found something suitable during the gathering process, she knew her captain wouldn't be stingy. I was still thinking about how to support you, but I didn't expect you to single-handedly kill thousands of players. Impressive. Floating life like a dream, remarked as he watched Tu Xiaoling skip away. Wang Chen laughed heartily. It's just a level crush. If it were you, you could do it too. Floating life like a dream chuckled in response, then casually said, it's probably not just a level crush. Captain, your hidden class must have some insane passive that increases resilience. After saying this, seeing Wang Chen smile without answering, he didn't mind. Some things were better left unsaid. Xiao Wusheng is coming. Judging by his expression, he probably wants to talk to you. Floating life is but a dream looked into the distance, where a young man wielding an orange longsword was approaching slowly. Wang Chen had naturally noticed him long ago and was waiting from afar. A breeze carrying the scent of sulfur blew through the canyon, and the atmosphere fell silent, with only the distant sound of rabbit Xiaoling happily picking up equipment. Can we talk? Violent Dao San Shang. Xiao Wushing's face showed little expression. Perhaps he was just that kind of indifferent person. Wang Chen smiled slightly. Oh, it's my honor to talk with the sword mad god Xiao, the ninth of the Holy Hall. He then shifted the topic. But I wonder if the sword god Xiao is here representing the Sword Rain Guild or yourself. Is there a difference? Xiao Wushing raised an eyebrow. Of course, if I remember correctly, the president of the Sword Rain Guild is Qingyu Ruyan, and even my grievances with the Sword Rain Guild started because of her. Wang Chen's words were not wrong. If the initial grievances were with Yi Jian Biaoshui and the 5 members of the Jian Ke group, he only wanted to take revenge on those few people. However, upon learning that Qingyu Ruyan had failed to recruit him and sent people to ambush him, it turned into a grievance with the Sword Rain Guild. It should be noted that when he was ambushed, Wang Chen's sin value was already close to 100. Once dead, it would mean the complete destruction of this character. As for the subsequent bounty, the battle in the Dark Forest, and Wang Chen's counter-bounty on the forum, that was beyond his control. Deepening enmity was unavoidable. Hearing Wang Chen's doubts, Xiao Wushing fell silent, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Finally, as if he had come to a realization, he let out a deep breath. Qingyu Ruyan is my girlfriend, so I can naturally represent the Sword Rain Guild. Can we talk now? Wang Chen nodded. Sure, go ahead. What does the sword god Xiao want to discuss? Xiao Wushing glanced at the scattered equipment on the ground inside. Given the current situation, I don't want to argue about who's right or wrong. The losses of the Sword Rain Guild will be borne by us, and from now on, the Sword Rain Guild and your infinite battle group will not interfere with each other, and all grievances will be wiped clean. How about that? After saying a mouthful, Xiao Wushing paused slightly, watching Wang Chen's reaction. Is this a concession? The thought crossed Wang Chen's mind, and he pondered for a moment. To be honest, after the battle in the Burning Canyon, he had already vented most of his anger. Not only did it ruin Qingyu Ruyan's plans, but he also nearly wiped out the members of the Sword Rain Guild. However, just letting the Sword Rain Guild go like this left him somewhat unwilling. He was well aware of the principle that if you don't kill the snake, it might bite you back. As long as he continued to crazily hunt down the members of the Sword Rain Guild, he believed he could ultimately make it impossible for the Sword Rain Guild to establish itself in Green Wild City. But that would require a lot of time, and his own development would be hindered. After weighing the options, Wang Chen suddenly thought of a question. You say you can represent the Sword Rain Guild, but what if later on, President Qingyu Ruyan breaches the contract? I haven't forgotten that it was clearly your guild that sent people to ambush and kill me, yet President Qingyu Ruyan turned around and bit back on the forum. I can't commend such character. Wang Chen's words darkened Xiao Wushing's expression. It was all his girlfriend's doing. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wushing solemnly guaranteed, how about I, Xiao Wushing, vouch for my character? if Ru Yan continues to entangle with you, I voluntarily delete my account and exit the apocalypse world, never to return. Xiao Wuxing's words were firm and carried a convincing power. Even floating life is but a dream. Who had been silently listening to their conversation was now surprised and raised his head. Wang Chen was also somewhat shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Wuxing to have such boldness. Xiao Wuxing's character is quite good, you can trust him, but his girlfriend is not to be underestimated. Lu Qingyu's true nature and past, I doubt Xiao Wuxing knows them clearly. Fu Shenggruming walked up to Wang Chen and whispered. Wang Chen stroked his chin, feeling that this statement contained a lot of information. He looked up again at Xiao Wuxing, who was waiting for a response, and came up with an idea. Since you are so sincere, I, Dao San Shang, happen to be a reasonable person. As long as you agree to 2 conditions, our agreement will take effect. What are the 2 conditions? Xiao Wuxing asked expressionlessly. The first condition is to withdraw the bounty on the forum. Of course, I will also withdraw mine simultaneously. Additionally, you need to post and clarify the cause of the incident, stating that it was your Sword Rain Guild that first sent someone to attack me. Wang Chen stated the first condition. No problem, it was indeed our issue. Now say the second. Xiao Wuxing replied readily. The second 1. Just in case the Sword Rain Guild still actively seeks trouble with me or the Infinite Battle Group, at that time, I won't need you to quit the game. Just join the Infinite Battle Group and wholeheartedly work for me. Is that condition acceptable to you? Wang Chen quickly stated his demands, then closely watched Xiao Wuxing's reaction. This. Xiao Wuxing hesitated. Seeing this, Wang Chen provoked him. What? Is it you, Xiao Wuxing, who doesn't keep your word, or do you not believe that Qingyu Ruyan will grow? I agree. In the end, Xiao Wuxing still agreed. Wang Chen achieved his goal and couldn't help but grin. He quickly drafted an agreement through the system and handed it to Xiao Wuxing. Words are not enough, the system is fair. Xiao Wuxing picked up the agreement and glanced at it. It was roughly the same as what they had agreed upon before. Since that was the case, he no longer hesitated and quickly wrote his name, officially making the agreement effective. After completing this task, Xiao Wuxing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, while also feeling more dissatisfied with Qingyu Ruyan. If it weren't for Qingyu Ruyan's unilateral decision, how could the dignified Xiao Wuxing lower himself like this? The reason for actively seeking peace was that Xiao Wuxing saw things very clearly. The current Dao San Shang was invincible at this stage, with a significant level advantage. Coupled with a hidden profession that seemed no weaker than the Wind Spirit Swordsman, it created a bug-level existence. If he continued to clash with the other party, the large and prosperous Sword Rain Guild would surely fall apart. Although Xiao Wuxing was very unhappy with Qingyu Ruyan's unilateral acceptance of the consortium's investment to establish the guild, it was already a done deal, and he didn't want his years of hard work to go to waste. Now that the agreement was signed, Xiao Wuxing considered it a resolution to a concern. The previous losses could be seen as paying for Qingyu Ruyan's recklessness, and from now on, everyone could mind their own business, allowing the Sword Rain Guild to develop peacefully. As for the future, if Wang Chen and the Infinite Battle Group actively provoke trouble, then the contract would naturally be void. Xiao Wuxing never considered the possibility of his own guild breaking the contract first. That was his confidence as the Ninth of the Holy Hall. Although he only served as the vice president in the Sword Rain Guild, the vast majority of the members joined because of him. The entire Deep Blue Federation Hall of Fame had only 1,000 people. And as one of the top 50 players in the Holy Hall, the name of Wuxing Jianquan was the golden signboard of the Sword Rain Guild. As long as he spoke, Xiao Wuxing was confident that no one would defy his will. Xiao God, the agreement has been signed. To show my sincerity, I have already deleted my bounty post. Now it's up to you. After seeing the agreement signed, Xiao Wuxing seemed a bit dazed, and Wang Chen took the initiative to speak. Xiao Wuxing came back to his senses and quickly nodded. Then we shall take our leave, see you in the martial world? Wang Chen was sending him off. He had many other matters to attend to. Not to mention anything else, but the equipment mountain that Rabbit Xiaoling is gradually gathering needs careful consideration. Following Wang Chen's gaze, Xiao Wuxing also saw that equipment mountain, and his eyelids twitched slightly. The ones who came today were all contracted members of the Sword Rain Guild, and their equipment wasn't too shabby. As a result, the losses were heavy, and just the subsequent compensation would probably cost several thousand gold coins. Even the aloof Xiao Wuxing felt a bit of pain. After all, that's money. From the scene earlier when Captain Dao Sanqing descended from the sky, it can be seen that Captain Dao Sanqing is also an absolute expert in free mode. I wonder if he has time to spar with Wuxing. As soon as Xiao Wuxing finished speaking, a phantom battle flag appeared out of thin air, landing between the two. System, Wuxing Sword Mad has challenged you to a duel. Do you accept? What's the matter? Want to fight to regain your honor? I'm busy right now, let's talk when you come to the Infinite Battle Group another day. Wang Chen glared and directly clicked refuse. The latter part of his sentence exposed his true intentions, making Xiao Wuxing's face darken. Since he was rejected, Xiao Wuxing couldn't force a PK, after all, they had just made peace. He immediately said nothing more and turned away gloomily. The movement speed of the Wind Spirit Swordsman was very fast, and after about 10 seconds, he disappeared from Wang Chen and the other's sight. What's wrong? Brother Fuxing, do you have something to say? Seeing Fuxing Ruomon's somewhat meaningful expression, Wang Chen asked curiously. Fuxing Ruomon shook his head. Nothing? I was just thinking about Xiao Wuxing. He has strength, but his personality is indeed a bit simple. He trusts his eyes too much. Is there something to gain from this? Wang Chen became interested. Fuxing Ruomon quickly denied it. No. But speaking of which, I feel like you're quite cunning. Why haven't I heard of you in the virtual gaming world before? Of course you haven't heard of me, this is my first time playing a virtual game. Wang Chen replied. Fuxing Ruomon looked shocked and somewhat disbelieving. Really? Wang Chen pouted. Believe it or not, I'm going to check today's harvest. After saying that, he ran towards Rabbit Shilling, who was already almost done gathering the equipment. Behind him, Fuxing Ruomon saw Wang Chen's nonchalant demeanor and began to truly believe that he was a newcomer to the virtual gaming world. TSK. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. After this sentiment, Fuxing Ruomon also ran towards that pile of equipment. Although his equipment was good, what if there was something suitable for him? As a newcomer who was warmly invited into the Infinite Battle Group, Wang Chen would surely not be stingy with a piece or two of equipment. Just as Wang Chen and the others were examining the mountain of thousands of pieces of equipment, the situation in the Burning Canyon battle was gradually fermenting online. The official forum of Apocalypse World was never short of hot topics. The post where Wang Chen fought against 1,000 in the Dark Forest had already sunk down. The latest hot topic was discussing what changes would occur after this system update. As for the level 20 player who triggered the system update, there wasn't much attention on him. Some players speculated that more dungeons would be released after the update, as the current sources of equipment for players were too few. This point received a lot of agreement, showing that most players had long suffered from the low drop rates of equipment in Apocalypse World. Besides this, there were speculations about new expansions being released, strengthening guild benefits, and many other countless possibilities. In addition to these discussions about game content, there were two posts that remained at the forefront of the forum. Those were the pursuit posts of Qingyu Ruyun and Wang Chen, with both sides announcing their pursuit of each other. Many players wanted to see the results of the fierce confrontation between the two sides, especially since the recent battle in the Dark Forest had already proven that the violent method was not to be trifled with. However, just as the heat of these two pursuit posts remained high, a server-wide announcement suddenly appeared. The legendary boss first kill, still. That violent mage Dao San Shang who was battling against the Sword Rain Guild. To be honest, I no longer care about what awesome gear the legendary boss will drop, or what the clues for those legendary equipment fragments are. I just want to ask, is the Infinite War Group recruiting? No other intentions, just want to be closer to the violent mage god. Does anyone understand? I'm a level 15 high-level mage, and I still haven't fought a boss-level leader. I've missed the legendary boss first kill. Does anyone know the latest situation with the violent mage and the Sword Rain Guild? I heard that the MT Little Stone and the Healer Lost Star from the Infinite War Group have joined other guilds. And someone saw them in the Human Storm Empire's Ireland City. The forum was buzzing with discussions due to the server-wide announcement of the legendary first kill when suddenly players noticed that the two pursuit posts had vanished without a trace. Then, an ID named Wuxing Jianquang appeared, posting a thread explaining the origins of the feud between the Sword Rain Guild and the Violent Mage, stating that the two had buried the hatchet and would no longer interfere with each other. This stirred up a huge wave. No one was unfamiliar with the ID Wuxing Jianquang. Unexpectedly, this big figure stepped in, and right away, it was to represent the Sword Rain Guild in reconciling with the Violent Mage. However, that wasn't the end. A group of busybodies on the forum was preparing to uncover the reason when an incomplete video quietly appeared on the forum. Like adding fuel to the fire, when they saw the footage in the video, the forum erupted. The video seemed to be edited, starting with Wang Chen appearing in midair on a cliff. The explosive opening effect was maximized, and the barrage of comments surged like a tsunami below. What the hell, I just entered and saw the Violent Mage jumping off a cliff. Where is this? There's even a giant red dragon down there. Isn't that the legendary boss from the TV? It's the crime scene, quick, gather around. The footage continued, showcasing a series of thrilling maneuvers by Wang Chen. In a disadvantageous situation where the boss was pulled far away, he ultimately landed gracefully on the boss's back. In a flash, he clashed with the god-level player Wuxing Jianquang, snatching the legendary boss' first kill. Finally, countless Sword Rain players rushed towards the violent mage, and a few seconds later, the video went dark, likely indicating the video owner was brutally taken down. The entire video was not long, only a little over a minute. But in that minute, players on the forum felt the thrill of watching a blockbuster. Skills can be used like this? My eyes have been opened today. Is this the free mode? I actually chose the system. Assist mode, I regret it so much now. That MT must be the Shield King immovable Ming Wang, he's actually here, truly a gathering of gods. I declare, from now on, I am a loyal fan of the violent mage, ancient love for Kuan, modern love for Shang. The video shooter claimed to be an official member of the Sword Rain Guild, right there at the scene of the battle. According to him, he originally intended to film the spectacle of his guild taking down the legendary boss. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently captured the violent mage, descending from the sky, and then was robbed of the final blow. That wasn't all. Next, a guild of 6,000 to 7,000 people besieged the violent mage alone, only to be mowed down instead. Their two guild leaders either logged off to escape or were powerless. So after this incident, he was completely disappointed with the Sword Rain Guild and would rather pay the breach of contract fee to withdraw from the guild. Only then did all the players on the forum understand the whole story, why Wuxing Jian Quang Xiao Wuxing would post such a thread. This was a softening stance. A small group of 5, or rather just Wang Chun alone. In a struggle against a large guild, he ultimately emerged victorious. What an incredible thing this was, yet it truly happened right before the eyes of a multitude of players in the Apocalypse World. Apocalypse World is unlike any previous virtual game, the era where strength was represented by Hall of Fame rankings where the number of guild members may have passed. Any situation could arise, just like the Dark Horse. That is the violent law. Someone stepped forward to summarize. No one knew his origins, he just appeared out of nowhere in Apocalypse World, overshadowing a group of Hall of Fame players. Countless strong individuals and factions from both the dark and light camps were shocked after learning about the events. Wang Chan and his Infinite Battle Group truly entered the eyes of these people, even though the Infinite Battle Group was still quite weak. The upheaval on the forum had nothing to do with Wang Chan, he was currently focused on handling equipment with Fu Shang Rua Meng and a few others. There were nearly 3,000 pieces of equipment piled up, looking dazzlingly colorful. Most of them were white, ordinary grade and green excellent grade, accounting for over 98%. There were only a few dozen blue fine grade items, and most were level 10 to 12. Why haven't I seen any epic grade equipment? Rabbit Xiao Lang said greedily. Hearing this, Wang Chen chuckled lightly and took out a shield from his backpack, the dazzling purple light immediately capturing the attention of the two. This was a giant shield half a person tall, with a golden face and silver edges, looking very impressive. Imitation of the heart of the mighty shield. Shield, epic. Durability, 78/100. Equipment requirement, level 12, defense class. Equipment position, offhand. Attributes, stamina 183, strength 111. Lion's heart, increases your threat value and raises your health cap by 10%. Roar, aimed at the front, releases a fan-shaped shockwave, dealing 200 plus 120% physical attack damage, with a maximum attack range of 10 yards. Targets hit will be stunned for 3 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds, ineffective against elite units and above. Description: this seems to be just a replica, yet it still possesses exquisite craftsmanship. The attributes are good, any defense class that gets this will at least increase their tanking ability by a level. Fu Shang Rua Meng commented. Wang Chen nodded in response. This was dropped by the chief MT of Sword Rain. The moment I saw the purple, I quickly stashed it in my backpack. Ha, Sword Rain Guild really suffered a heavy loss this time. Are you planning to give this shield to Little Stone, Captain? Rabbit Xiao Lang said excitedly from the side. Well, Little Stone needs to get better equipment. Next time when I'm not around, you can tackle the hard level dungeons. Wang Chen explained, then began to contact Li Taizhu. As before, he used the system trading interface to transfer the equipment piece by piece into the team warehouse. Fortunately, Little Saint attribute, physical attack 55 *LV, stamina 50 *LV, strength 35 *LV, scorching flame, your attacks will burn enemies, dealing an additional 20% fire damage. Dragon's might, your attacks instill fear in hostile targets, reducing their defense by 20%, effect halved against legendary and above units. Tier, your attacks will cause enemies to bleed, dealing 10% physical attack damage per second for 10 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers. Description: feel the pain, stranger. An ultimate weapon, all 3 effects are designed to deal more damage. This must be a divine artifact. Captain, let me touch it. This is Rabbit Shaokold, her delicate little face almost pressed against the gauntlet. Is it possible for attributes to grow starting from rare level equipment? This is Floating Life like a dream, currently wearing a face full of astonishment. The Claw of Elden is not really a dragon's claw, it just has that name. The entire gauntlet is exquisitely designed, especially the sharp blades on the fingers, made of an unknown metal that glimmers with a red spiritual light. Even without touching it, one can feel a wave of heat. Wang Chen pushed away the big Loli's approaching pretty face and eagerly put on the Claw of Elden. After equipping the Claw of Elden, Wang Chen swung his fists a couple of times. It felt incredibly light, and the speed of his strikes was much faster than the heavy Ragozer's might. If he were to face Xiao Wuxing's swift sword again. Now, Wang Chen was confident he could easily catch it. Looking again at his health that had more than doubled and his physical attack that had skyrocketed, a powerful feeling surged within him. Wang Chen had an inexplicable feeling that this gauntlet weapon was perfect for his class. Melee mage, one punch, one explosion? It feels just like this. In a great mood, Wang Chen continued to check his gains, ignoring Rabbit Xiaokold's eager gaze. If he remembered correctly, besides this pair of gauntlets, there were 3 other items. As the remaining items appeared in his hands, Wang Chen also saw their attributes clearly. One was a guild token, which needed no explanation. With that one in his backpack, he now had 2. This does not mean that the guild token is not precious. From a certain perspective, it is worth much more than epic equipment. The second item was a skill book, seemingly more exquisite than any previous skill book, subtly radiating a layer of spiritual light. Skill, Dragon Flame Breath. Class, Fire Mage. Description, condenses magical power to generate a giant dragon illusion that breathes fire forward, dealing 300 plus 150% spell attack damage to a 20 by 20 area, and stunning targets within the area for 2 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds, stun effect is ineffective against legendary and above monsters, consumes 200 mana. After seeing the skill description of Dragon Flame Breath, Wang Chen couldn't help but excitedly pump his fist. Another area attack skill, not only is the attack range wide, but it also comes with a stun effect. The skill damage of 300 plus 150%. Spell attack is quite impressive, though the 30-second cooldown is a bit long. The key point is the stun effect of this skill, which surprisingly can even affect legendary monsters. As expected of a skill book dropped by a legendary boss, it really has prestige. Directly learning Dragon Flame Breath, Wang Chen glanced at the dragon head icon that appeared in his skill bar, feeling quite satisfied. Turning his gaze to the last item, he couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the attributes. Unrefined Ancient Blade, quest item, rare. Description, this sword has been eroded by time, losing its original color, only revealing some glorious past through its ancient carvings. Take it to the Dragon's Rest, and you will gain some clues about the Dragon Blood Warrior. This should be the transition token for a hidden class, right? Wang Chen displayed the attributes. Somewhat uncertain. As Floating Life is but a dream and Rabbit Xiaolang gathered around, they both exclaimed in unison, why is it a hidden class for warriors? Unlike Wang Chen, both Floating Life is but a dream and Rabbit Xiaolang were seasoned players who had played many virtual games. So, upon seeing the ambiguous description, they immediately recognized it as a dedicated token for a warrior's hidden class. This made them quite uncomfortable, as one was an archer and the other a rogue. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Wang Chen chuckled, comforting the two as he stored the unquenched ancient blade in his backpack. Let's go, I'm planning to head back to Greenwild City first. What about you? Without the worry of being a red name, Wang Chen decided to return to Greenwild City. Thinking of the red name, he suddenly recalled that after killing so many players, his Invul Mask's kill value should have increased significantly. However, when he opened his attribute interface, he was surprised to find that his kill value had not increased at all. Could it be that the players I killed were too low level, so it doesn't count as kill value? Wang Chen felt this was the only explanation. And it seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to verify it later. He then glanced at the curse on M. Ocean's Gaze, which was a system prompt after killing Erson? Red Flame. Ocean's Gaze, Blood Curse, Legendary. Description, due to killing Erson? Red Flame, who is a descendant of the world dragon, you are now hated by dragon-type creatures, and your reputation among the dragon race automatically drops from indifferent to hated. When you appear near dragon cities, you will automatically be hunted by dragon guards. Is that it? I thought it would be something more. I just won't go to dragon cities. Wang Chen pouted, feeling that this legendary level curse was somewhat overrated, and immediately brushed it aside. Little did he know that his indifference would soon lead to consequences. On the other side, hearing Wang Chen's inquiry, Floating Life is but a dream pondered for a moment and suddenly raised a question. Now is the best time for you, Captain. Why not take this opportunity to expand the Infinite Battle Group? Rabbit Xiaolang, who was beside her, was taken aback at first but then nodded in agreement. Wang Chen glanced at the time and realized that more than half of today's gaming time had passed, leaving about 10 hours remaining. Remembering that he had previously agreed with Li Taizhu to recruit for the Infinite Battle Group after dealing with the sword rain matter, he nodded without hesitation. I've been planning this for a while, so let's head back to Green Wild City together. Our Infinite Battle Group will officially start expanding. At this moment, Rabbit Xiaolang added, Captain, you can post on the forum first. There are definitely many players in other cities who want to join, and you can pick some elite players. As they discussed, they made their way to Green Wild City, during which Floating Life is but a Dream offered many suggestions. Especially when she learned that Wang Chen had a guild token, she immediately suggested he establish a guild in one go. After all, mercenary groups had too many restrictions, only able to recruit 40 people, and lacked the numerous benefits of a guild. If Wang Chen only wanted to form a small team, that would be fine, and he could ignore her suggestion. However, if he intended to compete for dominance in the apocalypse world in the future, the sooner the guild was established, the better. Floating Life is but a Dream's words made Wang Chen ponder for a long time, still feeling some concerns. Establishing a guild was something he would have to do sooner or later, but he wasn't ready yet. Setting up a guild was not that simple. At the very least, it required strong capital. Didn't Xing Yu Ruyan also establish the Sword Rain Guild after receiving funding from a consortium? After all, it is well known that only formally contracted members are the source of a guild's cohesion. Only the binding of interests can unite a guild into a whole, possessing absolute power over scattered players. And signing contracts with players would definitely require offering them benefits. Salaries are generally based on contract levels, and almost all guilds operate this way now. For example, a guild has 10,000 officially contracted members. Among them, there are 9,000 ordinary members and 1,000 elite members. Each ordinary member earns 5,000 credit points per real month, while elite members earn 10,000. So, just paying salaries to these members amounts to over 500 million each month. What a staggering figure, just thinking about it is terrifying. Not to mention that during guild activities or guild wars, various subsidies are also needed, which all burn money. So, don't be fooled by the surface glamour of those big guilds. In the early stages, they might be losing money just to support their members. Only when a guild has a base or even its own city can it gradually break even and eventually make a huge profit. As Wang Chen was lost in thought, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he slapped his forehead. Wait, I already have enough capital to establish a guild. A mere 10,000 members is completely manageable. Indeed, Wang Chen thought of the treasure deeds that nearly filled his personal warehouse. According to the price he set for Rocky, he could receive around 20,000 gold coins in rent each month. Even if the value of gold coins gradually decreases as the system adjusts, those 20,000 gold coins are still worth at least 200 million credit points. As long as he waits for about another month, he can collect rent again. With just this rental income, Wang Chen can fully cover the expenses for 10,000 guild contract members. With this in mind, he made a decisive decision. Alright, let's establish the guild directly, but for now, let's keep the number of guild contract members around 10,000, any more and I might not be able to pay the salaries. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Fu Shang Ruomeng and Tu Xiaolang both looked at him in surprise. What? Is there something wrong? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. Fu Shang Ruomeng looked Wang Chen up and down, and after realizing he was making him a bit uneasy, he finally spoke. So it turns out the leader is a super rich person. I wonder which consortium's young master you are. Tu Xiaolang's eyes also sparkled. She hadn't expected her guild leader to have such substantial financial resources. Didn't you suggest I establish the guild all at once? Wang Chen replied, speechless. Hearing this, Fu Shang Ruomeng chuckled awkwardly. It's true that I suggested it, but I didn't expect you to mention a contract member count of 10,000 right off the bat. What I meant was to first establish the guild, then recruit some elite members, and later expand the scale with the support of a consortium. After all, you see, the Sword Rain Guild did it that way too. Now it made sense. Wang Chen realized he had made a blunder. However, since the words had already left his mouth, he couldn't take them back. It's fine, even if we aim to recruit 10,000, whether we can actually find that many is another matter. I plan for Infinite Dynasty to take the elite route. At least the contract members must be absolute elites. Infinite Dynasty? So that's the name you've prepared for the guild. It sounds quite domineering. Fu Shang Ruomeng repeated the name Infinite Dynasty and then nodded in agreement. The elite route is definitely feasible. With your current reputation, I imagine many will come seeking you. I can't say for the Hall of Fame players, but there will surely be quite a few elite players. Then it's settled. But brother Fu Shang, you have to help me. I might have some experience in management, but when it comes to recruiting, I need you to help me screen the candidates. Wang Chen looked at Fu Shang Ruomeng with a serious request. It seems I've really boarded a pirate ship for that rare pet. Fu Shang Ruomeng initially wanted to refuse, but seeing the look in Wang Chen's eyes, he knew he couldn't say no. After weighing it a bit, he sighed and nodded in agreement. With everything discussed, the three of them stopped talking about other matters and headed straight towards Greenwild City. By the time they reached outside Greenwild City, it had already been over half an hour. As they got closer to the city gate, Tu Xiaoling suddenly thought of something and looked strangely at Wang Chen's head. I almost forgot, Captain, you have such a notorious name, and you killed so many players in the Burning Canyon before. Why are you still sporting a white name? She recalled how, when Wang Chen had a red name, the guards had been watching him closely even before they reached Greenwild City. Hearing this, Wang Chen chuckled. Maybe it's because my sin value was too high and I reverted back to a white name. TCH. The little lowly scoffed, thinking he was just teasing her like a child. Seeing her disbelief, Wang Chen pretended to be a bit disappointed and shook his head. It seems you haven't heard the saying, white to the extreme is black and black to the extreme is white. This is also true in the apocalypse world. Otherwise, think about it, why would I still have a white name with such a high sin value? It's because I triggered this hidden mechanism. After saying this, Wang Chen didn't care about Tu Xiaoling's reaction and walked past the guards into Greenwild City. Floating life like a dream followed closely behind, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Only Tu Xiaoling was left, looking unsure, and it took her a while to react and run into the city. She was a bit confused. Could it be that Apocalypse World really had such a setting? Ahead of Tu Xiaoling, Wang Chen entered Greenwild City again, suddenly feeling like he hadn't returned in a long time. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he headed towards the city hall with floating life like a dream. Establishing a guild not only required a guild token but also recent official recognition. On the way to the city hall, Wang Chen didn't forget to send a message to Li Taizhu. He asked him to bring Yi Sanku over to witness the birth of the Infinite Dynasty Guild together. As for Xiao Shitu and Milu Xingxing, they probably wouldn't make it in time, as he learned from Yi Dao Liang Duan that they were currently at a critical moment in the Flame Camp dungeon. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen opened the forum and edited a post to send out. The Infinite Dynasty Guild is established and is now inviting elite players from all walks of life to join. Excellent treatment awaits. Interested parties can come to Greenwild City and become a member of the Infinite Guild after passing the assessment. Once the post was sent out, it instantly ignited the forum, and within minutes, it was pushed to the trending section at an exaggerated speed. The replies below were also increasing at a rate of thousands per second, showcasing Wang Chen's current fame. Many players replied, saying they were gathering travel funds to take the teleportation array to Greenwild City. After all, this was the guild of the legendary Baofa Dao San Shang, currently the strongest dark horse in the apocalypse world. A player who had taken countless first kills since the server opened, making even the Saint Hall's ninth lifeless sword submit. Moreover, he was a super player who single-handedly fought against large guilds and ultimately emerged victorious. The establishment of a guild by such a strong player made many who heard the news excited. Seeing this situation, Wang Chen quickly added recruitment standards at the end of the post. The minimum assessment standard is level 14, with dungeon experience and team battle experience preferred. Hidden professions will be prioritized, and standards can be lowered. Sure enough, as soon as this recruitment standard was announced, it immediately made the vast majority of players back off. First of all, the level 14 requirement limited over 90% of players, and those who were just looking to join in were even more deterred. The subsequent standards of dungeon experience and team battle experience excluded another portion. As for hidden professions, which hidden profession wouldn't be treated like a treasure by their home city's guild? Among the scattered players, hidden professions were even rarer, and they might not even be willing to come to Greenwild City. As a result, the number of players who met Wang Chen's set standards and were willing to come to Greenwild City for assessment was limited. This was evident from the replies that appeared after the recruitment standards were posted. I'm outta here. Baofai is getting cocky. Which guild has such high recruitment standards? Now, and hidden professions? Do you really need to go through an assessment for that? It's simply ridiculous. Yeah. I'm only level 12, and I originally wanted to join the Infinite Dynasty, but it seems they don't think much of me at all. To be honest, the recruitment standards set by the Infinite Dynasty are indeed a bit high. It looks like they want to go for an absolute elite route. There were countless replies like this, and many players were criticizing Wang Chen because of it. However, after seeing this, Wang Chen instead smiled. This was exactly his intention. Wang Chen established these recruitment standards for a few reasons. The first is that he genuinely wants to pursue an elite route, not just focus on scale and end up with a guild lacking in combat power. Wang Chen believes that in the later stages of the game, battles between guilds will be plentiful. There might even come a day when several administrative district servers merge, leading to conflicts between districts. The second purpose is to eliminate the vast majority of players who are just there to join the fun. After all, the teleportation fees between secondary main cities are not cheap. If too many players come just to join in or take a chance and fail to join the Infinite Dynasty, they would waste their teleportation fees and surely harbor resentment. This would harm Wang Chen's reputation among casual players and could impact the future development of the guild. As for the trolls that appeared after the recruitment standards were announced, Wang Chen didn't care at all. Different people have different opinions. These trolls are likely players who probably can't meet the standards, venting their frustrations. Of course, it could also be some hostile forces towards Wang Chen, deliberately trying to stir things up. But Wang Chen believes his goal has been achieved. Players who are genuinely interested in joining the Infinite War Group are probably already on their way. After posting the recruitment notice, Wang Chen and his companion were nearing the governing hall, and behind them, Tu Xiaoling had also caught up. The governing hall, as one of the power centers of Green Wild City, is not only luxuriously decorated but also heavily guarded. The guards at the entrance are all level 70 elites, and their intelligence is not low either. Every player entering or exiting the governing hall must go through their scrutiny. However, once Wang Chen equipped his title of Baron of the Storm Empire, everything changed. Greetings, Baron. Seeing the soldiers bowing to Wang Chen, both Floating Life and Dream were taken aback. Although Tu Xiaoling already knew Wang Chen was a baron, she was still surprised to witness this scene. Indeed, even in the game world, power and status are intoxicating things. They successfully met with the Governor Andaman, who greeted them with a slight smile. Long time no see, Mr. Baron. Greetings to you, Governor. Wang Chen slightly bowed in a gentlemanly manner. Andaman's smile widened even more as he led them into the governing hall. Is the Baron here to hand in a quest? Carlyle has already informed me of the specifics. It seems the abyss is not far off. At the mention of the abyss, Andaman's expression became somewhat serious. Wang Chen and Tu Xiaoling exchanged glances. They had been so focused on establishing the guild that they had overlooked the fact that they still had a quest to submit. Yes, my lord, but besides this matter, I have another request for your assistance. Wang Chen continued from Andaman's words and then took out a guild token. Andaman's expression was initially one of slight confusion, but as soon as he saw the guild token, he understood. Baron, are you looking to establish a guild? That's a small matter. Carlyle. As soon as Andaman finished speaking, a familiar NPC appeared. It was Carlyle, whom Wang Chen and the others had rescued from the Wailing mines. At this moment, this NPC had undergone a significant transformation, adorned in splendid armor and wielding a war hammer, with his level now at 60. Additionally, he had gained a new title, Assistant Governor of Green Wild City. May I ask what instructions you have, Governor Andaman? Carlyle stepped forward quickly after appearing. Upon seeing Wang Chen, he was momentarily stunned, then slightly bowed. Greetings to you, Baron. Thank you for the assistance from you and your companions in the Wailing mines. Seeing Carl's performance, Wang Chen felt that compared to his time in the Wailing mine, his intelligence had qualitatively improved. Is this the way NPCs level up, especially those with names? Wang Chen wondered to himself, but still returned the courtesy politely. At this moment, Andaman also expressed his request to Carl. Carl, please take the Baron to establish the guild, make it quick. After saying that, he turned to Wang Chen. Once the Baron has established the guild, please come find me, there's something I need you to do. Seeing Andaman like this, Wang Chen immediately understood that there was a task involved. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Establishing the guild was the priority. Setting up a guild wasn't a simple matter. The guild's battle robe, emblem, and structure all needed to be designed and decided. Fortunately, these didn't trouble Wang Chen for long, as he already had a plan in mind. Half an hour later, with Carl's help, all the procedures went smoothly. In the presence of Floating Life, like a dream, Rabbit Xiaolang, and the arriving Li Taizhu, the Infinite Dynasty was officially established. The guild emblem featured two intertwined divine dragons forming a horizontal figure-8 shape, symbolizing boundlessness and limitless potential. From now on, every member of the Infinite Dynasty would automatically bear this emblem to represent their identity. As for the guild battle robe, while it was called a battle robe, it was essentially equivalent to the mercenary emblem of a mercenary group, with the same attributes, increasing critical hit rate by 1%. However, it was said that as the guild level increased, new attributes would appear. Moreover, the guild battle robe was considered special equipment, which could be worn under other gear like a shirt, and it wouldn't occupy an equipment slot. System, you have created the Guild Infinite Dynasty.
And automatically become the guild leader.
Current guild level, level 1.
System, guild warehouse opened, guild channel opened, guild benefits activated, you can invite players to
join the guild. System, for more guild settings, please explore on your own.
As the system notifications continued to sound, the guild was officially established.
A smile appeared
on Wang Chen's face. He had finally reached this step. He sent out invitations to a few members of the original Infinite Battle Group, and soon they all joined.
In the guild channel, Little Stone sent a message. Congratulations on the establishment of Infinite Dynasty. Congratulations, Dao Gu. It's a pity I couldn't make it back in time. Lost Star. Congratulations.
Wang Chen, waiting for you all to come back. We will start recruiting a lot of people soon. You all are the veterans and need to take on some responsibilities.
After saying this in the guild channel, he didn't delay any longer and went to find Andaman.
Now, many players were probably coming from other cities to join Infinite Dynasty. And he couldn't let them wait around. Thinking of this, Wang Chen instructed Floating Life Like a Dream and the others to head to the teleportation array in Green Wild City to
start recruiting. As for himself, he went alone to find the Governor Andaman. You've arrived, Baron.
This is the reward I promised your team earlier, you can choose one.
Upon
meeting Andaman, he first presented the reward for the previous Abyssal Breath task for Wang Chen to choose from. There were 3 pieces of equipment as task rewards, all of
epic quality.
However, since they were all level 15 equipment, Wang Chen felt somewhat uninterested. After selecting, he chose the one with the highest relative value, an epic necklace, which just happened to fill the last gap in his equipment.
Spire of Discipline Necklace, epic. Durability, 100/100. Equipment requirement, level 15, magic. Profession. Equipment position, neck. Attributes, stamina 150, intelligence 100.
Edict, increases your spell critical hit probability by 3%.
Repentance, after use, it can increase
your health recovery speed. This effect can only be used after leaving combat. Description, show compassion to the world, sincerely repent in your atonement.
The attributes of
this necklace were average, especially that repentance effect, which seemed almost comical.
However, compared to the other 2 items, this is the best choice. In addition to the equipment, I also gained some experience and prestige rewards. Wang Chen casually equipped the necklace and then looked at the Governor, Andaman. I wonder if there is anything you need me to do, Governor? Upon hearing Wang Chen's inquiry, the brown-haired knight's expression became somewhat serious.
The fall of Karina is not a coincidence. I
can already sense their presence.
Baron Dao San Shang, I need you to go to the Grey Plain Highlands to investigate everything.
I've heard that there have been signs of demons appearing there.
System, the mystery of the flame demon, epic. As a common enemy of all life races on the continent, the abyssal demons have always been feared by all races.
Due
to the emergence of Karina, Governor Andaman of Greenfield City has grown concerned, believing this to be a sign of the abyssal demon's resurgence.
Coincidentally, news has come
from the Grey Plain Highlands that flame demons have been destroying villages.
Andaman wishes to ask you to investigate everything. Will you accept the quest? System, if you choose to accept the quest, you will officially unlock the expansion pack, The Descent of the Abyss. Please choose wisely. Looking at the special prompt from the system, Wang Chen hesitated for a moment. This was clearly a main quest, related to the opening of the new expansion pack. However, Wang Chen quickly reacted, what's there to be afraid of? Just do it. After choosing to accept, an epic quest appeared again in the quest list. Counting it up, Wang Chen had already accumulated quite a few unprocessed quests, such as the promised expedition to the Winter Temple with the Dwarven Archaeology Master. There were also clues for legendary equipment fragments awarded after slaying legendary bosses, such as the Unquenched Ancient Blade, Princess's Necklace, and a series of other tasks that needed to be completed. One at a time, it seems I'll have to get the guild, especially Fu Shang Ruomeng and the others, to pay more attention to this. Wang Chen thought to himself, unknowingly revealing a hint of that carefree attitude from his past life. After bidding farewell to Governor Andaman, Wang Chen headed straight to the teleportation array in Greenfield City. At this moment, the place was already packed with people, completely congested. If it were a normal time, there definitely wouldn't be many players appearing here. After all, currently, only the teleportation arrays between main cities were open, and the cost of cross-city travel was not low. However, today was an exception, all because of one event. The Infinite Dynasty Guild was officially recruiting. Since Wang Chen's post had gained traction on the forum, countless players were eager to join. The name Baron Dao San Shang was undoubtedly the hottest brand in the current apocalypse world, and many players regarded him as an idol. For many solo players, the temptation to join the Infinite Dynasty was immense. Although Wang Chen's recruitment criteria blocked Most players, the sheer number was still overwhelming. If it weren't for the fact that currently only teleportation arrays between the same race's main cities were open, there would probably be many players from other races trying to come over. Even so, the teleportation square was now filled with players. Some were genuinely meeting the criteria and sincerely wanting to join the Infinite Dynasty, while others had ulterior motives. Coupled with the local players from Greenfield City and those just wanting to join the excitement, the teleportation square was completely packed. When Wang Chen arrived, he found that he couldn't squeeze in at all. In desperation, he had to reveal his hidden nickname, which immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. It's Baron Dao himself. Quick, everyone, make way. Someone called out to others to clear a path. The shouts drew the attention of those nearby, and everyone hurriedly made way for Wang Chen. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Wang Chen maintained a calm expression with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, showing no signs of nervousness. For him, this was just a small scene. An ordinary person might have already stumbled in such a situation. Striding confidently along the cleared path, he reached the innermost part where Fu Shang Ruomeng and the others were busy, sweating profusely. Fortunately, Yi San Ku and Fu Shang Ruomeng seemed to have similar experiences, and everything was relatively orderly. Even so, when they saw Wang Chen approaching, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had found their anchor. President, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, we would have been overwhelmed. Tu Xiaolang pouted a bit in complaint. Wang Chen chuckled, noticing that there were many onlookers, including players from the Sword Rain Guild and the Aurora Guild. He frowned slightly and glanced around. When he spotted a stone platform several people high, an idea formed in his mind. Wang Chen took a few steps back, leaped onto the carvings beside the stone platform, and effortlessly jumped up onto the platform. His actions drew a lot of attention, and everyone turned their gaze toward him. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Wang Chen gave a slight bow to the many players, and the players in the teleportation square gradually quieted down. I am Dao San Shang, the president of the Infinite Dynasty, and I believe everyone knows me. He introduced himself first, and the players below immediately realized what Wang Chen was about to say, making the atmosphere even quieter. Wang Chen felt satisfied. It seemed he still held considerable prestige. Today, the Infinite Dynasty is officially recruiting members. First, I want to thank all the brothers for your support, but as you can see, we currently have limited manpower, which has led to some chaos on site. So, I kindly ask those here just to watch the excitement to step aside, and those who wish to join the guild, please line up in an orderly manner. I believe everyone wants to pass the assessment and officially join the big family of the Infinite Dynasty as soon as possible. As Wang Chen's words spread across the square, everyone understood his meaning. Immediately, a long line formed in front of Fu Shang Ruomeng and Yi San Ku, while the onlookers tactfully stepped aside. After all, it had become a consensus among most players that Wang Chen was not to be trifled with, especially for the local players of Greenwild City. The Sword Rain Guild had already demonstrated this to everyone. As the recruitment scene became more orderly, Wang Chen jumped down from the stone platform to help with the registration. According to the previously set recruitment criteria, players under level 14 were directly advised to leave. Of course, if they were hidden classes, they could be accepted regardless. Many players below level 14 came to try their luck, but upon seeing this scene, they were very disappointed, not expecting the Infinite Dynasty to follow through. However, there was no way around it. Wang Chen had to set some conditions, otherwise, if the floodgates opened, who knew how many people would be recruited? The number of guild members was not necessarily better the more there were. If the quality couldn't be guaranteed, recruiting anyone would ultimately ruin the guild. Wang Chen stood beside Fu Shang Ruomeng and the others, watching how they recruited members. Fu Shang Ruomeng and Yi San Ku were responsible for registration, while Li Taizhu and Tu Xiaolang maintained order. First, it was easy to see the player's level of 14, and then Fu Shang Ruomeng would ask a few simple questions. Do you have dungeon experience? Do you choose free mode or system-assisted mode? If you were ambushed by a certain profession in the wild, how would you respond? Questions like these would be asked randomly without any pattern. After asking, they would decide whether to issue a guild invitation based on the player's answers. Before coming, Wang Chen had already granted the 4 of them recruitment permissions. After watching for a while, Wang Chen basically understood the standards for Fu Shang Ruomeng and Yi San Ku when recruiting members. Generally, players who reached level 14 and chose free mode would be considered qualified. After all, the difficulty of free mode was there, and being able to choose free mode while reaching level 14 at this stage usually meant they were not just casual players. Next, they would look at their understanding of PK, team battles, dungeons, and so on. If they could articulate their thoughts, it indicated a good understanding of the game, and they could also be accepted into the guild. Time passed second by second, and the guild channel of the Infinite Dynasty gradually became lively. Wang Chen set a few members of the original Infinite Battle Group as managers, with specific positions to be planned later. As for the many players newly accepted into the Infinite Dynasty, Fu Shang Ruomeng also provided suggestions. For now, everyone will be classified as ordinary members, and later, based on performance and personal willingness, contracts will be signed to become official members. This is also to prevent any opportunists from taking advantage of the situation. After a period of time, their abilities will become apparent. Wang Chen naturally agreed to this suggestion and explained it in the guild channel. In addition, Wang Chen painted a big picture for everyone in the guild channel. Although the Infinite Dynasty has just been established, we are not lacking in funds or equipment. In the future, we will promote a group of core players based on their performance to serve as the management team. The guild warehouse has already stocked a large number of equipment, and as a benefit, everyone can exchange one piece at and 20% discount off the market price. You are the first batch of players in the Infinite Dynasty, and there will be many opportunities in the future. I hope everyone can work together to develop and strengthen the guild. The future of the Apocalypse world belongs to the Infinite Dynasty. In a month, the guild will officially sign contracts with members who perform well, and we will also compensate for this month's salary. The salary will vary based on the contract level, starting from 5,000 credit points. Lastly, I want to add that I don't know if there are any other forces infiltrating among you. If there are, please leave voluntarily, otherwise, if I find out, the consequences could be severe. At least with my Dao San Shang's strength, it's quite easy to make someone unable to survive in the game. Wang Chen's words were numerous, offering both sweet rewards and showing the big stick. In fact, many players who joined the Infinite Dynasty understood what he was saying. As a newly established guild, it visibly has great potential, making the Infinite Dynasty more attractive than those old guilds. Because those old guilds have a basically fixed management team. This leaves no upward mobility for players with a bit of ambition. Now, joining the Infinite Dynasty means that as long as you perform well and truly have the strength, there is a chance to become a high-level member of a future major guild. Of course, this is understandable. After all, who wouldn't want to manage a group of underlings and enjoy the perks? Wang Chen's speech immediately received support from many new members, with messages of thanks flooding the guild channel. Boss Bao is so generous. I'll go check if there's any suitable equipment later. The 20% discount saves a lot of money. A minimum salary of 5,000 for contract members? My goodness, our guild is so strong. I heard that ordinary contract members in other guilds only get about 3,000 credit points a month. I need to perform well, contribute more to the guild, and strive to become the leader of an elite team. Following Boss Bo, we will definitely dominate Green Wild City and even the entire Apocalypse world. Let's go! Wang Chen looked at the messages in the guild channel with satisfaction. It seemed his words had a significant effect. He thought that in the coming month, those who genuinely wanted to stay in the Infinite Dynasty would surely strive to perform well. I wonder how long it will take for the guild to level up to level 2 with this motivation. Wang Chen pondered this question to himself. At that moment, he noticed that some people chose to leave the Infinite Dynasty. There weren't many, but there were about 10. Wang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't expect there to be quite a few spies from other forces. It seems that most of them were scared off by his last words and decided to leave after weighing their options. It appears that among the remaining people, there are definitely still some spies, so he would have to be cautious during future guild activities. The recruitment efforts for the Infinite Dynasty continued, and Wang Chen personally assessed some players. To improve efficiency, he also selected some players who seemed outstanding. He then granted them recruitment permissions and helped recruit for the guild. It must be said that the quality of players who came to Green Wild City after seeing Wang Chen's recruitment standards on the forum was very high. There are indeed some hidden professions among them. Although they are solo players, their strength is impressive. Wang Chen even encountered a few acquaintances who turned out to be students from the Hongyan martial arts school in real life. The leader among them was Li Tianyu, a rogue with the hidden profession of shadow assassin. The others following him, such as He Yanpeng and Zhang Kai, were also known to Wang Chen. However, despite Wang Chen recognizing them, they failed to identify him. This was because Wang Chen had altered his appearance in the Apocalypse world, and he also wore a layer of the Invar mask. Seeing the admiration in Li Tianyu and the others' eyes, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected that in reality, he was their coach, and now they had come under his command in the game. Since they were acquaintances, he naturally intended to make full use of them. So, in the midst of Li Tianyu and the others' surprise, Wang Chen directly instructed them to help recruit players. As time passed, the speed of recruitment increased with everyone's efforts. Finally, with about an hour left in game time, the recruitment for the Infinite Dynasty was nearly complete. At this point, the entire guild had close to 8,000 members, 99% of whom were elite players above level 14. As for the remaining less than 1%, some were hidden professions, while others were players with special skills. For example, there was a sharpshooter player named Never Empty Air Force who loved fishing in real life. Although he was only level 12, his life skill, fishing, had already reached an advanced level, and he had transitioned to a hidden life profession, rare fisher. He could catch some rare fish, some of which could directly increase attributes. In addition, he could also fish up some odd items, such as blueprints, quest items, treasure chests, and so on, making him a rare talent. Another player, who claimed to be from the Strategic Planning Institute of the Federal Military University in reality, went by the nickname Han Xin Directs Troops. He self-recommended his command abilities, offering to help the guild with coordination during team battles. His confident demeanor did not seem fake, and after chatting with him for a bit, Wang Chen found his insights to be quite substantial. So he directly decided to bring him into the guild. The number of players like this was not very high, but there were about 20 in total. Wang Chen planned to specifically assign players with professional skills and life skill expertise to a logistics department. These life profession players could be cultivated significantly later on, definitely considered rare talents. In fact, he also intended to secretly establish a guild dedicated to life professions, letting not a medicine god manage it. Coincidentally, he had an extra guild token, allowing him to create another guild. This was also the reason why he deliberately did not call not a medicine god over when establishing the Infinite Dynasty. Wang Chen instinctively felt that with such a low equipment drop rate in the apocalypse world, life profession players would definitely have great potential. As the recruitment work gradually came to an end, Wang Chen quietly left alone. He needed to tinker with the guild warehouse. Before leaving, he had a private conversation with Floating Life as a Dream, and then, disregarding the objections of this mature young man, he appointed him as the vice president. According to Wang Chen's idea, those who are capable should take on more work. The newly established Infinite Dynasty needed experienced players like him to participate. This was also the result of Wang Chen's careful consideration. Through this period of interaction, he could see many things. This Beast King Hunter, who had his own combat skills, sharp insights, and unique perspectives on many matters, was undoubtedly a god-level player with an astonishing past. Before Wang Chen arrived at the recruitment site, he was already able to recruit methodically with Yi Sanku and others, which spoke volumes. Those seemingly simple assessment questions were definitely not something an inexperienced player could come up with. Do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I'll lead the guild astray? Floating Life as a Dream said with a wry smile, somewhat surprised by Wang Chen's boldness. Wang Chen laughed heartily at this. Trust those you use. Besides, I believe in Little Stone's judgment. The Floating Life brother he mentioned must be exceptional. Just as Wang Chen handed over the aftermath to Floating Life as a Dream, a flash of white light from the teleportation array signaled the arrival of a mage player. The mage player who appeared was handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor, and was at a high level of 18. His nickname drew gasps from many players, as he was a well-known god-level player. South Country Planting Beans. He was a super player, ranked in the top 50 of the Hall of Fame and had a significant reputation on the forums. South Country Planting Beans was often active in various forum posts, making him one of the high-level players most commonly encountered by ordinary players. So even as a solo player, he had considerable influence in the world of Apocalypse. It's this big shot. Could he be joining Infinite Dynasty? I can hardly believe it, exclaimed a new player who had just joined Infinite Dynasty. No way, I heard this big shot has never joined a faction, always a lone player, at most having a few gaming friends. That's part of why he holds such a transcendent status. We'll find out soon enough. I actually hope he joins Infinite Dynasty. He's a true god. Many technical posts on the forum are authored by him. Some say if it weren't for his refusal to join a faction, his equipment would be better, and he might rank even higher in the Hall of Fame. The newcomers of Infinite Dynasty were buzzing with discussion, looking at South Country Planting Beans, who was walking slowly towards them with eager eyes. Not far from the teleportation square, a few players were watching this scene through a window in a building. President, I didn't expect South Country Planting Beans to come here. It seems Infinite Dynasty will be our formidable rival, said a player named Whitehorse Silver Saddle, looking somewhat worried. Although he had a good impression of Wang Chen, seeing him establish a guild and become a future competitor of the Aurora Guild solidified his stance. Beside him, another confidant of Blue Aurora, a warrior named Insert Bitch Cell Life, looked disdainful. Just a bunch of rabble. How can the strength of our veteran guild compare to theirs? If we start a guild war, just sending out the president's elite Radiant Knight Corps would be enough to scatter these people. The Radiant Knight Corps he mentioned was the core combat force of the Aurora Guild, boasting 2,000 members, all Judgment Knights. Under the nurturing of abundant resources and a survival of the fittest competition model, these 2,000 members had superior combat awareness and equipment levels, making their combat power astonishing. Listening to the concerns and debates of his two confidants, Blue Aurora remained calm. I anticipated Dao San Shang would establish a guild, I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Let's wait and see. Although Xiao Wuxing chose to compromise for the greater good, that woman Qingyu Ruyan won't just give up easily. There will likely be more drama to come. As he spoke, Blue Aurora looked at the players of Infinite Dynasty, filling the teleportation square, his expression becoming somewhat proud. Besides, the rise of a guild isn't that simple. I estimate that a guild residence system might appear soon, and then we will see the outcome. Let's go, there's nothing more to see. Tell the brothers below not to easily clash with Infinite Dynasty for now, at least not during this period. Not only the Aurora Guild but many forces from Green Wild City, including the Sword Rain Guild, had sent people over. They either chose to blend in to probe the situation or observed from a distance. Regardless, the official establishment of Infinite Dynasty had captured the attention of many. On the other side, as South Country Planting Beans approached Wang Chen and Floating Life as a Dream, the atmosphere around them instantly quieted down. South Country Planting Beans first glanced at Floating Life as a Dream, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the hunter before him. However, after careful consideration, he dismissed the thought that person shouldn't be returning to virtual games. Shifting his gaze back to Wang Chen, South Country Bean Sprout broke into a smile. We've been spiritually connected for a long time, it's finally a pleasure to meet you, President Baofa Dao of the Three Lives Association. Wang Chen wasn't very familiar with South Country Bean Sprout, in fact, he rarely checked the numerous posts about him on the forum. However, from the reminder of Floating Life as if in a dream and the discussions among the guild members nearby, Wang Chen understood that the person before him was a high-level player on par with Shield Emperor and Immovable King. So, did you come specifically to join the Infinite Dynasty? After nodding in response with a smile, Wang Chen directly asked this question, which many people present were also curious about. South Country Bean Sprout was taken aback, not expecting Wang Chen to be so straightforward. But that was fine, he didn't want to waste too many words either. That's right, I believe I should meet the recruitment standards of the Infinite Dynasty. South Country Bean Sprout smiled again and then briefly explained his reason for coming. From the conflict between President Baofa and the Sword Rain Guild, I saw the possibility of advancing my own skills, so I wanted to join the Infinite Dynasty to discuss operations in free mode with you. President Baofa wouldn't hesitate to offer guidance, would he? Wang Chen found this reason a bit forced, but it was still understandable, so he smiled in response. That's a minor issue, in fact, this brother Floating Life beside me is also quite strong. I just have the advantage of a hidden class and level. After chatting a bit with South Country Bean Sprout and then bringing Floating Life as if in a dream into the conversation. To shift his attention, Wang Chen left the teleportation square. He didn't notice the hesitant expression on Floating Life's face behind him, nor the slight awkwardness when facing South Country Bean Sprout. After leaving the teleportation square, Wang Chen first went to the bank. He transferred all the equipment from the Infinite Battle Group's team warehouse to the guild warehouse and then set some exchange rules he had established. Originally, he didn't shortchange the small stones and others from the Infinite Battle Group, directly granting them some guild contribution points. With these contribution points, they could exchange for suitable equipment in the guild warehouse. Of course, this was only for this time. After all, the guild had to follow the rules to get on the right track. In the future, they would have to earn contribution points according to the guild's system, which shouldn't be difficult given their strength. During the equipment transfer, Wang Chen kept some gear with good attribute effects. He planned to set up Rocky's auction house, and the first auction definitely needed some of his good items. As long as the first auction was a success, gaining a reputation, players would automatically bring good items to the auction house for sale. Compared to some unscrupulous system auction houses, private auction houses had many unique advantages. After setting some rules for the guild warehouse, Wang Chen found the little goblin Rocky at the location of the Morello family deed. At that moment, Rocky was organizing the place with some NPCs, clearly executing Wang Chen's previous instructions meticulously. "Welcome, my master." Rocky greeted Wang Chen first. Wang Chen patted the little goblin's somewhat rough scalp and inquired about the progress of the auction house. Upon learning that some repairs were needed, he glanced at the somewhat dilapidated building and then had an idea. Why not just tear it down and rebuild? Construct a 5-story building, with the first 2 floors for the auction house, the 3rd floor for storage, and the 4th floor for you and future employees of the auction house to live in. Wang Chen made the arrangements. What about the 5th floor, my master? The little green-skinned goblin asked. The 5th floor will be reserved, I'll have my own use for it later. After making the arrangements, Wang Chen returned to the small manor of the Infinite Battle Group's residence. The medicine god was deeply engrossed in refining his alchemy skills, unaware of whether he had reached the level of a senior alchemist yet. Wang Chen hadn't forgotten that he had given him an epic recipe, Power of Stone Jaw Frenzy. Medicine god? How did you end up in this state? In a room of the small manor, Wang Chen looked at I am not a medicine god with some surprise. At this moment, the small room had been transformed into a miniature alchemy lab, with various raw materials that Wang Chen had never seen before laid out. I am not a medicine god, disheveled and dirty, was adjusting a vial of potion, seemingly not having left this place for a long time. His clothes were stained with colorful potion residues, but his eyes shone brighter than ever. Boss, what brings you here? Come quickly and see this potion I've developed. It's an improvement based on the magical resonance potion. Upon seeing Wang Chen, I am not a medicine god quickly stood up, eager to showcase his results. In his view, Wang Chen had provided him with gold to buy alchemical materials and offered a place for alchemy, and such unconditional trust and importance surely deserved some results in return. Wang Chen's gaze fell on the potion in I am not a medicine god's hand, and the potion's attributes appeared before his eyes. Improved basic magical resonance potion, alchemical potion, fine, description, increases spell attack by 8% for 2 hours. Upon seeing the potion's attributes, Wang Chen could only exclaim, awesome. Not only had the quality of the potion increased by a level, but its attributes had also changed. The attached spell attack increased by 3%, and the duration had doubled. This is too strong. Have you been researching this all this time? Wang Chen asked. I am not a medicine god was delighted to see Wang Chen's approval and nodded. Yes, I figured out the principles of the magical resonance potion through experiments. Not only have I improved the basic resonance potion, but I'm also confident I can develop the intermediate magical resonance potion and even the advanced magical resonance potion based on this. After all, the pharmacology is universal. Looking at the confident I am not a medicine god, Wang Chen couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder with admiration. From I am not a medicine god, he even saw a hint of the mad scientists from the pharmaceutical group in his past life. Although he had formulas and patents in his previous life, the actual drug development still relied on scientists proficient in pharmacology. While developing new potions is great, you also need to take care of your health. Even though this is in a game, such research can be very exhausting, and overexertion can harm your mental state in reality. Wang Chen was pleased that I am not a medicine god hadn't let him down, but he also valued him even more. Such a precious talent must not be harmed in any way. Feeling the sincerity in Wang Chen's words, I am not a medicine god was even more touched. Ever since being betrayed by his girlfriend, he hadn't experienced such trust and warmth for a long time. Don't worry, boss. For me, this kind of pharmacological research is my job. It's completely fine. I am not a medicine god patted his chest in assurance, as if he thought of something. By the way, boss, I've reached the level of an advanced alchemist. But I still can't brew that stone palette frenzy potion? Oh? Why not? Wang Chen had come over to see if he could obtain this potion, as its effects were simply too powerful. Not only could the first use permanently enhance strength attributes, but it also had a chance to change form to achieve immunity to control effects. Its role in large-scale team battles was incredibly strong, making it a strategic resource. Hearing this, I am not a medicine god scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Because the gold you gave me has already been spent, and this potion requires a main material, the moonlight flower, which is very expensive. Just the raw materials for one vial of potion are worth 50 silver coins, not to mention the loss of success rate during the brewing process. Wang Chen suddenly realized this was his oversight. So far, he had only given I am not a medicine god 10 gold coins, equivalent to over 100,000 credit points. Just using this little gold to upgrade to an advanced alchemist already indicated that I am not a medicine god had extraordinary talent, and it was even possible that he had used a considerable amount of Wang Chen's own savings. This is my problem. Here are some gold coins for you. First, see if you can make some samples. If you can improve them, even better, huh? Wang Chen kept a little gold for himself and handed the rest over to I am not a medicine god. After receiving the coins, I am not a medicine god didn't make any guarantees, but his determined expression said it all. Although Wang Chen didn't get the potions he wanted from this trip, he wasn't too disappointed. Under the gaze of I am not a medicine god, he took out a guild token. You probably don't know that I've founded a guild called Infinite Dynasty. The reason I came here is actually to assign you a task. Wang Chen then shared his plans with I am not a medicine god and they signed a new contract. Essentially, it was to let I am not a medicine god establish a guild on his own, a guild specifically for recruiting players of life professions, which could also be called the Life Players Alliance. players specializing in skinning, herb gathering, mining, alchemy, forging, engineering, enchanting, tailoring, leatherworking, fishing, cooking, and other such professions. Or life skills could join, with the guild signing contracts with them to help them improve their skills. Of course, once their skill levels increased and they could produce equipment, potions, and the like, the profits would also need to be shared with the guild. The exact ratio would be determined later based on actual circumstances, or a fixed salary could simply be offered. I don't know what your past is like, but I believe your future will definitely not be bleak. Just think, one day, when countless players' potions, food, and even some equipment come from this guild, who would dare to look down on you? Wang Chen painted a picture of the future for I am not a medicine god and handed over the guild token. Upon hearing this, I am not a medicine god clenched his fists tightly, seemingly recalling some painful past. That's right. If I become the leader of a big guild, even if it's just a life profession guild, she wouldn't make that choice. One day I will see you regret it. With this thought, I am not a medicine god took the guild token and nodded firmly. Boss, I won't let you down. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled in satisfaction. That's good. Once the guild is established, I will sign a new contract with you and transfer a portion of the shares to you. Work hard. He patted I am not a medicine god on the shoulder, and with a bit of time left, he prepared to find an NPC to learn some professions. Halfway there, he thought of something and turned back. There's an auction house under construction between the bank and the teleport square. Once completed, it will have 5 floors, and the top floor is reserved for you. You can arrange it as you wish. After the guild is established, don't expose your relationship with me and Infinite Dynasty, or I'm afraid you life profession players without much combat power will be targeted in the wild. There's an NPC goblin named Rocky at the auction house. He's my servant, and you can collaborate with him in the future. One last thing, you will be the guild leader from now on. Although a guild made up of life profession players is relatively simple, it still needs your management. You'll need to establish some rules, and remember to notify me promptly if there are any issues. After laying out a lot of instructions, Wang Chen confirmed there was nothing left to mention before bidding farewell to I am not a medicine god. In the following time, he wandered through some corners of Green Wild City and consulted with Floating Life like a dream. Ultimately, Wang Chen chose to learn the money-consuming professions of engineering and enchanting, and then went to the cathedral to learn the life skill of first aid. As for the life skill of cooking, he had no interest at all and simply gave up. As game time was about to end, in order not to waste his energetic state, Wang Chen directly used the Elegant Spirit Cat scroll to increase his speed. Finally, with 1 minute left, he rushed back to the small manor and quietly waited to log off. The familiar sensation of sinking consciousness appeared, and when he came to, he was already inside the game pod. Wang Chen quietly waited for the magic refinement to finish. This time, just the level increase brought 150 points of new vitality attributes. Adding the 20 points from the Soul Siphon Wand, that totals 170 points, which requires quite a bit of time to refine. Time passed, and nearly 2 hours went by. Wang Chen got up from the game pod and stretched, his bones cracking loudly. A powerful feeling surging within him. Unfortunately, he was just a little short of having all his main attributes exceed 500 points. Glancing at the right side of the light screen panel, the crystal orb had indeed recharged once again. Wang Chen resisted the urge to extract it immediately, as there had been guests in the living room during the magic refinement. Although he hadn't seen anyone, he could guess the identity of the visitor from that uniquely pleasant voice. Are you finally going to Longjing? Wang Chen felt a bit excited, as the capital of the Huaxiao administrative region, Longjing should be far beyond the small place of Jiangzhou. Creak! The sound of the door opening caught the attention of the two in the living room, where Xia Liuli was chatting with Zhang Shurong. Of course, most of the time it was Zhang Shurong doing the talking, while Xia Liuli just responded politely. Xiao Dao, you finally came out. Officer Xia has been waiting for a long time. It's okay, I just got here not long ago. I heard from Auntie that you've been playing in the apocalypse world and made a lot of money. It seems like things are going well. Xia Liuli was dressed in a snow-white police uniform today, looking exceptionally heroic. Especially those long, straight legs, which made one's heart race even through the police pants. In response to Xia Liuli's tentative inquiry, Wang Chen nodded. Not bad, I got lucky and changed jobs to a hidden profession. By the way, Officer Xia, have you eaten? How about having breakfast first? He pointed to himself. I just came out of the game pod, and I'm all sweaty. I need to take a shower for a bit. No need to be polite, I already ate before I came. Wang Chen, you go take a shower first, there's no rush. Xia Liuli politely declined. Seeing this, Wang Chen didn't insist any further and turned to grab some clothes before heading to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, with still slightly damp hair, Wang Chen walked out. With his enhanced physical attributes, his figure had become even more perfect, and combined with his flawless features, he looked like a handsome man stepping out of a bath. Plus, having just showered, he naturally carried a layer of buff. After all, everyone knows that men look their best right after a shower. So even though Wang Chen was only wearing a simple t-shirt and long pants, when he walked over, Xia Liuli inexplicably felt a bit flushed. She never expected a man could look so perfect. On the other side, Zhang Xiurong looked at Wang Chen with a loving gaze, feeling that her son was becoming more and more full of masculine energy. She felt a sense of pride, as if all the hard work over the years had been worth it. Xiao Dao, hurry up and have some breakfast, don't keep Officer Xiao waiting too long. Wang Chen nodded and then quickly finished a large bowl of food prepared by Zhang Xiurong. His exaggerated appetite left Xia Liuli stunned. However, thinking of Wang Chen's strength, she felt somewhat relieved. After all, fighters are usually like this, with strong physical qualities comes a large consumption, but Wang Chen was just a bit more exaggerated. After eating, Wang Chen returned to his room to put on his game helmet. If he couldn't come back at night, he would have to use the game helmet for now. Amid Zhang Xiurong's reminders of be safe, come back early, Wang Chen boarded Xia Liuli's hover car. After waving goodbye, as Xia Liuli activated the high-altitude cruise mode, the two set off towards Longjing. Since the flight route of the hover car had already been reported, it could drive itself, so Xia Liuli didn't need to operate it much on the way. She noticed Wang Chen curiously looking around and couldn't help but ask, "Is this your first time riding in a hover car?" Wang Chen nodded, "Yes, I've only seen them on the road because my family is poor. This is my first time sitting in one, especially a police hover car." Upon hearing this, Xia Liuli couldn't help but chuckle. "You've bought a game pod worth millions, so you can definitely afford a hover car. That's all my savings, and I want to take a chance to earn more money in the apocalypse world," Wang Chen explained. Hearing his explanation, Xia Liuli seemed to think of something, her little face becoming somewhat serious. "Your decision is correct. The virtual game, Apocalypse World, is not simple. In the future, you'll be glad for your current investment. Do you have some insider information?" "You're making it sound so mysterious." Wang Chen turned his head. Xia Liuli felt she had misspoken and quickly clarified, "I heard it from my elders at home. After all, many real-world forces have entered this virtual game." "Oh. Alright, is that your virtual helmet?" Wang Chen, not having heard any insider news, didn't mind and changed the subject, pointing to a transparent box behind the hover car. Inside was a pure white virtual helmet, looking even more exquisite than Wang Chen's, probably an A-grade helmet. Xia Liuli glanced at it and nodded, "Yeah. I probably won't make it back today. I still have to log in at night, I can't delay the dungeon progress." On the way, the two chatted casually. Wang Chen also learned some information about her from Xia Liuli, such as the fact that this police flower was actually a local from Longjing. She had just graduated from the police academy and started working, and to avoid suspicion, her family arranged for her to intern at the Public Security Bureau in Jiangzhou. Furthermore, Xia Liuli played as a warrior of the Light Faction's elf race in Apocalypse World. However, she didn't tell Wang Chen her in-game nickname, just as he didn't tell her his. "It seems you're also the legitimate daughter of a big family. You don't have a fiancé you've been engaged to, do you? According to the script, this time in Longjing, you'll be seen, and then you'll use me as a shield, and in the end, your fiancé will go crazy targeting me," Wang Chen said jokingly. Upon hearing this, Xia Liuli rolled her eyes beautifully. "Don't worry, this young lady doesn't need a shield." As she spoke, she showed off her small white fists. "Don't underestimate me, my strength is very close to that of a fighter, just a little bit away. This time, I'm going back to Longjing to get a special nutrient solution from my family, and then I can successfully break through." So that's how it is. No wonder it was Xia Liuli who brought him to Longjing this time. It was probably because she also needed to certify as a fighter. And it just happened to be on the way to bring Wang Chen along. Otherwise, it would likely have been the Public Security Bureau Director, Lu Weiman, who personally brought Wang Chen over. Time slowly passed. Although the hovercar's speed was faster than the planes from Wang Chen's previous life, Longjing was just too far away. The entire Huaxia region was probably several times the size of Wang Chen's previous Long Kingdom, and as the capital, Longjing was naturally deep in the hinterland. So even though Xia Liuli set the speed to the fastest, they only officially entered Longjing territory after 7 in the evening. At this time, the sky was getting dark. Wang Chen looked out from the hovercar and could only see endless skyscrapers. These buildings had at least hundreds of floors, with various shapes, interconnected with each other. Countless hovercars of different models shuttled between the buildings, illuminated by neon lights, making it look like a sci-fi world. "Let's find a hotel to settle down first. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Fighter Association for certification, and then I'll return to my family." Xia Liuli glanced at the time, her expression a bit anxious as she arranged. Wang Chen naturally had no objections, and soon the two took the hovercar to a hotel called Green Knight. This hotel was located on the 200th floor of this building, yet it gave Wang Chen a feeling of being built on flat ground. It was as if he were in a certain city from his previous life, clearly high up in the air, yet making you feel like you were on solid ground. In a hurry, Xia Liuli quickly booked 2 rooms, greeted Wang Chen, and then left with her game helmet. It seems her instance is indeed quite urgent. Wang Chen shrugged, first spending some time at the buffet for a meal, and then leisurely returned to his room with his game helmet. With a level as high as 25, he was completely unconcerned about wasting this little bit of time. Before logging into Apocalypse World, Wang Chen had one more thing to do, which was to draw a skill. He wondered what surprise this draw would bring him. This time, as Wang Chen focused his attention, the light screen panel slowly appeared again. With a thought, the crystal orb on the right side of the light screen began to tremble. Then unfolded into a crystal lotus. This time, at the center of the crystal lotus's stamen, a transparent little figure appeared again. Wang Chen was a bit puzzled. Could it be infinite invisibility? But isn't that a repeat? Just then, the transparent little figure transformed into a stream of light and entered his mind, with countless mysterious pieces of information swirling around. When Wang Chen opened his eyes again, the attributes of the new skill appeared on the light screen panel. Skill, Infinite Mirror. Technique, skill description, allows the caster to create one mirror image based on themselves, lasting 60 seconds. The mirror image will automatically attack surrounding hostile targets and can also perform some simple actions under the caster's control. Skill attributes, the mirror image can replicate 50% of the main body's attributes, can be upgraded. Skill cost, 5% of maximum mana. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill feature, infinite, makes your mirror technique have no cooldown time and no limit on the number of mirror images produced. Wow, this is the endless clone technique, meaning as long as my mana recovery speed is fast, I can create clones infinitely? Wang Chen looked at the newly acquired infinite mirror technique, feeling that he was one big step closer to challenging the gods. After drawing the skill, it was almost 8 o'clock. He took the game helmet, put it on, and after a series of verifications, the character Baofa Dao Sansheng was online again. Not rushing into the game, Wang Chen carefully checked the update content on the system interface. Although the update time was short, there were many changes. 1. The mount system has been opened, allowing players to purchase mounts from racial mount merchants. After learning riding skills, or obtain them through bosses, treasure chests, quests, and other means. 2. Teleportation arrays between different races of the same faction have been opened, allowing players to explore more areas. 3. The guild residence system has been opened. When a player's guild reaches level 3, they can apply to the ruling officer of their main city for a guild residence, creating a city that belongs solely to them. The specific methods and processes are left for players to explore. 4. Leaderboards have been opened, including levels, professions, equipment, money, mounts, etc. The calculation method is generated by the system, for reference only, and players can freely choose whether to be listed or hide their names. 5. To promote commercial prosperity, the system guarantee interface and system auction house have been removed, and regional chat channels have been opened, allowing players to trade through stalls, channel shouting, and showcasing goods. 6. Further adjustments to the game currency system have been made, reducing the exchange rate between real currency and game currency. 7. More detailed adjustments are left for players to explore. Apocalypse World brings you a second world. Finally, I don't have to walk on 2 legs anymore. Wang Chen exclaimed upon seeing the first update. This update, aside from the last 2 points, could be said to have made each of the previous points very important, increasing the richness of the game. The second update allowed for communication between different races, but he wondered how expensive the cross-race teleportation fees would be. The third guild residence system also has far-reaching implications. It is estimated that the conflicts between player factions in Apocalypse World will significantly increase because of this. The various leaderboards in the fourth point, to put it bluntly, also provide a platform for those high-level players to showcase their strength. After all, when playing games, who doesn't want to climb to the top of the leaderboard, receiving admiration and adoration from countless players? Moreover, once the leaderboard is released, many wealthy players will likely be stimulated to significantly increase their investments in the game. As for the update on the fifth point, especially the disappearance of the system guarantee interface, it can be said that it was completely within Wang Chen's expectations. It seems that some future business dealings will require both parties to meet face-to-face, exchanging money for goods right on the trading interface. After carefully reviewing all the updates, Wang Chen eagerly entered the game. As the space shifted, he opened his eyes again to find himself in a small manor in Greenfield City. The system's prompt sounds kept ringing in his ears, and Wang Chen glanced to see that the system was asking if he wanted to appear on various leaderboards. After a moment's thought, he chose to appear on the level leaderboard, which would also give his guild some recognition. After all, in the eyes of the vast majority of players, level represents most of one's strength. Then, Wang Chen opened the level leaderboard and found that his level 25 indeed ranked first. The second place was a player nicknamed Dark Destruction Madman, a level 22 orc warrior. The third place was level 20, clearly indicating that this Dark Destruction Madman was an exception, as the experience required after level 20 is significantly more than before. However, there were many players who had reached level 20, with over 300 in the top ranks. It was evident that the world of Apocalypse World was filled with hidden talents, and there were still many experts around. Wang Chen glanced through the list of these level 20 players and recognized quite a few familiar faces. For instance, there was one Cut 2 Break from the Dawn Guild, No Life Sword Madman Xiao Wuxing, Immortal Dynasty Scholar Wuji, and Blood Romantic from the Blood Color Journey, among others. The South Mountain Peak that previously purchased the guild token from Wang Chen was also on the list, showing as the South Mountain Guild of Orlan City. The level leaderboard only displayed the top 2,000 players, and after scrolling for a while, Wang Chen finally found Floating Life Like a Dream just outside the 1,000th position. At this moment, this brother was still level 18. Likely delayed by guild matters and had no time to level up. After securing the first place on the level leaderboard, Wang Chen chose not to appear on the other leaderboards for now, deciding to observe the situation first. He opened the profession leaderboard and was surprised to find that the first place was actually that orc warrior who ranked second in levels. Upon seeing this Dark Destruction Madman profession, Wang Chen's pupils contracted. It turned out to be a legendary profession, Sword Saint. I wonder which great god from the Hall of Fame this is. Their strength is quite impressive. Wang Chen smacked his lips and continued to scroll down. The Sword Rain Guild with Xiao Wuxing was prominently listed. He was a rare profession, the Wind Spirit Swordsman. Little Stone's Holy Barrier and Lost Star's Light Priest also appeared one after another, ranking relatively high. Surprisingly, South Country Bean Planter, who had just joined the Infinite Dynasty, also made the list, ranking in the 70s. There was also an epic hidden profession for mages, the Extreme Cold Mage, which seemed to lean towards control. Next, Wang Chen browsed through the equipment leaderboard, money leaderboard, and mount leaderboard to get a general idea. Overall, Wang Chen felt that the leaderboards could only serve as a reference. He believed that there were definitely many experts who had not chosen to appear on the boards, as there were always low-key players lurking around. After reviewing the leaderboards, he began to handle the messages in the chat bar. Having been delayed for a while, the members of the Infinite Battle Group had left messages. Especially Floating Life Like a Dream, who was wildly complaining in the team channel of the Infinite Battle Group. The implication in his words was that he had boarded a pirate ship and had to deal with a huge pile of tasks. Wang Chen also saw Little Stone come out to comfort Floating Life Like a Dream, speaking many good words for him. In addition to the members of the Infinite Battle Group, I Am Not a Medicine God also left a message for Wang Chen. He said he had already established a guild named Life Profession Player Alliance, and the first auction house in Greenfield City had been built. He had already moved there. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen first replied to each of the members of the Infinite Battle Group. Then he walked out of the small manor and headed towards the first auction house in Greenfield City. Rocky's efficiency was surprising, and Wang Chen felt it necessary to take a look. One can only say that in the world of magic, anything is possible. Wang Chen sighed as he gazed at the steampunk-designed building before him. The 5-story first auction house in Greenfield City was nearly completed, and he could faintly see some NPCs finishing up their work inside. Outside the auction house, many players were curiously peeking in. Since the auction house was not yet open and was a private venue, these curious players had no way to enter and investigate. When they saw Wang Chen striding confidently into the auction house without any hindrance, they couldn't help but wonder about his identity. However, Wang Chen had concealed his level and nickname, and even put away his weapon, so they couldn't recognize that the person before them was the renowned president of the Infinite Dynasty in Greenfield City. Upon entering the auction house, Wang Chen quickly spotted Rocky directing the work. Seeing him approach, the little green-skinned creature happily welcomed him. "Welcome back, great master. Rocky represents the first auction house in Greenfield City to welcome you." Looking at Rocky, who was eager to show off, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. However, he didn't want to dampen the mood and praised, "To my surprise, Rocky, you are an excellent businessman." Flattered by the compliment, Rocky beamed and introduced Wang Chen to the layout of the auction house. The first and second floors of the auction house were connected. The first floor was set up like a large conference hall, with an auction stage at the back. The second floor consisted of a circle of small rooms reserved for higher status players. After reviewing the layout, Wang Chen nodded in approval. It was just as he had imagined an auction house to be. Perhaps you can promote the upcoming first auction. I believe you will do very well. As Wang Chen spoke, he took out the prepared equipment, which even included a couple of epic items. One was the power of Ragozer he had replaced, and the other was the breastplate embrace of the evil spirit. Oh my! You are truly wealthy, my master! Rocky exclaimed in shock. Alright, with these pieces of equipment as a foundation, I believe you can make a name for yourself. By the way, that embrace of the evil spirit is meant to be a gimmick. Unless absolutely necessary, do not sell it. After advising Rocky, Wang Chen went straight up to the 5th floor, where he found I Am Not a Medicine God. Upon seeing his arrival, I Am Not a Medicine God, who was busy concocting potions, looked surprised. Boss, what brings you here? Wang Chen laughed heartily. I wouldn't have known you were busy brewing potions if I hadn't come over, but this won't do. Your Life Profession Player Alliance has just been established. Are you not busy looking for like-minded individuals? Do you plan to support a guild all by yourself? Hearing this, I Am Not a Medicine God awkwardly smiled and explained. After I established the guild, I contacted some friends I met in other games and posted recruitment information in a Life Profession Player Circle. Now I'm just waiting for them to arrive. So it turned out, Wang Chen realized that one should never underestimate anyone. For instance, I am not a medicine god, who had seemed so downcast when they first met. Now, placed in the position of president, he began to showcase his talents, and his entire demeanor had changed significantly. Having achieved his purpose for visiting the auction house, Wang Chen chatted casually with I Am Not a Medicine God for a bit before leaving alone. Before departing, he took a few bottles of improved mana resonance potion and 2 bottles of the freshly made Stone Rage potion. As for the improved version, I Am Not a Medicine God said it would require some time for development. After leaving the auction house, Wang Chen went to the guild warehouse to collect some gold coins. These coins were left over from the guild members redeeming equipment at a discount, and they counted as his assets. After obtaining the gold coins, Wang Chen first went to the military supply officer and spent 100 gold coins to buy a return stone. With a sigh of admiration for the truly precious gem, he once again asked the guard about the Mount Merchant. That's right. Wang Chen planned to buy a mount and see where he could learn riding skills. However, while the idea was good, it was unfortunate that upon arriving at the stable and seeing the prices of the mounts, he instantly chose to give up. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but it simply wasn't worth it. The basic mount with a speed of 60% was priced at 288 gold coins, the worst of the green excellent quality. As for the better blue quality Swift Warhorse, with a speed of 100%, it was astonishingly priced at 999 gold coins. Even with a 10% discount due to his respected reputation level, Wang Chen didn't want to be that fool. Mounts were expensive, but riding skills were quite cheap. Although he didn't buy a mount, Wang Chen still spent less than 10 gold coins to learn the beginner, intermediate, and advanced riding skills. Above that was the expert riding skill, but he had to reach level 50 to learn it. After finishing his riding skills, Wang Chen browsed through the guild channel and the Infinite Battle Group Team channel's chat. He discovered that Floating Life Like a Dream was organizing a large-scale dungeon training, and the Small Stone and Lost Star who had returned from Ireland City were also among them. Floating Life Like a Dream also sent a message to Wang Chen, saying they plan to use this method to filter out a portion of more outstanding players, then form the main team and elite team. Wang Chen agreed with this, as a player's overall quality would definitely be reflected in dungeon activities. At that time, they would classify guild member levels based on performance, which he believed everyone could accept. After closing the chat with a few friends, Wang Chen suddenly found himself a bit aimless. Since that was the case, he decided to take the opportunity to resolve some of the tasks hanging over him. Being in Greenwild City, he naturally thought of the dwarf archaeology master, Snit Weber. He was quite curious about the so-called Winter Temple. A rare level task, and there might even be traces of titans appearing. He thought it wouldn't disappoint him. By the small river outside Greenwild City, Snit Weber was still happily fishing. Wang Chen quietly walked over, took out his fishing rod, attached bait, and cast a line. The fishing rod and bait were purchased from the system's fishing merchant while he was learning life skills yesterday. Of course, the fishing rod was just a white ordinary level, and it still cost Wang Chen 2 gold coins. The archaeology master was meticulously staring at the bobber when he was suddenly startled by Wang Chen's actions. System, due to your rash interruption, Snit Weber's favorability towards you decreased by 1. Wang Chen was speechless and smiled awkwardly at the dwarf. Adventurer, it seems you are ready, but please do not disturb a dedicated fisherman like this next time. Snit Weber's intelligence was not low, his tone while speaking to Wang Chen was no different from chatting with a normal person. I apologize, Master Weber, I just got my first fishing rod in life, and I was a bit eager. Wang Chen shook the rudimentary fishing rod in his hand. Seeing this, Snit Weber's expression softened slightly. Indeed, the best way to get closer to a fisherman was to also become a fisherman. So that's how it is. I forgive your rashness, and I can promise that if this trip goes well, I will give you one of my treasured fishing rods. Wang Chen's expression brightened. He didn't expect such a reward, so there was naturally no reason to refuse. Thank you, Master Weber. I wonder when we will set off. I can't wait to pursue the great Titan's traces. Don't be in a hurry, young man. The ruins of the Winter Temple are fraught with danger. I think I still need to make some preparations. Snit Weber said as he reeled in his fishing rod, and with a splash, a silver fish about a foot long was pulled up. A pleasant surprise, my delicious silver-scaled base. With a hearty laugh, Snit Weber carefully stored the big fish in his backpack. Taking this opportunity, Wang Chen also clearly saw the attributes of the silver-scaled base that the dwarf master had been longing for. Silver-scaled base, fish, fine. Description: a relatively rare fish, extremely delicious, found only in freshwater lakes and small rivers. I wonder if I could gather a bunch of these base and instantly max out this dwarf archaeologist's favorability, making him work for me. Wang Chen thought broadly, feeling that it was worth a try. On the other side, Snit Weber was also preparing, fiddling with something at a small tent. After a while, he changed into a set of gear that made him look like a miner. He wore a spotlight on his head and held a pickaxe in his hand. Let's go, adventurer, let's set off, Snit Weber exclaimed. As his words fell, his avatar automatically appeared in Wang Chen's team list. Where is the Winter Temple? Are we just going to run there? Wang Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Snit Weber took out a strange-looking item, pressing a button as he said, of course not. In fact, I've been there and left a teleportation marker, but the archaeological failure was due to not having the key. Buzz. As the device in Snit Weber's hand emitted a rumble, a light gate appeared before the two. What is this thing? Wang Chen curiously looked at the buzzing device. Snit Weber explained, this is an engineering teleporter. With it, I can go to any place I've been before. Wang Chen was surprised that the engineering profession had such a powerful tool. He felt he should take the time to practice this skill. Seeing Snit Weber already disappearing into the light gate, Wang Chen hurriedly followed. As the brightness returned, he found himself in an unfamiliar map. System, you have discovered the Reverse Wind Mountains. So it's here, if Wang Chen remembered correctly, this should be not far from the Dark Forest. Opening the big map, he indeed confirmed this. Looking around, Wang Chen found himself in Snit Weber amidst towering mountains and deep valleys. Most of the surrounding high mountains and ravines were bare, with very little green vegetation. However, he could see some exposed mining spots, but unfortunately, Wang Chen was not a mining specialist. Not far away, nestled between two low hills, there were many remnants of walls, faintly revealing the glory of the past. At this moment, Snit Weber also took action. He pulled out some strange instruments and began searching around. He occasionally tapped with his pickaxe, seemingly confirming some positions. Taking this opportunity, Wang Chen took a moment to check his current attributes. Nickname, Dao San Shang Race, Human Level, 25 Class, Battle Mage Attributes, Strength 1507, Agility 742, Stamina 2277, Intelligence 1034, Spirit 494, Divinity 1 Health 34155/34155 Mana 4940/4940 Experience 10409/900000 Physical Attack 5621 Magical Attack 3217 Physical Critical Hit Rate, 15% Magical Critical Hit Rate, 18% Physical Defense, 2068 Magical Defense, 2068 Maximum Movement Speed, 83.2 Divine Might, Slight Skills, Slight Equipment, Slight. Not knowing until he looked, Wang Chen was shocked by his luxurious attribute panel. One could only say that this Claw of Elden in his hand truly deserved to be an orange equipment, greatly enhancing his abilities. Coupled with the upgrade of some skills after reaching level 20 as a battle mage, his basic damage from normal attacks could now reach nearly 10,000. With various additional damages from the weapon, even without hitting critical points, it was still a sure 10,000 plus. Compared to that, spell attacks seem a bit low, but that's because most of Wang Chen's equipment is still level 10, and some are even below level 10. After admiring his luxurious attribute panel, Wang Chen thought about how he could learn 3 warrior skills at level 20. However, he still didn't have a suitable skill book. He wasn't interested in ordinary skills like Whirlwind Slash or Heroic Strike. Let's wait and see. At least it has to be a rare skill like Leap of Faith. It would be even better if I could get a skill book with a divine aura like Dragon's Breath. Wang Chen thought to himself, but unfortunately, he had given the previous leap of faith to Li Taiju. However, he didn't regret it. His relationship with Li Taiju was as close as that of brothers. Thinking of Li Taiju, Wang Chen recalled the unquenched ancient blade in his backpack. After this trip to the winter temple, he could give it to Li Taiju, and who knows, Infinite Dynasty might gain another rare hidden class. This is the place. Be on guard, adventurers. The next movements might be a bit loud and could awaken some slumbering spirits. Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought, Snitweber finally finished his search. He exerted effort to move a stone slab, revealing a mechanism inside. While adjusting the mechanism, Snitweber seemed to sense something and alerted Wang Chen. Hearing this, Wang Chen quickly cast Magic Shield on himself and focused on his surroundings. A few seconds later, as Snitweber continued to manipulate the mechanism, some monsters suddenly spawned nearby. Ghost Laborer, normal. Monster, level 21, health 4700. Ghost Singer, elite monster, level 22, health 51,000. Hiss. The spawn monsters let out ghostly roars and charged at Snitweber, who had disturbed them. Infinite Flame Burst, Breaking Charge, Ring of Flames. Minus 37,231, minus 7,446, minus 257, minus 2,441, minus 2,945. Wang Chen's figure flashed past, unleashing a smooth combo. About 10 normal monsters, ghost laborers, along with one elite monster, Ghost Singer, were all taken down in an instant, leaving behind small piles of ashes glowing faintly, waiting to be collected. Awesome! The thrill of this instant kill was indescribable, making Wang Chen reminisce about the past. Back then, he had to be cautious even when fighting a giant tooth rabbit in the Novice village. As Snitweber continued his actions, another wave of small monsters spawned after 7 or 8 seconds. Dragon's Breath. A massive fiery dragon head appeared above Wang Chen, spewing intense flames over a 20 by 20 area. Minus 4,892. A large amount of damage close to 5,000 appeared, including several red critical hits. The normal monsters were instantly wiped out, and Wang Chen's infinite flame burst triggered its infinite state due to the critical hits. Watching the elite Ghost Singer fall into a 2-second stun, he casually threw out a fire burst to clear its remaining health. After that, small monsters would spawn every 7 or 8 seconds, and Wang Chen cleared them quickly without any pressure. Of course, this no pressure was only for him. If it were an ordinary player, they would have been overwhelmed by waves of monsters. It can only be said that a rare level quest is not something just anyone can handle. The intensity ramped up right from the start. By the Dwarven God, we finally did it. Adventurer, quickly place the winter key here. After 6 or 7 waves of small monsters, Snitweber suddenly shouted in excitement. He had finally completed the mechanism activation. Wang Chen looked over in response to the voice and saw a neatly shaped indentation appear in the middle of the mechanism. He took out the winter key and placed it on top, and it fit perfectly. Buzz. As the key was inserted, the entire mechanism suddenly erupted with white spiritual light. At the same time, Wang Chen felt the earth tremble, even the low mountains on either side were shaking. Boom! A tremendous rumbling sound came from underground, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge. Fall back. Adventurer! The true winter temple is about to appear. Snitweber's tone was serious, and he kept retreating. Boom! As Wang Chen and Snitweber retreated a kilometer away, the ground where the ruins lay cracked open. The massive rumbling continued, and the 2 low mountains were pushed aside. A few minutes later, a magnificent and towering temple appeared. Before them, a desolate and ancient aura permeated the air, as if recounting the epic myths of a bygone era. Wang Chen looked at the towering gate, feeling so shocked that he couldn't speak. Titan creation, unparalleled. Snitweber was beside him, his expression fervent, as if his eyes were glowing. Coming back to his senses, Wang Chen noticed that his quest had not changed. It seemed that merely bringing this temple into existence was not enough. He would likely need to explore inside next. But how to open this gate before him? He didn't have a second winter key. Just then, Snitweber also recovered from the frenzy of the temple's emergence, and he excitedly made a request to Wang Chen. Adventurer, please help me explore this temple. It must have traces left by the great Ice and Snow King, Frost Titan Katopli. System, explore the temple. According to legend, after the creator created the apocalypse world, for titans were appointed to manage the changing of the seasons, and the Frost Titan Katopli was the great being in charge of winter. It is known as the Ice and Snow King, and the Winter Temple was once its residence. Please assist Snitweber in exploring this temple and seek the information left by Katopli. Sure enough, what one thinks of comes to pass. The system prompt arrived, and the quest content changed. I would be more than happy to help, Master Weber, but how do we open this gate? Wang Chen raised a question. Hearing this, Snitweber looked around and finally pointed beside the gate. It seems we need to awaken that big guy. Following his direction, Wang Chen saw a gigantic statue about 10 meters tall standing there. How do we awaken it? Just watch me, adventurer. Snit Weber ran forward with a pickaxe. As he struck the statue, it quickly awakened from its dormant state. Who disturbs my prayer? Just a few seconds later, the statue transformed from its petrified state back to flesh and blood. Gatekeeper Firewalk, level 24, Lord level monster, Titan creation, health 1,200,000. We must defeat him to open the temple gate. Quickly help me, adventurer. Snit. Weber dodged far away the moment the monster awakened and began to attack. Punishment, minus 4,531. This dwarf archaeology master turned out to be a priest, and his spell attack power was not weak. Boom! 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 Gatekeeper Firewalk shook its massive body and took a few steps to the dwarf's side. Just as it swung its gigantic sword, the size of a door, to attack, Wang Chen quickly aggroed the monster. If that sword struck down and killed the NPC, he would fail this quest. Infinite flame explosion. Nearly 40,000 red critical damage appeared above the boss's head, instantly drawing its first aggro. Lowly ant. Gatekeeper Firewalk swung its giant sword towards Wang Chen, and even before it reached him, a fierce wind howled. Wang Chen did not retreat but advanced, using a blink spell to appear behind it. Normal attack, minus 10,021, minus 2042, minus 562, normal attack, minus 10,531, minus 2,265, minus 1,124. After replacing the Elden Claw, Wang Chen's attack speed skyrocketed. In an instant, he scratched at the heel of Gatekeeper Firewalk twice, dealing tens of thousands in damage. It looked like he was giving the boss a foot massage, but the damage that popped up was no joke. Not only that, the fire damage and bleeding effect from the weapon were also formidable. Especially the bleeding damage, which could stack up to 3 layers. That meant about 1,700 points of health lost per second, lasting for 10 seconds. If this hit a player, even if Wang Chen only attacked once, the bleeding damage alone would be enough to make them drink a pot of health potions. At that moment, the boss turned around and stomped towards Wang Chen. But it was of no use, he easily dodged with a roll. Moreover, during the roll, Wang Chen didn't waste the opportunity and unleashed an explosion right in Gatekeeper Firewalk's face, dealing nearly 20,000 damage again. In just a few seconds, he had taken away almost 1/10 of the boss's health. Meanwhile, not far away, the dwarf archaeology master was also busy. Gathering the light element in his hands, he unleashed one punishment after another, dealing damage. 90%, 89%, 86%, 83%. Gatekeeper Firewalk's health gradually decreased, and when it dropped to 80%, it made a new move. I will stomp you to death. With that, Gatekeeper Firewalk raised its right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A shockwave radiated out from the boss, covering a 30-yard range. Snit Weber and Wang Chen were both stunned in place, while a massive damage number appeared above the dwarf's head. Minus 5,000. His health dropped by a quarter, and he was left in a 2-second stunned state. Wang Chen, however, didn't lose a single drop of health, even his magic shield remained intact, only the shield value decreased a bit. After all, his dual defenses were over 2,000, so this area attack posed little threat. Blink. Unfazed, Wang Chen quickly shook off the stun effect and dodged the boss's giant sword swing. Infinite fire explosion, flame impact. He dealt tens of thousands of damage to Gatekeeper Firewalk again, then charged to the other side. Dragon flame breath, infinite fire explosion, infinite fire explosion. Since the boss was a lord level monster, it was immune to the stun effect of flame impact but not to the stun from dragon flame breath. During those 2 seconds of stun, Wang Chen unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, mixing in normal attacks with the fire explosions. Gatekeeper Firewalk's health plummeted, roaring in rage under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, the dwarf had awakened from his stupor and was healing himself with spells. Seeing this, Wang Chen no longer worried about the NPC dying suddenly and began his performance. With previous experience, every time Gatekeeper Firewalk shouted, "I will stomp you to death," he quickly ran out of the 30-yard range. Once the shockwave dissipated, he returned to continue his assault. 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%. No one can enter the temple. When Gatekeeper Firewalk's health dropped to 30%, it went into a frenzy. Is this the frenzy? Then let's speed things up. Wang Chen glanced at his remaining 90% mana, and with a thought, he began to use a new skill. Infinite mirror technique. As his mana continued to decrease, mirror images appeared one after another. Each mirror had only half of his attributes, summoning a total of 16 images. Looking at the remaining 10% mana that was rapidly recovering, Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel at how beneficial high mental attributes were. Once all the mirrors appeared, they began to attack automatically, using the spell Infinite Fireball. Wang Chen attempted to control one of the mirrors to strike at the boss's critical head area, and surprisingly, it could indeed trigger the infinite effect. Unfortunately, once he stopped controlling it, the mirror would only attack automatically, without specifically targeting the critical area. After several attempts, Wang Chen discovered that he could temporarily control up to 5 mirrors at once. Even so, the results were terrifying, as the damage per second from these 5 mirrors had already surpassed his. Oh! Coupled with the other mirrors, countless fireball explosions flew towards Gatekeeper Firewalk. Under such terrifying output, the boss's remaining health plummeted like a breached dam, helplessly swinging its massive sword in an attempt to hit Wang Chen. 25%, 20%, 10%, 9%, 3%, 2%. I did my best. As Gatekeeper Firewalk knelt on one knee, his massive sword planted on the ground, his life was also coming to an end. System, gained 120,000 experience points. System, killed a Lord-level monster, gained 1,000 world reputation. System, world reputation exceeded 10,000, achieved the accomplishment Renowned. Renowned, reputation achievement. Description, your fame spreads widely across the continent, and countless races are aware of your existence. Effect, increases your reputation level with all forces in the Light faction, increasing the probability of triggering quests when interacting with Light faction NPCs. As the system notification sounded, golden light of reputation level increase rose beneath Wang Chen's feet. He had experienced this once before, when he became a Baron of the Storm Empire. Finally, there's a change. It seems the effect is quite good. Wang Chen felt a bit emotional, after accumulating world reputation for so long. A change finally occurred when it broke through 10,000 points. Fortunately, he had previously secured the first kill of the legendary boss, directly earning 5,000 reputation, otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. He just didn't know how much world reputation was needed to reach the next level, 50,000? Or 100,000? Shaking his head, he temporarily set this matter aside and walked towards Gatekeeper Firewalk's corpse. System, obtained Praying Greatsword. System, obtained Key of the Gatekeeper. System, obtained Earthquake. System, obtained 5 gold and 10 silver coins. Aside from the money, there were only 3 items, which made Wang Chen certain that yesterday's luck had already faded. Because when he was farming small monsters earlier, he found that the probability of triggering the divine might to instantly kill monsters was very low. Out of so many waves of small monsters, it had only happened 2 or 3 times. Now, after a long struggle against the Lord-level boss, only one purple item appeared. Wang Chen first took out the key of the Gatekeeper and found it to be enormous. He casually handed the key to the waiting dwarf, taking the opportunity to check the remaining 2 items. Praying Greatsword, Two-Handed Greatsword, Epic. Durability, 78/100. Equipment requirement, Melee class, level 21. Equipment slot, Two-Handed. Attributes: Physical attack 650, Stamina 240, Strength 180. Armor penetration, your attacks ignore 20% of the target's physical defense. Blunt, your attacks have a chance to produce a suppression effect, increasing damage by 50%. Description: this sword was once wielded by a certain titan. Skill, Earthquake class, Shield Warrior. Description: gather power to unleash a shockwave centered on yourself, dealing 100% physical damage to all targets within a 15-yard radius, and stunning them for 2 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. The only piece of equipment is a weapon, which somewhat reassured Wang Chen. After all, relatively speaking, the value of weapons is higher. The attributes are also good, feeling very suitable for classes like Weapon Warrior and Retribution Paladin. As for the skill book Earthquake Tremor, it made Wang Chen's eyes light up. It was actually a warrior's area attack skill. It felt like a weakened version of the skill used by Gatekeeper Firewalk just now, with a slightly longer cooldown. Without hesitation, he slapped the skill book, and Wang Chen successfully learned this skill. Just recently, he was still pondering which of the 3 warrior skills unlocked at level 20 to learn, and he didn't expect to encounter such a good one so soon. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous noise came from beside him. Wang Chen looked up to see a massive stone door slowly opening. It's finally opened. Let's start our adventure, adventurer. The short and stout Master Weber clapped his hands, revealing a look of relief. The open door had a layer of light curtain blocking it, just like the entrance to the Wailing Mine dungeon. As the two cautiously stepped through the light curtain into the Winter God Temple, they were instantly struck by a sense of entering a giant's realm. The towering pillars, hundreds of meters high, and the walls resembling a cliffside made Wang Chen and his companion look like ants. Wang Chen noticed that countless images were carved on those pillars and walls, seemingly recording the deeds of a giant. My research hasn't gone wrong, there are indeed traces left. By the ice and snow king here. Look at these carvings, they record his epic deeds. Snitweber carefully stroked the carvings, murmuring to himself. He then took out some tools and made a request to Wang Chen. Next, I need to conduct some archaeological research, but I can sense that there are great dangers lurking in the temple. Please protect me from any disturbances, adventurer. Hearing this, Wang Chen knew it was time to explore the temple and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Snitweber then began documenting the carved images, occasionally using a magnifying glass to examine them closely, muttering to himself from time to time. Wang Chen, meanwhile, was scanning the surroundings for any potential dangers. Huh, what's that? At that moment, he noticed something slowly drifting over from the distant corridor. As it drew closer, Wang Chen could see the target clearly. Wandering Frost Elemental, level 25, elite monster, health 480,000. The Wandering Frost Elemental was indeed a monster, and it was a magic-type monster with a blue health bar. As the boss approached, Wang Chen immediately began his attack. Infinite Fire Blast. Minus 19,924, minus 3,984, minus 257. Seeing the damage, Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. It wasn't a critical hit, just the critical damage from Fire Blast. The two smaller values were the additional fire damage from the weapon and the burning damage from Fire Blast. At this moment, the attacked boss began to cast a spell, launching a frost arrow attack at Wang Chen. Infinite Fire Blast, Magic Counter. Minus 9,962, minus 1992, minus 514. Wang Chen threw out another fireball that triggered the infinite state. This time, he aimed for a common monster's weak point, but still no critical hit appeared. It seemed that this type of elemental monster might not have a weak point, so he could only take it head-on. With that thought, Wang Chen no longer hesitated, charging forward to start attacking with his gauntlets. Normal attack, minus 10,024, minus 2048, minus 562. Normal attack, minus 10,045, minus 2090, minus 1,124. Although these were just normal attacks, Wang Chen's damage was still explosive. Coupled with the weapon's tearing damage, the monster's health bar plummeted rapidly. Additionally, the 15% critical hit chance for physical attacks was not low. Every time a critical hit was triggered, it could activate Infinite Fire Blast. Overall, Wang Chen's damage per second could still exceed 30,000. Meanwhile, the boss, trapped in a 7-second silence state, could only use normal attacks, which felt like nothing against him. Because the boss's normal attack damage is around 300 to 3,500 points, it only causes a little over 1,000 points of damage to Wang Chen. After fighting for a long time, he hadn't even broken the boss's magic shield. Just after the 7 seconds of silence passed, the boss's health was already down to half. The Wandering Frost Elemental could finally cast a spell and began to channel Frost Arrow. However, it was too early to celebrate. Just as the channeling was about to finish, a huge phantom of a fire dragon's head appeared. Dragon's Breath. The boss went emo and fell into a state of confusion. 2 seconds later, the boss, with less than 200,000 health, finally managed to release Frost Arrow. Minus 1967, absorbed. This time, Wang Chen deliberately did not dodge, testing the boss's attack. After glancing at the damage, Wang Chen felt it wasn't a big deal. However, to speed things up, he began to use Infinite Mirror technique. As Wang Chen consumed 50% of his mana, 10 mirrors appeared, and the Firestorm spell began. 30%, 20%, 10%. The health bar of the Wandering Frost Elemental quickly disappeared, during which it used another skill, Frost Freeze. This skill could freeze Wang Chen in place for 2 seconds, during which he couldn't move. However, it was of no use. In 2 seconds, it couldn't even break his magic shield. A few seconds later, as Wang Chen punched the boss, it directly emptied its health. Ignoring the meager experience and world reputation, he reached for the boss's corpse. System, obtained Heart of Ice. System, obtained Frostfire Belt. System, obtained Library Gate Key Fragment. A total of 3 items, among which the Heart of Ice is a relatively rare blue quality material, useful for some professions and not low in value. However, when Wang Chen saw the attributes of the Frostfire Belt, he was pleasantly surprised. This was actually a piece of set equipment, a blue quality set. Frostfire Belt, fine. Durability, 99/100. Equipment requirement, level 25, Magic Profession. Equipment position, waist, cloth armor. Attributes, armor 195, stamina 120, intelligence 80, spirit 20. Cold resistance, increases your frost resistance by 100 points. Frostfire. 1/8. Equipping 3 pieces passively increases single target spell attack range by 5 yards. Equipping 5 pieces increases spell attack by 600 points. Equipping 8 pieces grants a passive frost armor that absorbs 5,000 points of damage. When the frost armor breaks, it releases a wave of icy power in a 15-yard radius, freezing hostile targets within range and dealing 100% spell attack damage. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Description: even the silent frost has its moments of frenzy. Feel the power of frostfire. Finally, I can replace this Level 10 belt. The effects of this set are so strong, especially the effect that increases spell attack range, which is extremely rare. I just don't know how easy it is to collect this set. Wang Chen eagerly changed into the belt, pondering to himself, and then he looked at the last item. Library Gate Key Fragment. Collect 5 fragments to synthesize the Library Gate Key. Clearly, this library is most likely somewhere in this temple. After putting away the key fragments, Wang Chen continued to stay alert in place, protecting the dwarf master who was conducting the archaeology. This is a great discovery. Let's move to the next location, adventurer. I need to find the truth behind the disappearance of the great frost titan, Caterpillar. A few minutes later, Snitweber finished the archaeology and was heading to the second location. Following the incredibly wide corridor, he soon discovered another mural. Watching the dwarf rush forward again, Wang Chen knew this was another archaeological point. However, he wasn't idle, as a wandering frost elemental appeared before him. Previously, Wang Chen thought there was only one and was still pondering when he could gather the entire set. Now it seemed that today presented this opportunity. Infinite Fire Explosion Technique. Starting with the fire explosion technique again, in less than a minute, Wang Chen replicated the method and defeated the boss. This time it was relatively easier than the previous wandering frost elemental because the newly equipped belt had frost resistance. Next came the much anticipated looting phase. And sure enough, another piece of the Frostfire set dropped, Frostfire gloves. The special effect of the equipment still added frost resistance, this time by 80 points. Wang Chen felt that if he gathered this entire frost resistance set, the boss's ice arrow probably wouldn't deal any damage at all. Besides the Frostfire gloves, there was also a heart of ice, but unfortunately, there were no key fragments. It seemed that these key fragments had a chance to drop. I hope there are enough wandering frost elementals in this temple. It would be quite awkward if I can't gather the key fragments or the set. Wang Chen looked around, trying to find the next one. However, the temple was too large, with many pillars obstructing the view, and the wandering frost elementals were not easily found. Bored, Wang Chen had no choice but to summon his little black cat, playing with it while waiting for the dwarf to finish. We're getting closer to the truth. Stay close, adventurer. A few minutes later, Snitweber finished recording and moved on to the next location. Wang Chen shrugged helplessly, unsure how much longer this archaeological master would take to uncover the truth. Time slowly passed. The next few hours ended with Snitweber's continuous archaeological work as the two advanced along the corridor. During this time, wandering frost elementals appeared frequently, quickly falling to Wang Chen's furious output. There were already more than 20 pieces of the Frostfire set, yet not a single complete set. One piece, the robe for the chest, had yet to drop, while some other pieces had multiple duplicates. The 7 gathered pieces were Frostfire belt, Frostfire bracers, Frostfire headpiece, Frostfire gloves, Frostfire leggings, Frostfire slippers, and Frostfire shoulder pads, just one Frostfire robe short. But it didn't matter. With these 7 Frostfire pieces equipped, Wang Chen's attributes had undergone a tremendous change once again. Frost resistance increased by 850 points, armor increased by 1800 points, stamina increased by 950 points, intelligence increased by 720 points, and spirit increased by 150 points. Additionally, the set attributes provided a boost of 600 points to spell attack and a 5-yard increase in spell attack range. Of course, the original 100 points of spell attack and 5% critical strike from the Radiant set were gone, especially the 5% critical strike was particularly regrettable. But there was nothing to be done about it, as the base attributes of the Radiant set were too low. Why hasn't this Frostfire robe dropped yet? Is it my bad luck, or is the drop rate particularly low? Wang Chen looked at his skyrocketing attributes, feeling a bit greedy. Besides the Radiant set, Wang Chen also obtained a rare skill book for Frost Mage. Skill, Blizzard class, Frost Mage description, channel magical power to condense into a blizzard, dealing ice shard damage to targets within a 15 by 15 area, causing a total of 1500%. Spell attack damage over 10 seconds, and reducing the enemy's movement speed by 50%. The caster cannot move during the channeling, cooldown time is 10 seconds, and it consumes 300 mana points. This skill is very powerful for an ordinary Frost Mage. It can be said that any Frost Mage who learns this skill will definitely become a target for those monster hunting leveling teams. However, for Wang Chen, it was not as useful as Ring of Flames, especially since the inability to move during the channeling was quite a drawback. Of course, he looked down on it, but Wang Chen still casually learned the skill. After all, there were no learning restrictions for mage skills, unlike warrior skills, which could only unlock 3 skill slots every 10 levels. Take your time to adapt, practice your tanking skills more, and if you have time, you can ask experts like Brother Fuxing and Nangui Zhengdo for guidance. Also, I've saved an epic shield for you in the guild warehouse, remember to equip it when you return to town. While checking his attributes, Wang Chen replied to Little Stone's message. Just now, Little Stone had messaged him to complain that exploring the Death Cave was too difficult, completely lacking the ease he felt when exploring with Wang Chen. The Death Cave was a newly discovered dungeon, with levels ranging from 15 to 20, located not far from the Wailing mine, and it was also a low-level dungeon. Now, many forces in Greenfield City were concentrated there, including the Aurora Guild and the Sword Rain Guild. As for the Wailing Cave, it was likely already cleared, and no one could enter anymore. In the Apocalypse world, dungeons had cooldowns. Normal dungeons had a 3-day cooldown, while hard dungeons had a 7-day cooldown. For example, since Wang Chen had just cleared the hard-level Wailing mine, he would have to wait 7 days for the dungeon to reset. After comforting Little Stone, Wang Chen suddenly realized that the corridor ahead had finally come to an end, as if this tedious archaeological journey was finally over. To confirm his thoughts, Snit Weber beside him suddenly let out a surprised shout. "Ha, so this is the truth, I've finally found a clue." Snit Weber let out a hearty laugh unique to dwarves and suddenly started jogging. "This is it, everything is here, there's a door here?" Staring at the large door that appeared again at the end of the corridor, the dwarf froze in place. After seeing this, Wang Chen kindly handed him a key. "Is it this one, Master Weber?" This key was the library gate key. After defeating so many wandering frost elementals, the key fragments had long been collected. The dwarf's eyes lit up with surprise. "Well done, adventurer, this is exactly what I wanted." As he ran to the door with the key and began fiddling with it, Wang Chen could see a long progress bar. 1%, 2%, 98%, 99%. Boom! A heavy sound echoed, as if opening some long-sealed epic. Who dares to intrude upon the master's dwelling? At that moment, a sharp whistle came from inside the door. A few seconds later, a massive monster appeared, looking no different from the previous frost elementals. However, this frost elemental was a larger version, with a deep blue color. Mayuker, Lord-level monster, level 25, health 1.8 million. It must be killed, according to the truth. Obtained from the mural, the Great Ice and Snow King, Frost Titan Katapuri, left something in the library, and this elemental monster is the Guardian. Snit Weber said as he began attacking the boss, also casting a buff on Wang Chen power word, Fortitude, which increased stamina by 125 points for 1 hour. Wang Chen looked at his health, which had already surpassed 50,000 after the buff, and with nearly 6,000 spell attack, he felt that this lord-level monster was completely not a problem. Even if the elemental monster had no vital points, so what? Just go all out. Infinite Fireball. Minus 32,307, minus 6,461, minus 462. The fireball, carrying intense heat, flew from Wang Chen's hand, instantly dealing nearly 40,000 damage. At the same time, the boss also began to attack, still using the Frost Elemental's signature ice arrow. Minus 692, absorbed. Watching the boss's spell land on him, causing only a pitiful few hundred points of damage, Wang Chen almost burst out laughing. He deliberately refrained from using magic counter for 2 reasons. First, to gauge his current defense, and second, to estimate the boss's spell damage. From the earlier Frost Arrow, Wang Chen already had a good idea, and he couldn't help but marvel at the usefulness of Frost Resistance. After switching to 7 pieces of the Frostfire set, his dual defenses had surpassed 3,500 points. Added to that was the set's additional 850 points of Frost Resistance, which explained the outcome. Without further ado, Wang Chen began to stand and attack, even too lazy to dodge the boss's skills. Because there was absolutely no pressure, not to mention the occasional triggering of the wand's effect, which could heal him. Normal attack, infinite fireball, flame shock, dragon breath. Mokier's health plummeted like mercury under Wang Chen's frenzied output. 95%, 85%, 70%, 60%. Winter has come, feel the power of the blizzard. When the boss's health dropped to 50%, it transitioned to the next phase and began to unleash a blizzard. As it channeled, countless icy shards covered a 30-yard radius, larger than the blizzard skill range Wang Chen had learned. Magic counter, immune. Seeing the spell fail, and with Dragon Breath still on cooldown, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and directly blinked and charged out of the blizzard's range. The 3,000 damage per second was still somewhat painful. There was no need to stay and take it head on. However, this didn't mean Wang Chen could only watch, as his spell attack range was now 35 yards. Infinite fireball, infinite fireball. Wang Chen felt like he was shooting at a live target, with Mokier just standing there dumbfounded until the 10-second channeling time ended. On the other side, the dwarf archaeology master was also diligently attacking the boss. His combat intelligence was not low. When the blizzard appeared, he knew to run out of range to heal himself. When the blizzard ended, Wang Chen stepped forward to continue attacking. 40%, 30%, 20%, 5%. Join me in eternal slumber, stranger. Just as Mokier's health dropped to 5%, Wang Chen felt that there would be no more surprises, yet a surprise did occur. The boss let out a shriek again, and before Wang Chen could react, it suddenly self-destructed. Oh no! The ghostly blue light exploded with extreme cold, engulfing the entire 30-yard range. When the light faded, Wang Chen looked at his remaining health, which was about half, feeling somewhat shaken. System, gained 360,000 experience points. System, killed a Lord-level monster, gained 1,000 world reputation. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in his ear, but Wang Chen paid it no mind. He never expected that this boss would have such a trick up its sleeve, self-destructing at the moment of death. If he hadn't switched to 7 pieces of the Frostfire set, Wang Chen felt he would have definitely been killed instantly. I still need to be more cautious, anything can happen in the game world, I can't be careless. Wang Chen thought it was his own negligence, his recent level and attributes had skyrocketed, making him lose the necessary caution. Just like earlier, if he had blinked away the moment he heard Mokier's voice, he could have completely avoided the self-detonation. After silently reminding himself, Wang Chen stepped forward and reached for Mokier's corpse. The familiar purple glow caught his eye, and the moment he saw the item, he felt that this trip to the Winter Temple had been perfect. Because the name of that equipment was Frostfire Robe, the very piece he had been missing from the set. But if the equipment quality has increased by 1 level, it won't deactivate the set attributes, right? Wang Chen nervously equipped the Frostfire Robe and quickly checked its attributes. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. The attributes of the 8-piece set were successfully activated, and a thin layer of ice armor suddenly covered him. Not only that, but this robe also provided an increase of 420 armor, 250 frost resistance, 310 stamina, 265 intelligence, and 80 spirit. Additionally, since it was an epic piece of equipment, it had the special effect of cold resistance that increased frost resistance, along with another effect called winter. Winter increases the damage of your frost arrow skill by 50%. To be honest, this effect was of no use to Wang Chen, as he hadn't even learned the main attack skill of the frost mage. Let's see if there's a chance to drop the frost arrow skill book. This skill will definitely be more useful than magic missile. After muttering this, Wang Chen took a look at his current outfit. Especially after putting on the Frostfire robe, the overall aesthetic of the ensemble instantly rose several levels. The ice blue appearance paired with exquisite patterns, and a thin layer of ice armor on the surface, summarizing it in one word, handsome. Just then, the dwarf suddenly spoke, interrupting Wang Chen's self-admiration. It seems there is a great aura lingering deep within the library, adventurer, be careful. After reminding Wang Chen to be cautious, Snit Weber carefully walked ahead, and the two officially entered the library. This place truly lived up to the name of a library, with rows of enormous bookshelves on display. They were neatly arranged and appeared spotless. Of course, the books displayed on the shelves were not of normal human size, each one stood about 2 meters tall. Most importantly, these books were made of some special stone. From the side, they looked like layers of shale stacked together. These are all Titan texts. Legend has it that the Frost King Katopli was a knowledgeable Titan who loved reading and research, advocating for peace. Although he seemed cold, he was actually very friendly. The dwarf led Wang Chen through the bookshelves, chatting about history as they walked. Katopli was quiet by nature and disliked conflict, existing in stark contrast to the fiery king, the blazing Titan Ragros, but due to the opposing nature of their elements, Ragros often took the initiative to provoke conflict. To avoid Ragros's harassment, Katopli manipulated the elements to build himself a winter temple, where he has remained ever since. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but ask a question. According to Master Weber, does that mean this Frost King is still in this winter temple, or perhaps right here in this library? As he spoke, he began to look around, feeling a sense of anticipation as if he were about to meet a great figure. Good question, adventurer. However, that's not the case. Snit Weber continued his narration. In fact, since the ancient war, no trace of Titans has appeared on the continent, and the gods have also been sealed in the divine realm by the enraged creator. As for what exactly happened, no one knows. Perhaps the demigod powers of various races know something. At this point, the dwarf's expression became excited again. But today we have this opportunity, perhaps we can find some truth here. Look, what is that? Just then, the bookshelf seemed to come to an end, revealing a massive stone platform made of snow-colored crystal. There was something on the altar that was shimmering, emitting waves of energy ripples. This seems to be an altar, or perhaps a seal. Let me see what's on it. Snid Weber cautiously moved his steps closer to the stone platform. Watching the inquisitive dwarf, Wang Chen knew he might start his archaeological pursuits again. It seems there's nothing here? Is the quest ending here? Wang Chen peered behind the stone platform and suddenly noticed something, his pupils instantly contracting. Behind the stone platform, there was a sheer cliff, as if the earth here had suddenly fractured. But that wasn't the main thing. What surprised Wang Chen was that he couldn't see the other end of the cliff, only an endless void. Could this be the end of the temple? But why does it look like it has been cut off by someone? Just as Wang Chen was thinking this, the situation changed. Everything around was trembling, including the rows of bookshelves. The temperature in the temple suddenly began to drop, and Wang Chen found himself afflicted by a negative status. Frost domain, taking 1000 frost damage per second. Fortunately, his defense was enough to offset this damage, not to mention he had over 1000 points of frost resistance. However, the dwarves near the stone platform did not have such defensive capabilities and began to scream and run back. By the dwarven god, what's happening? I feel the temperature dropping. Buzz. A sound echoed through the temple from the distant cliff, as if some colossal creature was surfacing. At the same time, Wang Chen noticed that the damage from his negative status was continuously increasing. 1000, 1100, 1500, 1600. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly retreated along with the alert dwarves. It wasn't until they were 100 yards away from the cliff that the negative status disappeared. It seems we have guests coming, let me see who it is? Oh, a human, and a dwarf. Before Wang Chen and Snid Weber could react, a gigantic head of a giant appeared at the edge of the cliff. Head of Katopli, level. Ancient god, Titan, health. Looking at the massive head floating at the cliff's edge, Wang Chen felt his mind shrink a little. Is this the legendary Titan? It's enormous. Thinking of this, he tried to look down beneath the head. Fortunately, it was just a head without a body, otherwise, Wang Chen would have felt a bit inferior. What am I seeing? It's the Great Frost King! Snid Weber exclaimed. Excitedly, shouting to Wang Chen, adventurer, come with me to meet the Great Frost King, this is not an opportunity everyone gets. Without waiting for Wang Chen to respond, the dwarf began to jog towards head of Katopli. Seeing this, Wang Chen had no choice but to follow, but the negative status from the frost domain reappeared, and now the damage per second had reached 2000. This was naturally no problem for him, as it didn't breach his defenses, only causing 1 point of forced damage per second. But Snid Weber was different. Wang Chen noticed his health was rapidly declining. This NPC can't just drop dead like this, right? Is it really necessary to be this fervent? Wang Chen felt that Snid Weber was losing his rationality, playing with fire like this. What he didn't know was that in the legends of the dwarves, they were created by the Titans. So seeing head of Katopli now was like meeting their ancestors. I pay my respects to the Great Frost King, Frost Titan Katopli, from the Copperbeard clan. Snid Weber greets you. Snid Weber bowed, occasionally taking the time to heal himself. Fortunately, he was a priest, otherwise, he would have already been lying on the floor. I pay my respects to the Great Frost King, Frost Titan Katopli, from the Storm Empire, adventurer Dao San Shang. Greets you. Regardless, when facing such a mythical being, one must maintain basic courtesy. However, Wang Chen found it strange that this head of Katopli did not remove the frost domain, considering he and the dwarf had already greeted it so sincerely. At this moment, head of Katopli also moved, and the voice that echoed through the temple rang out again. I am glad that there are still those who know of my existence. This means the achievements of the four-element titans have not been forgotten by the world. To resist the corruption of the heart of the flame demon, I have to maintain the frost domain. This behavior is obviously quite rude, and I hope you can forgive my harm. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen immediately understood the meaning of the caput pluris and was about to respond when Snid Weber spoke up first. So it's the power of the abyssal demon. How can I assist you, Great Frost King? The caput pluris seemed pleased with the response, its enormous mouth curling into an unnatural grin. Do you see the altar over there? At its center lies the detestable heart of the flame demon. I need you to help me remove it. I am more than willing to serve you, Great Majesty. The dwarf readily agreed, standing up and walking towards the stone altar. Behind him, Wang Chen silently observed everything, feeling that something was off for some reason. It soon proved that Wang Chen's feeling was correct, as a change occurred quickly. When Snid Weber reached the center of the altar and touched the heart-shaped crystal, the altar suddenly erupted with blinding light. Ah! The dwarf let out a heart-wrenching scream. Wang Chen was startled and quickly looked over. He saw that the crystal had firmly grasped Sneeder Weber's hands, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. At the same time, Sneeder Weber's life force seemed to be rapidly draining, and he was visibly wilting. I have been sealed for 10,000 years, and now I finally have hope of escape. Caput Plurus, let this poor dwarf bear the seal in my place. Just as Wang Chen was about to rush forward to rescue the dwarf, the Caput Plurus emitted a rumbling sound and directly turned hostile. Not only that, but the name that appeared before Wang Chen also changed. Sealed Soul of Lagros, Level 25, Legendary Monster, extremely weakened state, Health 10 million. System, Ancient Secret, Deceived by the Cunning. Soul of Lagros, Sneeder Weber is in grave danger. Please defeat the sealed Soul of Lagros within 3 minutes, or Sneeder Weber will die, and the Soul of Lagros will escape the temple. Goodness, so this is where the difficulty of this rare task lies. Wang Chen realized, and some of his previous doubts were cleared up. It was clear that the Caput Plurus was the container sealing the Soul of Lagros, and that altar was the source of the sealing power. As for the crystal heart that was now gripping Sneeder Weber, it might not be the heart of the flame demon at all, but rather the heart of the frost titan. Defeating the sealed Soul of Lagros with 10 million health within 3 minutes would be an impossible task for others. This meant that the damage per second would have to exceed 50,000 to have a chance of success. However, for Wang Chen, it was entirely feasible to give it a try. In a flash of insight, a potion appeared in his hand. It was the improved magic resonance potion from I Am Not a Medicine God, which could increase spell attack by 8% for 2 hours. He downed the oddly flavored potion in one gulp. And Wang Chen looked at his spell attack nearing 6,700 and chuckled. When it comes to damage, he had never feared anyone. Infinite Flame Explosion. Minus 67,022, minus 13,404, minus 533. A fireball the size of a basketball shot from his hand, directly smashing into the eye socket of the sealed Soul of Lagros. Just as Wang Chen had guessed, the boss's weak point was indeed in the eye socket. After all, as the container sealing the Soul of Lagros, the Caput Plurus was most likely to attack the soul within through its eyes. A flame explosion under the effect of Assassinate dealt nearly 70,000 damage. With the additional 20% fire damage from the Claw of Elden and the burn damage from the Fireball spell, nearly 1% of the boss's health was instantly taken away. Roar! The Soul of Lagros let out a painful howl upon being hit, followed by a loud question. Humble adventurer, how dare you attack the Great Flame King? Unfortunately, Wang Chen did not respond to it. Instead, he retaliated with another fireball. Not only that, with a thought, Wang Chen instantly consumed 100% of his mana to summon 20 clones. Tide Caller. Wang Chen's depleted mana quickly recovered to 40%, and combined with his mental attribute recovery, he had more than enough mana. It must be said that the Tide Caller, a level 9 accessory, was exceptionally good, especially after acquiring the Infinite Mirror Technique skill. He felt that this accessory could almost be kept indefinitely. Although its level was low and its attributes were lacking, it had an incredible unique effect. After summoning 20 clones, Wang Chen charged forward. Infinite Fireball, Normal Attack, Infinite Fireball. Because the boss's model was too large, Wang Chen's normal attacks couldn't hit vital points, but that didn't mean his output was low. Now, his normal attacks could deal around 15,000 mixed damage, and with the various additional effects of his weapon, his damage per second was around 20,000. As Wang Chen continuously unleashed normal attacks mixed with fireballs, along with the fireball rain from the 20 clones, the boss's health plummeted like a breached dam. 99%, 98%, 92%, 90%. Stop it, you bug. Once I break free, I will burn you to death. The Soul of Lagros roared madly within the Frost Titan's head, shaking and struggling violently. With its movements, Wang Chen noticed the negative status on him. The damage from Frost Domain was increasing. It quickly rose from 2,000 per second to 3,000, seemingly the attack method of the boss before him. Is that all? Wang Chen looked at his over 3,000 spell defense and over 1,000 frost resistance, unable to help but curl his lip in disdain. If the boss in front of him had such limited abilities, he couldn't blame him for treating it as a live target. In reality, although the Soul of Lagros was sealed within the Frost Titan's head, the Frost Domain alone was enough to repel all intruders. However, who could have predicted that it would encounter Wang Chen, this cheating player who not only had over 1,000 frost resistance from the Frostfire set but also possessed such high magic defense? Faced with the Soul of Lagros's impotent rage, Wang Chen entered Storm Attack mode. 80%, 70%, 60%. When the boss's health dropped to 50%, the damage from Frost Domain increased again, now reaching 4,000. This still didn't faze Wang Chen. It was just that the clones were struggling a bit. After all, they only had 50% of his attributes. But that was fine, Wang Chen's own attacks were more than enough. At the current rate, he wouldn't even need 3 minutes to blow up the soul of Lagros. 50%, 40%, 35%. Finally, when the health dropped to 30%, the soul of Lagros seemed a bit panicked. Stop. Quickly stop, adventurer, you can't do this, perhaps we can make a deal. System, escape from death, rare, the Flame King Lagros hopes you will help it break the seal of the frost Titan, and it will offer you a generous reward. Do you accept the quest? Is it really possible? If he accepted the quest, wouldn't he just have to wait for the dwarf archaeologist to die? To automatically complete it? Wang Chen's movements paused slightly, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Not to mention, based on the previous actions of the soul of Lagros deceiving Snit? Weber, this so-called Flame King was definitely not a good thing. No matter if it was eroded by demons or if it was its true nature, Wang Chen did not dare to gamble on whether the other party would really reward him. If it turned hostile right after breaking the seal, an ancient god-level existence, even if extremely weakened, would be more than enough to easily kill him. Infinite flame explosion, basic attack. Wang Chen buried his head and continued to attack, neither agreeing to nor refusing the task, just hanging there. On the other side, the soul of Lagros initially thought the human in front of it was hesitating and silently waited for a few seconds. When it felt its life rapidly fading and the other party still did not stop, it knew its plan had failed. In fact, the task was indeed real, as it was a contractual rule left by the creator. However, this did not prevent it from giving a reward according to that agreement and then taking it back. Seeing its scheme fail, the soul of Lagros did not sit idly by. When its health dropped to 10% and the damage from Frost Domain reached a peak of 5,000 per second, the boss suddenly made a new move. No. I cannot die like this, I am the great Flame King, the blazing titan that even the gods must fear. As the soul of Lagros let out a roar, 2 beams of fiery light shot from the boss's eyes. Authority? Blazing flame seeing the boss, which had been passively taking hits, suddenly change, Wang Chen instinctively became alert. When those 2 beams of pure white flame shot out like lasers, he immediately rolled to dodge. Infinite mirror technique. A mirror image appeared, and Wang Chen sent the image to test the damage. Just then, the flame swept over and directly hit the mirror image, 99999, real damage. Watching the mirror image turn to nothingness and that terrifying damage value, Wang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Fortunately, he did not arrogantly rely on his defense to take it head-on, this was clearly a lethal skill. The name of the skill alone suggested its extraordinary nature, and now that staggering 100,000 real damage confirmed it. With this in mind, Wang Chen became even more cautious in dodging, no longer caring about close-range attacks. However, the flame explosion in his hand did not stop. While jumping and dodging the blazing laser, he also remembered to retaliate towards the source of the skill. 9%, 8%, 5%, 4%. Side rolls, bridge poses, sliding steps, ground rolls. Wang Chen performed various high-difficulty free movements, dodging the blazing laser. No matter how the soul of Lagros swept, it could not hit him. It was like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito, a complete waste of effort. However, just when the boss's health dropped to 1% and was left with about 100,000, Wang Chen thought victory was imminent. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Damn little bug. Even if I have to expend all my strength, I will make you pay the price. As the soul of Lagros let out a frenzied roar, the originally laser-like pure white flame suddenly vanished. At the same time, an evil aura spread, and through the eyes of the Frost Titan's skull, one could see it was already pitch black inside. Authority? Evil energy shock. The soul of Lagros suddenly emitted boundless evil black light from its eyes, enveloping the entire space. Wang Chen felt something was wrong and soon realized he could no longer move. In fact, even if he reacted, he couldn't escape, as the entire library was shrouded in black light. This is unplayable, directly cheating? Wang Chen thought wildly, standing frozen in place, unable to even move his eyeballs. Die. Ant. I will take your soul and plunge you into eternal torment. The soul of Lagros spoke with delight, while a beam of flame laser shot towards Wang Chen, just like before. Only this time, it was no longer pure white but had turned into an evil black. In the blink of an eye, just as Wang Chen was about to meet his end, the situation changed once again. Ah! Lagros, in the end, you still resorted to the power of the dark energy, everything has come to naught. This was a similarly grand voice, yet it contained a calming power. As the voice echoed, the evil black light that had been attacking Wang Chen abruptly ceased. It's you! Katopli? You're still alive. Lagros's voice was initially filled with disbelief, then turned frenzied, brimming with malevolence. Dark energy? No! That is a power that makes me even stronger. I have had enough of this endless imprisonment. As he spoke, Lagros was frantically writhing within the skull of Katopli, trying to struggle free from the seal. At that moment, frost began to cover the entire skull of Katopli, at a visible speed, emanating a blinding white spiritual light. Within this white light, a shadow slowly materialized beside the skull of Katopli. Broken soul of Katopli, level? Frost Titan, ancient god, health? When Wang Chen saw this shadow, or rather, this broken soul appear, he knew he wouldn't be doomed. This was an ally. Because this shadow was not in a hostile state, its name displayed in a friendly green. After the broken soul of Katopli appeared, the speed at which the frost spread on the skull of Katopli rapidly increased. Upon witnessing this, Regrose's soul was filled with despair. No, Katopli, you can't do this, we are brothers. At these words, the shadow trembled slightly and then spoke again. Regrose, you have sacrificed too much, I can barely hold on. To prevent disaster from befalling the continent, let us sleep together in the cold abyss. As the words fell, the shadow merged into the skull of Katopli, and the speed of the spreading white frost surged once more. Is this going to be a mutual destruction? Then my rare equipment will be gone. The still immobile Wang Chen could only watch helplessly, a bad premonition stirring in his heart. Yet he had no power to stop it. He could only hope that everything would end quickly so he could check if the dwarf on the altar was still alive. If this NPC also perished, he would truly be spitting blood. What is that, a green portal? Is this never ending? Just when Wang Chen thought everything had settled, unexpectedly, the situation took another turn. The void beside the skull of Katopli emitted a ripple, and a portal appeared, standing as tall as a person. Immediately, an arm made of green energy emerged, directly reaching into the skull of Katopli. Regrose, you should not fall here. A voice with a dark aura emerged, and the energy arm directly pulled Regrose's soul out of the skull of Katopli. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The previously appeared shadow seemed to have not reacted at all. However, it quickly chased out from the skull of Katopli, trying to salvage the situation. Who is it? You can't do this. The aura of dark energy? You are also an infected one corrupted by dark energy. Who are you? The broken soul of Katopli roared, the white frost spreading towards that portal. Unfortunately, it was too late to stop it. That energy arm had already taken Regrose's soul back to the portal. As a bystander, Wang Chen vaguely saw, through the green light curtain of the portal, a figure cloaked in a black robe flash by. He could only see a pair of green eyes beneath the black hood and the name of the figure. Kildan, level, leader. Of the dark faction, demigod, health? Before the frost could reach, the portal had already closed, vanishing into the void. From beginning to end, this fleeting leader of the dark faction never truly revealed himself, nor did he even exchange a word with the broken soul of Katopli. Wow! These are all big shots. Just a rare level quest, and yet so many big shots appear, it's really unscientific. Wang Chen sighed, feeling that he had gained new insights today. Not only that, but he also caught a glimpse of a corner of the sealed history of the apocalypse world through this quest. Is the arrival of the abyss ultimately unstoppable? No, there is still hope. Perhaps the adventurer prophesied by the creator can bring a glimmer of change. On the other side, the broken soul of Katopli stood still in the void, seemingly unable to accept that millennia of steadfastness had come to naught. A few seconds later, it came to its senses and slowly floated in front of Wang Chen. In a form of light and shadow. Adventurer of prophecy, you have finally arrived in the apocalypse world. The voice of the broken soul of Katopli carried a hint of fatigue. Greetings to you, Great Frost King. Wang Chen suddenly realized he could move and hurriedly greeted the big shot before him. This was the Frost Titan, a being revered by the gods, who controlled the frost element. It was likely that just a breath from him could instantly kill him. At the same time, Wang Chen noticed that the frost domain that had been shrouding him had also disappeared, presumably due to the soul before him. Interesting little fellow, but the Frost King has already fallen. What stands before you is merely a gasping soul. The light and shadow, representing the soul of Katopli, spoke, then turned towards a nearby altar. Follow me, adventurer. Watching the floating light and shadow ahead, Wang Chen quickly followed. It was clearly the rhythm of a quest. Upon reaching the altar, Wang Chen first approached the dwarf, Snit Weber, lying on the ground, and he discovered that the dwarf seemed to still be breathing. This discovery relieved him. No wonder there was no failure prompt for the task. Master Weber, are you alright? Wang Chen shook the dwarf, trying to wake him. But no matter how hard he tried, Snit Weber did not awaken. At that moment, the light and shadow floated over, extending a hand to gently cover the dwarf's head. As a soft glow enveloped him, the unconscious dwarf finally came to. Snit Weber's small, sturdy body trembled, and he immediately opened his eyes and turned over. By the dwarven god, what happened to me? I am very sorry, descendant of the earth spirit. The power of the heart of frost has caused you to fall into a coma. The light and shadow spoke apologetically. Snit Weber came to his senses and looked towards the broken soul of Katopli. It is the soul of the great Frost King. What happened? Why has the Frost Titan taken on this form? The dwarf's voice was filled with awe and a strong curiosity, clearly not forgetting his archaeological duties even after nearly dying moments ago. Hearing this, the light and shadow let out a kind laugh. Curious little fellow. This is a long story, are you sure you want to hear it? After receiving an affirmative response, it immediately began to narrate. This all dates back to the ancient war. Wang Chen watched the interaction between the two NPCs without interrupting, quietly listening from the side. Time passed. That is the situation. Now that the soul of Ragros has escaped, it will bring unpredictable consequences to the continent. I believe this requires the help of adventurers. After a long while, the voice of the light and shadow awakened Wang Chen, who then awaited his response. Wang Chen was still somewhat immersed in the history he had just heard, gaining an understanding of the ancient history of the apocalypse world. According to the light and shadow, which was the broken soul of Katopli, all of this stemmed from the turmoil of ancient times, with the source being the blazing titan Ragros, who controlled the flame element. Ragros was known for his volatile and irritable nature, often instigating conflicts, a behavior that led to his corruption by dark energy. The Ragros, now tainted by this dark energy, became even more reckless, and the fire elemental spiraled out of control, with some infected fire elemental lords beginning to wreak havoc across the continent. This situation prompted the other three titans, including Katopli, to take action, uniting with the gods to seal Ragros away. However, no one anticipated that some of the gods had already been corrupted by dark energy and had secretly allied with Ragros. At a critical moment, a faction of gods led by the dark god Holdak betrayed their kin, joining forces with Ragros to slay the remaining gods using the power of dark energy. The Life Titan and the Harvest Titan suffered severe injuries as a result, leaving only the mightiest Frost Titan, Katopli, able to hold on. Yet, facing Ragros and the traitorous gods, Katopli's defeat was merely a matter of time. Just then, the creator, who had been weakened since the dawn of creation, appeared. Not wanting to see the world he painstakingly created destroyed by dark energy, he used his last strength to seal all the gods within the divine realm, falling into a permanent slumber himself. Inspired by this scene, the Life Titan and the Harvest Titan also shared their powers with Katopli. However, due to their own severe injuries, this act led them to fall into a deep sleep. With the newfound strength, the Frost Titan finally defeated Ragros, awakening him from the corruption of dark energy, but at the cost of sustaining fatal injuries himself. Awakened, Ragros was filled with regret and prepared to self-destruct, igniting the heart of the Flame Titan, but Katopli stopped him. Katopli believed this was not Ragros's true intention, it was all the fault of dark energy. However, a seed of dark energy still resided within Ragros, posing a significant threat. Left with no choice, Katopli used his own Frost Titan heart as the core in his head as a cage, imprisoning Ragros in the cold abyss of the Winter Temple, where he has remained for 10,000 years. Initially, it was thought that time would extinguish the dark energy, but ultimately, the plan failed. The dark energy within Ragros not only persisted but gradually accumulated, seizing the opportunity to erupt today. As for the demigod who appeared using dark energy, it only deepened Katopli's concerns. Reflecting on the secret he had just learned, Wang Chen realized this would be a highly challenging task. Sure enough, a system prompt soon echoed in his ears. System, defeat evil, legendary. Due to the escape of Ragros's soul, the spread of dark energy has become inevitable. The soul of Katopli, on the brink of complete demise, calls upon you to inherit his last wish, to defeat evil and protect the continent. Will you accept this quest? Note, once accepted, this quest cannot be abandoned midway, and it will change based on the player's actions, potentially leading to uncontrollable consequences. Please choose wisely. This quest was peculiar, it did not clearly specify who the target was, appearing rather vague. However, such tasks often had unexpected ways of completion. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen ultimately decided to accept the quest, as he had discovered a blind spot in the quest description. The current state of the broken soul of Katopli was on the verge of complete demise, so would there be any benefits for him? He had no interest in protecting the continent, but if there were irresistible benefits, then defeating some evil along the way wouldn't be out of the question. After choosing to accept, it was evident that the light and shadow seemed to relax a bit. I am glad for your decision, adventurer. As a reward, let me use my last bit of strength to assist you. As the words fell, the light and shadow representing the shattered soul of Katopli suddenly dispersed, slowly merging into the heart-shaped crystal and the altar below. Buzz! The heart-shaped crystal trembled, slowly floating up before finally landing in Wang Chen's hand, its name automatically appearing in his mind, Heart of the Dried Frost Titan. Along with the name came the final voice of the light and shadow. Because the previous sealing of Lagros consumed all its power, the Heart of the Frost Titan now only retains basic authority. Perhaps you can find a way to restore its power. Good luck, adventurer. At the same time, the skull of Katopli floating above the cliff slowly descended until it vanished into the endless cold abyss below. Wang Chen looked at the heart of the Frost Titan in his hand, and as the attributes came into view, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Heart of the Dried Frost Titan, Elemental Authority, Mythical. Frost Authority 1 increases the effects of all your frost spells by 1000%, including but not limited to damage, cooldown, range, control effects, etc. Power severely depleted, currently can only increase by 50%. 2. Grants immunity to all frost spells. 3. Grants you control permissions over the Winter Temple. Winter's Arrival condenses magical power to communicate with frost elements through the Heart of the Frost Titan, dealing 100% spell attack damage per second within a 10% spell attack asterisk range for 10 seconds. The targeted enemy will also suffer from negative states such as slow, chance to freeze, and frostbite, with a cooldown of 15. Game Natural Days. Titan's Pact, a contract with the Frost King Katopli has been established. The Heart of the Frost Titan is bound to you, cannot be discarded or dropped, and will automatically grant you Frost Authority upon task completion. Hiss. Is this the attribute of a mythical item? Or is it a castrated version due to power depletion? This is too insane. After carefully reviewing all the attributes of the Heart of the Dried Frost Titan, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't imagine how powerful the Frost Authority would be if its power were intact, with a 1000% boost. Just imagine the effects of frost spells being enhanced by 1000%. Take Wang Chen's Frost Ring as an example, it would freeze all enemies within 150 yards of the caster for 80 seconds, with a cooldown of 2.5 seconds. Just thinking about it made him feel invincible. Moreover, being immune to frost spells meant that the Frost Mage class posed no threat to Wang Chen anymore. Not only that, but he could also seek out ordinary monsters and bosses that used frost attacks, which would be like shooting fish in a barrel for him. As for the last item of the Frost Authority, it left Wang Chen somewhat puzzled, and he planned to study it further later. Aside from the first item, the second active skill, Winter's Arrival, was also incredibly powerful. Although he didn't know the power of forbidden spells, this Winter's Arrival felt no different from a forbidden spell, perhaps even stronger. It had already broken through the limitations of ordinary skill range rules, linking the attack range to Wang Chen's spell attack. Just with this skill, he was elevated above ordinary players and many hidden classes. If used in a large-scale battle, it would be enough for Wang Chen to single-handedly annihilate thousands. The final Titan's Pact was likely the last action taken by the soul of Katopli. It completely bound the heart of the Frost Titan to Wang Chen, and it seemed to seal some attributes or effects. Only by thoroughly defeating the evil on the continent, namely the corrupted beings, as required by the task, could Wang Chen fully obtain the Frost Authority. It seems this task is unavoidable. However, at this stage, it is definitely impossible to complete. Not to mention anything else, just that fleeting kildan is not something I can even hope to glimpse. Wang Chen murmured to himself, then put away the withered Frost Titan heart. He noticed that the effects of his frost spells had changed, indicating that this mythical item could take effect while in his backpack. Without a doubt, you are a brave and fearless adventurer, not only saving me from death but also granting me the legacy of the great Frost King. Please allow me to follow in your footsteps. Just as Wang Chen was studying the effects of the Frost Titan heart, Snit Weber, who had been observing the altar, seemed to have finished his research. He approached Wang Chen and made his request. System, due to your brave performance, the dwarf Snit Weber has successfully survived. He chooses to follow you. Do you agree? Such a good thing. Does this mean that this archaeological master is going to become one of his own? The moment Wang Chen saw the system prompt, he immediately chose to agree. Soon, he saw Snit Weber's character card in the follower section of his data panel, where there had previously only been a Rocky Lamrock. Snit Weber, Dwarf Priest. Epic. Affection, 80. Description: an archaeological master and fishing expert from the Dwarf Kingdom, with rich adventure experience, having left footprints in many places across the continent. Like Rocky, Snit Weber is also an epic quality NPC. Once he has a guild residence in the future, Wang Chen can have him serve as the archaeological specialist or fishing skill trainer for the guild residence. After taking the dwarf as a follower, Wang Chen suddenly thought of something and quickly looked at his quest log. Fortunately, the rare Titan's Trace quest was still there and had not disappeared after Snit Weber became a follower. Not only that, but the quest was already marked as completed. Master Weber, does that mean our itinerary for today is over? Wang Chen asked the dwarf. The meaning was clear, it was time for the quest rewards. Hearing this, Snit Weber let out a hearty laugh unique to dwarves. Of course, my master, a dwarf will honor his commitments. As his words fell, a system prompt sounded in Wang Chen's ears. System, completed the quest Titan's Trace, gained 500,000 experience, gained 1,000 Copperbeard clan reputation, gained 1 gold. System, obtained fossil raptor reins. System, obtained Floris's fishing rod. A familiar golden light rose beneath his feet, and Wang Chen, who was already close to leveling up, directly reached level 26. Wang Chen quickly opened his backpack to check his recent gains. Besides the fishing rod promised by Snit Weber, there was also something that sounded like a mount. Fossil Raptor Reigns, Mount, Epic. Description: grants you a fossil raptor upon use, a mount known for its incredible speed. Floris's fishing rod, Epic, durability. 99 out of 100. Equipment requirement: intermediate fishing skill equipment slot, two-handed. Attributes: physical attack 600. Exquisite, increases your fishing skill by 1 level, ineffective for master level and above. Fish lungs, grants you the ability to breathe underwater. Description: you can hardly imagine that a dwarf who only drinks heavily would enjoy fishing. Master Weber, you truly are a generous dwarf. The joy on Wang Chen's face was not feigned, he was indeed very satisfied with the quest rewards. Although it wasn't a rare item, an epic mount was enough to make up for it. It's worth noting that before this trip to the Winter Temple, he had been troubled by the overpriced horses sold by the Mount Merchant in Greenwild City. With these fossil raptor reins, Wang Chen would be liberated from the burden of traveling on foot in the wild. The remaining epic fishing rod also had great attributes, allowing him to catch items or fish that could only be obtained with advanced fishing skills, and it also enabled underwater breathing. On the other side, Snit Weber was very pleased with Wang Chen's praise and immediately expressed his desire to stay in the Winter Temple to continue his archaeological research. Wang Chen agreed right away, then thought of the control permissions for the Winter Temple that he hadn't figured out yet. After some research, he found Winter Temple in a faction branch on the character panel. As Wang Chen confirmed his selection, he found himself instantly in a state of vigor. Not only that, but he could also control the entry and exit of various areas within the temple. This was self-evident, meaning that the Winter Temple would become his territory from now on. Perhaps I can use this place as a downtime location for guild contract members. After all, this state of vigor is incredibly helpful for leveling up and gaining experience, and right now, most players don't have a private place to accumulate double experience. During downtime, understanding the usefulness of the Winter Temple, Wang Chen secretly contemplated his future plans. At that moment, he saw Snit Weber running over to study the altar, which piqued his curiosity. Wang Chen recalled that when the light representing the soul of Katopli dispersed earlier, some of the light points had fallen onto the altar. Could it be that this altar has also been modified by the Frost Titan? Isn't this the core that sealed the soul of Ragros? With this question in mind, Wang Chen approached the altar. Master Weber, have you made any discoveries about this altar? Snit Weber was fiddling with something in the spot where the heart of the Frost Titan was originally placed, and without looking up, he replied, this altar seems to have been altered by the Frost King, it needs to be activated. Activated? Wang Chen thought of the heart of the Frost Titan in his backpack and instinctively felt it should be related. With that in mind, he took out the heart of the Frost Titan and placed it in its original position. Suddenly, the entire altar erupted with a layer of light, and then a system prompt sounded. System, the Frost altar has been activated, please choose whether to change class. System, detected that the player is not a night class, this class change has been automatically cancelled. At the same time, it seemed that the previous activation had taken effect, and the attributes of the entire altar appeared before Wang Chen's eyes. Frost altar, building, epic. Frost power, 1000/1000. Description, can consume frost elemental power to change the player's class to Frost Knight, maximum number 1000, limited to night class. Note, 1, Frost Knight is a blue hidden class, each class change requires 100 points of frost elemental power. 2. The Frost Altar can absorb a maximum of 1000 points of frost elemental power from the cold abyss every 1 game natural day. This is the class change altar for the hidden class Frost Knight, and it can be used multiple times? A hint of shock flashed in Wang Chen's eyes, and many thoughts raced through his mind. Without paying attention to the dwarf beside him, who was looking shocked, he found floating life like a dream in his friend list. Dao San Shang, brother floating life, are there any outstanding night players in the guild right now? After sending the message, Wang Chen waited a few minutes without receiving a reply, probably because floating life like a dream was busy with something. Since that was the case, Wang Chen didn't plan to linger here any longer. He put away the heart of the Frost Titan, bid farewell to Snit Weber, and headed straight for the outside of the temple. This archaeological master still needed to continue his research in the temple, and Wang Chen naturally couldn't accompany him the whole time. The Winter Temple was vast, and even at Wang Chen's speed, it took him a quarter of an hour to return to the entrance. Passing through the light curtain at the entrance, Wang Chen turned back to take a thoughtful glance. Now this towering Winter Temple can be considered his private property, but it's uncertain whether the previously spawned wandering frost elementals and other monsters can respawn. However, this can be verified after some time. If they can indeed respawn, then he will have a continuous supply of Frostfire set Taking out the fossil raptor reins from his backpack and clicking to use them, a skeletal dragon head immediately appeared in Wang Chen's mount section. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ear, asking if he wanted to appear on the mount leaderboard. Wang Chen opened the mount leaderboard to take a look. The top entries were all blue quality mounts. Moreover, they seemed to be the types that various races could purchase, such as the human warhorse, the dwarf goat, and the orc riding wolf. These people are really wealthy. Their mounts are comparable to the most expensive models of hovercars in reality. Wang Chen sighed, then chose to appear anonymously on the leaderboard. He wouldn't deliberately hide, but he also wouldn't intentionally expose himself. Finding the only skeletal dragon head in the mount section, Wang Chen chose to summon it. After a 1.5-second casting time, a raptor made entirely of fossilized bones appeared beneath him. The entire mount was a dark brown skeleton, but it was nearly 3 meters long, much larger than the warhorses he had seen before. 2 glowing blue flames flickered in its skull, making it look incredibly cool overall. Wang Chen opened the system's built-in camera and took a screenshot of himself. In the picture, a mage with slightly pursed lips was dressed in an exquisite ice blue robe, with a thin layer of frostwhite ice armor on the surface. The mount beneath him was a raptor that resembled an undead creature, creating an eerie yet harmonious appearance. So cool. Forget about the attributes for now. Just based on this appearance, the frostfire set in this fossil dragon are worth keeping permanently. Wang Chen admired the screenshot, then, feeling a bit unsatisfied, sent it to Li Taizhu. He was a close brother, and even if he knew Wang Chen was first on the mount leaderboard, he wouldn't leak the information. It was just a way to satisfy Wang Chen's desire to show off. After all, mounts in the game are like cars in reality. Taizhu, what do you think of Dao Ge's look? After sending the screenshot, Wang Chen added a message. On the other side, Li Taizhu was in the midst of a difficult raid in the Death Cave with other guild members, having just reached the last boss. Due to low damage output, they had wiped several times and were currently running the dungeon after respawning. Upon seeing the screenshot Wang Chen sent, he immediately recognized that the mage player was his Dao Gu. Seeing Wang Chen's question, Li Taizhu knew Wang Chen was showing off. However, being of a simple and honest nature, he took a serious look at the screenshot before replying. Very cool, especially that skeletal dragon. Dao Gu, where did you get this mount? Our guild just saw that little stone bought a warhorse. What a simpleton. It makes sense, I just got my mount on the leaderboard, and Taizhu probably hasn't even checked the rankings. Wang Chen smiled, noting that Li Taizhu mentioned Little Stone buying a warhorse. One could only say that he was indeed a wealthy guy, spending over 10 million just like that. Cool, right? Once I get more mounts later, I'll give you one. By the way, are you raiding with the guild now? I saw a bunch of people in the guild channel complaining about how hard the boss is. Li Taizhu received Wang Chen's message and looked up at the spider boss not far away, unable to help but express his grievances. Yeah, Dao Gu, I've been trying my best to deal damage, accounting for 40% of the team's output, but it's still just a bit short. If only I were a hidden class. The Death Cave had several teams from the Infinite Dynasty that had successfully cleared it, including one led by Floating Life Like a Dream and another by South Country Planting Beans. Little Stone's team had also just received news of their successful clearance after several attempts. In addition, Tu Xiaoling and Mila Xingxing formed a pure female player team, and after some ups and downs, they successfully cleared the dungeon. Seeing that the other members of the Infinite Battle Group had successfully completed their dungeons, only he and Yi Sanku were left. Even the good-natured Li Taizhu felt a bit anxious at this moment, thinking it was somewhat embarrassing for the Infinite Battle Group. After all, in the eyes of many other guild members of the Infinite Dynasty, the Infinite Battle Group, which Wang Chen had formed first, was certainly made up of the elite among elites. Not to mention, not long ago, they had been among the first to clear the difficult dungeon, Wailing Mine. Seeing the subtly aggrieved message from his childhood friend and buddy, Wang Chen felt it was necessary to offer Li Taizhu some help. Thinking of the item in his backpack, he came up with an idea. I have a warrior class transfer token, but the transfer quest is probably very difficult. Wang Chen was referring to the unquenched ancient blade, which came from that legendary red dragon. From the description of this quest item, it could be inferred that it was related to the hidden class, Dragon Blood Warrior. Really? Dao Gu, I want it. Li Taizhu's eyes widened as he received the message and sat up. His sudden movement startled Yi Sanku beside him, who thought a boss had appeared. Wang Chen posted the attributes and description of the unquenched ancient blade in the chat for Li Taizhu, waiting for his response. When Li Taizhu saw the rare level item, he was momentarily stunned. He might be a bit simple-minded, but that didn't mean he didn't understand the value of a rare level quest item, especially one related to a hidden class. He knew Dao Gu had a good relationship with him, but in reality, he owed him a game pod, and now if he were to receive such a valuable item for free, it was something Li Taizhu found hard to accept. Several seconds passed without a reply from Li Taiju, and Wang Chen guessed the reason. This fool is being polite with me. Shaking his head with a smile, Wang Chen made a decision for Li Taiju. It's settled then. You go ahead and clear the dungeon, ask Xiao Shi, Brother Fuxing, and the others about their previous clearing experiences, and when I get back, I'll bring the item to you. Don't be so formal with Daogu, you helped me so much back in school, and I never stood on ceremony with you, right? After replying to Li Taiju, Wang Chen didn't pay any more attention. He glanced around and rode his fossil raptor out of the mountain.